The story begins with a swordsmanship family ruling half the world, descended from the dark lineage. It is a renowned swordsmanship family, with all members born with superior strength, physique, and talent, who have conquered the world through extraordinary courage. The characters of this family fight to new lands, conquer and even dominate other empires. The three things mentioned above fully describe this family, and the main character's narration is where I was born. I am Jan Kanan, the youngest son of the Jan Kanan family. When he was young, he used his bare hands to touch the sword in front of him. In the selection ceremony where a child's future is decided, I chose the family head sword. I will lead this clan. Your father watched this scene and was very pleased. You made the right choice, just as he hoped. What Jain chose, the founder's sword, the symbol of the Black Can people, is truly interesting. And even when Jain grew up, I thought my future would be full of success and fame. But everything seems to be falling apart. Does it mean anything? A harsh truth about Jain Kanan is that I lack talent in swordsmanship, and am often criticized by others. Why would a member of the Kanan family wield a sword so clumsily? And so Jain continued walking amidst the heartbreaking words of those around him. The shame of the Kanan people, the disgrace of the Kanan people, someone far from the standards of the Kanan people, the most pathetic fool among all the Kanan members. As he was about to leave the sword training room, a voice called out, and Jin, a white-haired young man standing next to the black-haired one who looked like a durian, spoke up. "Are you just swinging that useless wooden sword again?" The black-haired guy replied immediately. "Forget it. I guess he won't use any sword unless it's special. That white durian-headed guy just keeps mocking. Where could that special sword be?" The black-haired guy immediately chimes in. "Is that right? Where is Barasada? Why is he swinging the wooden sword like that?" Jin heard it but didn't want to answer. They just kept their heads down and ignored him. "Seeing you keep practicing with the wooden sword, the white-haired prick keeps pushing, 'Hey, why don't you answer?' Then he lifts his leg high and says, 'Your noble brother is asking you.'" He kicked Jin directly in the stomach. Jin grimaced in pain, clutching his stomach and falling to the ground, biting his lip. Useless guy. Maybe it's just instinct for self-defense. Jin looked at the wooden sword lying beside him. He reached out to try and grab it, but his brother sneered, "Why insist on using that thing?" Then he stomped hard on Jin's hand, causing him intense pain. But it was useless. Jin was now extremely pitiable, oppressed and forced to endure it with clenched teeth. They pulled out a stack of papers from Jin's pocket and started mocking him again. "Ha, what is this?" "Basic swordsmanship theory." The spiky-haired young man immediately said, "Hey, do you think you'll be better just by reading some sword theory?" The other person then forcefully broke the wooden sword, which is why weaklings shouldn't be given opportunities. Jin, unable to hold back his anger, shouted, "Stop and give it back to me." He used his strength to keep breaking Jin's sword. Having been given a chance, Jin completely lost his patience. "Wait a moment, the other person is tearing apart your swordsmanship book. You've forgotten your place." He could only cry out in pain, "Stop," and cling to hope. The wooden sword was now shattered on the ground, and neither of them needed to do this. His older brother immediately grabbed Jin by the head. "What are you saying? We're doing this for your own good. Why do you keep arguing?" The next brother also said, "Is that your surrogate mother?" Jin retorted. "July has nothing to do with it. But your brother said that judging by how you challenge us, it seems like we need to teach you some manners." Jane's fate is to be bullied by his brothers. After they finish tormenting him, they turn and walk away. Those two talents don't exist. I don't care about those things. Jane's hand trembled as she placed it on the ground. "I just need to try my best. If I try hard enough, I will surely be accepted by the family." Jain gasped, clutching his chest in pain, stood up, and became part of the Black Warning. That is what I believe in. And finally, one day Jain stood before the grand gate of the family when he received the announcement, "Jin Blackthorn, from now on you are banished from the family." Watching the doors of his house slowly close, Jin could only let out a long sigh. His hand clenched tightly due to his commendable efforts. That was how I was expelled from the family at 25 and began wandering aimlessly. Walking down the street, a red-haired person with a staff noticed Jain right on the road. Only when I met my master did I realize I truly had talent. Moreover, a yellow energy sphere appeared in Jain's hand. I have magical talent, which is forbidden in my family. 3 years later, in a room full of books with voices echoing, mana from nature and the mage's own mana are connected to recover and then enhance the transformed mana. Suddenly, a black energy streaked past Jin, making him feel an overwhelming pressure. That black energy seemed to want to swallow him. Suddenly, from within the inky darkness, a being spoke. Jane, frightened, turned around cautiously and asked, "Who are you?" A voice echoes within the darkness, "I am Sadet." Jin stands up to face that entity as if he is standing on its cloak. It introduces itself to Jin as the Lord of Shadows. Saad calls his name again. Jin, the Black Can, he proposes, I want to make a pact with you as the god of darkness. He also said, if you sign a contract with me, you can not only use the power of darkness, but also have the ability to erase all curses. He looked inside Jin's body and saw something that made Sodit exclaim, Oh my god, you made a pact. It seems someone has disliked you since you were a child. Your talent has been erased by a petty curse. He looked at what was clinging to Jin and continued, The curse is called the Illusion Sword, a false talent block for swordsmanship, a terrible curse that cannot exist in the Black Dancer clan. Then the Shadow Lord reached into it and said, I see now. Perhaps it is what has drawn me to you. Immediately, the chains on his body were removed. From now on, no curse can harm you anymore. All that remains is for you to become a supreme demon swordsman. Jin Dan Kan Den. It's a pleasure to watch over you. Then he left, restoring the room to its original state. The event was so unexpected that Jin couldn't even find words. Then he grabbed his sword, drew it with force, and swung it lightly to create a slash. The mighty aura from his sword shoots straight into the sky, and Jin can feel his power. Just as So said, every swing of his sword allows him to reach a new height. It's so light. His face beaded with sweat, but he still smiled, feeling no weight as if he was just swinging his hand. He continued passionately practicing with his sword, then raised his other hand to form a circle in the magic. If I add magic, the sword will instantly absorb all the magic inside it. At this moment, he was confident in his power, and all existence would be erased. Seeing his own ability after breaking the seal, Jin was very happy, thinking to himself that his efforts had finally paid off, and he continued practicing swordsmanship until late at night. Nearby, a group of soldiers in iron armor and red helmets are looking at something, while in this scene Jin is covered in blood, eyes wide with terror. His hand trembled as he reached out. I just heard a sound and then a scream. So he was lying under a pile of debris. My body feels heavy for some reason. The light gradually fades and his eyes can no longer stay open. Yeah. Some hurried footsteps pass by the body lying under the wreckage. Jin mutters, Master Sun Direct, his life seems to be reaching its end, and he is gradually losing consciousness. Is anyone here? Looking at the magic book in front of him, he silently laments, unable to believe he died while sleeping. Why am I all just a useless guy? Yeah. Jin's sword is also buried under nearby stones. I didn't even have a chance to use magic or Sed's power. If everything is already like this, why was I given a chance? After that question, he closed his eyes tightly and ended his life. Once again, light returns to Jin. He opens his eyes to see his small hands resting on the grass. Everyone around here is someone important, members and noble families. In front of him were towering swords that made Jin wonder what was happening. A cheerful girl spoke to Jin saying, We're definitely dead. Cheer up. Young Master Jin was very surprised when he saw her. July, why are you here? From the forest among the swords, a golden sword is shining with a glowing edge, standing out among all the other swords. At this moment, Barasana Jin looks like a child. It turns out he has reincarnated back to the moment he first touched Barasada, which is the choosing ritual. Jin slowly and hesitantly moves forward, now realizing he has traveled back to the past and become Yenkanen at the age of 1. Just like in the past, he reached out and touched the legendary sword. The youngest master chose the family head's sword. He looked at those around him, cheering, and thought, in this life. Seeing the sword sealed in front of him, Jin was even more determined. In this life, I will make my own choices. The family members suddenly stared blankly in shock. How is that possible? The people in the clan are talking excitedly among themselves. The chief's sword is cold. The young master Dewey is furious. The clan leader announced that the young master has chosen Barsada and declared the selection ceremony over. The event was just like in his previous life when he touched the legendary sword and took the young master to Loi Vu Dai. 6 years later, Jin at Loi Vu Dai is reaching for a book on the high shelf. But then he gave up and couldn't reach it. Quick thinking, Jin used a chair. I've been at Loi Vu Dai for 6 years now, but I still can't reach it. According to the family rules, I have to stay here until I'm M years old. So there are only 3 years left. Finally, after a moment, he was able to hold his book in his hands. Jin sighed in boredom, then suddenly a loud shout caught his attention. Jin asks what's going on, and the maid responds. In the young master's room, there was a dead bird. Looking at the bird in front of her, Yin silently thought that the only one capable of doing such things in Lei Wu Tai was now someone's voice calling from outside. Oh, look at that. It turns out they are Jane's hated brothers from his past life. Someone teased and said, how sad. Jin recognizes his brothers. The young black-haired, spiky-haired guy starts to say, well, is the maid the first to see? That's such a waste. This kid's name is Diona Kanen, 9 years old, the 11th young master of the Kanen family. The white, spiky-haired one also said, yes, it was these guys who brought it to you to see, 2 12-year-old sons of the Black Can family. So, do you like the gift your brothers gave you? At this moment, Jin looked at the murdered bird which had been pierced, making his two brothers feel triumphant and moved to tears. Right? Jin began to recall memories from his previous life. These brothers of mine, I know, they will become notorious killers after becoming pioneers, but these underage kids keep killing an innocent bird just to pick a fight with me? Tona sneered and said, "Don't cry for real now, you little brat." But Jin still remained silent. Tu continued, "Hey, did you hear what they just said?" But Jin still didn't answer, prompting the two kids to tease him further. "So your point is that you don't care about these guys because you've chosen the fate of the clan leader? How can someone like you wander around without carrying Bersada?" Jane started muttering something under his breath. Tona raised their hands and asked, "Huh? What did you say?" Then he approached, grabbed Jin's shoulder and was about to punch him. "You're speaking too quietly for me to hear." But unlike in the past, Jin blocked Hatona's punch. A dark aura seemed to emanate from around Jin, surprising even Tona. Jin's eyes now widened with a terrifying look. He said, "You guys are too noisy. Shut up right now." And then Jane delivered a powerful punch to Tona, making him furious and shouting, "You!" but was then countered with another blow from Jin, who then moved to punch Daytona with an even more devastating strike. He is extremely angry. I've endured enough until now and can't hold back anymore. Jin's punches seem to be trying to vent all his anger on these two people. Khoo! After cries of pain, Jin's hand continuously emanates a terrifying black power. Jin warned, "From now on, it would be better if you two didn't appear in front of me anymore." A person in a red cloak stepped in. "Young master, what's going on here?" "Damn it!" the man exclaimed in panic. "Jin, wait!" This is Jin responding. They suddenly started fighting each other. The man asked as if he couldn't believe it. "What do you mean?" Jin said coldly. "Don't you hear what I said?" They fought each other until they fainted. This response made the other man secretly think that even the youngest heir of the Black House is a ruthless person. Tona, suffering and biting her lip, was then carried away by the man who finally relented. "I understand. I will take Tano's brothers to see the doctor," Jin replied again. "No need, Khan. My brothers need to go somewhere else first." Then Jin called Khan to follow me. The sky is shedding rainwater onto the footprints, and a small grave has been dug. Hauna and Dona are there, both unconscious in the pouring rain. Khan hesitantly asked, "Jin, do you really want to leave them here? The storm is getting worse." Jin, with his hood pulled low in the rain and wind, said, "My brothers need to understand the seriousness of what they have done." Khan could only punch his chest and say, "I will respect your decision, young master." After settling everything, Jin turned and walked away, while Khan saw that the demeanor of young Master Jin was just standing silently and watching. He sensed something. This energy couldn't be aura. Could it be mana? Watching Jin's back, he silently thought that if that's the case, this is no longer just a family quarrel. "I need to report to the clan leader." Khan immediately calls the servant in the rain. "What's the matter?" He ordered a horse to be brought here, but he didn't know that Yun was standing at the window watching him go to the horse. He immediately thought that he would report back to his father as he suspected. Khan is not only our protector knight, but also our overseer. Dien looked at the darkness on his hand and thought that in Khan's eyes, this looked like magic, so he definitely wouldn't be able to stay here. The power is the only proof of the covenant between me and SER, and through this strength I know that the agreement is still valid in this life. Moreover, the curse immunity that Cadet granted me through the pact helped me escape the curse of the shadow. Then Jin clenched his fist tighter. The foolish child of the Black Can is gone. This life will be completely different from the previous one. Jin smiled, thinking the only thing left to do was meet with Tra. In a gloomy forest, Khan was kneeling before a powerful force, reporting. "That's all." The white-haired man with a wolf leather coat then speaks. The young master fought with the Tunang brothers and his dashing beard and hat. He softly calls out, "Khan, gather the knights, I will go meet my youngest son." His golden armor-clad footsteps slowly approached, and someone bowed and said, "We have summoned the 7 vanguard of the Black Cane family, totaling 200 knights under their command." The head of the family softly replied, "All right." Among the knights there is a girl with white hair, a young man with red eyes, and several other members. They are all knights serving the clan leader. The cloak he wears, like a knight covering everything, and behind him are 7 knights following his orders to leave the Thunder Wind platform. The black flag of the Kanan family is raised high, an emergency order for mobilization. The girl next to her immediately asked, "Do you know anything about this?" I asked Luna just now, but I bet she doesn't know either. She is Mary Candon, the 7th fate of the Candon family. Mary sighed and said, "I'm still busy fighting the witches." Her older brother next to her replied, "Maybe next year the Tona twins will leave the Thunder platform, perhaps because of that. Maybe it's time to visit our youngest brother. That's the first canon of the 4th cycle of the Black House." Mary was very excited when she heard it, the youngest son. Why, when they were choosing a name, that kid picked the founder's sword, remember? Oh, right? She was very curious, but her father came back only because of that. Well, I can't really know what father is thinking. The white-haired girl signaled for them to be silent. Mary went ahead. Mary stammered, "Sorry, sis, she's actually the eldest sister. Luna, the first dark star of the Kanan house." Mary is still confused and lost in thought. Dad personally came home to see him? Is that kid really that useful? At the arena, Jine is being carefully prepared by the Guardian. The clan leader will come to meet us. Maybe he suddenly met his son. That's probably it. Jane, adjusting his clothes, thought that Khan must have told everything to his father. Khan is quite naive, so he probably wouldn't tell his father that he used magic. The nanny gently pats him and says, "Please turn this way for a moment." Jin relaxes and thinks. He probably just said what he saw. The youngest child might possess a power beyond magic and aura, and perhaps father wants to return to check what that power is to see if it or he himself can become a valuable asset for the future of the clan. The large door slowly opens. There are soldiers surrounding us, holding swords pointed straight at the sky. The atmosphere is suffocating. The clan leader enters with an overwhelming presence, respectfully requesting an audience with the chief. Looking at the legendary sword of the family, he ordered the twins Tona to be brought out. The two children knelt before their father. "Is that you, Tona?" "Yes, father." The father asked if you had a fight with Jine. "Try to say what faults your children have, or Tona will deny it right away." "We did nothing wrong." Tona also speaks up. "It was Jine who hurt you guys. Those two even said yes, that power is extraordinary, not just aura but like magic." This statement made the clan leader glare. The two brats took the opportunity to push further. "Using magic in our clan is forbidden." "That's right, father. If we use magic, we have to question quickly or they'll find a way to hide it." Hearing these two brats gossiping makes Mary sigh in frustration. The clan leader immediately interrupted his children. "That's enough." Mr. Hungdung stood up and told the Tona brothers, "Listen carefully to what I say. If you keep this up, you won't be able to survive in the Dongkanden clan." This made the Tona brothers so frightened that they dared not say another word. He ordered the servants to call Jane out here. Jin stepped in and saw the Tona brothers leaving, realizing that my father, Kenjan Kanan, is the strongest and also the most ruthless person I have ever known. He is the head of the Kanan clan, known as the Supreme Holy Knight of the Demigods. According to the story, before receiving that title, he was just an ordinary person. However, after being bestowed the honor, he gradually lost all worldly emotions and became someone who only cared about glory and the future of the family. So for my father, anyone without sword talent like me is just a useless trash. Jay closed his eyes and told himself, but this time was different. His eyes suddenly opened wide with a piercing blue glow. No one in this life can look down on me. The door slowly opens, and those inside the room glance at Jin as he steps in. Even Mary and Defis were surprised when they saw Jine as he entered the hall with a crowd. Jine kneels before clan leader Ken and requests an audience. He then says, "Clan leader, don't you call me father?" Jin looked up at him and replied, "There are many brothers and sisters here, along with over 100 family members attending, so I believe today you came here for an official reason." I think calling him that would be more appropriate. The clan leader then praised him. Very good, thank you, Chief." But then he said, "I am here today for a different purpose. You can call me father? I will ask you a question similar to what your brothers would ask. Where do you think you went wrong?" Jin clenched his fist and said, "I only want revenge. As family members, we repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge." Mary was very pleased when she heard Jane say that. Wow, repay kindness and with kindness, and settle scores when owed. Mary smiles as if she's planning something. As for Ken, he slightly frowned and said nothing further before giving the order that everyone except the youngest son should leave. His knights began to whisper among themselves. "Young master, did you pass the chief's trial?" Rosa ordered her subordinates. "The clan leader has already given the order, so don't hesitate any longer." The crowd only knew how to follow orders. The group then left the main hall. Mary turned back, unable to hide her smile. Confronting father directly? This kid's pretty good too, huh? Ken stood up and said to Jine. "Dad told everyone to go outside because he has something to ask you. The Tona twins told him that you have an extraordinary power. Our Black Can family avoids using magic because once you use magic, you can no longer reach the heights of swordsmanship." His face darkened as he asked his father, "So, what kind of power did you use? He even threatened me. If you dare to use magic, I will definitely not let it go." But Jin smiled and replied, "Yes, that's what he thought. If father knew about this power, he wouldn't be able to turn away because of Sodet's strength. He told his father, 'I don't know what it is. I'm not sure if it's magic or aura.' Then from Jine's hand, he created streams of dark energy and said, 'I don't even know what to call it.' The dark energy continued to grow, forming a sphere in Jine's hand. If you don't mind, I'd like you to help me identify this power. As soon as he saw this power, Ken widened his eyes, recognizing it as the strength of the founding ancestor of the Black Clan. Kieran looked at what Jine was holding and whispered to himself about its power. Dark energy, Barasana's dark energy. Does that mean this child was destined to become the head of the family? Seeing his father lost in thought, Jine asked, Dad? He raised his hand and said to Jine, Yes, that is the power of Sedet. The dark god. Jane looked puzzled. The dark god, Ken nodded. That's right, Sed made a pact with the founder of the Cannon tribe, Lord Tama, and has been on our side since then. But since Lord Tama passed away, Sed has stopped appearing among the Cannon people. I don't know the reason for this, but it seems he's trying to connect with the Black Realm through you. Jane then asked, Dad, I'm curious. Is that god stronger than you? Ken turned away without saying anything and then spoke. I don't know, because I have never fought a god. Seeing this expression, Jine smiled and thought, My father has never fought a god before. That is truly the most arrogant answer I have ever heard. Then Ken sat down in front of him and said, My child. Jin looked up at his father. He placed his hand on his child's head and said, That was a good question. Thanks to your innocent question, I just found a great topic to talk about. He also said that coming here to visit you today was definitely the right decision. Then let me ask you one more question. How do you want to use that dark energy power? After hearing this, Jin placed his hand on his chest and said, I want to use that power for the benefit of the family. He glanced at him and softly said, For the family? Then he smiled, laughing loudly with a truly terrifying expression. Ha ha, what a ridiculous lie. I beat your brothers to a pulp and threw them into the storm. And then you said you would use this power for the sake of the family? Just tell me the truth. Jin clenched his fist and thought to himself that he wouldn't let this go so easily. Then John slowly said, I want to use this power for myself. Jane's response made Ken fall silent for a long moment. Then he said, All right, I like that answer. Then Kieran left saying, I will watch you closely from today onward. The door slowly closed behind Ken. Now John was so exhausted with fear that his knees ached. Ha! Jin let out a relieved sigh. Great, I got through this safely. Looking at the darkness power in my hand, he was overjoyed. Being allowed to use dark energy as I wish is good, but it also makes my father have high expectations of me. This is an outcome I didn't expect. Remembering the image of himself abandoned in his previous life when he met his father, his face was full of disappointment in his helplessness. But in this life, he holds that power tightly in his hand. This life is completely different from his previous one. The heavy rain soon started falling, followed by a voice calling out, Hey, little one, that's Mary. She hands Jin something. Here, take it. Jane wondered what kind of sister Mary was. She handed it to Jin's nanny and said this is a special gift from her for him. Auntie, hold on to it, it's too heavy. Yes. She smiled and said, Cook it thoroughly, chew well, then point at the boy. She told him to do it quickly. Understood? Jin wondered silently. Mary defers then asked, Where is your luggage? I gave it to the youngest brother. How about that? Jin wondered why it was him, and after Mary left, the box was opened. As soon as they saw, Jin and the maid both stared with wide eyes, revealing a giant burning heart. This is the Phoenix's heart. Seeing it, Jin thought to himself, giving this to a 7-year-old boy. Sister Mary really is crazy. A few lines about Mary Jin, as she recounts. Mary Jan Candon, a 6-star knight and the 7th knight of Cannon, also known by the name Winfrey. She also has another name that few know, the Mad Woman of the Southern Territory. The reason this battle-hungry woman gave me this is clear. To become stronger quickly and to become my rival. Jin sat at the table, prepared with utensils. If I had eaten this when I was young, I wouldn't just have fire resistance, it would also be a kind of elixir that would strengthen as I grew up. Now that I think about it, believing that a 6-star mage can summon a phoenix safely is necessary. I think I might be able to summon a phoenix in this life. As I was thinking about that, my guardian appeared holding something in his hand. Young master, have you been waiting long? Thanks, Julie. That's a hot shot. Put it down on the table. Miss Mary gave you a wonderful gift. Please eat it before it gets cold. Jane nodded. Well, but before that. Brothers, if you have anything to say, just say it quickly. Turns out Tona's 2 brothers are eavesdropping from behind. Here, Tona hesitantly speaks up. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that it seems too much for you to finish alone. Maybe Tona also responded. Yes, I saw Julie holding a big bowl. Jin asked, Do you guys want to eat it like that? The 2 brothers Tona nodded repeatedly. Seeing that, Jine suggested we follow her request. The scene shifts to a shovel being stuck into the ground with a sound of frustration. Why? Why do we have to do this? That's right, why should we do this? So Tona's two brothers were made to dig the tunnel by Jane. What would happen if someone saw us digging it out? Or is Tona asking what you're talking about? Clearly the youngest will be punished, but what about us? Here. Tona nodded. You're right, we just need to eat that dish. Yeah, and the youngest one is a bit scary. A pile of dirt and rocks fell onto a large metal door, below where the two people were digging, revealing someone trapped inside a test tube. This man also has a dark aura surrounding his body, but his eyes remain tightly closed. It seems he could be an extremely powerful character. After digging for a while, Tona and Lee's bodies returned, and the maid was stunned to see their miserable state. Jin, seeing them, greeted, "Welcome, you arrived quickly." Tona replied, "Shut up, they've already done as I said, so give the soup here." Jin then told her to place it on that table. Really? Tona exclaimed happily. Where? In front of them was an empty plate with only 2 spoons and a small amount of food left. Tona's brothers looked pale and asked, "Hey, little brother, just 1 spoonful? Isn't that too little?" Jin replied, "I said I would give you guys some, but I never said how much or how little. But you kept your promise, right? Then please, go ahead." The Tona brothers had to accept it reluctantly. Yeah, thank you very much. The night rain continues to fall on this land. Jane walks step by step through the rain to a place. It's the wall that Tona brothers dug up. I thought they would do a sloppy job, but actually they did quite well. Jean taps the stone wall with his hand and says, "I think 1-star magic is enough for this thickness." A blue sphere forms from his hand. I was pretty helpless because my mana kept increasing, but I couldn't do anything with it. Jin pushed both of his arms against the wall, creating a large blue magic circle that unleashed immense energy, causing the entire wall to collapse. Jin looked inside with joy. Finally, in front of Jin was a door chained from the outside. I've arrived, the secret chamber of the Kanan people. He looked up at the door, thinking to himself that he never had the chance to come here in his past life, so it felt strange to be here now. He said he needed to say the secret word. So, Jin looked up with a gentle smile and placed his hand on his chest, showing respect. The child of the Kanan has arrived to control Murakan. The door gradually started to change and slowly opened in front of Jane. Kanan's secret chamber. This is where the Kanan clan kept the family secrets that caused their downfall over 1,000 years ago. As Jin entered inside, he looked around and thought this place was quite vast. Only the vanguard of Dan Kanan was allowed to enter. Reflecting on the past, someone once told Jin that he didn't need to know about this place because he could never become a vanguard, which made Jin feel extremely disappointed. But you've helped me a lot, brother. Now I will make use of it. Suddenly, a strange light appeared in front of him, catching Jin's attention, and standing before him was the man being held captive, which surprised him greatly. What is that? The cage emits a terrifying dark aura, and there's something on his face that makes Jin exclaim. Really? Is this a person? Without hesitation, Jin reached out and touched the test tube with a look of bewilderment. What is something like that? Suddenly Jin glared and said, "Don't tell me you remember the incantation you just read, that Dan Kanan's child came to control Murakan, and now in front of him is the Black Dragon Murakan. According to the story, the Black Dragon Murakan was defeated by the first pioneer and fell into a deep sleep, but I never thought that was true." Jin looked at Murakan as carefully as possible, then he left. "I don't have time for this. Where is the secretary?" But as Jin was about to leave, Murakan's arm moved slightly. Jin then opened a door. "Are they here?" It was a tall, large bookshelf. "Found it," Jin shouted. "This is a secret letter from all kinds of families. Let's see." Jin stood up and took a book from the bookshelf. "I'll check out the Khan family since they're also a swordsman family." He flips through the pages, examining and commenting. It's quite difficult compared to the 3-star magic theory. Then Zin put everything into his bag. "I want to take them with me, but it would be too easy to get caught." He places his notebook and pen down, happily thinking he will copy them every time he comes here. Returning to the arena, he is being brought bread by July. After the rain, the bird's nest was also decorated with rose branches, and Jin tirelessly copies those books day and night. Suddenly, something makes Jin stare intently. He stood up, turned to the door, and spoke, but Jin realized that there was no way. He never expected someone from the Thunder Pavilion to come to the secret library at this hour. Suddenly, a man with sharp teeth pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Hey, you there. Who are you?" As soon as Jin saw him, he froze in place. Why Murakan? Why Murakan again? I had never heard of Murakan's awakening before, but Jin tried to calm himself now. "Stay calm because Murakan is the guardian dragon of our family. He might let me go if I show respect and act like a child." He slowly stammered, "Hello, child of the black-canned people, guardian of the family." After hearing Jin introduce himself, Murakan's expression didn't look very comfortable. "Yeah." He suddenly transformed into a dragon form and roared out, Did you just call me a guardian spirit? Are you calling me a guardian god? How dare you treat me like a mere guardian god? Damn you, Wenkan, is that how you speak of me? Wow, I can't be angry at this kid, but you're really making me uncomfortable right now. Mura sat down with heavy breathing. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. It's been a long time since I smelled something so sweet, and the only thing I can smell is a child, isn't it? Murakin leaned in close to Jin's face and asked, Sir, why do you have the scent of dark energy? Dark energy? Murakan pointed at Jin and said, Yes, even though I've been asleep for 1,000 years, I still remember this scent. This special dark energy scent should only be on people like Tama who have a pact. Is Jin just now realizing that Murakan woke up because of his own dark energy? But now Murakan keeps turning around, searching for where it came from. Here? Seeing Murakan's attitude, I wondered if I should try it, so I called out. Oh, Lord Murugan, he is delighted. Oh, is that right? You know something, don't you? Jane immediately releases the hidden energy within himself. Can you tell the story about this? My father said this power comes from the dark god Sedet. Murakan's expression is full of panic. Murakan trembled, asking himself, Sedet, are you joking with me? Are you serious? He kneels on the ground in disappointment. Is this the child from that 1,000-year-old secret agreement? The two of them now face each other in an awkward atmosphere. Murakan bowed his head before Jin and said, Step aside. Jin responded, Yes, Lord Murakan. He just said it, you know that. Actually, I promised Sedet, and it seems like I need your cooperation to keep this promise. It's you. Jin silently thought about a promise to Sedet. Muraka continued, I'll tell you the details later, but I just woke up so I can't think straight, and I don't think you'll understand because you're too young. But I should still formally introduce myself to Sodet's partner. Suddenly, he uses his shadow power in harmony with Jin's body. I am Murakan, Sodet's representative. Murakan's hand slowly appears like a pair of black dragon legs. His entire body is enveloped in dark power, a friend and the last descendant of the first shadow creature. Murakan's eyes shine like two gems. He repeated, according to the 1,000-year agreement, now taking the form of a giant dragon in front of Jin and said, I will now accompany you. Jin stared in surprise as Murakan, in his dragon form, introduced himself to Jin. Say your name, you said's agreement. Jin smiled with satisfaction. Then he raised his hand and responded to Jindan Kanan, touching Murakan's dragon claw. He introduced himself as the 13th and youngest child of the Black Clan, with a brief mention of the black dragon Murakan. Mount Murakan, the land of fierce winds, is named after this dragon. The black dragon Murakan has ruled this place for a very long time. But 1,000 years ago, Murasan was defeated in a battle against Tamadan Kanan. Historical records state that after the Thundercloud platform was destroyed, Murasan fell into hibernation. As Jin stepped out of the tunnel, he silently thought that it wasn't true, but it was the founder's words about the guardian dragon. Those who made pacts with the gods would cooperate with a guardian dragon, but since there was no information about the guardian dragon said, many doubts still remained. I can understand that because Mursan was in hibernation, Jin opened the door to the underground chamber. Since Mursan has awakened, does that mean I will also have a Veilong? Murakan, I'm here. Murakan is delighted. Oh, you're here, Jin replied. My nurse gives me food. Take it. Jin silently thought that since he would be staying with Murakan for the next few days, he should ask him a few things that piqued his curiosity, and that was how Murakan awakened. I kept him in the secret letter for several weeks. While eating, Murakan turned back to answer Jin's question. Why am I fighting Tama? According to his story, it was 1,000 years ago. How could I remember? I am certain of one thing about Murakan. Then he asked for more. All right, but is that all the strawberry cake has? Jin shook his head in frustration. That stupid strawberry cake. Murakan is asking again. 1, 2, 3, right? There are only 7 of them? He keeps messing with those beard cakes. What do you do when you come here? You explain. Take notes. I brought some blank notebooks and wrote down the secrets you told me, he asked in surprise. Really? Is that true? So you do understand a little, Jin replied. About 30% of the rest don't understand. Murakan waved his hand and said, Don't give up hope. For a child your age, it's too much. Other kids can't do that and they're very lazy. Jin softly replied, It's just an ordinary child. I belong to the Black House, so this is normal for me. He said, I have 12 brothers and sisters, but I also have a father, mother, and elders. If I want to eliminate them, I have to try even harder. Touching the book in front of him, Jin asked Murakan how much he knew about this book if he was the founder, and if I am compared to the strongest individual of humanity, how do I measure up? Murakan looked up thoughtfully. I don't think Tama can understand a single line in the book at your age, but theories are not always correct. He doesn't read books but still fights very well. You have potential like Tama, but you're not as skilled as T. Jin, hearing this, was a bit disappointed and said that he would never become like the founder. Mura said nothing. But then he shook his head and pointed to the book. You are a Sod signer like Tama and smart enough to read those books. You're still young, so don't rush. Just train hard, and you'll become as strong as Tama. Who knows if you can surpass him, he said that while patting Jine's head. The kid turned back and replied, oh, really? Murakhan also said, of course, kid. Do you know what Sodet's nickname is? Jin replied, no, I don't know, a black hand reaching out as if grasping the entire galaxy. Murakhan's answer is infinity. He points at Jine. Sodet's power has no limits, so does that mean you? His signatory also has no limits, then struck Jin on the back. So don't be discouraged anymore and have faith in yourself, because I will teach you a new secret technique to make you happier. Jin was startled and exclaimed, what is that? Murakhan crossed his arms and told him Fong likes dark energy, which surprised Jin even more. Fong likes dark energy. That's right, all creatures using dark energy must get used to it, so this is the beginning and the end of dark energy. But it will be extremely dangerous if you don't learn properly, so study hard and take it seriously. All right, I will do that. So Murakhan, what should I do first against him? Murakhan said, first you need to learn how to unlock your mana. Jin was confused. Unlocking mana. Why are you wondering? I did it many times before in my previous life. Murakhan holds up 2 fingers to explain that dark energy is about unlocking and moving your mana. You need to master these 2 things. From now on, you will need to practice this for 2 or 3 years, Jin thought. 2 or 3 years is already too late. While Murakhan is rambling, I can't even teach you the basics, let alone advanced skills. You know, to be more specific, the next thing you need to learn is how to move your mana, right? Then Jin created a mana sphere in his hand and asked, hey, can you teach me now? Seeing this, Murakhan was extremely startled. He was very surprised. No, how can you do that? Jin replied. I've been able to do it for a while now. No way. Do you know how to move mana? Oh my god. Murakhan immediately said only geniuses among geniuses can do that. You must be a talented kid, right? All right, I will demonstrate how to unleash dark energy for you. Jin happily smiles. It works, okay. A change begins at Murakhan's feet. The dark energy originates from the darkness. The dark energy strands begin to spread out. All the darkness in this world was born from Set. The whole room begins to fill with dark energy as Murakhan explains, so Sodet is the master of all the darkness in the world. Darkness begins to envelop Jine, and you are the sole contract holder of Sodet. The black energy starts to spread intensely. They move around the room from the smallest corners. In other words, you could also be the master of all the darkness in the world. Seeing the dark energy swirling around him, Jine felt a bit confused, and Murakhan said, so what do you think, kid? He was smiling with anticipation. This is the release of dark energy. Luna, everything on this side has been cleared. We just need to clean 5 more areas and our mission will be complete. Luna looked back and said, of course, 4 winds are enough. Tell the knights to rest. Her eyes, like 2 gems, slowly opened, contrasting with her beauty, as the blood dripped from the monster's sword she was holding. One more thing, the soldier replied. Yes, behind her is a pile of monsters. She asked her close confidant, a 9-year-old kid who often liked what? Half a year after meeting Murison, Tona left the Thundercloud platform. We're leaving now. See you later. Jin replied goodbye, yeah. Bao Trong. Jin turned around when someone called his name. Young master. That is Julie Kotab with a cake topped with strawberries. Happy 9th birthday, celebrating your 9th birthday. He happily takes his cake. Thank you, everyone. Julie, can you share the cake with everyone? Yes, young master. At this moment, Khan came to see Jin. Young Master John Khan. He bowed to Jin and said, sorry for the sudden interruption. Master Jin immediately asked what was going on. Yes, he started to speak. At this moment, Luna has arrived in the main hall, her long white hair like sharp iron swords. Khan announced that Lady Luna had arrived, leaving Jin and July utterly stunned. Talking about Luna, Kanon's first fate was also a 9-star knight, the eldest child of 13 siblings, the white whale, Luna Kanon. Although she is the strongest among the Black Can siblings, she has no interest in becoming the clan leader and leaving the swamp called the Inheritance Battle. She is truly a solitary white whale. That's why Luna has never paid attention to any of her younger siblings. And our relationship should be described as a calm pond rather than a blood-red drop. That's the distance between us. But for now, that sister has decided to go to Leiwu Terrace without informing anyone. Jin stepped forward to greet his sister. Is something serious happening to the family? But he's still very cautious. Could it be that she discovered I went to the secret library? Jin spoke up in front of Luna. Big sister Luna. Luna nodded at Jin. You've grown a lot, little one. Jin immediately said that if he had known, he would have dressed better to meet her. But Luna patted his head and replied, That's a sweet thing to say. Do I still need to notify you when I visit your youngest brother? But you seem a bit tired. Are you not feeling well? Jin immediately replied. Oh no, actually I'm a bit nervous. Jane says this is the first time she's faced you so closely, and she feels nervous for some reason. Luna wonders, why is she nervous? Luna silently thought that Dan Cannon's tradition is that siblings must watch out for each other, fight over food, and even trample on one another. Jin thought he came here to check on her. Luna's hand begins to withdraw. She remains silent. Then suddenly Luna said, "Yes, it seems I still lack consideration." Jin looked puzzled. "Yes." Luna began speaking to Jin. "You may still be young, but I forgot that you are the youngest member of the Black Dan Khan family." She bowed her head and apologized, then she knelt lightly on one knee. "Little Jin, I have something to discuss with you privately. Can you let Louis Vu Nuoi stay as a bodyguard for a while?" Jin was startled, realizing she wanted to talk privately with him, and he smiled happily. "Yes, sister," he thought to himself. Even though he didn't know the reason, it didn't seem like a bad thing. Outside, the rain falls like water, and Luna calls out to Jin, "Jin, your younger sister." "The reason I suddenly came to see you is because I need to tell you a few things." Jin wondered. "What's going on?" She started telling her story. "When your father visited you last time, your behavior drew the attention of all the other children." Then she gently took Jin's hand, meaning that when you leave Loavu Dai, all your siblings will be watching you. But her little one advised her to hope that you won't lose your own happiness by getting involved in the family battle. "I truly hope you won't be hurt by the Kanan family tradition." Hearing Luna speak, Jin finally understood why she willingly gave up the clan leader position so easily. If she didn't want to be involved in your sibling rivalry, why didn't she warn me even once in the past life? Is it because I'm not worth talking to? Luna's hand gently clasped her brother's, showing her care for Jin. Her affectionate gaze made Jin feel very comforted, unlike the others who didn't see him as a rival. Jin placed his hand over Luna's and replied, "I truly value what you said, but I have no intention of staying out of this fight." But Luna emphasized, "Jin, I am serious." "You didn't say that just because you thought I would have to face you," Jin replied. "I know, sister." But Jin began to tell her that he had already survived an assassination attempt, and Luna was taken aback. "Why the fuss?" Jin nodded. "That's why I absolutely can't escape the struggle for power." Luna is furious. "Who dares?" She slammed the cup down on the table, and her father asked, "Who dares do that right in the arena?" The pressure from her makes Jin tremble. Luna, with her cold steel eyes, asked Jin, "Which daring person wants to kill her here? Tell me, Jin. Who wants to kill you?" Jin begins to speak. "I can't determine that information. I mean, to be fair, I haven't been able to find out who that person is yet. On the other hand, even though they want to get rid of me, look, I'm fine." "Sister?" This comforting words made Luna speak up. "Din, not all siblings hate you. Thank you for telling me that. I feel truly happy from the bottom of my heart." And then Luna for the first time hugs Jin in her arms. "Jin, your brother, that means you've become involved in this family's war mud. It hurts me." Jin also reached out to gently touch her hair, realizing that Luna is actually such a warm person, and he softly comforted her not to be sad. Luna gently pats Jin's head and says, "Yes, today is a good day. We shouldn't talk about these things." She cheerfully adds, "Today is your birthday." Then she took something out of her shirt. "Actually, I came here to give you a gift." Inside the box is a piece of jewelry as distant and vast as the universe. "Here, a necklace." Holding it in her hand, Luna asked if she could sit with her back turned, and Jane agreed. "Yes, sister." After putting it on Jine's neck, Luna also said, "If one day you face a problem you can't solve and break the blue gem on this necklace, I will come to you no matter where you are. So remember to always keep it with you." Jin held up the gem and looked at it for a long time, seeming to really like it. Luna gently bowed and said, "Happy 9th birthday." Jin nodded and said thank you. Aunt Julie just then brought out a piece of cake for Luna. She picked it up and fed it to Jin. July also secretly felt happy for the young master at this scene. After a while, Luna also came to say goodbye to Jin. "I have to go now." Jin happily waves back at her. "Yes, take care, sis." Murakan switches to a scene in the basement as soon as he sees Jin. "Hi, you're here. What's wrapped around your neck?" Jin brought a small bag with a Luna necklace she gave me. "It's my birthday." Murakan nervously points at the necklace. "Huh. That person must care about you a lot to give you something like that." Jin asked again. "What is it?" He explained that it was an artifact of the Demon King from over 1,000 years ago, and countless people risked their lives just to obtain one of his artifacts. Jin was amazed. Is it really that miraculous? Murakan nodded. Of course it grants the wearer resistance to magic attacks from the 5-star level and below, as well as increasing their magic power. I guess it also has the ability to summon. "You know a lot about it, huh?" He confidently replied. "Well, that's because we lived in the same era. He's very famous." Jin handed him a box, and Murakan asked, "So this belongs to the new powerful energy wielder, right?" Jin replied, "Yes, my eldest sister stopped by." "Wait, you can sense her energy from all the way here." Then he said confidently that your sister can probably sense me too, which made Jin startle. "I see." Jin opened the cake and said, "So you won't tell the family, right?" Muriksen reassures you, you're worrying for nothing. She's the one who gave you that precious gift. Would she really report you and let you die? Jin just realized. So that's it? Yes, yes, you can trust your sister. Outside, Luna was walking around with a weapon, deep in thought, quite sure she could sense an unprecedented energy. If the little one is planning something, Muriken's underground lair couldn't resist the cake. The taste of heaven, I should pretend I don't know anything. But Luna thinks, just remember one thing. Jin, your sister's little brother. No matter what you do, no matter what you become, I will always stand by your side. The time I spent in the Storm Castle, which I thought was boring, brought me many things. Recognition and expectations from my father, the phoenix heart I received from Mary, my relationship with Luna, and even my encounter with Muriksen, the Dragon Clan warrior. Those are things I never dared to dream of in my previous life. Time passes quickly, and now I am 10 years old. On the training ground, Jane and Khan are sparring, and I have started preparing to leave the Storm Castle and go to the main castle. Ka was stunned by Jane's strength as he kept throwing astonishing punches. Jane still moved very quickly, but his punch was blocked by Khan with one hand. After stopping the punch, Khan thought to himself as expected. It's no wonder the master cares for him. Although I am here to evaluate during training with others, when Ka looks into Jin's eyes, it feels like he's the one judging my teaching ability. Then Khan suggests, let's stop here for today. Jin agreed. Suddenly, Khan spoke up. Young Master Jane. Jane suddenly asked again, do you have a problem with today's training? He bowed his head before Jai. It has been my greatest honor to teach you until now. Soon you will leave the Storm Castle, but I promise to do my best to teach you until the very last moment. Jin nodded. Okay, please take care of him until then. So the scene in front of Jin now is a small flame. He touches the flame with his hand, but his hand remains unharmed. Jin happily smiled, then suddenly heard someone calling the young master. It's the nanny. Oh my, isn't it hot? Jin was startled and explained, yeah, it's just like warm water. Husband and wife. Julie replied, I am glad that Lady Mary's gift is starting to take effect. I've only heard about the Phoenix's heart, but have never seen its power. It's truly miraculous. Jin replied, I feel the same way. Then he silently thought to himself, I think I've absorbed half of the medicinal power, and I will absorb it all within a few years. July, as she hands the items to the young master, says, we will leave the castle early tomorrow morning, so let me know in advance if you need anything. Jin agrees as well. Yeah, all right. Suddenly, July noticed the books placed on the bed. She asked, young master, should I pack these books? Jin replied, yes, I will read them in the carriage. Miss July nodded and asked, is there anything else? Jin said those few books would be enough. Miss July gently folds Jin's shirt and says, I understand. Oh, I will prepare some beard-shaped pastries for your light meal. Just seeing Jin stand up excitedly about the shirt, yeah, that one. Okay, July, I'll go for a walk for a bit. Hearing Jin say he wanted to go out, Julie was shocked. What? Right now, Jin responds. Sorry, I will be back. He went to the cave and met Murikan. He said happily, hey, you're back. Little Jin begins to remind you. Do you remember that I will leave the castle tomorrow? He just replied, of course you don't know how long I've been waiting for this day. Jin asked in surprise, what do you plan to do to follow me? He pointed at you and said, don't make a big deal out of it. I am the legendary Black Dragon. Even if I have become weaker, it doesn't matter. I will follow a path where no one will notice me. Jin was surprised and asked, why didn't you tell me something so important when you became weaker? He then replied, little one, how could I be okay after sleeping for thousands of years? Jin asked again, do you think you can restore your strength? Murkan replied, of course. You'll become stronger than me, because I am your guardian dragon. So hurry up and become a mage knight like Tamama. Hearing this, Jin had to ask one more question. You said the Black Clan was once a family of magic swordsmen, right? The John Black family originally was a family of mage swordsmen, and the founder of the Tama Dan Kanan family was the strongest mage swordsman in history. Almost no one knows this truth anymore. Murikan explains to Jin that the Kanan family abandoned magic and pursued the pinnacle of swordsmanship because of a vow made 1,000 years ago. Well, even if they consider me their guardian, I'm sure they would be very upset if I appeared. If it were a year ago, he confidently told me that both you and I would be revered for bringing the most noble existence to this world. Jin was lost in a daze. Van Con Black will actually make Murkan laugh and say to Jin, I think it's too unreasonable, huh? Anyway, I will hide well, so don't worry. Jin finally feels relieved. All right then. What are you planning to do with him? Someone will notice when they come to the library and see nothing there. Murkan replied, I can only cast illusions with dragon magic. Jin was terrified. What if even the illusion is detected? Then he immediately placed his hand on Jin's head and said, hey, I am a shadow dragon, you know. Jin annoyedly brushed his hand away. Don't worry about illusions like that. Easily, Murakan looked into the test tube and said, well, as I said, I haven't fully recovered my strength, so the illusion won't last long, but I will try to keep it as long as possible once I fully recover. All right, thank you, but I'd appreciate more respect from you, 'cause you're very kind. Then Jin takes out something for him. Oh, actually, today I brought a few special things. Murakan was curious. Some special items. The kid is holding a bottle of wine and a box of cakes made from the first strawberries of the season, and the homemade wine excites Murakan immensely. What? Dian prompted. Don't get drunk and start creating those strange illusions. His mouth was now drooling uncontrollably, no longer able to keep calm. What did you bring? The kind boy who raised you really didn't raise you in vain, huh? Why didn't you introduce yourself to the nursemaid as well? Yin said he would consider it. The scene shifts to Jin leaving the castle as July adjusts his clothes. Young master, you can't expect a peaceful, easy life, just like in the stormy castle, even in the main castle. Of course you've trained very hard here, but it's even more intense when you go to the main castle and you'll be busier. I can't make you cakes when you want any more. Dian looked at her and replied, Don't worry, I know. I will also do my best at the main castle. Yes, I will also do my best for you. Then a soldier approached. Young master, those are the two knights, Jerome and Hose, greeting young master Jane. We will escort you safely to the Garden of Swords. Jin agrees. All right, thank you both. Then the group followed the command and left. Let's go. On October 30th, 1790, Jin stepped up to the carriage. Your foot steps onto the carriage step, and at last I leave the castle behind. The two horses scream wildly, showing their strength. He sat in the carriage looking out at the world outside on his way to the main territory of the black citizens, the Garden of Swords. The carriage sped along the road like a flash. July looked outside and saw that the snow had started falling. The roads will probably be flooded very soon. We need to stop by a village and wait for the snow to stop. She warned that if the snow gets too heavy, we won't be able to use the teleportation gate. Jin nodded in agreement, but suddenly the carriage shook violently. Young master? The two knights spoke in panic. There's an ambush. Please stay inside the carriage. Julie held him in her arms and reassured him. Don't worry, young master, it will be fine. Jerome and Jose are the top guardians. I'm here too. Loud screams outside warn them to seize the moment. Julie remains alert. There are about 20 enemies. It seems likely that there are also mages and warriors and possibly more archers. But maybe none of them are on the 7th floor. Jerome and Jose are still in control. But suddenly Jin spoke up. Julie, let's get out of here quickly. She was startled. What do you mean? Jin just said, the guards of the Dan Kanan must never neglect their duty to protect the bloodline of the Dan Kanan no matter the circumstances. He explained, shouldn't one of them have stayed by her side? So you mean one of them has betrayed us or someone is impersonating them? Jin confirms. Yes, there are probably weapons hidden in this carriage. We have to get out of the carriage. Julie gritted her teeth and replied, I understand, young master. She began to reveal her 2 sets of claws on her hands and determined, I will protect you as a member of the Kanan people. If any overstepping actions occur, please forgive me. So she hugged Jay and jumped out of the carriage before it was blown up. Outside, the snow was still falling heavily. Young master, when we return to the castle, I am willing to accept the punishment. Jin replied, now is not the time to talk about that. Then he ordered them to go to where they were. I want to confirm a few things. Joai was confused. What are you trying to confirm? Jin asked. Maybe those fighting over there are actually our allies. If they came here to kill me, they would have done it as soon as I left the carriage like this. But this silence is really strange. I understand, young master. The red-haired, one-eyed thug points and orders his accomplices. Quickly go find Jin Dankan the Black. The 3-man team blocks the left flank again. Jin, witnessing this, said, Indeed, the symbol of the demon and the dark dragon magic clan Mitteoel and the Black King mercenary team. The white-robed mage pointed at Julie and Jin. They found Julie Moran over there, along with Jin Kanan. Everyone prioritized protecting Jin Kanan. The red-haired man stepped forward to stand in front of Jin and Julie. I am Mukura, leader of the Black King squad. We are here on the Kanan family's orders to rescue Jin Dan Kanan. The assassins grit their teeth in anger. Damn it, do you dare to lay a hand on the young master? Dian thought to himself, it seems they are just imposters. If they were real elite guards, they wouldn't be in such a predicament against these people. The assassins are now surrounded. Jiawai speaks up, who are you? What is your purpose? Whose henchmen are you? One of them smiled and asked Thua, who has time to answer those black-clad dogs? She then turned to Jin and asked, what should we do, young master? Jin orders, kill one of them and cut off the hand of the other before bringing him to me. Hearing the command, Julie charged fiercely with eyes burning with murderous intent. Obeying orders, her gaze was completely different from her usual demeanor. She prepared to strike. slicing the man who had just insulted her into pieces, leaving him no time to fight back. The remaining one tried to swing his sword at Julie, but a streak of blood shot from his hand, making his face turn pale. Julie stepped forward again, creating another cut. She coldly and ruthlessly struck without a hint of mercy. A cut across that guy's hand has disappeared. Then Julie stomped her foot hard on the ground, creating a shockwave. The traitor was now lying beneath her feet. The light reflecting off Julie's beautiful face seals her victory as she walks, dragging the crippled man along while cutting his hand for Jin. Your master seems to underestimate the opponent too much. To become a servant of the Black House, your skills must be at least 7 stars, so if you want to assassinate the children of the Black House, you need to reach the level of 3 hearts. Thishkok tries to shout. Cut the chatter, this is only the beginning. Black Rankan Empire, your time is running out. Suddenly, Jin replied, causing the red-haired guy next to him to startle. I feel the same way. I look at him with a cold expression and say, I don't like the Black Rankan Empire at all. I only like the Jane Black Rankan Empire. The assassin, upon hearing this, became even more excited. He shouted, bow before Jipo. As soon as the name was spoken, Jin exclaimed, Jipo, the wizard family ruling over the other half of the world. Jipo, if the Black Clan is famous for supreme swordsmanship, the Jipo clan is known for reaching the heights of magic. 1,000 years ago, after the founder of the Kanan house passed away, Jipo issued a humiliating oath demanding the removal of magic from the Kanan people. And so, the magic of the Kanan people was sealed away, making the Jipo family the eternal enemies of the Kanan clan. Jin at this moment said, no wonder I wondered which fanatic would dare act so arrogantly. Turns out they are followers of the Jipo clan. Jin half closed his eye and told him, July, just throw him somewhere. We won't get anything from questioning him. July obeyed, following the damn bastard's orders. Of course, to the Jipo family, Van Kanen is also their eternal enemy. Just kill me now. They have always been plotting to terrorize the Black faction. However, Jin sighed. This might not be the Black Van Kan faction's doing, but rather the followers acting on their own. He looked at the dead bodies on the snow and pondered. Strange indeed, no matter how well they disguise themselves, it's hard to fool a failed knight. Let's hope that guy isn't involved. July immediately bowed and reported to Jin, Young master, I have carried out your instructions. He responded, Thank you, July. Then he turned to the red-haired guy. Earlier, you said you are the captain of the Black King team, right? Mareka, he nodded. Yes, sir, Jin said to the guy. My successful escape was thanks to you distracting them from me. When I return to the Black Keep, I will report your deeds. You will definitely be rewarded handsomely. Now give the order and help me set up the teleportation gate. He replied, I will do my best. He looked at Jin and pondered how a child from the Black Van Kan family could wander outside the castle for so long. He's only 10 years old, but already so confident and mature. Maybe what he said earlier about finding a way to open the era of Jin Kanan is not just empty words. He's truly serious about doing it. Then he turned to the soldiers around the two of them and said, Listen up, everyone, before setting up the teleportation gate. Be careful with your actions. You must not do anything reckless. Do you understand? His subordinates started complaining. What do you mean? Captain, what unreasonable request are you making? Since when did we have to care about things like this? Why is the captain suddenly losing his temper? He annoyedly said, Hey, follow my orders and get in order. At that moment, Julie happily turned back with Jin and said, Captain Mareka, I think we can set off now. He nodded. Okay, then let's get going. He asked Jin again, Is it okay for us to leave them behind like this? It's fine. Jin said that whether they were found alive or dead, it was a warning to their accomplices. Well done. July. Thank you, sir. She also said that in about 2 hours we will reach a village. Jin looked at her and said, Well then, I guess we have to stop there and wait for the snow to stop falling. Then he called his maid, July. Yes, sir. Jane reassured her, Don't worry about what happened during the escort. It's not your fault. Even the 9-star knight Nhu Khan couldn't detect it anymore. A fallen star warrior like you would naturally find it difficult to notice anything unusual. It's not like I'm teaching you what a knight protector should do or anything. Julie turned away after hearing that. I'm sorry. You look so sad when you see it. Julie is still the same as in her past life. In her previous life, as the Black House's nursemaid, her fate was bound to the child she was raising. In my past life, Julie was my caretaker. Because I had no talent, she was also looked down upon and insulted. But Julie never blamed me. The day I was expelled from the Black Clan, Julie was also driven out and she told me, Young master, I am sorry I couldn't take better care of you. She bowed her head and said that to me. Jin thought to himself, I don't want to make things difficult for someone who always treats me well, but the current situation is different from the past. Julie also needs to stay determined with her own resolve. July pouted and said, I am willing to accept any punishment for what happened. Jin angrily shouted, Stop blaming yourself like that, this is an order. July, as long as you are my nanny, you are the only knight protector I need. If you let trivial matters affect you, how can you escort me in the future? These words leave July stunned. Jin then turns back and says, so don't make me repeat this again. Understood? Finally, Julie understood and replied, yes, young master, I will work to fix this. She silently thought to herself that the young master cared for her this much. His words were all for her own good, so she had to be more careful to make sure he wouldn't get hurt again. Her eyes were full of longing. Young master, I will do my best. Seeing her attitude like that, Jine also felt secretly relieved. It seems she has regained her spirits. The door opens at a tavern. Welcome. The receptionist immediately asked, how many rooms do you need? The guard replied, 2 rooms for me. While Jine silently thought about those people and the fake knights as well. If I'm right, then it's likely that person is involved. That's the shape-shifting wizard. Booba Gaston. Shape-shifting is a strength of the dragon race, but even dragons cannot transform perfectly. Only Booba is the only being capable of creating perfect transformations. He used that ability to disguise himself and commit various crimes to cause chaos in the world. Jin thought for a long time. If Boo really gets involved in this, everything will become more complicated. Although he hasn't done anything too terrible yet, the guy who left also told me to feel free to call him if I need anything. Jin replied, thank you, Captain Mareka. Jin sat on the soft bed and recalled that in his previous life, when he was 20, Bond's department had captured him. If he could turn Boo into an ally, it would probably be very useful. But I have no reason to invite someone who pointed a sword at me to become an ally. Before Booba causes more trouble, I need to carefully check if anything has changed from my past life, Julie said at this moment. Young master, I will stand guard outside. When she looks back, has Jine been asleep for a while? Young master, oh my. Seeing him sleep so peacefully on the bed, July smiled and spoke. Suddenly, a black tail waved and a meow was heard. Meow, meow. The cat's meowing keeps echoing in Jin's ears, so noisy. When Jin woke up, he was outside the window and he rubbed his head. Did I fall asleep? Huangvai stretched out really comfortably as he got out of bed, even though he had practiced this many times back at Lei Wu Tai. But still, it was too much for his aging body. But what is that sound? The black cat tries to scratch the door, catching Jin's attention. Huh? Me? Seeing the expression of the black cat, Jin was stunned. Could you be the one? Remember Merkin's words, it's quite funny, isn't it? I will always hide and follow you, so don't worry. All right, I understand. Jin then steps toward the window. Are you saying you will hide and follow me? Do you mean transforming into a cat like this? Seeing the aggressive black cat approaching him, Jine said, sorry, I'm sorry, then opened the door to let Merkan inside. I was just a bit surprised because I didn't expect you to be in this form. I thought you would disguise yourself as one of my servants, like a stable hand. If I go inside like that, all the knights in your family will notice me. Do you know how hard it is to follow him? While he's rambling, I tripped over a piece of floorboard and then hit my head on the window. Huh? Julie hurriedly rushes in. Young master, what's going on? Who are you to dare follow my young master? She pushed Merkan down and questioned him. Tell me everything quickly before I destroy you. So, who the hell are you? Wait, July, this person is Murakan, she said, staring in surprise. July, is that you, July? Then he gracefully said to Julie, oh, my little strawberry cake, I finally found you. But Julie turned pale with horror. The beard cake and Jin are at a loss, not knowing what to do. Everything's a mess. While Murakan continued to flirt, he had always been looking forward to the day we would meet, which confused Julie. What? After clearing up the misunderstanding, Jin began to introduce himself. First as the guardian spirit of the Cannon family, Black Dragon Murakan, then turned to Julie. And then this dark lizard guy immediately said, I know who she is. She's my precious beard cake, right? Julie, upon hearing Murakan's background, bowed her head. The humble servant of the Black Cannon house apologizes for disrespecting the guardian. Please forgive me. He burst out laughing. Ha ha, don't worry, my little beard cake. I am more than happy to forgive you. July shyly asked, so, Lord Merkin, may I ask why I am the strawberry cake? He started to spread his arms and said that because she was wonderful, beautiful, and made perfect strawberry cakes. Only then did Julie realize, so he was the reason the Lord asked for strawberry cakes every day. Jin then said, can you sit down for a moment so I can explain? Hearing this, she was very confused and said, there are many things I don't know about you. Sir, Jin replied, I am sorry for lying to you. July, she said again. I always knew the young master's talent was incredible. First magic, then said Siny, and now a dragon. Her excited attitude as a servant made me just surprised and happy for you. Jin also said that no matter what, Julie, you are now part of our group. The group cannot know the truth that Murakan has awakened and my relationship with him, at least for now. Understood? She immediately obeyed. Yes, young master, I understand. Murakan then interjected, You don't need to worry. Strawberry cake, I am always by the boy's side anyway. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Murakhan. Remembering earlier, Julie asked, so the loud noise before you transformed is over now? You should be more careful. Murakhan immediately replied, stop preaching to me. No, he was the one who confessed. I fell down. Huh? Seeing Murakhan's mood like that, Julie quietly asked Jin, hey, young master, are you sure he's trustworthy? Haha, Jin replied with boredom. Yeah, probably. Everything was ready at the Mel teleportation gate. July met them and praised, well done, Black King team. Is there a cat here earlier? Joe Y said again, the Van Can Black family will surely reward your efforts generously. The red-haired guy replied, this mission is also a valuable experience for us. I'm very eager to see the future of the young master she cares for, but Julie McLaurin has a question she wants to ask her, and unexpectedly Julie answers. Yes. He asked, why would someone as talented as you choose to leave the Marlorin family and become a caretaker for the young Master Khan? Julie then turned away and said, nothing more important to discuss. The guy saw her composure and bowed his head. Oh, sorry for being too forward. It's okay. Then she said, welcome to the teleportation gate. The manager asked if I could show my documents. Julie immediately presented her badge to Hugh Fester's ally Cannon. Thank you. Everyone from the Cannon family? The manager quickly opened the door. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please follow me. We will arrange VIP seating. We will be there in a moment if everyone can wait here for about 2 hours. Then go carefully. You two sit down and wait with the black cat. July spoke up. Young master? She said that Long is just a servant. I am very worried. If Murkhan is exposed or something, we won't be able to handle it. Jin countered, asking if she was talking about my magic. Of course, no one in the dark chamber could do that. Don't worry, I know, so I will hide it carefully. Suddenly, the three of them notice something that catches their attention. Jin's gaze shifts in that direction. The Imperial Dragon badge, there is a snow-white-haired person with a refined face, and Jipo making a total of 3 people. The white-haired person also sat down inside the waiting room. Jay felt a sense of familiarity when he saw this person. Who is he? Too familiar. The person with white hair spoke with arrogance. I feel like I don't want to go to Hugh Fester today. I didn't expect to see those annoying rats here. The black cat immediately leapt down, and the white-haired person praised Murakhan upon seeing him. Oh, but your cats are adorable. Come here, Meow. Good boy. Suddenly Murakhan launched a fierce attack on the young man. Ah, young master. That brat. He again said, it's okay, it's just an animal. I must have scared it, and it drew its sword to threaten the black house, which is useless. His gaze flicked over to Jine. I was just curious and wanted to tease them a little, but I didn't expect there to be no reaction. I guess the youngest son of the black house is quite calm. He stepped closer to Jine and introduced himself. I am Veridine Jipo. I want to apologize for my rudeness earlier. That name caught Jin's attention. Veridine Zipo. The genius mage with the highest potential to inherit the Jippo family is a role model for young mages. Someone with both skill and presence. I used to think they could far surpass me in terms of a mage's abilities. Well, it's been like before. I didn't expect to meet him at my age, so it's a very happy feeling. Jane reached out to touch the black cat and said, I wonder what kind of person you are, too. It's good to know you're not entirely a fool. What do you think? Even if he's just joking, if those girls draw their swords, you'll have an experience wandering around Hugh Fester's house without a bodyguard. Oh, and you might lose a few fingers, Veridin said with a friendly smile. Ha ha, wow, even your jokes are violent, Jin said thoughtfully. Do you think I'm joking? Veridin's attitude immediately turned to fear. All right, let me give you some advice. If you meet another Jeep or find yourself in a similar situation, don't make a hasty decision to cut off their fingers. Otherwise, it will be pain for both guilds anyway. Jin spoke. Just kidding, Veridin Zipo. He said that my father Ken Candon and your father Celiac Zipo are related. You think they'll interfere in a child's game? That comment made Veridin restless. You're right, they probably will just compensate with gold or something. Hey, I learned something from you. I will pay this debt after I can. Jin suggested not to delay and pay immediately. Veridin asked again. Oh, of course. What do you need? Jin said. I would be very grateful if you could. Stay silent until the teleportation gate activates and do not disturb my rest. Veridin keeps fussing around. Jin Kanian, maybe you'll become stronger in a few years. If it weren't for his club, I would ask him to be my friend. The guard behind him hints. Wait a minute, young master. If he's a member of the Black faction, could he potentially become my lifelong enemy? I sighed deeply. Young master, please? Seeing Veridin's excited state, Jin was utterly helpless. It's really annoying. His finger must have become seriously injured and he's still acting like that. Does the JP family have a problem? They're all going crazy. Suddenly, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. Thank you for your patience. The teleportation gate will be temporarily open. Everyone might experience headaches or dizziness as side effects, so passengers should speak up before Jin departs. Jin warned the Black Fortress before being teleported away. He said, "I'm pleased to meet you, see you next time." But Jin coldly replied, "I'm fine, let's not meet again." Returning to the majestic Black Fortress city, the carriage stopped in front of the gate. As Jin stepped down, someone greeted him. "We are waiting for you, young master." The butler bowed his head. "This is the first time I have welcomed you. I am the second servant, Pedro. Getting here must have been difficult." What catches Jin's eye is the scene of hundreds of swords embedded in the ground, the place where he chose his sword as a child. "I sincerely welcome you to the Black Main Estate. The Sword Garden accepts 12. The Sword Garden. Those who have contributed to the prosperity of the Black Guard will have the honor of planting their swords in this garden. In other words, this place is a symbol of the dreams and honor of all the Black Knights." Jin silently thought about his past life, when it was also his dream to plant his sword here before he died. "My past self was weak and lacked potential. Why would I, someone not suited for leadership or intelligence, foolishly think that just trying hard would change everything?" Jin lifts his eyes to the distant sky. This time, in this priceless place, he will live a meaningful life. The early sunlight shines through the magnificent castle. In front of him are the members of the family. A woman greets us warmly. It's been a long time since we last met. Her youngest daughter is the black-rimmed black jaguar, the black-rimmed family owner. Jane, holding Murakhan on his shoulder, replied, "Yes, mother." Her gaze was fixed on the black cat. Even Mr. Ken felt uncomfortable. He asked if she found a wild animal. Jin quickly replied, "I accepted it." Father, after hearing that, he nodded with satisfaction. Instead of picking up the child, he accepted it and said in the tense atmosphere of the Jin family, "It's good that you spoke kindly." That's right, when the black cat receives something, this is the proper response. Mrs. Rose Essea kneels down and touches the black cat. "Son, what is this child's name?" He quickly replied, "Butterfly, the black cat, ma'am." "What do you mean?" "Parents, even though it's still young, it's not right for it to dare to add the Dankin black surname to this ordinary animal. July, how are you raising the youngest one?" "How could a cat dare to do that?" Julie kept feeling awkward. "I'm sorry." Ken stepped forward to stop them. "That's enough. He told the youngest not to interfere, so why did you add that dark surname to this cat?" Jin put his hand on his chest and said, "Because of that, I will be responsible for her. She may just be an animal, but she is the first life I have accepted." "So you think her name should also have value?" Chan, lowering his sword to the ground, reminded him with surprise. "But little one, do you understand the weight of that warning name?" Jin replied, holding the black cat close in his arms. "Yes, I understand very well. Anyone who insults Butterfly will pay the price." Kiran reached into his mirror and said, "The youngest, it seems you have a talent for making enemies?" He just smiled confidently and replied, "It seems so, but I also have the talent to eliminate enemies." "Yes, father." His answer made his father very interested, and he smiled. "This child. All of you should worry if you want to deal with this rebellious youngest son." 4 years have passed since early summer 1794. Jin was practicing swordsmanship when he heard a voice saying, "Young master, at this point you are Jin Dan Kan Black. 14 years old, 2nd Star Knight, minor military recruit. The trainer for you just said that we will end the youngest master's training here." "You've worked hard," Jin replied. "We only train in the morning." He's happy again. "Isn't Lady Luna planning to train today?" You might have forgotten. Garen Antermia, a low-ranking Blackguard trainee, puts down his wooden sword when Jin hears this. "Oh, that's right. I'll go get something to eat." Garen immediately wondered, "Are you planning to dine with the other cadets today as well?" The female owner, the distant wife, seems quite disappointed. Jin sighs. "It's okay. I don't want to participate in the competition." He glances at the others while eating. "I understand. I will report back on that day." While Jin was waiting to be served food, someone approached and spoke. "Young master, I have brought your meal." He is a blond boy with his eyes almost fully covered. Dai responds to the food. "Oh, thank you, Bellup. He's happy." "It's nothing." Young Master Lopsmith, a low-ranking military guard of the Black Can clan. While eating, Jine glanced at him and thought Bell Love Smith, a 13-year-old commoner, after failing the training exam, faced losing his minor soldier status and being expelled. As he was busy eating, Jine asked, "Is it really good?" He just nodded and replied, "Yes, of course. I am always grateful to the Black Cloak family for allowing me to enjoy this delicious meat. And I am also grateful to the young master who always shares his meat with me," Jin said irritably. "Enough, stop it." He told Bill, "You said the same thing yesterday. Did you memorize it?" And he just chuckled. "Aha," Jine said again. "Bell Lop, you need to learn how to control yourself with maturity. The truth is, your constant chatter makes others look down on you, leaving him puzzled. Is that so?" "That's right. Stand tall and be confident. Believe that you are the cadet of the Khan and Night Guard. Bio, looking shy, said, "But my grades are very bad. I can't even rank at the top." Jin replied again, "Becoming the youngest soldier of the Canon people is not an easy task. No matter how low your scores are, you are still better than other 13-year-olds outside, understand?" He nodded in agreement. Yes. Seeing his innocent look, Jin silently thought that his personality was too naive, and it wouldn't be too much to say his family targeted him. But how could someone so pure be like this? The one taught the path of a master swordsman. After becoming the loyal dog of the Empire, he began walking the ruthless murderer's road. When I heard that he became a royal guard, I was very surprised. And when I heard that he committed suicide, I was heartbroken if I had abandoned Lop. Suddenly, Biolop spoke up. "Master," Jin said again, "I'm not hungry, you can eat for me." He cheerfully smiled and said, "Master, look at him," Jin thought to himself. "I must ensure this time you won't be expelled. Living through misfortune once and dying is enough." Then, Jin walks alone down the wide corridor, lost in thought, releasing dark energy as the second star, mana as the fourth star, and swordsmanship as the second emotion. Quite favorable. If I keep going, I could master the 3-star swordsmanship within 2 years. But beforehand, Luna had been waiting for him for a long time. "Little brother, today's training will be the same as yesterday," Luna said, "but you will need to defend in a different way." Jin agrees. "I understand." Eldest sister Luna reminds him to use his spiritual sight. Jin closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings, using his mind's eye to guess that he must overcome a type of training he had never heard of before. Following Luna's guidance, Jin closed his eyes and sensed everything with his soul eye, realizing that those who live to sharpen their blades possess a more important soul eye than anything else. She did the same and said, "Don't open your eyes. The eye of the soul, a realm only 7-star knights can reach. But she's teaching it to someone like me who only has 2 stars. How is that possible?" The image of a knight in armor appears in his mind. Not only that, an ordinary spiritual eye is achieved through dispersing aura, but since I can't use aura during my training, I can't understand it. Jin firmly grasps the hilt of the sword with both hands and feels it clearly. "No, I choose to trust my sister. She must have some idea. I will focus on training, and I believe that someday I will understand this exercise." A moment later, Luna said, "You did well today, Jin. You can go back now." He opened his eyes and thanked her. "Thank you, Luna." While Jane's attitude pleased her as expected, she knew he would do well, but he always exceeded her expectations. She shows focus and memory skills rarely seen in a 2-star knight. With her potential, I believe she'll understand it in just a few years. Luna smiled quietly, "Happy to see you grow, little brother of mine, Jin." Suddenly, a group of guards appeared, welcoming the young master. Looking at the expressions below, they all seem very tense. "I'm sure they are." Garan announced loudly that this match accounts for a significant portion of the overall score, and some good points are a shortcut to becoming a knight protector, so I believe they are all very worried. He also said, "Today is an important day for you too, young master." He mentioned that the bride's family said, "If you defeat 10 higher-level opponents today, you could join the joint training group at the beginning of next year." Jin is surprised. "Your mother said that?" That's good news. His eyes look somewhere cautiously, while Bayo is trembling, and Bilop is like that again. Seeing his fear, Yin was just as worried. "I will gauge him so he doesn't get expelled, but he should be more confident." "All right, let's go." Garen announced that today everyone will fight 3 times, changing partners each round, and the top 10 winners will face Jin in one-on-one matches. The crowd obeyed. Yes. The guides led them to clash, and one by one they fell. Seeing their effort, Jin thought to himself, "They're not bad. They didn't waste their internship certificates." Garen announced, "All right, those not selected, go back to your places." "Yes, sir." Then he turned to Jin, preparing to leave, young master. He gripped his wooden sword tightly and replied, "All right," then proceeded to take down each person one by one. "Huh? Since I'm the best among 8, I only need to defeat 2 more. And to do that, the person to watch out for is a pink-haired girl who steps forward at Garen's introduction. Next, get ready to go." She confidently approaches Jin, asking him to take care of her, young master Mesa Milcano, a trainee knight protector from the Kanan group of ordinary rank. Jay recognizes Mesa Milcano, a noble who will become a knight protector after completing her internship. Mesa raises her sword and says, "Today I will defeat you at all costs." He smiled to himself, thinking that the fight with Mesa was the most important part of this test. "All right, I look forward to it." Then Mesa moved so quickly that the naked eye couldn't follow, delivering a powerful slash but was blocked by Jin. Meanwhile, Jin thought to himself, "Mesa, she's stronger than before, but not to the point I can't defeat her." The problem is I have to defeat 8 more people after her, so after that slash, she kept attacking like a storm towards Jin. She was now amazed. Why was he only attacking simply when he had already revealed all his techniques? Me, holding her sword trembling, thinks he's probably doing this on purpose. But why? Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. No way. Is he looking down on me? Thinking I can't defeat him today either. Thinking this, Mesa becomes even more determined to win as she grips her sword tightly. Well then, give it a try, young master. Those who witnessed Mesa's effort also secretly admired her swordsmanship. Wow. But for Jin, that's not enough. He skillfully dodges the explosions around him. Mesa's pink hair flows with Jin's attacks, her determination growing stronger. I won't be pushed down anymore. This time, I will surpass the young master. She angrily raised her sword to strike down, but Jin used an even faster move, causing the wooden sword to crack and break, sending Mesa's sword flying into the air. At this moment, Mesa finally realizes Jin's strength. How is that possible? Jin's wooden sword is now at Mesa's neck, and he praises her. That was a great fight, Mesa Milcano, but he said it was useless anyway. Looking at the marks on the sword, Mesa was stunned to realize he couldn't believe that he was attacked in the same spot on his sword with those strikes. Our stamina and strength are the same, but I lack the precision and stubbornness. How could something like that happen? Anyway, he's still Dan Can's son. She suddenly spoke up. Young master, she is determined. I will train wholeheartedly and definitely defeat you next time. I can't keep losing like this. Everything is going according to plan, and then... Jin's match continued. Right now, it's very difficult for me to face off directly against 10 trainees. Despite our incredible victory with Mesa, I will make them believe they would lose in a direct fight until someone's wooden sword drops to the ground. That's the opponent of Jin. With this, I thank the heavens that everything is going according to plan. Just after challenging those guys, I heard someone praising me. Well done, young master. That's Garen. He runs over happily. With this, you can be trained by a real blacksmith from the intermediate group next year. Congratulations in advance. Jin replied. Thanks, Garen, for taking care of it until then. Garen announced that it's almost mealtime, and they have finished the morning training session. After hearing, Jin mumbled and asked how much longer. He announced about 10 minutes, so why are you asking? Looking at the defeated soldiers below, Jin said, I still have to face one more person. Gar was surprised. Who is it? As Jin grabbed the wooden sword, he shouted, startling Bellipsmiz and Bell Low. You think I'm the young master? Jin said firmly. Get up and fight. He's trembling. But Jin shouted loudly, Bellipsmith. You can't survive in this dark world like this. Step up, face me directly, and fight me. I will defeat you. Bellop's trembling steps approach. He faces Jin in the decisive duel, wondering to himself why the young master chose him. Was it because he was weak? So, you can help him improve the discipline of the army? Jin said softly. Bellop. While the others below are joking around, he quickly responds, Yes, young master. Jin said, I feel quite tired after fighting 10 people, but you're different. You look fine, but I'm still stronger than you. That's why I want to fight you. Beolop was startled. What do you mean by that? Just then, Jin charged like a beast attacking Bell. He gripped the sword with all his might and parried, then hurriedly asked, Why, young master? But Jin did not relent and continued to attack. The two wooden swords clashed. Jin compliments Bellop. That was a good block. He hurriedly replied, Thank you. It's over. Jin steps back slightly. The wooden sword slips along the ground, using it as a support to kick up a cloud of dust into Bellop's face. It was like Jin's blindside attack. Then Jin used his hand as a support on the ground, pivoted his foot, and delivered a low kick that made Bellop fall painfully to the ground. He was almost overwhelmed now, tears welling up in his eyes, standing in front of Beolop as he faced his frightened question. Young master, why did you do that? Jin replied. You think I called you here just to fight? I want to fight you, then I can kill you. Get up, I will only hold back once. Bellop had no choice but to stand up with his sword. His power flows into the sword in a strange way, causing Mesa and others to be terrified. Meanwhile, Bello's expression is changing incredibly as his strength continues to grow. It's his aura. Mesa panicked. Master, we need to stop this fight. If it continues, the young master will be in danger. He was also terrified but was reminded by Jin. Swordsman Garen enter Mia. This is the order you saw today. Carry it with you until you die. Hearing that, Garen nodded. I understand now. Bellop glared at Jin and asked, Is this really what you want, young master? He then said, Yes, the more he provokes, the more he pushes. If you know how to use aura, then don't back down. Bellop was even angrier, grinding his teeth. You're mistaken, young master. If you want to fight me, you should have come to me first. Bellop's powerful attack made Jin struggle to defend, causing his sword to break in half and forcing Jin back. Jin stared, surprised at how strong he was. He knew Belop was very powerful. Every time the cadets challenge each other, he can see their skills and tactics and knows how to avoid injury even in defeat, but he never expected that he could use aura. Jin's sword was broken in half, yet Bel continued to charge forward and attack. Jin barely managed to block the attack with the remaining part of his sword, causing Belop's hand to tremble as he swung down. He glared fiercely, unleashing all his strength to strike Jin, destroying his own weapon in the process. Jane grabbed Belop's arm with a lock, causing him intense pain, but then he loosened his grip and let Belop go so he could leave. On Belop's land, he shouted loudly, questioning why you stopped. You said you wanted to fight until the end, so shouldn't you have finished the match? Does he mean to blame Jin? Are you happy playing with others like that? Jin asked again. Do I really am that kind of person? Belop became more agitated the more he heard. Then why? Jin replied. Provoking you also hurts me in this way. It hurts more than you think. Belop clenched his fists, moved by emotion. Why do you torment me when you know nothing about me? As you said, I don't know who you are, but I know one thing. Care is something you can only have when you become strong. You are weaker than me and also kinder than me. Of course, I like that very much. But you put your hand on Belop's body. If you're so kind, you won't be able to survive in this hell. Jin continues. Belop becomes stronger so you can protect this kind heart. Your kindness is not only for me, but for others as well. Bel, crying and wiping away tears, comforted him. I'm sorry to have to do something so difficult. The servants were startled when they saw this scene. Oh my God. They said the training session isn't over yet, we'll come back later. But Jin stopped them. No, it's okay, just bring it in. Bel, having regained her composure, then said, Young master, please come and receive today's meal. Jin happily agrees. All right, I will go get your meal with you. Surely on the bloody battlefield with monsters everywhere, the atmosphere is so dark and oppressive that only the stench of decay and the aftermath of an endless war remain. Chief of the Dan Cannon clan, the primordial engineer, sat on a large stone, organizing his thoughts. Is that why my youngest son said such a thing? In response to Khan's letter about Jain Dan Cannon's development and path, Yes, Sir Chieftain, with all my respect for the Black House Master, Khan humbly bows to reaffirm what I have already reported to the clan leader. Ha ha ha. I understand now the boy has made his choice. The chief's exhilaration makes Khan feel that this is not like his usual self. Compared to the other children in the family, he never showed favoritism in words or intentions. But with young Master Jain, it was different, leaving Khan's guard speechless. It intends to protect the weak while ruling through force. That is a path that the head of the family cannot understand how its decision was made. If that's the case, then let it continue. I want to see what it can do. Khan returned and recounted everything to the boy, bowing respectfully in the solemn stance of a knight. Yes, sir, I will give the boy his first task, a smile that includes dominance, challenge, and excitement at what one of the world's top semi-divine beings can show on his face. Returning to the timeline later, while Jin Kanan was organizing his thoughts in May 1795 at age 15, he was officially recognized as a third-star knight. During the first break, some students went back home, while the rest trained on their own to test their progress. By training with other students, all of them are trying and enjoying the life of a canon knight. When reaching intermediate level, wooden swords will no longer be used for practice. Instead, they will equip themselves with iron armor during training to get used to and master swordsmanship. Custom-made real swords will replace those. Other accessories like shoulder armor and arm guards are replaced with uniforms, which are not suitable for real sword training. Many students have commissioned craftsmen to create their own unique swords. All the students who advanced in rank have become more serious about what they will face in the future and their own choices. I'm also trying to find a suitable sword for myself in the family's armory. But before that could happen smoothly, my sister came to see me, the candidate for the first Black Whale Patriarch position. Zin really went all out to find a suitable sword for me. She shows warmth and care for me as if we were members of an ordinary family. This kind of concern has long been absent from this family. A rare act of innocence from my sister because she said she wanted to choose a sword for me. So all the decision-making was left to her. A month before she met me and insisted I give her the authority to choose her own sword. Jain Alri, please let me choose the sword for you. She shook me too hard, and since I couldn't find a reason to refuse, I had to agree to her request. Well, she has a better eye for weapons than I do, so the sword she chooses will probably suit me. Jain felt that it wasn't a bad idea either. Compared to you, she has more experience in this. Jin closed his eyes, silently agreeing with his decision. But she brought out a huge sword. It should be called a great sword instead, because its large size and unsuitable shape made John Condon feel uneasy. This sword is called the Mandiensat. When I was your age, I used it a lot. She confidently introduces the sword she chose for Jin, a large and sharp blade. When she was about my age, she thought she would use things like that. Jin was speechless at this decision. That sword suits her better than Jin. I guess this is the original form of the Grandel's sword I used before. Seeing Jin's incredulous expression, she looked sadly at the sword in her hand and explained. Lifting the sword, she thought to herself that if she suited this sword, maybe Jin did too, but it turned out she was wrong. What do you think of this sword, Jin? Do you like it? Still, she asked Jin for his opinion on the sword she was holding in her hand. Yes, Luna. Jin looked helplessly at her, unable to hide the expression on his face. I really appreciate you helping me choose a sword, but I don't think this one suits me. Luna's face looked as if she had accomplished nothing. But still, she didn't want to give up the sword she had chosen for her beloved younger sibling. I understand, it's okay, I was just joking, with a face that couldn't be more disappointed in herself. She is still trying to appear cheerful to Jin because that disappointment cannot be erased, while Jin is feeling awkward, unable to let her be sad because she is the one who loves her in this family. I didn't think she was joking, but that real-looking sword is actually a good one, even though it's a bit heavy, but not too much. Still, Luna is showing her younger brother that it's a solid sword and a choice worth considering. Feeling the disappointment within herself and realizing she couldn't keep bragging about this sword forever, Luna sighed in relief and said, "All right, I'll go along with you. I'll choose a different sword for you." She put the sword down on the ground, and Jin felt as if his mood was like that sword, finally able to relax. He doesn't want his sister to be sad when she refuses this gift, nor does he want to use a sword that isn't suitable for him. She truly put a lot of effort into choosing the right sword for her younger brother. Besides that sword, Luna probably prepared for another situation when that sword wasn't the choice of her younger sibling. With that in mind, Luna opened the door containing the weapon she had chosen for him. You need to think of a sword that suits you best, a sword that only you can use. Luna leads Jin to a room filled with boxes inside the door. The place is rarely visited, with dim lighting making it hard to see clearly without a light. "And this is my choice for you," Luna said as she picked up a sword with a black sheath and gold patterns running along the blade down to the hilt. "Because you also chose Barisada from the very beginning." Jin's eyes lit up as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. He looked so stunned that I thought this would be the most suitable sword for you. Draw the sword from its sheath. It carries a shining aura combined with the pure beauty of the first divine blessing of the Black Clan. The allure of a perfect sword has never been so close. This sword is clearly one that a returning swordsman like you would recognize, and it remains a blade that excites you. It is said to be connected to the Barisada sword used by the first clan leader. Goa, you like this sword, don't you? That's right, this is truly the most special sword among the thousands of excellent swords in front of Luna. Jin couldn't help but marvel at the gift he received from Luna. She smiled warmly at her younger brother. This is the sword I told myself I had to get by any means. I never expected she would choose Bradamante for me, Jin thought to himself, holding the sword in his hand, still unable to believe that everything had gone so easily. Both the Bradamante and Barisada swords are well suited for using dark energy. If I choose this sword myself, others will definitely oppose and force me to give it up. The power I hold and the influence I have within this family are not strong enough to easily obtain this sword. The Bradamante sword is what my siblings all want, so I don't know how to thank you for choosing it for me. Putting that thought aside, Jindan Cannon is still assessing the risks of the gift Luna gave him. Sounds pretty risky, huh? Luna also quietly confirms what Jin just said. Jin, I guess you still haven't let go of your defensiveness towards me, right? Looking at Jin with a deep sadness in her eyes, Luna shared her thoughts with him. Just a hint of disappointment. But Luna still acts straightforward with her younger brother. Unlike her sad expression, Jin becomes flustered in response to Luna's words. No, it's not like that at all. Still, Jin couldn't explain himself to Luna or share his thoughts with her. I am truly sincere. Moving closer to Jin, Luna appears to be a sister talking to her younger brother. Really? But I am truly disappointed too. So please soothe this fragile heart full of disappointment. For a moment, Jin is confused, not understanding what Luna intends. What? Your face looks like you're panicking. Close your eyes, Jin, and I'll start training. It's still the same lesson Luna wants to pass on to her younger brother. All right. With a vague feeling, Jin still tries to respond to Luna's gratitude. Do you know what I'm talking about? Only now does he understand what his sister's true intentions are. Greater power comes with greater responsibility. This sword is the same, understanding the importance and responsibility that comes with wielding the Bradmant. Yes, Sister Luna Jin agrees. All right, but today I still have something to teach you. What? Put your hand on Yane's shoulder. Luna is trying to convey her true feelings in a world where power and strength are prioritized and family bonds are just luxuries to them. Your loved ones may always try to undermine each other, but they are also the ones who love you unconditionally. Luna is trying to comfort Jin and encourage him to trust in his own faith. Remember this in your heart. It is genuine care from a true older sister. And don't be sad anymore. Beneath her serious appearance, Luna sometimes still acts like an older sister when she has a chance to talk to Jin. I understand, I'm sorry. He also seemed to agree with this attitude. She had been living a solitary life within her own family even before I was born. I've lived like that long enough, so please understand that I don't want you to go through the same life. There are things you can't share. There are also people you can trust with your feelings. Life isn't simple for anyone. For the Kanen family, that's even more than others. You already know. Luna Jin feels that Luna is truly sincere with her. All right, then. Let's start training now. Jin, feel with all your heart. Luna stands with her hands clasped behind her back, trying to guide you as carefully as possible. In his luxurious room, Jin is showing his dragon guardian the sword he just received. Murakhan, what do you think? With a confident look, Jin drew the sword he just received from Luna to show Murakhan. Humph, give it back. Oh, kid, you still can't control your dark energy, so you can't use it. Unlike Jin's expected amazement at the dark shadow dragon, he shows no interest in the sword and is still busy reading a comic book in his hand. What? Jin looked confused with an innocent expression, not understanding what was going on. Murakhan added, if you want to use Bradamante, you need to reach the 3rd star of dark power at least. But you're only a 2nd star kid, right? Although Jin has a better starting point and ambition along with more opportunities than others, the truth that cannot be ignored is that Jin's ability to comprehend still hasn't reached the level to use dark power. Murakhan patiently explains the issue to Jin. You can't imitate the awakening stance of the Holy Sword. I will reach the 3rd tier soon. Jin looked somewhat dissatisfied, but he couldn't argue with Murakhan's words. While still examining the sword, he acknowledged and honestly expressed his ambition, saying, I will soon be able to use it. You're so arrogant. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. What a disgrace, Jin, the Dark Shadow Guardian, closes the book firmly and declares to Jin. Barasada and Bradamante are not 2 swords you can wield carelessly. His anger is, of course, justified. The 2 swords, considered a miracle of the Black Dragon clan, are powerful weapons, but they require the user to reach a fairly high level of proficiency. With that, he angrily pushed Jin's head down. It's like a puppy struggling against its master. At the very least, you must reach the 3rd level of dark power, which is the minimum requirement. Murakhan further explained to Jin that he should just use the normal swords and wait until he attains the 5th level of dark power. Do you understand? I am the only remaining dragon of the Dark Dragon clan. Jin's deep understanding of everything has reached an extraordinary level. He knows that if he stubbornly continues to use a power he's not yet proficient with, it will lead to extremely serious consequences that Jin cannot comprehend. But even after being warned like that, Jin is still trying to argue with Murakhan that not everyone can follow the basic principle that sacrifices and talent are needed to create miracles. You also know I am not the impatient type. Waving Murakhan away from his head, Jin showed a confidence that was uncertain. So basically, as long as I achieve the 5 stars of dark power this year, that's enough, right? Murakhan was so furious that the veins on his head bulged, his eyes turning pitch black. Even if you win 1st place in the dark power competition, mastering that power is more of a warning than a lesson. He is trying to make Jin understand that even at this moment, possessing that kind of power is still completely unreasonable. I say these things only for your own good. Murakhan was so furious that his teeth clenched tightly together. He was trying to straighten out Jin's thoughts. It's so unreasonable that even his dog would laugh in your face. If you understand what I'm saying, stop talking nonsense right now. Because he couldn't fight back or oppose Murakhan, Jin grabbed the book and played his trump card. Say that again. What did you just say? Jin with his wild hair is about to threaten Murakhan by tearing up the storybook he loves. It's funny how the way to threaten a dark guardian dragon that has protected the Donkon Black family for a long time in the past is as simple as tearing up its storybook. As if he had caught him at his weak point, Murakhan became flustered. Damn it. Hey. Put it down and look, I said put it down now. Young Master? A voice suddenly interrupts their conversation. Is that July, the servant of young Master Jin? What's wrong? Did something happen? As he realized that something important had happened, Jin focused all his attention on the woman named Julie. The maid with a sad and worried face informs everyone that Guide Garan is looking for you. He should have come here himself, but she seemed hesitant as she delivered the new information to young Master Jin. He said he needed to look at the map and discuss the summary of the military strength with you, so he needs you to go there. He is the Lord, as July mentioned. Murakhan didn't care and kept holding his comic book. Oh, my beloved comic book. And Jin expressed his confusion about the Lord's request. Strategy? Yes. Tour guide Garan has assigned your first task. After the holiday ends, you will have to depart immediately. The maid has already conveyed this information to Yang. You also stood up to face her and agreed to prepare for an upcoming mission, is that right? Jin scratched his head. It's about time, isn't it? Now that I am a third-tier swordsman, it's strange to start right after the holiday, moving towards the door. Maybe you should go see the master to get detailed information about the mission you'll be taking on as a swordsman of the Cannon family. I'm sure it's a very difficult task. Usually, tasks of medium rank or higher are assigned to them. Unlike Jin's confident expression, Julie seems more worried about the master's decision. She keeps talking about these issues. John seems indifferent to this decision as he steps outside with Julie. Maybe it's because my progress has been recognized that I was entrusted with this mission. With a confident look on his face, Jin turned to wave and smile at Julie. I will go check it out. Julie, stay here and wait. With Murakhan. Yes, young master, please go ahead. Julie's voice sounded somewhat reassured towards Jin. Although she has been Jin's servant since childhood, her care for him is like family love. Having closely watched his growth and development, she is very worried and always wishes for his well-being. Gar, I hear I have been assigned to this mission. In response to Jin, a young soldier holds a mission notification board, while others study the terrain of the area where they will operate soon. There are a total of 6 people, including Xin, participating in this mission. Everyone is dividing the tasks and reviewing the mission in an orderly manner. Hello, young master. In addition, there are 10 beginner trainees assigned to the mission. Everyone will be divided into 2 teams to carry out the task. This is a reconnaissance mission in the vicinity of the southern border of the Jin Empire. Garan is briefing Jin on the information everyone received while Jin is not here. Which empire is close to that monster's land? It seems to be near the area marked as the White Wolf Tribe's Den. Information that makes everyone inevitably worried. Low-level students should not be sent to this area. Dai realizes something is off. This mission is not suitable for students at this level. With this thought in mind, Jin pondered over the map of the area. If this is the first mission, then it's quite challenging. The time taken is even shorter than usual the more I look into it. The more he saw, the more everything seemed off. This mission is fine for him, but it might be a bit too much for the other team members. Young master, here is the map and detailed information about the members. Hand me the map. Jin becomes more certain of his thoughts. His team members are intermediate-level students. There is also Belop, whose results are unstable, quite different from Jin. The others seem shocked and unable to accept the reality in front of them. Their shock comes from what they see before them. They are going through challenging times, but it seems the master is testing how the youngest son will handle situations that could push his teammates into despair. Could it be that someone proactively suggested this? Lost in my thoughts. The figure of the master appears there, and Jin thinks this is a challenge from the master. Proposal, huh? If my fight with Belop has already been reported to my father, then this mission is probably a test for me. Clenching the map in his hand, Jin Dan Khan Black seems to have understood everything. In the next moment, his eyes sharpened. All right, father. I will surely show you my unwavering confidence. 3 days later, at the southern border in a snow-covered mountain area, under a pale yellow sky, illuminated by the evening sunlight, the synthesized mission sound echoes alongside the rapid movement of the black-clad knights. The goal of this mission is to find the heir of the Jin Kingdom family. Let's check the border. We will set up a guard camp at the southern border center when we arrive there. Once prepared, each team will start searching and sharing information by sending people to the camp for a predetermined time during the day. The group of Jin is moving through the winter trees, now only white snow remaining on the road. Everyone will not call the young master, but just Hui. The injured will stay in the camp to rest if necessary. All preparations have been completed during the journey to carry out the necessary mission. End. Let's hope the scout leader survives. The eyes of all the knights shine with an unusually calm expression. A report from the young blonde-haired man Bell Lop informing Jin about the reconnaissance situation. Commander Eddington was quite surprised by the presence of the Waterfin tribe member, but Jin patiently explained everything to everyone. The Watervi tribe is just a gentle tribe avoiding carnivores, so we probably won't enter the nearby White Wolf tribe. You explain with an indifferent look to everyone. All right, Bellop, since snow will slow you down, depart 2 hours early to the camp and head back to Area 13. With a determined look and the posture of a knight reporting, right hand on chest, he understood the command. The others search for Area 13 while Jin hands over the task to the new recruits. Yes, sir. The others confirmed with him that they would accept the assignment. I have a bad feeling about this. Dad must have gone on the mission himself. Jane moves forward a bit, sensing the presence of the blue creatures, members of the Watervi tribe. But he also feels that something is off beneath the surface, even though everything seems too smooth. Jane feels a sense of worry about the situation around this area, or maybe he's just misunderstanding that he's being tested with this mission. Lost in his thoughts, Jane was suddenly interrupted by the words of the Water V tribe members. They all looked extremely poor. "If you're feeling down, eat this then." The villagers gave Jin a fish. Thank you. I'll repay you later." Even so, Jin paid no mind to their words because their threats and influence hardly posed any harm to Jin and his teammates. Apart from Area 13, which is the land of monsters, low-level soldiers won't be their match. At this moment, Jin holds a map in hand and confirms the necessary coordinates for the journey to the mission area. "I don't need to push myself just to achieve results. I will spend the next 3 days confirming the areas we've searched." Jin thought to himself, "Young Master." A hurried sound from a rookie named Bio approaching Jin, and young Master Jin seems to sense that something unstable is happening. Jin and the others regroup with Bellop. "What's going on, Bellop?" The second team was ambushed. Shocking news was delivered. Everyone was stunned. All forces prepared to move out. "Bell, how is the situation? Team 2 is dispersed to avoid the enemy." One person managed to escape and reached the guard camp to report the situation. Despite the chaos, Jin calmly coordinated everyone's tasks with his leadership skills. "Are the monsters ambushing them?" Jin wondered. No, they were ambushed by humans, confirmed to be 3 people. The black attack team was only 3 people. Bellop is urgently reporting the situation to Jin, emphasizing that there's no way it's just them. "I'm sure they have more people." Jay reassesses the current situation and assigns tasks to everyone. Eddington David returns to the camp to watch the surroundings. Everyone was mobilized and making contact with the enemy was strictly forbidden. First, report as soon as possible. "Yes, sir." After analyzing the situation, everyone began to act. "There are too many enemies here. The air in the forest remains cold. But what is their target? Jane and Bellop are moving to rescue their teammates, aiming for Team 2 instead of Team 1, where I am. I don't know who they are, but they've been attacked. The attack happened where we arrived, and with the blood on the ground, I'm sure they'll pay the price for messing with the Black Rancor. Young Master Tia has blood on him, and beneath the dirt are footprints and bloodstains. It can't be a dream. Everyone in Team 2 is dead." Beolop is gradually losing his composure. "Stay calm, Beolop, the blood is still fresh." Jin comforts him as he checks the traces. There are no signs of a struggle or torn flesh. Jin knew everyone was still safe. There was a battle here and Team 2 fled, with footprints indicating only one person ambushed them. "Young Master, we found the discarded bandage. They seem to belong to Hugh Fester. Information brought to Jin and everyone. Well done, Sierra." "Where did you look?" "There's a blood-stained cloth in her hand from the west." So while treating the wounded after the chase, they were ambushed and moved west. Jin analyzed the route and the battle with the members of Team 2. Sierra joined the group and relied on them. "Let's go, Bellop." "Yes, young master." After assessing the situations and understanding the problem, everyone began to act. As he passed by, something caught Dai's attention. He stopped and hid behind 2 trees with his team. "We are Team 2, sir." "Yes, I know." But Jin and Bellop are whispering to each other. "Mesa isn't here." Furthermore, the number of ambush troops has increased by 1. They found their comrades who had been taken hostage on the ground, along with the attackers who had assaulted them. Bellop closes his eyes for a moment, then after 2 seconds, he attacks the one on the left. Jin pulls out a small dagger from his leg. Bellop prepares his sword, having understood the characteristics of the darkness energy Murakhan taught him. Channel the dark energy into the dagger. Its sharpness and ability to destroy matter are enhanced by the darkness surrounding it. Jane suddenly throws the knife towards the enemy, wearing down the material as it flies straight at his neck while he remains unaware. In an instant, a sword slashed through and took the enemy's life. Beolop moved as swiftly as the wind, taking down another opponent before the others could react. "What the hell?" Just as Bell's eyes locked onto the last guy, he realized it was Bellop. In the moment he reacted to Bellop's move, he drew his sword to block the attack, but he didn't expect Jin to appear and strike from behind. "Hey!" The sound from him echoes, but he realizes it's too late. "Is everyone okay? Step on that guy." Jin shows concern for his comrades. "Young Master, we are fine, but they have taken Myoja." "We apologize, young master. Everyone is not in life-threatening danger. Please inform Jin of the situation." "It's okay. Prioritize treating everyone first. The enemy under Jin's feet is still alive, and he turns back to look at Jin. Forgive me. From your perspective, you seem to be Jipo's foolish apostles." Jin interrupted him with a cold expression. "I will give you 2 choices." Jin clenched his sword. "Either you peacefully die after revealing your faction purpose and grounds, or you shut up and suffer a painful death alongside your comrades." The murderous aura coming from him is suffocating, making him tremble. "I will keep my promise. My name is Jin Cannon. I swear on my family and my honor. The name is on the ground, grinding his teeth. All right, spare my family. He closed his eyes and chose to trust Jin's words. I am part of a revolutionary group called Kinsalo. Kinsalo, Jin doesn't seem to know much about this organization. He still doesn't understand what connection he has to his family, Kino. He means the terrorist organization was active during the time he died. A thought flashed through Jin's mind. The world erupts in chaos as they kill King Jin and slaughter the people, calling themselves the revolutionary group. But the revolution Kinsalo talks about is that chaos and the destruction left behind by a war that turned their king into the ruler of the world. The ones who hold the world in their hands. Are you planning to incite chaos in the Din Kingdom by killing the Black Dancer soldiers? Jin questioned me. I'm just a pawn, so I don't know much about it. I also don't know where the base is. But my team operates at the entrance to the land of the monsters, with about 20 warriors and 4-star mages. He explained everything. The final question is why they capture the female soldiers alive. It's to promote our revolution and carry out an order to capture female soldiers alive. Jane's face was more tense than ever. The filthy bastards couldn't contain their emotions, and a knight clenched his jaw tightly. That's all I know. I will keep my promise. Jin's face is cold as he draws his sword and slashes at him, blood splattered on the ground. How long has Mi been captured? They are gathering for their next move. About an hour later, Biop reported that they are still near the entrance to the monster land, requesting reinforcements from the base after providing first aid. One of Jin's men asked hesitantly, "Excuse me, sir, are you planning to go alone, young master?" The ambushers are 4-star martial artists, a total of 20 people. Jin sheaths his sword. He's right, going alone is too dangerous. Sir, we are soldiers, so dying in battle is nothing unusual, please. As you said, Scott, but one soldier has been captured. The Black Sun cannot do nothing. He sheaths his sword and calmly explains that I am stronger than people think. So, obey orders. I will punish any rebellion and disobedience. Furthermore, Bellup, Jin has decided to act alone next time. Since all members of Team 2 are injured, you are now their strongest soldier, so you must stay alert. Jin entrusts his remaining teammates to Belo. You understand what he means, right? I will remember. Please, young master. Hurry to rescue your subordinates. Jine's impatience still hasn't eased. Don't let me arrive too late. Our enemies have 24-star soldiers? In the cold winter wind, Jin's thoughts still linger. But my swordsmanship is only about 3 stars. My magic is 4 stars, and my shadow energy release magic is 3 stars. Because I was moving too quickly, I am still trying to recover my stamina while heading out. My progress is quite good, but I can't deal with all of them at once in my current state. My top priority now is to rescue Misa. Dee realizes that she is still not strong enough to do everything. I will try to avoid fighting as much as possible and focus on searching for Ma. A concentrated source of power in Jin's hand, assessing the terrain, a comprehensive skill to deploy, determining the surrounding landscape. And if I continue with the wind spell here, Jin's magic is cast to help him find the shortest path. His spell weaves through every corner of the forest. Heading towards the meadow, Jin's magic has identified the enemy's route and is guiding him there. They haven't gone far yet, so we need to move quickly. While Jin was trying to seize every second as he moved, he was attacked by spears coming from behind, and with his speed he tried to dodge and counterattack. But several swordsmen and mage tried to attack from all sides, releasing a stream of magic from their hands like a sword towards them. Magic? That black-clad kid is using magic? They were surprised that Jin used magic to attack them while the black-clad family specializes in swordsmanship. Damn it, just kill him. A swordsman swings his blade. Jin draws his sword and counterattacks. Get back. Moose the Dark Mage gathers his firepower on his staff and attacks Jin. In the next moment, the swordsman escapes the influence of the mage's magic. That is the blazing fire magic that seems to have secured victory. The swordsman smirked confidently. Then, in the next moment, Jin counterattacked with his sword, striking the swordsman. Although the binding magic of the mage still persisted, Jin's strength was superior, causing him to lose his balance. The Dark Mage loses his footing. Even if fire has no effect, Jin begins to counterattack, charging at the mage. Then I will tear you apart with ice. The death magic was cast immediately to attack Jin. No way, the Dark Mage was surprised because Luna's necklace given to Jin had nullified his magic when it approached Jin. How is this possible? He was surprised that Jin had no injuries and had closed in close to him. He knew that when a mage is approached closely by a swordsman, it's my magic. In the air, a stream of blood rises to the sky. After encountering them, Kinzello's men step forward, with Jin moving closer to rescue his teammates. It seems they have no intention of hiding their trail. They've underestimated their opponents. Jane notices many footprints on the ground, indicating they probably met someone else here and traveled by a cart. Not only are there footprints, but Jin also notices a long wagon track on it. Kinsalo is a reputable group, so they probably divide the spoils according to rank. Jin considers the information he has gathered, knowing they wouldn't dare touch the high-level reward, so now is his only chance to rescue Mesa safely. Jin turns to observe the situation while holding a map. Currently, I am near the territory of the monsters, so their base is probably nearby. After studying the map for a while, I prepare my plan. I will distract them and find an opening to rescue Mesa. He casts a fire spell around him, attacking the entire surrounding forest and turning it into a blazing blaze. If we do this, they'll run out to put out the fire. That was your plan when you cast your spell. There is a fire nearby where they are hiding. Suddenly, what's going on? Where did this fire come from? Put it out now. Water brings water to hide in a corner as Jin observes these guys handling the mess he caused. Don't you know how to put out the fire properly? Jin is trying to find their weakness to act more easily. A burly man stands up and commands his subordinates. Mage, use your water and ice magic. Is that their leader? The fire boss still hasn't gone out, and in the chaos, the assassin sneaks into the smoke while they are distracted. Do you think this fire started on its own in this weather? Someone must have sparked it to find him. Suddenly, he appeared behind the boss while he was still commanding his subordinates. By the time he turned around and realized, it was already too late. A flash of light cuts through the chaos, surrounded by thick smoke obscuring the view, and it seems no one notices. Move quickly and call the mages. Good, I found the entrance. Jin got the key from the defeated leader. It's pretty cold. Where could Mesa be hiding? He opens a door and realizes that the temperature of the room is lower than usual. A basement? In the corner of the house, a basement caught Jin's attention. The missing Air Mesa, finally Jin discovered the location where his subordinate was held. She is tied with her hands behind her back and sitting on the floor. Why are you here? It's very dangerous. Don't worry about me, can you walk? Jin looked at her. Yes, but I don't think I can run anymore. Jin uses his sword to cut Misei's ropes. All right, I will help you stand up. What was that sound? Jin Dieu Mesa stood up. A sudden gust of wind appeared where they were, dust flying everywhere. Can you promise me one thing, young Master Mesa? With her worry, Mesa turned to look at Jin while he was comforting her. Don't say anything else, May. If we end up in danger, just leave me behind. The young master is extremely important. Nothing bad can happen to him. Her face looks more exhausted than ever. She doesn't want to be a burden to Jin. Just go ahead. It's too dangerous. Jin Dumasha slowly ascended the stairs in the basement. Yes, she replied tiredly. That scene extends beyond the chaotic ruined landscape, dust filling the air with many corpses on the ground. The two are stunned by the sight before them, a creation of the monster from the war tribe. Claw marks resembling those of wild animals appeared on the bodies of the swordsmen. They paused for a moment, then both looked around at the surrounding scene. A large shadow appeared on the ground, the beast tribe's arm revealed in the ruined wasteland. The White Wolf tribe. In front of them was a member of the White Wolf tribe, mighty and fierce with their distinctive features. He is holding a giant hammer in his hand. Young master, I will buy some time, so please hurry. Before she fainted, her weak cry, young master, echoed. Those useless bastards, if they can't even put out a fire, there's no reason to stay alive. The ears of the White Wolf tribe guy seemed to sense some sound. You're the one who caused all this, aren't you, kid? He has discovered Mesa and Jin. He asked while Jin was worried and hiding Mesa's body somewhere inconspicuous. Yes, I am indeed Kirin Kanen's son. Jin Kanen stands before Bak Lang, showing no sign of fear, even though their bodies are clearly different in size, and Bak Lang exudes a fierce aura. State your name, you monster. Your face shows no trace of fear. Van Kan, the black demon, grits his teeth and laughs as he looks at his opponent, showing no respect at all. Are you one of the children of the black demon? A few days before starting the mission in the kingdom, Jin was at the Kanen family estate, focusing on training his dark powers. Dark energy spread everywhere around him, gathering into the sword in his hand. You idiot. Suddenly Murakan charged and kicked Jin, causing him to roll away, so Jin couldn't continue his training. Evil brother shouted, Do you want to die or what? I told you already. Murakan grabbed Jin by the collar and looked very angry with him. You're not skilled enough, so if you unleash your sword, you'll only be intoxicated by the dark energy. If you don't want to die from overusing dark energy, then stop trying to awaken your sword. Understand? I understand, but still, Jin responded to Murakan. Returning to the present, Jin still appears strong, gripping his sword tightly in front of the White Wolf. Today is the day I hunt down the most valuable prize. The arrogant White Wolf standing before me, Quito Chuka from the White Wolf tribe, a fierce and bloodthirsty clan known for their dominance and large numbers, making it impossible for the creatures in the forest to ignore their presence. Even the lowest adult White Wolf is a 6-star warrior. Since ancient times, everyone has known that the White Wolf tribe despises the Black Can family. And the reason is that their ancestor, Vandonsen, invited their god, the Great White Wolf, and killed him. The image of the man from Black Can stabbing the Great White Wolf has become a symbol of the eternal enmity between the two clans from different civilizations. I can't escape from him with Misa, Jin pondered silently. I will sacrifice you to Havi so his soul can rest in peace. Now choose, you will fight a honorable battle with me, or be torn apart while fleeing like a coward. I will fight you. His figure stands out amidst the chaotic battlefield, dust swirling everywhere. Good, so you're a blackguard with a sense of honor. Hewitt charged straight at Jin with incredible speed. Then, let's have a proper fight. His hammer strikes down from the sky, so fast and powerful that the handle bends. In the next moment, Hewitt's attack strikes the ground where Jin is standing, tearing the earth apart into a large chunk. Jin quickly dodges the attack. Seizing the advantage, the White Wolf's man swings his hammer in a long arc toward Jin, and he instinctively feels that danger is imminent. Jin clenched his sword tighter in his hand as Kujito's swift attack appeared before him. Kuito swings his hammer to attack directly, pushing you back. He's truly one of the White Wolf clan. I have to use all my strength to block his attack. Jin's body trembles as he struggles to withstand Kojito's attack, his opponent's giant hammer covering his sword completely. The massive impact from the collision of the two weapons causes their attacks to cancel each other out and pushes both of us back towards themselves, but I still have a chance to win. I have some aces up my sleeve that my opponent doesn't know about. A necklace, magic, and dark energy. Although he knows he still has other cards up his sleeve, Jinlo is not careless. He is struggling to face Kujito. Now is not the time to use the pendant. If I can't overcome this danger, it means I'm not yet worthy of becoming strong. Remembering the times I considered using the necklace Luna gave me, I feel this isn't the right moment to use it yet. Using magic is also not suitable because my nature is part of the natural world. The White Wolf tribe has extensive experience and resistance to magic. The 4 elemental magic types have no effect on members of the White Wolf clan, and if someone from the family is sent to investigate Kinzalo, the guards will immediately detect the traces of magic. That would have a very bad effect if they found any trace of Jin appearing. If that happened, my violation of the clan's taboo would be exposed. The situation only requires one choice, and both of their attacks are fierce and fast. Still, Jin's thoughts remain uninterrupted. The dark energy and speed of the Bailang tribe are very different. Very quickly, Jin was gradually pushed into a defensive position. As Kuito swings his giant hammer with a face eager to crush his prey, the clash between them grows more intense with their strength and size, pushing Jin back and tilting the battle in his favor. That's a good sword, you black-clad bastard, Jin, pushed back and kneeling, struggling to slow down the retreating momentum. It's not as famous as your family's black sword. Kuito shows a mocking face to his opponent as if this battle has been predetermined by his strength, then raises his hammer high above his head. But you're stronger than you look. He swings his hammer down at Jin's head even faster than before. It seems he hasn't yet unleashed his full strength. Kuito forces himself and swings his hammer toward Jin. Remember the feeling of unleashing your sword that night. It's over. That damn Jin clenched his teeth and responded with your white sword. Kuito's words still lingered, but the sword in Jin's hand was filled with dark energy and surrounded by shadows. I will sacrifice you to Havi. Kuito screams out, his aura and a face full of arrogance filling the air. I must remember it now. Time seems to stand still, and Jin's focus reaches its peak. At that very moment, the sky around Kujito darkened, and he seemed to realize something was wrong. Sweat poured down his forehead as his pupils dilated as wide as possible. He could only see the light of Jin's sword, and everything around him seemed to turn pitch black. I can't see anything at all. Thousands of sword streaks appeared around him in helplessness over the mysterious power of his opponent, and he became panicked. Time froze, faster than the speed of light. In that stream of darkness, Jin's slash split the member of the White Wolf tribe in two. I also don't understand why my family is famous for their black sword that escapes the frozen flow of time. The dark aura still clings thickly to Jin's sword, causing the space around it to be engulfed in chaotic light. Until recently, I only understood that Kuito knelt down. The outcome of the battle was decided. He couldn't believe victory was right in front of him, but that darkness had caused him to fail in the fight. What are you? In his final moments, Kuito died kneeling, his face turned skyward in denial of reality. That was a great fight. Yan returned with the light of chaos surrounding the environment where they clashed, and his tired expression was gone. The rustling leaves signal the forest returning to its normal state. Evil is the one left behind after the battle. The backlash from using the dark power Jin has yet to master is affecting him, and Jin is trying to keep himself from falling. Stop! A surge of energy within him, the dark power trying to take control, his eyes beginning to fill with swirling black mist. "Ah!" Jin shouted, as everything around him seemed to be engulfed by endless darkness. "You useless fool, if you're so weak, what good are you? You're just a stupid idiot who doesn't understand the situation. You are the shame of the family. Even born of the same mother, you are the greatest disgrace." Large shadows burst out from within him. "I told you so. This damn bastard." A familiar figure and voice appear before Jin. "I told you that if you try to unleash your sword without enough dark energy, you will pay the price, right?" It's Murakun, the dark shadow dragon, standing before Jin. "Are you planning to crawl on the ground after getting drunk on that dark energy?" Murakun complains to Jin. "Get up. If you lose your mind, there's no cure." Jin is trying to stand up, dark energy still thick beneath his feet. "Isn't it true that you already know what to do?" Murakun's voice still echoes as if trying to awaken something. Fong is fond of dark energy, and Jin is trying to suppress this power. A surge of magic appears around him. "It's being wiped out by the surrounding dark energy, so I can't release my own darkness properly. I can't let it be wiped out." "Try again." Jin's mouth is bleeding from the backlash of his own power, but his mind is still shrouded in darkness. "Calm down." Jin sits and concentrates his power to control it, again and again. "Hup, hup." It seems like everything with Jin is fine. He gasped for breath, checking his condition. "Did I get through it?" The pain is gone, but that makes me worried. My body feels normal, but I feel like my body is filled with a dark energy, as if it has been reset. My body is damaged, but luckily it hasn't been affected too much. It left no scars on Jin. It won't affect my movements, so I need to regain my strength. Jin tremblingly tries to stand up. "Who's there?" A sound from behind the wall catches attention and alertness. "Please, D. Please don't. Please don't kill me." A small-framed person with blonde hair trembling in fear steps forward. "Huh. You're Kinzalo, so there are still a few survivors, huh?" Jin cautiously raises his sword to block in front of him. "No, I'm not." That person raised their hands to their head and hurriedly explained to Jin, "I am from the Vin family branch in the Vin clan of the Royal Kingdom." His face was tearful and scared, with his hands raised in surrender. Realizing he was not a threat, Jin lowered his guard. "Are you A? I'm Jin Van Canden. I've been ordered to find you." Jin looked at him. "Black Can Van. Oh my God, it's a Van Canden. I'm alive." His excited expression is clear on his face, making Jin feel helpless for a moment. "I completely forgot about this because of Kinzalo. I feel a bit guilty because he was so happy. I will never forget this debt." Jin carried him on his back and responded to Kinzalo. "It's nothing, we're paid to do this. Let's go home now. Anyway, let's see how Kinzalo's gang kidnapped him. We thought we had to find a missing person." Carrying Mesa on his back, Jin is asking Kinzalo about what happened. "Oh, I followed my lover here." "Lover? Are you two running away?" Kinzalo looked confused as he explained. "Actually, everything is about my lost lover 2 years ago." Jin widened her eyes upon hearing what he said, but from her face to her voice, even the 2 moles on her wrist, everything looks just like when she was alive. It sounds crazy, but it's the truth. There's no way I could mistake her. That figure makes Kinzalo unable to forget it in his mind. Everything is identical. It sounds like the actions of Beaufort Gaston, the shapeshifter. A cheater before regression remembers. They kidnapped Beau for money. Does Beaufort and Kinzalo have a relationship? This is the second time I've encountered him. Too many confusing things make Jin ponder deeply. I have a bad feeling. I should meet him in person to see what kind of person he is. His repair workshop is probably located in the capital of the Duchy of Tuaco. I should look for an opportunity while still in the intermediate training class. Thank you for listening without thinking I'm crazy. Kinzalo is still trying to communicate with Jin, even though he seems uninterested and lost in thought. My family will also soon send reinforcements, so we should head back. You even agreed to train as a night protector just for me." Kinzalo knelt down tearfully and shouted at Jin, not for himself, but for Mesa. Jin silently thought to himself, but didn't say anything to Kinzalo. "Lord Jin, I will remember this meeting for the rest of my life." Jin felt like the person assigned to his mission was a talkative and troublemaker. "Okay." Jin replied to him. "If he needed any help, just ask. I'll do that. The final task is finally complete." In the morning light, they set out to return to the family estate. "Congratulations on completing your first mission. Young master, your nursemaid is very happy, but she couldn't be happier." Julie expressed her joy to Jin in front of him. "Thank you, July. You must be tired. I have prepared a bath." Still as attentive as always, J-Oi. A wave of anger and menace emanates from the cat in the room. It's Murakun. "Well, look at you, my Nabi. Were you good while I was gone?" Jin raised his hand, intending to pet Murakun in his cat form. A pet owner towards their animal. No, it's more like Jin's revenge against the darker shadow dragon. Murakun bites Jin's hand with all his might while he is full of hostility. and Jin throws Murakan against the wall while Murakan is biting Jin's hand. You're not allowed to throw animals. Murakan is a dragon, so it's okay. What the hell is biting me? Jin angrily questions Murakan. Are you crazy? There's something wrong with your mind. He responded to Jin with a bump on his head. I remember telling you not to release your soul energy. Even in cat form, Murakan's anger is justified. He attacks Jin's face. How many times have I warned you that you could all die for your own good? Wait, listen to me. Jin responded helplessly to that. Is there anything worth listening to? Is there anything more important than the life of the only person who signed the contract with Cadet? He returns to his human form. Murakan is lifting and holding Lei Jin like a helpless cat. July is still trying to stop Murakan in vain. Lord Murakan. The young master has just returned. Step aside. Strawberry cake. This is a serious matter. Yes, I understand. Although I care deeply for young Master Jin, I cannot oppose Murakan. A soldier was kidnapped right before my eyes. How can I stand by and watch? I was worried she might be in danger. And what about the necklace? Is it just a decoration to you? Both of them are arguing about the issue and their perspectives on it. Julie is still standing outside, but there's no way for her to get involved in their dispute. Its significance is 100 times greater than wasting it by wrapping it around your neck. Who knows when I might face a much stronger enemy? Jin clenched his collar tightly and tried to counter Murakan's words. Wasteful. Murakan, furious, wished he could land a hard punch on Jin's face. A cracking sound echoed. That is the sound of Murkson's bones. Lord Murkson. July is concerned about him. Is this situation really that intense? Jin still doesn't understand why Muraka is so angry with him. Damn that damn brat. The Dragon Lord was helped by July to stand up easily. Wait, but how do you know I have awakened the sword? Jin crossed his arms, puzzled about that. Your soul energy has increased from the 3rd star to nearly the 4th star. I'm not blind, Murkan replied to him with a look of disgust. I truly feel full of energy. It turns out I have advanced a level. The dark energy is now in my hands. Jin is feeling the difference before it leveled up. You should be grateful to Sed for letting you stay alive. Among the 10 people experiencing soul energy overload. Wait, now there are 11. Forget it. Among the 9 people who have died, they are sitting on the ground. Murakan points to Jane and is still trying to explain to him. Can I contact one of the 2 as myself, and who is the other one? The First Lord. No, it's me. Tama is dead. With his innocent and guiltless expression, Murakan is speaking as if it's nothing unusual. What? So you and I are not much different, don't worry, I don't want to go through that kind of pain either. Jane thought that was not a big deal, and it wouldn't affect his mood. I'm going to take a bath. Jine leaves. Hey! That brat, Strawberry Cake, you should starve him until he wakes up. I will go prepare food for the young master, and Julie then leaves Murakan and seems unwilling to stay with him. The jealous little boy, everything seems to fall apart for Murakan. Jine fought and defeated a White Wolf Clan warrior. How could such an impossible thing happen? A discussion among the legendary heroes echoes in the room. Of course, it's impossible. They're probably just a bunch of bandits disguised as wolves. How could a naive 3rd star knight possibly kill a White Wolf Clan member? This is the conversation between An and Miu. Actually, there's a way to do that. Both of them are sitting at a table facing each other. The opponent Jine faces is probably quite weak. And Jian Kanden, in the 9th cycle of the Kanden house, chin resting in hand, looks at Miu smiling and speaks. But everything still feels meaningless, and even harder to believe is that her mother trusts its appearance. Miu Black Can Demon, the 8th cycle of the Can Demon house, is different from Anne's calm demeanor. Miu seems to be quite serious about this. Is that right? Anne's sharp eyes glance over toward the corner of the room. Here are the 2 Tona. Tona, the twin brothers, Thapnat and Thapni Dan Kanden, are standing at the door, smiling reluctantly at An. Of course. Do you think Jin really killed him? This is Tona whispering softly, or Tona whispering. It's a monster, but that's too much to handle. Whisper or Tona whispers back. The problem isn't whether Tona has killed a White Wolf tribe member, but that it's about to join the intermediate training class. Both of them are still standing with their hands clasped, whispering and discussing Jine from the corner of the room. Yes, if Jin joins the intermediate class, we're doomed. Should you fight him with a sword or fists? And in their imagination, Jin is a violent and hateful person, which makes both of them afraid. Iron is hopeless. Yeah, just like that. Their mood worsened as they thought about their future when meeting Jane. Hey, idiot. A call brought them back to reality. What are you whispering about? Are you so scared that Jine moved to the intermediate class? Miu crossed her arms and asked with a smile. Of course not. They responded to their older sister, just be honest with the older girls. Did An add to Miu's words? Because the thing I hate most is the lies of those deceivers. And showed a terrifying aura towards the 2 of them. It makes me want to cut that tongue out. We're very afraid of Zhang. The 2 guys are really honest. Do you want me to help you guys? Anne made a proposal to them. How? Tona asked Anne if we could specially borrow the slaves for you to use. Daytona and Hay. Tona's faces briefly light up with joy as they look towards Anne. Khan's intermediate class is essentially a survival battle for those who are qualified. There are not only people from noble families, but also carefully selected cadets from noble families, including a wide range of cadets from 3-star to 5-star, among whom are new recruits and those who have been stuck in the same class for over 10 years. If they cannot reach a certain level, they will not be able to level up and develop. Miu and An have gathered a small group of expelled cadets and are tormenting them like slaves. Feel free to use them to develop your power and do things outside the family that you don't need to face directly. You can use them to destroy Jin. We also hate it. Daytona and Hay. Tona's faces became even more joyful as they received help from other magical artifacts. But if you don't plan carefully, you'd better prepare for the consequences, my dear younger brother. The two spirits are still watching Dona and Hey Tona with knowing smiles. I have succeeded in the first task, so joining the intermediate class must have been decided. On the other hand, I have also reached the 4th star level of soul energy. Stepping out of the bathroom, John wears what he considers pajamas and holds a towel to dry his hair. To use energy efficiently, I need to reach the 6-star swordsmanship within 5 years at the latest. Lost in his thoughts, Jin approached the chair beside him and tried to sit down. The 6-star swordsman signifies becoming an excellent swordsman, and starting from the 7-star is considered a master of swordsmanship, but these are only special for ordinary people. From the 8th star onward, they will be called extraordinary, and everything will change completely. Moreover, among the over 2 billion people across the continent, fewer than 100 are 9 stars or 10 stars, and he raises his hand high as if listing what he knows and must pay attention to. And only one person surpassing those standards, the image of Kiran Jan Kanan, the head of the Jan Kanan clan and the origin of the night domain, appears in Jin's mind. Jin clenches his fist tightly, determined to reach the primordial level in this life. It's not beyond that. Jin's determined gaze is fixed on the great ambition he must achieve. So, the first obstacle to overcome is personal growth, Jin thought as he checked the dishes July had prepared on the table. The Tona twins are in the intermediate class. I anticipated it, even though I haven't experienced it firsthand. Once you step into the intermediate class, you'll be monitored by all the seniors, not just the Tona twins. Eat a lot, young master. That's too much. Jin holds a sandwich in his hand. July's face appears, reminding Jin. The beginner class is made up of kids of the same level, so the atmosphere there is quite friendly. Moroccan is in the form of a cat sleeping on the sofa. But for the intermediate class, there can be no mercy. In a place where strength and skill are the only things valued, I have only one thing to do. With that in mind, Jin has mapped out his future. He will dominate the intermediate class. Jane sits on the sofa with a face as cold as ice, showing her strength, top of the top. The knocking on the door breaks the silence, and the black-haired woman continues to write, speaking slowly. Come in. Did you call me, Mom? Your mother still speaks very slowly, exuding a noble and serious aura. She calmly replies, yes. Your long black hair and purple eyes make you even more mysterious, and your face shows little sign of age. You remain sitting upright and say, I heard you completed your mission safely with excellent results. Yes, thank you, Mother. Poe's report says that your beloved mother closed the book and still looked at Jane with an emotionless gaze. I refuse your offer to change rooms. The lady clasped her hands on the table, leaning forward, adopting a negotiation stance. But your mother's tone is like an order, as you know. That room is only for those who will become the owner in the future. Since Joshua was still young back then, the room was empty, so from now on you should use it. Jin still looked at her with no emotion, meeting her gaze as if in confrontation. He was determined, and he thanked his mother. But I won't accept it. She hesitated for a moment but quickly asked again why you put your hands in your pockets and started explaining your own reasoning. It might be a nice room, but ultimately it's just a room, and for me it feels a bit too much. She asked again, as if waiting for you to change your mind, so you really don't want it? You smiled gently and replied, yes, I have made my decision. The space fell into silence. Your mother seemed to be pondering something, repeatedly tapping her finger on the table. Tsk, tsk. In the end, she had no choice but to agree. All right. You can leave now. Jin bowed his head in farewell. Yes, Mother. Jin's mother rests her chin in thought. She confesses to herself that I can't tell whether my youngest son is just greedy or if he's too ambitious. What I just mentioned is the elder's room. The room for the child who will take over the black population in the future. The boy should know that the moment he steps into that room, he will be supported by those worthy of it. She envisions the image of her son. Behind him are swords, whether a sign of trust and loyalty or a danger that could take his life at any moment, but at the same time, they are the targets of children who cannot seize them. The old woman half closed her eyes and thought, surely the boy has realized that I am testing him. Now, Let's see how you behave in the intermediate class." Jin turned to stand in front of the knights and declared firmly, "From tomorrow I will study in the intermediate class and many factions will emerge from there. Everyone should not seriously listen to his words. Everyone will be considered my allies and must endure all pain and humiliation. But don't be afraid, I won't let them get away. And they will stop when I fully conquer the intermediate class. At that point, everyone must go together, or at least in groups of 3, even when not training, and avoid wandering around alone. Got it?" You emphasize the last 2 words. "Everyone stand tall and speak loudly." Understood. The intermediate class assembly has arrived. Zan Kandon, the elder of Kanan, an 8-star knight and Siren Dan Kanan's younger brother. He has only one eye left, a mark of fierce battles fought, exuding an aura of dignity. He clasped his hands behind his back and shouted attention. The selected knights below looked serious as they listened to his announcement. This year, 10 new recruits have joined us and 27 trainees have withdrawn. All knights listen carefully to Sir Z's teachings. Newcomers should learn how to live as intermediate cadets from their seniors. My job is to teach and evaluate swordsmanship. Except for killing people, all situations or accidents should be handled by you 2 yourselves. Jean also stands among the serious crowd listening attentively. Surette shouted a question. "What have I always taught the old soldiers?" The Black Knight Squadron shouted in unison. "The Black Knight does not need the weak." The so-called old soldiers kept shouting loudly. "Black Van Can does not need the weak. Van Kanden doesn't need the weak." The new knights stand serious amidst the deafening shouts. They remain silent, listening to the slogans as if warning themselves. Black Cloak does not need the weak. Jane stood to one side, quietly glancing at those shouting loudly. He let out a slight huff, thinking to himself, "Too noisy. These words are full of malice to try to make us lose focus." He quickly spotted 2 familiar figures among the crowd shouting slogans. The Tona brothers over there. Jin begins to observe the people around them. The young man standing next to them seems to be a veteran cadet. I don't think they recruited him on their own. I wonder if they received help from Miu and An. I'm sure they want to confuse the newcomer, but I'll show them they're mistaken. The pink-haired girl glanced at Jin and immediately sensed something was wrong. Jin quickly moved straight toward the knights, shouting non-stop. These 2 brothers, Tona and Hei. Tona scream inwardly as they see him approaching. What the hell? Why is that crazy guy coming at us? Don't be so scared. From now on we have Miu and An backing us up. The sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath echoed as a flash of light shot past the long-time young soldier, catching him off guard. The Tona siblings were surprised to see the red liquid flying in front of them. The knight above also looked serious, probably surprised himself. The black-haired man widened his eyes and glanced at the vanished arm, the red stream flowing like a waterfall, still trembling with shock. The nearby knights also felt a wave of fear. And finally, he screamed in pain before collapsing, clutching the arm that had disappeared. Jane calmly thought to himself that the one who needs to be warned is not me, but you all. He turned to everyone and calmly called for the healer. "Here," Tana interjected to question. "Jin, are you crazy? Why did you suddenly swing your sword like that? You didn't even bother to look at him, just looked at the person lying on the ground and spoke. Young warrior, what is your name?" The black-haired man painfully supported himself. He hugged his arm and replied, "I am Kajin Ramello." Jin asked slowly again, "Do you know why I cut you? Hey, why are you ignoring us? Draw your sword again and leave." Jin glared coldly at the troublemaker. "You grit your teeth and say, 'Brother, don't you see I'm talking to Kajin? I'll accept the fight later. But now, be quiet.'" 2 Tona, furious, burst in shouting loudly, "You bastard, how dare you behave like that after stabbing my cadet?" He froze, quickly covering his mouth as if realizing he had just done something very stupid. Jin smiles and repeats the words of my brave soldier, then turns around with a victorious expression. "So this guy is on your side, brother? I only cut him because he looked at me with bloodlust." Kajin trembles on the ground. I'm not sure if this trembling comes from pain or fear of Jin. The other knights open their eyes wide, showing their fear. Is this a fight for power? Jin smirks defiantly as he stands before the Tona brothers. Besides Z watching from outside with a satisfied smile, instead of humiliating his younger brother, they have learned a lesson. He made his judgment, and from what the Tona brothers had said, Kajin publicly belonged to the Tona brothers' side. He saw Kajin biting his lower lip in pain, so Jin's actions were not just a random act. Then turned to him and became part of the long-standing tradition of the Black Dan Can in the fight for power. He just did something very bold. Jin turned to everyone and said clearly, "The cadets, listen up. I am Jin Black Dan Can. You can point your swords at me or ambush me like you just did." But everyone listened seriously, not daring to move. Jin warns them plainly, "If you show even a slight sign of dissent, I won't hesitate to cut you down like I just did." His final words made everyone break out in a sweat. Jin, the dark warning to the youngest child of Lord Rhet's family, Rhet called out. Jin turned back and replied seriously, "Yes, Elder." Rhet displays his dignified presence, his cloak stained with time billowing behind him, like a knight from hell questioning with a commanding voice. "Do you think you're allowed to behave like that in front of me?" Jin said without any sign of fear. He replied in a tone completely lacking in respect. "That's right." Z immediately asked why, his mocking tone making the Tona brothers' eyes widen in surprise. "Because I didn't think I was just fighting the two Tona brothers. I was fighting you." The elder frowned. Jane looked serious as a beam of light was summoned in his hand. "You fight me? That's interesting." The surrounding space trembles as if it's vibrating, and a stream of lightning-like energy leaks out. He wields a luminous sword pointed directly at Jine and explains, "Go ahead. Depending on your answer, I could behead you right here, right now." Z growled threateningly, the tip of his sword stopping less than half a meter from Jin's face, making Jin look serious and alert. Jin seemed to show no fear at all and responded firmly, "You have chosen a very special kind of intimidation for the cadets, even with me in this class. I have thought about it when you attacked me." R paid no attention to Jin's words and raised his sword, swinging it toward him. The light from the sword spreads into a beautiful, deadly curve, slicing across Jine's shoulder, causing a gust that blows his hair wildly. His eyes were cold and bottomless. A clean cut appeared on his cheek, but he made no attempt to dodge. Rhet glared at Jin with anger, like a supreme being punishing an inferior. "So you're upset that I threatened the cadet and caused this chaos?" Having gone through life and death, Jine showed no hesitation before him, remaining calm and speaking slowly. "Aside from being upset, that's how everything happened." Rhet asked back, "If that's the case, then why didn't you swing your sword at me?" "Oh, why did you hurt a cadet?" Jin replied honestly, "I haven't beaten you yet," and the two knights on his side were a bit surprised by this answer. "If I knew I could win, I wouldn't target Kajin or my brothers, but you," Z replied calmly. "It seems you don't value your life very much, do you? You two just rely too much on being the chief's son." Jine quickly cut in to clarify his stance. "That's not it. I don't think that not acting against a stronger opponent is something a blacksmith should do." Z stays silent to listen as you continue speaking. "Losing your life is just a moment, but honor is forever, isn't it?" The two brothers Na and Rhet gawk at those words as Rhet grins widely, truly foolish. "A reckless fool like you is so stupid that it makes my uncle laugh." He laughs out loud, as if what just happened never existed. "All right, I'll let you have this one. You truly deserve to live in the Kanden family." Now he turns to warn everyone. "Cadets must not forget today. What you witnessed today is the true spirit of the Van Kanden family. This kid is showing us today what it means to be a true disciple of our family's swordsmanship. Clench your fists tightly and shout out loud. Junior cadets, fight on and don't forget your unique traits. The training will be dismissed and start again tomorrow." Everyone in unison. "Yes. We respect you." The Tona brothers stand to one side with disapproving looks. The two Tona siblings angrily turn to their brother and exclaim, "Ah, damn it." Jin, now turned away from them, spoke up. "I'll give you some advice as your younger brother." He turned his head back, still in his usual calm tone. "Maybe now you're afraid of your seniors, but is that how it will always be in the future? Don't just look at what's right in front of you. Thinking ahead will be better for you." The Tona brothers also didn't respond after hearing that. Perhaps they were thinking a lot about what was said. Jolie cheerfully says, "Young master, you're back early." Jin places his sword down next to his black cat and lets out a soft sigh. He turned to the wet nurse bringing the tray of tea and gently called her. At it she softly responded, "Yes, young master. I have started the hierarchy battle with the Tona twins." Hearing this, July was a bit surprised and paused. Jin turned away, deep in thought. "But I think my sisters An and Miu are supporting them." July hesitated. "Are they really like that?" he whispered softly. Jin recounts what happened today. "I was injured while serving as a cadet on their side. After digging deeper, it seems he is on my sister's side." Jin immediately thought of Hey Tona when he realized he had revealed something he shouldn't have. Well, it's because he let something slip. Now that he's on their side, if she find out, she'll go crazy. He crossed his arms and continued speaking with analysis. First of all, he couldn't have a male knight on his side because they only accept those weaker than themselves. July lowered her head and whispered, but both young ladies were already Kaivan, and there was an unwritten rule that Kaivan only fought against Kaivan. "It's okay. I actually feel pretty happy that you've started to set me straight. This is a big secret of you all, but since they are all Kaivan, there's no reason for them to fight me." He tilted his chin and looked at July. The only thing they could do was to disrupt the team member distribution and increase the difficulty of the missions using their luck privileges, making it easier for me to get hurt or die. However, among the high-difficulty missions there are quite a few solo tasks, and for solo missions no one is there to supervise me. So that means I can use all my strength in those missions. July seemed to understand something after hearing that, and the black cat tilted its head curiously. She happily leaned in close to Jine. If that's the case, then this is a good opportunity. He nodded happily. That's right. I just need to thank the ladies and improve my achievements. And Jin reached out and grabbed the black cat, making it yelp in alarm. Then he held the cat high up. I guess bringing a cat along wouldn't be a problem either. Only then did the cat slightly reveal itself. July was a bit surprised and just exclaimed, "Oh my God." Jin looks at the cat. But Murakhan, I won't be taking you on a mission because I have another task for you. The cat in my hand, annoyed, turned back to answer you. What kind of other mission is that? Dien replied lightly, Next time I'll say it, so from now on we need to be more discreet. July cheerfully answered, Yes, young master. Murakhan turned away slightly annoyed as the sunset bathed the training ground in a golden glow, and the voice of Lord RT echoed again. Next, after the three of you finish the afternoon training, you will undergo special training in the secret training ground, which only those with pure black bloodline are allowed to use. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and explained to the soldiers below. Those privileges are reserved for your purebloods, but don't expect the training to be easy, understood, Dongthan? Yes, sir. The two brothers, with their faces covered in wounds and pig skulls, stand straight and listen to Lord Rhett's teachings. Our family's swordsmanship focuses on its destructive power and fearless fighting style, winning through dominance. The traits of the Kanan house are reflected in our swordsmanship. Jin also stands nearby, paying close attention with no specific definition for our family's swordsmanship, although there are some signature techniques and secrets only a few chosen ones learn. You secretly think that your sisters must be really angry now. Looking down, he still carries the appearance of a commanding and stern leader, teaching that this swordsmanship has no fixed form. Whether it's footsteps or rules, this is the biggest difference between the Black Clan house and other clans. He suddenly asked, Do you know why our family's swordsmanship has no fixed form? Jin raised his hand to reply, because of the superior physical ability and talent of the Blackguard clan. That's right. A cold voice echoes through the space. Being a black family member means you carry noble blood. The image of Luna Cannon holding a sword straight appears as a perfect example. You possess a body and swordsmanship talent beyond what ordinary people can imagine. The three Black Cannon brothers stand still listening to the lesson, their faces emotionless. Even if they are somewhat deviant, you are still far above ordinary people. Smiling with a cold grin, what you've learned is very easy and simple. Now, I will give each of you a steel ball. Everyone started to take the balls. Jean held the ball in his arms, thinking to himself, What is this? Is there something inside the steel piece? Z explains the spherical object in front of him. It's called clear stone, because when struck it produces a pure, ringing sound. The man approaches the ball with a sword. Now I will let you hear the three types of sounds that clear stones make. Listen carefully. Then he struck the metal block hard with his sword. A shrill sound rang out, startling all three of them. Haitona couldn't bear it and covered their ears, Red asked again, even though it was already clear. The sound is hard to hear, isn't it? Here's the next sound. He tapped right in the middle of the ball. The three brothers exclaimed in amazement as RT explained, As you've just heard, the clear strike produces different sounds depending on the strength you use to hit it. Looking at each spherical metal block on the ground, the cold voice still echoed in the space. If you don't cut hard enough, it will produce a dull sound, and if you cut with just the right strength, the sound will be magnificent. Jin stared intently at the ball. I understand now. This is a training to make each strike produce a good sound, meaning it's to train the ability to control strength, mental strength, and focus. Considering the physical abilities of the Kanan family, this is a perfect training exercise even if it's quite simple. Jin turned to look at Hyona beside him, but still, this was just a practice of repeatedly hitting the clear stone. It's too safe to be a special training only for the Kanan family members. Z raised his sword high and shouted, Now it's the final sound, Jin thought to himself. So, what is that third sound? I'm sure I heard a scraping noise from the stone, like a piece of steel, as Rhett swung his sword down on the ball with incredible force. Diennu saw something shocking, impossible. He quickly turned to the confused brothers and shouted for them to lie down. The sound of water from the ball echoes as it gradually separates from the hit by Rhett. Then a loud explosion erupts, creating a gust of wind that blows away all the tables, chairs, and Zin, along with his two brothers. The explosion was so bright that no one could see what the surrounding space looked like. Everything gradually fell silent. Only the crackling of burning objects could be heard. Loud coughs echo as Jine, emerging from the dissipating dust and smoke, is lying on top of the Tona siblings. The three of them sit up in shock. Tona and the other was still dazed and asked, What just happened? A cold voice responded. Oh, the youngest seems to have a good instinct. Yeah, if you strike the stone too hard and pure, it will explode like it did just now. All right, you all know what you need to, so let's start the training. Looking at Jane, Z praised, "You're the first after Luna not to be injured in the explosion. Most of your brothers have been taught by me. Simple drills like this are just for show. I don't expect anyone to escape the explosion." Sorry, how did Luna avoid the explosion? The Tona brothers looked even more confused. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed to hear that all your siblings managed to do it. Jin wonders if she's okay. If Z is telling the truth, then Luna didn't dodge like you. Your sister was also attacked in the explosion like the other children. When the explosion happened, Luna just stood still, instinctively covering herself with her hands, but the voice of the old man echoed slowly. The girl was unharmed because she is too strong. At that moment, Luna's face was blank, her whole body intact with no scratches. By the way, from today on, the three of you will train with Thuan Thach every afternoon. Rhett then pointed to the ground until they looked clueless, only stopping when they could reliably hear its sound in any situation. Is that clear? All three of you have responded. Understood. In a room bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, the gray-haired servant brought a tray of tea and respectfully warned Luna, "Miss." She looked up from her book, smiling at the nursemaid. "Thank you, nursemaid." The nursemaid placed the full teacup on the table and said, "The matter you mentioned to me last time?" Luna hesitated slightly. "Yes, are they trying to assassinate us or something?" The wet nurse adjusted her dress and sat down at the table. She continued, "I see that Lady Mew and Anne now suspect me. They also know about young Master Gine, so that's very likely." Luna continued, "Their actions are a bit reckless, but without any clear purpose. Do they really have the crazy idea of trying to assassinate at Leiwu Terrace?" She gently lifted her teacup, knowing they were forbidden from participating in the inheritance battle with the lanterns. Luna's gaze slightly darkened, and if their father found out about their plans, this house would be turned upside down, and their lives would be at risk. "Do you think there's a chance that young Master Gine might have lied? What if it was just a misunderstanding?" The nanny thought about Jane's childhood image. "The boy is already 10 years old, so I think both possibilities are possible. Besides, we've been investigating that case for 5 years and haven't found anything." Luna objected, "I don't think Jin is lying. I also remember Jane standing in front of me at that time and saying, 'I don't know, but I almost died.' She said, 'Back then, the boy was very cautious around me.'" Looking at her reflection in the teacup, Luna slowly confirmed that it wasn't something the boy felt randomly. I think it's my intuition telling me that the boy sensed it." The nanny leaned towards Luna and whispered, "Should we investigate Lady Mew and An first?" Luna placed the teacup on the table, nodded, and said, "Yes. Thank you. Relying on you. These dead ends worry me too, and this has given me a bad feeling." The guardian hurriedly said, "I am the one who should be worried. I fear my children will be hurt again by their siblings. Vu nuoi a kondakwa toi tredigiroi bakongkamfai lolang shokonua." She propped her chin and looked away. "I wonder if Jine is doing well." The nurse asks again, "How is Lord Z's training going?" She nodded. "Yes, it's also time for the boy to show me the results of his training." Luna closed her eyes as if imagining Yin's image, her voice ringing with the love of a sister. "It might get a little hurt by the pure stone, but the kid will do fine. Watching him grow up makes me really happy." The next day, the 4-hour afternoon training session began. Jin gasped for breath, wiping sweat from his chin. He thought to himself that out of all the training sessions he had gone through, this one really made him feel terrible. He propped his hands on his knees with the steel ball in front of him and the two brothers behind him, not much better off than he was. Z sat on a wooden chair holding a piece of paper, then said, "Take a 5-minute break." And all three quickly sat up straight. Jin held his sword, focusing his energy, but it was clear that his arm was trembling. I closed my eyes and thought. At first I thought this was a training to help me control my power and will, but in reality, it was not. From the beginning, I had to focus on trying to limit my own energy. Jane thought about the time Rhett struck the pure crystal so he could destroy it without using it like his uncle, but Min still lacks basic strength. Seeing his trembling hand holding the sword, Jane silently told himself that he must train to make his energy stronger. I have to train myself to hear pure sound clearly and to easily destroy primordial stones. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, continuously reassuring himself, "Don't rush. Stay calm. This is just something my older siblings had to do before reaching adulthood in my previous life. I'm sure I can do it too." Z glanced at the three of them, training silently, assessing that all three were doing quite well and gradually improving. Ortona grits her teeth. "You just said it was cracked." Tona looks at the sword. "Where is it cracked?" He looked at Jine sitting in meditation, but the boy was more special than the others. Z stroked his chin. a look of anticipation on his face. Maybe it can beat Luna's record. The dark game mode with a chilling scream echoing is truly ridiculous. Take this to your brothers. If they want to faint again tomorrow, they won't need to come here, the man said sternly, and Jin simply nodded in response. Understood. Tona and his brother are unconscious underground. Z watches the three leave, thinking that the Tona twins fainted later than he expected. Anyway, Van Conden is still den. He focused on Jine's back and the youngest child. He shouted in anger, "Why is it the youngest one?" He kept patting his chest repeatedly, tears welling up in his eyes. If only he had been born 10 years earlier, he could have become a talented person who would swallow up the entire black-clad family. That damn older brother of mine, what happened? I really regret it. He slumped down on the floor, muttering sadly to himself, no matter how he thought about it. Such a pity. Such a pity. 1 month after May 1795, the intermediate cadet training scores, everyone is gathered in rows. The person on the podium shouts loudly, "Attention, read it out loud." The first mission of the year for the intermediate class has been assigned. The cadets are called to step forward. The first task is a protection mission. The people you need to protect are the new employees of Minsmithy. The chosen ones are Stan and Bading. Their names are called out one by one. The third mission is to subdue monsters. The target is an orc. The mission is in the unprotected area of Kurano territory. The chosen individuals. Yeah. He turned the page and kept reading. Mesa, Bellop, Scott, Taung, Kiko, Jewson, Eddington, Sierra, Fince, David. As each name is called out, the two knights allied with Jine gape in shock. The announcer slowly rolls up the paper, revealing there are a total of 25 ORCs. He explains that ORCs tend to move in groups and act together, so they are determined to carry out this mission. Hearing this, the pink-haired knight, Misa, seemed to hesitate. He concluded, "It's over. Beta will give you more details. Goodbye," leaving everyone stunned. A few knights muttered, "You, Detaim Orsea, what can you do? Half of them will surely die." The soldiers assigned to protect us laugh mockingly. "Just prepare the coffins and incense. There's still some time left before we arrive, so I have time to write my will." Qin, who was lost to Jin Tian the other day, also mocked us with his arm. A blonde-haired man crosses his arms and sneers, "Maybe you should go beg young Master Jine to save us. We're too scared." The knight on the orc side shouted back in anger, "What did you say?" Mesa grabbed his arm to stop him. "Forget it. Hopefully we haven't been hit yet and we're not on a mission. Getting injured would be a big problem. You resist." But Misa and those bastards still lack the boss. Mi shouts back, "Shut up and stand still. Have you forgotten? This is the black people's family. I just have to carry out my assigned mission." She stands in the middle, softly reminding them of Jine's previous advice and telling them to return after completing their mission. She then shouts again, "That is the only way I can defeat them." One of the Tona brothers still struggles with his steel sphere, while Tona raises his sword high. A loud bang echoed as a crack appeared in the sphere. He opened his eyes in surprise. A loud explosion rang out along with a scream. "Damn it, Daytona." A call from the explosion shouted out loud. A beam of light shot straight past Daytona, making him gasp in surprise. Hitch. Jin, with his eyes closed, suddenly hears a call. Jin opened his eyes wide and looked behind. A beam of light was coming. Jin managed to block it in time. Haitona opens her eyes wide and runs over. "Hitch, Jin, are you okay?" "I didn't mean to do it." I hold my side where they attacked me suddenly, gritting my teeth and replying, "I'm fine. Can you take this somewhere else?" Tona looked confused. "I'm sorry." Jin looked at the two brothers leaning on the pure crystal in the distance, thinking that a month had passed since he started training with the pure crystal, and those two had already blown it away, faster than I expected. He looked at his hand and felt a strange sensation. But what was that feeling? It was like the direction of the iron stone being pulled. Jane widened his eyes, recalling the moment he heard his name called and saw an arrow rushing toward him, drawn along its trajectory. He placed his hand on the spirit stone, and now, if the iron shard flew back here, he thought he could dodge it easily. Jin pondered, could this feeling be related to his sister and Luna's training? Looking at the sword in his hand and the pure crystal, Jin thought to himself, before he forgets that feeling, he should do it again. Z's voice sounded beside him, noting that he had his hands in his pockets. "You have been assigned a mission." The Tona brothers put on a look of suffering. "It's just an event." Tona too is holding her head. "Why is it the Empire B? I already feel nauseous and bored just thinking about it." Tona is also pulling at her hair in frustration. "I really hate the tight event clothes." Z just stands to the side, looking at the notice. "My condolences to the children." Tona sighs wearily. UZ still kept talking. "Thanks to you guys, the others didn't have to dance at the Imperial Banquet Hall." But he pointed the notice towards the two of them, his face full of veins. Even if it's an event, it's still a mission. How dare you breathe freely? If you keep that attitude, I'll show you what it really means to want to die. The Tona brothers are crying helplessly, confused. Sorry, Uncle Jine, I secretly sweat a drop. Sister Miu and An have malicious intentions. To punish the brothers for their poor swordsmanship, it's hard to believe they were sent to the Empire B event. Sgactor announced this afterward, warning that it's a major event even the Cannon House can't refuse. Very strong people will be there to entertain and observe, to see if they can learn anything. The Tona brothers can only behave themselves, yes. Jack turned to Kaljin, who responded calmly. Yes, sir. The mission notice assigned to you is to assassinate a key target, a plaything of the owner of the Talaris Ice Castle, one of her lovers. Haitona was startled after hearing that and looked up at Jine. You know about the Ice Castle and its owner, right? The boy replied. Yes, sir. The Ice Castle is just the giant tower rising in the western sea of the continent. An image of a towering spire, frozen in the cold, standing tall among the ice appears. The owner of the Ice Castle is the one who controls that place. The owner of the 51st Ice Castle, Talaris, is known as the Starry Spirit of the Abyss, a beautiful, white-haired woman. She is famous for ruthlessly tormenting anyone who dares to threaten her lover. Z asked again, is the Ice Castle an independent force outside the control of the Black House or Jipo? You know how powerful the Ice Castle and its owner are, right? He then shows Jane a photo and information about the person you need to assassinate. The target to be assassinated is Ankaro Chanderer. Currently, the Ice Castle members are his guards, and he is in the lawless area of Mami. What do you mean? Mami? Jin just frowned. The two cousins whisper to each other, to the point where Mami has to step in and remind them that this is a knight's duty to protect. Jine, even with your talent, is this really okay? Jine raises his arm and speaks. Sir, I have a question. Since the Chender family assigned this mission, does that mean they want to kill their own descendants? The boy stroked his chin, thinking. R nodded and said, Yes. It seems the Chender family has tried everything to bring him back, but all failed. They probably think it's better to kill him than let him reveal family secrets. So you think you can carry out this mission? Grind's eyes are determined. I will do it. Zai was a bit surprised. Why you? The old man wondered silently as he watched John reading the mission details, thinking this guy probably doesn't know about the ice castle and the maze. Why did he agree so quickly? I was planning to talk to Kai Van if he resisted. Z chuckled softly and said, Well then, being decisive is good. All three will set out in 2 days. The two brothers interrupted Dongthun. Jane really came to Mommy. Mr. Z looks serious. If he wants it, what can I do to stop him? The afternoon training will be cancelled until the end of the mission, and individual training will be limited to avoid interfering with the mission. The two brothers can only agree. Jin also nodded. All right, Uncle Hayona turned to call you. Little Jin also looked up. What's that? Both Tona raised their fists. If necessary, you can say that you are a family member to intervene. Tona also chimed in. Yeah, no one would dare to touch you. What is this? We care about you in every way. Tana's two brothers were startled. Aren't we always worried about you? That's right. We will handle it as it is, so don't die before then. Jin slowly draws his sword and walks away. When I come back, you guys should change your minds. You knock on the stone tablet, and the Tona brothers panic, hugging each other, fearing a terrible explosion. The two are stunned, seeing that nothing happened, and look at Jin in amazement. Jin turns back and smiles. Do you prefer the older sisters, me, or Tona here? Tona and the others turned to answer. Yes. He watched Jin's back as she walked away. Speak to those two brothers like the youngest brother advising. Get ready to go. Don't provoke him before we're strong enough. He glanced at both of them with a hint of meaning. If you want to live long, in 2 days, the night group following Jin and July will gather in front of the gate. Young master, you will go to the Lawless Mitt region. He nodded. Yeah, someone asked hesitantly. But the young master has different hair color. Jin quietly glanced at his brown hair with a sigh. I will disguise myself. I can't be recognized as a black mage. Jin stands in front of Misa and smiles. My mission is different from yours, so I will go to a different teleportation gate. I have to go through all your immigration procedures. That's the controlling mission, right? Mesa nodded. Yes. Seeing the people in front of him look a bit strange, he asked, What's wrong with your appearance? It's nothing, we just wanted to say goodbye. Zin wondered, what kind of farewell is this? As if this were the last time we meet? The entire army bowed their heads silently after hearing this. He replied, Yeah, if luck isn't on our side, maybe a few people will die. He closed his eyes to reassure everyone, but his worry didn't change anything. That's right, so let's focus on what's in front of us. Jin stands there with the sunset's red tint coloring his cloak. Jin is confident that he will definitely return. Don't worry too much. Jin places his hand on the blonde's shoulder. Yes, young master, please be careful. All right. See you again, Murakhan gently says as he rests on Julie's hand. Jay is showing off his belongings and turning to reply, right? Please protect them, Murkan says proudly. Don't worry, I'm a god. Don't get caught and don't stand out too much, Jin interjected. Murakan grits his teeth. Oh my god, kid. You'd better be careful not to get caught and don't get overconfident relying on your disguise. I'm leaving now. Jin also waves goodbye to his black cat. July looked in the direction Murakan had just gone. Lord Murakan isn't here, so he will be very quiet. Jin replied gently. Consider it a break to rest. July, I will bring back a gift. Julie hugs her arms to her chest, speaking anxiously. But I am still worried about the assassination mission of the castle master's lover. I know the young master is not an ordinary soldier, but Mami is still a very dangerous place. Please travel carefully. Jin calmly mounted his horse and replied, Under the blazing sunset, I will return to the lawless desert, a barren and desolate wasteland where the lowest criminals gather. Hey bastards, I just got here. Why don't you say hello? Who's there? Is that you? Running away again, huh? Yeah, I'm back now. The inside scene is chaotic, with people shouting and drinking, creating a lively atmosphere. It is said that the sanctuary of those unruly criminals has been heavily influenced by those terrible people. The sound of a wooden door being pushed open, and the people inside stopped their party and turned toward the open door. Jane stepped inside from outside, his hat covering half his face so you couldn't see clearly. This place is so barren, even grass won't grow. They stared at him, huh? Is there really someone new? Zin paid a silver coin, calling out in a cold voice, just a simple drink. A mocking laugh echoes, Ha, look at this guy. A bearded man with a scar on his eyebrow seems to be the owner of this place. He grabs the silver coin. The tall, curly-haired man from earlier steps closer, placing his hand on Jine's shoulder and shouting, So you're the one talking back? Who are you? A former 9th-level knight turned traitor? Seeing that you didn't answer, he pressed his face closer and threatened you. Hey, newcomer. Shouldn't you learn our rules since you're new here? Now shut up, kneel down, and lick my toes. His smugness was interrupted as Jin swiftly brandished a small knife toward his neck. The big guy shouted as a stream of red liquid spilled onto the table. Jane coldly sets the knife down on the table without once glancing at the big guy. Jin calls out to the tavern owner, How much longer do you want me to wait? Everyone there froze for a moment. One person shouted, Ha ha ha, he's really dead. They all burst into hearty laughter, paying no attention to the big guy as they toast. I knew this day would come. Ha ha ha. Jin glanced at the scene behind him, thinking to himself that, like his master said, this place is full of real lunatics. He raised his small dagger, determined to show these criminals his skills and courage to earn their acceptance. Diane muttered, I have been helped so much by him in this life and the previous one, I hope to repay him someday. Master, water and cake are brought to your face. The boss said, I won't poison you. Jin obviously knew. He replied, Poison is banned here, at least I know that. The innkeeper looked at him seriously. You're still young but know a lot. Do you have family here? Zin pushed a gold coin toward the shopkeeper and said, It's none of your business. What do you want, opium? I'm doing well with this dish. It's been sold out lately. Who are you looking for? Jin closes his eyes and enjoys the food. The one you're thinking of is the red-orange-haired girl turned away from you. Is there anyone named Hister here? The innkeeper quickly replied, No, I'm sure you didn't show any emotion at all. I see. In that case, can you suggest a few places where I can stay overnight? You look up at the innkeeper, prioritizing places without holes and bugs. He enthusiastically responds that there is one suitable place, a guest house called Moon Well in the west of the city. He also mentioned that it is where the King of Mami stays, so there's no need to cause a fuss there like before. The Moon Well Inn is a charming place under the beautiful moonlight. Jin walked along, lost in thought. Ankaro Genderler is just the worthless son of a victorious count who grew up in a glass cage, not knowing what hardship is. He is driven mad by pleasure and excitement. He has nothing but blood in his face. He is a bastard who bows to the strong and tramples on the weak. You look up at the place in front of you. The reason he's in this dangerous city is to attract the attention of the mysterious castle's owner, who is being taken over by his new lover. This is the inn he's staying at. You remember the conversation with the innkeeper. The guy earlier said there's a new medicine at Mami. He's probably using drugs in the room, because he is one of the lovers of the mysterious castle owner. He definitely has protection with him. Jane slowly approaches the door. I should start by assessing the situation inside the room first. Jin takes off his hat and enters, and the noise of arguing echoes from the hall. Why? Why do you say you can't do it? You gave it to me yesterday. Did you see any problem with it? Zin watched the scene in front of him, secretly pleased. Today must be my lucky day. Who would have thought I'd meet him right here? We can't let you go on like this anymore, the tall man, who seems to be his knight, said. Damn it, come on, I beg you. Without that thing, I won't survive another hour. the tall, serious man said. No is no, young master. You should remember that our job is to protect you, not to indulge your wishes. Anu angrily points at the two people. Shut up! I don't want to hear anymore. Stop talking. He ordered that if you don't give me that thing now, I have my own ways. You bastards, I will remember your faces. As long as my love returns, you two are doomed. The two protectors can only sigh in frustration. He shouted in their faces again. Why? How dare you sigh in my face like that? The two of them silently exchanged glances. Inaro's name still shouted angrily. Those filthy barefoot bastards at the Cheniere meeting are him. Before he could finish, a flash of light shot through and hit his stomach, making it hard to breathe. The two guards are chatting. Tsk. How much longer do we have to protect this worthless bag? I wish he would just die from his addiction already. Why does he still keep this worthless thing alive? Ankaro collapses into the arms of the tall guard. The guard warned him to stay silent. Our job is just to do what we're told. Acting on impulse is not acceptable. Jin quietly calculated as he watched the tall man carry Ankaro upstairs. His guard seems to be at least a level 6 swordsman. Killing Ankaro would be as easy as breathing. The problem is what will happen next. I have to find a way to lure him out and escape safely from his guards. He ponders deeply. Using poison here is strictly forbidden. If I use poison to assassinate him, all these monsters will stand up against me. But his guards are a major obstacle in killing him and myself. Jin strokes his chin in thought, pondering how to secretly kill Ankaro right here in the well. He slams his hand on the table and shouts, All right. Jin raised his face and smiled. I've made up my mind. Returning to the scene of the drunken party in the desert, a female voice echoes. How many guards does that guy have? A group of 3 is walking along the road with a white-haired young lady in front and apparently 2 guards beside her. The purple-haired person replied, 6, miss. The girl closed the paper in her hand and said, Sorry, but it's all because of a bastard who doesn't know his place and made everyone suffer. But today, we'll put an end to that, right? The young lady has come here unaccompanied to make things easier for us. The young lady replied, So a guy like him can kill whenever he wants. You're saying he's at the moon well, right? Hurry up. Shouldn't good news come early? The man with the tied-up hair bows his head. Yes, miss. Bright blue lightning bolts are pouring down toward the Moonwell Inn. The 3 of them are approaching, shielding their eyes from the fierce storm ahead. The man with the tied-up hair shouted loudly, That young lady is heading toward the Moonwell. The young lady said, What the hell? A sparkling blue snowflake-shaped hairpin is clipped on her head. The girl opens her eyes wide, her white hair and icy blue eyes cold and piercing. She pursed her lips and said, Looks like we picked an unlucky day. You are Izidoma, daughter of the secret palace's lord. As he walked, he pondered, and a plan seemed to form in his mind. He secretly thought he would terrorize the moonlight well with magic from his room. I'm only at the 4th star, but if I pour in more soul power, I can create destructive force equal to the 6th star. That spell will make them think the caster is a 6th star mage. Who would suspect a 15-year-old kid is a 6th star wizard? There is no one around, not even Baradine Zipfen, who just reached the 6th tier thanks to the unique properties of his soul power. There will be no traces revealing him as the caster, and no one will suspect him, making it seem like an external attack. Just after coming up with the plan, he considers turning it into an attack. Summoning lightning might be the most suitable spell. Then, Jean began to cast his magic. He recited the spell, releasing his spiritual power. A series of inky black energy sources surrounded him, creating a sealed field. After finishing, he marveled at himself, saying he had truly devised an incredible plan. At this moment, only he is inside that space, and he begins to harness magic and mana. His hands now crackle with tiny sparks of electricity, making his hair stand on end. They start to grow louder and brighter, gradually whispering as the summon flashes. At this moment outside the inn, suddenly a lightning bolt streaks down from the sky, targeting the area where you are, the strange phenomenon you caused this time. It seems to have attracted many curious and frightened passers-by outside, including Lady Siridoma, the captain of the secret palaces, that Keem. What's going on? It seems I chose the wrong day. The thunderstorm grows more intense and destructive, rocks flying everywhere, dust and smoke filling the air. One of Ceres' guards said, It seems that someone from the Moonlight Well has angered a high-level mage. Ceres agrees, but thinks it might not be the case because it could be an attack aimed at her or her people. It seems so, but it could also be an attack aimed at the secret. And then she began to outline a plan to save the unlucky people in the inn after the lightning strike. She said that 6 of our people are inside the inn, not counting Ankaro's mother's lover, who is also there. She continued rushing toward the inn while ordering the guards to follow her. Let's go. I don't care what happens to that Ankaro guy. Priority is our side's situation. Follow the princess's orders and move closer to the dangerous area as the lightning grows stronger and more violent. Some people in the area are annoyed and cursing. Damn it, which trash did this? You bastard. You said you once killed Jen's mage. What if they seek revenge? I made that up. Damn it. Ceres ordered to hold back. Wait a moment. 2 weeks. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive pillar of light burst forth with great power, striking the inn like an attack and ending the chain of thunderclaps. Hitley, the guard protecting Ceres, was a bit surprised and confused, asking, "What is happening?" Ceres stepped forward and said, "That intense shock must have been the final attack." Hitler also agrees. He says, "My subordinate agrees, miss." Then she gently took a running start and jumped up, hoping everyone was safe, while saying so. Meanwhile, in another part of the inn, Jine, in torn clothes, was struggling to get up from the rubble. He silently thought that perhaps because the last lightning strike mixed all his spiritual power, it was close to reaching the failure threshold. He coughed heavily, breathing heavily. I was lucky to avoid a fatal injury, thanks to the pendant. I thought to myself while observing the situation outside the dormitory wall. It seems all the guards of the secret palace are still alive. But where is Anne? If he's still alive, it would be a good opportunity for me. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Sears meets Jane and says with surprise, there are people around Mommy who are about the same age as Ta. You help Jine sit up and ask about his condition. Are you okay? It turns out you were also caught in the attack. Let's get out of here quickly. Get up. Hitler goes to Ceres to report to her. Our lady is over there. They are injured, but still alive. After hearing that, she said it's good to gather everyone outside. If they are still protecting Enro, order them to deal with him. Hitler immediately obeyed the young lady's order, and, with a decisive suspicion, said, "Those attacks are similar and must be the work of the same master. If you find any wizard, immediately capture him." Hitler then directly said, "Yes, miss." Jine, looking confused and surprised, thought to himself, "Isn't she the daughter of the secret palace's lord?" From their conversation, it seems she came here to take care of Enro. His death has been arranged, he carefully considers as his hand gently brushes off the dust from his face. I don't need to check on him anymore. The real trouble is what happens next, he thought as he carefully styled his hair to look as messy as possible. It would be very complicated if she remembered his face, so he would disguise himself as much as he could and take advantage of the chaos to escape. At this moment, a guard from the Secret Service stepped forward, bowing his head and saying to Lady Ceres, "Sorry, Lady Ceres. Ankaro died during the attack, and my subordinates failed in their escort duties." Hearing that, she not only didn't feel sad, but also happily said, "Really?" "That's good news," she cheerfully said. "I came to free you from that mission, after all the trouble that idiot caused you for a long time." A soldier approached and said, but before he could finish, she stood up on a part of the inn's wall, pointed her sword at the sky, and declared, "Mat Kung will temporarily seize this inn. I am Ceres Endoma, daughter of Talaris, the lord of the secret palace, captain of the secret palace's 7 swords. Anyone who opposes will be considered an enemy of the secret palace." At that moment, a passerby felt indignant and pointed directly at Lady Ceres, saying, "Don't mock me. Even if you're the daughter of the mysterious palace lord, this is mate. The secret guild dares to deceive the kings of this city to take control of the current situation. You have gone beyond your authority, and the reason we were attacked is most likely because of the secret guild." At this moment, Lady Ceres' expression hardened as she swung her sword, instantly releasing a series of icy-cold bone streams. "I have made myself clear. Anyone who opposes will become an enemy of the secret palace. You, the king of Mai, think you can look down on the secret palace just because of this pretend emperor game in the hideout of these con artists. If this attack was really aimed at the secret palace, we will compensate properly. But if that wizard's target was one of you, and the secret palace accidentally got involved, what would you do?" The brown-haired man in the brown outfit standing behind her stammered. "Waiting for that," Ceres continued. "I think that's enough to justify the secret palace requisitioning this inn." The angry brown-haired man gestured and continued speaking. "Ha, fine. Do as you wish. Since we are allies, we must find and kill the wizard responsible for the attack." Hearing that, Ceres didn't bother arguing further with him. "I think so too. For now, find the wizard among the survivors. Not one of mine. There are no wizards among the secret palace's people here. It's not surprising. It's very likely that one of you con artists accidentally provoked the mastermind somewhere during the chaos, so stop that pointless resistance now." Then she walks toward Jine, her hand touching the brick wall as she asks, "And you? Why are you so slow?" "Didn't you hear me tell you to go outside?" Jin said with a rough look, messy hair. "Well, I'm a bit scared, and my leg is hurt too, sorry." Lady Ceres chuckled and said, Ha ha, you're more cowardly than a man, but you're quite a cute swordsman. As she spoke, she took out a wound ointment and said, Here, pull up your pants. You're lucky to have survived the attack. Jin let out a soft cry. Cirrus continued, You should feel honored to have the great Ceres herself apply medicine to you. Jin shyly asked, What should I do to repay this kindness? Cirrus then smiled and said, It's not necessary. She stood up and said, Someone like you isn't capable of repaying this great Ceres. Just consider it a beautiful memory and occasionally pay respects to the secret palace. She smiled and turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Jane. Goodbye? Jane also happily waved goodbye, but deep inside he silently thought, The mission is complete. A flash of sword, a gleaming blade, cut through the air and sliced across the green giant's chest. The giant roared as green blood spurted from the long wound. The knight with the sword counted to 18, and the green giant collapsed to the ground. I think we can all survive and go back while everyone is gathering around you. The two boys cheered and then tied their hair back, turning around together and trampling on the honor of those bastards who mocked us. Someone calls out the names of Diamond and Scott. Mesa sternly reminds them. The Demon Lord still has 7 monsters remaining. Tai Mong shyly replied. I already know that, Mesa. Pink Hair thinks that the orcs always move in small groups, and now that they are wandering alone, it's quite easy to eliminate them. She happily thought that perhaps the gods are supporting us and have given additional blessings, or that Lord Jine has received divine protection, and that positive energy is spreading to others. The pink-haired girl ordered everyone to continue the search quickly. Stay alert until the very end, and be careful. A small black cat gently pushes aside the bushes, its yellow eyes flashing in the evening shadows. It shuffled a few steps back, thinking that they still believed there were 7 more monsters if they caught those others. The cat watched the soldiers leave and muttered to itself, I can go home now. Switching to a past scene, a few days before Jin's team received their mission, the owner of the Giants of Blue spoke, Is everyone here? Darkness surged wildly, covering the entire dead land as he ordered coldly. Listen well, you orcs bastards, from today on you can only move alone. Remember that. The long cloak sweeping over the cold stone ground as if dragging hell behind it, he threatens. If they dare disobey or gather in groups of 2 or more, he raises his hand high and the darkness immediately coils around the trembling ones, threatening him. I will send all of you to your doom. Remember that well. His voice echoes coldly like metal hitting bone. If you understand, then get going quickly. The orcs all flee desperately under his authority. That old witch and the black cat walk leisurely among the scattered falling leaves. That kid keeps making me do annoying things. It gently shook its head and muttered to itself as if talking to its own mind. Its tail flicked softly back and forth, each step seeming both lazy and graceful. What if it's a 1,000-year contract demon? So what? So what? It stopped in the middle of the trail where sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, squinting as it gazed into the distance, trying to envision an uncertain future. 4 paws gripped the rough bark tightly, eyes fixed on the group below. Ha, when I return, I'll make that jumper buy me new flowers. I can only do so much in this body to complete the mission without anyone sacrificing themselves. The sound of heavy iron shoes pounding on the ground echoed like thunder through the forest as the armored warrior approached the crowd, cold steel glinting in the darkness, while the black cat lying curled on the branch suddenly shivered. Instinct telling it to spring up, its whole body tense and its sharp yellow eyes gleaming like metal, narrowing into a thin line as if squeezing the light in front of it. It gazes into the distance where the ground trembles beneath something dark approaching, as an ominous wave of black energy rises from the earth, seeping through the roots and bushes. It slowly lifts its head and mutters something inaudible, not knowing what this energy is. It is coming closer. From afar, an unhelmeted knight trudges forward, gripping a large sword. Across the tree, a cloaked figure stands silently like a statue. The dark mage squints at the soldiers below. Damn those guys, where did they come from? He doesn't understand what their purpose is here. I don't think they'll just go back like that. Luckily, they're only at the 3rd level, and the aura around his hand swirled into a spiraling vortex as if a whirlpool was expanding. If it's genuine, a strong wind suddenly rises, making his hair fly as if alive with the darkened air. That kid will definitely feel my shield immediately. He throws the darkness toward the group of people sitting nearby. The darkness spills out like a flowing wave, spreading across the area around the camp. The atmosphere thickened into a dense floating mass above the crowd, as the space plunged into a chilling darkness, with no one below aware of what awaited ahead. It seems the blonde-haired one senses something. Humph, you're paying attention. It looks like it's darker than before, but since you're not skilled enough, you just assume it's going to rain. The headless knight continues forward with heavy steps that make the ground tremble slightly. On his neck, where the head should be, a blazing red light shines brightly. That light moves like a living eye, watching every move around it. From afar, a terrifying screech echoes from the dragon's maw tearing through the darkened sky. Now you dare to attack. A giant dragon swoops down with powerful wings, causing the wind to scream in your ears. It circles once before landing in front of the knight, its sharp eyes like blades fixed on him, as its deep, resonant voice like an ancient bell asks, "You mobilize your forces without my permission." Its body is that of a dragon, but its limbs resemble a human, with black energy rising from its body mixed with flames, making the space seem to shatter into pieces. It's not a living creature, but an ancient relic. The dragon thought it was some knight, but it was actually the giant guarding the tomb. Blue flames rose from its head, burning through the darkness of the shadows. I'm sure my kind cleared them out 2,000 years ago, the dragon wondered. Moreover, why are the giant tomb guardians of the fallen gods here? The dragon spat out something like a pearl infused with dark magic. Whatever the reason, this reunion won't be a happy one. It's ready to unleash all its power to destroy the last guardian, and I will end it in a single breath. From its throat, instead of red fire, a swirling stream of black flames erupted, pouring down like a dark waterfall, swallowing the tomb guardian below. The guardian only managed to lift his head, eyes wide with terror before being consumed entirely. Roa. A whirl of black energy spirals in the air like a tornado. It seemed that the overwhelming power was unstoppable, but the attack was immediately countered when it hit the barrier of the mage from earlier. The dragon man responded with a heavy strike. The wizard's figure also appears, turning his shoulder as he speaks. "Hugh, it's been so long since I used my power that my body aches all over," he speaks. "There's no way a giant gravekeeper would appear by chance. No matter how many times I think about it, I still believe this is connected to the Jipo family. Then I wonder what will happen to this world after witnessing all these strange events," he seriously thought. "I better keep this a secret from the kid. If anything unexpected happens, I can protect him." It seems that the cat from earlier has transformed into a human, his eyes glowing gold with pupils constricted, and he continues to think that if the kid keeps developing at this rate over the next 10 years, the future scene of Giant suggests he might become the hero of the entire country and could stand against the Jipo family. The chubby guy hurriedly ran off, and he stood in the waiting room as someone pushed the door open and immediately announced in panic, "Bisco is in trouble because of my giant gravekeeper. This is the shapeshifter wizard Booba Gaston." The blue-haired one replied indifferently, "I already heard the news. This is Bisco Ibriano, leader of the Kinzela Revolution Society." Dan said, "The kid's being attacked by the giant gravekeeper at midnight." The fat guy shouted, "That's right," he said angrily. "Damn, which monster would do such a terrible thing as destroying my masterpiece?" The green-haired person calms down. Booba now says that matter is not important. "You briefly mentioned that the creature that defeated the giant was a dragon, specifically a dark dragon, and then talked about your practical actions, saying you personally went to check the scene." The chubby fool replied cluelessly, "Just one dragon. He is saying the dragons have taken notice of our actions." Green-haired reminds, "I'm not sure, but I think they're warning us to temporarily lose track of the surrounding situation. I'll send some useful ones to your location. You quietly come up with a new plan. I should organize a gathering with the JP Zankander family soon to celebrate. Good everyone, you've completed the mission safely and returned unharmed. Mami ga ha ha." He happily teases the annoying guys. "Those lucky ones have given us this mission to make us look foolish. They will definitely go crazy over this one." Jindan Kanden, standing in the lower ranks, spoke up. "Thank you, sir. Give the order." "All right, the entire unit is dismissed." The entire team responded enthusiastically, "Yes, sir." The long-haired one said, "Young master, you're safe. We're so relieved." Jin responded with a compliment. "Yes, everyone did very well." The long-haired guy looked at Jin and his friends happily and asked irritably, "Have you guys heard the news?" He continued, "I don't know how, but on that very day a mage happened to attack the hotel where the target was staying. Young Master Jin is so lucky." Long-haired sneered and said, "The world we live in is truly unfair." He dismisses the efforts of a talented person. He is not only a black-hearted guardian, but also has a heaven-defying luck. There are always some people who, no matter how hard they try, cannot go beyond being a common cadet. Talking badly about Jine's group doesn't really tell us how strong those people are, but Jine himself almost hit 4 stars, and his new group is only 3 stars, right? Long-haired just wants to cause trouble, so he invited the scar-faced guy along. "Hey Kajin, should we just leave it like this?" Scarface replied. "Otherwise, even if he's just a spoiled young master despised by others, he's still a purebred, black-blooded Raken." Scarface said grimly, "Mew, before Lady An directly ordered us, we couldn't. At this point, he hesitated for a moment and looked across. While behind their backs people were whispering and stabbing each other, Jin was standing in front of them, overhearing everything they had been discussing, and the atmosphere in the camp suddenly grew tense as he appeared at this moment. Dan Truong's hair pretended to ask casually, "So he heard everything?" Long Hair whispered softly, "It can't be that far away." Jin didn't look up at him, only sighed and said, "What a pity, but I heard everything, my dear friends." Just now they were talking behind his back, but when they saw him appear right in front of them and heard everything they said, the two cowards were startled because they got caught. 3 ways. Jin asked Scarface, "Are you okay, Kajin Romero? Your right hand?" Scarface replied grimly while observing him, "Are you okay?" "The medical staff said it was easy to stitch it up thanks to your precise cut." Zin continued, "So it seems everyone is having quite an interesting discussion, huh?" "Yes. The most we lowly scoundrels like us can do when facing young Master Jane is to talk behind your back," he said arrogantly. "After revealing the truth, I hope you will forgive us." Jin's eyes flickered. "Well, whether I do or not doesn't really matter, right? Because for now I haven't reached my turning point yet, so you might as well declare it directly." "Isn't this whole thing actually none of your business?" The Scarface guy immediately responded, saying, "Isn't it true that with just one word, you could have dragged us out to fight?" Zin wondered why I was doing this, while Scarface grinned mischievously, as if testing the hero's patience, saying, "Because right now, I'm acting pretty reckless." "You honestly said it. Yeah, it really is irritating. Long Hair is blocking this awkward situation. Hey, Kajin, what are you doing?" "I see. Is that so?" He stood up angrily and spoke about Jin's group. "To me, seeing the young master being recognized by everyone after completing a mission, just relying on luck, isn't something to be happy about. I speak up to clarify and avoid unnecessary conflicts. There seems to be some misunderstanding, as I didn't insult you or disrespect you." He wondered what you wanted to say. You continued, "Kajin Romero is a 5-star knight. Your skills far surpass those of other mid-level cadets. Actually, you might even be stronger than me. So why are you just standing there talking behind others' backs?" The sword is drawn and decisively pointed at the Scarface man's neck. "I definitely told you that you could fight me any time you wanted." "Really? Are you sure?" Jin, the scarred man, confirmed. "Raise your sword. There's no reason for you to hold back against me. Just settle this already." He roared, his whole body erupting with the long-repressed fury as if it had been unleashed. "It sounds like you're suggesting we don't need to hold back when using that aura." The boy replied coldly and firmly, "That's right." The scar-faced man snarled as he quickly drew his shining sword from his side, slicing through the air like a lightning bolt. "You will regret this." Without hesitation, he charges forward, swinging his sword straight at Jin. With his pent-up fury, Jin immediately raised his sword with both hands to block the first strike, the clash of metal ringing out sparks flying, the force making the wind around him ripple as if torn apart. The scarred face didn't stop. He spun around and continued to slash wildly, driven by a fiery rage that burned away his reason, attacking like a wounded beast. But compared to those he would face in the future, it was nothing. Jin calmly stepped back with each move, the sword spinning in sync with the opponent's strikes. He neither countered nor provoked, only deflecting each blow with a cold gaze. "Your footwork is firm as an iron stake in the rock, every strike you block with cold precision. Do you see the truth now?" The scar-faced man fights more and more wildly, blood surging in his eyes like a red storm, howling like a beast as he raises his sword high, gathering all his strength for the next strike. "Young master, you are still too weak compared to me." Goo, the sword swings down from above as if to cut through the entire sky and earth. Jin still didn't lower his sword as he raised it to block. At the same time, the clash rang out, a screeching sound that seemed to tear into the ears. Both of them froze for a moment as if time had stopped. Then Dai's brow furrowed as he sensed an unusual force rushing toward him. Before he could react, his foot was already flying straight into his chest like a deadly kick. The kick sent him flipping slightly backward, air forced out of his lungs, his foot slipping slightly on the ground. Thud. But the scarred face didn't let him think. He continued to swing his sword at him. Jin widened his eyes, realizing for the first time the true murderous intent from his opponent. But amidst the swirling storm of swords, he suddenly realized something. His eyes flashed with a cold light and narrowed sharply. "I can see each slash and strike clearly, as if everything is slowing down. I can see it." He tilted his body to dodge the slash at his side effortlessly, his gaze still indifferent, without a trace of anger at his opponent's every strike, as if exposed and vulnerable before that stare. Just like the day I was hit by Hyona's iron bar, I can now see Kajin's attack trajectory. The opponent puts in all their effort, but I seem to be walking through a swirling wind. He has countless sword techniques capable of slicing through space. In just a moment, John regained his steady breath. A sword-like gaze in the darkness, but a male knight like him doesn't use much of it. The scarred man's fury grows with each attack, and every time he sees John dodge a move, it drives him even more insane. Especially since he couldn't see the calm look behind that cold mask. All he felt was helplessness as each of his moves missed, blinded by his own rage. The rage burning inside him completely overwhelmed his reason, and he only knew how to charge forward with his sword like a beast, with no thought but raw power. Jin continues to block the attack decisively, as if to say, I've known the path of this sword for a long time. I will end this in just 3 moves. I know everything you do, you can't win. Stay defensive, hold your ground, don't retreat, don't panic. The two sides, like opposing poles of fire and ice, clash and create a shockwave that spreads throughout the camp. A silent yet deadly icy current, gradually drowning the wild flames. You still talk such useless nonsense, young master. He doesn't understand what you mean. He suddenly jumps to the left, launching a bold attack against his opponent, first slashing from the left, then dodging to the opposite side as if skimming water, and from the left again, a sharp sword strikes toward the enemy's arm, followed by a surprise overhead swing. Jane takes a few steps back, maintaining just enough distance, as if drawing an invisible trap in the air. Each of his steps is purposeful, leading to the final point. Already prepared to unleash a powerful strike when he saw the scar-faced man raise his sword, John suddenly shifted his stance, crouching down to throw off his opponent. His hand gathered strength into the faint blue glow of his ice fire sword, which shivered in his grip in harmony with his pounding heartbeat. His final attack, a horizontal slash slicing through the air like the tearing of night, the sharp blade cutting straight into the scar-faced man's side. An aura that even a 4-star person shouldn't dream of blocking. The surprise attack froze his entire body in an instant. The sword in his hand flew out and he fell to the ground. What now? His eyes widened in shock, pain, and fear, merging into a gulping stare as the fury in his eyes was suddenly extinguished by that icy flame without a sound. That last attack was definitely precise. Zin pointed his sword at him and calmly said, I now know how many years it takes to reach 5 stars, and the battle was decided with a single clean flame. And Tanhan, with cold, icy eyes that have never shown a hint of mercy, the sword in his hand still faintly glowing with blue fire, as if it had never been drawn from its sheath, said with a grim face, You lied to me, didn't you? I didn't know you had reached 5 stars. Dian retorted bluntly, No, I've never done those kinds of tricks. Jane still keeps a low stance, her gaze unwavering in front of her shouting opponent. You just don't understand me well enough. You keep saying I will never join a fight if I think I will lose. 11 and 12 rush over, panicked about what just happened. What just happened? They are surprised. They thought Jin would be defeated, but the outcome was different from what they expected. What the heck? How could the youngest defeat Kin? Jin nonchalantly walks away, leaving behind a remark that's not worth much. The 2 spiky-haired people looked surprised as Jin walked away as if they didn't believe what had just happened, and Thapnot asked again. 12 replied, yes, even the family members don't believe the news that was just reported. You say the youngest one crushed you? They think that's just a rumor. Do you think we will believe that? Scarface said, I truly feel ashamed of myself. Are you not accepting bribes or showing leniency towards him because he's one of the Candon family? Scarface shyly replied, No, not at all, ma'am. So, what exactly happened then? Are you seriously telling me that a 15-year-old like you in such a short time has already reached 5 stars? Scarface lowered his head and explained, It's not just me. Everyone at the training ground at that time saw that aura, and it truly exceeded 5 stars. Miudoan Khan, the black-haired one, teased, Haha, forget it. Relying on someone like you is my mistake. Then she chased after Scarface, telling him to get lost. Are we being threatened by the youngest member? Miu replied, Not just us. It's threatening the entire family. Her icy gaze revealed her next plan to deal with that little brute. In the next mission for the youngest, we have to blend in with our own people. The cunning girl thinks about a satisfying future. That must be where it's headed, and when it returns, it can only be a corpse. The young master of the swordsmanship garden is bustling, and everyone is amazed by his achievement. Jiawai is holding a beard-shaped cake and talking to Jin. Really? Jin didn't seem surprised by her opinion, as if he had anticipated this. As the First Lord, father, and Luna's sister became the only 3 to achieve 5-star knights at age 15 in the entire history of the Black House, Jine crossed her arms and looked out the window. So, 5-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and 5-star dark energy. I never expected to achieve 5-star swordsmanship. July placed a pastry and tea on the table in front of Jin. I only practiced with pure stone as usual. In the past, Jin trained by focusing and combining magic with swordsmanship. I have reached 5 stars. For now, that's how it is. It seems that when one of my 3 powers, specifically dark energy, magic, or aura, becomes stronger, the others are affected as well. Earlier, when I was overwhelmed with dark energy, I also opened a flow of aura and mana. Jin looked up at the sky through her window. Because I am the only one who possesses all 3 powers, there is no information about them, but they are definitely connected. Jin notices a green flower pot that looks different from usual. Did you place this flower here? Julie, yes. I added the flowers because you were out on patrol. The flower has colors matching the leaves, and as you move toward the center, the yellow becomes more prominent. You should throw it away, Jai asks. No, there's no magic or curse on them, so it's fine. Jin calmed down and started talking to the maid. I understand. Anyway, when the news of me becoming a 5-star knight at 15 gets out, my brothers will start to worry. Jane sat down on the sofa in the middle of the room and began to speak. Even when Rot Sua, the nominated successor for the next head, rested his chin on his hand, Jane's face grew more serious. Rotsu Kanan is a tall man with short hair, fiery red eyes, and an ominous aura around him. When Luna Kanan gave up her first life body, Donan's second life body became the leading candidate for the next head of the family. With his mother Kanan's support, a woman active within the family and wielding influence comparable to his own, he has now secured his position. Even though hiding my skills now isn't bad, I decided that revealing my achievements would be more beneficial. I seriously discussed that matter with everyone. Moroccan sat and ate a beard-shaped pastry as my 5-star news was revealed. My news will spread far and wide, and surely the story about me will be published all over the world. Oh my, look at our little guy praising himself. I'm sure if you become the center of attention, your brother will obediently step up. Yes, more importantly, father will come to the swordsmanship garden himself. Both Murakhan and Julie are still looking at Jin with puzzled expressions, wondering why Jin made such a hasty decision. Dad wants a different heir instead of Julie. Except for Luna, my father was never satisfied with any of us. The sword and the Lord's cloak on that chair, in his mind, only Luna could stand there. But Luna, the only one who interests him, is not interested in the throne, so he decided that she is not suitable to lead the family. She passed away when he expressed his interest in the path of leading the Kanan family. Then Yua's next position as head of the family was confirmed, and he went first. Jantia and Mary became the backup heirs. This succession order is very stable, but everything changed when I appeared. Dad doesn't discriminate by age and gives everyone a chance, so he will give me an order. Just like I was still in the basic position, Julie's face looks better. Murakhan still kept a cold expression. Surely their father's orders would include 2 things. First is the challenge. Jin silently thought, can I overcome the age gap with you, the potential successors? The second is protection. My father doesn't want me to die at your hands before I take the test. That's because I am a special case. If your story were published in the newspaper, you would be flooded with requests to visit from families and groups all over the world. Julie expressed her opinion in front of Jin. She's right. The best way to deal with those things in one go is a banquet, Jin replied. When the father arrives, a banquet will be held, so Julie, go prepare. Jin sat with his hands clasped on his knees and shared his thoughts. You must keep a close eye on Murakhan. We'll be doomed if he secretly turns into a human and infiltrates the banquet. You understand, right? Murakhan's face looks panicked right now. Huh. Do I look like a kid to you? I know Murakhan stood up as if to reaffirm himself. I will follow your words. Sir, July responds. The dragon beard pastry was sad for a few days. It seems the stewards have been very busy replying to those official letters lately. Young Master Jilly is reviewing the bouquets. When I asked Pedro, the Bondon royal family also sent an official letter. Jin was reading a book and listening to July speak. The royal family of the empire is truly astonishing. They must be very curious. Jin responded to her opinion, and the master sent the visit schedule through Khan. He plans to come in about a month, and the visits from other noble families will be scheduled accordingly. Jin flipped through the pages of the book, but the other young masters and young ladies remained quite silent. If they want to discipline me while I am in the spotlight, it's no different from you bragging that they fear or hate me just because of my reputation. Closing the book abruptly, I said nothing as the door was suddenly swung open, and a butler rushed in a hurry. Young master, you have been assigned a mission. Please try to report quickly while catching your breath. It seems to be an important task from the head of the family. But is the mission to be erased, by those who call yourselves the Kai Van? A deafening scream, and the surrounding glass shatters into many pieces due to the pressure created. Doing this again, huh? Inside the prison, the Kai Van are suffering the wrath of Jose Dan Candon. Documents and papers fly everywhere in the room as she dares to send the youngest to Jipo's territory. Her rage is like a storm sweeping everything away. These damn bastards suddenly open the door. Ha, you're here. Jose's anger is temporarily quelled by Jin's appearance. Yes, mother's letter, Jin replies. Vantia, the third Black House of the Black House cycle. The Black House of the fifth cycle and the Black House of the sixth cycle. Have you heard about your next mission to the Colon Ruins? All right, Jin replied with a relaxed attitude. That mission has been cancelled. You can't go to Colon anymore. Rose declares to Jine before other fates, while Miu and An feel frustrated with Jose's decision regarding Jine's mission. Shut up, you clever guys. All you think about is killing the youngest one. Even though the situation isn't as tense, Jose's anger still remains. Do you think it's weird that we're trying to kill him? Inghe responded to Rose. That's right. Honestly, Long, I don't understand why Mom keeps protecting him anymore, and then adds with a frustrated look and a tense mood. What? Ha, if you keep spouting nonsense like that, Roz's patience will start to show on his face. Isn't it because our family needs to have some competition? I'm sure you know that each of us here has been competing since we were young. The other Kaivan are present at those events and have no objections to the 8th Kaivan's opinion. That's right, Mom. I've been sent on extremely dangerous missions many times, even though I just reached middle level. Yes, you are right. At this point, Jose understands that competition among the Kaivan is necessary, regardless of methods or intentions. She patiently explained to them, but has anyone among you become a 5-star knight at just 15 years old? Miu and Anne were stunned by Rose's words, as that was information they couldn't argue with. The youngest is very different from you. Jin silently watched Rose say those words. If you achieve the same accomplishments as the youngest when you were little, I will also protect you. The third cycle, Giannia felt bored with what the two of them didn't understand, and caused a fuss. In other words, you don't deserve my protection. At this point, both Miu and Ankai realize the truth, and they both show expressions of disbelief. Looking at you like this, even if you are the chosen ones, I don't regret it much, Rose continued. And Jantia, June, and Vigo. The remaining 3 seers were also called by Rose and began to pay attention to her. Because the 3 of you are also the chosen ones, you will also be responsible for the chaos caused by these 2. Vantia will discipline herself right now. Jen and Vigo will each have to return a high-grade sword from their family that they possess. Mrs. Rose imposes punishments on each of them. Mom, what do you mean by returning one sword? They don't accept this punishment. If I handle it my way, I will confiscate all the high-grade swords from both of you. Neither of you just sit there, doing nothing but scratching your heads. So be grateful that I only handled it this way. Mrs. Rosa continued. What will you do now? The youngest Rosa is showing concern for Jine. She wants to see how Jine will react. In a situation where I drag unrelated siblings into this, Jin remains still and unmoving. Will I pretend to punish them or accept this favoritism and become arrogant? Jin observes the reactions of the others before making his decision. Show me how you handle this. If Jine handles this matter in an unreasonable way, she will not regain the good favor of Mother Rose. Speak up. My son. With a sharp gaze, Mrs. Rose is waiting for Jine's solution. I really enjoy this mission you assigned me. Jane's smile is not a meaningless one. Do you know where the Colon Ruins are? Unlike Jine's calm demeanor, Mrs. Rose seems more excited than usual. Yes, it was part of Jipo's territory with the black fence that they once occupied in the past but failed. The expressions of the 8th and 9th seers are no longer dissatisfied but instead show smug smiles. I understand that it is a dangerous place, but I have no intention of backing down in this fight. The confident look reflects a bit of the arrogance that Jine possesses. His smile includes a challenge to the other relics. I really enjoy the big mission that the sisters have arranged for me. Jane clasped her hands behind her back with a confident and calm expression towards Lady Ruo. I know it's very dangerous, but I don't think there's any injustice. On the contrary, it seems like a sign that they value my abilities very much. And 2Q's face gradually became unreadable at Jin's decision. Isn't that why they assigned Ko to this mission, in front of the tournament? Jean declared that she didn't feel uncomfortable with this mission at all. Very brave. The two of them are doubting their own mother, Rosa says. No, if the mission arrangements suddenly change, it will make the people working for our family think that our family's status and strength are declining. She spoke seriously and provided evidence for her words. We don't have subordinates bold enough to doubt the family over such trivial matters. My sisters just want to harm me. They are not allowed to fight me directly, so they use their power to cause chaos. Mother-in-law from afar spoke to Jine with a serious expression. That is also the goal you are aiming for. Mom, in response to her, Jane still shows no sign of backing down. If I have to fight that sister right now, I will definitely lose, but I can retaliate by completing this mission excellently. Standing before Mrs. Jiaosa and other challenges, Jean is proving her stance and reasons. This is a battle where you have a chance to win, he continued. Do you really feel confident in yourself, knowing that one misstep could cost you your life at the Colon Ruins? Mrs. Rose Sanu is trying to confirm Jin's certainty about accepting the mission. Yes, and I have a small request. Jin said, if I can return successfully from the mission, please grant me the sword that the others returned. What? Jin's fifth and sixth wishes felt surprised by Jin's words. I think that's the least I can receive as a reward, since my mother said this mission is extremely dangerous. The mother-in-law remained silent. Jin, why do you want to keep the sword we returned? If you need a sword that badly, I'll give you one of mine. So you should give up on this mission. Jian told Jin about it and gave him some advice. You need to survive, at least until your father returns. Jian tries to guide Jin toward the best choice. What you're saying sounds strange, but Jin is protesting against it in front of Ji. If you think there's a problem, shouldn't you stop Anne and Miu from entrusting this mission to me? Jin asked seriously. Stop, Rosa interrupted them. If you truly complete the mission and return safely, I will give you your brother's sword. Everyone can leave now. Jose's declaration made the others disagree with this decision, fearing Jin would become like Luna. I have trampled on the honor of other children. That was Yao Sa's thought when everything was over. The ceremonies are still leaving, but it seems I was worried for nothing. Her expression no longer shows the initial tension, but has become somewhat more peaceful. When Siren returns, he will be very proud of Jean's maturity. Standing in front of the door, two figures appear behind Jean. What are you thinking? Dreaming that luck is still on your side. Anne and Miu stand with their arms crossed in front of Jane, puzzled. I don't know, maybe you guys don't realize, but I am incredibly unlucky. Jane's hand on the door handle shows no intention of stopping to talk to them anymore. That indifferent attitude is enough. This is not a personal mission. Adan grew impatient with Jin's indifferent attitude towards everything, so I will never be alone during the journey to Hadu. Jin will have to carry out the mission with the participation of other knights. Thank you for your concern. Jin, lost in thought, opened the door and stepped into the room. Before leaving, Jin didn't forget to cast a cold glance at the two of them. We would like to introduce ourselves. Young Master Jin, my name is Molly Hack. I will accompany the young master on this mission. One of the three knights assigned to work with Jin is introducing himself to him in a relaxed manner. I am Rima, Hack, another member of the team, and I am honored to be working with you. Young master, I want to sincerely apologize for my previous actions. We won't let you down. Rima's face wore a fake smile. Me too. Kajin Romulo, the young general Jin encountered during your training with the twin siblings. All right, let's treat everything as water flowing under the bridge and complete the mission together. Jin agrees with them. Yes, thank you, young master, thank you. They responded to Jin, feeling honored. All three are just pawns of Anne and Miu, so they will definitely stab us in the back when danger comes. Jane remains cautious of all three companions during the mission. Let me briefly go over the mission details. Our task is to destroy the totems, with the site being the Colin Ruins, and our specific target is 4 totems. Jin pondered the characteristics of the upcoming mission. The Colin site, once home to thousands of indigenous people from various tribes. Currently, that territory is under the control of the Jipfen family affiliated with the Pylon Kingdom. Colin was discovered a few years ago by Jfen clan members after finding the ruins, and they have killed and enslaved most of the indigenous people. Of course, the JP Fen family now claims to respect the Colin natives, but that is only for appearances. Although they are respected on the surface, in reality they are just slaves, with no policies to improve their situation, because the lives and rights of the Colin people mean nothing to most of humanity. The reason Fan spared the Colin people was to preserve the natural environment there, and as a display of remorse for past cruelty. In the darkness, they reached their destination and hid while observing their surroundings. The JP Fen family usually aims for reasonable laws, seeking voluntary compliance from those they rule. That forest is pitch black, silent, and full of darkness. But in the past, they crossed the line with Colin. Jin pondered deeply. The reason they are obsessed with the Colin relic to the point of sacrificing their reputation is because of the mirror artifact hidden by the indigenous people. All three are observing the Jfen family's surveillance area. The existence of the mirror remains a secret only the JP Fen family knows. But the truth was exposed before I rewound time. Thanks to a brave journalist, the story became so famous that even after rewinding, Jin couldn't forget the cause and outcome of what happened. The headline written by the journalist describes Zipfen's actions as aiming to find a certain relic, which the locals accuse of being the source of mana. Just by looking at it, a person can increase their mana stat up to 7 stars. Using that relic, Zipfen has created countless mass-produced mages. The Jipfen family began producing mages 10 years later, meaning they still haven't reached the source of mana. The members carrying out the mission are gathering and discussing the tasks they must undertake. I won't let that fall into Jipfen's hands again. Jane tightened his grip on the sword, feeling his resolve remain unshaken. Young master, the mages are returning. The knights on the mission are reporting the situation back to Jair. The location of the two of them is the rendezvous point for the Jfen mages. while the artifacts we need are stored in warehouse number 3. The overall map and mission route they are following are not difficult to attack, but there will definitely be defensive spells. Don't worry, young master. No matter what happens, we will protect you, even if it means sacrificing our lives, Kin Romulo said with a determined look, knowing this mission could be dangerous. Thank you for the encouragement, Jin replied with an indifferent look. We need to conserve our strength to ensure safety on the way back. Take a rest for a bit, we will attack in an hour. Jin distributes food to the remaining knights. Everyone gathers together. Order the weekly supply, take one each, thank you. Jane holds out a type of dried food in her hand and distributes it to everyone. Now, while everyone is eating, Jane suddenly speaks up in front of them. I will act alone. Just enjoy your sleep, Jin. Pull your mask back to cover part of your face before you move. What do you mean? The young master suddenly feels the world spinning and dizzy. The other two also felt the same, and gradually realized they had ingested poison, kneeling down and trying to vomit it out. What is this? Poison. You. Don't worry, it's just sleeping pills. The three of them collapsed and seemed to lose consciousness after the poison took effect. No, damn it. Do you want to show Lo Lu that you're here to kill me? Jin was straightforward with them. I'd be less suspicious if you just keep doing what you always do, you bastards. Seeing them all sprawled on the ground, Jin felt more secure. Jin raised his hand to his neck and adjusted his mask. I guess the instinct of these dogs is to obey their master. Jin alone stepped into the J.P. Fen family's forest and began his mission at a certain house. The two guards outside the locked door were one yawning tiredly and the other excitedly telling a story, which is why I grabbed the bottle of alcohol. He was engrossed in his story when suddenly a tearing sound cut through the air. Before he could react, a shadow charged straight at the chatting soldier, causing him to cry out in pain. You! The other one startled and raised his weapon towards the black-clad figure, his sleepiness completely gone. He was alert and asked, Who are you? The cold blue eyes flicked toward him, a flash of light passing too quickly to see clearly, and then he spun around like a whirlwind sweeping across the field, moving with lightning speed toward the guard. Jin took off his hood, emotionless as he watched the guard fall. He assessed the situation ahead, only 2 of them, and it seemed there were no other guards outside. At this moment, Jin glanced at the sparkling lock on the door and let out a soft, as if he had discovered something. He approached, picked up the lock for analysis. A very simple lock, not enchanted with any alarm magic. He bowed his head. Well, they do sometimes let civilians guard warehouse number 3 as well. It seems the Penn family doesn't really care much about this place. Let's take a quick look inside. Jin opens the door and steps in. In front of you is a magic formation, drawn on the Blood Demon magic circle floor. Jin kneels down and touches the surface. It is known by most people as a magic guardian that confirms whether the person checked has the bloodline of that clan, whether pure-blooded or not, but in reality its function is to distinguish normal humans from magical beasts. It can also confirm whether this person has any contagious diseases, so as long as the blood is from a normal person, it doesn't matter whose blood it is. He glanced at the 2 behind him as if he had figured something out. Jin took a piece of blood pudding from a soldier's arm, catching each drop of the red liquid, thinking to himself, so I don't need to use my own blood. Just leave evidence behind. Jane quickly turns into the room to pour the liquid into the formation, which immediately lights up. He looks at the formation thoughtfully. The first protective magic is quite simple. Where is that artifact now, I wonder? Suddenly, the formation beneath his feet erupted violently, startling Jin. I was surprised to see that I used blood from a knocked-out soldier, so it must be normal human blood, yet the blood magic detection array still activated. That means that guy must have contracted some kind of illness. The reflection in Jin's eyes shows 2 tall figures. 2 giant figures with fierce red eyes appeared before him, smiling kindly at Jin, or maybe they weren't even human. He quickly stepped back, raising his hand to cast a spell. Damn it, what is this? Jin shouted. A gust of wind suddenly appeared, encircling the 2 giants. He thought to himself that if there was a mage nearby, they would be able to sense the magic energy, so he wanted to use as little magic as possible. But now, things are different, and the sharp claws of the 2 giants gleam in the darkness. Jin glanced at the light, thinking to himself that it seemed he wouldn't be able to avoid a fight after all. A giant shouted loudly and jumped in front of him. Jin cautiously pulls out the dagger from his side and ducks to slash 2 times at him. Jin lunged forward, both hands gripping his weapon, as the giant was struck directly in the stomach by Jin, gritting his teeth in pain. Get out! He crossed his arms in front of him and delivered a powerful blow to Jin's back. He opens his mouth wide and screams at full volume. Groo! The giant swings his move, scratching an X shape in the air toward Jin. He quickly steps back, alert. Damn it. The sword is drawn from its sheath. A blue flame-like light envelops the entire blade, and Jin's serious gaze is fixed ahead. Humph. The two giants stare at him with blazing red eyes, veins bulging on their bodies. Jin stands facing them, head bowed, obscuring his face. Jin said, "Looks like you also know that aura is a very dangerous power." The giant facing him gently pulled the knife out of his body, with only a small hole in the wound, and nothing else. He gently drops the knife to the ground. Jin is a bit surprised. Could it heal so quickly? He watched as the giant's wound in front of him slowly healed, a speed usually only seen in high-level monsters. But those two aren't monsters. Just a minute ago, they were still human. Dian looked at the two giants, his eyes showing a hint of complexity. He began to analyze the situation. This is the territory of the Pen family, a lineage of invading mage clans. The locals are oppressed, and those mysterious monsters are those primitive golems? Creating the primeval golem is a grave crime. A giant claws forward. Jin blocks his attack with his sword, and he is stunned to realize the situation before him. Could the Zipfen family have used this relic as a kind of laboratory for forbidden experiments? The primordial golem's strength is nearly on par with a 4-star robot, but that's as far as it goes. The giant charges forward and strikes down hard at Jin. Yu quickly jumped back to avoid it. His fist hit the ground, causing the earth to shatter. Jin concluded to himself that their movements are less refined than those of 4-star knights trained intensively, and fighting them isn't difficult. Usually, the primal golem's magical weapon, even if heavily damaged, will keep attacking. However, as long as their cores are destroyed, they are finished. The model simulating the weak points of the golems that appeared in Jin's mind was their head, heart, or body. Usually the core is located in one of these three places. This is the same even if the golem is created with forbidden magic. Jin drew his sword, aiming it at the giant's eye. Then the sword spun rapidly and shattered the giant's head. He shouted out loud. The giant clenched his hand, and Jin watched eagerly for what would happen next. A streak of light flashes past Jin. He skillfully dodges. The golem's arms flail wildly. Its head gradually regenerates. Jin grits his teeth, its strength and speed not only remaining but increasing. The giant keeps tearing and clawing. Jin rushes forward, focusing all his strength, if not the head. A blue light envelops the space, and Jin strikes directly at the golem's abdomen, causing it to seem to pause for a moment. Jin, holding the sword, glanced and thought to himself, so there's only one place left. Jin spun the sword and slashed upward, splitting the giant into two halves, and a strange object fell out from inside him. The object hit the ground directly. Jin drove his sword straight into the round mass. "You say, I can't believe it. You did this to your own kind." The remaining giant rushes from behind Jin, shouting. Ra turns around coldly to face him. Jin swings his sword toward the golem, the giant's furious eyes widening in shock. He shouted, "Ra!" Jin quickly drove his sword into his chest. Inside the giant's heart, a blue light appears. He struggles, the blue light continuously escaping. Jin sighed in relief, almost successfully casting the spell, so close. Then a faint voice sounded in Jin's ear, alerting him. "Please, kill me." The giant on the ground gradually returned to his human form and reached out to Jin in desperation. He lowered his head and sighed, thoughts drifting away. Jin pursed his lips gently, and a stream of bright red liquid gushed out. Jin has driven his sword straight into his neck. He remains silent, and I don't know what happened to these people, but Jin takes hold of the blade. A golden light surrounds him. No one in this world would willingly become a primordial golem, especially because once transformed, Jin looked at the bloodied body of the completely motionless figure on the ground. His eyes showed anger. People become nothing more than sacrificial pawns with no future ahead. Jin silently thought, now is not the time to be angry. He recalled everything that just happened, a surprising situation, and I also uncovered the terrible secret of the JP Fan family. I also suspect that my sister knew about this before giving me the mission. But Jin's eyes couldn't hide his anger. That doesn't make my task any harder. He bends down to pick up the blue stone from the ground. Even if I spread this story, the Jipfen family just needs to deny it. Creating primordial golems is a serious crime that even suspicion alone can trigger an imperial investigation. Jin observes the object in his hand carefully. You tightly grip the stone. First I need to gather evidence, then continue the mission. Jay thinks about those powerful people. Even with their authority, the Zipfen clan might interfere with the investigation. He turns around. Anyway, I can't solve that problem right now. Observing the room quietly, Jin analyzes silently. The mages haven't taken any action yet, so they probably think this is just an ordinary warehouse. They wouldn't protect this place so lightly if they knew it contained primordial golems. That makes me believe not everyone at the Colon Ruins is involved in using forbidden magic. He looked at the stones displayed in the room. The protective magic on these stones is quite simple, but on the bowl it's rather complicated. Dian looked at the bowl in front of him. silent as he grabbed the banana sword, which usually requires a lot of effort to dispel protective magic. But with the death of the two primal golems, whatever I do here, the Fen family will have to keep it secret. Jin raises his hand to summon a blue sphere. Half of it quickly ignites. Then he extends his hand as the sphere splits in two and rises high. That's the reason why both sources of energy come closer and embrace each other. Jin raises his hand using a bit of heat. The two spheres merge into one, rubbing against each other. Jin shouts, "Fire blast!" A loud explosion echoes as flames burst around him. Elsewhere, a sharp slap rings out in the space, and a furious voice shouts, "What the hell have you bastards done?" Another slap lands. Is the Jain faction carrying out a mission in the Pen family territory? Are you crazy? Mew and Anne kneel on the ground, covering their faces as the scolding continues to echo through the space. The boy is a younger child than you by 10 years. Luna coldly looked at the two on the ground, her tone serious. "Why did you do that?" The two on the ground responded. "Do you really not know why?" Luna coldly lowered her gaze and looked at Mew and Annie, her face emotionless. "If I really don't know, then what? Or are you saying it's you guys? Our family's fate is once again fighting for power with Jain. The child has just entered the intermediate class." Luna's voice still echoed evenly in the ear. "Competing with Kai Van, isn't your actions already overstepping? Isn't that the unwritten rule of the family feud?" Both of them lower their heads in silence. Luna turned around and said, "You should be ashamed of yourselves because I am truly ashamed that you are the fate of this family." And shouted angrily, "A big sister, you've never been interested in power. What right do you have to do this?" Luna paused for a moment, then slowly tilted her head and said, "I won't say anything if you can defeat Jain." A was stunned and exclaimed, "Ah, Luna is warning us. Jain just completed her mission at the Kalin Relic, and Mother will receive the report immediately." Outside the corridor, Yin was walking carefully with light steps. "Now, I believe you understand why I said I am very ashamed. In the end, you only helped that boy." An and Miu knelt on the ground, their hands clenched tightly. They clenched their teeth as Luna continued, "I don't even know if there's ever been a case in the history of the Don Kanden family where a calamity was humiliated while trying to discipline the youngest. Now go." She didn't look back. Anne and Miu whispered, "We understand." As they turned to leave, Luna spoke. Furthermore, she leaned back in her chair and warned, "I don't think Jin is very noble. From now on, you two should be careful. I truly worry about you. But you are also my younger siblings." Her nurse took the tray and said, "I can't believe the young lady punished her sisters right after returning. Her nurse, thought she was going through puberty. Am I still going through puberty at my age?" The nurse set down the tray and teased, "Well, the young lady did have a pretty intense puberty period." The nursemaid, pouring tea, said, "I worry about the young ladies. Young Master Jain is not someone who will forget this easily." Luna replied softly, "Vu also thinks those two are no match for Jain, right?" She nodded. "Yes, I don't think they can defeat Jin within the next 5 years, even in an official match. I wonder if they were too hasty," Luna said firmly. "Don't say such terrible things. They're still young and reckless." She said seriously, "So V, have you looked into what I asked? You mean the person who tried to assassinate you, right?" The nanny firmly states it's definitely not the two young ladies. At that time, they were in middle school, so there was nothing more to investigate. Luna picked up her teacup and said, "You're right. It probably wasn't Mary Iona or the twin sisters Tona. So the remaining suspects are listed one by one. Young Master Joshua, Young Master Diapers, Young Master Jean, Young Master Vigo, and Lady Lantia." The nanny interrupted. "Besides the young masters, Gian and Vigo, it's very difficult to investigate the others." Luna took a sip of tea and continued. "Of course, the other three already have a solid foundation." She puts down her tea and says we'll be in trouble if we try to investigate them. For now, it's best just to watch. If you keep digging deeper with only one goal in mind, you'll just get into trouble. The nursemaid smiled wisely, making a prudent decision, miss. Even though there were many actions that harmed young Master Jin, he still grew up healthy, so you don't need to worry. Jin entered the room with a cheerful face. "Juliet Murkan, we're back." Julie tearfully calls out, "I'm very, very glad you're safe and home." He steadied July's arm and reassured her, "I'm fine. I'm very strong. I believe soon you won't be able to defeat me." But she still can't calm down. "That place is very dangerous. If anything happens to you, I will sacrifice myself to get revenge." Murkan shouted, "Don't say such scary things." He flicks his cat-like tail and approaches. "Hey, kid, are you reporting properly?" "Yes. I'm sure everyone thinks I succeeded because of help, but I don't really care." Jin rummages through his cloak. "More importantly, these two viewers." Murkan looked up. "Huh? What's that?" "You brought out the jar containing the blue stone you took during the mission." Murkan was amazed. "Huh? That is the heart of the primeval golem." "You're lucky." Judging by your condition, it seems the golem's failure caused your return unscathed. Did you find this at the ruins? Jin recounted everything, how the 2 guards there turned into monsters and attacked me. No matter where I cut, they just heal back. This thing drops when I stab them in the heart. Murakan's face was filled with horror. A primordial golem? He lifts his cat's paw to his chin, pondering. First a giant zombie, now a primordial golem. What are those JP clan bastards planning to do? Murakan places his hand on the golem's heart container. If what you say is true, then this must be a masterpiece of the J-Fen clan. You say that the ruins are within their territory, Jin confirms. That's right. Murakan snorted and looked intently at Jin. He spoke softly, saying, we need to take some time and return to Colon. Jin was a bit surprised. Murakan irritably said, I think I need to ask them directly. What the hell is going on? Jin lowered his head to think I hesitated a bit about going back because of the primordial golems, but it would probably be safer with Murakan there. And if I'm lucky, I might even find the full mana tower. No matter what I do, the JP fan family will just try to hide it. July looked at him worriedly. Jin's face was emotionless. All right, I will set aside some time. Once the mission is complete, Kajin and the others will return to the Dankanen family. But Miu and An had their cadet titles stripped away and were expelled from the clan. The exile was a harsh punishment for cadets, but no one felt sympathy for them. And then, in June 1795, the city's bell rang out loudly, signaling to stop. Ru crossed his arms and watched Jin, beginning today. Your pure stone training is over. From tomorrow, only the Tuna twins will continue. Yes, Uncle, I understand, Tona thought tiredly, feeling envious. He stroked his chin. It seems that the morning training with the cadets is no longer necessary for you. Next week, the head of the family will want to talk to you. As soon as the words finished, the Tona brothers were stunned and opened their mouths in surprise. Tona turned to speculate. Could it be that father wants Jin to escort Kaivan temporarily? Or is Tona confused? So soon, the two are whispering and murmuring. Kaivan temporarily means it will have to leave the Jonkan clan to earn honor to become a true Kaivan, right? Yes, it has to act alone without the help of the clan. Jin clenched his fists and told himself that he no longer needed to worry about others. He smiled comfortably and felt stronger in the way he wanted. Kiran Dankanen is leading his army through treacherous mountains as snow and wind clash in the air. Master Khan, we are only 2 hours away from the Swordsmanship Garden. Mr. Ken spoke seriously. Will my son have this when he grows old? You keep interrupting my training all the time. I even considered secluding myself in Black Sea for 10 years. But how many years does it matter now? Khan replied respectfully. Since I was at the Thundercloud platform, I have felt that young Master Jin was an extraordinary person, but I never expected him to be this exceptional. What he did in the Swordsmanship Garden truly left me stunned. Mr. Ken was silent for a long time, as if pondering something, the fighting spirit of that boy. He visualized Jin at 10 years old, his eyes cold and filled with hatred. His fighting spirit was no ordinary, even as a child. Since the first time I saw it at Leiwu Terrace, its eyes have always burned with hatred. Chiron sighed bitterly, though I think it tried to hide it as well. I also can't forget how the boy provoked his brothers as soon as he entered the Swordsmanship Garden. I'm sure no one ever taught him, and he's the youngest. It surprisingly can sense the instinct to stop and eliminate opponents there. I remember Jin hugging his black cat, proudly saying, however, I also have a natural talent for destroying my enemies. The other kids also knew this and tried to pressure the boy, but the image of Jin returning steadfastly after each mission kept appearing. He wiped the dirt off his face and muttered, "Mission accomplished." Mr. Chiron's voice echoed, "See the results." The youngest master has successfully completed the Colon Relic mission. Every time his brothers pushed him toward death, he survived and returned. By now he's already achieved 5 stars, Khan interjected. Actually, it's not about the mammoth and the cannon ruins, but the first task you gave the young master that really interests me. Sir, he fought alone against an entire White Wolf tribe and still won. Yes, Mr. Kiran nodded. I also thought it would use its attendants as meat shields to kill the Bak Lang tribe, but unexpectedly, it handled it all by itself. There was an indescribable pride in his voice, and with that, he proved the vows he made to me. The group crossed the forest. The snow had stopped falling. The hoarse voice asked again, "Master, do you really think he alone was able to wipe out the White Wolf tribe?" Mr. Ken trusts me, yes. Actually, to be honest, it wasn't entirely done alone. I remember Sadet's power, but still, it's a pretty interesting kid. This time I must find out the truth about it. The gate to the Black Clan's castle appears before my eyes. Chiron's massive silhouette, bearing the shape of time, slowly passes by as the 2 rows of knights bow respectfully to the Lord. Mrs. Rosa and Luna stepped out to greet him. Rosa spoke, "We have been waiting for you, Lord." He praised, "Rosa, you did very well." She modestly replied, No, it's because he prepared everything himself, so I didn't have to do anything. Rosa glanced behind. Ratsua also appeared. He bowed to Ken and slowly said, "If you say so, these grown-up kids are doing very well on their own, then I wouldn't need to leave Black Sea." Ratsua pursed his lips, his face hiding his displeasure. Everyone was fully present. Jay glanced around and Ken continued. "The guests we host today will be very sensitive to my presence. Doesn't this make things harder for my children?" He glided past Rotrua. Rosa was quick-witted. "Yes, please come in. We've prepared your favorite dishes," Mr. Ken said, satisfied. "Well done. I am looking forward to it." Suddenly, he frowned and looked in a certain direction. The two swords at Jian's side caught his eye. Ken paused and called out, "Jian Vigo." Jian nervously replied with respect. "Yes, father," he asked. "Did you already give the youngest sibling the sword I gave you?" Vigo hesitated. "That matter." I intervened. "My voice reluctantly says that it was the youngest who stole it from you." We told him that if he completed the colon relic mission, we would give it to him, so Ken's mouth curled up and he burst out laughing. "Ha ha." Ken placed his hand on Jian's shoulder. "Good. Make sure to find a way to take it back. The youngest one is really clever, huh?" He glanced with a hint of meaning. "Sometimes I wonder if he really is my son." The sunset shines through the window as Ken and Jian stand side by side, chatting. He spoke first. "This is probably the first time you've attended a ball, isn't it?" He replied calmly, "That's right." "Sir," Dian looked out the window and thought to himself, "In his previous life, thanks to my master, I had attended a few balls organized by other noble families, but I had never been to a ball hosted by the main family. Even during the rare occasions when I attended the ball, I would hide away like a criminal, but now I've become an honored guest with my father." Jian's dark image from the previous life seems to be present here, watching over Jian's transformation in this life. His eyes are a bit colder, of course, having experienced death once. Mr. Ken beside him spoke. "You probably already know this. Our family rarely hosts balls because we only hold them on truly celebratory occasions. This also means your achievement is very noteworthy." "There." Jin bows his head and smiles. "Thank you, sir." Suddenly, he patted my back, making me almost jump in surprise. "How many guests do you think we will have?" The boy paused for a moment before answering. "I think it's about 1,000 people." Mr. Kieran's face looks serious. "That's right. I heard we'll be welcoming around that many guests, about 200 more than the last ball we held 7 years ago." He looked at his son. "Do you know what that means?" Yen responded very perceptively, getting straight to the point. "That means our family's reputation has grown over the past 7 years." Lord Kiran looked at the party below in the courtyard. Other noble families usually host balls with 1,000 guests, but everyone attending ours today is truly exceptional. He recalls the days of victorious battles, the image of his cloak billowing in the wind, his sword and armor illuminated by the moonlight. "Nevertheless, our family's reputation continues to grow because I am the only Dawn Knight in this era, which means if I disappear, most of the people here will likely turn their backs on the Black House." Dian looked at his stern father beside him and thought silently. "That's right. Without father here, how could the House of Kanden have such a great reputation? Our family and the JP Fen family are the two largest clans, but once father disappears, the gap in military strength between the two clans will only widen, and the Fen House will become the most powerful force." I clenched my fists and said, "Father, if you really weren't here, and those people all turned their backs on us, the Fen family throws away the stone and pushes us to the brink. I firmly declare that I will give up this family." Mr. Ken frowned in confusion and looked at him. "What do you mean?" Jin quickly explained that if the house collapses just because the father is not here, then that is a sign that the next head of the family is someone without ability. I have no desire to die pointlessly under the command of such a lord. Ah, his gaze is deep. "How many weaknesses does our family know about them?" Mr. Ken asked again. "Weaknesses? Yes, I will return the sword I stole from Vigo. You asked him to show you the cooperation contracts that only the chosen ones can see." Dian pointed out that the ruler of the Russian house had deceived the emperor and embezzled the national treasury, but thanks to us, they can still boldly attend this ball. "The Grever family recently asked us to kill the mages of the Gen house. The hero's daughter secretly sold the family heirlooms behind their backs to satisfy her gambling addiction, and they asked us to retrieve them. Oh, and they haven't paid the cooperation fee yet. Just from this quick look, you've already identified many weaknesses that could kill without mercy. Surely there are even more weaknesses in the contracts only parents can see." Mr. Ken said, "So you mean even without us, you can still use those things to protect this house?" Jean is confident that if the head of this dark family leads the clan, the outcome depends on that person's negotiation skills. He quickly responds, "Yes, but we're not the only ones currently holding many of others' weaknesses. The JP fan house also has many weaknesses like us." Jin interrupted him, "I know, but the fan house will never be able to use those things most effectively. Mr. Ken clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the boy. Why is that? I simply smiled gently and said, because playing the villain is the job of the Dark family. So if the next head of the family holds many weapons but cannot use them properly, I will definitely not hesitate to abandon this family. Then I will prepare to take revenge on the Jafen family no matter how long it takes. Mr. Ken stroked his chin happily. Ha ha! Revenge. I understand. As long as you're alive, you can take revenge. Not bad at all. He glanced at Jin, many thoughts running through his mind. The other children lacked the courage to mention the collapsing Black Clan hypothesis in front of me, so they either lied or cried and complained, but the youngest smiled contentedly, revealing his precise plans in a very clever way. It's a shame I only realized he inherited all of Luna's talent, Mary's animal instincts, and DF's fighting spirit much later. I'm sure I can hold on to the Black Clan head position for 10, maybe 15 years at most, and see if the youngest can change the inheritance rights of the clan. He turns around. It seems most of our guests have arrived. Let's go in. Yes, father. He paused. Ha ha ha. He turned around with a serious tone and said, There's something I want to talk to you about after the banquet. Wait here until I call you, Jane. She clenched her fists and thought to herself. The evaluation to become a special envoy seems to mean that I will have to temporarily leave the family after the banquet ends. You smile slyly. This 4-day banquet will be quite long. A panicked person runs over. The head of the household. Mr. Ken frowned. What's going on? The other person quickly reported that an uninvited guest has arrived. He was stunned. What do you mean? Thoughts flashed through Jane's mind. A guest arrived uninvited. It can't be the Fen house, can it? Down in the hall, those dressed as mages have entered. The servant bows his head. Yes, sir. There are 5 people in total. The second in command on that side. Andrine Fen and the 4 other family members. The 5 of them, dressed as mages, gradually entered the hall. Mr. Kieran said sternly, That's a bunch of rude people. He instructed, Henzer, tell Andra and Jen to go back. Only the 4 family members are allowed in. Don't send other servants over directly. The servant bowed his head. Yes, Lord Jean. He covered his mouth in thought. Do you think my way of handling things is too strict? Stay calm. I think handling it this way is very satisfying. The moment Andren let his emotions override his reason and joined his family members, he ignored the permission from the canon lord that only members of his family could enter. That is something that cannot be overlooked in this swordsmanship garden. Tanthan, just as you said. Andren will have to obey my words, or he will be left here with both legs before he can go home. Andren's old face shows anger as Ken steps forward from above and declares, It's time to start the banquet now. Thank you all for coming. I am Siren, head of the Condon family, and it is thanks to my aging son that I have this honor. Behind him is Jine, so first I want to thank my youngest son, Jin, of the Condon family. Applause rings out, Jin bows politely. Mr. Ken continues, When the applause dies down, as everyone knows, at this Black family banquet, there are only 2 things everyone needs to pay attention to. If someone gets drunk and fights, they will be escorted directly to the arena by knights to settle it immediately. The loser must surrender, and the winner is required to show mercy to the defeated. Because it is still a party, everyone is attentively listening to Ken's speech. Jin glanced and realized this was the banquet of fateful encounters, a gathering of over 1,000 influential people across the continent. They all have very complicated relationships. If this were just an ordinary party, they would probably just exchange some swordplay and then stop. But this is a party held in the Swordsmanship Garden. Jin looked at the faces scrutinizing each other in the banquet hall, just following the 2 rules his father set. Although he can't kill his enemies, he can still fight them fiercely, and from that point on, they will be officially recognized as stronger. Mr. Kieran concluded his statement. Now everyone, please go ahead, Jin thought briefly. This family really is crazy. He turned to look at you. Jin, you too. The old man advised you. If you find someone suitable, you can bring them out, but do not challenge anyone who seems weaker than you unless they have insulted you or this family. Jin smiled. Yes, and you also know that no matter what happens, you must not lose. Mr. Khan leaves. The warning was obvious. If you lose, I will take back everything you have. Not just the sword, but also your wet nurse. Jane bows respectfully and says, I will definitely remember this. Looking at his back, he realizes that this is the first time he has ever spoken to his father like this. Is this something I wouldn't even dare to dream of in my previous life? I recall his words and actions from today. Just now, we really had a quite harmonious conversation between father and son. Your gaze lowered, but the kind of close father-son relationship or becoming a filial son was not part of my plan in this life. In this life, I just want to be able to get past my father. That's the most important thing. The party was lively, with everyone chatting happily in groups. Tona and his brother appeared behind Jin. Ha ha ha, congratulations on reaching 5 stars. Jin, both of them pat Jean on the shoulder. Here, To smiles. Can we have a little chat? You seem happy? Of course. You turned to Heito and asked how his training was going. He happily replied, much better now, since switching to the weapon you suggested, training has improved, so congratulations. Jin leaned in and whispered in Haitona's ear, just stay until you're satisfied with the performance, okay? He hesitated. Yeah, sure. A long-haired person approached all three of them. Nice to meet you, young Master Jin of the Ken family. I am Jin, I interrupt. Ah, you are the first heir of the Ken family, right? The two Tona brothers bow politely and smile. Nice to meet you. Here. Tona pats Jin on the shoulder. We're leaving now, Jin. He turned to smile. All right. Good luck with your training, guys. The two of them looked a bit awkward. Yeah, thank you. When I was young, I heard many stories about your bravery. He happily stroked his chin and said, You're too kind. Then a hand suddenly pressed Jin's head with a loud call, making the long-haired man look stunned. Hey, Jin, watch out for the lamp. I was just wondering what kind of freak could reach 5 stars at only 15 years old. So, it turns out you're just a little kid. You must be at least 10 years younger than me, right? He smiled, still pressing Jin's head down. Nice to meet you. My name is Hewer. Jan remains silent for a moment, unclear of his feelings. He straightens up, his eyes full of hostility. Yeah, nice to meet you, her. He lets go of your head, smiling in reconciliation. You're pretty tense, huh? I might be a bit rough, but do you really think I'm that terrible? You may be a strict family elder, but in the martial arts world, I am still your senior. Jin ruffled his hair. He continued cheerfully, I'm just expressing pride in my junior. There's no need to be so tense. Jin spoke seriously. Listen carefully. Hu Gyo belongs to the Tuko clan. You raise your glass of cold wine and look at him. Your recent actions are a disgrace to those who have treated me with respect. Your words leave the long-haired man stunned. Jin continues, if you want to use this senior-junior relationship, you should think more carefully. Huda looked confused and asked, What? Everyone started paying more attention to this. Dai sternly said, Aren't all the first and second knights of the Ken House, the Vuong Long Knights and the Black King Mercenary Squad your seniors? You must have seen how they treated me, right? Admit your mistake and apologize to them. Hudu forced a smile. Ha, Jin won't stop. Since he scolded you, I'll overlook this once. The long-haired man approached and patted Hewer on the shoulder. Ho, my goodness. Hey, Hugio, young Master Gin has saved your life. I advise you to listen to him. Another person also stepped in to scold Hugio. It's okay. I already knew that one day that big mouth of yours would get you into trouble. Let's forget about it and not be so tense with each other. Hugio scratched his head awkwardly. If my seniors have all said that, he bows his head respectfully to Jin. I sincerely apologize to my seniors and ask everyone to forgive this mistake of mine. I also hope you will accept my apology. Young Master Jin, you stand calmly with your hands clasped behind your back. Of course, Lord Hu now turns away, grinding his teeth to contain his anger, while Jin calmly takes a sip of wine, and a voice suddenly speaks beside his ear. You have quite a talent for causing trouble. If you could behave like a normal kid, that would be good. Luna said, If I can behave like a normal kid, that would be good. Jin happily called out, Sister Luna. Today, I am the representative of the Black Clan. Both of them toast each other. Luna replied, You're right, I look at you, but what if you suddenly dare to challenge me to a duel? He seems to be at least a 6-star now. If he dares to do that, I'm sure the head of the family and the elders of the 2-0 house will intervene. They have been watching us for a while now. The two of them turned to look at Hewer, who was being repeatedly patted on the back and scolded by a man. I told you to speak carefully, and thanks to young Master Jin, you survived this ordeal. Luna sighed. Oh my, so when I decided how to react, I even considered their family. Did some noble secretly teach you how to deal with these guys or something? Jin shakes the glass in his hand. If there really is a teacher who teaches these things, I'd be happy to come learn. Luna wondered. I just need to learn swordsmanship. These things don't really matter. Jin explained. It might be a bit hard for you to understand, but as the outcast young master of the Black House, I need many things to survive. Luna skeptically raises her glass to drink. So what? She observed her younger brother, thinking to herself that he was truly clever and intelligent. It seems that's why he almost got assassinated at Loavu Dai. I wonder who it is. My brother already recognized Jin's talent so soon. Luna turned to Jin. After all, she was only here to celebrate her brother's party. But these things really aren't her style. So it's about time she went to do something more fun. Are you surprised so soon? She looked towards the people dancing. Yeah, you're not tall enough to dance with me. When you grow up, let's dance together. I will take you somewhere very fun, Jin replied softly. I'm really looking forward to it. Hey, wait a moment, and before you go, you should leave a message for others like I did, right? Jin looked confused. What do you mean? Luna hugs your head against her side and winks. If you do this, everyone will understand that she values you very much. Now that I feel embarrassed in front of you, people will probably be less likely to act rudely towards you. See you again later. Yes, goodbye, sis. Everyone around is whispering and gossiping. Could that really be the white whale I know? She must really care for her younger sibling. Everything is just as Luna said. A round face looks at the scene just now, biting tightly on the cloth in hand and grinding teeth. So jealous. Let's go. Lord Visican, I also want to touch Lady Luna's head again. The chubby man in glasses jerks back suddenly. The scarf tears apart. Today, I will definitely write a poem praising Lady Luna and recite it all night. All night long. Viscan with green hair grimaces in annoyance. Can you just shut up, huh, Buffed? Even though he was called by name, the fat man paid no attention. He clenched his teeth. Don't be like that, brother. This is probably very important to Lord Buvas. This girl is Magiela Ivano, Viscan's sister. She smiled and said, thanks to Lord Buvas for showing me around, I was able to enjoy this fateful gathering. We should also show him more respect. Vishu, feeling bored, calls Mariella and Buv interrupts happily. Indeed, Miss Magiela is different. You understand me so well. I, Buvas, am very honored to escort you. Magiela sighed. Oh my God, thank you. Lord Buffed. Jin stands with his hands clasped behind his back, closing his eyes and thinking to himself, being the host is really exhausting. He glances at the banquet table where those damn fanboys are. Where did they go? Although it's a bit troublesome, should I go find them myself? The sound of hurried footsteps echoes, and a hand forcefully places a glass of wine on the table in front of Jin. The snowflake hair clip stands out on her white hair. I wonder if the young lady is me? Ceres smiled a terrifying smile. Would you like to have a drink with the rising star of the Black House? Jane, confused, she is the one leaning on her hand to interrupt him. Sirioma of the Secret Palace. She maintained her dangerous smile as she looked at Jine. It is truly an honor for me to meet you. Young Master Jin, please be careful. Jin also gently smiles politely. Jane pours wine into Ceres's glass and politely says, as the daughter of the Secret Palace's lord, it should be an honor for her. Ceres asked curiously, how can you have achieved such strength at your age when you're the same age as me? I'm jealous of the innate physique of the Kanden family. Jin smiled knowingly. I also think that's a good thing, but the Secret Palace is also a bloodline of innate talent, and you can't imagine how highly the Palace Lord of the Secret Palace values her. Ceres proudly said, that's right, because I am her only daughter, unlike you. She covered her mouth and smiled, pretending to be indifferent. I hope those words weren't rude. No, everyone knows I am the youngest son with many older brothers. I really do admire her. His gaze darkened. There are many tired siblings. You're really thinking strangely. I'm sure she recognized me, but why didn't she mention the incident at Mommy? She couldn't possibly not notice because I didn't have any dust on my face at that time. Ceres smiled and spoke. Now, young Master Jin, I want to ask you this. Jin nodded. Yes. Please go ahead with your question, Miss Ceres. Her eyes are sharp. How is your injured leg? Jin smiled contentedly and placed his hand on the table before calmly replying to her. It's fine now. Thanks to some kind person who applied ointment on me, I don't know how to repay you. Ceres is amazed. You're more shameless than I thought, young master. So, why are you present at the Moonface Well in Mami? I believe I deserve an explanation. Why couldn't my subordinates find the terrorist's name using magic there? That made me very embarrassed and made me wonder if the young man I let go is the culprit or not. Ceres crossed his arms and asked a series of questions. Dianliksu gio taidaptra, konoi mathuat nukothaide, talamod danganden, tadatsu trong hamoting ifhamsao, tachakobetrovigietokta. I don't think you're the suspect. Ceres looked directly into your eyes, but what you were doing at that time was on a mission for the Kanan family, so maybe you hired a mage because you couldn't handle the task yourself. The only possible targets of the Kanan family are members of the secret guild. I think that's why you were there, and I can't just let that go. Jay realizes something when hearing Ceres speak. She mistakenly believes that targeting a member of the secret court is not entirely wrong, because she had injured them while trying to kill Ankaro. Jin calmly said, I don't understand why that makes me suspicious. Isn't it just a hypothesis? Ceres sneered. So you plan to deny everything until the very end? Fine. Then I have a plan too. She pointed directly at John and declared, I will drag you to the arena and beat you to a pulp, then spit in your disgusting face. Ceres stands firm. I challenge you to a duel. Jin warns him to be careful. Jin said, my father warned me not to fight someone weaker than myself. Ceres was angry. Hey. He smiled and looked her straight in the eyes, but if she wanted to fight that badly, I had no choice but to accept. A guard saw Yun approaching and spoke up. Young master, are you here to fight? Jin nodded. Yes, you can go now. Only those in charge of healing stay behind. He instructed O and gave me 2 valid swords. The guard immediately replied, Yes, sir. We will seal off the arena until both of you finish the match. Jin looked at Ceres holding the sword, thinking that the fighting maniacs and spectators would flock in to watch the fight. She is the daughter of the secret palace and would be too cruel to defeat her in front of everyone. Ceres threw the sword sheath to the ground and shouted, What is it? You follow up with your condition. If I win, you have to tell me everything that happened that day at Mommy without hiding anything. Jin nodded and said, I accept. You also make your condition, and if I win, say that I and her never met that day. Ceres coldly looked at Jin and said, So you are hiding something, she shouted. Go up. Jin swiftly charges at her with his sword. A snowflake appears close to him. Jin's eyes widen as the 2 swords clash, shards of ice and snow spreading around. He observes cautiously, realizing that only the Indoma bloodline can wield ice swords. Sis, emotionless, raises her sword forward and icy patches form on her blade as a cold aura spreads through the air. Jin snorted and caught Ceres' sword with a smile. I didn't expect her to use a secret technique right from the start. He leans toward her, his voice tinged with regret. I'm so unlucky. I'm the youngest son, and I haven't learned the family's secret techniques yet. What am I supposed to do now? Ceres sneered proudly, then shouted and swung her sword forcefully to knock Jin away. It's not my problem. Ceres spins around and wildly attacks towards you. Jin keeps dodging as the white snowstorm obscures his view, then delivers another deadly strike. Jin again raised his sword to block. Ceres silently assessed how skilled Jindan-Khan really is. It seems he doesn't defend much. The more we fight, the more his true skills become apparent. A series of lightning-fast attacks keeps coming at Jin. She retracted her sword, paused for a moment, and thought to herself, but it won't work. The distance of a star can be compensated by my countless level 3 ice swords. Because I am weaker and have less stamina, I can't prolong the fight as he counters after observing my movements. I will change tactics and finish him off. She grits her teeth and charges forward, her eyes full of fury as another shrill metallic sound rings out. Jin calmly blocks Ceres' attack and assesses her. Sir is still a 4-star knight. Even if she can wield countless ice swords, she will still lose to me in attack and defense. Since I've recognized this distance, I'm sure she will explode to change the rhythm. I'm sure she will use a secret technique, but I still haven't determined how powerful those countless ice swords will be. The 2 rush in, their swords clashing with flashes of immense power. If that's the case, I might as well counter with my own secret technique. Among the countless secret techniques I've learned, the strongest move I can use is for Yin to retreat a little. Ceres smiles triumphantly. She shouted, It's over, Jin! A stream of icy air appeared above him, enveloping the space. Jin frowns as he defends himself, a perfect cut grazing his cheek with sword energy creating shards of ice around him. Ceres stands in the snowstorm, her hairpin shining brightly, her eyes full of confidence, as if she believes she has won. Jin grinned mischievously through the snowstorm. Ceres was slightly startled, staring intently at him. How could he be smiling? She sees her secret techniques surrounding Jin, but she already used the snow spell, and even a 5-star swordsmanship genius at 15 can't fight against the secret technique of the hidden cave. Ceres grits her teeth in frustration. Then why do I feel so restless? The tip of the sword suddenly pierced through the snow curtain, aiming straight at her eye. Ceres panically watched the sharp tip of the sword less than 10 centimeters from her eye. Why is that? She tilted her body to dodge, and the sword charged with great force. Ceres observes the sword just inches away, showing cracks on its surface. Jin's eyes widen as the area in front of him blazes brightly. A thought flashes through his mind, and he quickly mutters, Damn it. Jin shouted her name. Ceres, your ice secret technique exploded right before her eyes. He retracted his shattered sword and gritted his teeth as he stared into the cloud of smoke. Damn it, I shouldn't have used the family storm sword. How can a 4-star like Ceres withstand this destructive power? If she can't escape, she won't die, but will be crippled. Yang charged into the chaos ahead, grabbing the shards of ice forming on the ground. He frantically called her name. Ceres, sir. The call stopped when Jane saw Ceres kneeling on the floor, one hand holding her sword to the ground, her head bowed, her face hidden by her hair, and a deep dent in the ground beside her. Jane let out a small, relieved breath. Thoughts echoed in Ceres's mind. Did I value my life? She remained still, her face shockingly wide-eyed, staring fixedly at one point. Did I fear death and dodge the attack? Ceres's pupils constricted to the maximum. I'm Ceres Endom. Jin ran over to help her up. You gently ask Han if she's okay. I almost killed you, I'm sorry. Jine's worried eyes look at Ceres ahead. Ceres has heard the warning, but still doesn't try to dodge the storm of swords. However, no matter how much she values her pride and honor, Ceres is still just a 15-year-old girl. She is too young to suppress her desire to live. Ceres clenched her teeth to hold back her emotions while Jin supported her arm to comfort her. If I were in her situation, I would also step back. I would definitely do the same to save my life. Ceres didn't get up, so Jine knelt on one knee and patiently looked at the person who was very devastated in front of him. So please don't bring this up again. I wonder if my words can really comfort her. Ceres lowered her head and took out a bottle of ointment from her pocket. She calmly opened the bottle, her face injured. She tilted her body to apply medicine to Yin's facial wound. I will use this to repay your life-saving deed. You wonder. As the sole heir of the secret palace, aren't you underestimating your own life too much? She stood up, brushing dust off her dress, her voice slightly annoyed because this is the life I begged for. I will once again cherish my life, so don't worry about that. Moreover, let today be the day we meet for the first time. Ceres turned around and walked ahead, leaving Jine a bit confused as she only said, "See you tomorrow." The party continued the next day. Jin observes the banquet hall quietly thinking, fewer people than yesterday, huh? From today on, everyone will be able to watch the matches. I wonder if the party is really starting right now? He takes a sip of the wine in his hand. Jane glanced around and gently shook his glass of wine, thinking that with fewer people watching now, he might run into some of those Jippole family members. I heard that the guests from the Jippo family are all between 15 and 20 years old. Perfect. Since we're around the same age, I can compare my magic skills with theirs. Jin quietly observes the group of Jippo family mages, thinking that while he does want to ask about Colin, it might not be the best idea. Well, once I become a reserve for the great event, I'll have plenty of free time. You put down the wine glass on the table in front of you, then I can investigate about Colin with Murican. With Murican's help, finding the full mana tower won't be an issue. Jin's mind conjured a formation, so this time those Jippo family bastards won't be able to summon a bunch of mages. This time I will be able to prevent something terrible like that from happening. Mew, as Jin was lost in thought, suddenly heard a cat's cry. A black cat sitting not far from him. Yes, he was surprised. Meow. Why are there so many black-clad family clan cats at the banquet? The meows echo continuously in the space. Sis is kneeling on the ground, happily playing with the black cat Murican in her hands. Where is your owner? He was enjoying himself very happily, constantly trying to please. Jin clenched his fists in anger, veins bulging on his knuckles. Ceres suddenly took the name tag hanging around Murican's neck. Let's see. Is your name Butterfly? Butterfly. Dan turns black. Ceres laughed loudly. Ah ha ha. Did the young master give you this name? Jin stood behind, his face darkening, his terrifying gaze fixed on what lay ahead, and he lowered his voice to say, yes. A voice interrupted the conversation between the two. Oh, it's that cat. I knew that following it would lead me to you. Jine and Ceres turned towards the source of the voice. Murakan's hands are sweating coldly. Finally, we've met at last. Jin Dankan in a black coat says, you have no idea how long I've been looking for you. Jin coldly replies, who are you? I can't believe we just met and you're already saying that. How could you forget me? I think about you every day. She hugs Murakan, who is eager to hear the story, with a frightened look and goosebumps as she glances at the pale-haired guy. The other points at Jine, who is still happily chatting away. In that case, I'll give you a hint. Guess what? The first letter of my name is about... Ceres turns around and sighs. What a strange guy. Butterfly. Murican lifts the cat's paw to her forehead, happily leaning against her. The white-haired guy winked happily. Well, do you remember? Jin replied indifferently. No. He shouted again. Damn it, try guessing one more time. The place where we first met was the teleportation gate of the Meteo Kingdom. Jin replied indifferently. I don't remember. The white-haired one turned to stone. Huh. Hey, Jin, your memory isn't as good as I thought. Listen carefully and make sure you remember this. My name is V. Veradine Zipo. Jine straightforwardly removes the hand from his shoulder. I tried to act like I didn't know you came, but clearly it's because I didn't want you to know I still remember. Why don't you understand that and stop bothering me so much? He said with a cheerful expression. So you do remember after all? Jin sighed to himself. Is this stupid idiot really going to become a 9-star demon mage at age 30 and be named the heir of the Jippo family? Anyway, I looked all over for you yesterday. I've been looking for you all this time, but I couldn't even find your shadow. Veradin sighed. Jin contemptuously replies, it may be a large ballroom, but it's just a ballroom. How could you wander around for 2 hours? He sighed. If I could use magic, I would have found you sooner. But this is the Blackguard territory, so I'm not allowed to use magic, right? Jin silently felt disappointed, unsure if he was lying or just lost, but he guessed it was the latter. Veridin stretched and said, "I'm so glad to see you again, Jin. It's been 5 years. I can't believe you're already at the 5th star. I knew you were talented." He confidently patted his chest. "Of course, I wouldn't waste my time either. As a mage, I have already reached the 6th star. I have achieved the 6th star." "Huh?" Jin looked confused. Veridin still happily boasted that his swordsmanship was 1 level higher than his, and Jin was truly amazed by the person in front of him. "I can't believe the greatest prodigy of the Jippel family is only at level 6 at 18 years old. If I were in his position, I would have already surpassed the 7 stars. You chin your hand, wondering why he might be lying about his rank for some reason." Veridin interjected, a look of great pride on his face. "Aha, that expression of yours is the result of the tremendous effort I put in to find you. I'm really looking forward to the day I can compete with you, so keep training hard to catch up with me." Jin looked at him like a clown. I don't think he's hiding his rank. No matter what happens, if Veridin truly achieved the 6th star at 18, then I am the closest to Celiac Jipo, the current head of the Jipo family. This is a good opportunity for me to practice and prepare for the difficulties I will face later. Jin reminded Veridin, "Zipo, I've told you before, but please learn to keep your mouth shut and say nothing." Veridin still acts like a carefree child. "Oh, you sound just like my father." Jin calmly replied, "Everyone would say that. Anyway, why wasn't the Jippel family invited but still attended the ball?" "Oh, is that so?" From afar, the chubby Booba is eavesdropping on their conversation. "It's because of me I kept nagging Lord Andre that I had to meet you." Jin thought to himself, even though he's the vice head, he rushes into the enemy's territory just because kids are causing trouble? Veridin was excited, and as we happened to be traveling to the Hewfester region, we heard news about the festival, and I realized, this must be fate. Jin replied indifferently, "So that's it?" "Yeah." Jin waved his hand to dismiss them. "All right, be grateful that this is a festival. Stay quiet and leave." Veridin looked sad. "Aren't you being too cold?" "I know your father is also showing generosity to my uncle." He cheerfully steps forward and puts his arm around your shoulder. "Are you just reminding me, or are you promising me that someday you'll also attend the Jippel family party without warning?" Jay glanced at him. "Is that so? What if I cause trouble?" Veridin said confidently. "I always keep my word. Even if you do that, I won't kill you. And even if a fight breaks out, I won't get involved." Jin thought for a moment after his words and spoke softly. "You're really stupid." Veridin was stunned. "Huh? What? What?" Jin said coldly. "Because someone unpleasant has been glancing at me all this time, your loud call startled the fat guy." "Sorry to bother you. Do you have something to say to me?" "Young Master Jine." He hesitantly turned back, holding a book in his hand. "Well, When will Lady Luna come back again?" Jin asked, a bit surprised. Booba, blushing happily, shows the pink notebook with a drawing of him and Luna. "I mean, Lady Luna, she won't come anymore? I want to give her this. It's a collection of poems I spent the whole night writing. My love is fully contained within it. Once she reads it, Lady Luna will surely understand." Veridin poured himself a drink and watched the story unfold. He raised his glass and took a sip, still hearing Booba's voice saying that appearances don't tell the whole story. Boobaba excitedly shares with Jine that he might become my brother-in-law soon. Veridin immediately spits out the wine he just swallowed. Jine's hand was bulging with veins as he clenched his teeth in anger. Jin snatched the notebook from Booba's hand, startling him. "Young master." Jine's voice was filled with extreme anger. "My dear guest, I see you're looking for a beating. You're doing it." Jin steps on the torn pages filled with words. "You not only like to call my sister by her name, but you also dare to call me your brother-in-law? I guess in your eyes the poor noble family looks quite pitiful." Jin looked coldly at the fat man in front of him. "Take this guy to the arena." The guards quickly responded. "Yes, young master." Booba is confused. "Ha ha, brother-in-law, no, young master. Why did you suddenly do that?" The two guards quickly moved to subdue Booba, pressing his head down as he kept shouting, "Please, young master, stop. I was just expressing my love. Every man has the right to show their love to whomever they want." He was grabbed by the guards, still scolding, "Jin Shao, how could you do this to me? I am not a guest or what? Why are you treating the guest like this?" Even if he's forced to compete, he still doesn't seem to realize the danger. He kept rambling on the way and haven't even mentioned how beautiful your sister is yet. Even when the guards threw him to the ground, he still wondered why. Jin took off his cloak, his eyes full of murderous intent. "We will decide with a one-on-one fight." From afar, the Ivan brothers saw their friend. Visual was startled and widened her eyes as she looked at the person in the arena. "Booba." Majela seems very happy again. "Oh dear. Big brother, what's going on?" "It seems Booba and young Master Jine are about to phase off. You're worried." "That fool, let's go closer and check it out." Magiella, the younger sister sitting in a wheelchair, is smiling brightly. "All right then, brother. Ceres stood to the side, confused, watching the situation unfold before him. What? I tried to approach him to challenge him before the party ended. But why does he have to fight someone like that? Bubba kneels on one knee in front of Jin, grinding his teeth as he watches him. Viridin outside turns to Ceres, happily greeting him. Luckily, I begged him to let me come here. I didn't think I would meet the heir of the Ice Palace. Nice to meet you. I am Ceres, and I cut in coldly. Get out. Viridin hesitated awkwardly. Fine then. The referee loudly announced on the stage that the main event of the Yen Society, the new star of the Black Clan, young Master Jane, would participate in a one-on-one match. Who will be Jane's opponent here? I've never met this person before. He's a master who lives in hiding, huh? Bubaba glared angrily at the referee, having kept his rage in check quite well so far. I heard he's been seen with the Ibriano family. He may seem that way, but he could be a serious opponent. The series also looked quite contemplative. Booba turned to Jine and shouted, "Young master of the black-dressed Dane clan, please give me a chance to introduce myself properly before we fight. Maybe you also won't even give me that small bit of face." I didn't even let him finish his sentence before Jin threw a powerful punch straight at Boo's face. "Be quiet. You're cold and distant. I don't need to know your name." He quickly raised his fist towards Jin, with a green aura emanating around it. He grits his teeth and approaches Jin. Edik. Jay seems to be dodging, silently assessing. Aura, is he a level 6 star? So Sis finally spoke up. It seems that young Master Jean chose a stronger opponent. It looks like that fat guy is really focused, Viridin also added. If he slips up, it'll be very embarrassing. Booba throws a straight punch to Jine's face, feeling proud. "Ha ha, you dare to hit me with that clawing cat technique? I will make you roll around crying and begging for mercy." Jin stomps his foot to attack. Before Booba could say more, Jin, like a war god, charged forward with lightning speed and delivered a powerful palm strike to his face. He kept attacking relentlessly, forcing Booba to raise his arms to defend his eyes. The powerful punches hit Booba's face and chest, making him cry out in pain, his face swollen like a pig's head. "It's over," Viridin exclaimed excitedly. He delivered a swift strike right after baiting the other guy to slip up. Truly lived up to expectations. "Jin, you did well. Brother Visu. I don't understand what young Master Jine is doing anymore. Magiela is annoyed. Wasn't it already decided who would win? Why is he still fighting the opponent so fiercely after they've already surrendered?" Her brother was also surprised by Magiela's words as she continued. Jane's choosing a weaker opponent was already strange enough, and he just sat there without intervening. Even though he's the one helping me. Visu tried to explain to his sister that he is not weaker than young Master Jine. Magiela interjected. "Brother, your sister is feeling very disappointed." She turned to her brother and coldly ordered him to teach him a lesson by any means he saw fit. "Are you asking me to compete with young Master Jine?" Visuako was a bit surprised. The surrounding guests started to join in. Truly, she's a young girl full of passion. Why don't you listen to your younger sister? Visuako rubbed his eyes and reluctantly agreed. "All right then." He approaches Jin, who is grabbing the collar of the pig's head that is almost unconscious. "Young Master Jin," Visuako slowly approaches. "Why don't you let him go and fight me instead?" Jin and Vizuko stand facing each other with swords in hand. Jin thought that a fight between Vizuoko Ibriano and the 7-star Knights would benefit him regardless of the outcome, and also that getting close to the Ibriano swordsmanship was a great opportunity to learn. Anyway, the head of the Ibriano family is considered quite strong. Jin looked at Vizuoko, who was gazing at the sword, and sighed softly. In truth, he also didn't want to compete against you, but Jin glanced over at his younger sister. She sat upright in the chair, her face full of satisfaction, while Booba hid behind her wheelchair. Magiela Ibriano is really a funny little girl. She dared to put her brother in a tough spot just to watch a good show. Jin turns his head and looks straight at Visual. He truly cares for his sister. "Visual Ko," he replied indifferently. "Isn't that obvious, young Master Jine? I also have a sister, so I understand how you feel. You warn me. I also love my sister very much, so from now on I hope you keep a close eye on your servants' mouths." Vaiko quickly explained, "It seems you have misunderstood something. The person you just beat up wasn't one of our servants, but a companion. Maybe he did something to upset you." Jin was surprised, his eyes wide open. "Booba came to help my sister move more easily. Maybe his actions weren't very appropriate for the Black House banquet." Jin pondered his behavior. "Anyway, I assure you, he means no harm, so I hope you can forgive him." Visual continues to explain. "So the person Booba Gaston just mentioned is the shape-shifting witch, Booba Gaston? What is the relationship between Visuoko Ibriano and Booba Gaston? I'm sure the Ibriano family has nothing to do with Gaston when he was captured in a past life. Or that Vizuko already knew Booba was a shape-shifting witch. I'm so frustrated I found Booba, but so many problems have arisen. I can't be distracted by an opponent like the Void Spirit Knight. Jin clenched his sword tightly. Vizua looked at him seriously. Just do your best. Young Master Jin, Jin modestly responds, I look forward to your further guidance. He shook off his thoughts and told himself to just focus on this fight. Immediately, Vizuko tore through the air and charged straight at Jin. The boy stepped back, raising his sword to block the attack. Both face each other. Jin keeps being pushed back while Vizuko remains very calm. Jin quietly assesses him, and just with this move he can see his true strength. He's not just a failed Star Knight. His swordsmanship surpasses even that of a master. He narrowed his eyes and only managed to hold his sword out in front of his face to dodge Visual's continuous strikes. As his blade sliced past Jin's shoulder, blood spreading out, with swift, lightning-fast slashes relentlessly charging forward. Jin raised his hand to block the tip of his sword to withstand the powerful attack from Visual. I can't predict it. Everyone outside started talking. Young Master Jin is being pushed back too quickly. Well, he's just trying to withstand the continuous attacks. The swordsmanship of the Ibriano family is known for being clever and extraordinary. That's right, the Ibriano family's swordsmanship always presses the opponent so they can't breathe. When they make a mistake, that's when it's over. Viridin stands to the side, smiling, his sharp eyes watching the fight. They really don't know anything. Members of the Kanan family always have surprising moves in these kinds of pressure situations. If the Ibriano swordsmanship is like a cunning snake, then Kanan's swordsmanship is like a powerful rhinoceros. Even if the horn shatters, it keeps attacking the enemy. Jin and Vizua both raise their swords and charge at each other. Jin grits his teeth and leans to dodge. Another cut appears on his shoulder. He also tries to counter with his sword, but misses as he is dodged. It's clear that Vizua is letting me breathe a bit. Anyway, I'm creating a balanced situation with him as a 5-star knight. Even though I only have 5 stars, Jin clutching his chest, gasping for breath. You already have quite a few wounds on your body. You're reaching your limit. But I could feel it. His sword technique could see through the aura around Visual. He recalls the moment of battle with Kajin, feeling like it did then, a hazy sensation in his subconscious. Jin closes his eyes tightly, raising his sword in front of him as the green energy gradually concentrates on the blade. Visual nods sharply in approval and says, That second sword technique, young Master Jin. He then raises his sword with a white energy stream and charges straight at Jin, who remains still. Jin suddenly raises his sword vertically in front of him, and Visual's sword creates a curved strike directly against Jin's blade. The sword brushed past him, shards of metal flying in the wind. Jin's sword was grazed by Visual's strike. He holds his sword against Jin's neck. The two stand still like statues, everything frozen in that moment. Jin suddenly collapsed to one side. The referee's voice rang out. Did you win? Visual's neck raised his hand. A cut had appeared on his neck. He reaches out and touches the wound. Lord Visual Ibriano, the referee, shouts loudly. Visuko's face was full of disbelief, unable to believe it. At the end of the previous episode, before Visuko charged at Jin in the fight, Jin had closed his eyes and focused his energy into his sword. When Visual Ko's sword touched, Jin's sword shattered and broke in two. He then pressed his sword against Jin's neck to declare the end of the match. As everything seemed to freeze, Jin collapsed completely. Amid the referee's shout of victory, Visuko raised his hand and felt a long scratch on his neck. The referee announced his victory, but Visuko remained still, unresponsive, with an incredulous look on his face. The guard shouted in panic, Hurry up and take young Master Jin inside. Yes, sir. Visuko looked at the figure lying on the ground, puzzled. What was that at the end? Visuko was lost in thought. When the sword broke, I felt the sharpness at my neck. No way. Did he reveal his true intent with the sword in that final moment? If young Master Jin had reacted just 1/10 of a second faster, Jin would be lying on the ground with his eyes closed, still holding the broken sword, and I would have reacted just 1/10 of a second too late. Visuko couldn't help but think of the worst-case scenario in his mind. Watching Jin being carried away by the servants, Visuko silently marvels, Jinran Khan is truly a formidable person. In the space, heavy breathing echoes, and a cat's butt appears, its tail enthusiastically flicking. Humura Khan is lying flat on Jin's face, struggling to speak. Get out of the way, I said. Get out of the way. Jin, furious, grabbed Murakan by the collar and pulled him up, startling him with a loud shout. Jin, feeling dizzy, sat up and looked at the door in front of him, then asked, Is this my room? Did I faint after fighting Visu? Your hand is still holding Murakan as he struggles. July's joyful voice rings out. You're awake, young master. July, how long have I been asleep? She gently bowed and replied, 2 days. Jin was a bit surprised, instinctively clutching Murakan, causing him pain. 2 days, he sighed. So the banquet is over, and I can't even say goodbye to the guests who took the trouble to come see me. Don't think that way, young master, Julie reassured him happily. The match between you and Visual over the past 2 days has been a hot topic, and you performed excellently. And it was entirely because you demonstrated your mental sword at the end. July recounted the gossip after the match, and Visual could very well be stabbed. A 5-star warrior reaching the level of a mind sword, I have high expectations for the next generation. Achieving that in the end of a fight against an 8-star swordsman is already impressive. The image of Sister Luna appears in Jine's mind. The mental sword is not yet complete, but I have obtained what I desired. The tough training days with Luna have finally paid off. At first I couldn't understand that training method at all. At that moment, Luna told you not to open your eyes. I can't believe it would be useful to me like this. Even now, it will only activate when I am in a dangerous situation. I can't lose my patience. Being able to face a 8-star swordsman is already a great achievement. Even if he's a bit clumsy, Jin breathes a sigh of relief. I smile, and along with that, I've gained a lot from this banquet. I confirmed Veridin's identity in Gipoli and obtained something similar to a friendship with the heir of the Ice Palace. Furthermore, I discovered that Bubagaston and Visoko Ibriano know each other. There are many possibilities behind the transformation case, but I don't need to worry about it right now, so I'll look into some background information first. You ponder quietly, where did July bring a vase of flowers from? Flowers. Jin was slightly surprised to see the snow-white flowers. July smiled. The heir of the Ice Palace had left them when visiting him. Does she like you now? You deny it, don't you? It is a legend of the Ice Palace. The meaning of these flowers is an endless battle. Jin bowed happily. It seems she wants to continue fighting me. Murakan, with a lazy attitude, said, So isn't this the first time a girl has given you flowers? That's also a great achievement. Do you think so? Baguette. He turned to Julie, who didn't reply but looked at Jin and said, Anyway, the young master ordered you to meet him right after you woke up. Jin was surprised. Father. She nodded and said, I think it's time for you to prove your worth. Murakan, tearful, held out his cat paw to Julie, while Ban Rao remained emotionless and Jin's eyes were full of hope. All right, it seems I will be away from home for a while longer. Where is Dad? Outside it was already dark and the corridor was unlit, with Yen walking slowly. He paused to look at the tall figure ahead. Kieran turned around and said, You're here. He quietly observed Jin. It's been a long time since a child came to see me dressed so casually. It seems you already knew you would be leaving soon. Jin replied calmly, Yes, I plan to go early. Ken's face looked down from above with little emotion, but it seemed Jin had read his thoughts. He appeared to be pleased, though for some reason, after returning, his father was much easier to read. Ken asked Jean, Do you know where this is? Jin answered seriously, It's the tomb where those who achieved greatness for the family are allowed in by the Swordsmanship Garden and where the family heroes are buried. Good, you add, in other words, the family heroes are resting there. This is a tomb that has existed for thousands of years. Do you know anything about the First Lord, Temakanden? He was not buried here, Jin replied. Yes, I know his tomb is also not in the Swordsmanship Garden. The darkness power you possess, like his, is why we cannot honor the first family head. Mr. Ken explained slowly that after his death, we signed a shameful agreement with the JPO family that we would never use magic again and would not honor ancestors who used it. As a result, the gods of the Jippo clan gathered and cast a curse on the Kanan bloodline, which is why all the black swords born after the First Lord cannot use magic. When you defeated the Tona brothers with your aura, your father didn't ask how you got that power. Do you remember? He asked Jin seriously. The boy nodded and replied, Yes, I also lied that I would use it for the benefit of the family. Mr. Ken continued, Luckily you were still young back then. If that happened now, I wouldn't let it go. Have you heard Sed's voice? Yes, he called me the one who signed the contract. Jin thought to himself that he had never heard him say that in this life. Mr. Kieran's cloak billowed in the wind, perhaps unfair to your siblings. He looked straight into your eyes and posed a challenge. All right, can you use that power to surpass your siblings and take over the family? Jane looks straight at him and says, I will leave and travel the world. If there is nothing more valuable than the family crest, then I will take over the family. Chiron's corner of his mouth curled up. To be recognized, your siblings and you must leave the Swordsmanship Garden to go out and experience and train. But you left to find something more valuable within the family. I'm not sure whether to be proud or to say you're arrogant. He slowly extends his hand. I will give you 5 years. During that time, explore your own values freely and then come back with your answer. Zin drew his sword from his side. He raises his sword high with a serious face. Thank you, Father, for everything. I will return to see my father after 5 years. Jin's gaze is firm and steady because this journey has been prepared long ago. When she stepped outside, Julie and Murakhan were already waiting. She gently asked, "Did you finish talking with the master?" "Yeah, I just need to leave." Jules, she is wearing a long cloak and holding luggage in her hand. Her outfit looks different from usual. Jin hesitated as a glow appeared on Julie's hand, revealing an intricate metal bracelet. She explained, "This is called a touch bracelet. It's said to block aura. I found out when I overheard the maids talking. I was a bit upset because suddenly I couldn't use my powers anymore." She smiled and said, "As servants, instead of making a name for ourselves, our reputation depends on our master. Please don't look at me like that. It's all for you." Young Master Jin looked straight at July and said, "Not just for now, but I will always protect you. July, I am sorry." July politely said, "Please don't say that. Just being able to follow you is already more than enough, and I can regain my strength after you pass the test." Jin nodded. "All right, let's go." He turned to look at the castle one last time before leaving, the warm sunlight illuminating Yin's determined blue eyes. 5 years? It seems this is only the beginning. He walks forward slowly. "Let's go." The two of them walk straight across the green grass towards the front. The clear, endless sky, like the unknowns awaiting them in the future. Rein gazes at the sky, his cloak billowing in the wind. He smiles, eager to explore what kind of world awaits. Kieran's tall and serious figure stands by the window. He lost himself in thought, having reached the semi-divine realm with just a sword, yet failing to break the ancestral curse of the Jipo family, and he reached out to touch the hilt of his sword. The contract with Sadet and its dark energy, Jain's face appears in his mind. Perhaps the youngest son is the only hope for the family. Ken smiled proudly. That child might hold the power to free the family from darkness. I'm really curious about what the future holds for that kid. It's already getting dark here. Jin and July moved deeper into the forest, passing through the canopy of leaves. "Young master, leaving without a word like this, is it really okay?" Julie just took a leaf out of her hair and said, "The cadets in your team and Lady Luna will definitely be disappointed." Jan replied softly, "Don't worry. After all, Lady Luna is quite easygoing, and the cadets are also pretty sad. But it's not like we'll never see them again, right? If I bring it up to them, they'll probably draw their swords and stand on either side of the road when I leave. The image of the knights loyal to you appears, and Julie also agrees. That's right, they might even do more than that. The image of mate appears in Julie's mind, so where do you plan to go now? From what I hear, most of the other champions choose mommy as their first destination, because defeating evil is the most effective way to gain fame." Jin whispers, being famous. Before becoming a legend among the Kanan people, they had to venture into the world and build their reputation from nothing to be recognized as a legend. Furthermore, they are not allowed to expect help from their family. For example, Lady Mary defeated all the strongest people in the northern continent and became famous as the North's fierce woman, Winfrey Mary, before becoming a legend. Jin looks at the dark energy flowing in his hand. Besides her, the others of his siblings all returned within about 6 months to 2 years. But my father gave me a total of 5 years. There is only one reason why he did that. Search for everything you can about the dark energy, then come back. The black-blue flame in your palm is burning brightly. Jin said, "We will go to the kingdom of Ain first," July asked curiously. "You mean the kingdom of Ain is allied with the Lutero Magic Association?" She exclaimed in shock. "Isn't that the Jippo family's territory? Why did you go there?" Jin turned his head upon arriving at the Kolan ruins to carry out a mission. "I heard there are a large number of unregistered mages fiercely ruling that land. It seems they are colluding with the fighters and causing a lot of trouble for the people." Julie suddenly realized. "Oh, that's a good idea, young master. I was very excited when I was still a soldier to deal with those bad guys." "You're already looking excited," Jain silently thought with an exasperated expression. "Actually, I've never heard of such things before. This information is only from my previous life. All unregistered mages and warriors are just puppets of the dark clans called testing. What I really care about are the underground auctions organized by those guys. There are many items whose true value no one knows. I need to buy a few swords and a ring." July is holding her purse and says, "Young master, I don't think we can use the teleportation gate to enter the kingdom of Ain." She clutches a gold coin nervously. "According to family rules, I can only carry 10 gold coins. Besides, you are not allowed to reveal your identity as the Black Advisor, so I don't think we will get any help at all." Jin turned around calmly and replied, "Oh, if we can get to the kingdom of Din, this problem will be solved." Chuai was startled. "The kingdom of Ding, huh? But why are we walking to see Murkan? We can fly." "What are you still doing?" Murkan transform now. Both Julie and Murakan are startled, but he seems quite pleased. "Hey kid, are you okay?" July can stop him. The young master can't do that. "What if someone finds out?" Jin reassures. "It's okay, at least we have to try once." But if the family finds out, July hadn't finished speaking when Murakun jumped to the ground. He curled up and transformed, and the forest was quickly covered by a faint cloud of smoke from Murakun's power. The giant dragon lifts its head high as the wind stirs in the silent night. Murakun screams, holding on tight. To reach the royal palace before tomorrow, I have to fly really fast. Julie bows her head and sighs. Luna was pacing nervously in the hallway when suddenly she heard a noise outside. She startled and looked cautiously toward the window nearby. The dawn light illuminates the mountains, and in the sky above, a dragon is soaring. Luna stares in surprise. Could it be Jin, riding a dragon right after being appointed as a reserve hero? Oh my God, she really is different. She smiled as she watched Murakun's figure gradually fade away, leaving without a word of farewell to her siblings. I hope she will be lucky. The cold kid on your side, Jine and July, are clinging tightly to Murakun. It's getting dark, and they've reached the edge of the Rin Kingdom's forest. Murakun anxiously hugs Julie. Are you okay, Strawberry Cake? She covers her mouth, her face grimacing in discomfort. My stomach. Hey kid, it's because of you that Ban Rao is scared, you see? Jin shrugged calmly and said, So how is it my fault? It's because you flew weird. Mura shouted, You told me to fly. And he hurriedly turned back, worried about Julie. Hey, Strawberry Cake? All right, take it slow. Take a deep breath like that. You're doing fine. Jin put on an expression of helplessness, suddenly feeling anxious. Use this as a base. We keep going, Jin muttered, watching Murakun hold July in his arms. He's truly a remarkable dragon. I need to get into the city right away. Murakun turned to Jin. It's no good, kid. I'll take care of Ban Rao. You go quickly to earn money. Jin pulled his hood over his head and advised, just stay there and don't cause any more trouble. The capital center of the Din Kingdom, the Vinex family estate sitting by the palace, muttered as it looked towards the palace and called out, Jin, young master, even if a banquet is held for him, I only find out after it ends, you complain. Recalling the encounter with my benefactor, even if it was a mission, he still saved my life. I want to see him again to thank him for saving me. That day you asked me to let you know if you needed help. Okay. A figure appears in the bushes. Zembo sighs. When will I be able to see him again and repay him here? Under the water, your reflection and the shadow, standing right beside you, can be seen. A call echoes through the space. Hey, Zembo. He tilted his head back and replied, Yes. Who is it? Before I could shout, Jin covered my mouth and signaled to look over. You scream in panic. Calm down and check the shore. Jin reassures him, It's me, Jin. Jin gestures for him to be quiet and look over the edge. I saved you from those Kin Zilo guys. He was surprised. But Jin? Why are you here? Jin quickly replied, You said I come to see you when you need help, right? Of course I remember. How could I forget your kind heart? Without Jin, I probably would have. All right, that's enough. Then I will wait here. Bring me some gold and money. A look of surprise appears on his face as he gazes blankly at Jin in front of him. Jin, Julie, and Murasun transformed into human forms and walked side by side, while he pondered what was happening. The rule is that you must conceal your identity as a temporary adventurer, because you need to raise your reputation solely through your mastery of swordsmanship, without any help from your family. A man with a pipe in his mouth stands in front, while a receptionist glares at them with a frown. He extended his hand to refuse, as it was obvious that the children of the Black House would be extremely poor for the first 1 or 2 months. Because they are taught how to make a living, a sudden bag is placed before the man, causing him to pause. Inside the bag are overflowing gold coins, Jine's thoughts echoing. They had to experience poverty. But for us, it's different. The waiter keeps bringing out dishes, Jin calmly enjoys his meal, and Murakan beside him keeps stuffing meat into his mouth and devouring it. Julie cheerfully covers her face and exclaims, The food in this kingdom isn't too bad. I was prepared to tighten my belt for a few days, like in other times, but it started off smoothly. All thanks to that day when the young master, the 3 of us finished our meal and strolled down the street. Murkan turned and said, Ha, this beard of yours. Did you pretend to be Julie's voice? Yesterday you told John that this was blackmail, didn't you? Young master, your reactions changed quickly. Murakan laughed. Julie looked grim and stammered, and that was because Jin burst into laughter. It's not extortion. I'm just explaining. Touching the money can settle your debt with me. The image from last night comes to mind, him carrying a bag of gold, happily saying, Take it all, it's my honor to help you. Jin sweatfully replied, I only need to take a little. He then looked at Murakan's swollen belly. By the way, Murakan, are you sure you're not eating too much? He frowned. Didion reminds you that we are about to open the teleportation gate. What if you vomit again like last time? Jin remembered the last time Murakan confidently pointing at himself and saying, Shut up. Even if I vomit, eating until full is instinctive for a dragon like me. Zin pouts. What kind of primitive instinct is that? Without me, you would have been starving with your mouth wide open for days. He taunts, if you don't want to see me vomit up and down, then ride me and let's go see. Why insist on using the teleportation gate? July shyly turned away and muttered, I guess someone is just trying to hide their dragon intoxication. Murican looked confused. Bastard, I didn't mean it that way. I didn't say you did. He looked at Julie and spoke. I was worried about July, but it seems the real problem lies elsewhere. The place we're heading to is the Kingdom of Akin, a member of the Lutero Magical Federation controlled by the Gen family. About 80% of the active dragons are allied with the Jafen family. So just fly here. Until we're ready, we shouldn't provoke them, and without permission from the Ripfen family, entering their territory is no different from challenging them. Murican frowned. What are you more afraid of? Half the dragons being terrified and backing down when they hear my name, or everything being different now, with no one flying around showing off their wings in the sky anymore? And one day I hope the world will become a better place to live. More worth living for, as Murican quickly transforms back into a cat. Jin is helpless. I told you not to transform casually in the middle of the road. The Zipfen family now survives thanks to the dragons, the gods who created the dragons and many Diffin clan members who have made contracts with those gods. In other words, the Black Can family is now very difficult to deal with them. If my father were here, the Jipfen family members would probably have broken through the Black Can barrier long ago. Wait a moment. Jin hesitated, and now I realize how they managed to gather so many people with contracts. Is it possible to gather that many within just one generation? This is no coincidence. A hand reaches out in front of the man and says, Please tell me your name. Jin let out a small sound and said, We've arrived. He handed over the 2 books. I am Jine Grey, and this is Julie Pitton. We are going to the Kingdom of Akin for sightseeing. The man reviews the information and looks into the 2 notebooks. The loudspeaker announcement sounds, This is a message for all passengers. We will begin instant transportation to the Kingdom of Ain in a few minutes. Jin and July are seated comfortably. You may experience side effects from the teleportation, such as headaches or confusion, so please remain seated and comfortable. July happily turned to Jin. As expected, from the family-made ID card, we passed through the gate without any trouble. Jin replied, Of course, the person who gave me this card said it was so authentic it could even fool Vermont's special forces. The announcement voice echoes again. Thank you for your patience. Teleportation is about to begin. The space is starting to shift. Murican, in his cat form, tears up and covers his mouth. Jai also pets him to comfort him. Jin sat quietly to one side. The Kingdom of Akin in his previous life, he closed his eyes. But it has been 15 years now. Jin opened his eyes as the magic speaker announced we had arrived. Welcome to the Kingdom of Akin in the Lutero Magic Federation. Jin silently looked out the high window. Before returning, I spent the last years of my life in the imperial capital of the kingdom. And although it's been a long time since my previous life, the scenery hasn't changed much. It is evident that beggars and homeless people are everywhere, and the people walking through the streets look gloomy. July sighed. This city is strangely gloomy despite the beautiful weather today, right, young Master Yin? He thought to himself. It's all because of the tyrannical regime of those damn parasites draining everything. I remember hearing how terrible this dark age is right now. He spoke up. For now, let's just find a place to stay. We can look for what we need afterward. Yes, young master. The 3 of them stood in front of a small old inn. Muraka frowned. Do we really have to stay in such a crappy place? July turned to him and replied, Surely the young master already has a plan in mind, Sir Murican. He grumbled. Oh, Beardcake, we have the means, so why stay in a place like this? Jin grabbed the door handle, turned his head, and said, I'm sure everything will be great. Showing off wealth in a city full of crime and illegal mage entry like this. Murican angrily said, That's why we have to stay in a dump. Even orcs refuse to live here. Jin didn't care and said, Fine, I'll go in. Mura shrugged, and the 3 of them entered, finding a man sleeping, slumped over the table. Jin asked, Are you the owner of this inn? The other person looked up, still sleepy, with saliva at the corner of his mouth, and stared blankly at the 3 people in front of him. A guest? The innkeeper silently assessed. He looked at Moran, a tailing pursuer, then at Jin, a rookie swordsman, and finally glanced over July and the beautiful girl standing beside them. Is she a maid? The man smiled cunningly and pushed 3 glasses of juice onto the table. Welcome to our J Inn. We still have many rooms available. Here you go. This is our famous house-made orange juice. Take a glass and pick any room you like. That's right. Enjoy your drink. When you wake up after drinking that, your lives will turn a new page in the underground auction beneath this house. Murican frowned as he looked at the orange liquid in the glass, a hint of anger in his eyes. He shouted and threw the glass directly at the landlord's head, splashing the liquid everywhere. This lowly bug is out of his mind? The landlord's face was soaked and his eyes widened in fear. What does this mean? Murakhan stomps on the table in front of him, causing the landlord to panic, then kicks him hard in the face. Murakhan angrily growled, "Why did you give us poisoned drinks?" Jai was startled, looking at the glass in his hand, while Jin calmly poured the water out. "Are you saying there's poison?" A terrifying voice echoes, "Now, right here, right now." Murakhan fiercely looked at the person on the ground, clapping his hands together. "Will you go to the afterlife?" The landlord, clutching his swollen face, trembling, pleaded, "Please wait. Let's negotiate." Murakhan kicks forward. "Negotiation, you monkey." The landlord was kicked hard in the face by Murakhan and cried out in pain. Diane looked at that miserable face and thought to himself that a gossip merchant like him in the Empire claimed to be someone he owed in a past life. The reason a weakling like him was exiled from his family and had no foundation like me was all thanks to Jay's help. That's why we became close. But not for any good reason. He tricked me with the excuse of introducing me to an underground auction and took everything from me except my clothes. Jin remembered being dragged away while Zhe happily enjoyed the money in his hand. He massaged his Zhongchang point, already annoyed just thinking about it, but this time the situation was different. He silently looked at Murakhan, frantically kicking. "This time, it's my turn to take advantage of you." "You bastard!" Z helplessly covers his head, bracing for Murakhan's attack. "Ix, if you keep hitting me like this, I won't stay silent." "But I am a 5-star warrior." Murakhan grabbed him and punched him straight in the face. "Who cares?" Seeing Murakhan's crazed look, Jack finally gave in. "I was wrong, but that wasn't poison. It was an intoxicant." Murakhan shouted, "It's all the same anyway." Juai covered his mouth, watching the chaotic scene before him. This should be enough. Jin spoke up to stop him. "Murakhan, wait. Let's see what he has to say." As cold as straw, he had no strength left. Murakhan, dissatisfied, turned his head away. "Huh. Why should I listen to someone who wants to poison us?" Z reaches out to Jin for help. "Please save me. I will make up for my mistakes." Murakhan angrily told him to shut up and not to speak unless he wanted a beating. Jin sat on the table in front of him and spoke. "I will ask you a few simple questions. Hey, you bastard, if you lie, you'll definitely die. If you tell the truth, you'll live. I'll judge your answer subjectively, based on my feelings and intuition. Is that clear?" Jin cross-legged looks down from above and Rhett obediently answers. "Yes." Murakhan releases RT from above, causing him to fall helplessly. "All right, do as you please," Jin asked. "All right, what do you do for a living?" He trembles on the ground. "My name is Z. I own an inn and sell information." And Jin continues to question. "I am also a con artist. I also deal in human trafficking." And upon hearing this, Julie and Murakhan subtly bite their lips in frustration. Damn. Z turns to kneel before Jin. "If you spare me, I will be very useful to you. I know a lot about this city, so just trust me. It seems like the reason you drugged us is to sell us somewhere." I bow my head in fear. "Yes, I am sorry." "Where is Jin?" Shocked, he looks up. "Why the flag?" A powerful kick down on Jay leaves him no chance to fight back. Jin steps on Jay's hand, making him scream and grab his cloak. It's the underground testing auction house. Jay emphasizes his foot, pressing down on Z almost in a panic, revealing that testing is an underground organization running slave auctions, drug trafficking, banning stolen items, and possessing all kinds of relics. Jane silently thought that they had finally arrived at the testing underground auction house and spoke up. "All right, tonight you'll be safe. But do you know what to do next?" Rhett crazily nodded. "Of course. Thank you, Lord. Thank you." Merkin behind him said, "Kid, are you really going to waste medicine on someone like him?" July also added, "That's right. Young master, if we let him go, he might deceive us again," Jin said casually, leaving the two confused about what was going on in an underground organization and an auction house. He continued explaining, "There's nothing better than exploring those places and then judging his attitude. It's not too late to deal with him then." Z, clutching his seemingly broken hand, lay on the ground, crying miserably. Jawai interjected, "Yeah." But Jin simply turned and walked toward the door silently. He said, "We also need a guide in Ain. Use him. First, I need to find his sister." Jin opens the door and steps out. Murakhan and Julie exchange silent glances. Jin stepped outside and let out a soft sigh. He bowed his head, pretending not to know anything, even though he knew everything. It was truly exhausting. But I don't plan to reveal that I am a fake reincarnation, so I have to try my best. Outside, it's already night, and the inn echoes with a warning. It's best for him to rest until his bones heal, so if you need me, please don't hesitate to call. The man wearing a hat is about to leave, and Gilly bows respectfully behind him. In the end, it was someone from Lutero's magic department. pulling a random person off the street to perform healing as if it were nothing special. Zoe looked at his full set of teeth and could only curse under his breath. Damn it. These crazy bastards fight and then heal themselves. Who the hell are these guys? The heir of a major martial arts family or a trump card of the Special Enforcement Force? He looked blankly, but it didn't really matter. If I betrayed them, I would also be doomed. Jine stepped up and ordered, "Then let's go. Are you surprised, Rhett? You say without emotion that we have to go." An underground auction house appears before us, a magnificent building with guards patrolling at the entrance. Two guards frowned as they looked at Jay and the group approaching. "Hey, why are you bringing so many people today?" one of them asked in a voice. "Is this the goods?" "Yes, stop talking and open the door. They are my guests." Z looks at the distant door where a man in a suit stands upright. The man holds the doorknob and opens the door, and all four of them step inside. Jin glanced at the warm light shining on him. The luxurious crystal chandelier sparkling above, with noisy chatter all around. Everyone here is wearing a half-face mask, even the musicians, which is quite amusing. Murkan looked at the banquet hall and spoke. "Considering there's an entire orchestra here, it's a bit..." Z stepped in, holding out a mask to Murkan. Everyone thought the leader of Tessing was Sank, but the real leader was someone else. Murkan looked at him annoyed. "Huh?" Z smiled and held up 3 masks. "If you want to go to the auction house, it would be better to wear these to cover your faces." Zin put on the mask and asked him, "So who is the real leader?" Z replied, "His name is Anlu Gen Spider. This place is decorated to his liking. But in reality, he just wants to hide his lack of education." Zet paused, and Jin slowly gave the order. "Keep talking, because to a little fly like me, Ao is very different. He can not only clean up those dirty streets, but also is a martial artist of the 5th realm." Ao appears, a tall man with slicked-back shiny hair, holding a lit cigar in his mouth. Jay covers his mouth, and there are rumors that he has ties to the Reincarnation family across the sea. Black robe. Murakan sighed. "Kid, ignore him. Do you really think they associate with these low-level thugs?" Julie whispered close to Jin's ear. "I also don't agree with the heir and second heir. After thinking many times, I still can't remember anyone like that." Jin silently disagreed in his mind. There is no such person. That bastard cast a curse on me so I couldn't draw my sword. If it's related to the magic tower, it's probably him. The original 9 stars prevent me from lifting it. I never thought any mage from the test of birth could cast such a high-level curse, but in the 15 years I spent at Leiwu Terrace and the Swordsmanship Garden, I still haven't found the answer during those 15 years. "I need to at least gather some clues," Jin said. "We came here to find out everything, including the identity of that Alu. Your cold gaze is also worth investigating. In the underground corridor, only flickering torches are visible. So what's the plan then?" He didn't stop and continued. "Do you mean clearing out all the bullies right from the first day?" The man beside him, with a bandage on his forehead, kept a calm yet sharp gaze as he spoke. "The guards we see on the road all seem to be elite troops. Some look like unregistered mages. I don't think rushing into the enemy's core would be a wise decision." The two ahead did not look back, but clearly continued to quietly listen to the exchange between the followers behind, hinting at a tense and cunning confrontation about to erupt in the shadows. "Don't worry about it. I have a plan." Jin's voice was not loud, but firm and commanding, causing the atmosphere to immediately settle as if everything had been predetermined. "There's no need to argue or discuss further in your mind before. You are the guide and the one in control. And everyone understands that." Someone questions the plan again, and Jin turns around to give an order. Everyone listened carefully. It seems Jine said something that made the cat master fall into deep thought. "Are you acting like a child?" Both of them were stunned after hearing the young master propose a new plan. He put his hand on his head, with a face full of suffering, as if trying to handle something overwhelming. "Sometimes I really wonder what's going on in your head. How do you come up with these ideas?" "That's a bit surprising, but can you really carry out that plan as a member of the Blackguard family?" Jin confidently assured, "Don't worry, we can escape if something can't be resolved." The cat master just hummed, put on his glasses, and led the way, interrupting the conversation of the 3 of them. "Sorry to bother you, sir. We have arrived." He cheerfully said, "I've chosen a pretty secluded spot for you." He drew back the curtain and extended his hand to welcome the distinguished guests. "Welcome. And let me introduce you to the secret auction house's flower." The auctioneer presents the next item as the 3 characters settle into their seats. We will now reveal the next item. It doesn't matter where they come from or why they are here. The heavy iron chain tightly locked around a person's ankle clinks loudly, like a declaration that freedom here has been completely taken away. Our first item is something you can use freely without any hesitation. The scene of the first auction item appears cold and brutal under the yellow glow of the polished wooden floor. This is a slave. When the curtain is lifted, the host confidently announces it with pride. Oh, the audience cheers. They look very healthy today. That introduction is as emotionless as if they are displaying a common commodity, not a life. Look at the one at the end of the line. He looks very healthy. The light shines down on the chained people with masked faces, disheveled hair, and gaunt or muscular bodies, all bound in the same way, standing with heads bowed, hands cuffed, and legs shackled. Their eyes are hidden, but their bodies show silent acceptance as they walk in a line on the auction stage, like goods ready to be sold, their fates decided by others. Jine asks the one with glasses, "Are you planning to sell us like them?" He forced a smile and said, "Ha ha ha ha. I am ignorant. Please forgive me." Jin pondered as he looked at the unfortunate crowd. Slaves. I guess I should be glad, at least among them, there are no children. So kid, what do we do now? Jin remains calm, sitting upright with an expressionless face behind his mask, and simply responds briefly, "Wait." His words, though short, are full of implication, showing that all actions are already within his plan, with no need to rush or be hasty. I heard that occasionally some useful items are put up for auction. The boy responds calmly, contrasting sharply with the excitement and restlessness of the master, making the situation even more intriguing. He continued, "If there's something valuable, I will try to bid for it, and then we will start planning our actions. I just came up with this plan as a hypothetical scenario. If my intelligence is correct, that item is probably rotting away in the warehouse now. Could two steal it after the plan is carried out?" The operator's voice rings out emotionlessly, then he excitedly continues. "So, and now, let's officially declare the slave auction competition open." Jay hurriedly said, "Now we just need to be patient and wait." A week later, the announcer shouts loudly, 2130. He excitedly said, "We have 130, can we get to 140? The shy guy with glasses leaned in to ask, Sir?" He replied indifferently, asking what he wanted to say. He asked softly, "You've just been sitting around watching all week. The characters below the stands are fiercely competing in the auction, 50-70. Glasses continued, "If you don't buy anything today, the auction house might come and bother you." John clearly displayed his cold and commanding presence with a sharp yet gentle statement full of pressure. "Aren't you also bothering me?" The guy with glasses immediately broke out in a sweat, bowing and apologizing profusely. "Oh, yes, of course. Please do whatever you wish, sir." Actually, inside the glasses-wearing man's heart, he is cursing Jine. "Damn it, do something already. You idiots are going to get kicked out if you keep this up, even if I do know the auction house owner a little." He snapped irritably, "Buy whatever you want before I lose my patience." The auctioneer brings out the next item and introduces it as our first magic book of the day. An extraordinary masterpiece. This is the magic book of Mathwiak, the wizard who once ruled the entire continent. He excitedly said, "I haven't been able to decipher it yet, but I'm sure it contains a very powerful spell. Someone just shouted out already." He immediately became happy. "Oh, we have the first bid. Does anyone want to offer more?" Isn't Matthew Goniak actually Matthew Moniak, the idiot? Remembering that all of Moniak's magic books are managed by the JP family, so this book can't be genuine. Then I realized that everything I've done so far might have been pointless. It's been a week since I arrived at this auction house, and it's so boring. Nothing of value at all. Feeling annoyed with the auctioneer, the assistant kept spouting nonsense. The blonde-haired woman continued to introduce, "This is our next item. The support staff is pushing it up." Jane angrily thought that those stupid mages were obsessed with that fake magic book. The auctioneer calmly said, "The author of this magic book." Then he loudly announced the name of the famous author Genmi. He then continued the auction, starting at 50 gold coins. Zin sarcastically remarks that some of these magic books aren't famous but are quite like playing the lottery. If you're lucky, you get something good. Otherwise, the crowd below continues to bid 60, 70, 80. The Catmaster pats Jin on the shoulder and says, "Hey kid, he's warning you fiercely, you should buy it. If that book really belongs to Jenny, I know it would be a great deal." The auctioneer looked up with a slight surprise. "Oh, he's extremely excited about this top bid. Is there anyone bidding higher than 150? The crowd below the stands is lively. Is he planning to buy it at this price? It must be from some wealthy young master of a noble family." Dien ponders the advice of the Catmaster, a magic book recommended by the Black Dragon Murican. So the deal is successful, and Butterfly becomes the owner of 150. Why is it here, though? Seeing Butterfly Jine's tense expression, I wonder why he's so interested in that spell book. Let's see how it looks. The host then introduces the next magic book, written by Sujil Heister. Jin was slightly startled and immediately turned around when he heard the author's name. The audience below was whispering about it being a magic book by Suji Heister. People below still wonder who Momo Hister, the author of that book, really is. They whisper softly. First there was Genom, and now this. Nothing but things never before known. The auctioneer looks up at Jine standing above, bidding loudly. The anonymous characters below were immediately heated up by such a high bid, with the blonde declaring 200 for the first round. Who is that with the bid of 200? Why does he always bid on strange things? The cat master asked immediately. Hey kid, what is this that you bid 200 on the first round? Do you know this book? Jane replied briefly, without revealing the true purpose. I just thought it would be better to buy one more magic book. You think about what you've been searching for all this time, yet I found it right here. Remember my previous master, her family, Hister, and tell the story briefly. I heard that her family line collapsed hundreds of years ago, but surprisingly I found a trace of them here. The manager shouts loudly. So give 200 gold coins to Hister's book. Dean takes off his mask, planning to say, I will give it to her as a gift if I can meet her again. You said it's okay, so let's go ahead and act. The magic books bought earlier are placed on the table. Butterfly flips through the book Jine bought earlier, loudly exclaims that he hit the jackpot, and then summarizes briefly. This really is Jenny I was thinking of, but there's a strange and complicated ancient script accompanying it. Jin thought to himself, pondering the answer. Of course, only I and my master can decipher that ancient script, while that bespectacled fool follows meekly behind. I'm so glad you finally bought some items. If you haven't bought anything by today, it will be very bad. Zin called Z. He immediately responded politely, Yes, sir. Jin announces that I will go meet the Spiderfoot. Glasses immediately looked shocked and panicked. I'm sorry, sir, but that's not allowed. Even if you are my client, Al placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Then pass the message to Alu. Your voice, deep and commanding, echoes like an unarguable order, telling him that Baradin Fen has come to see him. The bespectacled man flinched slightly, his lips trembling before nodding repeatedly. He rushed to the gate, damn it. He looked excited and thought, I'm not part of the VM Mon Special Forces. I'm a pure-blood Zip Fen family member. He grabbed the door latch and said, Now if I can rely on the Arpen family reputation, I can leave this damn place. He forcefully kicks the door open and shouts, Hey, call Alu out here now. Baradin Zip Fen is looking for him. Everyone shivered. Oh, what the hell is going on here? A group of thugs stands in the room, looking at the newcomer who just rushed in. Azay freezes in place as she slowly walks upstairs. Hey, are you Baradin? He confidently ordered, Follow me, the boss wants to see you. And Jin suddenly rushed forward to punch him. You think you can mock me? Hey, are you Alu? The idiot nervously explains. No, sir, Lord, is it Master Alu's order? We are escorting the three of them to see him. The flames suddenly flickered, and Jin struck out forcefully at the group standing there. The troublemaker shrank back as Jin threatened, then said, I've already revealed my identity, but he only relayed the message? Let me say it again. His grim expression orders and threatens him to come here on his own hands and knees to my feet. He is sweating all over and kneels down with his entourage before Jin. I am Ayu, the person in charge of this testing auction room. He sincerely regrets his actions. I didn't realize it was you. His face was lowered, afraid to lift it, his voice choked and trembling as if strangled. Please forgive me. The air was so still that no one dared to look directly at Jine, the only one standing calmly as if delivering a divine judgment. Z thought about Jin being silent and thoughtful. If anyone else claimed to be Baradin Zipo, I would have laughed to death. A sly, knowing smile curled at his lips, but he didn't. Behind his glasses, his eyes narrowed slightly, full of calculation and curiosity. His aura was completely different. Dung's shoulders relaxed as he struggled to hold back a quiet smile. Just now he used a fireball spell. That's a quintessence mana skill. I can smell the scent of power from him, and he seems more interested than ever. At such a young age, using the 5-star pact technique is rare outside the JP clan. Going back to a week ago, Jin thought, I will pretend to be Baradin Zipo. Master Cat was surprised. What do you mean? Longhair spoke about the plan, which seemed crazy. Young master, that's not your concern. Jin says the plan has been in place for a long time, and even if that Alu knows someone in the Jipo family, he won't be able to tell what's real or fake. His expressionless face now shows a cold, confident glow. We will strike him first, so that before he panics, his judgment won't be as sharp as usual. July is confused in thought. The issue for the young master isn't whether you get caught or not. She's worried that if in the future this matter is discovered by the family, or if the head of the family finds out, things could go wrong. Jin slowly ordered the leader to stand up. He startled and immediately responded, Yes, sir. You give him the 2 books you just bought to look at this. What do you think these books are? He hesitated and softly said, They are magic books and I feel guilty about it. I'm sorry for taking those ancient magic books without the JP clan's permission. He calmly told him, The 2 magic books I am holding are highly valued by the Jipple family. You asked bluntly, how much money did you make from them? He struggled to find an excuse. Lord Veridon, I sincerely apologize, but I am just a swordsman and I failed to recognize the value of these magic books. I am sorry. His whole body seemed to be swallowed by the pressure emanating from the tense atmosphere ahead. I will do my best to retrieve those books, so please give us a chance. Jin coldly questions, do you think that letting someone like you take them is better than me going to get them myself? Your expression is completely emotionless, threatening him. Shut up and give me the list of customers who bought those books, along with the amount they paid, and tell him about your new decision. Lu seems nailed to the ground. My family will start an investigation tomorrow. Ao stood still, shoulders slightly slumped, his eyes vacant and unfocused on the ground, lips pressed together but silent, his heavy breathing growing with each heartbeat, thinking it was over. His body trembled slightly as if standing in the palm of a giant hand, squeezing him bit by bit. In the kingdom, no matter how many times the testing is attempted, compared to the JPO family, they are still just an ordinary gang. He couldn't imagine that if the investigation uncovered something that upset the JPO family, the end of their future would be near, and testing would be destroyed. Alu took all 3 to his office to carry out the investigation. Those are all the people who appeared at the auction, Lord Veridon. Jin asked if there was anyone else. He honestly reported, and those people were all under strict guard inside the warehouse, seriously providing all the information Jin needed. It was also the staff's residence. If you allow me to go out for a little while, I can bring them here immediately. I estimate it will take about 2 hours, so if you, Jin, interrupt him, his tone will be deep and serious. What are you talking about? You know everything he plans to do right now to prevent the auction from falling apart? Whatever you do, don't destroy any important documents. Don't think I can't see through your actions sitting here. If you're going to work, do it carefully. You can go if you want. His fingers clenched behind his back because he knew all of his plans had been uncovered. He better investigate the remaining people, listening to the calm tone but trembling inside, knowing how difficult the future would be, and he didn't even dare to look up at his face. Don't forget you're still under my control, Jay gently reminded the disobedient one in front of him, who only pursed his lips to avoid saying anything wrong. He turned to respond obediently to your command. Yes, I understand, I will be back soon. He said loudly to the person next to him, while I go, you take him around the warehouse area to check. The subordinate replied, understood. As he passed by his subordinate, Aol whispered softly, do not take him out of the estate until I return. Macvest answered quietly, I see. Turns out he wasn't trembling out of fear, but because he was furious at some kid climbing on his head. That bastard, just wait and see. He hurriedly strode down the corridor, thinking to himself, do you think you can control everything that's happening? His whole face tensed up, veins bulging on his forehead from anger he didn't know where to vent, despite having spent so much money on the Jipo clan. He is determined now he absolutely must buy back those magic books, right? No, it can't be, someone shouted. Strawberry cake and the pearl necklace were thrown on the ground. Take whatever you want. July asked again, are you really sure about this? The cat master replied confidently, just fine. So we should just take whatever we feel is necessary. The 3 of them were rummaging through the library but couldn't find anything, and the cat master, annoyed, threw a book at the servant and cursed. Damn it, it's all trash and no real clues. Butterfly whispers to Jine, now that kid's back with that name Ao. When he returns, he'll definitely know you're a fake. So what do you plan to do next then? The boy asked, puzzled. What do you mean by that? Then he nonchalantly said, just pick whatever you can get and leave right away. Before leaving, his eyes subtly glanced at the mysterious box beside him. He opened the box, revealing a ring inside, which seemed to be something important. Jean silently shouted in his mind upon seeing the ring. Found it, he smiled softly because he got what he wanted. Julie nervously asked, should we keep risking doing things like this? I don't think this is right. Yen casually smiled and said, I'll take that as a compliment, July. Z shouts, Your Highness, I am here. He was holding a stack of papers and shouting, a file full of writing containing all the information about the slaves you asked for, including their nationalities and ages. He was panting heavily as he said that Jen's reward was fully deserved for his dedication. All right, well done, Jin said as he was about to turn and leave since he had finished everything he needed to do. It's done now. Suddenly, the attendant stepped in and cut off the conversation, blocking your way. He calmly spoke, the boss will bring all the auction house's ledgers when he returns. Follow what Alu just advised, and until then, stay inside the mansion. Jin's hand, hidden beneath his cloak, suddenly shot up and struck Macvest's right cheek hard, knocking him back with his pupils dilated and his face lopsided. He collapsed to the ground in front of everyone around him. July was startled. Young Master to Z standing beside him, clasping his hands and flattering. Your Excellency is so impressive. Every move is perfect, but I secretly wonder what Jine is up to. What? Why is he knocking out Ao's subordinates like this? You turn to the guy with glasses Z and ask, do you have a family? Z understands what you're trying to do, but still honestly responds. Huh? Yes, I have a son. Jin ordered me to take him and escape, preferably to Kingdom B, Z exclaimed in surprise. Huh. Jin carefully advised and reminded him. Give the top officials there my introduction letter and tell them everything you know about this auction house. If you want to survive, that's the only way. Z hesitated, but still insisted on following the royal family he just found. No, I will still stand by your side until the very last moment. I don't want to let go of this golden opportunity that I barely got. He desperately begged and pleaded, please, let me fight alongside you for the rest of my life. Z is determined that to succeed, he must seize this opportunity. Jin coldly said, ah, sorry, but a blank expression that shows no emotion, yet seems to tease others. I am not Veridin Jippel. It turned to stone in an instant, and he said in despair, what, in 2 hours, Alu will appear? I just investigated Veridin Zippo earlier. He stood silently, watching the useless subordinate being knocked out. The one named Veridin Zippo has long white hair, quite different from the self-proclaimed one. The subordinate whispered to organize and then fell silent, not daring to speak further. Alu sternly ordered, and the subordinate immediately reported the situation without delay. They have obtained the documents of the slaves and other clients in the auction house. He recounted the details to Alu. Before escaping, he left a message saying that testing was over and it was time to end things. The veins on Alu's neck were bulging and visible, showing he was overwhelmed with a storm of rage and could no longer hold back as he issued his command. Go after them, the clueless subordinate asked. What? He was immediately grabbed by Alu's huge hand, struggling to retreat as he couldn't defend himself, turning into a furious green giant, wanting to tear apart his subordinate in rage. He quietly took that guy's name as if holding an object in his hand and then threw him forcefully against the wall. He ordered the others to bring all the people chasing after them to this place and capture those damn con artists. The green giant with a furious arrow shouted loudly, I will kill them all with my own hands. Master Cat threw wood into the fire and said, hey kid, is this why you're wandering around this area? He wondered. I don't think there's anything to gain from provoking Ao either. Jay is talking about his plan, that when he doesn't run away, he needs to keep an eye on whether he contacts the Black Clan. Butterfly thought carefully about this. All right then. Maybe I should just see it as a farewell before we leave. You said that in the end he gave you the demon letter and even gifted you a masterpiece. Jay's calm face and focused eyes clearly show he's paying close attention as the cat master speaks, his eyebrows slightly furrowed in gentle concentration. Not overly tense, but serious enough to reflect deep thought. His face tilted slightly toward the speaker with his gaze downward as if weighing each word carefully. I was shocked when I saw you take that out of the auction house. The cat master is trying to understand the situation, and asked Jin, how could you know about such ancient things and still try? The sound of footsteps approaching from afar makes Butterfly immediately frown and hold back her words as the voices of the pursuers grow louder. They're hiding over there. Hurry up and tell the boss. Master Cat, annoyed, turned back to scold the noisy crowd. Jin slowly stood up, acting with the calmness of someone prepared for any situation. Now your face remains calm, but your aura gradually presses down like a sword ready to be drawn from its sheath, prepared to face anyone who dares to stand in your way. Just going out for a bit of fresh air. Alu stomps forward with heavy steps, pounding the floor as if to crush everything beneath him. I see you all. You treacherous bastards, how dare you do this? You think you can fool me and run away so easily? His eyes burned red with murderous intent, veins bulging across his face, forehead and neck as if about to explode. His eyes bulged wide like a wild beast out of control, ready to tear apart his prey at any moment. I will hang you all as a warning. I will show you what happens when you dare to mock the owner of the underground auction house, testing Alu my spider hand. Facing the beast Jin, he calmly said, the records of the kidnapped slaves from B are in my possession. His furious face froze stiff. Jine, indifferent as if not noticing his anger, continued saying, the transaction records with the demon sect that the Jippel family is seeking, or the list of clients who have secretly dealt with you. Then I threw all the documents into the air with style. I've already dispersed everything. You should remember your current situation. By tomorrow, the entire continent will be watching you. You're just pretending to tease this magic book, huh? And then you mock him. Honestly, you're already dead. Alu immediately tensed up and shouted loudly. Damn brat. His only goal is to kill that kid before his secret is exposed. I won't let you die easily. I'll keep your miserable life alive. I will torment you every time you pass out from pain. I will revive you with flames. Jin calls the cat master Murken. He replied. He sighed and said, I want to duel this Alu guy, but I chuckle softly, contradicting my own exasperated tilt of the head. Ha ha. He calmly walks forward. My head really hurts, he shouted with all the fury boiling in his chest. The deafening scream echoed like thunder, shaking the surrounding space, filled with fury as if tearing the air apart. You think you can fight us alone? He ordered, don't just stand there and attack. His subordinate mages began to cast spells. Other followers also moved after his command, leaving that brat's life behind and bringing him back to me. All went crazy. Kill them all for me. The group with swords advanced, brandishing sharp-pointed blades at the catmaster. Chad swings his sword down. Ha! Butterfly simply raises his hand gently, knocking away the sharp blade and slapping Chad across the face. The chopper immediately collapsed to the ground. Not giving him a moment to rest, the other two continued to advance. They used the spiked claws on their hands to brace themselves. The master cat gently punched and sent both of them flying to the sides. Those cowards stand there, trembling, too afraid to advance against the mighty aura of the master cat. The master's icy white eyes show no emotion, veins bulging on his forehead as if about to burst, his body slightly lowering, ready to spring fiercely into the air. All the momentum converged like a surging wave. Then, in a breath, he shot up like a tornado, tearing through the air. He leapt into the midst of his surrounded subordinates with a silent, lightning-fast strike that carried destructive power, each blow landing with precision and speed, knocking enemies away and dropping them to the ground before they could even cry out, leaving the entire army defeated in an instant. Master Cat unleashes all his strength into his punch like a raging, unstoppable storm, and the storm wreaks havoc on everyone. The ones still hesitating are trembling as they witness the power of the Catmaster, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Alu angrily shouts, "What are you idiots doing just standing there?" The guy with the stick stammered. "If we use magic now, we would hit our own troops, sir." Alu scolded and gave instructions. "So just may aim at the ones standing behind, you idiot." Jin, hearing this, told Jai to step back for a moment as a stream of fire appeared. All the fire, ice, and tornadoes are unleashed simultaneously by the sorcerers under A's command to corner Jin. The one-eyed mage immediately concentrates his magic forward. All three attacks are heading straight for Jin with terrifying power. Jin calmly says, "All under the 5-star mage." The crystal pendant glowed brightly as Yan formed a protective circle around both of them against the mage's spells. The blindfolded man looked surprised. Jin smiled faintly, the corner of his mouth curling slightly into a detached, indifferent smile, as if what just happened was nothing more than a trivial matter not worth caring about. Thanks to Luna, everything has become much easier. Behind Julie, she could only let out a long, helpless sigh, her complicated gaze fixed on her young master, who seemed both indifferent, proud, and calm as if nothing in the world could shake him. "Even so, you left without saying a word to the young lady, sir," the Catmaster shouted loudly. "Hey, you're annoyed because of the weak and numerous soldiers. The weakest of you have nothing but numbers, huh? Those lousy bunch." He uses the blue flame technique from his dragon body. "You've made me angry." The blue fire, swirling with the wind, shoots straight at the crowd. Kill them all and get it over with. The terrifying power drilled so deep into the earth it soaked the rocks, leaving Alu and the other mages standing there, stunned and unsure how to react. He suddenly fell silent, then regained his composure, laughing mockingly. His laughter grew louder as he reached behind to grab his weapon, ready to fight himself when he saw everyone else useless. Ha 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 ha. He's gone mad, cutting down all the mages. A. The subordinates scream in fear. "Boss, what's going on?" They ran away in panic. "Oh, the boss has gone crazy." Jin just stood, silently watching. Ao, driven mad like a cornered beast with bloodshot eyes completely out of control, movements stiff as a malfunctioning robot, swung his sword without hesitation, cutting down his subordinates, while Jin simply dismissed it indifferently. "Is he crazy? Huh, that also saves some energy. Master Cat, I've taken care of these pesky ants just as you wanted. Now you can have this bastard." After venting his anger with a slash, he turned to settle scores with Jin's people. "Who the hell sent you here, you bastard?" He growled like a wounded wild beast, a roar echoing from his hoarse and furious throat. That sound no longer resembled a human voice, but more like the cry of a mad beast thrashing in the midst of insanity. "Your blazing red eyes, the white's almost gone. Who is it?" Jin calmly and slowly said, "I don't care if I tell you or not. You will die anyway." Ao didn't say much and immediately threw a dart, his blade whistling past and landing beside Gin. "You still remain calm and thoughtful. He's so fast. He no longer knows anything except a single desire to kill and destroy, and a terrible rage burning inside him. That's right. I can't tell if you're telling the truth or not, but if I defeat you all, you'll have no choice but to speak up, you bastards. Waves of murderous intent burst from him, like flames burning the air. I won't let you leave that easily, Master Cat teases. Heh, kid, you finally found a worthy opponent. I think the rumors that he's a 5-star martial artist are true. You seem excited as you shout, "Hey kid, he's different from Bisco, the one you fought before. This one just wants to kill you." Butterfly stands behind, encouraging Jine, who is quietly contemplating his move, to fight the Demon Lord. Use all your strength and don't hold back. You really think you're so great, huh? The black pupils in his eyes almost disappeared, his teeth clenched, his face twisted with anger, his whole body trembling as murderous intent poured out like flames burning the air. How dare an ordinary mage like you step forward? Are you looking down on me? Jin crouched down, leaning slightly forward like a prowling tiger ready to pounce, his cold eyes locked onto his opponent, his hand moving gently as he drew his sword from its sheath, just as the enemy charged forward like a furious tornado, swinging his massive axe straight at Jine, a move so swift it whipped up a gust of wind and thick killing intent. But Jin remained as calm as ever, his legs subtly shifting, lowering his stance, and in the blink of an eye, he had fully drawn his sword. The gleam of steel flashes cold and beautiful like moonlight as the slender sword gracefully yet firmly blocks the fierce strike. The clash of metal rings out sharply, echoing through the space. He was surprised. Jine's arm didn't shake at all. He remained calm as if he had just brushed away harmless twigs, and he shouted, "Sword?" He continued to unleash even greater force, his body tensing like a beast, as the massive sword in his hand swung down heavily. With overwhelming power, the ground beneath his feet cracked open along the sword's path, forming a deep wound across the floor as dust and debris billowed into the air. Jane slightly leans back, his body flowing like water as he narrowly escapes the deadly strike with a quick step back. He growls. Damn it. Though a bit surprised that he immediately launched a second attack, he still manages to retreat just in time before he yells. So it turns out you're not a mage. Your eyes remain cold as ice, your hair billowing in the wind from the strike, but your back stays straight and your aura remains unshaken. Even standing face to face with the raging fury before him, he clenched his jaw so tightly that his jawline hardened, his teeth grinding as if he wanted to crush everything. Each of his moves was heavy, like a hammer striking down, but Jine remained as calm as ever. His icy gaze never wavered, and he carefully observed every movement of his opponent, patiently waiting. His hands moved the sword gracefully like water, blocking each attack as if practicing daily without any pressure, just at the moment when the opponent's guard is slightly open. Jin immediately launched a swift attack like a lightning bolt, moving at an almost invisible speed. But just as the sword left his hand along a precise trajectory, something unexpected happened. Ao didn't block or counterattack, but vanished in an instant, then suddenly appeared behind Jin, astonishingly quick. His speed was completely opposite to his heavy appearance, making the space behind him suddenly turn cold as if a sharp aura was ready to strike from behind at any moment. He swung his hand upward with a move fueled by his raging anger, the blade roaring like thunder as he slashed straight ahead, tearing through the air with murderous intent and destructive power, aiming to shatter the enemy into pieces. At that moment, Jine immediately stepped back, his body gliding away like a faint mist escaping the trajectory of the deadly strike. He grumbled in frustration. Alu saw that Jin's eyes remained calm and unpanicked, then said, "That's too easy." Jin thought to himself, "Too fast, he keeps jumping back to dodge. He hasn't even fought with full strength yet." So the fireball monk at the auction house was just an antique after all. I realized too late. Damn it, I fell into his trap. Then he calmed his anger, stepped back, and realized that he was not the problem. The one fighting alone and defeating all his subordinates was the guy who had just charged forward, and he was definitely stronger than him. Ao wondered why he was just standing there silently. The Catmaster chuckled mockingly. "Heh, looks like that kid is having a bit of trouble." Butterfly replied, "Even if that is the young master's wish," he said while watching Jine fiercely confronting Alu, "but it's still too early for the young master to face someone already a failed star martial artist." He reassured Julie, who was worried. "It's fine. Even that kid with the beard needs to learn to value life." I guess she's right, but the Catmaster calls out, and the strawberry cake asks Julie in a teasing tone, "You think he's going to lose?" She was stunned. "What? The silhouette of the sword is perfectly straight." Ao knocks Jin's sword into the air, and Jin's stunned face, once cold and composed, falters. Both of their companions were also stunned by what just happened. Ao happily grinned from ear to ear. He swung his blade and charged forward, shouting, "You're done for." The Catmaster chuckles mischievously. "Are you telling a story?" A long time ago, when the demon swordmaster of the Kanan people was still fighting, a light from Jain made Alu hesitate. The Catmaster continued. 2 levels apart, it turns out the light was from Jin's fireball, and it all amounts to nothing for them. Jin gathers his strength into the fireball. The blinding, scorching light burns Alu as a giant fireball is unleashed. Alu immediately fell back through the thick smoke, surprised by that thing. Isn't that an ancient artifact? Damn it, that means I just realized in shock. Are you a demon swordsman? Then, like a lightning bolt, lightning and thunder crackle around him as he flickers constantly. Your sword is like an electric charge. Jain and his charged sword step forward together. His hair billowing in the wind, his eyes turned white as if transformed into a divine being, radiating a supernatural light beyond mortal comprehension. Now, wielding the Sao-Than sword, he clenched his hands tightly around the shimmering blade, with blue lightning gathering around the edge like chains of thunder entwined together. Dien summons all the power of nature into his sword as a sacred ritual. The upcoming strike is not just an attack, but a punishment. Thousands of thunderbolts roar across the sky, piercing through the clouds like divine arrows rushing forward. The sky above darkened with swirling black clouds as if pulled by a mysterious force. Lightning began to strike down rhythmically like thunderous drums. Alu roared wildly, his bloodshot eyes raising his giant sword with each strike, blocking the descending lightning bolts, and shouted at Jain, calling him a fool. Suddenly he kindly told Jin, "If you keep standing there like that, warning him will cost you your life." But Jin remained silent, standing straight amidst the fury of heaven and earth, his eyes unchanged, cold as ice and piercing through. Once again, Jain raises his sword, this time without thunder or lightning, only a slow-rising dark blue light that merges from the blade into his body like a ghostly mist emanating from the abyss, while Ao summons his armor to continue blocking the lightning. Ao froze, his eyes wide with surprise. What? A layer of armor is gradually forming around Jin's body, each piece shining with a deep blue hue, as if forged from lightning and darkness itself. What? After transforming, Jain firmly holds his sword. Although he managed to block all the lightning strikes, he still couldn't hide his shock at the strange transformation. The power Jain holds surpasses his imagination, and for the first time, he feels a chill down his spine. Jain's sword also transformed, and he pointed it directly at him. His technique and speed left him no time to react. He froze right there, Jin's armor like a shroud of darkness, with cuts visible on his skin. He looked down coldly as if he had foreseen what was happening, and behind the mask, that same calm remained. Ao's flesh and blood shatter into 1,000 pieces as Jin sheathes his sword. The Catmaster praises him, truly worthy of the Emta relic. It's an antique. He begins to tell a story. Thousands of years ago, MTA was created for B, the first king, and the one the Demon Keeper was extremely fond of. Butterfly also recounted that during that time, a war broke out. He described in detail a sharp sword capable of blocking all attacks below the 7 stars, and he couldn't understand why it ended up in the hands of these desperate men. Jin gazed at the ring on his hand, thinking that in 5 or 6 years this artifact would be returned to King B. He pondered, knowing that during that time the Academy and everyone else remained in chaos. Thanks to this iron helmet, I could remember the exact location and the day I first discovered it. Now, Ao's blood flows into the air as he falls to the ground, ending the battle. Jane asked, "Before you die, I want to ask you something." Ao was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. "You suspect I heard you colluded with the Dark Dankan family, is that true?" The Catmaster grumbles, "You should have asked earlier. That guy is about to ascend to heaven. What more can he say?" Alu just smirked mockingly, like a weak denial. "Stop whining, he says it's enough. Now I understand. And then I realized that you are Jindan Kanan." He sneers at Jain. "So it turns out you really have failed. You look annoyed, but you're just the youngest son." He tiredly said his last words, unable to stop that guy. The Catmaster wondered while Jin remained silent. "What the hell is he talking about?" you ask. "I think that spider's foot isn't your real name, right?" Butterfly doesn't understand what you're saying. "I think I need to investigate further. A 9-star martial artist like you, leading a gang of thugs, must be connected to the Black family. You're not surprising either. It seems one of your ancestors had a 9-star figure who ran a tavern, right?" "I see, but I need to find out who that name belongs to. I definitely have to find that person because I will become the head of the clan someday." Jin considered Ao's words. "You have failed. You cannot stop that person." He reasoned that since he knew who he was but still said those words, it must mean that the phrase "you have failed" is related to Dukan. He recalls that the reason he said I was just the youngest son and couldn't stop that person was probably because he knew there was a power struggle among the Kanan family members. Thinking about the situation of my siblings, Yona left home, so she can be ruled out. The Miu and Dan twins are also not involved because they are still too young and naive. I think about it, and the others are not clever or cunning enough to get involved in these matters, so I come to a completely certain conclusion. So, there is only one person who is always obsessed with rank and always makes everything tense when their talent is revealed. I remember that person, my devilish brother, who is the next heir of the Black Dan Can, the Black Chot Chua Can Black. Jin imagines and confirms that there is no one else with his abilities. Whether this conclusion is correct or not, he says with certainty that he will find out soon. The flock of pigeons flies high into the sky. Here comes the newspaper boy. The testing has been wiped out due to the joint investigation between the JP and B clans, and I'm shouting a hot news. Testing has completely collapsed. You rejoice that the demons always target innocent people. The newspaper has a headline that makes everyone happy. The collapse of testing was wiped out in just one day. Jine praised. It seems Z did a good job. The rogue cat master sighed as he read the news article. You tease and say that surely the JP and B clans won't let him get away with this. Compared to his life, this price is too cheap while Jet endures the brutal interrogation of the soldiers. Master Cat criticizes him. This trash needs to suffer pain to become smarter. He smiled and said, after all, Jipple and Bondin already have reputations, but it seems you benefit even more. Jin replied softly, that's right. The 7-star Knight Mage even wins battles. Julie called out to the young master from afar, her voice tinged with confusion. Just because he's a 7-star knight doesn't mean he's qualified to earn that title. You must not be overconfident just because you won. I think next time you need to be more careful. Dian understood that she was worried about him. Of course, none of it compares to the final boss. Julie, I understand. I will be more careful next time. You tell everyone about the next plan. All right. Thanks to Z, no one will come looking for us, so just rest up and head to the next location. Master Cat wonders, where is the next location, huh? Jin mysteriously mentions an unfamiliar place. Tian, an independent city. Julie seems to know about that place and exclaimed, oh, if it's teak, and then is it because of the 7 colors of the rainbow? Jin replied, that's right. The cat master asked back, what does that mean? The rainbow. Zin gave the ship's crew a pile of gold while Julie spoke the information to the cat master. That is the biggest news center in Tan. Besides the news centers of Danipo and B, it is the most reliable place. Murakan can understand a little, so you just plan to exploit those bad guys like you did with Z? You seem excited about this plan. Not bad, right? Jin said slowly. Well, that's just one of the other ways, the captain shouted. Duong signals that the ship is about to set sail on a new journey. Jane ponders silently. From now on, whenever I use memories from before the regression when I was with Julie and Mukaran, I need to come up with a new, valid reason. The ship has moved forward, but Jin keeps thinking. But not only that, everything related to Bisco Ibriano, Buba, and Kinzalo. He reflected on the events, combined with the past of that Alu guy, all connected to Danan, then calculated the details of the upcoming plan and the collapse of the magic colon. Tebu has too many things to investigate further. Jin has considered many factors, so the Rainbow News Center at Tan is the most suitable place. Murakan shares something with Jin. Right now, the most important thing is not the magic or whatever remains in the Chen Mi clan that I discovered earlier. You guessed I thought it was light magic, Jin asked back a bit surprised. I thought the light had disappeared since ancient times. Murakan was deep in thought about what he had witnessed, as if it had vanished. I also don't know how Chen was an enemy of the Jipo family in the old days. He recounts data about the group who are willing to wipe out anyone they dislike. Ancient sorcerers were brewing something. This has always been a characteristic of the Jipo family, he said, so that's why there are no more records left. The conclusion is that if Jine doesn't try his best now and can't break his limits, the Black Clan might meet the same fate soon. He advises that learning these things is very important. Jin was excited to hear that. Are you going to show me something? Hurry up, I like it a lot. Murakan smiled at your excitement. Expect this, because this is the magic you need. He began to cast the spell, opening his eyes wide and focusing intently. Jin stared intently at his spell, hesitating before asking, why is the light magic black? The light from it shone brighter and then burst into a blinding flash across the space right in front of him. Butterfly chuckled happily, seeing how Jine, who once looked down on it, had now fallen before this light. Ha 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 ha. Ah. How is it? You just looked for a few seconds and your eyes are already tired, right? Jin didn't know how to express his feelings after being played like that. His cold eyes shed a few tears from exhaustion as the light shone directly into his face, and he carefully asked again, so I can use it for both defense and attack, right? Master Cat confirms it should be called Chen M's most astonishing blind bomb spell, truly incredibly powerful. He straightens up and asks, "What did you pull out?" He shares what he knows about the book in front of him. This is an encrypted system that even Ta Moroccan would go crazy over. I don't know what's inside, but it will definitely be useful. Jay looked at it for a moment and then softly said, "Let it be for now. Your plan is that one day I will hand it over to someone who can read the code." Time passed. A week later, Julie shouted when she saw the scene, "Wow, this is an independent city." She praised the scenery. "This place is truly beautiful, young master." A brief introduction. A city located on a small island in the north of the central continent, outside the control of the Kanan and Jipo peoples. Although its population is not large, it is a famous tourist destination where you can see foreigners from all over. Julie happily looked at the lively city, where the island residents were going about their busy daily lives, and the name of the independent city was also quite obvious. She suggested, "Shall we find a place to stop, young master?" Dien looked around and agreed to the request, saying, "All right, which part of the city center?" Both of them looked at the cat on Julie's shoulder as it jumped down. Murican irritably asked, "You won't choose any more damn places to die, right, Julie Theot?" Tha said, "Sir Murican, I've told you so many times not to transform inside the city." My cat master tiredly said, "I've told you so many times, they really don't care at all." The girl from afar shouted, "Wow!" The girl shouted loudly and pointed at the cat master. "There's a cat that just turned into a person." The girl's voice is getting louder and more excited each day. "That black cat has turned into the guy over there with black hair." "Huh, how could you do that?" Julie and the cat master froze as the adorable girl uncovered the secret, her eyes sparkling as she scolded Julia. "So you must have been mistaken, right? I don't see how a cat could turn into a person." The pretty girl glances at you and frowns in annoyance, insisting that she should be called Julia and that she didn't mistake the black cat that turned into that man. Then she puts down her ice cream and asks, "Dad, why are you lying?" Jin was taken aback and speechless. "I am not lying, and I am not an uncle." The girl shouted, "You're lying, and you are an uncle." "All right, fine. Since I bought you an ice cream, you can pretend you didn't agree, and don't make the kid lie to me. What should we do now?" She didn't know what to do in this situation. "We took the girl to someone in authority thinking she was lost, but if she spreads rumors there, won't the JP family find out?" The calm cat master said, "No need to worry. Ban Rao will not believe that girl," but was interrupted by Julie's cold stare. She glared and said, "If you had listened to the young master from the start, this wouldn't have happened." This is the information hub, and your face shows worry and unease. Julia really likes the army. Julie noticed and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Julia lowered her head, her small shoulders trembling slightly, her eyes filled with sadness as she stared at the ground, clutching her dress tightly as if trying to hold back something, her innocent face suddenly darkening. "I don't like them. They always bother my mother." Julie also froze, realizing that this place might be where violence and exploitation of civilians are common. Jin stood still, eyes wide with this information. He pondered for a moment and said, "Her mother might also tell us some more things." He considers approaching according to the plan, just to check things out first. The soldier on guard suddenly narrows his eyes as he notices the group approaching, his gaze scanning each face cautiously until it stops at the girl walking beside Jin. He realized that wasn't Julia, was it? Meanwhile, Julia frowned in annoyance, her small shoulders shrinking like a kitten caught out, then quickly turned around and shouted inside, "Call the commander, little Miss Julia is back." "Wait a minute, do you know this girl?" The soldier just smiled gently and replied, "Ha ha, clearly she is the daughter of our commander, an important piece of information you haven't seen in the provided data." Your eyes narrow slightly, your face calm as if reviewing everything you know about the girl commander. Meanwhile, Julia is completely different, excitedly pointing ahead, her eyes shining brightly as she shouts upon seeing a familiar figure emerging with confident and commanding steps. A pair of powerful black boots appear. First, the decisive footsteps echoing through the cold corridor. Next, a tall figure with an invisible pressure appeared, followed by a large woman with a scarred face stepping out. Jean gazes silently with cold eyes, not taking her eyes off the newcomer. "The commander of the central station, right?" Your whole body is tense like a bowstring, ready to react, with a face that shows no emotion, but deep in your eyes there is suspicion and careful planning. I don't think she only has that one position. Suddenly, she smiled mysteriously, then changed her attitude completely and shouted loudly. Little Julia ran forward, reaching out her arms to embrace the approaching person. The two of them hugged each other tightly as the aunt gently reminded them, "Julia, I told you not to go far." The little girl whined and said, "But it's because Mom really wants to play with me." Mom gently said, "I'm sorry, my little one, for working so much and not playing with you. Julia, don't think I'll break my promise. Don't leave me just because you're busy like last time, Mom. I promise I'll be good." All right. The three members of Jine's group froze as this cute conversation contrasted sharply with the fierce image of the commander earlier. Then she noticed the whole group standing there. "Almost everyone living in this city knows Julia, so she spoke as if I didn't care and introduced myself. Sorry for not doing so earlier." Her lips softened, her eyes gentle, and her voice warm and soothing, as if to dispel the tense atmosphere from just a few minutes earlier. "I am Alicia B., the commander of Tan Station. Please introduce yourself as well." "I am Jean Grey. I'm just a new visitor at Tan." The two shake hands. "So you're just a traveler," Alicia cheerfully said. "I should repay you with something. Do you need anything while you're here?" Jin happily accepts the offer of thanks. "If so, could you recommend a place for us to stay?" She hesitated for a moment, then she said, "Julia, call out Mom, Mom." She wondered. Julia whispered something softly into Alicia's ear. After hearing her child's words, she quickly took a pen out of her shirt pocket and asked the nearby soldier if he had any paper. The soldier hurriedly handed her some. "Yes." She writes something on the paper. Julia greets warmly. "Hello, sir." The cheerful soldier replied to the girl, "Yeah." "Hello there." Alicia hands the paper she just wrote to Yine. "This is an introduction letter stamped by the outpost commander. With this, you'll be treated well anywhere in the city." Then sincerely said, "Thank you again for finding my daughter." Jin smiled gently and replied, "No need to thank us, we should be the ones thanking you. You say goodbye to the mother and daughter. Well, we're leaving now." After the three of them disappeared from sight on the stairs, Alicia called her daughter Julia. The girl responded, "Are you really asking if a cat turned into a human?" Alicia honestly recounts, "Yes, but it seems like they don't want to talk about it." She gently pinched her daughter's cheek and said, "Then let's pretend we don't know anything." The girl cheerfully praised herself. "You're very good. Everyone has a secret, huh?" Alicia ponders quietly about what she just heard her daughter say. Transform into a dragon? Then she remembered the mysterious dark dragon she had known long ago. Something only a dragon could do. The scene shifts to a hostel where a cleaner is tidying up. July rubs her belly as No doesn't cry, and she happily praises the service. "I only receive such treatment when I am still in Hugh Fester. Even the strict cat master has to empathize. This bed is soft too, it should have been like that even in the tent." "So this is what you call the power of the introduction letter?" She smiled and said to Yine, "Everything seems to be going smoothly at tea. Are we just lucky to have come here and remembered now? Can I have an ice cream like Julia had earlier? It's a specialty of Tan." Jin also didn't know how to answer such a simple question anymore. "Oh my God, July, why are you asking me things like that? Just go buy a few." She happily left. "Yes, I will go back right away." Master Cat said, "It's been a long time since we've felt like this, like we're on a vacation." He lay comfortably on the bed and questioned Jean. "Hey, kid, how do you plan to meet the seven-colored rainbow? It won't be easy to find them." I immediately shared my plan. "First, I need to meet someone." He knows that the Rainbow Center is Tan's best information hub. He had researched it beforehand, and at the center of that information hub there is a person named Supreme Swordsman Casimir. A brief description: he is a famous swordsman known by everyone. He is also invited to be the swordsman trainer for the Kanan family. With only those brief descriptions, that's the only information the family knows. You think about future events, but in 10 years he will reveal his true identity as the King of B. You are certain of that and will use the information gathered from the seven-colored rainbow. Perhaps in the near future it will surely come true as you said, and he will hold the ultimate power over the three families, the Jeepel family and the Kanan family. A glorious future for the swordsman if nothing changes. Then he would have full support as the first king of the independent Ta kingdom. Jin reflected that he was an extremely cautious person, not only possessing exceptional swordsmanship, but also having the ability to remain calm and wait patiently over the years. Calculate everything within your reach. This is the person who can help me gain all the information in this city. You're still a bit uncertain about your next move in the plan. The question is, how do you get close to him? The sound of hurried footsteps approaches as Julie bursts into the room. "Miss, Lord Murican is acting very strangely. It's strange that no one is left in this inn anymore. Even Jine and the Cat Master are very surprised by this. All the staff and guests have disappeared. Maybe something is about to happen. I think something has already occurred." A hand reached from behind, grabbing July's shoulder, and he greeted the three of them. "Hello, everyone. How are you? Are you okay if I go inside?" His hand still on July's shoulder, the Cat Master's eyes burning with hatred. As Jin pondered, Casimir the Holy Sword. Why was he here? The Cat Master's figure swiftly moved without hesitation, delivering a powerful palm strike to the wall above the swordsman. Jin shouted in surprise at this unexpected action. Wait a moment, Merkin, stop right now. Before he could do anything, the cat master quickly took Julie into his arms, transformed to protect her, and said, "Don't kill him." He asked the swordsman coldly, "Do you just ask me if I'm okay?" The green-faced swordsman stood frozen and still, and Muraka, showing his sharp dragon teeth, responded, "No." He moved closer to the pale-faced person in front of him and asked him, "Do you think I'm okay, you bastard?" Jin whispered to himself. "Hi, swordsman." Kazmia looked slightly suspicious. Why would he appear here? The swordsman, who just made eye contact with the true form of the cat master, immediately turned pale, cold sweat running down his neck as he stepped back. "We haven't caused any trouble either. We just arrived and left already." Jin observes the situation around him, and more importantly, it's not just him. He guesses there are many others outside, maybe 3 or 4 more. Your whole body seems tense as you process the incoming information. At this rate, we will be in danger. Please calm down, Murakin. This place is too cramped. You grit your teeth and hold back. If we fight here, July will be involved too. The Dragon Master's entire body radiates a heavy aura, his wings slightly open as if a small move could wipe out the entire corridor. "I told you to turn back into human form and tell me, swordsman, do you know who I am?" He hesitated and replied, "What?" He irritably asked again, "Do you know who I am, you bastard?" Losing his temper over his calm question, he thought to himself, "Is it really necessary to salute? Tch, I can't believe no one has taught you what manners are." He wanted to teach him a lesson, thinking that carrying a sword gave soldiers the right to look down on others. He bowed his head, relieved that he had stopped, not expecting his casual words to anger him so much. So no, that's not it. Actually, I didn't mean it that way. His shouting, "Is that so?" was unnecessary. Suddenly, he barged in and caused trouble. "Do you know who I am?" he asked. The timid one stammered, "I don't know." He pressed him against the wall, causing it to crack, and he seemed to have lost his ability to hear and understand. "Why are you still speaking so rudely?" "Oh." The swordsman barely dared to respond softly. "Sir," the soldier's calming the furious person over there, "it's enough now, Sir Murakan, isn't it? Jin will handle the situation, and if we are not the ones being wanted, you should also calm down and put away your weapons. Please greet us politely once more. You are Supreme Sword Kazmia, correct? I have heard of your reputation many times, so I am not entirely unfamiliar." The swordsman was a little surprised, too. "How did you know who I am, young master?" "Oh dear, I forgot to introduce myself briefly. My name is Jin Kanen." Murakan annoyedly shouted, "Hey kid, Jin is stopping you from speaking and keeps talking to the swordsman. It seems you have a lot to tell me. Why don't we find a more suitable location? You are well-intentioned, I will answer any questions you have." The swordsman remained silent, not responding. The 4 of them calmly discussed with each other. "Thank you, Lord Kazmer. Jin appreciates that you also showed goodwill to all 3 of us and disbanded the army, making it feel like you trust me a little more." Although he outwardly pretended to reconcile, deep down he still doubted that the 3 in front of him came here because they heard about the dragon's appearance. He reflected, but it seemed that was a wrong move that only served to further anger him. And I suspect that the cat master with his sharp gaze directly pointed at him. I'm quite sure this man is the dragon mentioned. This feeling, this pressure can't come from an ordinary person. He also feels a bit grateful to Jin. If he hadn't stopped him, he and everyone else might have already died. His gaze fixed intently on the person lost in thought without saying a word, then shifted towards the girl. And that woman must be Julie McLaurin. I remember I met her before I was kicked out of the Bent Palace. I still vividly remember her military demeanor in the training hall that day. I can't recall any details provided about Julie, but I didn't sense any aura from her at all. The swordsman looked at her hand and pondered for a moment, wondering what kind of relationship she had with these people. Then he finally spoke. "So you're Jin Dan-kan the Black, right? You don't seem to be lying, but I have one question." Jane straightforwardly invites, "Please, go ahead." He immediately asks in response, "Why are you traveling with the dragon?" And then recount what he heard earlier. Since ancient times, dragons have only made contracts with mages, those who have made pacts with gods or individuals with superpowers. He said it was the Jipo clan, and you eased his curiosity because they didn't know. He hesitated for a moment but clearly explained the consequences. "If this gets out to the family, I won't let it go. However, you just casually reveal a secret that could threaten your life as if it's nothing." Jane's determined gaze responds, "The issue here isn't whether I am from the Dark Clan or not. You seem to be begging, please tell me. Ask about his purpose for showing up at this small inn with a group of soldiers. If you already know there are dragons here, why do you still want to come?" The swordsman looked intently at the behavior of his master cat and honestly confessed, "Since you revealed such a big secret, I will tell you my secret too. The swordsman asked, "You have met my daughter Julia, right?" He continued, "I came here because the girl said she saw a cat transform into a human." Ding Wen questioned again, finding it hard to believe and wondering if he really trusted a child's words. "My daughter is not just an ordinary child. Behind that angelic appearance, she is a contract-bound mage with AZML. Are you talking about the deity?" The swordsman replied, "Yes, she is the divine messenger," and then explained why he trusted his little girl so much. "There's no way my daughter, the one who made the contract with AZ Min, could mistake anything." Jin listened to the information and then pondered before saying, "You should know that many powerful people in this world want to become AZM's contractee. Are you sure it's okay for you to tell us so easily?" Mirakan interjected with a serious face. "Wait a moment. Something's not right. If that girl really is the summoner, then where is her dragon? I don't sense any aura of the dragon clan at all. So you're saying that AZM's dragon, known for valuing its partner, would abandon a child? That sounds a bit strange." Jin suddenly remembered Julia's stuffed animal that was always by her side. "It seems you know something, so I'll say it. Though I don't know the full situation, it looks like something has already happened," Merkin asked irritably. "What do you mean?" the swordsman admitted. That's right, he recalled a time from the past about a year ago when Julia's Veilong suddenly disappeared. This seems to be related to the Jippo family or Empire B, but everything is just speculation. Merkan immediately shouted when he heard that, "No way. I find it absurd and laughable. No little dragon in the world is stupid enough to be kidnapped, and to be gone for such a long year, then suddenly remembers something. Wait a moment, 1 year? The little girl you mentioned, your daughter, is already 5 years old, right?" The swordsman confirms. "What do you mean?" "Oh, that's right." Murakan, deep in thought, recalled that if that girl truly was AZM's anomaly at that age, without Wei Long by her side, then talking about her future and fate, your daughter would soon go insane and become a vegetable. Hearing this, the swordsman immediately froze in shock. He was trembling, unable to believe what he was hearing. "What did you say?" "Murakan is telling the truth. Listen carefully. The contract signer from AZMin can see the future, like a prophecy for the child's fate. Humans don't know, but seeing the future already puts a huge burden on the minds of dragons. Just as a realistic assessment, maybe the girl is still too young to distinguish reality from illusion, so everything is still normal, but the possible outcomes if this continues. But if she keeps observing the future without protection like now, in about 1 or 2 years her eyes will become uncontrollable." Casimir asked again, "Will the future then become disabled?" Moroccan also didn't dare to say much more. It's just a matter of cause and effect. Everything has been predetermined. Seeing the future means you have to follow it. Anyone who tries to change the future will not have a good ending and will face punishment from AZ Min if they dare to resist. Because the timeline is the result of the present, nothing can be changed. That means if someone sees another person's death, they can't do anything about it. I'm sure of the consequences. Any signer who dares to interfere with the law of cause and effect will be destroyed. Murakan reminds him of the truth. From the very beginning, that girl hasn't been living in the same world as us. Just by looking at your face, I can tell I was right. Casimir's eyes widened in disbelief as the truth about his child's future was revealed, unwilling to accept that reality could be so cruel. Merkin gives him a way out. So what you need to do is find that guardian dragon and bring him back to the girl as quickly as possible. There's no other choice. That's all he can share. Sir Velong is all-powerful, and although my superiors do not mention this, I am the head of the news center. He mumbled about his own inadequacy. I trust in my abilities. I've been searching for your daughter's Velong for a year now, but I still haven't found him. Murkan sighed and said, "That's enough. You reconnect the events, meeting your daughter as soon as you arrived. Tan is not simple, just a coincidence, right? You figured out the main details. It was Asman who asked you to help his young protege to sign, wasn't it?" Casimir pleads. "So the all-powerful Velong is begging you, Murakan, to stop immediately." "Oh no, you can't do that." He immediately refused, shocking Casimir. "Even if you beg, I can't do anything." Then he points to Jain, who has been sitting silently and witnessing everything from the beginning. "Just ask my boss whatever you want," Murakan said with a smile. "Hey kid, what are you going to do next?" Jin gets up from his seat and walks over to help Casimir up. "Please stand up, Lord Casimir. Although we are not very close, this is a matter involving the life of a child. Calm down first and stay alert. Then help the worried father find a way to say goodbye to his little girl, and afterward, come with us to find Wei Long for Julia," Jin thought. "Strangely, I can't feel at ease, even though everything is going in the right direction." His calm gaze visualized the way forward. "If even losing your composure can't help us find them, it means we need information from the Kanan family, or Jipo won't have any chance." Murkin told the kid that Tan and the Jipo family are not the same. He answers without hesitation. Tan is just a city. They are not involved with anyone. The happy cat master says, okay, great. Then I asked CMIA about the situation. Hey, little one, if you have so many resources, you must have gathered some information about the dragons, right? Katia Mia didn't dare to delay and immediately replied, yes, that's right. We know which dragons will live in which continents, Murkan advised. All right, then bring me all the information about the dragons in the Bee Empire. Jin was surprised by his plan. Murkan, don't say it's him, but he just smiled slyly and replied, well, this way isn't much different from before. The old tales passed down contain everything that Dragon knows. A call came from a wooden house in the forest. Miss Quai Cantello. The maid giggles and calls out, Lady Quai Canello, please take a look at this. Ania, you're here already? The maid eagerly held up the newspaper in her hand towards the noble young lady. It's about Lord Jin again. Isn't it amazing, young lady? Even though he's the same age as you, he's already reached 5-star level. Quantel reassured her that she was also a talented signer and that one day she would achieve the same. Enia asked again, is that true? Quai Canello sweetly replied, yes, you are right. Unlike that child, the guardian is a black-haired guy, while the one who signed the contract with the god of time is the young lady Quai Cantel. Suddenly, as if something was about to happen that made her shiver with fear, she stopped speaking halfway. Quai Cantel ordered, En, go home and don't go outside until I return. What's going on? Quenelle replied softly. It's not just her guarded look. The sharp claws on her hand also reveal a hostility that clearly contradicts her earlier sweet, noble appearance. Something dark is approaching here. Murkan, in his dragon form carrying Jane on his back, rushed toward a certain direction. He said, it'll be quick, then explained the upcoming situation. Soon, when I reveal myself, the dragons in Group B will come looking for us. He warned, stay hidden and don't get caught. All right, then. All right, let's begin. The sea begins to surge. John quietly watches, briefly recalling the past. Sir, Casimir handed over the list which contained the names of the dragons operating in Area B as you requested. Murkan looked over the list and pondered the names. So, they are hiding here. Some familiar names appear. Earth Dragon, Silver Dragon, Ghost Silkbaya, and Kiteo. The Catmaster wanted to say something but stopped halfway. It's probably nothing. Jin noticed. What's wrong, sir? Murakan casually said, it's nothing, just a little dangerous, but that's how relationships between dragons are. Let's go, kid. The road is still long. Casimir calls back. Yeah. Lord Dai Long, wait a moment. Murkan was annoyed by the nickname. Oh, come on, just call me by my name. Do I look like a cult leader or something? Katmia gently changed her way of addressing him. So, Lord Murkan. He sincerely bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, sir. Please, I beg you, let me go with you so I can save my daughter. Murakan thoughtfully considered and said enthusiastically, I will tell you 2 things before I leave. The first instruction is that from today until the dragons return, you must keep your daughter exhausted all day because when she is worn out, Ain's power will also weaken. Play with the girl as soon as she wakes up and runs around the house or something to tire her out, then let her sleep. Casimir nodded confidently and asked, I understand, I will make her move all day. And the second thing is Murkan ordered the candy to be brought here because you can't eat it. July was surprised and quickly praised Murkan, saying Galang is really something. The cool cat master replied, Ha ha, you said you wanted to eat the beard cake earlier. Julie countered, that's not it. You said all that to calm down Lord Casimia. Murakan froze in place, annoyed because he was hit right in the heart. I don't care about that creature's feelings. Jin closed his eyes, recalling Murakan's contradictory actions and words, now pretending not to care. He may sound bitter, but he truly cares about those around him. He's really considerate. That's our black dragon. Murakan looked into the distance and announced to Jin. Here they come. Let me introduce each of the dragons flying in one by one. Baz, Rabus, and Dantiu as well. We've been beaten many times already. Murakan warns Jane to be careful. Put on your helmet, kid. You're already ready at the back. How many times have you fought that they come as soon as they sense you? The Catmaster seems proud and says that anyone who enters my territory will be beaten. That's just how it is. You're teasing him so proudly, the gray dragon growls. Murhan slaps the person again. Murakan fiercely calls out the earth dragon Rabu and Dantiu. I asked you to wake me up to carry out an important task. Please help me decide if the gray dragon should tell him or not. It seems he knows nothing at all. Rabus describes the urgent situation we are in. Oh, sister, because of the tall mountain and Cadet's best friend. We are not sure about his situation, but now is not the time to ask him to stay away from here. The alarm has been raised. Leave quickly. Our young contract mage is still here. We don't want any conflicts at the border peacefully. Murakan is furious. How dare you tell me to retreat, Murakan? I won't back down from anywhere. Dantiu shouted loudly to calm him down. Come on, just leave and let us handle it. He explained that because you kept showing off your presence, everything got chaotic like this. Murakan doesn't know anything yet. What did you say? Rabus, please clarify the situation. Quantio is flying here to kill someone, Murkian just said. Ojin then wondered, You asked Master Cat if it's Kwai Canelo, then it's Ingjan Long Quicanto, right? What is your connection to the dragon guardian of the time god, Unta? Murakan hesitates before revealing the truth. It's about that ex-girlfriend. Jin, under the mask of darkness, was immediately terrified. Dantio begged, Please, Big Brother Van. Please, can you just leave like that? Our contract holder is just a child. They might die. Rubus also added to advise against getting involved in this. Murakan turns around and says, If the other dragons haven't realized you've awakened yet, then if you don't leave immediately, I will reveal the news right now. The story is interrupted by the dragon's instinct, which probably means something bad, so both of them are startled. Murakan advises Jane to hold on tight. Jin wasn't ready for it, a beam of light from afar heading straight for both of them. The beam struck Murakan, knocking him far away. Damn it, run first, I curse you, Murahan. Master Cat doesn't understand the situation. What's going on? Spirit Instinct shouted loudly to Jine to hold on tight. Kid, stay focused. There's more coming. Quantel uses her beautiful hands once again to unleash that light and attack both of them. Her move rushes forward like a gale, her palm striking Murakan's back like an arrow filled with rage, hitting its target. The waves crash violently. A strike from the young noble lady causes the sea to shake and roar like a major storm. Jin silently watched everything unfold, thinking even if he underestimated it, it was still level 8, a technique beyond that. Could he really unleash so many moves in one go? Kukanyu, standing high above, shouted angrily at Murakan. She was extremely furious. That bastard still hasn't been enough to destroy you. What do you think, bringing those shameless bastards here? Jin asked Murakan softly. Do we have to fight that terrifyingly strong monster? I don't dare say anything more. Probably so, Jin inquires. How long have you known your ex-girlfriend? The Cat Master replied. 500 years is roughly 5 years from a human perspective. He advised, so just attach that Bradamante to her whenever you get the chance. Do you understand? Jin asked again about this action. She is still your ex-lover, isn't it a bit too much to do that? Murkin thinks Jane still seems too naive. It seems you still haven't realized that. I dismiss Queequintel's position in my heart, but I never tie myself to those things to level up. You are sure about the actions in the plan we discussed, so when things go wrong, just put all your strength into throwing yourself at it. Once again, I have to go that far to hit her. Quaicanel spread her wings and transformed into her primal dragon form, huffing as she said, Even if you want to run now, it's already too late, Murakan. Her eyes carried a chilling coldness that could not be warmed, terrifyingly threatening. I will bury you beneath this sea. Quicanto stands in midair, her fury erupting like a storm in the sky. Murakan reaches out his hand to block her, his dragon wings briefly appearing in the silver-gray light. Your serious look is no longer lazy or playful like usual. Just calm down for a moment. I know how much you hate me, but right now, that doesn't matter. His eyes lock with Quicanto's blazing gaze as he tries to stop her, saying, Let's settle the important matter first, and discuss. Quicanto doesn't respond to any protest, tilts her head back slightly, opens her mouth, and then suddenly yells out. The dragon's body begins to emit intense beams of light as if summoning the ancient power from its bloodline, with the circle transforming into a concentrated energy sphere shooting straight ahead. Damn it. Queequintel's wings spread wide as she flew straight toward Murakan without hesitation. The black dragon looked ahead in surprise. Quant crashes into Murakan, knocking him back. The white dragon opens its sharp teeth and bites fiercely at the black dragon's neck. But luckily, he managed to dodge. Murakan also had to be annoyed. Damn it, why are you so impatient? Queequintel's tail continues to attack relentlessly. Of course, this time Murakan couldn't dodge in time and got hit. An ex who doesn't even invite herself over, and unfortunately for Murakan, this ex is hot. She gives him another burst of light. The black dragon sighs. Oh, I feel hopeless because of my love. What is that at this range? A devastating move by Queequintel shakes the space and time itself. Shards scatter as Murkin covers her face, fleeing from the blinding golden light. He narrows his eyes to check the situation. Quantel is startled. Murkin's energy has filled the sky and absorbed all the light from her previous attack. Darkness approaches, surrounding him, which surprises her a little. He smiled and said, At least I managed to buy some time. Jine sighed in relief for being able to accompany him. Luckily, I followed you. If you had been hit by that silver dragon, I wouldn't even hear the news of your death. He reassures you. I won't die. No matter how strong Queequintel is, she can't get in here. While they are talking, it's not easy to create an opening because they are still conversing, so we need to find a way to make her calm down. The claws of the white dragon cling to the darkness covering what lies ahead, while the black dragon is surprised by the woman's miraculous strength. Her suppressed roar echoed through the dark, eerie space. This is truly the release of distant, sorrowful darkness. Murahan. Murahan still stood there, neither dodging nor fighting back, her wings shielding her as her calm eyes seemed to accept the coming blow. But deep within, that gaze was an unspoken surprise between two souls who had fought side by side. How could she? She scolded the idiot and then pointed forward, laughing mockingly at him. You have no idea how weak you've become. If you think you're still the same as before, you're completely mistaken. Murakan's voice rang steady amidst the raging storm, calm and unwavering, carrying only the weight of time and memory. Quicanello, stop. Let's end everything here. Think about our past. I only came here because I have something to ask. The eyes of Quicanello still burn with anger, but the swirl of light around her throat slightly subsides. The past. Murakan's words seemed like they could soothe, but instead they poured fuel on the fire, making Quicanello's eyes burn even more fiercely. Her voice rang out cold and furious, each word like a sharp gust sweeping through the air, causing the ground to tremble slightly. If I think about our past, tearing you into 1,000 pieces still wouldn't be enough this time. The released demonic energy carries dense killing intent. It's no longer a warning or threat, but a real menace. The black dragon lunged forward without hesitation, biting deeply into the white dragon's neck, surprising her slightly, the bite piercing through flesh to calm her down and quell her rage. Murakan patiently reassured her, "Calm down, Canello. Why are you doing all this just because we broke up?" Her voice shrieked like wind howling in a storm, each word bursting out along with a chilling aura that seeped into her bones. Memories suppressed for hundreds of years, seemingly waiting for that one sentence to unleash everything. Just a breakup? She retracted her claws and punched the black dragon hard in the side. That's why you're getting beaten up. Murakan was overwhelmed but immediately snapped out of it, repeatedly calling Jain. At this moment, Yain's swift footsteps reveal the forgotten person, who jumps directly toward the white dragon. Go on, kid. She was a bit surprised. What? If you look closer, is that a human? Jin realizes that attacking from the outside is very difficult to pierce through. Even Murakan's teeth can't do it, meaning it's even harder for him to cause any scratches with just one side, so he pays attention. However, he looked carefully and noticed a small opening, the wound on the neck that Murakan intentionally caused earlier with a narrow gap. He considered the possibility of help and the remaining dark energy of Murakan still lingering nearby. The surrounding darkness begins to attack the white dragon now, with a part of the shadow heading towards Jin's sword, seemingly absorbed by the blade. He uses all his strength to strike the weak spot, unleashing dark energy. Quanto crying out in pain, the invulnerable dragon's body has been easily wounded by a kid. The combined power of darkness and Jain unleashes a chilling attack that reaches to the bone of the white dragon. The wound widens further as Jain strikes more decisively. A part of the white dragon's right wing falls off. Muraka swiftly moves in. Hey kid, I'll catch Jin falling and lift him onto my shoulder as Quicanello falls into the ocean. Jin sat on his back, panting heavily after trying to use all his strength. Ha ha ha. Murakan praised, You've used up all your strength, kid, but you did very well. Jin wondered if maybe he had somehow become a dragon slayer by accident. Murakan slowly said, All right, now let's hope she's calmed down a bit. Jin was surprised. Could it still go on? What do you mean it's not over yet? Jin calmly predicted. Of course it's not. Normal dragons would die after such attacks. He carried neither arrogance nor pity. Quietly, he looked at where Quicantel had just fallen and spoke in a deep voice. But his words were not a threat nor provocation, only a clear truth across the vast ocean. The magic circle begins to glow on the water's surface, faint light breaking apart with each wave, signaling that the queen has not fallen. The time-controlling dragons won't die easily. Jane's eyes darkened, no longer maintaining his usual indifferent look, but becoming heavy and serious. This was before we found out about the missing dragon. His lips tighten slightly as he whispers into the wind, the words so soft only he can hear. But inside Jin, it feels like a hammer pounding his heart. A sense of unease floods his body, and Quicantel's anger still lingers, waiting for the chance to return stronger than ever. Could we also disappear completely someday? Suddenly, a series of giant gears appeared floating in the air, slowly spinning as if they didn't belong to this world. They emit a faint metallic glow. Each gear is intricately crafted, carrying an ancient aura, and with every rotation they produce a deep, resonant sound that echoes through the space below, like the heartbeat of an extraordinary machine defying the natural order. The surrounding air shifts in pressure as if weighing down on everyone's shoulders, while the twisting light among the gears creates strange gusts that seem to pierce through the fabric of time. Muraka gazed ahead, her eyes reflecting the metallic shine of the gears in the sky. The time machine had been activated, and the gears were turning as a sign of inevitable change. One wing of Quiquintel appeared to glow and then split apart. That light gradually enveloped her entire body. Jine, standing on Murakhan's hand, watched everything and wondered if she was reversing time. Murakhan explains her power. That is why strength and magic are two different things. But don't worry too much, even if it's just a trick, it still costs a lot of energy, he said carefully. However, to be safe, don't move an inch. From the distant sea, he didn't rush to make a decision or reveal any emotion, only silently absorbing everything into his deep, calm gaze like still water. His white hair fluttered in the wind as he returned to his beautiful state. Miss Murakhan's voice was steady and slow, no longer proud nor gentle. Are you more composed now? Those eyes no longer have the pure golden light, but a cold metallic sheen like metal. Her expression now is no longer the explosive rage from before, but the deadly silence of someone who has crossed the line of patience. A simple statement, but filled with all my hope that reason will return to my ex-lover. I never knew she still had so much love that she would go crazy. The heavy atmosphere and mystical fog still linger at the edge of the waves, as if the ocean itself is holding its breath. Wasn't our breakup in peace? Kwai Kanteo stood there amidst the mist rising from the ocean like a ghost, reborn from years of buried peace. Her eyes immediately darkened, her breath quickened and trembled slightly, but not from exhaustion, rather from suppressing her voice, which rang out cold as the night bones, piercing through the air and causing the entire sky and earth to fall silent for a moment. You unilaterally kicked me out and didn't even let me say a word. Is that your idea of a peaceful breakup? Murakhan also lost patience and snapped. Every time I brought up breaking up, I told her straight. I never lied to her. It's all just because our personalities don't match. Jin Tramnam stood nearby, listening to this strange conversation. Is this a conversation between long clans who have lived for thousands of years? Murakhan lowered his voice. Oh, forget it. I didn't come here to argue. I came to ask you a few things. Quant stopped him. Wait a moment before that. Did she ask if that human is the one who signed the pact with Sodet? The Catmaster also cut her off and focused on the main point. That doesn't matter right now. Someone from our kind is in danger of losing their life. She remained silent with a cold stare. Our kind, Ham Murakhan, you are truly a coward. How many dragon clan have you killed, and yet you still dare to say that? You must be joking. Then she recounted some old stories that made her fury grow, making me think of the fellow tribesmen who had died at your hands. Murakhan interrupts the story, and among them is his brother's enemy, reminding Quiquintel of a past event that startles him. Her revenge has killed those who had nothing to do with us. Murakhan turned away and walked off. Never mind, it's my fault for asking her about this. I should have gone to ask another dragon race. Quiquintel reached out to stop his attempt to walk away. Wait a moment, she calls out. Wait a moment, she mutters annoyed to herself. Actually, every time I see you, I feel moved. Tell him to ask me again, and I apologize for what I said earlier. He spoke about the main issue he needed to know. Recently, one of AZ Min's guards had gone missing. The white-haired person asked again, Missing? Are you talking about Lachi from Tian? He confirms that's correct. Is there really a name like that? Jin sighs softly. Now it's time to discuss the real issue. She found it strange that the child had only been taken away by Violetta not long ago. Jin was surprised by the mention of Violetta's name. Could it be the wind dragon Violetta? He is one of the dragon beings of the wind element and also the guardian dragon of Vice Chief Jippo Andre. Connecting the story details, does that mean it's related to the JP family? She said I am sure they said they would teach Lachima the dragon language. I think we should change our location a bit. If I step back a little, maybe we can avoid the trap and then head into B. She turned around and called for the two to follow. Let's go, I will take you back to my home. The scene shifts to a forest on the outskirts of Capital B. Jin speaks. Sorry for not having a chance to introduce myself earlier. A brief description of myself. I am the one who signed the contract with Sed. You don't need anyone to tell the truth because with the instinct of an ancient dragon with the bloodline of the time dragon, Kwai Kantel, I already know everything. I know you are a descendant of Tima, right? From the moment Jin set foot in this world and his aura fluctuated, she sensed it. And you are Jin Dan Kan, the youngest son. Murakhan was a bit stunned and asked what? How do you know? Quantal saw through everything. How could I not know when he radiates the same chilling energy? She mentioned an old story that seems to involve another mysterious character. All three of us spent 1,000 years together before. She continued. And I only guessed that he was the youngest son. Velong's reaction looks quite interesting. Seems like she guessed right. Murakhan didn't know what else to say. Quan turned back to what she was doing earlier. Let's get to the main point. Violetta took Lachi away a year ago. Murakhan asked again. So you mean they lied to her by promising to teach dragon language magic, right? That doesn't sound very believable. She confirms it's uncertain, but it could be true. Murakhan clarifies the situation. Kuikan, being too young to control the power, is still bound to the one who signed the contract with Amin. She was a bit startled. What is that? Wouldn't it be very dangerous if they didn't have Wei Long by their side? Anthuat is right. And I'm pretty sure Valletta also knows that. She has a rough idea too. Is it really just as we expected that they have some other motive? Murakhan doesn't quite understand because she said, as we expected. Did she already know what was going to happen? She shared that when she took Lachi, Valletta stopped at B. She said she would introduce Lachi to me, but she kept sneaking glances at my signer. She continued, even begging to meet the young lady without any reason. It seems there is some underlying motive. Do you think I would just ignore it with my personality? Then she frowned, sighed, and said, I have no choice because my identity has been exposed. She concludes everything because many of Bond's upper class are close to the Jipo family. If I act on impulse, I won't be able to keep the lady here any longer. Jin wanted to ask more, but Kuikan Telko said that her signer's identity being exposed was not the same as AZ Min's, and that their knowledge and approach to Lachi was quite concerning. Murakhan also realized the situation was more complicated than he had thought. This really is strange. Could it be that the magic to detect the identity of the contract maker was created while I was still under the seal? She objects. It's unreasonable to think anyone could know about the contract unless the signer personally demonstrates their power. Ask again about the true purpose of the one behind it. Even if that magic really exists, what do they gain from it? Jin, who has been listening all along, now has his own answer. They will gain two things. He calmly and slowly said, first, they can minimize risks and eliminate the signers outside their territory. Quikanto's gaze changed as he continued coldly. And second, if they kill the signers, they will have the opportunity to make a pact with the clan's god. Actually, this story doesn't just end with a chance to make a contract. I'm pretty sure they use some specific method. In the previous life, the god of time, the one who made the contract with us, officially appeared in front of the stone statue 10 years from now. You know for sure that the signer is a Jippo clan member and are certain about your conclusion. I am confident that they can form a contract with a god if they kill their signer. And that's why Julia's Wei Long was kidnapped. But sadly, I don't remember hearing any news about Tian's princess in my past life. Canteo cautiously said, It seems you have many guesses about this, young master. I can't understand how many contracts the Jippo family has already made with the Dragon Clan. So why is that? Are you unjustly suspecting the Jippo family just because they are your enemies? Jin calls her to confront her, revealing words she herself can't believe, making everything clear. I don't know how it is for dragons, but human greed is endless. Even when they reach the top, they still won't be satisfied and want more. Merkin wants to stop what he's saying. Little Jin kept going and said, They have also ruled for thousands of years, so whatever they do is not surprising. Your gaze fixed on her as you said with certainty, I am sure those families are planning something. What I'm not sure about is why you're pretending not to know anything. Are you thinking about one possibility? Could it be that you're afraid of the Jippo family? Seeing Quikantel's serious expression, Merkin stood up to intervene and prevent her from losing her temper and anger like before. Wait, Quikantel. We all know about the greed of the JP family, and although we have to admit it, they are truly talented. You're just raising your voice. What harm could it do? I won't ask for your help, so just get lost. She chuckled, then laughed louder and louder, her smile completely deranged, as if she was releasing all the frustration she had felt since meeting. She realized, Murakhan, you've changed a lot. You can even feel the danger approaching so quickly now. She stood up casually and said, All right, I will take my partner out of here first. Oh, you easily accept the conditions. I will help you. Merkan couldn't believe his ears. What do you mean? I need to face Valletta and find out the truth. If everything is really as you two say, this might be the perfect opportunity to teach that family a lesson. Just one call to the Dragon Clan and they will be here instantly. She walked around behind Jin and continued. Moreover, this is also my duty to Ta, because one of his descendants is here, and it reminds me of the old days. She placed a hand on his shoulder, praising his bravery for even daring to anger me. Her gaze was strangely calm, accompanied by a gentle warmth. Maybe this is her true nature. Even that arrogance resembles him. She then said about the next step, All right, I will call Valletta and then... Envy excitedly pushes the door open. Miss Quikanto, I'm back. Then she looked back in surprise. Hey, these people are Quikanto. And she said with a hint of reproach, Enya, I told you not to go out. Then she talked about the status of the maid, saying that it might actually be better this way, and she would introduce her to you. This is the person who has a contract with the god of time, On. Meanwhile, the maid was still standing at the door, confused and not understanding what was happening. Enya, this is an old friend of mine, and the person the contract is with. He is the one protecting us. Kukanato introduced Dan Kanden, her eyes lighting up, and she shouted loudly, surprised and a bit confused, asking if the person in front of her was really the famous person she had heard of. Oh my god, it's really Jane Dan Kanden. Oh my god, young Master Jin is right in front of me. Jin frowned at this unexpected admiration. Miss Quikanto, she sighs and covers her face. I forgot to mention that to you. Envy burst out with excitement. I have a fairy tale about you. Please, I beg you, sign for young Master Jine. Quan asked Enya what she thought about maintaining her dignity as a signer, and only then did Enya realize her own actions. She blushed. Enya quickly bowed her head. I'm sorry because I had only seen young Master Jine in the newspaper before, so when I saw him in person, I was a bit overwhelmed for a few seconds. Although the introduction is a bit late, my name is Enya. I am a summoner and also an exceptional student at the academy. Canelo crossed his arms over his chest, glaring at her intently, while Daikon looked her over silently. He stood up, lost in thought, and summoner? I heard that On has put a lot of effort into maintaining the bloodline of the Sini, which means this girl's talent must be extraordinary. He chuckled softly and said, What is there to apologize for, Enya? Your enthusiastic greeting caught me off guard, and I didn't know how to respond. Enya giggled. Well, then I can. Suddenly a voice interrupted her. Well, that's Lady Canel, she continued. Don't mind, Enya. I told you not to leave the house without my permission, right? Did Enya suddenly remember something? She replied that being at home was a bit boring, so she thought maybe meeting Lady Kwai Canel would be more fun. Hearing Enya, she was surprised, and when I went to see the young lady, suddenly I saw young Master Jin right in front of me. It was a wise decision to decide to meet Lady Kwai Kanto. Jin, with a stern look, sees Kwai Kantu holding his arm. Is he thinking about a special summon mage and a student from the academy? Those damn noble bee bastards. I can only imagine how terribly they bullied Enya without caring about the consequences. That's why I don't want to mention or be involved with those bastards. Enya's face is filled with sadness, as if she has something she cannot express. The only words that come to his mind are just 3. Those despicable bastards. Enya spoke. Oh, that's right, miss. Why is young Master Jin here? Jindan, with a calm smile, slowly approached her and said, I'm here for Lady Enya. Why do you ask? He stepped in front of her. Perhaps someone is targeting Lady N, the current signer of our organization. So Jindan Khan's dark eyes smiled warmly and opened his heart. Will you go with me? I promise to keep Lady Enya safe. He reaches out to Enya. She covers her mouth with both hands, her eyes shining as she looks at Jindan Khan with a fierce glow. She stammered shyly. Take me with you? Please. Enya raised her hand high and shouted loudly, startling him. Taking me along with you after all the effort I put into sincerely praying to our great Lord for so long has finally been granted. Murakhan is annoyed and upset too. Noisy enough with all this fuss, just follow the confusion and cut her off. Enya excitedly says loudly, I will go, please, take me with you. Eternal perseverance, eternal joy. Look at her slapping the back of her head. Aye-rah. She helplessly supports Enya. Ha. I was worried the girl wouldn't want to go so she could gently get down, but it seems those worries were unnecessary. Look how happily she accepted the invitation. You probably said she should go to the Black Prison for discipline, but she's coming along too. Jinran Kanden looked at her and said, The Black Prison? Our family doesn't have anything like that. She said, There's no need to pretend you don't know. There's a whole dragon down there after all. He looked confused. Murakhan suddenly spoke up after remaining silent. What does she mean? As she was speaking, she heard snoring. The two of them turned around and saw Murakhan sleeping on the chair, sleeping soundly with louder snoring. She helplessly said, We just wait a little longer and it's not allowed? After a moment of silence, Kwai Canel spoke. Jindan Khan is dark. Jindan Khandan turned to look and replied coldly. Yeah. Her face darkened and she continued, The reason I agreed to help you. Loyalty to Terma and Enya's safety are only part of it. The main reason is that damn bastard who just fell asleep from exhaustion. Murakhan is now sleeping soundly, Quant says seriously, unaware of how much he has weakened. I also want to keep my promise, but he really can't face Violetta right now. Suddenly, her eyes turn cold. So, if I really have to fight Violetta, let me go into battle. Hearing her say that, he was surprised and asked, Is Violetta that strong? She replied, Yes, but also because that idiot had become too weak. My attack on the sea that year was probably just a joke compared to Murakhan 1,000 years ago. A picture of a mysterious black dragon sitting in a corner under the moonlight, looking lonely. Then she suddenly remembers something and asks, Oh, now that you mention it, you need a place to stay before my Violet arrives, right? What about my place? Jindan Khan asked nervously. Is that okay? As long as you think it's okay, any amount of time isn't a problem. But if you want that, you'll have to convince that dragon over there. I'm sure he won't just accept staying at your ex's place. The person she's referring to is the guy who's been sleeping unaware all this time. Seeing how much she cares, he thought to himself, Ngan Long Kuai is more considerate than I thought. After thinking for a moment, he said, All right, let's do as you say. Quicanteo placed his hand on his thigh and slowly stood up. So it won't be long now. He was surprised by her words. Is there anything else? She stood up and looked at him as he spoke. In about 10 seconds from now, Enya will wake up. Until then, choose your words carefully and explain the current situation to Anya. Are you surprised or confused? Didn't she hit you pretty hard earlier? Even a seasoned martial artist might not wake up that quickly. Anya is gradually opening her eyes, glancing at the two people talking. She opens her eyes wide. Someone called out to Mr. J. Bank. He turned back instinctively with a surprised look. Quante, standing nearby, said, You know, there are some things in this world beyond our understanding. Enya lies on the ground, her face darkening as her bright red eyes glow. You keep calling out to Lord Jan. So, right now, there is a faction targeting Tan's signatory. And their next target will be you, right? I believe so. No matter what Lord Jin says, I believe it. The plots and dangerous schemes revolve around the little girl. The Dragon Guards and especially young Master Jine. Sounds so romantic, doesn't it? Her face is glowing with a few pink blushes on her cheeks, surrounded by darkness except for the candlelight. Jane Ran Khan Black praised her. I'm glad you picked up on this so quickly. She felt shy when he praised her. Staying optimistic will make life better. You need to be mentally prepared to move to Tikan with your family in any situation. Under the romantic lights, Enya asks, When will we leave? The sooner the better. If that's the case, we can leave tomorrow. You say family, but I only have a 7-year-old little brother and my pet dog, Puff Fi, right? He declares, Well then, that's good. Let's set off right away. Where does Quaicanello speak up from? Enya goes back to pack her luggage. She stood up. Yes, I will finish everything before it gets completely dark. The door closes, and she leaves with the words, See you tomorrow. The young Master Kwai looks toward the door and says, Just tell the academy Enya is sick. Jin Kanan agreed with her idea. Yes, if I tell them to make her drop out, they'll tear this whole area apart to do it. She continued, All right, now I will focus on that bastard Veal. Suddenly, a knocking at the door drew both of their attention, and someone outside called out, Is anyone home? I'm here to ask for some firewood. There's a forest everywhere around here. This person really is strange. Jane speaks up as she walks. Wait, miss, come back. Does she think that the guest really came here just to ask for firewood? She turns back in confusion. Seeing her unguarded and about to open the door, he thought to himself that ordinary dragons really don't have high defenses. At this moment, he was already wearing a mask. The person outside seems to be from B's special forces. She was surprised. What? Why are they doing this? He begins to analyze. Maybe it's because Lady Enya. They must have been lying in wait around here for a long time. And they are trying to find out which outsider the Lady Kwai can tell has brought back. She wonders if they are watching. There really is someone waiting in front of the house. Do they dare to follow me? Her eyes turned cold as Quiccanello, pale-faced, forcefully opened the door, startling him and causing him to regain his composure and speak. Go. There's someone inside. Before he could speak, she quickly grabbed his neck and tightened her grip, then slowly lifted him up. He let out a cry of extreme pain. Her eyes lit up with a dangerous look, and she tightened her grip even more, coldly saying, Honestly confess, you belong to the special forces of B-Tha. Foam was bubbling from his mouth as he still tried to speak. What are you doing? That guy is denying that I am not. She shouted, So who sent you here? At that moment, in the dark house, footsteps approached, and he calmly said, The red-haired guy kept talking, the hand choking someone else's neck. Jin turned back and asked, Can you let him go? Her sharp gaze shifted from the miserable guy to him. He looked with his red eyes, his voice like a threat warning you. If you kill that guy, the special forces will come here immediately. Oh, it seems you're the boss, huh? She releases the miserable guy. Kako responded, Fine, I just need to kill you. As she spoke, she lifted one leg toward the red-haired guy, then charged forward quickly, her clenched fist rushing straight at him. Her eyes filled with fury, she clenched her fist tighter, unleashing the power of a dragon upon the man before her. A massive explosion erupted inside the small house, affecting the innocent trees around it. The smoke begins to billow. After a long while, the smoke clears, revealing her punching him square in the face. Are that enough to make you angry yet? She punched him hard in the cheek, and he looked at her with half-lidded eyes, a murderous gaze. Then he also spoke. Does this help you vent your anger a little? I didn't expect that after that hit, the red-headed guy would still be fine. He immediately thought, I didn't expect him to be fine after taking that hit directly. He's not an ordinary person from Department B. Jin has been paying attention to the mask he's been wearing all along. That red mask is only worn by the Special Command Group of the Investigation Department. He then looked at the back of that guy and saw a sword. I admire the sword he uses. It's also crafted with great detail. You are satisfied with all of this. In front of him is the red-haired leader walking at the front, with soldiers behind him, looking very imposing. The right arm of the Emperor, commander of Team 3 of the Special Division, Bond C, named Ross, a person believed to be skilled in swordsmanship in Kanan. I apologize if I offended you. We had to do this to verify the identities of your secret guests. It's confirmed now. I will return immediately. She looked up with a dark expression. Rudely barging into my territory and just saying, sorry is enough? Turns out humans can be this arrogant. Hearing her words, his expression worsened. Raz mentioned Enya. Lady Enya just left this place. Do you think it's very dangerous for the young lady to go alone at night like this? The moonlight shines on the house, and Kikantel stands against the light, making his eyes look even colder. If we fight now, you might be able to defeat me, but you won't be able to help Enya if something bad happens. Do you still want to face me then? That's true. Enya is holding a luminous object to help her move forward, but she doesn't realize there's someone lurking nearby. This time, I'll let it go. So Ross easily slipped past, still silent and motionless. Don't forget, a cold aura made him startle. There won't be a next time. In the silence, his eyes flicked to the back. She also didn't expect Quicantel to be glaring at Joss with cold eyes, fists clenched. Shouldn't she prioritize what's most important to her? What she has used her life to protect? He says each word like a dagger stabbing her. Dong Tu Thu shrinks back, her anger now visible. She must prepare to lose everything because of her wrong choice. He tilts his face back to see Kukantel's expression. He spoke and then fell silent. Afterwards, he spoke again, then left after our next encounter. There are footsteps in the forest. It's Russ and his subordinate. The subordinate is holding his neck because she squeezed too hard earlier while he walks ahead. He spoke softly. I have confirmed the appearance of the suspicious individuals. Go back and investigate their identities. Also, he stopped. For now, all surveillance on the dragon's household will be temporarily halted. His subordinate was surprised. What? That guy keeps talking. But Commander, shouldn't we still monitor Quicantel and the suspicious individuals? Russ said as he reached for the cloth covering his face. If you keep provoking the dragon, everything will only get worse. I will take responsibility, so just do as I say. He thought they must have some kind of scheme. His hand, which had reached out, now showed blood and he fell into silence. After a moment of silence, he continued. You will face danger. Stop close surveillance until you detect any strange activity from them, and report to me. The subordinate was a bit surprised, but then obeyed his order. I understand. He shouted, damn it. She lowered her face, avoiding Jine's gaze, and began to blame herself. I really am a fool to be left alone in this filthy town. If you and Murican hadn't come, I would have easily underestimated their power. He also just stayed silent. Jin offered her some comfort. Luckily, nothing happened this time. Now the priority is to protect Lady Enya. Quaiken the Two said, all right, we have to leave here tomorrow. Her face was serious. The next morning, a boat slowly moved across the clear blue water in a peaceful scene with Quaikenel and Jin standing above, watching it. Luckily, a merchant ship arrived at Tan. Quaikenel just nodded silently. Seeing her unhappy expression, he continued, don't worry too much, Miss Quaican. I've already bribed the head guy with quite a bit of money. He won't abandon Enya. This tree caught her attention and made her turn to look. Jin, knowing she was worried about Enya's danger, added and said, moreover, Lord Murakin will escort her, so don't worry. It turns out Murakin has transformed into a black cat being licked by a dog with the annoyed expression while Enya just watches and laughs. After hearing him say someone was taking care of her, she felt somewhat relieved. Exactly. That's why I was worried. As soon as he finished speaking, Quant turned around. I will contact Vuletta immediately to see what she has to say. She is close and an important member of the Jippel family. She might know a lot. About a week later, under the clear sky, towering mountains peek out from afar among the clouds. The sunlight shines on the treetops, some of which also illuminate a wooden house. It's neither new nor old. Murican stands silently in front of the door, gazing at the house without saying a word. Well done, Your Majesty Murican. Hearing him grind his teeth, I stayed silent before saying, the rules are stricter than I thought. You're hard to understand. Why did you suddenly say that? Muraka looked at the house in front of him. We built this house together in the past. I understand why she wants us to stay here, he said sarcastically. Is your heart being warmed, or is it just a false hope? Don't talk nonsense, you little brat. It's rare for me to even mention old feelings. Murakan is just recalling memories with Quaikenel. Those moments are only memories now. 1,000 years ago, in a house just like this, I spent joyful days with Tima and Kwai Cantel. Now it's just 3 people talking happily, but no matter what we do, those were truly happy days, right? He winked at the person opposite Murakhan. Another scene appeared, showing him saying something to Murakhan. Suddenly he held his head, the pain making him speak loudly. Yeah, damn it. Jin looked at him with concern and asked, Murakhan, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Although his face looked unwell, he said, I'm fine. My head just hurts naturally. Kwai Kanto teased, poor thing. You're already tired after just flying a little. Murakhan suddenly snapped in anger and remained silent. No matter how weak I am, I will never get tired of this. Then wake up quickly. You're not joking, but wearing a serious expression. I received a reply from Valletta. She will come tomorrow evening. A barren island to the south of Bent Beach, surrounded entirely by dangerous rocks. There, the wind blows constantly. Kwai Cantel stands still. At this moment, only the sound of the wind can be heard, nothing else. She crosses her arms, emotionless. What do you mean? I sent her a message explaining that I called her here to ask about Amin Latree's residence with a smug look in my eyes. If she dares to play innocent, I will teach her a lesson. Jin remained silent and said, That's quite new. Murakhan grinned and said, Not bad. Your personality is still the same, but you should also be careful with her because now there's no one by your side. I think you should just stay hidden and still. Calmly, I say if anything happens, I will fight alone. No need for you to get involved. He angrily shouted in her face, I don't want to be pitied by my ex, no matter how weak I am. Kwai Cantel closed her eyes and replied, I didn't say I pitied you. Don't be ridiculous. This is because her family also values the honor of the Long clan. She placed her hand on his strong shoulder, so I think she will definitely come alone. Do you think I will lose to her? Don't worry anymore and just relax. If the JP family truly kidnapped Lachi and are plotting to make shady contracts, they would definitely be prepared before arriving. As for Coachella, she opens her eyes wide. A tornado appears, the sky turns green, thick winds blow, and faintly visible is a dragon's wing. A middle-aged voice echoes, Ha, it truly is my honor to meet you, Silver Dragon Quanta. He says he's very honored to meet her. The dragon's wings of the JP family head and Melger's representative are actually parts of a dragon. That guy said his name, I am Andre Gipo, then smiled insincerely. Finally, Kwai Cantel spoke up. Valletta looked unhappy because she had been deceived by her. I thought you said you would come alone, Valletta, with the appearance of a dragon, said with a sharp gaze. When I received her letter saying she was with Andre, just like my interest in her representative, Andre was also very excited. So please understand, a dragon appears, its sharp eyes fixed on her. Beretta, you've been quite mean lately. Kwikano looked up at the dragon in front of him and said, Then let's get to the main matter. I need to discuss the contract with Anta. A voice interrupts. Raturi. She asked where Raturi was. He was also surprised. She shouted out loud, Oh my God, I've been deceived. Of course, you've only been thinking about that the whole time. Quant no longer waits for her to continue. Shout out loud, answer me. Beretta, you took Ratura a year ago, didn't you? Since then, Asmon's contract holder has been unable to find Wei Long anymore. She speaks in a teasing tone. Let me see. I don't know how you want me to answer. Raturi is doing fine. She has no patience left now. She shouted, How dare you joke with me? She calmly and fearlessly said, Kwai Cantel, I don't know what your relationship with Asmon's contract holder is, but interfering in the Jipo family's affairs is not a wise decision. Quanteol said angrily, You're really crazy, Beretta. Do you truly kidnap a baby dragon who knows nothing about this world? Mertun is just as furious. Damn it! Jin also shouted a reply from above when he heard her say that. Valletta provocatively wiggled her finger. Oh dear, if this keeps up, it'll be tomorrow before we know it. Suddenly, 2 huge tornadoes appeared around Kwai Kano. She remained standing still somewhere as she spoke. Let me suggest this to you. Quanteo, give me the contract and I will spare your life. She still wasn't worried and said, That's nonsense. You are just an old chameleon. Her words made her stand still. Valletta suddenly snapped with anger and shouted, Then die, Kwai Canello. As she finished speaking, 2 tornadoes struck her, causing a powerful explosion, but her magic was blocked by something. The magic near me transforms into a dragon-shaped form of Kwai Canello, she said coldly. I also have a proposal for you. A friendly-looking white dragon appears in front of Violetta. Give me Raturi now, and I will let you die peacefully. Andre Gipo laughed out loud, sounding a bit surprised. Oh, you dodged Violetta's attack quite easily, huh? He raised his staff. A surge of magic appeared. It's been a long time since I could fight with all my might. He reads the mana analyst technique. A beam of light from the sky shines down on his target. Jin saw that scene and wondered, is this the mana of the 9-star mage? It's the first time I've seen it since I came back to life. His name echoed in Andre Gipo's mind as he was walking alone when someone came to call him. Even though he was rejected by the Black House, he is still a member of the wealthy Jipel family. He grits his teeth, just waiting to see what his current rank is. Returning to reality, a magic sphere appeared. He pointed his staff at Kwai Kanto and shouted, "Gather everyone! Nganlong, you are doomed." The tip of the staff glowed. Kwai Kanteo saw the danger ahead and thought she had to escape. She spread her wings to fly away. Her eyes widened in surprise as his magic shot straight into her stomach. She wondered how it was possible. "It seems even the wind is against you now. Unfortunately, all the wind on this island belongs to me." She flapped her wings and soared up, her strength overwhelming, leaving a trail on the ground below. She ascended into the sky, Kwai Kanto's gaze following her. She continued, "I am the king of Malayer, the wind god. No one can fly without my permission. You have never been my match." She opened her mouth to draw in the surrounding air to cast magic. Kwai Kanto said sarcastically, "Is that all these fools can do?" Another voice echoes, "Not enough. Andre Gipo just said, I will show you what true strength is." He raised his hand to cast a spell as lightning appeared. He raised his staff to gather the storm into it. "You don't really think I can only control the wind, do you?" Vuletta said loudly. "Die." The blue dragon unleashes thunder as the old man also casts his magic at the same time. Two forces of power collide and rush straight towards Kwai Kantel. Jin turns in fear and calls out Murkan's name. He trusts that she can do it and calmly says, "Not yet." Kwai Kantel is indeed a bit arrogant. Kwai Kantel still didn't move. Is she planning to take all those hits? But those fools are also very arrogant, yet a glowing circle appeared above her head. She moved it forward, and from afar the ring gradually grew larger. Jane stared blankly. Time suddenly stopped in his mind, and in front of her was the attack from those two. She opens her mouth, and magic flows out, heading toward the object in front of her and causing a huge explosion. "It's been a long time since I saw this scene, old man." He laughed loudly. Kwai Kano, in a cold tone, says, "I will tear that mouth of yours apart today." The aura of menace makes the old man suppress his laughter, and instead he remains silent, trembling. He snapped in anger and reached out to Kwai Kanteo, saying, "Just one spell and you're already this angry." Vuletta, attack again, quickly. Seeing that she didn't respond, he called her name again. "Vuletta," that old man shouted. "Move quickly, Vuletta." She was frozen stiff, her mouth wide open and unable to close. She wondered if her body couldn't move because of her time control ability. At the same time, Kwai Kanteo stomped her foot down, causing the ground to crack open, and she quickly flew towards Vuletta, who was standing still. She grabbed his tail and slammed it down, knocking old Andre off her. He shouted, "Damn it!" She slowly descends, and as she falls, it causes a commotion with rocks and dust flying up, smoke billowing. When the smoke clears a bit, Vuletta is lying motionless. Kikanto stomps hard on her, causing her pain. Vuletta screams in pain as Kikantel opens her mouth wide and bites her neck hard, causing blood to flow out like water. She screams once again. Old man Andre runs over shouting, "Vule, how dare you!" She clenched her claws into her opponent's wing and said, "Keep going." "The lowly reptile," she shouted loudly as she pulled the wing back with her other hand. A only knows law in pain and cannot do anything. Kwaiken then laughs triumphantly. He stood on this side watching the scene and shouted loudly, "Stop right now. I told you to stop right now, Ho Long back." She turned and said, "Shut up and look carefully. I only want to scratch that old man. Now it's your turn. I took care of Valletta but overstepped my bounds." In her dragon form, she struggles to breathe due to overusing magic, and turns to the old man, thinking she must kill the wizard with Jin and Mursen's help. He, with his hand inside his clothes, searching for something, said, "You're going too far. That arrogance is only worthy of the strong." He pulls out a mysterious dark blue stone, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Murakan looked surprised. He shouted as the primordial stone turned purple, surrounded by a stream of darkness. The stone seems to be swallowing something as if something is trying to crawl out. Suddenly, something shoots out from the gem. Murakan sweat as he looked at it, worried about what was coming. It couldn't be. It was destroyed thousands of years ago. Jane looked at him confused, wondering how this damn old man managed to have it appear in front of him. A creature with a long body, no legs, no arms, and no eyes, but with evenly spaced thick teeth and a dark aura surrounding it. It opened its mouth, drooling continuously. It opens its mouth wide and roars loudly. Old Andre says she was born as a silver guardian and has long considered herself a strong one. But it's only an illusion, both dragons and even gods and saints. In the end, everything will have to kneel under the banner of the JP clan. Kwaikano's eyes are filled with shock at his words. Suddenly, he speaks loudly, "You have to accept that." With no chance to resist, the creature opened its mouth and lunged at her quickly. Before she could react, it pierced through her outer waist. Her anguished roar echoes out as she speaks of the primordial stone. If one day the world faces a great disaster, it is a divine object that guarantees the world will not fall into ruin caused by the gods. The artifact created from the power of these gods ultimately ends up being destroyed by their own hands. Because its power is so immense that it could destroy the world even while protecting it, Klein wondered why a destroyed object was in that wizard's hands. Why is Murakan still worried about her? He rushes outside, shouting. Kwaikan's body gradually transforms. She screams weakly from her injuries. That damn thing is the power of the silver guardian eye of the dragon. That weak, frightened look is the true expression of someone facing a real, strong opponent. But before he could finish speaking, something startled him. Someone cast a spell towards the old man, and Murakan stepped in front of her to protect her. He warned old man Andre to stay away from Kwai Kanel. He remained strangely calm. Oh, a black dragon. He continued, saying that only the two of you remain in the world. Judging by your appearance, you seem to be Murakan from the black folk, right? So, you've awakened after 1,000 years of sleep? That means the young man standing next to you is probably your partner, right? Jin follows his plan, removing the hood. So you are the youngest son who just recently left his parents' embrace. Jin warns sharply that initially I only intended to swallow up the members of On's covenant, but now the feast has become more abundant than expected, and he has lost control. So, to be fair, I will also wake up a sleeping friend. That creature approaches Vuletta's lifeless body. It chants some spell, and suddenly the corpse opens its eyes, a wave of darkness emanating from it. Then Vuletta stood up, slamming her hand down on the ground. I shouldn't have held back my strength from the start. Sorry, old friend. The dragon stroked its own head and then flinched. Vu, his eyes lit up. I really thought I was about to die. You look surprised. That damn dragon said. It's been quite a while, hasn't it, Murakan? Another explosion occurs. The two dragons are headbutting each other, their hands tightly gripping each other's wrists. Murakan says, get lost. Go to hell, you damn mummified corpse. That guy also sounds like he's joking. Ha, you're weaker than before, but still so sharp with your words, huh? He opened his mouth to cast a spell, but Murakan had already foreseen it and created an illusion so he wouldn't know. He shot magic at me, but no one was there. Vuletta rushed in to observe, then the black smoke retreated backward, forming a sphere. Suddenly, a fist-shaped hand appeared from behind. He punched him hard in the back. That's right, he managed to block that punch. If it had been too easy, it would have sounded suspicious. He's feeling proud. I'm so happy, Murakan. I'm about to be remembered as a hero for killing a legend from the past. He's annoyed that he's talking too much too quickly. The crazy dragon is heading towards her and she's in danger. Old Andre approaches her. Then our side should also continue. At first I only intended to persuade you and let you go, but since you've seen this face, you have to die. Suddenly he remembered something. Jin quickly slipped behind him. Oh right, you're here too? Jin, get ready. He shouted your name as he was casting a spell. Adding one more opponent won't change anything. He hadn't finished speaking when a blinding light appeared from his hand, surprising him. A shout drew Vetta's attention and made him turn back. From that light, a sword appeared and slashed across the old man's face, while the dragon roared loudly. Andre. The guy turned his back on Murakan and flew away, furious as hell. He also looked towards him, rushing over, realizing Jin was in danger, and shouted, No, kid! Get back quickly before he could react. Vuletta's tail swung at him. He instinctively drew his sword to block in front of himself. A big explosion occurs, gradually clearing the smoke. He struggles to breathe. Ha ha. He just opened his eyes to see something. Before him are Andre's creature and Vuletta's magic. They rush forward like hungry tigers. Jin puts his hand on his neck, then he takes out a necklace, and with all his strength, he throws it down. The sound of glass breaking, something glowing, falls out. A beam of light suddenly appears shining directly on Jin. A sword materializes along with it, and a voice says, You didn't even bother to send a letter to inform me. A platinum-haired girl holding a sword stands in front of him, while he, exhausted, leans against a rock. The girl continues, But I guess there's an urgent matter that you can't handle. Our boy, this platinum hair and these eyes can only belong to Luna Candon. That is Luna Candon, old Andre thought in amazement. Is she a white whale? Luna asked. The deputy head of the Joel family and his guardian dragon. Ah, now, this is worth calling you to help. Although she wasn't looking, she seemed to check on her younger brother somehow. You've managed to hold on quite a while fighting opponents of this caliber, haven't you? Are you hurt anywhere? Small and large wounds are appearing on your body. Honestly, I thought I almost lost my life. Thank you for coming. Second sister. After finishing her sentence, she looked at him and then fell silent. Luna clenched her sword tightly. Andre Zip, how long do you plan to stay silent? Her words startled him. I really need an explanation about what you did to my brother. Hearing her words, he began to ponder. My opponent is the vice head of the JP family and a dragon spirit full of divine power. He looked at his sister, and this was such a tense situation that he had previously thought even her coming would hardly guarantee victory, but now he was more certain. This battle is over. There was a voice that caught my attention. Kid, we should retreat now. Mura Khan. He turned to carry him while saying, I'm sorry, because they can control the winds freely, I couldn't block them. Kwai Kanel, clutching his wounded stomach, was also being carried by him. But you have a good older sister, kid. If she had been a little late, we would have been doomed. Thanks to you, we're still alive. No matter what he says, Jin remains silent. Old man Andre speaks up. It really was unexpected. Who would have thought the white whale would appear here? The monster's mouth is stitching itself up, but given the current situation, I can confidently say that Van Konden has broken his vow with Jipo, and the old man appears to be crazed, while that creature's new form is even more terrifying. Luna Dancanon, your brother has used magic, and the Jipple family won't let this slide easily. I understand, but don't worry. She raises her sword and points it forward. This will never reach your family. Andre was trembling with silence, losing control as he shouted, You miserable bastard, how dare you? Is that how you behave? The old monster charged at Luna. She just stood there, holding out a sword. It lunged at her, and she swung her blade towards it. It was cut into pieces by her sword, and the old man looked at the monster's fragments in horror. All the members of the JP family I've met are just good at talking, and it seems the deputy head of the family is no exception. As she spoke, she rushed at the old man, a fast-moving object blocking in front of him, landing lightly on one foot. It turned out to be the Vuletta dragon, which she had struck several times. She glanced back and said, Do you still keep your true form? I don't mind the dragon race because that just gives me more places to cut. His words made him angry. Then he transformed into a human form, a blue-haired man with some black patches on his body. Then he rushed quickly toward her. Andre only knew La Vuletta, and he left behind the words, I understand. That guy summoned something, and a spear appeared in his hand. From afar, Adran the mage's arm glowed, then Vuletta and he both grabbed the spear at the same time. The blue spear with hints of purple seems to be enhancing his power. Luna looked at him and thought that this strength wasn't magic. It was more like a divine force, similar to the energy emitted by demons. And the reason Fong Long is fighting so desperately is because she says, It seems you need some time to use that relic effectively. It's hard to believe that the vice head of the Jipo family and a dragon have to stake their lives on such a crude object. Old Endren was startled. Do you really think that thing can save your life? Vuletta pointed his spear at her and charged forward to kill her, but unfortunately, she dodged. He shouted, You despicable bastard, that guy is swinging his spear at you. You don't know what you're rambling about. I'm not afraid to hold my sword tightly. The two fight each other fiercely, their immense powers clashing. He pushes his spear higher, but she pays no mind and charges forward, both descending from above to below in swift strikes. Finally, her sword struck down, knocking him back. Then she swiftly moved behind him and delivered a powerful blow. He staggered backward, dropping his spear while Vuletta clutched her stomach in pain. Koosh, in the end, this is all you can do. The taunting words startle him. It seems that you've run out of tricks to show me, so I will end this quickly, she said as she raised her hand. Luna raises her sword to the sky in front of his astonishment as Van Can's black triple essence sword technique from the sky emits a beam of light that makes the sea tremble. She looked up at the sky in shock as the old man beside her appeared, just as stunned. She pointed her dagger at the two of them, meteors rained down, and a sharp aura emanated from her that made people tremble. In other words, our family's swordsmanship is like a conqueror with relentless destructive power. Competition, achievement, and the family's philosophy are all embedded into the sword as a unified whole. That is why the black swords of the House of Rank can have no fixed form, only the goal of killing enemies, along with the existence of secret techniques and ultimate techniques. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive energy source appeared, surprising Jine and making him think this was the final move. The dazzling meteor shower. With a flick of his hand, a torrent of icy air surged forward. Jin thought to himself how beautiful it was, thousands of shooting stars continuously falling from the sky, a thought so powerful it was almost desperate. Until a sudden voice broke the silence. Andre, are you okay? Come to your senses. Andre, ignoring that voice, still stood frozen as if the sky had fallen. Isn't it a bit unreasonable for Andre to still be lost in thought? She hasn't made a contract with the Dragon Clan or used any ancient relics. How can a power like this coexist with that of a human? Andre couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. That voice continued to say, You just need to survive. As long as you are alive, we still have a chance to win. We can change the situation with the magic stone. Even if I die protecting you, all you need to do is use the magic stone to bring me back to life, right? Khadun said, trying to awaken Andre, who was gradually sinking into illusion. Andre clenched the stone in his hand, thinking, "That's right. It's not over yet. As long as I still have the magic stone, I won't die. As long as I have it, I am still the embodiment of a god." Everything is over. Luna looked at the mess she had just made and thought. Khadun was buried under a pile of dirt and debris from the meteor shower. Luna thought she needed to train harder to reach her father's level of swordsmanship. But for now, this is enough to give the Jipple family a lesson. Then she turned to look at everyone who was nearby. Then she looked at Yine with a hint of satisfaction, thinking that the boy had been given some encouragement. If in the end she still couldn't reach her father's level of swordsmanship, then her younger sibling would have something suddenly appear to interrupt Luna's train of thought. A giant corpse with dark purple energy emanating all around it growled softly. Luna looked at the thing in front of her with displeasure and said, "Now my pride has been a little hurt. I will be annoyed if you keep acting like this in front of my little brother." Hearing this, it growled in displeasure. The enraged monster roared, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to fly up along with the energy emanating from its fury. Dian looked at what was in front of him and said, "What is that?" Murakan caught Quant and replied, "It's definitely it, kid. The Jippo clan created the spirit stone using the summoner." Jin wondered, "What is a spirit stone?" Murakan explains that it's like a weapon created for gods to control their followers. It looks pretty low quality, but that doesn't mean it's not dangerous. Then Murakan grabbed Jin, surprising him. Murakan suddenly transformed into his dragon form, smiling and saying, "We will get out of here." "Kid," Jin hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, Murakan, we should fight together. I can't leave you here alone with such a dangerous enemy." Murakan reassured her, "It's okay. With this level, I can still handle it. We have to leave right now, kid. Let's go quickly." Jin clenched his teeth, somewhat unwilling, and sank into a flashback after signing the contract with Sadet. "I have returned and can meet Marikan again, starting with luck and skills that surpass most of my siblings. However, right now I don't even know where I am, excepting to run away without resisting. If I keep like this, I'm no different from a useless member of the family." Jin looked at himself with a bit of disappointment. "I can't be like this. I can't let myself go through that feeling of helplessness again. I have to become stronger." Jin quickly regains his composure and encourages himself, and his negative thoughts suddenly disappear. Murakan observes Jane's changing aura. Murakan silently thought that he knew the kid was brave, but seeing him reveal such a strong fighting spirit after witnessing that made him feel extremely proud. Yes, that's enough. Don't let the fiery fighting spirit within him fade away. The kid will become the strongest on this continent if he keeps his pride and effort burning in his chest. Until then, I, Murakan, will watch over and protect him. After a year of my wish, a fusion of fire energy emanates from Jindan Khan's black figure. Luna looks at the monster and says, "Do you think changing your appearance a little is enough to kill me? A failure trapped in their own illusion. How unfortunate." As Luna finished speaking, the stone on the monster's chest suddenly emitted a purple light. He reached out toward Luna and a loud explosion erupted, unleashing a massive purple energy blast directly at her. A cloud of smoke shrouds the surroundings in a purple glow as the dust begins to settle. Luna raises her weapon to block and defend. The monster roared, now draining the power of 12 gods. "Hey, Luna of the Black Shield, what do you have to fight against me? You have nothing but your sword. Truly, you are a pathetic girl. Hurry up and surrender now, because right here, even if he is your father, he can't do anything to me," he said arrogantly with a loud laugh. "All I need is just one sword." Luna then held her sword, which emitted a red glow. The monster froze in surprise, trying to continue. "If you fight me with your disgusting magic, which you have dedicated your life to researching and immersing yourself in, then perhaps you will at least witness half of the power I will show now." She brandished her weapon, ready for battle. The energy source in the sword becomes more and more intense as Luna continues with a tone of contempt and pity. "Dark magic is studied for evil purposes. With my sharpened sword that has endured countless battles, I will defeat you." The sword begins to emit flames like a blazing dragon, while the monster gazes at Luna's weapon with confusion and bloodlust. "I've faced many swordsmen before, but this is the first time I've seen bloodlust. No, that's not important." At this moment, having transformed into a demon to the level of a god, he begins to gather his inner power and roars, "All right, come on, watch this power, and I will make a proud bastard like you realize true helplessness and face defeat." Luna moves swiftly and disappears like the wind, swinging her sword, a true weapon of the heart. "Blood moon!" The monster screams in pain as the purple core stone in its chest cracks. Luna looks towards the screaming monster. He roared. A stream of purple light shot straight into the sky, gathered and absorbed, then formed a swirling vortex heading directly toward his target, as the dust around Luna gradually cleared due to that power. She raised her weapon, preparing to defend herself, thinking she was about to be struck, when a sudden voice made Luna startle. "Sister, Jin is flying in the sky of Murakan on Murakan's back." Luna saw the familiar figure and exclaimed, "Jin." Jin shouted and reached out to Luna, saying, "Hold my hand, sister." Luna was a bit stunned. It seemed that today, the youngest was the one who saved her again. She thought for a moment and smiled. Luna reached out her hand toward Jine. On the other side, the voice of Emperor B asked, "Has the island completely disappeared?" Russ replied, "Yes." Moreover, nearby there was a similar tornado incident and a large amount of mana was found in the area. Although humans played a part, it was truly the power of the Silver Dragon and Feng Long. The Emperor, somewhat suspicious, said, "Feng Long." Roos continued reporting that the division suspected it was Vuletta from the Jipo clan. Before this incident, there were reports that the Vuletta forest had crossed the border, and it seemed that Feng Long had already died. As he spoke, he reached into his coat pocket and took out a stone. The Emperor continued, "So what about that mana flow? Have you found out who it was yet?" Russ continued, "Maybe it was the signatories." Emperor B, somewhat dissatisfied, said, "I think you signed a contract with their guardian dragon and a concerning energy source. I believe we need to do something about what they are creating." When he mentioned that, I suddenly remembered and asked regretfully, "So what about Andre?" Raz reports that the divine is still searching. The Emperor angrily slams his fist on the table and says, "I am not satisfied with the recent reports. There are too many omissions." "Have you identified who that guest of Kwai Canelo is yet?" Russ replied, with no more excuses to make. The Emperor B suddenly fell silent and then said, "Well, what's the point of saying that if you can't do it, then who else can? Remember to make sure nothing leaks to the press. If we can't find Enya tonight, issue a missing person alert and deploy additional personnel from the Special Task Force into Jipo's territory. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Although we still maintain good relations, I want everything to be better than that." He orders Russ, "You know, right? That I am not a patient person. I think you know that well." Russ stood silently beside him, obeying. He replied, "The gods will not let people down." The revered emperor, the emperor of Beer Bond. "What do you mean they use demon stones?" Visual coup continued. "That's right. There was a major clash between the Wind Dragon and the Silver Dragon on the coast of Territory B, and as a result, the entire island was wiped out. A tornado appeared there. So I am sure the demon stone has been broken." "Wait a minute. How dare they destroy my creation?" "I told them to handle it carefully because it's not finished yet, but I can't forgive them." "Lord Bisco, now go argue with them immediately. The foolish mages keep spouting nonsense about the value of the stone, and food keeps flying out of his mouth." Visua, standing nearby, covered his face with his hand, thinking those fools had messed everything up. "Thanks to them, I have to delay killing this pig." Visuko showed a hint of disdain and continued, "I know Lord Bisco is also angry. There's a fierce killing intent here," Visuko said. "Anyway, because of this, the commander is extremely angry. He wants to reconsider the alliance with the Jipo family, so from now on don't associate with them anymore." As he spoke, he wiped his face with a cloth. Meanwhile, another fire dragon was fiercely breathing fire to grill meat. The person in front of him, still focused on what the crystal ball is showing, exclaimed in amazement. "Andre is dead," Kadun said, a little startled. "He definitely left with Violetta and even took the demon stone. Key's answer must definitely be one of the two of them. The power of that dragon and those involved are beyond our imagination." Kadun asked curiously, "Who is it?" "So Amlong is the one who killed the giant Thama in Kinzalo, right?" Hearing this, Kia is a bit suspicious. Kadun says, "Misa, if it's her power, then it's understandable. She wouldn't be afraid to kick the demon. Kia, is she Murakan's sister?" "Misa." Kadun continued, "Yes, above all, Quiquintel is Murakan's ex-lover, so he's not a complete stranger to Misa." He thought for a moment and said, "I understand now. So we know what you need to do next." Kadun sneered cruelly, then flicked his turn signal at Kadun. Hearing that, Kadun immediately replied, "Do you want me to go look for it? Impossible to escape. Even if the black dragons try to flee, they won't be able to find a way out." Kel sneered, "Ha ha, don't be childish anymore. After all, losing the demon stone is truly a pity. You're still so calm even after your brother died, huh?" Kai is slightly dissatisfied and says, "Of course I am sad. I already knew this would happen. I was just shocked to hear it recently came to Ken's party without telling me." Kadun lied. "I have to have the demon stone maker create another one. Without it, we won't be able to take over the Black Clan before we die. Thus the same goes for the Abyss King. I think you're not the only one annoyed by this." Kadun replied, "Don't be childish. If you want to conquer the world, you have to do that much. Or, if you want to become the supreme god Kia, a voice from another room knocks on the door. Yes, just a moment. Julie opened the door from inside and asked who it was. Jin's group looked happy as if they'd been waiting for a long time. Jine said, "We're back." "Julie." July looks a bit stunned and then responds, "Can you prepare us a feast? We haven't eaten anything on the way back." Julie still couldn't believe what was in front of her and hesitated even more. Lady Luna is also here. After saying that, Julie suddenly fainted and fell flat on the ground. Everyone was a bit startled. Murakhan nervously said, "Gaspy Ban Rao, oh no." Murakhan keeps fanning. Non-stop, Julie lies under the cool breeze, covering her face with her hand, crying as she says, "The young master is about to be sent away. It seems like my maid is misunderstanding something. She looks very worried about me." "You have a really good maid," Jin replied. "Yes, she is very good to me." A sudden call of Jin young master from somewhere drew Jine's attention. Casimir stepped in from outside, and Jin responded to Lord Casimir. Casimir was a bit surprised and replied, "You're back, but who are these people?" Jin then began to introduce them. "Oh, I admit this is a bit sudden, but this is my eldest sister, Luna Cannon." Hearing Jay mention me, Luna cheerfully greeted him. "So you are the supreme sword Casimir I often hear about." Upon hearing Jin introduce Kia in front of him, Casimir was a bit surprised and thought, "Luna Cannon. I really cannot accept the title of top swordsman, but dedicating my strength to her is my honor." At this point, Casimir turned to look at the person nearby, the guardian dragon of Lady Enia, which Jin had just introduced, and upon hearing this, Simia stood straight, bowed 90 degrees with hands clasped behind his back, and politely said, "I am Casimir, the master of the 7 rainbow beams and also a friend of young Master Jin. Very pleased to meet you all," while thinking to himself, "Another dragon. Huh. Can't self-destruct like last time." Jin quickly said, "I arranged it myself without informing you." Thun sincerely apologized. Casimia happily replied, "It's okay, young master. We're in this together now." Kwai Kanale suddenly said, "Where is Enya?" Casimia begins to announce, "I was about to tell everyone that Laki just returned 3 hours ago." Jin wondered if it was always today. Casimia replied that Laki was with Lady Enya and my daughter. But I feel like something is very strange. Lachi no longer remembers what happened during her disappearance. Casimia begins to recount and the scene unfolds. Alicia says she was kidnapped? No way. Lachi hugged little Julia, stroked her head, and replied, "I only remember that Vuletta insisted she wouldn't teach me the language of dragons, and I don't recall what happened afterward." Kasim continued, "The boy was completely unharmed, so it can't be said that the JP family was involved. Maybe the boy wasn't kidnapped." Iquant immediately objected, "No way, those bastards themselves admitted it to me." Moroccan continued, saying they had erased all traces. Jin asked curiously about the traces. The man continued that they had erased all traces related to the Demon Stone and Latrie's memories. The Jippo gang has always been like that. When things don't go their way, they wipe out everything. Kashimiya looked confused and asked Jin about the Demon Stone. Jin explained it is a relic they possess, and he would explain in detail later, including the Jippo clan, Fong Long, and the stone that can absorb the souls of divine beings. The young lady replied, "What are their plans?" The Demon Stone must have a reason for existing, which is why they had to imitate the original stone. They want to become gods. The man continued speaking, and Murakhan's face grew more serious. Murakhan continues with his plan to gather the power of all the gods and eliminate anyone who dares oppose them to become the sole deity ruling the world. Casimia suggests that everyone rest for now, and she will gather more information through the 7-colored rainbow. "Miss Quicantel, if needed, I can take you to see Miss Enya," Kikatel replied. "Of course." Casimir continued, "Yes, this way, please." Seeing everyone ready to leave, Julie suddenly stood up and said, "Young Master Murakhan suddenly mentioned beard cake." Jin next to her also asked Han July, "Are you feeling better now?" The maid, a bit unsettled, replied, "Why did I faint?" Seeing July's unusual behavior, Luna paid a little attention. Moroccan, bewildered and unable to believe the truth, exclaimed, "Strawberry cake!" After a moment, Luna's voice rang out after dismantling the notorious underground gang. "The independent city of Tan has become safer. Jipo's and Vuletta's subordinates have all been killed. You managed to accomplish all of that in just 2 months and became a legend. You even used magic without ever being taught how. If you get caught, you're probably dead already. You're really the best, little brother." Luna happily recounted while holding the bottle in her hand, and the conversation became more lively. Everyone kept recalling and saying, "I thought if Lady Luna found out, we would be doomed. Turns out she already knew everything." Luna then replied, "Ha ha ha, I scared you. Don't worry, sometimes I have to change my mind too." July sat nearby, listening happily and joining in the mood. One person suggested, "Now we just need to hide the clan leader." Luna replied, My father already knows. Hearing this, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Luna cheerfully continued, Father knows everything, from the testing to Andre's death, and even that I was involved. Why does the young lady say that? This news should be bad news, right? Jin went to reassure July. Don't worry. July, I have my own way. July replied to the young master, and he continued. Tomorrow my older sister and I will go to see our father. Julie feels a bit more reassured and responds that he already has a plan. Luna still hasn't realized what Jin is referring to and happily says, let's go meet father. At this moment, she and July suddenly realized and exclaimed together, Huh? Who did the young master say they were going to meet? Luna, confused, said to Jinan, You probably messed up your head. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because Dad didn't say anything. After meeting Dad, what do you plan to do next? Jin cheerfully replied, I will warn him that the Jipo family is planning a secret attack on the Cannon family. Luna somewhat disagreed and said, Isn't it better if you talk to your father about the Demon Stone instead? Do you understand what the consequences are for a divine event returning home on its own? Are you really planning to give up on the divine event exam? Jin replied, Dad already knows everything that happened was because of me, so maybe it's better for me to talk to him myself. Maybe I can negotiate with him. July listened with disbelief in her eyes as Luna skeptically suggested negotiating. You've grown this much and you've never even thought about that. If you keep being so stubborn, he'll kill you. At this point, Luna's expression grew a bit serious and her tone became more earnest. Jin continued cheerfully, saying that if it was really like that, he believed his sister could stop him. Hearing this, Luna stood up, quickly approached Jin, looked at her mischievous younger brother, then remembered the foolish words that had come from his beloved mouth. Her face was serious, her eyes narrowed with disbelief and anger as she stared directly into her brother's eyes. Jane here is no less impressive. Although he claims to be cheerful, his words are so serious they can be seen in the lines in his eyes. Luna snorts and then says to the family that if you dare to threaten me, I wonder how much Julie is suffering, knowing that no matter what she did, she couldn't stop Jin's stubbornness. Luna crossed her arms and replied, When do you plan to go? Jin happily said, I plan to use the teleportation gate for the first time tomorrow. Luna's mind at this moment was like, if he wanted to die that badly, then I'll make it happen. She replied with a bit of helplessness, the faster the better. Julie hesitated for a moment before speaking to Lady Luna. Why not wait for July to finish her sentence? I replied, This house is full of people just waiting all day to stab each other in the back. So at least it needs someone trustworthy. Luna knows what she truly wants, and Jin feels the same way. She has a firm belief in what that mischievous little sibling is trying to plan and will do her best to make it happen. My sister will become that shield for me. I believe you will find your own way, Luna said while looking at Jin with a face full of unwavering trust and pride. Jin, with a cheerful expression, replied naturally. From this moment on, the eldest sister silently vowed that she would never let down everyone who had always helped and supported her. The next day, Luna, Jin, and the soldiers headed to the castle where their respected father was residing. Lantia saw her respected sister walking with the mischievous youngest brother and said, Instead of convincing him, you brought him here? Can you believe this? Lantia was a bit displeased, and the atmosphere around them started to tense up. Luna called out to her brother, and Jin replied, Yes, sister, Luna continued. You really should treat your brother well. The youngest, have you gone crazy for leaving the family? Why would a reserve candidate dare to look for the swordsmanship garden? Mew crossed her arms, watching the two with a bit of dissatisfaction, and said, It's because you're too lenient with him. Anne replied, It has already given up the reserve spot, so you are wrong too. Luna said nothing. She had her own plans, and they had already prepared everything. Just as I thought, even father knows about this. In another room, Mary said to Dephas, surprised, Is the youngest giving up on the miracle certification? Or is it just acting out of curiosity to see what happens after death? No. Isn't it supposed to grow up and fight against the sister like me? When Mary heard this, her eyes widened with anger, and she slammed her hand down so hard that cracks appeared on the table. She can't accept what Jin has done. Diffus beside her sighed in helplessness. Someone else spoke up. Why did you bring it here? Luna replied, I didn't bring it here. It came on its own. Lantia disapproved and said, So you should have stopped it. It's not conscious, which means you're not either. Luna feels a bit uncomfortable and helpless. She decides to ignore what others are saying. She asked, Oh, whatever then. Where's Dad? Lantia was a bit surprised by the answer, asking if it was about their father. Jin watched the situation closely and wondered why Luna always struggled in front of Lantia for some reason. Vantia slightly sarcastically said, Oh, dear little brother, are you here to find father? Jin confidently confirms that's right. Sister. Lantina was a bit stunned by the reply. Standing with the group behind, Vigo shouted angrily, Do you think you're here to die? You only got lucky. Thinking you're better than the Tonus just because you're a bit better? Hearing that, Lantia suddenly sighed and then said, "Go now. Father is in the study." Hearing this, Jine replied, "Thank you, sister." Suddenly something appeared. Lantia drew her sword and slashed across, cutting through Luna and Jine. From now on, the first Kaivan must leave their weapons and wait. She orders, the head of the family commands the reserve phase to go alone. Then Lantia points her sword at Luna, creating a forced situation. Luna gritted her teeth in anger and defied Lantia's order, shouting back, "If I don't want to, then what?" A loud noise erupted. The 6th, 8th, and 9th orbs suddenly appeared, surrounding the two of them. Everyone was prepared for a battle among the Kanan family members. Luna's fury suddenly subsided as Jine's voice broke through the tense atmosphere, silencing her rage. "Don't worry about me. I'm only here as a member of the Black Cannon family." "No, I'm here to talk to my father as his son. Nothing serious." Then he spoke to reassure Luna, so Luna just stood there, stunned by her mischievous younger sibling's words. Vigo angrily cursed the crazy one in public. Jin entered the castle, walking step by step to find the most powerful clan leader of the Black Can family. "It seems like the others don't really understand our father. Returning as a reserve is against the rules, but he's not the type to care about laws. If I get the chance to talk like last time, I remember that warm head pat from my stern father before that silly question from a child like me. Then he asked a good question. I will keep observing you. I reassure myself that everything will be fine." Despite that, he still felt some pressure inside. Jin sighed, clenched his fists, and knocked on the door in front of him a few times, not knowing what surprise awaited him behind it. A sound draws Jin's attention. A massive energy appears before him, as if about to destroy everything. A voice echoes, "Seems like I overestimated you. I gave you 5 years. Why are you here now?" The door disappears, revealing the entire scene inside the room and the stern man standing with his back to Jane on the upper floor. Jane thought he had heard about it, that his father's sword aura could completely defeat an opponent. When using a sword created from aura, he almost reached the point of merging with the sword and the person. "He's more compassionate than I thought." "Don't make me ask again, Jin Dankan Black," he said sternly. Jin smiled and replied that visiting his father also needed a reason, as if his inner thoughts were unconsciously suppressed by the aura of the person before him and unintentionally spoken out. "I came because I wanted to see you." The clan leader looked serious and thoughtful at his son's answer that he wanted to meet me. "I haven't heard any child say that before, and it's not too bad." He's somewhat pleased. Chief Ken's voice sounds so stupid. "Going abroad to study must have given you that kind of family love, huh?" Jane slightly denies it, saying, "I didn't study outside. I always loved my father." The atmosphere suddenly changed, making Jane feel something was off. Everything around him began to be enveloped by a burst of red energy. He sensed something was wrong and thought it was a killing intent. Jin was dissatisfied with himself, thinking, "Damn it, what did I say wrong? Damn it, I almost laughed." He replied, "I didn't expect you to say that." The tense atmosphere around them suddenly stopped. He continued, "Enough with the games. Tell me directly what you brought me." Jin replied to the vice head of the Jipo clan, the one mocked by his father at the banquet, "Andre Jipo has died." So the clan leader asked, "Did your son kill him?" Jin already recounted the incident, right? Sister Luna handled him, and you were the cause of that. Is that so? "All right, sit down. I will listen to what you have to say," clan leader Ken said sternly to young Jine. "From Kin to B, in this short period of time, you have indeed encountered many things. But the reason you came all the way here is because Jippo's right hand has died, and surely there will be chaos within those bastards." Jin heard that and just replied with that, "Is that all? Andre probably isn't that guy's real right hand." Although part of it is because her strength is very formidable, considering her position as the only vice head of the family capable of threatening the Kanan household. That guy isn't even worthy. Of course, everything is just my intuition. The clan leader listened quietly and attentively to his words. He calmly replied in a soft voice, "You are very right. As you said, that bastard is only the deputy clan leader, but that doesn't mean we can conclude he's the second strongest person there. The one holding the greatest political potential is the next. Although this is not something I can tell you right now, your words, mixed with a bit of encouragement, confirm that your intuition is correct. I'm already very grateful, and I haven't even told you the most important thing yet." He replied, and it was Jin's somewhat serious voice saying that those bastards had used a strange relic. Clan leader Ken responded to the relic. Jin continued, "Yes, and Andre called it the Demon God Stone. As I understand it, that is a copy of the primal stone created by the gods a long time ago. At least that's what I've heard. The original stone, Does the clan leader suspect Murakhan told you?" Hearing the clan leader say that, I was a bit surprised. Jin asked in surprise. So you knew all along, and the chief replied, don't you think I also know that I know? Of course I know you can use mana. Do you really think you can hide that? You keep talking, saying, well, of course I knew you knew, but I didn't realize you also knew about Murakhan. Hearing this, Chief Ken gently smiles, crossing his arms firmly in front of his chest, then burst into laughter. So, just as you said, the story about Murakhan is only my speculation, yet you revealed it so easily that Jin was startled. The clan leader continued. Nabidan Khanan, who would think that the great black dragon would fall from the divine platform and become an ordinary house cat? All right, so it's a clone of the original stone. This time, the piece of cake I got is quite big and tough to chew. I need to talk to Luna about this first. Jin here keeps thinking about what she has discovered and what her formidable father just said. Although she doesn't know the exact limits of that Jipo clone, its power is truly dangerous. I wonder if the Dark Sea King knows about this. After all, those are just fragments of the primordial stone. If he finds out, he'll probably do something. I'll have to go to the Dark Sea again. Chief Ken looked sternly at his mischievous son and said, I won't punish you for this mistake again, but you probably won't be satisfied with just this, right? Tell me what you want to go to. Hearing what he wanted to hear, Jane immediately spoke up. Just a small matter? That free city over there, don't let any other dark family member step into that place. He replied, that is where you secretly built your lair. Fine, but you must pass my test first. The secret master of Tan, the demon sword Kasamiya, to prove himself to me, must conquer this person. Hearing the name mentioned, Jin was a bit startled. He smiled softly, and the clan leader added, if you succeed, no member of the Black Hunter house will be allowed to set foot here, unless you permit it. He smiled and set a maximum time limit of 1 year for Jin to act. But that bastard still refused the teaching position at the Black Hunt. Prove to me that you can even capture that arrogant bastard. As soon as the village chief finished speaking, the demon sword Kasamiya appeared and stood upright before him. Kasamiya, confused and still clueless about what's happening, looks bewildered, while Jin stands behind him with a smug smile. Chief Ken also seemed to realize what was happening unexpectedly in front of him. He responded accordingly. That's how it is, you arrogant bastard. Kasamiya looked at the person in front of him with a hint of suspicion. This is the strongest swordsman on the entire Kyrandan Kandan continent. Is this the power of the strongest, or do I just feel so uneasy just facing him? Kasamiya clenched his fists and said firmly to himself that he was just a guest of Jin. There's no need to fear Lord Ken, clan leader Ken said, breaking the silence that was enveloping the surrounding atmosphere. So, you are the sword demon Kasamiya. Hearing his name called, Kasamiya bowed 90 degrees and saluted the person in front of him before replying. Please don't call me by the sword name. Using this title in front of you, Ken, would be too embarrassing. Jin also stepped forward and respectfully addressed the father, who then responded. Jin calmly and respectfully advised him. If we talk about your relationship with Lord Kasamiya, it's as if it was destined for us. And since I've proven my connection with Lord Kasamiya, it's time for father to keep his promise. As Jin spoke each word, Kasamiya behind him was panic-stricken with each wave of fear. He thought, Jin, if you start talking about those fateful things here, Kasamiya begins to imagine each scene vividly. Chief Ken sneered and said, so you share the same fate as a blackguard, huh? Then Tan is definitely a treasure of the blackguard. He thought to himself that he would say that. Then another image of the clan leader appeared, saying, fate is predestined. So Sel and Tan probably can be like that too. Kasamiya's mind keeps racing, or making those kinds of conclusions. Damn it, that means Tan's independence remains, despite Jin's mischief and Kasamiya's chaotic inner turmoil. Did I deceive you? That doesn't make sense, I was just lucky. He pondered for a moment. He said, that's enough. You can go now. From now on, no member of the Jiankan clan is allowed to set foot in Tian without your permission. Jin was a bit surprised and couldn't believe what he just heard from his stern father. Kin Khan carefully placed one hand on his chest and bowed his head, saying, I thank you, sir. Kasamiya thinks to herself, from now on we will be bound by the same fate forever. Captain Ken continued to make requests to him. If there is nothing else, you may go outside. Because I have something personal to discuss with Kasamiya. Hearing Kasamiya, Jane was a bit surprised. Kasamiya bowing his head to accept the order, then thought that everything was about to end, and no longer related to him. Jane turned to leave and said, I will wait outside the mansion. Kasamiya was a bit panicked, thinking desperately, wait a moment, Jin? Not wanting Kasamiya to wait long, Chief Ken stepped forward and finally spoke to him, and Kasamiya heard the commanding voice of the man echoing, trembling. A cold shiver ran down his spine. He gently looked back. Chief Ken, full of energy, radiates a dangerous aura surrounding Kasamiya. He makes a proposal for us to have a little talk. Kasamiya, trembling with fear, replied in a trembling voice, It is my honor, healing magic. As Guyan was walking, suddenly a voice called out from somewhere. Little brother. Two young men run over from a distance. The black-haired one asks, "Little sister? Are you the silver-haired one, and are you okay?" Jin seemed to realize the two people in front of him were speaking. "To Hyung, or Tona speaking, it's me. Why did you do such a thing? What did Dad say? Can you forgive me and let me live?" Jin thought that since the situation seemed tense, they must have been hiding in the bushes watching. "So you made a request to them? Can you help me with this one thing?" What did Tona immediately respond to? Jin started explaining, but it's not that serious. "You also know the young soldiers in my group, so please keep an eye on them until I return." Then Jin continued on. "Here." Tona immediately called out, "Wait. It's just my faction. Let's not talk about that for now. I'm not waiting here." "Tona, as soon as you finish speaking," he replies, "since when have you all been worried about me like that? Do I really rely on you guys that much?" Tona was a bit displeased and told Hay that she still acted as carefree as ever when meeting their father, and Hey Tona, seeing this, responded as usual. "That guy really is a bit scary. Everything, including his words and demeanor as he walks away, seems too familiar to them." On the other side, a voice called out, "The youngest." Jin just arrived and replied, "Yes, sister. I think you should go see your father. He has a few questions he wants to ask about that day." "You're hinting at something." Luna looked a bit surprised. "Little sister, don't you realize what's going on right now? Are you just ignoring us?" Jin replied, "I'm sorry. This time it's really serious, and I can't explain it to you easily." Mew was startled and a bit angry. "What do you want to say?" "That arrogant bastard, how dare he?" Kasimiya suddenly appeared and said that, "So you're here?" Jinjin looked at the person who called his name and replied, "Are you having a good chat?" Kasimiya smiled slightly, feeling a bit satisfied, and said, "That's fine. It also ended quite well. Thank goodness Mew is still shouting over here. That outsider dares to walk straight in like that? What kind of behavior is that? You dare to do that in Kade's garden?" Without waiting for Mew's anger, Luna, standing nearby, immediately ordered loudly. She continued, "It seems the clan leader has already handled this matter, so we have no right to interfere anymore." Mew was a bit dissatisfied. Dian immediately said, "Sister, you've been through a lot. I always cause trouble for you." Luna smiled and replied, "It's okay. Just saying thank you is enough." He cheerfully said, "Thank you for your help." Luna understood that it might be time for her to ask him directly. Jin replied, "Yes, this time I plan to go back and focus on training." Luna was a bit worried, but still responded, "Take care." Then she turned away. Jin's words made Luna startle and turn back. Jin on this side smiled contentedly and continued, "See you next time, brother, sister." Then they split up in different directions with their allies to go to the places that truly needed them. A month later, at Kasimiya's underground training ground, the 30th fight between Jinjan Kandon and Elisa Beer, marking Jin's 30th defeat. A voice rang out once more, just once more. "Please." Jin smiles excitedly, makes a request, and the 31st round is about to begin. In early August 1795, the Jipo family officially announced the deaths of Andre and Vuletta, but since they did not disclose the cause of death, many rumors began to spread. Some say they were killed in an internal conflict, others say they died fighting the guild, and there are rumors they were assassinated for offending King B, but the most credible rumor is that they died in battle against the Van Kanen family. People began to speculate that the battle between Kanen and Jipo would soon happen, and started debating whether swords or magic would have the advantage, with the answer to be revealed. As the balance of power shifts to one side, Ken and Khan are discussing in the study. He turned to look out the window. A servant hurried in to report, "Master, today the Prince of the Sukan Kingdom and 5 second-rate mercenary groups sent gifts asking for our help." Ken raised his fist in front of him and calmly ordered to return the gift and accept their request, promising to give a good sword to the Dukan Kingdom, confident that he would inherit the throne. The servant bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, I will send an 8-star knight there." Ken closed his eyes, unsure whether he was satisfied or feeling something else. This was all the result of the youngest son's mischief on one of Bond's islands. It has completely taken control of this family, truly arrogant. "Khan, you called." Khan stood to the side with a serious face. "Yes." Ken took the coat and gave instructions. "I'm heading to the Black Sea. If Casimir sends a letter while I'm away." He puts on the familiar lion-patterned black coat and smiles. "Then bring it to me." Ken's voice echoed once more, reminding him as if afraid Khan might forget. "Remember." Khan remains perfectly upright, slightly bowing his head in response. Elsewhere, the sound of wind howling echoes through the space. Jin swings the sword in his hand and strikes down. He then raises it high again, delivering a powerful slash, the blade rushing down so fast it screams through the air like a storm. His eyes sparkled as the sword just stopped, and the swirling winds around him had yet to settle. Jin gasped silently, thinking to himself that even after 1,000 swings, it still felt like the first time. I'm still too weak. I grit my teeth, sweat pouring down like a stream. If it weren't for Luna, I would have died there. I have already regressed and reached 5 stars in both swordsmanship and magic. I will soon reach 5 stars in throwing weapons, but thinking about what might happen in the future, I still feel it's not enough. Jin clenched the hilt of his sword, his hand bleeding, but he still wanted to keep training. I have to become stronger. My father gave me 5 years. I need to surpass my older siblings within that time. Kazmia steps in to stop him. Please, stop. Young Master Jin, he warned him. If you're like this every day, even with the innate strength of the Kanden family, you wouldn't last long. Ania beside him looked surprised when she saw Jin. Oh my God. Young Master Jin. You put away your sword and looked at the two people. Your hands are full of wounds. Enya and Kazmir. Enya hurriedly ran over and took Jin's hands. Your hand is all scratched. What should we do? You're bleeding so much? Kazmir also stepped forward to advise me. I understand. You can't wait any longer. Even though no one your age can compare to you, your opponents won't be any ordinary either. But young Master Jin's impulsiveness is the worst. It only makes you go against the path you've chosen. Jane silently watched Enya using magic to heal him. Jin awkwardly bowed his head and smiled. I'm really embarrassed, I know that, but avoiding it isn't easy at all. Kazmir speaks softly to comfort him. There's nothing to be ashamed of. No one can train as much as you in a day. You're amazing. On the training floor, long streaks and drops of blood mark Jin's efforts. Kazmir can't deny Jin is very dedicated. He suggests changing the training method to something that would calm him down. Jin, are you surprised that I can stay calm? Kazmir calmly shares his thoughts. That one-on-one fight with someone stronger than him. Jin paused and looked at him. Are you saying be yourself, Kazmir? Kaya pauses for a moment. What do you think? I slide my finger to draw the sword from its sheath, even though lately what I show in front of you has been quite disappointing. Kazmir solemnly draws his sword, ready to fight, as energy from the blade swiftly spirals into the surrounding space, leaving long streaks behind just from his actions. But I am a sword demon. Once you're stable, we'll fight. He bows his head and retrieves his sword as the surrounding fog gradually dissipates. Now go and fight the strongest descendant of Tan. A hand carrying the little girl reaches out. Oh, it's been a long time since I saw my husband's sword again. Alicia gently holds Julia, smiling happily. Kazmir approaches his wife and daughter, then turns to look at Jin. 6 months. You have to defeat my wife in that time. Swordsmanship, magic, or hidden weapons, use everything you've got. Young Julia nervously looks at her mother. Mom, you will fight Jin. Alicia gently looks at her child. Julia is not fighting, but nurturing relationships. The innocent girl said, What is that? I don't like fighting at all. Alicia smiled brightly. So, Julia, if Mom and Jin fought each other, who would you support? The girl quickly replied, Of course it's Jin. Alicia was surprised. What do you mean? Julia, you should support your mother. Jin quietly observes his opponent, Alicia Beer, from the side. Aside from her stamina, she doesn't seem very strong, but Jin is weak. Mom said you should always stand with the weak and those who struggle. Alicia burst out laughing. Don't pay attention to the young master. My daughter doesn't know how to lie. Jin could only force a nervous smile and say, It's okay. Alicia looks at Jin seriously and says, Then let's agree that the fight will be after I finish working and having dinner. Every day for the next 6 months. Jin was startled. Every day? Would that be too much of a bother for you? Alicia. Kazmia bows her head in anticipation. Alicia burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, young master. Everything will be over quickly. Her face shows a dangerous expression. 2 days later, Jin and Alicia stand face to face on the arena. Alicia looks much taller than him. Jin looked at his opponent, wondering if she was a fighter. Alicia, wrapping tape around her hand, spoke up. Before we start, I have something to say. She seriously warned Jin, saying I am a former member of the Bond Special Forces team, and once you're in the Special Forces team, there's no room for patience, so even if you lose, don't be discouraged. Alicia's eyes gleam with danger. Are we starting now? Jin bends down to grab the sword hilt, adopting a ready stance. 6 months. There's a reason behind it. I won't let my guard down. Alicia suddenly appears in front of Jin, clenches her fist, and charges forward. Jin is a bit surprised by her speed. A heavy collision creates a thick fog in front of Alicia. The smoke gradually disperses. Jin blocked Alicia's punch with his sword, the dark mask covering his face. Alicia stepped back in surprise. Did he really block it? Jin raises his sword, his face hidden behind a mask so Alicia cannot see his expression. The scene before her makes her wary and frown. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out, forcing Alicia to shield her eyes. She lowered her hand and looked at Jin with a cold gaze. He crouched down, pulling the sword's hilt back, one hand still on the blade, then charged forward, thrusting the sword with great force toward Alicia. But she managed to bend down and dodge just in time. Alicia immediately spun around, her fist clenched and aimed at Jin. "Will you call a doctor?" "Of course." Alicia throws a punch directly at Jin, knocking him into the air as night falls, and a voice echoes in the space. "I was surprised, young master. I thought you wouldn't be able to attack a second time on the first day." Jin looked up at the person opposite him. "You didn't put much force into your first move. Did you try to weaken the ground before we fought?" Alicia sips her tea and looks at you as Jin responds slowly. "So you've figured it out," Alicia complimented. "Very meticulous indeed. I only realized at the end of the fight, and what is the light during our battle?" "That was the first time I saw magic like that," Jin explained calmly. "It is an ancient magic called the flash curtain. Before we started, I had it wrapped around my sword. Still, it's useless. I guess tricks like that can't succeed." Alicia brings the teacup to her lips. "Trickery? What do you mean? Normally it should be called a tactic, right?" She silently marvels to herself that his victories over stronger opponents are not just luck but stem from opportunities and disruptions created by careful calculation and anticipation. Because he used it during a one-on-one fight, I really respect him. But if it were a real battle, I could clearly read my opponent's expressions. Alicia glances at Jin, who is holding a teacup with both hands, while Jin is lost in her own thoughts. "This is the first time I've completely failed in this life after trying every possible strategy. Could it be because she comes from Department B? In 6 months to defeat her, we both look at each other and smile dangerously. Facing her in 6 months will be quite an experience." Outside Casimir's door, he stood listening to their conversation with a faint smile, his hand still taking notes. 1 month after May 22nd, 1795, in a non-protected area in the eastern continent, also known as Black Sea, a large, spiky creature let out a painful cry, its elongated, thorny body resembling a spiny larva collapsing. Far behind the dust and smoke, a black lion cloak appeared with a sword deeply embedded in the ground. Khan, supporting himself with the sword and panting, opened his mouth and said, "The clan leader is the knight who protects Khan." Behind Khan, countless monster corpses are piled up chaotically. Mr. Chiron is in front, his expression unclear. He beckoned Khan over and respectfully handed him the letter with both hands. "This is Casimir's letter, received 10 days ago." Ken solemnly tears the letter in his hand and respectfully presents it to Sir Ken, the honorable blacksmith. "A humble knight from a humble city humbly requests your attention. I'm sorry I can't express my gratitude and feelings right now. It's currently nighttime in Tychon. The stars shining brightly against the dark sky seem to sing to me about the greatness of Lord Chiron. For me, Casimir Anfrion, a humble swordsman." Ken clenched the letter in his hand and said sharply, "He seems to be very sensitive." He frowns angrily. Khan speaks up. "I will tell him to shorten it." Ken raises an eyebrow. "When will he report to me about the youngest?" Suddenly he burst into laughter, chuckling. Khan looked at Ken with confusion. "I wonder what the youngest child is doing on a remote island? I know that recently he has been beaten by Casimir's wife. The first one-on-one fight ended in 3 moves. The second match lasted 5 moves, the 7th 10 moves, the 12th 25 moves, and the 13th it endured 10 moves. This letter mentions the 14th match." Khan spoke. He has lost a lot. He wondered to himself if he found it interesting that the young master kept losing. Mr. Kieran continued, surprising Khan. "Casimir's wife is from Bond's 2nd Special Task Force." I quickly intervened. "I believe that Special Department is not someone the young master can face just with luck." "Congratulations," Chief Ken raised his step proudly. Moreover, in the 14th match, where it was written that he endured 120 moves, he broke his own limit. If it's the eldest, I would have handed over the family to him without regret. But it's a pity. Khan widened his eyes and looked at him. "Chief, don't tell me that Ken only smiled about the heir." Khan was lost in thought, as this was the first time he mentioned the heir personally. There were many times he observed but never referred to anyone specifically. The reason Joshua is in that position is because Luna retreated. The chieftain never suggested him himself. He spoke up, "It's really still very difficult." "Sir," Chief Ken raised an eyebrow at him. Khan continued, "Although his progress is remarkable, just because he is suitable now doesn't mean that it is certain." Ken wondered, "Why do you say that?" Khan bowed his head and slowly gave his answer. "He is not cold-hearted, he is kind, but soft-hearted." Ken sat on the ground with his back to Khan. "You are right, in that aspect he is different." Khan said, "When necessary, a person must be able to abandon their family." Ken's back exuded loneliness. He paused for a moment before replying, "Yes, that is the nature of a Khanan person, I understand now. Go back." "Yes, Chief. But why did a letter sent 10 days ago arrive so late?" Khan blinked and said, "I tried to hurry as much as I could, but the number of monsters was too great, so I was delayed." Chiron's face darkened. He raised his hand. A sword aura appeared. A loud sound echoed. A long, clean slash cut through the ground, and rocks around flew and collided. Small patches of earth gently fell as Kieran sheathed his sword energy and said, "I guess this will do. Next time, try to arrive a day earlier." Khan silently looked at the path Kieran had carved in front of him. "Yes, Chief." A figure collapsed to the ground. Alicia turned her water bag and looked at Jin slumped behind her. Today is day 93. The surrounding arena was full of cracks from the fight. Alicia praised, "You're amazing, young Master Jin. I never thought you could push me back this far." "Haha. I need to try my best to finish this in 6 months." Alicia cheerfully suggested, "Let's have dessert upstairs. I heard Lachi made that ice cream." Jin propped himself up on his knees and said, I'm good for now. I still have more work to do." Alicia was curious. "Are you doing that today too?" "Of course I still have to try for a long time." Jin quickly swung his sword to practice. Alicia watched him train, secretly feeling that every duel with him made her more aware. But the young master's progress was truly extraordinary, possibly because his aura and magic were constantly increasing. She smiled, and what could make that happen was the dark power linking aura and magic, a strength gained by making a pact with a god. It's incredible. Well, no matter how amazing that power is, it only matters because of his perseverance. A diligent genius. Alicia walks up the stairs, a cheerful bag slung over her shoulder, and says, "Let's forget about the 6 wins now. I think you can beat me tomorrow." Her face filled with anticipation. The next day, Alicia's fist shot forward rapidly. Jin's sword quickly dodged away. He swung his sword forward like lightning. Alicia skillfully dodges each attack, her hands raised in defense, then ducks low and charges forward with unmatched speed. Jin suddenly appears before her, a flash of light streaking across. Alicia smugly throws a punch, her move clearly exaggerated, but her attack lands in empty air. Jin swiftly grabs his sword and dashes past Alicia like lightning. Alicia turns alert, her green mask close to her face, a clean cut appearing on her shoulder, blood splattering as she grits her teeth at the bleeding wound. The bright red liquid splattered through the air as Alicia clenched her jaw and reached out to hold her wounded shoulder. Jane panicked. "Are you okay, Alicia?" Alicia gently reassures. "It's nothing. It's just been a long time since I was seriously injured like this." Jin sheathed his sword and quickly turned around. "I'll call Inia here." The blue light of healing magic envelops Alicia's shoulder wound. Jin falls into deep thought. That attack, Alicia could have completely dodged it. Something's off about this duel. Alicia bowed her head, silently thinking she had been too complacent. When her vision was obscured by dark energy, she just assumed he would move exactly like before, so she didn't prepare to counter again. "Oh my God. Since stepping down from my position, I've really become much more relaxed." Alicia clenched her fists and muttered, to the point that it started to hinder herself. She looked up at Jin. "I lost already before the time was up." Jin calmly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. No, I think we should just treat this match as a practice run. I really can't accept this victory." Alicia sighs, knowing you would say that. She softly spoke, sincerely apologizing for her carelessness and acknowledging that she had been truly rude to him this time, but no matter how she put it, it had already happened. Jin remained silent. If it had been the Jin from 3 months ago, I wonder if I would have lost to him just the same because of my carelessness. The wound on Alicia's shoulder gradually closed, and she couldn't help but feel admiration and acknowledgement. "You're getting even stronger, are you?" Alicia silently thought, driven by a burning desire to move forward with fierce combat spirit and exceptional talent, clearing the way to the goal. Surely aura and mana will soon reach 6 stars as well, and when that happens, I will truly lose. On December 1st, 1795, a thud echoed. Jin and Murakhan walked slowly as servants enthusiastically shovel snow around them. Jin looked at the 3 boxes in Murakhan's hands with curiosity. "Murakhan, why did you buy so many cold things in this cold weather?" he said in a commanding tone. "Eating cold food in this cold weather is the best." Besides, the beard cake said she also wanted to eat it. He tightly held the 3 ice cream boxes in his hands. "Are you planning to blow up Julie's stomach with this suspicion?" Jin suddenly stopped in front of Casimir, who was holding hands with little Julia in her adorable dinosaur costume. Waving goodbye to him, Jin was surprised. "Casimir, could you spare some time to talk with me about work?" Jin looked at Casimir seriously when he heard his request. "Bisco Iveliano. The Iveliano family is increasingly declining due to a shortage of talented individuals with only one promising candidate who seems likely to become the next head. It was you who asked me to investigate that information." Casimir's voice echoes evenly through the space. little Julia sitting mischievously on Murakan's shoulder. I also want to go with Jinner. Murakan frowns and grumbles. Sit still, kid. Casimir continued his story. Before going into details, does he know about the Kinslow organization? Jin turned to reply. When I was a cadet, there was one time during a mission when I had a bit of a confrontation with them. Casimir interjected, so it's probably quick. Although I can't be certain yet that Bisco guy is very likely to be from Kinslow. Behind Murakan, he shouted in pain as Julia playfully pulled his hair. The two in front continued with their business. He visits the Kurano territory once a week, and I hear that every time he goes there, he visits a factory with a very strange name. No Moai Dep. The owner of that workshop is Buvagaston. As far as I know, he is a member of Kinslow. So you're saying those two might have a closer relationship than just owner and customer. Casimir added that for now, it's just a possibility. But every time Bisco goes there to buy bread, it seems like Buva's rank is a bit higher than Bisco's. So Jin realizes that's why he personally appeared at the Kinslow banquet. I always thought they were just a simple armed organization, but if it's a place where an 8th-level martial artist trusts and joins, Julia struggled, pulling Murakan's hair and shouting. Jin Muragan, helpless. Come on, stop right now. That kid over there? Jin is still lost in his thoughts. It's understandable, considering that those bastards from my past life dared to do such things. Isn't it true that the entire Kanenban Jipo family can't eliminate them right away? Murakan is soothing Julia on one side. Jin is busy. Just wait a moment. While trying to soothe the child on his shoulder, he accidentally hit a piece of ice on his head. Murakan angrily grabbed the broken ice and threw it precisely at Casimir's head in front. Julia nervously watched her father shout, while Casimir looked around in confusion. Murakan raises his voice to scold. How dare that kid treat his father like that? You're such a naughty kid. Jin calls him Casimir. He replied, What's wrong? Jin asked slowly. You still haven't heard anything about Spider-Lord Alu? Casimir rubs his injured head. That damn Alu guy? He has more secrets than I thought. The elite members of our 7 Colors Rainbow have searched thoroughly, but still couldn't find any information about his whereabouts before the test. It's like someone deliberately erased all this information. Jin raised his hand to his chin in suspicion. It seems I really didn't have to kill him back then. You turn to Casimir with a smile and say, Got it, you're quite efficient too. He also cheerfully replied, Yeah, it's all the organization's doing anyway. We will definitely dig deeper into this Kinslow lead for you, and if we find any information about Alu, I will inform you immediately. Thank you so much, sir. Kazamiya, I will always owe you. It's really nothing, but if you truly feel grateful, please ask Murakan to play with Julia a bit when he looks back. Lord Murakan looks very troubled and distressed. Jin puts his hands in his pockets. All right, but I don't think it'll be possible today. The match is about to start. Hey, do you want to come watch too? Casimir happily nodded. Oh, that's really impressive. I'm also very curious about Jin's achievements. Jin looked at his hand and replied softly. He was sure he would see it. Recently I discovered something new. Alisaya opened her eyes wide in shock. Huh? What's this? No, you can't. Husband? Why are you here like this? Casimir also looked surprised. Huh? I'm not allowed to come? I came because John invited me to watch, Alicia whispered. It's not that you weren't allowed to come. It's just that I didn't want you to see me lose. Casimir opened his eyes wide in shock. What do you mean? Alicia explained. Isn't that right, Jin? Anyway, it seems today will also be the last time. If possible, I really hope you will remember me as a worthy opponent. Even long after this moment, Jin gazes at the sword in his hand and says seriously, What does it mean to be a good opponent? I will remember you as a teacher and a good friend. His face showed a dangerous glint. Casimir couldn't believe his eyes. What is he talking about? Has it only been 3 months? Could it be that in such a short time he has already surpassed Alicia? Alicia is in a fighting stance on the arena, so let's get started. Jin stands quietly with his eyes closed, his face calm. Then he opens his mouth. Summoning magic forms a swirling vortex behind Yin. A surge of blue energy surrounds him, and a pair of blue feathered wings appear. Cammy's eyes widen in horror as a phoenix materializes and soars above Jin. Phoenix. The eagle-eyed phoenix is ready to fight. Phoenix, the ancient phoenixes, are a 6-star fire phoenix species. The mages will be granted the power to form a contract with anyone. However, no one knows which type of phoenix they will form a contract with, because the mages can only open portals to the fiery world beyond, so the choice entirely depends on the Phoenix Emperor selecting a worthy master. That is why all the mages desperately hope to be chosen by a special kind of phoenix, considered the rarest among them, especially the one that bears the power of blue flames. Katsuya shouted in panic, That's impossible, young master. Did you make a contract with Test? Test. Those mages who succeed in summoning Test are masters of their era. Jin temporarily summons a mask, his eyes filled with excitement. Shall we get started, Lady Alicia? Alicia prepares to defend herself. I am coming, Jin, young master. Jin raises his sword high. The phoenix beside him spreads its wings, ready to fight. Alicia concentrates her power and charges toward Jin. The blue phoenix spreads its wings straight and thrusts its leg forward. It flapped its wings forcefully, causing a patch of blue fire to erupt on the ground in front of Alicia, making her involuntarily step back. Alicia gritted her teeth as she observed the 5-star level fire magic. Moreover, a source of energy merged within the blue flames surrounding the phoenix's body. That fire carried a strange power. If I happen to touch it, my body will gradually become heavy. Alicia struggles to keep her footing. Another wave of fire attacks, and she quickly jumps up to dodge. Could it be the pressure causing this? An overwhelming force pushes my whole body down. Alicia frowns in caution. If I get hit by that attack, the amount of stamina I'll need to use will increase significantly. I need to finish this quickly. Zin appears from the smoke in front of Alicia. He lowers his stance, pulling his sword back to gain momentum. Jin silently thinks he can control the test for about 3 more minutes, and he will take her down within that time. You swing your sword, and Alicia's figure instantly moves. She steps back, clutching one arm. Alicia's eyes widen as the surrounding space shifts into a green energy. Jin spun around from above, swinging his sword from a distance down at Alicia. She quickly reacted by jumping up to dodge. Alicia is taken from one surprise to another by Yin, only able to keep astonished. A skillful sword move? No, that's wind magic. Jin bent down to analyze, and although Alicia used many different moves, they all shared one common point. The dominance. She wants to completely overpower her opponent. No matter what the situation is, she's probably trying to regain control now. Jin clenched his sword and summoned dark energy to envelop the blade. I will use it to attack. Jin leans forward and charges toward Alicia. He swings his sword down at her with both hands, but Alicia leans away to dodge the attack. Jin quickly turns his head and swings his sword again. Alicia grits her teeth and raises her hand to shield herself as Jin throws 2 elegant sword strikes directly at her, then follows up with another move. Alicia leans back to dodge as Jin raises his hand to summon a blazing red fireball. He thrusts his palm forward, unleashing a massive fire palm attack. Alicia dodges by leaning aside again. A blue light flashes behind Alicia. She turns her head. A blue vortex appears, ready to swallow her. Alicia's eyes glow red. Jin raises his sword and charges forward, while Alicia hesitates, caught in the middle. Should I dodge? No, if I do, I will have to keep defending against Jin's attacks. Then I can't let that happen. Alicia grit her teeth and forced a smile. She channels her energy, white energy, pouring into her fist. Alicia shouts, "Are you trying to prove to me that you're a demon swordsman?" Young Master Jin. Jin swings his sword. Alicia grabs the black blade with her hand. A blue flame whirlpool surrounds Alicia, but her arm holding the sword remains suspended there. The flames gradually fade away, and Alicia grabs her sword and throws a punch into the smoke, her face grim. Channeling her strength into her fist, Alicia said, "I finally caught you." She punched straight ahead. Alicia was surprised to find her hand feeling light, holding the sword with its blue flame shining at the tip, but there was no one in sight. Is he not here? No way, I am sure that's his weapon, Alicia exclaimed in shock as she looked at the sword in her hand, the hilt burning with the blue flame of the phoenix. This pressure, she raised her sword in amazement, like a Hellenvoy appearing from behind. Alicia turned her head. Damn it, you snuck up from behind again. A fist with green light surrounding it lunged forward, and Jin punched Alicia, who immediately coughed up serum blood. Alicia quietly watched the mask on Jin's face dissolve and softly said, "I suppose I should admit defeat in this match. The victory belongs to you, young Master Jin." Alicia collapses to the ground. Jin quickly turns his head and shouts loudly at Casimir, who is frozen in place. Miss Jin shouted loudly, "Please call Miss Enya, Lord Casimir." Alicia is completely unconscious on the ground. In the castle, a desperate scream rings out. "Hey, Micro B, what is it?" Let's review that again. Yes, young Master Jin truly defeated Alicia in a match. I am sure he will be surprised to have beaten Alicia. The person from Bond's special department arrived in just 3 months. Murakan and Quiquintel looked surprised with their mouths open. Murakan grabbed Casimir's shoulder and shook him hard. "No, that's not what I mean." "Jin, what did you summon?" Casimir panicked. "Forgive me." "Oh, so it was a phoenix." He summoned a test. Quant collapsed, his face heavy with exhaustion. She kept muttering to herself. "No," she shouted out loud. "No." Jin was also startled by the scream in the arena. Sitting across from Jin in the training arena, Alicia said, "I went a bit too far. Even using Aura Shield to win, and in the end, that's what caused me to lose. Who would have thought I could lose twice by getting hit from behind? When did you come up with this strategy?" Jin raised his water bag and poured it over his face without hesitation, answering, from the very first match. Does that sound too arrogant? He smiled while tousling his wet hair. Alicia also laughed. If it's young Master Jin, then that's really true. Jin stood up straight. Thank you very much for everything you've done for me. Miss Alicia, Alicia politely replied. I've also been very happy. You probably have no idea how proud I am of you. You? Alicia asked in a questioning tone. All right, young master, what do you think about defeating someone from Department B before turning 16? Moroccan shouted loudly as he ran over. Hey kid, you turn to look at him. Oh, Moroccan. I hear you, Moroccan shouted loudly. Test. Call the test now, quickly. Yang summons the test. The majestic blue phoenix blazing with fire stands before everyone. Canelo, kneel immediately. Your servant humbly requests an audience with the Lord of Flames. Moroccan scratched his head, glancing away awkwardly. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Test gets angry. The blue phoenix swoops in to peck Moroccan's head, causing him to scream in pain. Hey, wait a minute. What's going on? What's going on? I have every right to free speech. No, I am free. Okay, sorry. Casimir raised his hand to his chest in surprise, wondering why he felt so refreshed. Moroccan was still struggling and shouting, Sorry, you should say something too, right? I still need to pass on a message. Please stop. Kwai Kantel is still kneeling on the ground, her body trembling. Moroccan pleads with the kid to chase this thing away quickly. All right then. A blue flame erupts in the space. Tess disappears. Moroccan rubs his chin in frustration. Why did you suddenly hit someone? I don't know. Jin stood to the side, full of questions. He called out. Moroccan is exhausted. Oh, of course you want to know. Why does the great Moroccan have to bow before a bluebird? That's not even his true form yet. Only in the fire realm can you witness his true essence. Jin was surprised. Is that the name of the world where the phoenixes live? I also know there are other worlds out there, but this is the first time I've heard of this Hogyoi. Mura also added, Of course, because this is a term only used by gods and dragons. It's just what we call it to make talking easier, and even the highest gods don't know the true name of that place. Diane is surprised, so even the gods don't know? So that place is beyond their control. Moroccan immediately replied. That's right. That's why even the fire god Sinu cannot use the fire from the fire realm. Moroccan raises his finger. What I'm about to say now is the most important part. There used to be times when several gods gradually left the fire realm, including dragon clans like Kwai Kanel and myself, and then some people started causing trouble, making Test lose all patience. And that was the day we witnessed Test's true power. Driven by rage, Test immediately burned 5 gods and 7 dragon clans on the spot. Kwai Kan bowed his head, trembling. Jin remained silent. What? Is Test really that strong? So what kind of person would be strong enough to unleash all that power? Merkin interrupted him. That is impossible. No matter how strong you are, you cannot fully unleash his power. What you are doesn't matter. No one can fully unleash the power of an entity from another realm. That's basically a kind of balance. That's also why the gods who come to this world can't do anything significant. And for that reason, Test will never be able to unleash his full power in this world. But then again, it's a different story. Moroccan charged forward and shouted in Jin's face, Someone like you should have been burned alive. How come just summoning you was enough to get that dangerous old man into the fight already? Do you have any idea how shocked we were? What if he gets angry and sets us all on fire? No, if the old man had done that, he wouldn't have chosen you beforehand. He crossed his arms and praised you, saying he really likes you. Congratulations, young Diane. Deep in thought, the test is much greater than I expected. Sinu the fire god is the ruler of fire in the entire world, so of course before Sinukia's Wishmaker and Velongkatan, all fire-based attacks are ineffective. However, since I have already been tested, when the Kanan and Jipo clans fight each other, that blue flame of yours will be a great support. Jin smiled confidently. On the 5th day of the 5th month in 1796, another monster fell at Black Sea. Ken looked at the letter in his hand. Was it tested and chosen again? That's quite interesting, but I'm not interested in the Phoenix. And Jin's swordsmanship is only at this level. He looked at the writing on the letter. His skill has improved greatly, developing at an alarming rate. Ken clenched the letter tightly. Although I allow it to use magic and hidden weapons, it still belongs to the Black House. He called out. Yes, sir. Khan continued. I remember that John Han has a grandson. Khan replied, a grandson of the Han family. A few days ago, Than Chung just received information about him. Ken turned his back to Khan. Lucky indeed, he honestly replied. Yes. It's about the request to assassinate a pirate participating in that competition. And appearing on the participant list is Dante Hiron, who registered under a false name. The current competition seems to be a contest among pirates. I also remember that 10 years ago, Mary was the one who ultimately won. Kieran recalls slowly. Khan also continued, that was the young lady's first victory. 2 months later, he challenged him again. Ken ordered his subordinates to send the youngest there. Khan remained silent. Khan continued, if there are so many witnesses, it won't be able to use magic or hidden weapons. It will have to use its own sword to win. Fighting a genius, refining their swordsmanship will surely make the youngest realize something. That he is a stern enforcer, so he has to prove himself with his sword. As Jin was wiping sweat, suddenly a voice called out, Young Master Jin? Casimir held up a piece of paper happily, looking at him. Come here and take a look. What is it? Casimir cheerfully replied, it's an application to join the current competition. What do you mean? That's a pirate's playground. Why all of a sudden? This is specially prepared just for you. You've been so diligent lately. According to the Seven Rainbow Sails, Denante Ha'an from the Hairan family is also participating this time. You probably know that his grandfather is the current head of the Hairan family, John Han, right? He is considered to be on par with Lord Ken before becoming the head, and Denante Ha'an is his most beloved grandson. Aren't you curious to know how strong that person is? Jin pondered. I see. Are you asking again if it's really necessary to participate? Casimir was panicked. Young Master E, please don't. Think it over carefully. That person is the heir to the Han family. It's not always easy to get a chance to interact with someone like that. He waved his hands wildly, trying to persuade. Well, if Lord Casimir has brought it up, I have no other choice. I'll join as well. Jin shrugged. Casimir let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. You made a very wise decision. Young Master Jin? Jin fell into a state of deep thought. I understand now. When my father asked to speak privately with Lord Mir, he was asking him to do this behind my back? Are you trying to make him fight against the Han family's heir, implying I should put my swordsmanship above him? No, Casimir. It seems you're not just busy, huh? Jin looked at the smiling person in front of him as Casimir spoke. Oh, you have to leave tomorrow. The deadline for this is a bit tight. What do you mean you were surprised? Well, I wish you a safe journey. Kaya quickly threw the piece of paper and turned to walk away. Jin shouted in confusion. Wait a moment, Lord Casimir. The Balan Empire, an island located in the south. This is the first time I've traveled alone to a place like this since Mommy. A place even more twisted than Mammy. A tournament held in a place like this? Jin quietly observes the chaos around him among the crowd. The competition is like a fight to the death, with no restrictions on weapons, even before the match begins. You can also assassinate or poison your opponents. The grandson of the great Haran family participating in a competition like this? Is that house owner also crazy? Well, the reason doesn't really matter anyway. Jin quietly blended into the crowd on the street. Having fought him once already was a good thing. This will be a great experience. A familiar white hair and wizard robe appeared on the street. Veridin Zyper took a deep breath. Hey, this place is still as smelly as ever. He leans on his hand happily. All right, just a little entertainment. At the registration point, the purple-shirted troublemaker was nodding off, a half-empty mug of barley drink lying on the table as he dreamily jerked awake, staring at the shadow in front of him. What? Who are you? Jin replied softly. I am here to participate in the competition. The purple-shirted punk waved his hand and said, registration is closed, get lost, and if you happen to die somewhere along the way out, that's even better. Dien calmly replied, I am sure the registration is still valid until sunset. He angrily stood up, opening his yellowed mouth and shouting loudly, I'm not in the mood to fill out a registration form for you. Do you not understand, or are you just pretending not to? I'm very busy right now, so stop bothering me and get lost. Jin sneered. Ah, he stepped forward suddenly, startling him. Huh? He looked surprised at the 2 gold coins in your hand. Do you think you're doing something right? Jin punches the head chopper in the face. The gold coins in your hand fly into the air and he collapses to the ground. The bully struggles to get up, coldly urging, is this enough now? Write my name down. The bully laughed, showing off his gold teeth. Kika, he shouted. Your little brat also has guts, I like that. He pressed the pen onto the paper so hard that ink splattered onto the white sheet. All right, I'll register you here. He held out the piece of paper in front of Jane and said, your little traitor will be on table 13, take this. The people inside will gently guide you through the rest. With romance and love, I welcome you. You have entered this competition. He put on his pirate hat and grinned mischievously. He is the owner of the Southern Island, the Pirate King CMOS. He grits his teeth at this arrogant little brat. Jane Grey, list 13. He looks confident, pick a decent name, if no one else, I don't care if you throw him to the sharks. The pirate leading the way muttered as he read the notes on Jin's paper. Goodness, this year the kids participating are as numerous as ants. It's a pity you two didn't make it to the final round. I want to see you tear each other apart. Well then, good luck. You might meet in the finals, surrounded by other contestants sitting behind the iron gate, and you'll need a lot of luck. All right, this is the gathering place for Group 13. Dian looked around, seeing a few people chatting, and the pirate continued. I will meet you again if you still have your life. Someone from behind asked, What about my room? The pirate replied irritably, How should I know? Jin glanced thoughtfully, wondering why there weren't enough rooms for the contestants. Each room had 2 or 3 people. Are they trying to get the contestants to fight each other in these cramped rooms? Jin stopped in front of a room where 2 people were attacking someone else. This seems more like a survival game than a strength competition. A guy turned his head to look at you. So what if he speaks up? Who are you anyway? Another guy spoke up. Don't you see there are already 3 people here? Go somewhere else, Jin interrupted him. You hold out your sword. Now I will count to 3. You take off your cloak with a murderous look in your eyes and say coldly, When I count to 3, all of you better get out of my sight. Who is this? Wait a minute. Jane adjusts his gloves and one of them speaks, You little bastard. The thug with the forehead scar frowns angrily. A loud explosion echoed from the room Jin was standing in, drawing the attention of those outside, and 1 man was knocked out. Jin turned around with 2 fallen enemies behind him, and he grabbed his sword. Now Yin raises his sword and looks at those around him. Is there anyone else who wants to stay? Those guys sneered and charged at him. Die. Every slash of the sword cut through each person, who then collapsed after passing Jin's blade. All of them stared in shock before leaving this world. Jin raised his sword high as another person fell, and even if this place were lawless, his blood-stained blade was nothing compared to the chaos. So now he's smiling excitedly as those hungry-eyed wolves approach him. I'll have to stay up a little longer. This is a bit of a hassle. Hey kid, are you planning to kill everyone before the fight even starts? On the floor, there are bodies lying in disarray. Zin closed the book. Well, let's just consider this a small event before the main event of the day. The pirate laughed loudly. Ha! I thought you were just a cocky little brat. The captain was right. You really do have some spirit. So that's why the captain told you to join the more respectable guys. That guy just pointed back. Tables 1 and 2 will start soon, and you'll have to fight them afterward. So now if you want, you can go watch those guys fight. Follow me, I will personally escort you. He led you to the arena, just so you know. Using a sword in the spectator area is strictly forbidden, so just sit quietly. A rookie, huh? Jin looked around the arena. It's not bad at all. Are there really so many spectators? I didn't expect anyone here to recognize me, but I should still be careful and disguise myself a bit. Hey, have you heard that rumor yet? What? The thing where more than half of Table 13 was taken out? Damn it, I bet on one of them. Which bastard did this? The 2 in front of us are arguing. No, there's something else going on. Among the contestants, I heard there's a spot reserved for the crest of the Black Knight family. The 2 others keep discussing a backup fate belonging to the Black Knight family. Huh? Well, what would a member of the Blackguard do in a place like this? I overheard this while drinking with some Seamoss pirates yesterday, that among the participants there was a very outstanding young boy. So it's unlikely that someone who isn't from the Blackguard is involved. Wow, if that's true, then it could be Detna, Tona, or Jin Cannon. If it really is Jinkanian, then it's a jackpot. Yes. Today, there's a buzz, because a young person has already become a 5-star. Jin sat down next to the 2, glancing secretly and thinking, so it's because of the Black Can? I don't need to say anything, but they even know the names of Tona and the others. It's time for you 2 to let the world know your names. If they are really participating now, I will find out and make them stand guard as punishment. A dazzling yellow tooth appears. The fireworks light up the arena as a strong voice booms out. Welcome all the audience to the race arena. You're probably getting bored to death by now, right? Please welcome our pirate king, Seamoss. Com spreads his arms wide and flashes a huge smile. Around the arena, the audience cheers and calls his name, Seamoss, the pirate king. He laughs loudly. Yeah. Everyone responded to my call this year and gathered together in full force. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude properly. They shout loudly, pointing at their subordinates, igniting their spirits. At this moment, the opening ceremony begins, with each team consisting of 14 members. So far, there are 13 teams and 182 reserve fighters. The first main character to step onto today's Glory Arena, who reached the top 16 last year, is now here. The darling of the Mantis Sea pirate gang. He steps out with a gaunt, hunched figure, wielding 2 curved swords that resemble death itself. His CM points in another direction, and his opponent is a first-time contestant this year. Is there something hidden behind that youthful appearance? Let's welcome the young swordsman, a teenage boy with platinum blonde hair. He calmly bows his head as his name is loudly announced through the microphone. Everyone watched intently, and a few quickly joined in with comments. What the hell, he's just a kid with a mouthful of milk, right? I know more young people are participating this year, but even so, Jine stared intently at the teenager in the arena, thinking that only 13 or 14-year-olds would let a little kid like this join. These people are crazy. Wait a minute, kid. Jin suddenly remembered what the pirate guide had said. There's another one besides you. A small guy who knocked out the captain. Mantis, nearly twice Pao's height, smiled brightly at his opponent and loudly declared, "Then I give you permission to start the match." Mantis licked his sword with his tongue. Bao also reached out to grasp the hilt, and the shouting began. Bao struck with a lightning-fast sword slash, and Mantis's head was severed from his neck before a single drop of blood could be shed. Everyone in the arena stared in shock, their eyes wide open, while Mantis's expression was utterly disbelief. His body collapsed to the ground, and Mantis was officially defeated with just one move. The entire arena is noisy with chatter. What just happened? Did anyone see what just happened? He's holding onto his hat. Those damn pirates are probably about to go crazy. The whispers still echoed in Jin's ears. Is that guy headless? No way. Jin stared in shock at Pao, beheading his opponent with sword energy in an instant. I understand now. He's Hiren. Dante quickly snatched the sword. The referee's whistle sounded, and the match was decided in an instant. This time, the victory goes to back. A white-haired figure appears in the stands. Veridin stood up and shouted loudly, startling everyone. Yes, it was him. Now this is a real fight. It's Pao Mek. He screams like a madman. I bet everything I have left on Pao Mek. Advance to the stage is Pac. Jin looked at the person behind. Veridin Zipo. Why is this guy here? Over here, Veridin is still excitedly shouting Dante's fake name. Microphones. Everyone around turns to look happily at Veridin in agreement. Yeah, I'm also really into it. Just placing the bet on Pao Mek is enough. He quickly replied, just place it and don't worry. The mic is our future lifeline. Let's bet everything on it with the house deed. Sure. Jin frowned. Isn't he on a mission right now? You're on duty, but this is going too far. If you're caught, it'll be troublesome, so I'll just quietly slip away. Unfortunately, Veridin's gaze had already passed by you. Oh, he shouted loudly, startling Jin. Hey, what's going on here? What are you doing here? Yeah, it's been a long time. Veridin's loud voice also drew Dante's attention as he looked around and realized it was Veridin Zipo. He was still happily waving and smiling foolishly. The only time I saw him was at Jipo's banquet, in this remote and distant place, and he was still so welcoming. Dante waved happily towards Veridin. I'm also very happy to see you again, Veridin. Between the two cheerful people, Jin seems quite upset. Now, before moving on to the next battle, let's hear a few words from today's first winner. Oh, come on, Simoas. Step closer to Dante with a smile. Hello, Paul Mick. How are you feeling right now? You're greeting him, and Veridin is also surprised. I clear my throat. Well, I'm quite happy right now because I just eliminated a threat to the world. Hopefully, in the next life, that guy won't become an ordinary pirate anymore. You declare seriously. The surrounding space falls into silence. Being a pirate really isn't suitable for kids, huh? But aren't you worried that saying that will upset many pirates here? That's interesting. Kid, do your best. All the pirates who just heard your confession warmly welcome you. Kaha. Dante silently glances at CMOS. He threw his hat up and shouted, all right, for the next match, contestants, step into the arena. Return to the training hall where the contestants are. The bloodstains on the floor have been cleaned up, but the blood remains. Jin reflected that he had watched the subsequent matches, but besides Pac, no one else was noteworthy. He leaned against the wall, certain that Pac was actually Dante Harai. Despite his young appearance, such swordsmanship could only be explained by him being Hiren, and he wondered if he could win. If I use magic and dark energy, I might have a chance, but just with my sword, I'm not so sure. He looked at the orb in his hand but couldn't predict what would happen. Jin clenched his fist tightly. They announced that there would be about 3 to 4 matches each day, so my first fight will probably be within the next 3 days. So, until then, I have to overcome the darkness of this prison cell. Footsteps echo down the corridor as a small shadow walks slowly. Dry lips appear, and a face full of exhaustion emerges. The clinking sound echoes in the room as the strange enchanted rope rests in someone's palm. I'm giving it to you not to play with. It is an item that the clan leader will use when truly necessary. Please be more careful. I'm sorry, Elder. I feel more relieved holding it in my hand. Is that why you called me here? The Elder nodded and rubbed his forehead. There is an annual martial arts tournament held on an island north of the Bill Archipelago. Maybe you know about the Seamoz arena, right? The other guy looked surprised. Veridin, with limbs flailing, starts to panic. Where is he? That's the first time I've heard of it. Oh my, a martial arts tournament organized by pirates. How could I possibly know about it? Never. I'm sure I know nothing about it. The Elder clenched his fist, and I kept wondering where he disappeared to around this time every year. He continued. Danante Hyron, who participated in the festival last year and is the future leader of the Hyron clan, took part this time. The elder sternly ordered, "Go there and explore. See for yourself if you get the chance. The level of a person you will someday surpass." So I came here after hearing that, and it was great to earn some extra money. Viridin finished his reflection, grimacing. But why weren't the past 2 days filled with any exciting fights? It's great to see Dante's skills, but that's all there is to it. This year is really boring. Aren't those two subordinates who came along looking at each other? Isn't he quite pleased? Where did all the skilled ones go? Viridin hesitated as he looked at the sign in front of him. He saw the name Jane Jin Gray on the sign. Wait a minute, is that really Jin? So he's not just here as a spectator. It reminds me of Dante and Jane facing off with excitement. Here it is. Things are getting interesting. A sword is driven deep into the ground, and the knight slumps down, catching his breath. Think about the current situation. There are 147 survivors and 35 dead. With only 5 dying in the battle, the others died outside the arena. Other fighters from different tables will be here soon. I can't let my guard down. Who knows if I might get stabbed while I sleep, eyes tired and wary. I've trained without sleep since I was a cadet, but staying awake for 3 days straight is a first. The sound of footsteps makes Jin alert. He stands up with his hands on his hips and approaches without hiding his presence. It seems they are very confident in their skills. Jin brandished his sword, ready to fight as a dusty cloak swept past, and Jin widened his eyes while a tired voice echoed beside him. "Wait!" Dan Tia, looking completely exhausted, steps forward and somewhat impolitely says, "Can we talk since this is our first meeting?" Does Jin see the person in front of him as Dante Hyron? Dante speaks up. "Please, let me sleep for a bit. If you agree, I will stand guard for you tomorrow while you rest." "Hey, what's with the suddenness? Where did you come from all of a sudden?" Dante replied, "I have been observing you since yesterday and see that you are a true martial artist, so please let me." Before he could finish speaking, Dan lost consciousness. The boy was completely unconscious. Jin looked at Dante helplessly, realizing he had no chance to refuse. Do Huron not train or sleep? Jin frowned at the foul smell spreading in the air, a strong scent of blood. He probably was disturbed by many people. Regardless of that, you lift your sword as a group of people are lurking outside. Wait, I'll signal. Before he could finish speaking, Jin's terrifying face appeared, and the leader suddenly lunged, causing him to fall backward with a sword strike. You didn't hear the rumors? Anyone who enters this room must die. The group following the guy saw him collapse and were terrified. Another one raised his hand and shouted, "Wait a minute, I know already. Jin Gray, you are the one who killed all 13 members. Stay calm and listen. We didn't come here for you." Behind, someone already had an arrow knocked on their bow. He crouched down, aiming at the target. The one in front was still hesitating. "If you agree to hand over Palmeek, who just arrived," the wind whispers in Jin's ear. He turned around, a sound echoing. Jin, full of hostility, looked at the arrow he caught and lowered his voice. "Poisonous? Yeah, it's poisonous. Anyway, I did all this for a child. I don't care who's behind it all. Are you guys willing to take responsibility?" Jin raises his sword. Dantier slowly opens his tired eyes. The boy suddenly sits up and screams. Dante, panting, looked at Jin standing pensively by the door. Jin spoke. The bastards chased after him, claiming to be under the pirate's command. "Do has one eye." Dante stared in confusion as Jin spoke, the last name he uttered before dying. "They planned to make some money by cornering a black-clad civilian." Jin frowned at the boy. "Dante is happy. He protected me. A stranger, thank you very much, but oh my, a black-clad person. I'm really surprised. How did I make such a basic mistake?" Dante chuckled, and the boy suddenly froze, looking around. Where is this?" Dante continued slowly. "I should explain why I am grateful to you. I am a noble and also their target, even if I am not a black-clad assassin. Just consider me a noble from B. Sorry, I can't go into more detail." Jin nodded gently. Dante sat upright on the ground, grateful for the understanding. "I owe you my life. How can I ever repay you?" The boy kept rambling on, while Jin patiently listened. "An eye for an eye. A life for a life." Dante's blue eyes shine brightly as he sincerely speaks from the bottom of his heart. "From now on, whatever danger you face, I will protect you with my life, no matter the cost." "On my honor." Jin looks at Dante without emotion. He shook his head. "Fine. Do whatever you want. I'm going to sleep now, so please." Jin swings his sword at Dan. The kid quickly catches it. Jin, lying on his back, called me to wake up before the 13th group's match started. Dan T cheerfully replied, "Got it. Oh, protecting you doesn't count as part of the vow, so you can rest assured." Jin's snoring quickly echoed in my ear. Dan quietly assesses Jin. "He seems cold, but he protected me. a stranger at first sight. He smiled, feeling unusually refreshed and thinking to himself that he had found a good friend. A loud scream echoed through the space as the fierce, long-haired man charged forward. Dan T lowered his head and grabbed his sword hilt. The boy's sword brushed past, and a stream of red liquid flowed from the enemy's body along Dan T's blade. That guy lost consciousness and collapsed. Behind Dan T stands tall and cold as the referee loudly announces that the winner is pact. He has once again finished off his opponent with a single strike. Dan T gently sheaths his sword as the arena erupts in cheers. Shout his name, shout his name, shout his name, shout his name. The long blade sliced through the air, blood gently falling as the referee's voice rang out again, declaring the winner to be a young yet incredibly powerful individual. Jin Gray. Jin stood there proudly, sheathing his sword as his opponent lay on the ground, granted a long sleep. The crowd cheered for Jin Dan from the sidelines, watching happily while the spectators continued to chatter excitedly. The Jin Gray is pretty strong after all. He might even be stronger than Pao Meek, the troublemaker retorted. No way. How could he compare his age to the fate of the Dan Kanden family? Black Dante silently cursed to himself. I'm not part of the Dan Kanden family. The cheers echo into the arena. Jin. Are those two kids the only finalists this year? The others sneered dismissively, blaming the little brats for ruining this year's chances, until a voice rang out behind them, making both turn around. Are you just going to sit there and take it? They look pretty decent, but they're just two kids. Before the winning team's match begins, if I call in more people and turn back, the pirate guide who has been standing guard at the door all along speaks up. Forget it, you can't beat them. Jane Grey's nickname is the Grim Reaper. If you listen to the reason behind that nickname, you'll understand right away. Plus, they share the same room. You really think turning them back will work? He put his hands in his pockets and approached. I'm stopping you because you're also somewhat known. If you die before the match even starts, there's no fun left. He waved his hand and walked out of the room. One of them spoke up. Well, I guess that's it then. Let's stop here. The tall, scarred man glares with wide eyes. What? Another person replied. Let's just get out of here first. That's for the best. Luckily, for now, we don't have to face those two guys in the program. The teammate nodded. Yeah, I also don't want to die here. All right, we are the only ones who know about this. Never let CMOS find out about this. The pirate outside has heard the entire story. Are they really controlling everything to pick the winner? My family has secretly arranged this behind my back. It seems the alcohol has started to affect him. The subordinate glanced at him. So what do you plan to do? Otherwise, the competition would be incredibly boring. The viewers would definitely notice. Speak up then. This way will be better. Get rid of the whole program. I'm so sick of him turning green with anger. Because anyway, Jin Gray and Pac will be the two contestants moving on to the final round. The decent ones and the trash remaining will all become prey for the kids. The light from Dante's sword flashes in the darkness. The tall, scarred man standing in front of the young CT in the wine room orders, and by excluding those two kids, he maximizes the remaining group's frustration rate as much as possible, to such an extent that they would have to stay awake if they didn't place bets. He happily slammed his beer glass down on the table. All right. From now on, the matches will be as fast as sand until the finals. Simos cheerfully shouted, Let's go make some money. At the arena, the spectators loudly shout names, dividing into two factions. Veridin stands above, full of anticipation. One is a super rookie who caused a huge stir from the very first match, and the other is a grim reaper with the smell of blood and flesh from the first fight. He asked his two followers, Who do you think will be the winner? One of them quickly responded, All right, I agree too. I think Pac's swordsmanship is a bit more skillful. Young master, you also bet on Pac, right? Veridin sneeringly raised his voice. I have bet on John Gray 100,000 gold. The two subordinates looked panicked. What do you mean? They're worried and speak up. Young master, the odds of John Gray winning are 3 times higher. Even if Jin Gray wins, do those pirates really have enough money to pay me? Veridin said happily. Well, CMOS is a notorious pirate. Well, he owns a few islands and if he sells them. I must have kept you waiting for a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Pirate King CMOS. They are shouting for the microphone to be brought out. The others are also shouting loudly. Jin Gray, the Grim Reaper of Group 13. Where is Jin Gray? Another guy holding a glass of wine took a run-up, surrounded by countless eggs. Tomatoes were flying through the air toward the stage. I'm holding a grudge. Damn aristocrats. Next year I'll have to double the entrance fee so they know who they're dealing with. Kumas clears his throat. Skip the long-winded introduction. Just call those two out. He raises his fist in rhythm to rally the audience. Everyone also raised their fists high under the stands. Hold the microphone. The cloak peeks out through the dust and smoke. Amid the roaring cheers, Dan-T steps forward as the crowd around him shouts his fake name. Baumich, Baumich, Baumich. CMOS uses his powerful voice to keep shouting, and his opponent's side quickly buzzed with the crowd, calling out his name. Jinjin Siamuse calmly introduced himself as the god of the group of 13 young unknown swordsmen. Jin Gray. Jinjin steps out coldly, his hair billowing in the wind. A spectator shouted loudly, "I believe in you, Jean Grey. I bet everything I have on you." Turns out that voice was Veridon's. He raises both hands on the stands and jumps. Jin Gray, Jin Jine. Jin, feeling disappointed, wondered what his older brother was telling him to advance for. Jin and Don faced each other. CMOS stands between them. Now you won't have to wait long. The match begins now. Both are ready to draw their swords. They quickly teleported away from the fight. Jine stepped back, both of them only just holding their makeshift swords. Jin spins his foot to block Dante. The boy looks at Jin with a serious expression. He quickly disappeared, leaving his cloak and sword floating in midair. The sword suddenly lunged at Jin, and Jin quickly raised his sword to block Dante's attack. The two powerful swords clash, and Jin quickly swings his sword, forcing Dante to retreat. Dante shouted, "I knew these tricks wouldn't work on you, so raise your sword and focus your energy on the blade. This time I will play seriously." Jin also grasped the hilts of the swords with both hands. He stands ready and shouts, "Bring out everything you've got." The two stare at each other, their eyes filled with hostility. As they clash, the moment the two swords collide, a powerful energy erupts around them, and a loud explosion echoes, shaking the ground. The space blurs from the shockwaves created by Jin and Dante. The audience gasps in amazement. A joyful smile spreads across her face as she watches the scene below the arena. The two swords clash, each wielding a flame completely opposite to the other. Both of them step back. Dante grips his sword tightly with both hands. The kid swings his sword with an excited look on his face and charges forward while Jin raises his sword high. Jin keeps his eyes on his opponent, quietly assessing that Dante's first strike is definitely the fastest, but he only accelerates when necessary, so he can allocate his strength wisely. If that's the case, Jin quickly slides to the side. Dante smiles happily. "I have to keep up with this pace," Jin thought to himself. The two continuously unleashed powerful and decisive moves, with long streaks of smoke flashing across the arena from their every move as the excited crowd shouted loudly. "Charge forward," someone holding their head. "This is crazy. Who would have thought we'd see a battle like this in this damn place?" The man in front keeps shouting and attacking him. "How's the kid's fight going?" Veridon stands above, watching intently, his hand clenched around his own arm as Dante excitedly chats with Jin. "You did well, Jin Gray. But if you have anything else to do, go ahead, because I am about to." Jin is stunned as Dante gently slips behind Yin. Faster than that. Jin quickly stomps his foot. He bends down to dodge Dante's attack, then turns around with a determined look in his eyes. Dante's sword techniques are unleashed, and the two of them clash as their swords sweep past each other. Jin spat out a mouthful of blood, and Dante was startled, glancing at him. Another explosion echoes out. Before Jin can react, Dante charges in again, swiftly unleashing a flurry of sword strikes circling around Jin. The audience cheers excitedly. "That's right. Keep going. Yes, keep fighting him so the betting fools can be sent back to the chicken coop. Just a little more, just a little more," Dante silently concluded inside. "Yes, this is your strength, devastating swordsmanship and innate physical ability to execute it. He is showing endurance beyond that physicality. He's doing this on purpose." As expected, he also used the fake name Jane Dan Kan Den. Jin gritted his teeth, blocking each of Dante's sword strikes. The kid rushes forward, but it's all over now. He has made a mistake. The sword swings straight toward Jin's precious neck. Jin suddenly turned, and his eyes flashed with a strange, dangerous light, making Dante freeze in shock. Suddenly, Dante leapt back. The entire audience was stunned, and even Veridon couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. "What do you mean? Why did he suddenly step back?" Dante gasped and stared intently at Jin. "What just happened?" A drop of sweat slowly dripped down his cheek. "At that moment I was cut. I will be cut by something." The boy quietly senses the power surrounding Jin. Jin grits his teeth, clutching one shoulder, and says, "Oh no. I accidentally revealed some killing intent. Things are getting serious now." Jin suddenly pulls off his cloak and softly says, "My strength is here." Jin raises his sword high and strikes down powerfully. Danda raises his sword to block, his legs giving way. The powerful strike made Dante grit his teeth as he used all his strength to defend himself. Each swift, straight sword stroke descended like lightning. Danda could only raise his sword in front of his face to defend. It's not just a straightforward strike. The power of every move is the same. Without a single mistake, Dan's mouth gasps out a stream of bright red liquid. You kneel down, damn it, I lost from the very beginning? No, if I go any further, I will kill him. Jin Kanan's expression darkens as he lowers his sword, dust billowing up to obscure the view. Jin coldly said, his sword stuck into the ground. Don't joke around. Are you really going to hesitate in front of me? I am Jin Kanan. Jin looked up with a serious expression. Don't disgrace this fight. The sword stops above Dante's head. Jin calls out to Dante. Han, making the kid surprised. Dante chuckles and points his sword at Jin. All right, the two stand facing each other. Dante continued, I've already shown you my bad side, Jin. Don't scold me. Will you take me with you? Jin smiles. Jin raises his sword. The two gently touched their swords together as if making a vow, then raised their blades high in front of all the pirates present. Both Jin and Dante felt respect for each other as their swords clashed. From the slightest movement of their toes, both slowly and steadily advance with focused eyes. Nothing can break their concentration on the battle. And then, in an instant, they both prepare and charge straight at each other. On the dusty ground, a thick fog of dust swirls rapidly as the two swordsmen charge at each other so quickly that witnesses can only see fleeting shadows of them and truly cannot keep up with their power. When the two swords clash, they carry a great power. Both are trying with all their strength, as if their honor as swordsmen depends on finding their opponent. Their swift and precise sword strikes make the battle resemble a painting depicting the world's top fighters, evenly matched. Wounds begin to appear on their faces from moments of distraction and the pressure of sword energy attacking from all directions. Through that, Dante has a relentless attack and dominance. In contrast, Jin's sword is powerful and graceful, countering Dante's strength. In a moment of distraction, Jin rushes in front of Dante. Jin's attack causes Dante's sword to counter that force and then be sent soaring into the sky. Quickly, Jin concentrates his strength into his hands and launches a powerful attack at Dante. Sensing the danger, Dante quickly dodges and then counterattacks with a slash aimed at Jin. But Jin dodged it. Seizing the opportunity, Jin counterattacked with a sword strike, making it difficult for Dante. He has reached his limit. With Jin's battered body, how can he endure the same condition as Dante? Dante Hiron, he is a once-in-a-century genius. A talent blessed by the gods, but born with a fragile, weak body that holds back his abilities. He is deep in hell because of this cursed damnation. That's what I know. That's why I can feel it. Danton. His loneliness through the endless darkness. Jin takes a running start and leaps. His disappointment when looking at his small body, attacking directly at Dante and being countered by him. Despite the difficulty, Dante still tries his best to defend his honor as a strong swordsman facing a rival. Your effort on the brink of death. Dante uses the centrifugal force of his sword after blocking Jin's attack to reach the place he belongs. To Dan's thoughts about Jin Kanan, the 13th child of the Black House, born with a silver spoon, healthy body, talent, everything, but what I feel is despair. Jin and Dan still face each other with tension. Why are you so pitiful and hopeless? Is it because of anger? Because you are the youngest? Because you are not on the inheritance list? No, not those stupid reasons. I see nothing anymore. I just want to become the strongest person, that's all, and I wonder how much longer I have to endure to reach where I belong. I don't remember anymore. Both of their stamina is running out, and their battle is nearing its end as they unleash all their strength. How many times have I been disappointed? How many times have I given up? The sword paths of both of them clashed almost endlessly, and how many times have I gotten back up? I don't remember those things anymore. Dante sensed a change in his body. Ugh, you vomited a stream of blood in front of Jan, who is now stunned by what he sees. What? Dante's body. Looking at Dante, Jin felt as if he was facing a serious physical problem. His body was cracking, and the muscles on Dante's body broke apart in that moment. But to draw the sword back just because of that would be a disgrace to you. Even though Jin feels very sorry for Dante, the honor of a swordsman when facing an opponent does not allow them to sheath their sword again, no matter what condition they are in. Damn it. To push back Dante, Jin's face showed a deep bitterness because the issues with Dante's body had affected his fight. Damn it, Dante has failed. His consciousness was knocked out along with his sword. Damn it, he grips the sword with both hands, Jin bitterly realizing that his victory was due to luck. I'm sorry. Jin advances to attack Dante with the sword of power while Dante is helpless. Please understand. The sword of speed rushed forward and stopped just above Dante's neck while he had no means to resist. Humph. Holding the sword in hand, he carefully observes his current condition. Ha ha! Dante's satisfied smile and his triumphant attitude towards the fight. He is panting as his sword has been lowered. This is fun. Jin's eyes now look unusually tense. Dante lies collapsed on the ground beneath Jin's shadow. Calling for a healer, Jin turns around and shouts loudly at the pirate captain. Suddenly, Veradine Jipo jumped down from the stands into the arena next to Dante. After assessing Dante's condition, it was worse than I had thought. Upon hearing that, Jin suddenly turned around and looked at Veridin with an incredulous expression. Don't worry, Jin. A sealing spell cast through Veridin's magic. The fiery magic radiates with an incredibly intense power. I will definitely make him live. Thousands of tiny magic droplets radiate outward from Veridin's palm, as Veridin Jin anxiously watches him struggle to harness his power, beads of sweat on his face, and a forced smile. Don't worry, just look, it's what I wanted to say, but it's too late now. It's beyond what magic can heal. From behind Veridin, Jay sees his power pouring out, engulfing Dan's entire body. Not only his bones, but also his internal organs are damaged. Above all, his aura is also in a frenzied state and uncontrollable. Lying on the ground, Dante's expression had improved, but the remnants of the battle and the pressure on his body still remained. The healing spell only prolonged his pain. But this is the only way for him to survive. Listen carefully, Jin. Veridin suddenly said something that confused Jin, unsure of what Veridin's plan was when he said those words. This is a secret between the three of us. Veridin takes out from his neck an item that looks like a pendant containing some mysterious liquid. Suddenly, a knight from the Jippo family charged into the arena right next to Veridin. Young master, it can't be used here. The urgency of that knight about Veridin Zippola using something that, if revealed, would turn the world upside down. Shut up. Come here and cover us with your cloak. Veridin Jip angrily orders his knight, and without hesitation, the knight covers his face and uses his cloak to hide Dante and Veridin from everyone's view. Jip. When he saw the symbol on that person's cloak, the Pirate King's eyes widened in shock and fear. What, the Jippo family? Why is a member of the Jippo family here? The chatter of pirates and arena participants grew loud and became a topic of discussion. They came here to kill Palmika. Damn it. If we get caught standing on the high platform, the Pirate King will lose patience with the current chaotic situation in his territory. We will die. Everyone reacted quickly to that information. He clutched his hat tightly on his head. He shouted loudly, ordering everyone to cover their ears and close their eyes. Everyone obeyed, or they would face trouble with the Jaipo family. That guy knows how to react quickly, right? Veridin Jaipal smirked sarcastically as he looked at the guy who was clueless about what was happening in the stands while holding and preparing to use the item in Veridin's hand. That's my gift from the family. Holding the item in his hand, he exudes a sense of power and pressure. Do you know about Numerous's blood? Jin's face turned surprised because Veridin Ziapole was holding one of the rare items with significant political influence of the family. Numerous, right in front of the founder of Vankila Sanctuary, the Hope God, had been killed in a horrific event. Numerous shed 8 tears and hundreds of drops of blood for that event. Tears revive the dead, and blood heals all wounds and diseases in an instant. And then they became the subject of gossip, and it was an invaluable treasure. Major organizations like the Jippo family scoured everywhere to find them. And now, it's a divine legacy only remembered in legends. Are you planning to use it on Tent E? Standing behind and wondering, Jin asked Veridin. That's why I told you to keep it a secret, Veridin replied. Why is that? Isn't there a bad relationship between the Jipol and Han clans? Why did he go that far? Veridin still kept an unreadable expression about his decision. You understand too, right? But then Aden lifted Dante's neck and let him use Numerous. There was a sense of calm on his face. Jin stood behind, watching his actions. Losing an opponent is like losing a friend. The droplet of blood stops moving and is placed into Dante's mouth. A blinding light erupts from Dante's body. Standing there watching it happen, Jin couldn't help but marvel. The light from him was so bright that it seemed to be the true shield, hiding his actions even better than the knight's cloak. Lying on the ground, Dante's body shone brighter than ever, with thick streams of light emanating from him and passing through everything around him. Suddenly, Dante's mouth opens and moves. Raise! Jin's face remained cold and emotionless, but it seemed he had discovered something. Meanwhile, Veridin's smile grew brighter than before. It's as if he had anticipated everything that would happen. Waking up, Dante struggled to ask as if he had just awakened from a long sleep. What's going on? Thank goodness it seems there are no side effects. Veridin Zipo, what are you doing here? Jin is in danger. The participant and everyone watching remain frozen in place because they don't understand. Everything is as miraculous as a miracle. Numerous's blood has almost brought the dead back to life. Veridin, you use this for that reason only. Then to Dante and Jin. Veridin says tensely, the cost of using this is very high. You know it. Both Dante and Jin were surprised by Veridin's words. He is placing his hand on his face with a dangerous smile. Numerous, he used it on me. Dante became panicked and shouted, how can I repay this? Furthermore, he is a member of the Jippo clan. His condition is that Jin becomes tense and lost in his thoughts. First, Jin, you will do it. Veridin raised his hand and pointed a finger down to the ground. An hour after this is over, Veridin extends his hand to Jin, smiling with one eye closed as he talks about it, acting as if nothing important just happened between them. You're going to stay here for a while longer, right? I won't accept any excuses. Jin looked at Veridin in disbelief, his face both confused and serene, with no trace of defensiveness left. And when you meet me again, don't pretend to be a stranger, understand? Jin bowed his head to the ground, took a deep breath, and smiled happily. Veridin Zipo, I used to think he was a fool. He's a super cool fool. I will think about it. Jin and Veridin high-fived like old friends despite the tense relationship between their families. In a small room, the light from the center illuminates the entire area where the three of them are sitting together. The light above the door is still shining brightly. Diane, you're really something. On the table, there's a bag of gold next to a large piano that is carefully locked. How could you take both prizes when they said you only received one? Jane is holding a large beer glass with a bandage on his face. Jin is really patient talking to Dante and Veridin. They are both very straightforward. You're really something. Jin, when I'm about to die here, you want me to choose only one. Jin silently thought that the level might not be appropriate, but it was the limit, then raised the large beer to his mouth and spoke his thoughts. Haha, yeah, you both were close to dying. Veridin smiled and said to Jin in a boastful manner, well, I don't particularly need them. I'll give you this one, Dante. Oh, Jin is pushing the big gold bag toward Dante on the table. Han isn't short on money, but for keepsake, I'll keep it safe. Dan smiled as he looked at the bag of gold in front of him. Veridin's eyes widened at the gold bag on the table, and he pounded his beer cup down on the table, whining to Jin. Hey, I should get something too, right? Jin said blankly as he opened the other bag on the table and looked inside. Is that the treasure map you've only heard of in stories and you're planning to give me something valuable? He said, holding the map from the duong on the table and pondering thoughtfully. No. Veridin's face widened in surprise as he looked at Jin with an expression of dissatisfaction. This is yours, an empty box. Thanks. Take the dildo from my hand. Veridin's attitude remained cheerful as he received the item from Jin. His eyes lit up, no longer gloomy, and he wore a bright smile. Really? Jin was speechless. Ha! What do you want to ask me? Dante looked at Jin with wide eyes and innocently replied. Why don't you use the secret technique? I'm sure you can use it. A dissatisfied look on his face, Jin propped his hand on his thigh and raised a beer cup, saying to Dan, Isn't that right? Jin's eyes became more focused when Dante's response was spoken. I don't know what skills you're hiding, but it's not fair to the listener to say that after not using your power. He really has a good instinct. Dante smiled and winked while feeling very comfortable sharing with Jin what Jin had shown him in the battle. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Although he said that, Jin's expression seemed to agree with what Dante told him. If he felt it was unfair, he could fight back against me. But I will no longer hide my skills. Dante openly shares his thoughts with Jin. That's the same for me. Veridin spoke up to get the attention of the other two. In the future, when we face each other as members of the family, I look forward to that day. Although I don't want to, the way Veridin looks at the beer in his hand and speaks shows that he has already started to think and prepare for it. Ha, that's also what I wanted to say. But isn't it better if we sit down together like friends? Suddenly he burst out laughing, ending everyone's awkwardness at that moment. Is the heir of the JP family speaking such weak words? Jin laughed at Veridin's words while he was still seriously saying it. I'm not saying that if things go wrong, what was just said becomes invalid, but anyway, bring more beer here. What are you doing? Raise your glass, Dan. Ten smiled warmly at the two of them. Ha. Even when we're sitting here eating and drinking together, there will come a time when fate forces us to draw swords against each other. Enemies, but also friends. We are friends, but also enemies. I don't know how this relationship will end. Suddenly, Veridin made a face as if he just remembered something interesting. Oh, right. Have you guys heard about the person impersonating Veridin? Jin paused and reflected on what Veridin had just told everyone. The impersonator widened his eyes in amazement as he looked at the new information Veridin had provided. And someone is impersonating him in Jipo's territory. I don't know who it is, but that person is pretty formidable. Poor Veridin. He seems fed up with the consequences that came with it. And that's the problem Andre has been worried about lately. My family's reputation is in ruins. Oh, I'm not saying this is aimed specifically at you, Jin, but the rumors say the Blackthorn family is behind this. Even though he knew Veridin was teasing him, Jin quietly sat and listened, drinking beer with a detached attitude as if none of this concerned him. So, what do you plan to do with the imposter? Jin asked Veridin about it. Well, we will catch him at all costs, so I think we need a special level mage to investigate this. Veridin suggests solutions that my family is implementing. I don't think that's a good idea. Jin offered a suggestion to catch Veridin's attention, resting his arm on his beer mug. Jin puts himself in the imposter's position and analyzes their possible moves. If it were me, I would use this rumor to make him come into the light. But if you announce that the Jipol family is searching for the imposter, you'll become a laughingstock. You're telling everyone that you're being played by him with a serious face, while Jin is analyzing his psychological state. You can catch the imposter after he does this. Veridin fell into a superficial contemplation. He raises his hand to his chin, contemplating it. Sounds good. I will tell them after I return to the family. So shall we end it here? Jin stood up and prepared to leave. Is it over? Danshi asked. I will attract attention if I stay here any longer. Unlike you two, I am very busy. He steps past Veridin, Jin with a bored expression as he talks about it. Is it because of the prearranged fate or something else? Veridin asked. Hey, just let it go. Close your eyes, and their conversation begins to come to an end. See you later then. It seems all three of them are used to short meetings like this. Friend Veridin called Jain as he stepped closer to the door. Jin and Veridin's feelings are hard to describe. They both felt a deep attachment before their meeting ended. Their eyes said everything, no cheesy words, just real actions. He, Moy, both Jin, Veridin, and Dante all smile, knowing that words are pointless now, just focus on your work. Casimia, you send Casimia. You receive Kiranjan Kanen. Jin Kandan has defeated Dante Heron and won in the CMOS arena. Note that Jin Kandan has achieved the 6-star swordsman level. Did he send this after I said just a summary? On the battlefield, the head of the Black Clan holds a letter from the demon sword Kashimiya, reporting Jin's trip to the pirate island. I'm being treated like an idiot. Ken clenched the letter in his hand and looked angry. Standing behind, Guardian Khan sensed the Lord's anger and felt worried upon receiving the report about Jain's trip. Clan leader, is something wrong with the young master? Nothing. He said that Jain had defeated the young master of the Han family and was awarded the 6th rank. Khan's face remained emotionless upon hearing that the young master had defeated a leader of an enemy clan. It seems like nothing that happens really affects anything. Looks like he's working hard. Ken Black rarely smiled and clenched his fist, saying, I want to talk to him soon. Kieran uses his aura like a flame to burn the letter in his hand and erase any traces of unnecessary things. I really want to meet this friend. The weight of Kieran's pressure spreads across the battlefield. Guardian Khan behind silently prays for Casimia as he faces the Lord once again. I see. At this moment, Casimia feels a chill running down the back of his neck. That clearly shows on his face while he's talking to young Master Jain. What's wrong? Suddenly feeling a chill, Casimia crossed her arms as if trying to reduce the surrounding temperature, sitting opposite Jin, who was sitting by the fireplace and also feeling cold. Are you sick? Jain is showing his concern for Casimia as Murkan and Casimia's daughter play together around the room. I don't know if I should add more wood or not. Sorry for interrupting you. Can you show me the map? Casimia asked about Jain's Chungguo after he returned from the pirate island. Here it's very vague, but I wonder what it's hiding inside. Jin turned around and took out a map, placing it on the table. This is the first time I've seen a map like this. Casimia admitted there's no way to find anything using it. Holding the map in his hands, he's trying to figure out if he has any information or clues about this map. What is this? Yuria's voice, Casimia's daughter, interrupts their tense mood. Gua, a treasure map. Yuria also wants to see it. Searching for treasure, Yuria's eyes widened with excitement as she interrupted their conversation. Suddenly, Yuria's eyes lit up brighter and she lost control, as if she had seen something. Huh? What's wrong, dear? Casimia looked at her daughter with a worried expression. There is something important here. Yuria suddenly points her finger at the map in Casimir's hand. There is something here, something precious, and everyone is protecting it. In the next moment, she says with a face controlled by something. It is extremely precious and painful. Yuria's eyes become uncontrollable, and tears flow uncontrollably. Sniff, sniff. Yuria Casimia didn't know what to do, as the situation suddenly changed right in front of her, and it was the same for his daughter. No, no. Yuria screamed in horror and fell to her knees, causing everyone around her to panic. That was a situation everyone knew could not be explained or controlled, except by the Guardian Pact, made with the girl who was losing control. And in the next moment, Murkan transformed from a cat back into a human and embraced her in his arms. He is using his dark power to help the girl regain control of Yuria. You need to call Vilong and calm her down immediately. What are you doing? Call Lachi immediately, quickly. Murkan shouted at Casimia while still feeling stunned by what had just happened. That's the only way to help Casimia stay calm and handle the current situation? Yes. Yuria seemed to sense something with her partner. Uria's guardian rushed into the room immediately afterward, looking panicked. The girl suddenly lost control after seeing something. You should help her calm down. Take Uya from Murakan's hand. Lachi is gently and caringly holding her. Let me have her. Yuria takes a deep breath. It's okay. I'm right here with you. Don't be afraid. I'm right here. Everything is fine now. Lachi concentrates her power into the air, filling the room with energy. The power of the protective amulet enveloping her body restored the girl's condition to stability. What's going on? Then Alicia Beer rushed into the room looking panicked, asking Simia while his face remained tense. Husband, why is Julia crying? Oops. The sound caught Alicia Beer's attention from Uria's guardian. Lachi is fine now. She's asleep. Holding the girl in his arms, Lachi sighed in relief as the situation was under control. She has calmed down, so he brings Yuria back into Alicia Beer's and Kasamia's embrace. The guardian spirit calmly explained the situation to Yuria. Well done. Murakan praised Holong for protecting the girl and helping her return to normal. Ah, Lord Murakan, I haven't greeted you yet. Despite her small appearance, Lachi was polite with Murakan. It's okay. What did that kid see? The future? Murakan asked Lari about Uria's power, which had caused the girl to lose control. It's the past. Lachi answers Murakan's question about the matter. Is that past really so cruel? Murakan questions his doubts about the map Jin brought back from the pirate island. Lachi also looked at the map. That's right. For an AZ Minsigner to see the past, it has to be the most brutal or haunting thing. He calmly explained that when they see an object or place related to it, Yuria loses control of her power. If I had arrived a little later, things would have turned out very badly. It's truly cruel. The map lies on the table, emanating a mysterious aura as if trying to protect the secret it has kept for many years. Tell us about it, Murakan orders. It is an ancient land. Lachi closed one eye and focused his power on the remaining eye. The people there isolate themselves from others, trusting only in their gods, but because of that they can live peacefully, protect their peace and the present. But that was before they arrived. At this moment, the image of the JPO family appears in the flowing memories on the map. The first to find them was a wizard. They approached the natives claiming they wanted to learn about their culture, but they started making unreasonable demands and rummaging through the land to find something. This nearly harmed the children here, and once they had nothing left to hide their intentions, they began killing and threatening to take something from them. Lachi told everyone what he could see through the past left on the map. It seems that what they are looking for is a sacred object worshipped by the villagers and the indigenous people based on what they've heard. Dai noticed that all those things led to something familiar. To confirm her suspicion, she turned to Lachi and asked, Lord Lachi, can you tell what that sacred object is? Okay, wait a moment. It looks like a silver mirror, but light emanates from it as he holds the paper and writes on his hand. Lachi redraws the divine artifact he saw in the past from the map. He handed the paper to Jin with a wary look, and with a doubtful expression, Jin focused his gaze on the sketch of the divine artifact that Lachi had given him. I'm sure that is the Trak Kwang relic on the paper, a circle with unexplainable structures appearing. The Trak Kwang magic spring before my regression. It is a relic discovered by journalists who exposed the cruelty of the Jipo family. The Jipo family has searched through Kolin and exposed its residents. I witnessed this during a mission when I was still a cadet. That ancient land is Kolin. The wizard belongs to the JP family, so this map only points to the location of the Trekwang mark. On a rocky outcrop bathed in sunlight, a man holding a bottle of sak is taking a hearty drink, with traces of alcohol lingering on his lips from multiple sips. Damn it, I'll have to stick with them if I stay here a little longer. He takes the bottle out of his mouth with a relaxed and cheerful mood. He is showing his cheerful face. Now it's quiet, and on the ground are the remnants of a massacre, but at least the alcohol here is excellent. Sitting atop a majestic high wall, he is enjoying the atmosphere here. Beneath his feet lie the corpses of countless villagers. At this moment, in a mysterious place, a woman sits praying before a small altar, a jar filled with clear water in front of her, and finally tears suddenly well up and roll down her cheeks. I have to get ready to welcome the guests now. Wipe away the tears from your cheeks and cover your eyes completely with a cloth. Her face became calmer, as if she had just let her tears flow down her cheeks. The source of magic. Who would have thought that the map she obtained from the bandits would be the key to something so great? Kid, what's with that look? Jun gazed thoughtfully at the sketch that Lachi handed to him. Mura stands next to Jin and asks her question with a look of concern and confusion. What are you thinking? I can't let them know I know. No, everything is fine. Jin's face shows a contemplative expression, revealing that he is no longer admitting his understanding. Muraka said, Simia Sama, young Master Jin. Jin approached Kasaimiya while he and Alicia Bear were assessing Yuria's health after stabilizing her powers. I'm sorry, Yuria had a terrible experience because of me. lying in Alicia Beer's hand. Yuria is drifting off with red, swollen eyes from crying so much. It's okay. It's something that the one who makes a pact with the gods must go through someday. I saw this coming. Casimiya has accepted that and will not let Jin be responsible for this. Lord Casimiya, please rest assured I will always be by Yuria's side. I will protect her no matter what. At this moment, Holong Lachi speaks to assure Casimiya that he will take responsibility for protecting and keeping Yuria safe in all situations. Thank you, Lord Lachi. Casimiya expresses deep gratitude to Latri. Now that we know this map is extraordinary, we must start acting. Casimiya makes her judgments and takes action in the current situations. First, I will ask if anyone nearby can decipher the ancient language on the map. Let's leave this to the Rainbow to handle, gather information, and solve the problem. Then, I'll rely on everyone. Yain shows a confident and decisive face. But in reality, things will only get more difficult. After the residents of Kulin were slaughtered by the Jipo family hundreds of years ago, they were almost wiped out. Everyone in Kulin is being enslaved and chained in large numbers. The survivors are being held captive in Kulin. Can we find a way to get ahead of the Jipo family? Jin looked at Casimir with a tense expression before the events that were about to unfold. 2 weeks later, on May 17, 1796, the atmosphere on Kulin's territory grew dark and lonely as a drunken man staggered along the street. Keep turning. The world of my life goes on. On the street, he walks with a bottle of alcohol in his hand, his face flushed. Ah! Suddenly, he slipped and fell, hitting his head on the ground. Ugh, everything is spinning. He's still lying there. It seems he doesn't want to get up. Even though he fell, he still keeps the wine in the bottle from spilling out. You don't look very well, do you? He looked up with a curious gaze. What? We seem to be in the same boat, so why don't we chat a bit? I'm Jain. Jin put on a friendly expression and greeted him with a sense of camaraderie between men. Hey kid, who are you? Does that matter? I'm just a wine lover, still keeping that same expression. Oh, then you're a good person. He drunkenly replied that nothing in his life was more valuable than a bottle of alcohol, along with some drinks and snacks. Kid, are you an angel? Well, I just like helping people. My sister at home would like that Jin help that man stand up and take him back to his house. On the road they are traveling, in a dark corner, a man in a black coat is watching their actions. His skin color is quite strange, isn't it? Jin is showing concern and chatting with the man while draping his arm around his neck, and he keeps talking openly and casually with Jin, as if he's not fully aware. Ah, I've heard this many times before. My tribe is all like that. My tribe and homeland are very far from here. Stop here, I'll cry if I keep talking about it. It's gone. Jin reached into his coat pocket and pulled out something as his words grew more ominous. Far from here? I happen to have something that is also far from here. He held up the map in front of the man, who nonchalantly looked up at what Jin showed him. Seeing the map clearly, his dead eyes suddenly became alert as he recognized the entire familiar map and information. But I don't know what is written on it. Do you know what it says? The bottle in his hand suddenly dropped to the ground and shattered into pieces. Stay away from Jain, he became extremely alert towards you. But at this moment, he also realized it wasn't just him and Jain. He looked around and saw that in the empty alley, there were 2 other people surrounding him. Who are you guys? Why are you approaching me just because you know I am a Colon? Who are you, kid? He started to panic because the people approaching him were too suspicious and clearly had their own agenda. I am Jain, showing a terrifying face as I speak to him. The person following Tan's commander, Alisa, and the black-haired girl and the boy with blue hair standing there are dragons. Why did you say it out loud like that? Jin pointed at Murikan and Lachi and asked in their shock, so what should I do now? I had to say that. Jin explained about the 2 of them, while they were still bitter and couldn't understand why Jain acted that way. You know that's not what I meant. Be more careful. Jain's face broke into a hard-to-read smile. It's fine, don't worry. The drunkard seems to realize something that makes him feel this isn't a dangerous situation for him. He asked, Aren't you from the Jipo family? Then how did you find me? He wondered and asked Jain how they managed to approach him, since access to this place was controlled by the Jipo family. We just happened to get the map, he replied. This blue-haired boy is AZM's guardian dragon. Osman Jin introduces him to the drunken Lachi, who seems shy when introduced. That's right, and thanks to AZM's power, we could see the hidden hatred within the map. Among them, people like you have been exploited, while others come to torture and abuse in their homes. Blood flows like rivers, bodies pile up like mountains. We searched among those who knew about the map, but couldn't find anyone by chance. We found you again, a person living in Tik. Even if you ask how, it's really just a coincidence. Looking back at everything, the drunken man became suspicious of Jin's words. That coincidence was clearly not a coincidence. Jin's eyes sharpened when he heard what he said. I think it would be best if you met my sister. His face shows suspicion as he confirms their identities. Welcome. Inside the house, the girl seemed to have been waiting for them for a long time. In the room, the woman stood in the center, radiating a gentle smile and an intriguing mystery. I have been waiting for you, the famous people from Tanquiko Lausa. I brought them here without permission. The drunkard is bowing to her solemnly, having made an unnecessary decision on his own. No, he did very well. The woman calmly reached out her hand and spoke to him. I've been waiting. There's a difference. Yeah. Jane's people all sense the difference between an ordinary person and her. Should I call it divine power? It's something that shouldn't be here. The divine power emanating from that girl. Is it because of the noble bloodline of Colon, or because they are chosen by their faith? The one born in the temple of the white sword and chosen by darkness. Jean is stunned to learn her origin and identity as the last dragon of the Shadow Dragon clan and the guardian of the child cherished by the great Azed Min. The two of them standing together with Jean and feeling that everything is fine. There's no need to be so surprised. It's just a small trick. The girl explained to Jean to ease her suspicions. I've felt this strange aura before. Jean feels it's familiar. Far away, could she be Jean looking at her? A suspicious deity asked. No, I am just an intermediary from the north. If I were a goddess, I wouldn't be hiding like this after losing my homeland, the girl replied to Jin. It seems Muraka has realized from the energy she emits that you are a divine being of an ancient god. You are truly perceptive. But is that really the case? Her presence will disappear soon. Murakan's dragon eyes grew sharper than ever. You're rubbing salt into my wounds. Still maintaining her initial mysterious demeanor, she did not deny what Maka said. Anyway, this is the first time I've heard of an ancient Colon god here. Which god do you represent? She carries her doubts, Murakan asked. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't know. So, more importantly, can you show me the map? She doesn't want to reveal her identity because of her god. Instead, she becomes curious about the map he obtained. While you look at it, can I ask what it says? The person who has your heart and is reading these words. Please don't abandon us. Come here and shout out for us. We're just quiet people. That's how we survive. The gods have entrusted us with a mission but did not grant us power. How can we be so patient? Her power resonates with that map and channels magic through sound to reveal the messages inside the mysterious map. This is the map created by my late grandfather. This map has two possibilities, but instead of bringing destruction to the Jippo family, it carries hope for Jin Kanon, and daily prayers have been rewarded. It's a message from oppressed people seeking help from outsiders, so may I make a request? Hey, what do you mean by proposal? A proposal after you've lost your power? I think you should be honest and sincerely ask for help. Murakan is asserting the position of their group. Anyway, we plan to come to you, so you should honestly ask for help. That was Murakan's thinking in this matter, which made the girl laugh. Hey, how kind of you, but I don't believe help comes from pity. Jinken, she's smiling as if she had already planned for you to come here. It's been a while since you last heard Sadet's voice, hasn't it? Jane was surprised by the information the girl knew about him. I have something that can repay you. Then she placed her hand on her chest and said, I will use all my remaining strength. Her power allows Jin to meet his guardian deity and summon his god, the sacred body of an ancient god and the contract holder of AZM. There are quite a few people watching around this area in the room illuminated by the large candles hanging on the wall. What are you planning to do? Murkan, standing nearby, asked Jane about his next move and intentions. All right, let's get ready to go to Colon, but I'm not sure I have what it takes to save all of you anymore. It's quite difficult to guarantee that. That's enough. Since she received her answer, the girl left their meeting. So I will provide you with internal information about Colon, hoping it will help you. Thank you. The girl helped Jine and provided the collected information to Jin, considering it a cooperation between the two of them. This is bad. In front of them is a sign hanging on all the routes to control the Jippo family's territory. The Cullen historical site is closed. Maybe I should send Shisek to scout ahead. Tsik, even if you send your subordinates, it won't change the fact that this is a restricted area. Murkan reassured Casimia that his negligence was not his concern. That's true, I replied. This was once a freely accessible area before I was reincarnated, but it seems that the time I became a cadet has brought about other changes. Jin is rethinking and organizing his thoughts about the information he learned in his previous life. Normally, the horrors that happen here would be uncovered by journalists 11 years later, but in this situation, that probably won't happen. Jin was lost in thought, with no other choice, standing in front of the Jippo family's no-entry sign. Young Master Jin, what should we do now? Kazamiya asks. We can't enter if this place is used for magic experiments, as you said. So, ignoring Kasamiya's words, Jin stepped over the barrier and entered the area. Young Master Jin, Lord Murakan, they both stepped past the area, surprising him. Young Master Jin is waiting for me. Did Kazamiya follow after them? Isn't it strange that there's only a single sign in the restricted area? Jin explained to him. There are no guards or magic traps in place here. Would the Jipple family really be so careless with something this important? There are hardly any signs of control in this forest. Maybe they already found the treasure here. Kasamiya is trying to make sense of it, wondering if they gave up after failing to find anything for hundreds of years. Maybe they just used this place as a retreat. Both Jin and Murakhan sensed something was off and that this place was loosely controlled. Noticing something unusual, Murakhan became cautious and told the other two to stop. Murakhan is telling them to hide and run. Wait, stop. Before them lies a scene that makes Murakhan furrow his brow. They are locals. In front of them, there are scenes of villagers carrying large stones and working like slaves. Over there, Tisk, there's a rather troublesome person. Murakhan's words caught Jin's attention from a man with silver hair. Is he a pure-blooded JPO tribe member? Judging by the way he's drinking during the day, he must be Moranjipo. He sits among the locals working for his family, holding a cup of alcohol taken from the locals. Moranjipo is also known as a berserker among the tower mages. Instead of being known as Kiliak's sixth son, he became famous as a mad wizard because of his eccentric personality. Jin felt wary of an enemy who was in control and showed brutality. He is a pure-blooded Jipo clan member, but has no bodyguards with him. Jin wondered about his lack of concern for safety. He is the owner of the 7th Mage Tower in Jippo. He's a star mage and also carries a bunch of items, so it's understandable he's confident. Kasamiya explains Jin's questions. So, after cutting off his head, I just need to take all these people out of here, right? Murakhan is getting more fired up than ever. That's why I brought this little pest along. He was ready to start a fierce battle. No, our opponent is a purebred. Because we already killed Andre Jipo, it will become a big deal. Jin's reckless plan made Murakhan lose his enthusiasm. He shows a dissatisfied look. Even if we kill Muran, we will still need a reason for the Jipo family to be unable to intervene. Jin's face is filled with scheming for his actions. Suddenly, movements in the bushes catch Jin's attention. A person emerges from a bush, having hidden to avoid passers-by. Stepping out of the hiding spot, he moves deeper into the restricted area controlled by the Jipo family. Who are you? Suddenly, a knife pressed against his neck made him freeze with fear. I won't ask again. The knife pressed against him, drawing blood. Hey, Dino Jagun. I am a journalist. Raise your hands with all sincerity. He made the other person realize that he was unable to fight back. Dino Jagun. Jin suddenly fell into deep thought upon hearing the name. He is a journalist who wrote a report about his previous life's colon. The report will be published in 10 years, so does that mean he investigated everything himself? Having confirmed the identity of the suspect, John pulls out his dagger and walks away. Jin says. He is in his early 20s with a fragile body. Dino hurriedly escapes from Jin and checks his wound. Did this young man start a war with the Jipo family? That's impressive. Jin marvels at the person in front of him. A journalist, huh? Did you come here to find a big story? What is the content of your plan? Jane takes off her hat, revealing her face. Murasan and Kasamiya also step forward in front of Dino. May I ask where you're from earlier? Although safety isn't guaranteed, Dino still tries to communicate with them to find out why they came. Don't worry too much, Jin replied. We're just passers-by. Jin shows a simple expression as if he really is just a passerby. Really? My friend, who is from this land, asked me for a favor, but since you said you're a journalist, it seems our destination is the same. Do you guys know the current situation of the people of Colon? Wait, kid, can we tell this guy everything? Murakhan expressed suspicion towards the man in front of him. Lord Murakhan. This is to help him achieve his goal of understanding this land. Casimir explains on Jin's behalf why Jin chose to cooperate and share information with the newcomer. Murakhan's true intentions are unclear, but he may have come here to gather information and understand this place. Young Master Jin will cooperate with him to help gather evidence and reasons to attack the Jipo family. Casimir explains that. He probably also gathered quite a bit of information related to that matter. Dino grew tense and admitted it. He took a book out of his pocket and handed it to Jin. Please take a look at this. Even the native's diary, you're in danger. I'm sure you understand what will happen if the Jipo family finds this notebook. Looking at the notebook filled with the Jipo family's criminal notes, Jin recognizes it as a document showing their influence on the continent. It's fine. I approached Muran Jipo a few days ago when he was drunk, and after I asked a few questions I learned that Muran has no guards. Dino explained that he was safe while gathering information around the area. There's no reason for him to use you to get answers from me. Killing me would be easier. Both Kasimiya and Murakhan frowned when they heard that. Everything was so confusing. I understand. Then Dino Jaglin will return the notebook to Dino. Yima might a suggestion to you. Can I ask for a favor? Jin's eyes lit up with a strange expression. Those old men dare to act boldly in an area controlled by the Jipo clan. Muran Jipo is sitting by the fire, drinking and rambling. Did he send me to this damn place just because I joked around a little? There are many empty bottles being cleaned up on the ground by the slaves of the Jipo clan. Damn fake death bastards. You think so too, right, you little insect? Suddenly he got angry and threw the bottle of alcohol at the cleaner. Don't you get lonely drinking alone? Suddenly, a figure steps in front of him. He lifts his head to look. Oh, Dino. It's really boring without friends to drink with. Dino steps out from the bushes holding what looks like an expensive bottle of liquor. A fake smile spreads across your face. Ha. I've been waiting for you so long my neck is sore. I can't even communicate with these guys, girl. Muron raised her hand and waved hello to Dino with a friendly face, as if meeting up with old friends, but his eyes grew sharper. You're not going alone today? Behind Dino, Jane's group of 3 also appeared afterwards. Yes, they are adventurers and storytellers, so I brought them along because I thought you would like them. I apologize. I brought them without asking for permission first. Dino scratched his head and apologized. Muron waved his hand dismissively and asked, No, it's okay. Where did you meet them? I met them in the Phil Kingdom while searching for herbs. Everyone, please introduce yourselves. Dino suggested everyone introduce themselves to Maroon. It's an honor to meet you. Jin removed his hood to reveal his face. Lord Jipo Muron exuded a cautious attitude and a broad smile. That day, when Jin, Dante, and Veridon were talking, Veridon revealed some information. Big Brother Muron is a formidable person, and Andre's loss was even worse. But it's nothing compared to Muron. When I think about what he has done, I still feel nauseous. I wonder what the elders are thinking to give him the position of Master of the Magic Tower. Dante asked in surprise. Goa, you're saying that about your own brother. Is he really that terrible? Veridon sighed. An innocent person like you couldn't imagine it. Anyway, Jin, since an encounter with the Cannon family is unavoidable, if you happen to meet Mioran, Veridon's expression darkens. Don't think you'll go easy on him or you'll face serious trouble. Back to the present, Muron with a faint smile points at Jine's group. So you're going to tell me about your journey, right? Jin smiled. Yes, as Lord Dino said, we have been through many interesting things. Muron asked excitedly, You've been through a lot, huh? Jin politely replied, No, compared to your mission, Lord Jipo, this is nothing. Muron chuckled and turned to Dino. Dino Jagoon. He replied softly, Yes, Lord Muron. He spoke in a slurred, drunken voice. The first time I met you was 2 weeks ago, right? Honestly, I was curious about you, just think of it that way. Some journalist dares to enter the forbidden area of the JP family like that. Who the hell do they think they are? Muron puts his arm around Dino's shoulder. He looks confused and apologizes. Muron interjected, No, I don't blame you, I just found you intriguing. But Dino, why are you investigating the Native Americans here? He grinned maniacally, making Jine and Murakan wary. You wandered around while I was away. Good grief, I have to do a lot to deal with those who can't keep their mouths shut. Dino trembles. Do handle it. Wow, Dino, do you really think you're that clever? You don't know, do you? All those guys like you have already been wiped out by me. Dino's pupils shrank in fear. Muron laughed out loud, hugging his chin, and said, Oh my, you stupid insect, you can stay here crawling around as long as I allow. What do you believe in that makes you do this? He throws the glass of wine into the fire in front of him, causing the flames to flare up fiercely. Ha, aren't you afraid? I can't understand that. Foolish. Dino staggered back as Muron lowered his voice. But now I understand why you are so daring. Dino clenched his teeth and said, No, Muron, you are interrupting him. The swordsmanship you use is the power behind you. Muron showed a crazed face. Jin and Murakan looked on silently, one arm resting on Dino's shoulder, startling him. Murakan yanks Dino to his feet as Jin swiftly draws his sword, flames blazing brightly. Muron's madness unleashes overwhelming power, forcing Jin and Casimir to dodge quickly. A shield I don't recognize. I can't tell what magic he used to create such a shield. Even if he's hiding the activation of magic with that flame, I shouldn't feel any trace of magic present. What trick did he use? Murakan shouted. Kid, watch out! Even if he can hide some magic, completely erasing the traces is impossible. He is hiding something. The curtain of fire surrounding Myoran makes it impossible to see his expression. He glances and speaks. You must be Jindan Can the Black, right? I guess the fleeing monk contacted someone from the Black Clan, right? Why do you know what I look like? And you probably won't answer even if I ask. Jin the Sword, I will personally make you spit out the answers bit by bit. Muron Zipo. Muron spoke, now thinking about it. Jin, you were already a reserve talent, so how could you sign a contract in your own name? Jin, annoyed. Yeah, you're too noisy. Your laugh and that coarse voice of yours are starting to bore me. A hole appears in Muron's shield. That's right, please forgive me. Now let's get started. The giant blue spheres surround Muron's shield, with streaks of blue light rushing towards it. Jin quickly dodges as the light strikes the ground and explodes. Jin clenched his teeth and turned around. The blue spheres attacked Murakhan again. He shields Dino and dodges. Murakhan grits his teeth in anger. Myuran again directs the magical spheres to attack innocent Kolan citizens, causing Murakhan to shout in anger, "Damn it!" He clenched his fist tightly. Murakhan punched the ground, creating a barrier of magical orbs. Murakhan orders, "Dino, you're free now. Please get everyone to step back and stay away." Dino runs away in panic. "Understood. Hurry up, everyone." Dino froze as he saw the suffering villagers clutching their necks and crying out, their voices indistinct. He looked at them in panic, and the shouting behind made Jin turn around. "Engaron Jipo, you bastard." Dino burst into tears and shouted, "You're a horrible bastard. How dare you do this? What did you do to everyone? A bastard like you deserves to go to hell." Markings created by magic appear on the necks of the suffering people. Myuran frantically shouted, "Yes, Dino, it's that face I've always wondered about. What would your face look like if you knew about it?" "I like your face." Jin lowered his head and remained silent. "Is Dino foolish?" "Dino, you don't know your place. An insignificant person who knows nothing but crawling and wagging your tail for your master. Do you feel happy saving those who are inferior to you? Look, Dino, the reason these bugs are like this is because of you. Thanks to your mercy." Myuran frantically revels in Dino's pain and rage as if it were a delicious feast. Dino grits his teeth, trembling with fury. Myuran sighed. "I can't stop enjoying the sight of that fist rushing toward me." Myuran was surprised and stopped speaking as two forces collided. A cold voice echoed, "Stop bragging already, you can stop talking nonsense." Myuran kneels down to support himself. "We will kill you right away." Dian, like a death god, raises his sword, while Sode seems to appear behind him to fight alongside him. Katmiya watches in shock, unable to believe what he's seeing. Even though he was caught off guard, he never expected to be thrown back like that. That's the power of the black aura. Myuran gritted his teeth as he watched the black energy cling to his magic. This curse. It's not magic or aura, it's gradually consuming my magic, like darkness itself. He widened his eyes. How could darkness be impossible? What is this black energy? So, Jain Khanun. That guy is ha. So Sodes has sided with Danan again? He has broken the agreement. Myuran gazed at the black energy surrounding Jain, Jin's stern eyes looking straight ahead. He shouted, "Merkin, Lord Casimir, up there above where the dense blue dots do not appear." From that light, sharp blocks of ice and steel emerged. Muraka looked up with a frown. "Damn it, why didn't I realize it?" Jin continued. "He had hidden his aura, which is why he kept using magic to distract us." Myuran propped his hand on his knee and said, "You are indeed quick-witted, Jean Rincan. Then I secretly prepared this move, how shameful, but now it will be very hard for you bugs to survive." He is frenzied, and while he's rambling, Jain steps on Murakhan's hand. Murakhan uses his strength to throw Jain forward. Myuran panicked as Jin charged, raising his hand, then pressing it to the ground, commanding the debris to fall and protect himself. Jin clenched his sword and lunged forward, moving like a lightning bolt. As he glided forward, sharp iron-tipped arrows shattered upon impact. Myuran raised his hand to summon magic. A magic staff appears, emanating a whirl of red energy as a wall of magma and ice rises up to block in front of Myuran. A red flash appears and 3 green energy beams rush towards Jain. Jin frowns, summons a temporary mask, and a loud explosion echoes as smoke spreads through the area. Myuran shouted, "I will use all my strength to deal with you." Dian appeared like a shadow behind him. Myuran turned around in panic, the dark mask just inches away. "What?" he shouted loudly. "What new trick is this?" "This bastard." Jin charges straight at Myuran. "You swing your sword." Myuran quickly raises his staff, creating an ice wall to block in front of you. "Don't come any closer to me." A slash passes by, splitting the ice wall into 2 halves. Myuran recoiled in fear, staring at the scene before him. "No matter what kind of magic I use, it can erase all my magic power. Is this Sadest's dark energy?" Myuran was stunned for a moment, then threw back his head and laughed, his face looking even more insane. "Well, this is getting a bit dangerous." A burst of red light illuminated Jain's mask as a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Myuran stands in the summoning formation as magical chains rush toward Jain. He looks at you smugly. "Got you now." Sharp blades flashed as the magical chains shattered. Jain stepped back. You respond from the wall behind. Myuran laughs loudly. "Ha, Jin Dan Can the Black. You make me a little nervous. He's still talking non-stop, so it would feel great if I took your life, thanks to you. This death trap mining site can finally shine. It's amazing." "Is he crazy? Are they all magic traps? If I fight back, I'll run out of energy. I need to avoid them." Jin shouted loudly, "Murakhan, Lord Casimir, I understand now." Murakhan responded. As Casimir rushed over, he looked at Dino and the villagers and shouted, "Move quickly. Get them out of the magic circle area. Dino hurriedly said yes. It's useless. My magic range touches anywhere within my sight. With all my sincerity, every corner and every crack, there is no empty space at all. Now, Jin, let's enjoy the black and the reward. The surrounding space trembles as Jin soars through the air, dodging Miyuran's every move. He narrows his eyes and steps closer to him. Jin froze as the ground exploded, shooting a massive energy beam straight into the sky. Jay stepped back with a serious expression, as the red patches above spread out like a curtain across the entire sky. The ground is also being swallowed by the glowing red energy. Jin jumps up to look at the sea of red beneath his feet. Is this a corrosive land? Just a light touch could turn you into nourishment for the ground. If that's the case, Jin lightly strikes a patch of untouched ground with no other choice but to face him. He swings his sword of demonic energy at the red energy pillar, the black energy swirling deeply as it touches the pillar, as if being sucked in, then suddenly explodes. Jin glanced around, sensing something strange. How could he control so many spells despite wielding the power of the 8 stars? Is he hiding a creation somewhere? Everything before Jin is gradually fading away. Miran stands tall facing him. He coldly stared at Jin. Does that guy understand the magic he's casting? He avoided the fire pillar without touching the corrosive area, then directly destroyed my fire pillar. That action couldn't have been done by someone who doesn't understand this magic. Miran shouted. No way, Jin. Are you really a magic swordsman? Seeing Jin remain silent, he continued. Ha ha. Isn't it better for you to hide that? Fine. You can do that because you're a magic swordsman. Now I'm sure, you cunning bastard. Thanks to you, this has become more troublesome. He raises the staff with the glowing gem towards Jin, smiling eagerly. A blue magic circle appears on the ground, and Miran's feet lift lightly off the floor. If you also possess magical power, he instantly teleports toward Jin, launching a magical attack with his hand. He will crush you with a stronger magic power. Mana backlash is the most serious symptom that can happen to a mana user. This occurs when the magic inside the body becomes berserk, damaging and shattering the internal organs. In a battle between mages, those with lower mana will suffer from this condition. Unlike martial artists, this is considered an effective way to rank sorcerers. So far, the black-clad bastards have no mana, so backlash is impossible. So even the weak ones like us have to use magic to face them. Miran's hand creates a vortex of energy. But with you, since you possess mana, I don't need to waste time fighting anymore. He rushed in front of Jin, his hand less than half a meter from his face. Jin softly asks, "What are you thinking to close the distance with me like that?" Just as expected, Miran jipo. He widened his eyes in horror as Jin summoned a black sphere in his hand. Here's a gift. He held the sphere in front of his chest and charged straight at Miran, examining it closely. A blinding light engulfs the sky, with overwhelming power erupting like an explosion. Miran panics. I can't see anything. Is darkness the power of black energy? No, it's completely different. I don't feel that way. Miran was floating in a pitch-black space when suddenly a powerful light appeared right in front of my eyes. Miran's eyes turned white, completely losing the purple color they had before. He suddenly realized the light. Yes, there was a bright light that blinded me. So, the next attack will be a dark sword. Rushing straight at Miran, he tremblingly raises his staff as a green energy whirlpool forms like a storm, covering Jin and making him shield his eyes. Miran's hand floats in the air, detached from his body. Miran steps back, surrounded by a blue light. Miran has returned to normal, holding a blazing magic staff in front of him. An ancient light magic? I didn't see that coming. The power of light and darkness? Have you turned into the main character in some novel or what? He pushed the dark energy out of his wound. That sense and reaction speed are more like a monster than a mage. Jin sighed and looked at him. Even though his mana is not as high as Andre's, he is a much more formidable opponent in a one-on-one fight. Miran looked at his missing arm and sneered. Hey, what should I do now? Should I keep fighting? Jin stared intently at Miran, and considering his extensive combat experience, besides mana backlash, he was sure that he was still hiding something else. Miran's face was also covered in sweat. He glanced at something and stood still for a moment before breaking into a laugh. Jin looked at him with confusion. Jin warned him coldly, "You probably think I'm a lunatic and don't want to cooperate with me, but I can see we're the same kind of person." Dian sighed. "Are you just stalling by rambling? If that's the case, it's really boring." Miran then put on a crazed, sickly face. "Are you planning to kill me? Huh? Sorry, but that's difficult because those beastmen are still protecting me." Jin closes his eyes, counting the survivors, then slowly opens them to look at him. "Don't get carried away, Miran Jipo. What exactly are you trying to say?" Miran smirked. That's right, you're starting to show some interest, aren't you? Jin warns him, I don't mean people like us who always do whatever it takes to achieve our goals. He raises his staff. You see it too, right? Is it possible that my magic control is even higher than the Star Lord's? Look here. He swung his staff behind him, and an area immediately exploded. How dare those blessed by the JP family and those damn bugs and journalists. However, thanks to that, I can also use them. Amidst the smoke, the corpses gradually reappear, acting as a mana amplification weapon as Jin tightly grips his sword hilt. Oh my god, we haven't finished talking yet? They look like corpses, but actually a few of them are still breathing. Jin was startled because since they are alive, they can help him replenish mana. Myron brandished his staff radiating energy and charged forward. Jin shouted a warning. Are you saying you want to kill me? Then you need to get rid of these first. The corpses on the ground are moving. Myron screams wildly. I told you, we're the same kind of people. The ones who will do anything to achieve their goals. Now hurry up and finish them off so we can fight together one last time, Jin warns the others. Someone appeared behind the distant hill and shouted at Jane. He's lying. Myron turned to look at the person standing there. The woman, with bandages wrapped around her face and only one eye visible, was tearfully shouting. Jin warns the others. Everything he says is a lie. There's nothing exaggerated about him. After torturing us, he found a way to use the relics. Mi appeared furious when exposed. Jin quietly ponders. A relic, huh? Don't tell me he's already found Tra Kwang. Uran gritted his teeth as he looked at the woman. What are you doing right now? She sobbed. All of them have been oppressed to the bone marrow. My miserable kin. Myron widened his eyes anxiously and tried to hide it. Hey, eat up. This insect, the woman screams. They are all dead. Myuran shouted angrily. Eat shit, you bastard. She was not afraid and exposed him. That crazy murderer had been playing with everyone's lives. He used us as test subjects and then discarded us when he was bored. Just now, he lied to control you, so the woman tightened her grip on her chest and lowered her top. Please just kill that crazy guy. Myuran grits her teeth in extreme anger. You little rat who doesn't know your place. His strange eyes changed as he looked at her. Die now. Purple flames appeared around the woman. She stared in horror as the light spread out, the fierce flames consuming the woman. Myuran looked at the girl and shouted in fury, Why the hell do you dare ruin my plan? He should be screaming in agony after turning over each corpse. That was the highlight of tonight. I am saving your life because you are useful, but now you will die. While Mion is distracted by her plan being foiled, Dino secretly approaches Jin and calls out to him. Mr. Jin, Dino. Dino shouted, You have to save her. She is the leader and the only owner of the local natives here. Please, save her. Jin lowered his head and looked at the woman suffering in the flames. That is the secret technique of the Jipo clan's demon, Lam Hoa. I have heard of it before. Do you remember Jin from your past life? Have you ever heard of Lam Hoa? Lam Hoa? At that moment, his master was sitting and sipping tea while explaining to him that it was a secret technique called the Demon Eye of Blue Flame. Only Jipo can use it. Just look into the demon's eye and Lam Hoa will appear, and it will never stop burning. Even if you struggle to escape, in the end it will swallow you whole. At that moment, you asked how you could fight against such a fire. Master told you to burn it. Use an even hotter flame to burn away Lam Hoa. The phoenix flame blazed fiercely around Myuran, and he stared in amazement at the blue feathers flying through the air. Diane softly speaks, a hotter flame. Humph. You hold the woman in your arms, so this should be enough. Testo claws and wings protect Jin and the woman in the middle. Myuran was completely speechless. He stammered, to test. Myuran was stunned into silence as each blue feather from the test floated through the air. Those chosen by the test would become the greatest mages of their generation, but the one selected was just an ordinary swordsman. Muran looked at Jin. Losing his composure, he shouted, How dare you? A mere black knight, a title I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Take it for yourself. Jin smirked at the crazy man in front of him. The woman slowly opened her eyes, her mind hazy, no longer feeling hot. Surely her whole body was engulfed in flames just now, right? Yet it left no burns at all. She looked at the blue flames around her and instinctively reached out to touch them. It's as if this fire is protecting me, Jin said softly. Thank you. The woman was surprised. He smiled at her and said, If it weren't for you, I would have been fooled by that guy. Now you can rest easy. The woman looked panicked, but now is not the time to relax. Although Myuran is using the power of the true relic, in reality, he does not possess it. He only has a few words of incantation he managed to scrape together while interrogating us, while the real relic is kept in a secret place, known only to us. She stepped away from Jin's embrace and held onto his shoulder. You came here because of the request from the distant nun, right? The girl hugged her arms to her chest, tears in her eyes. When the battle is over, I will reveal the location of the holy relic to you. So please put an end to this, our suffering." Jin listened silently to her words. "Now your expression looks incredibly interesting." Muron Jipo. He grits his teeth in anger. "You're probably shocked to see I chose you, with all those magic traps and those cunning eyes. Have you used up all your tricks on me? Gina's sword is ready to support the wings above him." "The game is over now." Gino raised his sword. "You casually say, 'It's time for hell to open its door for you.'" Muron repeats hell, stabbing his staff into the ground forcefully. "This arrogant bastard." Myuron frantically raises his remaining arm to summon power, his voice hoarse. "I used to be the lover of witch Helurum. My eyes are completely consumed by madness, the same one who once had the honor of raising a glass with the Abyssal King in a circle of illusion magic as a giant black hole created by Muron appears in the sky." He spreads his arms, a smug look on his face. "You call this hell? Now you'll see what true hell really is." The black hole swirled fiercely in the sky, ready to swallow everything. Test focused his energy into his own mouth, while Muron across from him also raised his hand to control magic. A powerful flame rushes toward Muron. A shield appears around him, protecting him from Tess's attack. Muron frowned as he looked at the fierce flames rushing toward him. "Is this the Inferno fire?" Jin softly calls out to Tess. "Test. Are you wondering if Tess is angry because of that spell?" A sound echoed behind Jin. A flash of light shot up, and Murikan landed on the ground. Jin quickly asked him, "Murikan, where are the locals?" Murikan turned his head and shouted, "I have already evacuated them all. The spell earlier was the curse of the Demon King. So, while the test is still ongoing, you need to stop it quickly." Murkan continued, gathering dark energy, wrapping it around his sword, and exerting all his strength. He concentrates his power, grinding his teeth. Murkan throws the magic from his hand toward the black hole behind Muron, then quickly steps up, gathers his weapons, and runs away. JH quickly jumps onto the path created by Murkan. Murkan shouts and cuts through the space-time door. Jin quickly swung his sword, a long black streak rushing forward. The person stared wide-eyed, Jin knelt down, and blood spurted from his mouth. "Damn it, this is terrible. The mana backlash is overwhelming all at once. I grit my teeth, I can't hold the test much longer." Muron's face showed a surprised expression. Then he broke into a crazed, uncontrollable smile. "It's time." He looked at Jin and shouted, "My glorious and lonely life will end under Helurum's blade." A formation appears between the black hole and becomes the object of worship before the gates of hell, he exclaims with joy. Jin grits his teeth in anger, blood continuously pouring from his mouth and nose. Jin clenched the hilt of the sword, Muron's face momentarily stunned. Jin appeared in front of him, raising the sword high, no matter how many more times he swung it. The darkened yet radiant sword, and everything remains as it was at the beginning. The demonic energy gradually dissipates, revealing the black blade infused with willpower. The original image flickers faintly in the space, Muron's pupils completely engulfed by fear and the blade. A powerful sword slash pierces through Myron's body and heads toward the black hole behind him. Dian gently lands in front of him, the black hole absorbing the dark energy, and the long wound on Myron's body continuously oozes red liquid, leaving him completely stunned. A flash of yellow light flickers inside the black hole, cracks appearing on the barrier. A loud shattering echoes as purple shards rain down like a shower of amethyst falling on Muron's head. He stood there, frozen, unable to utter a word. A blue light burst before his eyes, rushing toward him like a gust of wind. As the blue flames faded, only a blackened, kneeling body with a severed arm remained, its mouth agape and body burned as if drained of vitality, Nuon still struggling to make faint, broken sounds. His staff also lost its glow as Jin raised his sword, the black aura gradually dissipating, revealing the silver metal beneath as the last of the dark energy slowly left the blade, and Muron's final consciousness reflected on what had just happened. The black energy that creature is releasing is very unusual, and this is the first time I've felt like this. Is that a piece of the sword's core? Jin quietly looks at the charred body before him, still clutching the magic staff. A blue light flashes from the magic gem at the tip of the staff. Jin is surprised. Myuron suddenly raised his staff. Then his body shattered into pieces as he collapsed. Jin breathes a sigh of relief. It's done. You lost consciousness and collapsed. Murakan and the woman holding him quickly run towards the boy. Jin is completely unconscious. Conversations echo in the dark space. The magic staff used by the Jipo Tower mage has a very special function, thanks to a tiny rune on its tip. What does it do? When someone waves the staff, that symbol is activated and sends a distress signal somewhere to the magic tower. So you're saying we can't relax even a little, right? One hand lowered, that person gently said, "Wake up." Jin suddenly opened his eyes, a voice calling out to him, ringing in his ears. Jin! He looked up at Murakhan in front of him, seeming a bit surprised because it didn't match the sounds that had come out while he was unconscious. Murakhan frowned. You're awake now, little one? He quickly pours something into Jin's mouth before he can react. You're awake, so drink this. What caused it? He sat up and covered his mouth. Jin looked at his hand, where a black liquid was clinging to his palm. Here, Murakhan explains, you were about to die from mana backlash. You just swallowed a unicorn horn, a special medicine with a terrifying effect on allergic reactions. Jin felt the energy flowing through his body and said, I really feel much better. The mana has calmed down, but my hidden weapons and aura are still tangled together. Casimir interjected. Young Master Jin, you've done very well. Casimir, thank you. When did you start preparing these? Casimir rolled his eyes and said, Oh, it wasn't me, it was them. Jin then looked at Dino and the woman. Dino supported her, saying, Slow down. Yang asked, Dino, what should we do? He happily explained, I went drinking with Muran and heard that he was holding a stolen unicorn horn from inside the house. Then T went to find it. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Latika, temporarily filling in as the saintess for the flying snake. Suddenly, she tearfully exclaimed, The things that happen here. T bowed before Jin, saying with a trembling voice, I will never forget, even if I die. The saintess, she would definitely ask everyone to help us, but not literally to save us. She wants to help restore our relics. Murakhan and Jin look momentarily surprised. A thought crossed Jin's mind. Restoring it, but it's broken. Wait, hold on a moment. I'm a dragon who has lived for over 3,000 years, but I've never heard of such a relic before. At first I thought it was just talk, but the magical power of that crazy guy earlier was truly on a whole new level. Are you saying that he is actually empowered by your relics, the owner of those relics? What was the name of the god you all worship again? Murakhan frowned. Tika gently held his arm and said, You are called Clam. Murakhan added, I've never heard of a god with that name either. What era does that god belong to? Casimir interjected. Well, if this is true and we've found the relic, let's get out of here quickly. Even though this place is quite remote, it still belongs to the Jipo territory. Who knows when they'll find out what's going on here, so T quickly speaks up. But that has a small problem. To get the relic, I need to restore it first. But to restore it, we need sunlight to unlock the seal. Murakhan shows a displeased expression. What sun? It's midnight and noon at the same time. So they have to wait until the right moment, then perform a ritual with everyone in the tribe, so they need to gather everyone here, Tika explained nervously. Murakhan holding his head, saying, Why is it so complicated? We need to finish quickly before the Jipo house finds out. Stop standing there and get to work. These bugs. Dinu realized something. Hey, Jipo's house is a sacred site and the light of day. Calm down and gather yourself. What could it be? Something is missing, something very important. Muran can no longer do anything. Test has finished him off. Moreover, this is the most remote territory, abandoned by the Jipo family itself. As long as there is no signal, Jin frowns at the tower. You suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Jin turned to the magic tower. Muran Jipo is the master of the magic tower of the Jipo family. Murakhan is jealous. Yeah, so what? Everyone knows that. Casimir was a bit surprised. Young Master Jin, how could that be? Jin takes Muran's staff. We don't have much time. He raised the staff, emitting a faint blue light towards everyone, serious, and said they would arrive here very soon. The gem on the staff displays the letter F, which is the Zipper family's distress signal. Elsewhere, dark clouds fill the sky as shadowy dragons fly toward a distant destination. Mid-Elner, deputy of the 5th Magic Tower. A mysterious calm man looks up into the distance. His face was not clearly visible, only the shining glasses in the darkness. Based on the trembling text recorded, it was indeed him, the owner of the Magic Tower. Kazimia stood to the side, looking at the inscriptions in front of her, nonchalantly explaining. Hey, Microbi, clarify this properly. What about the owner of the Magic Tower? Murakhan confronts Casimir with a question about this. I'm not quite sure either. With a doubtful look, Casimir says what he knows. But I heard that among the Jip clan masters they have a special technique to summon weaker mages. In his hand, Muran holds a magic staff with a large magic stone attached, a sinister smile on his face. Wow, they even have stuff like that? So what about the children of that family? Do you know? Meringue was surprised by those unorthodox actions coming from the Jipo family. Currently, the Jipol family is still on a continuous path of growth. I'm not sure how true that story really is anymore. Jin calmly explains. I heard Luna say it when she passed by here. With a determined look, Jin is explaining why he was able to grasp this information. Remembering what the master said when he lost consciousness, now he's fully prepared. Jin quietly reflects. Each tower has at least 100 mages, mostly at the top tier or 9-star level, but above all, we must protect the people. If they all come in a big crowd, it will definitely be a real mess, Casimir explained helplessly, closing his eyes and staring into the void. At this point, T also agrees with what they are saying. She lowers her head and immediately asks Casimir how long it would take for them to arrive here. Jean turned to ask Casimir about their situation. Since the 7th tower is located at the very northern edge of the 6 palaces, even with a teleportation gate, it would take about 2 hours. Casimir realizes that they don't have much time left and adopts a cautious attitude. 2 hours. Jin places his hand on his chin, contemplating his plan and the upcoming confrontation with the Jippel family. Casimir stares wide-eyed at Jin, waiting for their next decision. Can I ask you for a favor? Jin's complicated gaze toward Casimir carried a request. And young master, is that option feasible? After sharing his thoughts with Casimir, Jin fell into deep thought for a moment, while Murakhan scratched his head in confusion over these decisions. A slight delay and everyone, including you, will die. Plus, that guy is still neutral. Casimir shouted at Jin in a frantic and incredulous tone about this decision. His face became more tense than ever. You will definitely be rejected. Casimir still sticks to his opinion. You don't have to worry about that. Even if they are insulted, they won't refuse. There's not much time left, Lord Casimir Jin interrupted confidently, knowing everything they are doing is part of his plan. I am counting on you. Casimir's face clenched his teeth, feeling that this matter was at stake and that he was the cause of it. I understand. I will succeed at any cost. Casimir helplessly places his hand on Jin's shoulder, accompanied by his desperate words, hoping everything will be safe. So you have to survive and come back. Place your other hand on Jin's shoulder. Casimir became tense and looked at Jin with unconditional trust. Of course, Jin responds. In a deserted place where few would notice, a large rock falls to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. This should be enough now. A jade-colored map appears before me. Yes, thank you very much. Tika stands right behind and beside Murakhan, so now T is looking in the opposite direction from where they prepared, her eyes unusually calm. We will start the ceremony and restore the sacred site. In front of them, there were many locals gathered together, forming a large group and beginning some kind of action. Phew, I wonder if we can handle this. Murakhan felt this was a tough problem. Old Jin, standing behind, was coughing. Murakhan turns back to check Jin's condition. Haha, I guess I pushed myself too hard again. On Jin's hand is blood from what he vomited as a result of the previous battle. I have to say, you crazy kid, is there anyone who would call the enemy subordinate after killing him? In my time, losing just once means no one will cover for you. Murakhan irritably rests his hand on Jin's head in a familiar manner. I even called Luna here, and Lord Casimir came to pick her up. Jin explains. It's different, sweetheart. We're trying to protect the world. I wonder if that microbi will arrive on time? Murakhan complained to Jin, saying that using the teleportation gate would be fine. Jin lazily replied, yeah. If that guy is late, we'll take the hit. In the sky, a flock of fire dragons carrying the Jippel clan members are flying at lightning speed toward the Colin land, carrying heavy hostility. The deputy saw the Colin ruins already. A man sitting on the dragon's head reported upon realizing they were close to the designated location with another wizard. Report clearly what you see. The natives are holding a ceremony, and there are 2 strangers there as well, probably outsiders who haven't been seen yet. The ones hearing the reports are an old man with white hair and a muscular young man who doesn't seem like a typical wizard. Where is the master? Hearing this, the young wizard's eyes widened, teeth clenched, and veins bulged on his face. Lieutenant, please calm down. Maybe they have taken him hostage. If something happens to my brother, that guy said loudly, I will make all of them kneel and beg for death at my feet. The source of his aura is thick and intense, and the fearfulness on his face is extreme. Let's see. 6 dragons and about 30 mages. If something happens, I will revert to my original form to fight, but the main forces of the Jippel house will arrive soon after. Kid, take care of yourself. Yes, yes. At this moment, Jin has put on his dark mask and is ready for battle. His hand instinctively reaches for his sword. Ah, those were the days when the sky was still peaceful. Looking up at the sky, Murakhan said with a nonchalant expression. You damn bastard, Tama. The wound you pierced through my heart 1,000 years ago still aches and scars today. In the next moment, the dragons flying in the sky descended, cracking the ground where they landed, and then other dragons gradually arrived. Do you know which of these dragons is one of yours, Murakhan? They all seem to be fire dragons, I think. I don't know. They are too young. Looking at the angry dragons waiting nearby, Murakhan concludes that they are not fire dragons but red dragons, a lower species of fire dragon, probably all subordinates of Kadun. Murakhan stands beside Jin and explains to him that he is the vice-owner of the 7th magic tower of the Jippo Mador Elner clan. The young wizard who shouted earlier declared himself to Jin's people, flanked by 2 guardian mages. Where is Lord Muranjipo now? Who knows? I haven't seen him. Facing Mito Elner, Jin responded indifferently to his question. I've never heard of this name before in my previous life. Jin silently wondered why you were chasing after my brother. Although very angry, Mito Elner was still trying to control himself and communicate with the people in front of him. His personality is a bit peculiar, easily causing enemies and grudges outside. Or maybe you're just a bunch of black-hearted watchdogs. The more I talk, the more he loses control. Why should I tell you? Jin is still provoking that guy. I haven't asked you to take off your mask yet. Just put down your weapon somewhere and answer that question. Is my brother still alive? And then he became numb, his pupils constricting as he tried to confirm the information with Jin's people. I'm asking as someone who shares his bloodline, please. He lost control, his actions and words becoming chaotic, unfit for a family leader. You also have a family, you understand, right? If you tell me the truth, I won't lay a finger on your family. Please, please tell me the truth. Faced with Midor Elner's attitude and emotional loss of control, Jin remained serious in confronting him. What are you saying that's so funny? The beasts who cause so much pain to others are now showing brotherly love. There are graves of local people all around on the ground, placed side by side. Stop talking nonsense. Jane exudes killing intent behind the mask. How dare you? Are those bugs even considered noble humans like the Jipo family? He lost control and shouted at Jine. But then his eyes suddenly caught something ahead. Behind Jin, there was a blackened corpse lying on the ground, its shape unrecognizable. All right, I understand now. I arrived too late. That body is so burned black that it's almost impossible to see anything of it except that it's a charred corpse. You only dogs, he returned to his calm demeanor. But that rage was like a wild beast ready to pounce on any enemy at any moment, not enough to leave a mark on my brother's body. But with his reason, he was still confirming with Jine whether there were any other enemies nearby. Did you use some kind of trick or tactic? Even though his face clearly showed he couldn't contain himself, he still tried to hold back and talk to Jin's group. Everyone is ready to attack. Don't shoot, capture them alive. With all his fury, he shouted orders for his subordinates to follow and begin the assault. A subordinate uses the staff in his hand to gather mana at the top, creating a power ready to be unleashed on the enemy. Killing them quickly would be too easy, they must suffer in pain. Everyone simultaneously attacks with the power from their staffs. Each of them bears a color representing different powers. I must make them crawl at my feet, begging for death. Behind Mito Elner, numerous streams of power were unleashed towards Jin's group, including fire, ice, and wind magic. Using their blood and screams to sacrifice my brother, the chaotic sounds of their spells and deafening shouts blending together, creating an extremely chaotic situation. There, everything is a constellation of stars. Jin calmly assumes a stance with his sword, ready to counterattack. Here comes my brother. Jin is struggling with the current situation. Jin's eyes flash with unspoken anger, as in the next moment, an unfamiliar figure with a smile on their face raises a fan in their hand. I really hate hot things. Before Midor Elner's magic is cast, a blast of cold air rushes in, freezing and dispelling everything. Midor Elner's surprise is clearly visible on his face. His confusion has overshadowed his anger. Let's see. On the battlefield, a giant space portal opens before them. A figure steps out, wearing high heels, bringing an energy that freezes everything. I came here because I heard my daughter gave flowers to some guy. Her white hair fluttering in the wind from the power of the gate. It seems I arrived too late. 2 women stepped out from that gate. The dominance of these 2 rivals that of those standing at the top of the world's power. Talaris Endoma, the 51st Ice Temple Lord. In Midor Elner's bewildered gaze, he realized this person was capable of completely freezing all magic of the 8 elements. The air around seemed to freeze, but she was colder than even that. She is the Ice Clan leader. The silver-haired mage standing beside Mito Elner shouted. Frost Queen Talaris Endoma is standing in front of the teleportation gate. Her beauty and power radiated both elegance and terror, with the shadow of a giant toad behind her. It seems that Lord Casimir has succeeded. Jin's relieved expression is clearly reflected in every sentence he speaks. I'm still wondering who the Ice Palace Lord is. That impression, kid. Murakhan excitedly looked at the human in front of him. The ice toad only allows the chosen to control it. I didn't expect someone in this era to be able to do that. The giant toad with a long beard and indifferent eyes standing in front of the teleportation gate. Go inside and rest, little one. Talaris Endoma fanned her fan before the portal closed. The teleportation gate closed in front of everyone, so Talaris Endoma brought the fan to her mouth and smiled eerily. Her every step carried the power to freeze the ground beneath her, forming an ice barrier that enveloped the group in a freezing dome. In just a moment, the ice barrier was formed to isolate that area from the outside. You are the one my daughter gifted flowers to, standing in front of Jin. The woman seems interested in you. I am Jin, the Black Counselor. Jane expressed a serious attitude towards that woman. Yes, I have heard a lot about her. Talaris and Doma noticed that Jane was having some kind of problem, and her hesitation caught Jane's attention. Why are you still standing? You have external injuries, but your internal injuries are even more serious. Looking at Jane's body, Talaris and Doma concludes to Jin that it's not a serious problem. Jin politely replied, "At least you still know how to talk, so let me ask you a question." Talaris and Doma brings the fan in his hand closer to Jin's face as he looks confused. Are you the one who really killed my toy? Remember? Something about Ankaro. Is that his name? The power from Talaris and Doma causes part of Jin's face to freeze. You recall the past with a bitter expression. It was a mission from when you were still a cadet. Looking at Cirrus and Doma, she turns away as if she doesn't want to get involved in their story. It seems Cirrus isn't keeping her mouth shut anymore. Oh, I didn't mean to get angry at you or anything. Anyway, I'm going to deal with him, but do you know any decent men? Introduce me to him. Talaris places a hand on Jane's shoulder, showing a deep empathy to help clear up any misunderstandings, like Oppa beside him, then glances toward Murkan with an unreadable expression. You're sharp, Murkan shows a look of agreement, so why don't I, Oppa, go for tea sometimes? But turning her head aside, Talaris was trying to flirt with Murak with a sinister smile. Anyway, Cirrus, take care of your boyfriend. I have some things to deal with. She smiled at her daughter. Talaris cast a teasing look at Cirrus. What are you doing with your boyfriend? I told you it's not true, she screamed in panic. So, why did you give him flowers? She continued to mock, saying it was so no one could approach him before you all fought. Cirrus clumsily replied, you must be very busy. Cirrus caught Jin and let him rest his head on her lap. Jin replied tiredly, yeah, I've been a bit overwhelmed lately. Are you talking about Casimir, the one who brought the flowers? Cirrus gently talks with Jin while he's taking every second to rest, looking like he's willing to sacrifice his life. Kneeling before the throne where Talaris sits, Casimir respectfully offers a bouquet of flowers. The girl you gifted the flowers to is in danger of her life, so please save the princess. With a sincere expression, Casimir couldn't hide the anxious look on his face given the situation he was in. And wake my mother up too. Ha! From above, Terrace shows an arrogant attitude and looks down with a strange sense of interest. You have a good teammate. That's right. Everyone is kind. I don't deserve anyone's kindness, not even yours. You don't need to thank me. I just don't like seeing someone else, not me, hurt you. She gently responded to Jin's words, and suddenly Jin felt something about to burst out of his chest. A streak of black blood was spat out by Jin onto the ground. Are you all right? Jin, exhausted and coughing, lying on Cirrus's lap. Has that black blood fought in this state? Cirrus mutters in regret. I apologize, Jin said. Stop talking. Cirrus took a mysterious ceramic jar from her pocket and opened its lid. What is this? Putting the medicine to Jin's mouth, was it to make him take that drug so he would end up fighting like this? She thinks sadly. I don't like that. Cirrus's expressive face appears before him, while Muraka stands behind, clearly observing every move. Oh, your hair isn't silver. The ice barrier is now open. The 51st Ice Lord steps forward to face the Jaipo clan members. From your observations, you're not purely of bloodline, are you? She concluded that the man in front of her knew it wouldn't be easy. Luckily, I informed the family before leaving. Mito Elner felt danger looming as he faced the woman before him. If he kept stalling, reinforcements would arrive. Carrying his plans, he shouted his name to the woman in front of him. I am Mito Elner, Deputy Tower Master of the Tower of the Dark Sorcerers. I want to ask why you interfered in the Jipple family's affairs when you yourself rule the Western Sea. Jipple family's matters? It's been a while since I last acted, so why don't you think you're the ones interfering in my affairs? She shows no sign of fear when facing those in front of her. Mito Elner shouted in denial. Then I will let you go. Get out of here. Talar Indoma indifferently dismisses those people from the current situation. Her power completely allows those things to happen. Ice Palace Lord, do you dare to cause trouble on Jipo territory? The white-haired mage, the third elder of the Jipo clan, shouted across Jipo territory. Suddenly, he sensed a massive aura of killing intent pressing down on him. So, that's why you dared to speak to me in that tone? That murderous aura comes from Taurus. Her killing intent was like a giant snake squeezing the elder CC to death. Her face was icy cold as she approached them, and the surrounding air seemed to drop to freezing point. Shut up. Terrace's expression turns colder than ever. Her killing intent still hasn't diminished. At this moment, CCK realizes that he cannot confront this woman. The pressure bearing down on his body confirmed it. The Elder Master was forced to bow his head to the ground in shock. With her sword raised, she was sure the cold wind couldn't pass through, but she sensed something dangerous. Mito Elner ordered his subordinates to activate the protective barrier. The red dragons also sensed the imminent danger, their mouths preparing to spew fire to confront the situation. In the next moment, they unleashed multiple streams of large flames toward Terrace. No need to waste your strength, she flicked her fan and all the flames froze instantly, hovering in midair. Her power shatters the ice into fragments that fall to the ground where they stand. So what? Talaris's face remained calm, still wearing her mysterious and unpredictable expression. Do you want to continue? Taylor faced off against Midor Elner, his face filled with anger and frustration as he clenched his teeth against the overwhelming power of her. Even if we all die here, Midor Elner's hand is wrapped in mana, holding her staff tightly and showing its heat. The world will forget you and the Ice Palace. Not us. He shouted loudly and raised his staff in front of him. In the next moment, a seal appeared beside Terrace, while she maintained an indifferent expression as if nothing he did could threaten her. She glanced at the seal appearing beside her with a calm face. An explosion caused by magic lit up a large part of the forest. This is the power of fire bestowed upon me by the Master. Even you won't be able to escape. Mito Elner is still standing there talking after the remnants of her power affected Talaris. Space explosion, or what? Midor Elner stared in shock after seeing that she was still talking after the explosion was triggered right beside him. Celiac gave you his power. He must really like you. The smoke from the explosion disperses, and the woman's figure still stands there as if nothing just happened. But it seems he didn't teach you something important. Ice emanating from Talaris's body causes her sword to freeze several inches. Then she reveals a frozen sword, slowly releasing smoky, frozen mist from her hand. So, I will teach you. At this moment, Mito Elner's forehead beaded with sweat as he realized he had failed. The lesson about ice remains unchanged. Talaris smiles wickedly and with a sharp gaze points her sword at Midor El. Talaris strikes down, carrying with it a distinctive icy energy that envelops her completely. That energy source pierces through Midor Elner while he stands still stunned by Talaris's power as the wind struggles to withstand the dense onslaught of energy rushing toward him like a storm. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted behind him from that energy source. He was caught off guard and confused about what was happening. He turned back with his doubts glaring as all his subordinates and followers froze instantly. Only the chilling atmosphere brought by Talaris's power remained. Oh my God, why so surprising? Mito Elner's face seems to have nothing left on it. He was horrified, eyes wide open at this scene. Very quickly, Talaris appeared beside him with a cold demeanor. His face was confused and stunned as he looked back at the source of that voice, with only terror and the weakness of someone confronting absolute power remaining on his face. Is it because your clever trap disappeared in an instant? Or because Terrace's expression carries a terrifying threat in every word she speaks? Because your arm has disappeared. Where did it go? Now time seems to have stood still with Mid Elner. He didn't recognize anything else. His right arm had disappeared along with the lives of the unfortunate ones. On the remaining part of that arm, the ice streaks had frozen solid. I alone didn't. He bitterly looked down at his severed arm lying on the ground, the scar from Terrace's slash covered by snow and ice, feeling no pain at all. Mito Elner was panicked. This is why mages are such a problem. Your enemy is right in front of you, yet you dare to look away? Is it because you're arrogant or just stupid? This is something that warriors can never afford to do. Talaris stepped close to him, her sword radiating a chilling power so cold that when she struck, the victim's wound seemed to feel no pain. Mito Elner is still the same. He cannot move as the terror has swallowed his mind. How could the difference in strength be so great? His legs trembled, and he could no longer keep his body upright. He collapsed to the ground, blaming himself for forgetting to buy time. Even if the support team arrives, they would just become prey for this monster. There's no hope left. Terrace's figure before him was like a terror from the afterlife that could take his life at any moment. His will was so wild that he couldn't resist what was happening right in front of him. Suddenly, a massive seal appeared beneath his feet, enveloping Midor Elner and emanating a strange magical force. Even he was surprised and confused as this magic was being cast upon him. No rush. Talaris looked at Midor Elner with an indifferent expression at first, ready for any situation that might occur. In the next instant, a blinding golden energy shone down onto the ground where he was sitting in front of Talaris. What is this? As that power disappears, she looks back in confusion at its effect. Midor Elner has vanished without a trace from the ground, and a bright light shines down from above the sky, causing Talaris to fall into deep thought for a moment. Looking up at the sky, the light illuminated the surrounding forest, making her marvel at the power of the Jipo clan approaching. There, on a boat in the airship, the origin of that power was revealed. Midor Elner and his 3 subordinates have been summoned back to a safe location. Well done. From now on, Mido Elner feels surprised by the people in front of him, dressed in full-body cloaks that cover them from head to toe. Leave it to us. The White Knight Society, with their masks on, have finally revealed their identities. They are forces sent from the Jipple family to handle this matter. In the sky, the ice barrier also descends. The light from the flying ship above draws Cirrus's attention. She widened her eyes and looked up. Oh my God, it's over. Cirrus's words seem to be bringing Taurus back. She stands with her head bowed, showing bitterness towards the power that the Jippo family has brought. In the sky, a giant flying ship appeared, filling the entire sky where they stood. Light shone from a magic spell, illuminating the night ground like a vivid living painting before everyone's eyes. Are Cirrus's words unspoken? That is a power she cannot recklessly oppose. Why does Jack look like a ship on the ocean, yet it rules the sky and moves with magical devices developed during its construction? It's what the Jaipo used in the war. Does that crazy guy matter so much to the family? Murkan honestly admits and becomes wary of the ship hovering in the sky. Under the ground, Jin rubs his head as if it could help him wake up. In response to Murakan, Jin explains why the Jippo clan mobilized a large core force and escalated everything. Andre, the Jipple gang, attacked again right after the vice chief's death. Now they will retaliate for our actions. That body is quite a problem. Jin's attitude now partly reflects awe for the ship in the sky. However, he remained vigilant and alert at all times, but the ones controlling it from within are the strongest team of the White Knight Guild, made up of the chosen members from the Jippo clan. Damn it, from now on I might just become a burden again. Jin suddenly thought that Talaris was approaching the group again. Now we will head back here. I don't want to fight that here. She flicks the fan in her hand. Talaris is giving reasons for her defensiveness against the enemies in front of her. Kid, warn Condon, I will move the locals to a safe place, so get ready to leave now. Talar is speaking to Jine with a calm expression, showing she is not intimidated by the new enemies. She simply does not want to face them right now. No, Jin begins to object. Until the ritual is complete, I cannot leave with all my sorrow. Kid, unlike Jine's appearance, Talaris frowned at you. Do I look like I'm asking you? Talaris exudes deadly intent as her views clash with Yin's. Her power belongs to a different level altogether. I'm not here to listen to your complaints. Still, Jine is trembling as he struggles to stand up. If they don't complete the ritual now, we won't be able to stop the JP invasion in the future, and victims like them will keep increasing. So please, let these sufferings end, and help me. Jin is pleading with utmost reverence. His strength can recover somewhat, but it is still too little for the current situation he is facing. Talaris silently looked at Jine. Seeing the truly sincere light in Jine's eyes, she finally relented. Talaris turned her feet in the opposite direction. Talaris calmly replied, finishing everything in that short time. She agreed to Jin's request while he was still wide-eyed in surprise at her decision. And after this is over, your parents and I will have a talk. Before leaving, Talar Laris turned back and told Jin while drawing her sword. At this moment, at the prayer temple, Tika and the local villagers are preparing for a ritual unaware of what is happening. Suddenly, a sound reaches her and captures her attention. Sir Jin, Tik called out as he saw Jin running towards them, gasping for breath. He hurriedly asked, Is there a way to speed up the ritual? The Jippo are preparing for a full-scale attack. Please go now. Tik said something that made Jin feel confused. We know what that thing in the sky is, and we can't put you in any more danger. Before they find the location of the sacred relic, they can't kill us. Tik placed his hand on his chest with a determined look and told Jin, the only one who has helped us all this time, that it was you guys. Thank you very much. Jin places his hand on Tika's shoulder. He is experiencing a chaotic emotion similar to what T is going through. I still haven't been able to help her, so I can't give up yet. I will ask again, is there any other way? With all sincerity, Jin looked at TA with complete care as he faced TA. If the priestess who is supposed to be here is far away, then maybe. But right now, there is no other way. Its eyes look vacant, her face as if she has given up all hope, leaving only everyone's desperate effort. Is the person who rushed out already dead? At this moment, Cirrus stands nearby, showing concern and asking about everyone around. No, she's currently at Tan. Really? That's good then, because I realize this is a situation I can help with. Ceres smiles and a surge of power radiates from behind her. Let's go. The next second, Ceres summons a ice frog from the teleportation gate she can use to quickly move to the designated location. If she is still alive, I can bring her here, no matter where she is. She smiled brightly, making the current situation feel more reassuring. Oh my God, and now my daughter is using it without permission. Sweetheart, you're having so much fun, huh? With the ice sword in her hand, her aura spread across the battlefield. I don't know what you're planning, but I need to keep them here as I promised, right? Protect them from Jipo's strongest forces for an hour. Murakhan is now activating his body, preparing for the upcoming battle. For the two of them, superhuman beings in the world don't feel too threatened when facing them, so it's as easy as pie. Muraka says it's not like the kids dating will take up much time anyway. She looks up at the sky. Murakhan is talking to Talaris, and she agrees with what he's saying. Their indifferent attitude is so extreme that others can't imagine they are facing the strongest forces of the JP family. Oh my, are you helping me? Black Dragon Talaris, aside from exposing that I am a dragon, I can't use my full power. Still, Murakhan's confident demeanor doesn't waver in the slightest. All right, then tighten the ice sword in your hand. Talaris's power gradually surges, surpassing their perception of her strength. Should I borrow your claws now? I face that and they feel more passionate than afraid of us. We are the White Knights of the Jipo family. So let's be straightforward. Ice Archer. A telepathic magic message is being transmitted from the giant ship flying overhead. Leave now. The leader of the force is snapping his fingers on his neck to amplify his voice, reaching those below. If you hand over the one who killed Muronjipo and others, we won't make a big deal out of it. Both Talaris and Murakhan frown impatiently on the ground. If you want my cooperation, Talaris will slowly raise his ice sword. Pointing his ice sword at the flying ship in the sky, Talaris arrogantly said, "Then bring the evil carriage here." So there was no other choice left, knowing negotiation was impossible. The leader of the force raised one hand and a magic circle appeared above him, ready to fire at any moment. In the next moment, he clasped his hands above his head, summoning fireballs that gathered with destructive power and hovered in place. As if prepared, his hands began to glow and then dispersed. He recites a spell and unleashes a massive fire magic blast larger than his ship, roaring down at the two of them, but Murakhan stands firm before the magic, ready to dispel it. Murakhan charges forward, shattering their magic's power, causing it to disperse and rebound towards the ship from the shockwave. Meanwhile, Taris's power reaches its peak as it gathers on his sword. The next second, she simply stood still and swung her sword, unleashing her powerful sword aura forward, rushing beneath the ship. Recognizing the situation, those enemies raised their hands to prepare, their gloves glowing as they gathered their strength. Having gathered enough power, the artifact from their hands glows brightly, and he quickly casts a defensive spell that strikes down onto the ship's floor. A surge of energy concentrates beneath the ship in an instant, preparing to withstand the aftershock. The clash between Taris's strike and the defensive magic causes the ship to spin from the shockwaves they generate. The team raises their shields hurriedly, with the leader reorganizing the current situation. Who is standing in front of the Ice Palace Lord? He speaks of Murakhan with suspicion. Talaris's power is legendary beyond doubt, but Murakhan is different. He doesn't know who that is and is showing great caution. He didn't resist his magic at all, not even using mana. He's not easy to deal with. But looking down below, Murakhan's face was no different from that of mercenaries, still showing indifference despite having just shattered the magic of those from the strongest clan of Jipo with his bare hands. Calling the family, the head is shouting at his subordinates, "I will use the war cannon." In another place, Jine's hand was knocking urgently on a wooden door as a familiar figure opened it. Oh, coming right out, coming right out. Who is it? He is the drunkard Jin approached when he first arrived at Conan. Young Master Jin. He seemed surprised by Jin's presence, while Jin still looked hurried and distracted. Jin was covered in wounds as the saintess rushed away. "Where is she?" Grine asked. "I'm waiting for you." Young Master Jin steps out from the house. Lausa was already prepared as if she knew this would happen. "Holy Maiden, I will explain on the way." But standing at the door, Jine is trying to persuade Lausa. "I'm ready now. Let's go now." Lausa places her hand on her chest and prepares to follow Jine. On the current battlefield, the battle is still intense, with Talaris using her sword to counter the attacks from the Jipo forces. Her power always revolves around her body, making her movements more graceful. Numerous blades from Taris's sword aura rush to attack the flying ship in the sky and collide with magical defenses against the assaults. The shockwaves from their attacks and counterattacks are destroying the surrounding ground. Merkin is still fighting back against the Jipo forces with his punches. There are marks on his hand from it. It's smoking and seems to be overloaded. "Whew, you're pretty strong too." Still with a cheerful expression, Murakhan is examining his arm again. The ground where he stands cracked open from the aftermath of the attack, and suddenly Murakhan felt a stream of icy air appear nearby, catching his attention. Huh? What's going on? Murakhan was surprised as his arms froze, caused by Talaris using her power on his body. After all, the Ice Queen's fruit is still better than having nothing, right? Talaris pretends to look innocent, but also shows concern, then claps her hands together. Muraka realizes how tough they are. I can't feel my hands anymore, but that won't make Moroccan back down. On the contrary, he became more aggressive and fiery than ever. But the fierce look in his eyes radiated like he wanted to crush his enemies. Moroccan lowered his claws to the ground, gripping a large stone beneath his feet, and in the next moment he effortlessly lifted a giant rock. His eyes suddenly sharpened, veins bulging on Moroccan's forehead, and in the next moment he threw the stone at the flying ship above, shattering it into pieces. It's truly ridiculous. Lost in his thoughts, Talaris smiled. That kid Doan Candon said the Jipo House wants this land, so they can't use war cannons. Both sides must avoid casualties in this battle. If things continue like this, we will win. Talaris smiled confidently as he looked up at the sky. You're thinking that, aren't you, Ice Lord? The Jipo leader secretly thought. It's really annoying, but I still haven't been given permission to fire. He also looks quite annoyed. But the villagers are holding some kind of ceremony and 2 people suddenly disappeared. They must be plotting something. I can't let this go on. I need to reorganize my thoughts and assess the current situation. He realized that this situation was not in his favor if time kept passing. Another member of the Jipo family reported their situation to the commander when communicating with their own clan. Commander, what is the order from the family? He asked. Elimination, as expected, has been long awaited. Although he wears a mask, his cheerful and urgent demeanor cannot be hidden behind it. What's going on? Seeing the aggressive behavior of those from the Jipo clan calm down, Moroccan suddenly became curious about what was happening. They suddenly fell silent. Are they giving up? Talaris widened her eyes as she looked more closely at the flying ship in the sky, becoming more alert toward it. No way. In the sky, in front of the ship's nose, a huge source of power is rapidly gathering before their eyes. The condensed light of power arrives, shining from the war weapons of the Jipo clan and illuminating the sky and their faces. That power has become a source of energy manifested as a giant fireball. Swordmaster, I just received permission from the clan leader. You know what that means, right? This is your last chance. I will count to 3. Bring everyone here and leave now, now, now. If you don't comply, the leader, who has turned the tide of battle, will use a powerful sound magic to communicate with Jin's allies standing below the ground. I will destroy everyone here, evil beast. Terrace's face became more unpleasant than ever. She gritted her teeth. In the next instant, a teleportation gate appeared behind Talaris along with her power, leaving Talaris stunned by what was unfolding before her. She turns around quickly. Ceres steps out of the teleportation gate with a hurried expression. In that moment, Ceres rushed towards Terrace while her face looked panicked. Time seemed to stand still for everyone. Everyone stepping out of the gate instinctively looked up at the sky. From above, the arrogant leader looked down at them and gave the order to fire. At this moment, Talaris's eyes realized the situation and turned towards that immense wave of power with vigilance. A huge beam of energy crashes down from the sky to the ground. The destruction it causes is as great as a bomb capable of wiping out an entire forest, turning the woods into a wasteland. Charging forward, Talaris stands in front of Jin and those emerging from the gate. Her powering eights into her sword as Talaris strikes a giant slash, tearing through the air. And then, with Talaris's gaze sharper than ever, she watched the clash of the 2 forces. Talaris's sword might not be as mighty as the power of the war cannon, but its sharpness and resilience made it more trustworthy than ever. In the next moment, the power of the war cannon descends from the sky, while Talaris's icy sword force surges upward, leaving only a clash of absolute powers on the battlefield. Then the 2 sources of power collide, causing shockwaves to ripple through the surrounding environment in a suffocating manner. Amidst the chaotic clash, shards of shining debris streak down from the sky at a dizzying speed. Those fragments turn into destructive shockwaves that devastate the surrounding ground. The shards of Talaris grow larger, signaling to everyone. It's because of the special attribute of the entire ice. Everything that touches the blade of the sword gets frozen. Jin, prepared to withstand the tremors from the clash between the Jipo family group and Talaris, the Holy Maiden kneels down and begs not to move. Jin rushes forward to stand in front of Laoza as thousands of shards fall from above, illuminating the sky in multiple directions like a cage rushing to engulf its prey. Because they had prepared themselves in advance, Ceres and Jin concentrated their respective powers, with Jin's sword filled with dark energy. In the next moment, Jin swung hundreds of strikes toward the chaotic fragments falling from the sky. Ceres also uses her ice sword to counter Jin. The scene is a stunning blend of the contrasting colors of ice and darkness, creating a picture both beautiful and deadly. The combined power of their swords rises straight into the sky, piercing through the shattered remnants of war cannon energy, but their efforts are no match for that enormous source of power. The power they nullified was only a fraction, and the sky continued to pour down, making them tiny like fish before a vast bed. Her skills have improved compared to before. He planted his black sword into the ground and said, "I didn't think you could keep up with me with that body of yours." After a round of attack, they finally had a moment to relax for a brief moment. This situation isn't looking good either. I don't think we'll be able to do anything easily, even if we take the Saintess to the ceremony. However, Jin's stamina from the previous battle was depleted, and he knelt on the ground near Sirius. That ship, I can't believe it can stand toe-to-toe with my mother. Amidst the thick smoke after the attack, the ship seemed to pause, charging energy for the next strike. Those jiffly bastards brought something pretty big here. How the hell? Standing on the ship's deck, the commander begins to find it hard to believe in the powers of those they are facing. Can a human really stop the destructive power of the Siege cannon? This is your final warning. The Ice Palace Lord seems to have understood the situation. He uses magic to amplify his voice and transmit it downward. If you do not agree to our demands, we will kill all your guests. It's truly laughable. It seems you still don't have the courage to talk about killing me, does it? Talar said loudly with her tone and strength, looking down on those who despise her. The commander stands silently on the airship, looking down with displeasure at what he hears. I am the Lord of the Isoma Guild, and even all your arrogant clans combined cannot kill me if you dare to attack. Terrace raises her ice sword towards the ship above and speaks with an arrogant tone, her face showing no trace of panic. Know your place and get out of here now. You kids are still wet behind the ears. That's right. Killing her is impossible. Everyone from the JP family on the airship clearly heard Talus's words. As the strongest force of the family, they cannot accept this insult. But do you think you can protect everyone behind you when faced with a barrage of cannon fire? Looking up, Talaris feels confused by what the leader is saying, her eyes narrowing with bitterness. We only have to endure a little shame, but you will carry the betrayal of failure for not being able to protect your guests. The leader calmly explained and analyzed Terrace's current situation and the problems she faced. Girl, the woman you just took away must be someone we need for the ceremony here. I just need to bring her there, right? Standing in front of Jain and La Talaris, she quickly assessed the situation and devised a plan to secure a complete victory on this battlefield. If she can, we will win. Under her mask, Jin did not deny Terrace's words. All right, if that's the case. She tightened her grip on her ice sword, her aura ready for the next move. My daughter, listen carefully. I will block their attack, and you must find a way to bring that woman to the temple. Talaris drew her sword to block in front of Jain and the others. She clearly states her stance and the importance of her role in this battle, whether it's the Icebow or the bandits. One of us will have to endure a shame after today. Veins appeared on her forehead. Her eyes sharpened, anger clearly visible on her face. Fire the cannon now. Along with Terrace's tense demeanor, the leader also turned around and ordered his men to prepare for the confrontation. Today, we will erase that bastard from this earth. The hostility of the leader finally revealed itself. He shouted angrily, Miss Ceres, please protect the Saintess. He tore his torn shirt from his arm. Jin also prepared for the upcoming attack from the flying ship. What? And what about you? Ceres asked nervously. I will clear the way. Jain tightly grips his sword, wrapped in cloth in his hand. What? Are you telling me to do it myself? You saw what happened just now. Ceres anxiously questions Jain and refuses to let him join the battle, starting to move away with her, her face covered in sweat. How do you plan to handle all those shards flying out by yourself? You will die. Listening to Ceres' words, Jin thoughtfully explains to her his role and determination. I have come this far thanks to many people. If I don't weigh my life against this now, I can't do it. Both La and Ceres can feel Jin's thoughts and feelings as he makes this risky decision. Suddenly, Lausa feels moved by what Jain says and his concern. Holy maiden, holy maiden, holy maiden, please run away now from the past. Saintess, an older man covered in wounds, is shouting at Lausa. If those damn JP guys find out the location of the ruins, they will definitely do something to him. Madam, if you lose your life, this child and even the mission assigned to us by Clam will all be lost. Please, go somewhere they cannot find you. In the past, that man placed his hand on her shoulder and begged Lausa to escape from their homeland. At that time, Lausa was just a girl, her injured eyes wrapped in bandages, tears streaming down her cheeks. It will be all right, holy maiden. Although the man's life is nearing its end, he still has a gentle and kind look when speaking to La. Please survive. And please help us by finding a savior for the tribe. Immediately after, a wounded man drags her away from Colon. Find the Saintess quickly. Behind you are the sounds of pursuers closing in. You damn bugs, tell me the Saintess's location before I burn you to death. The Jipo wizards, full of lust, are searching for the Saintess to carry out their schemes. I told everyone this was the best we could do. That man and the others are being burned alive by the magical flames from the Jipo clan, but in the end, he leaves everyone behind and runs away. Lao Sa's thoughts continue to sink into guilt, yet it was her own choice. At that moment, Lao Sa, a young girl, could only cry and run away from reality, hiding on a small island as her holy power gradually faded. The candles begin to flicker out like the fate of the natives living there, praying to the gods who will never answer, just waiting for a savior to arrive. Sitting before those candles, Lao Sa's feelings of helplessness were gradually replaced. All of that is her choice. Returning to the present, Lao Sa's face grew contemplative until a voice woke her up. Saintess, even if we have to die, you must get there. Do you understand? Jin reaffirmed the importance of the Saintess in protecting and fighting for the freedom of the Colon family. Please put your life on the line. Lao Sa's tears involuntarily streaked down her cheeks. She couldn't control her emotions. Clenching her lips, she understood that everyone had sacrificed themselves in countless ways, and this was the moment when her own decisions would determine the fate of this land. I understand. She wipes away the tears on her cheek with her hand, showing a determination she has never dared to show in her life. On the battlefield, the war cannon has gathered enough power and is ready to fire at those following Jin below. Fire. The decisive sound of the leader's voice made the battle's tension worse than ever. In the blinding light that obscured the darkness, Jin remained focused on her role, rushing forward like an arrow. Ceres stands in front of Lao X, ready to defend against the debris from its source of power. In the next moment, Talaris's sword rushes toward the cannon's source of power at lightning speed. At the same time, the power of the cannon was unleashed at lightning speed, firing down to the ground, like a swift beast rushing through the chaos of shattered debris caused by clashes between opposing forces. Don't think about anything else. Jin, stop. I just need to trust in one thing. Swing my sword with a readiness to face the enormous source of power ahead. I need to believe in every strike from my blade. It will be just like the first strike. Jin's gaze is icy cold, and his focus blending with the darkness makes Jin seem like a war god on the battlefield. Jin's sword strikes the shards, shielding La and Ceres from the chaos of the battlefield. Keep going. I will hold them back. Jin rushes forward to lead La and Ceres through the chaos as they remain stunned by the devastating battlefield ahead, with shards of light raining down from above like a storm, beyond his expectations and plans. At that critical moment, Merkin charged like a gust of wind, smashing through whatever approached Jin, his arm wielding the icy power of Talaris, leaving Jin stunned. Merkin, they swarm like ants, ready to go. Merkin never lets his guard down for a second on the battlefield. He warns everyone that what is about to appear in the sky is descending rapidly. His face is more panicked than ever. Fire at the top, the ship's power source, Ningju once again. The leader ordered his subordinates to attack relentlessly, not giving those below a moment's rest. Talaris's face was grim to the extreme as she clenched her teeth and continued to confront the power of the Jipo family's war weapon descending from the sky, where continuous flashes of light from its firepower illuminated the land with its might. Stop! Stop it! Merkin shouted as the enormous power kept pouring down in front of them. The attacks keep coming down in front of Merkin, and he shouts loudly to warn everyone there. From the sky, countless sources of power keep pouring down, crashing onto the ground at incredible speed. Run! Merkin shouted loudly. Below, Jin and Merkin kept charging forward, destroying all those sources of power, clearing the way for La and Ceres to escape the battlefield and reach the temple. A shard of energy slips through the smoke and debris, rushing toward Ceres as she turns around and raises her sword to defend against what is coming at her. In front of Ceres's astonished eyes, Merkin and Jin's attack swiftly cut through and tore apart that enormous source of energy. Turning to Jin, Merkin wore a confident, proud smile with a look of unwavering confidence. Hey, you're pretty good at fighting, kid. Keep it up. As the words finished, Merkin saw a destructive beam rushing rapidly beside him, completely ignoring it as it headed toward his back. In that moment, Merkin couldn't believe his eyes. That seemingly harmless power actually pierced straight through Jin's stomach. He was completely exhausted from facing it and failed to stop it from piercing his body. Blood splattered everywhere from the wound along with Merkin. Ceres also realized this. She looked around to assess Jin's condition as her scream echoed when the pressure of that power pierced through Jin and caused him to fall to the ground. At that moment, Jin's life was almost shattered instantly. The mask-bearing dark power had disintegrated, while the source of strength from the flying ship still lingered in the air. It swallowed Jin whole. I was able to get this far thanks to the help of many people. If I don't weigh my life on the scale, I won't be able to bear the choice I have bet on. In my thoughts, after all I've been through, helped by many people, Jin's past flashes before my eyes, along with all the efforts, hardships, and connections. At this moment, La suddenly found herself lifted up by someone. She was panicked for a second and didn't understand what was happening. Damn it. Cirrus used one hand to lift Lausa onto his shoulder and shouted angrily. Lausa turned her head to see why her body was suddenly lifted into the air. You idiot, how could you go so far? Holding Lausa on his back, Cirrus rushes quickly through the devastated battlefield, trying to cut down everything in their way with his sword, feeling an indescribable sense of helplessness and loss. Why, though? She shouted furiously. Surrounding her are the remnants of shattered power. Suddenly, a streak of light flashes across her arm. A fragment of that power, moving at lightning speed, slices through Cirrus's arm before she can react. With a quick and decisive move, that power cut across her sword-holding arm as if feeling an excruciating pain deep in her bones, instinctively pushing her far away from the shockwave, beyond the reach of the fragments from the war weapon, using all her strength to throw Lao back a great distance before her body completely collapsed from the pain and the aftershocks caused by the debris attack. Lausa was thrown several meters away, lying sprawled on the ground as Cirrus steadied herself. Lausa struggles to sit up, gazing at Cirrus with wounds on her face and body amidst the thick smoke left by the battlefield, while Cirrus, exhausted, struggles to stand holding her sword, one of her arms cut off. She is kneeling and struggling to support her body with everything she has left. Don't let our efforts be in vain, but her determined gaze and unwavering resolve remain. On the battlefield, everyone is focused on their goal, ignoring the injuries their bodies must bear. As she continues to run, Lausa gazes blankly at Cirrus, her face gradually becoming more and more expressionless than ever. Strangers helping her regain freedom for her people gradually collapse before her, biting her lip tightly. She understands that if she hesitates here, the sacrifices made will be in vain by those who helped her. The roasted chicken turned toward the shrine, tears of bitterness streaming down Lausa's cheeks for those who helped her. She rushed toward the shrine in her pain and madness. I won't. Lausa's negative and repressed emotions have now erupted, still waiting for a reply from the other person. On the battlefield, Murakhan lifts Jin's head and assesses the situation. Murakhan now is just a moment for his fury to erupt and aim his spear at those from the Jippel clan. I took too long to realize. Another attack from above, the light now illuminating everything beneath the surface. Cirrus's eyes turn bitter, tears welling up, but she knows this is not the moment for her to grieve. Nothing can change it except through prayer. Thousands of streams of power pour down from the sky. All that remains before her are lonely, hopeless rays of darkness. On the path to success and freeing her people from the oppression imposed by the JP family on the locals. I have made my decision now. That power fell to the ground, causing a massive explosion so huge that everything within sight would be destroyed, like a monster that doesn't give its prey a chance to escape. Wake up now. She is lost in endless darkness, as if a voice is calling and trying to wake Jin up. His ego is lost in the very source of his own dark power. Wake up now. In that chaotic and lonely darkness, the faintest echoes are trying to wake Jin and pull him out of there. At this moment, Jin's eyes remain closed, as if to free him from exhaustion and the burden ahead. Jane's dark eyes, as if sensing something right in front of him, slowly open his tired eyes. In front of him was a scene both unfamiliar and yet familiar, with every part of the battlefield engulfed in flames. Everything is filled with the colors of decay and destruction. In the middle of the battlefield, there is a large crater still bearing the traces of magic and battle. On that battlefield, Ceres has died. Her body is stiff and blood is scattered across the ground. Talaris is holding her ice-cold daughter's body amidst the chaos, her eyes appearing hollow and vacant. Many members of the JP clan suddenly appeared around Talaris, standing there as if ready to take her back to the afterlife at any moment. What is this? Jin's face now becomes more panicked than ever. What he sees is the future, the consequence of wrong decisions he cannot bear to leave behind. Suddenly, the sound of breaking glass drew everyone's attention and made him turn around behind him. Jin's eyes became vacant in front of the scene before him. It was as if he couldn't believe his own eyes anymore. The impacts caused small stones around to fly up from below. In the air, a giant red dragon stands on two legs with massive arms and tough scales, gripping the neck of another black dragon. While that dragon seemed unable to resist the absolute power, Murakhan? At this moment, its expression seemed to have vanished, leaving only a weary, defeated look in front of the strength of the other dragon. Who is it? The sharp red claws and massive legs are desperately holding Murakhan's neck. A giant dragon several times larger than normal, covered in blazing red scales, with its eyes shining brightly in the midst of the battlefield. Its mouth was already spewing flames, ready to deliver a final blow to the enemy in front of it. Murakhan was now unable to resist and was struggling to break free from the giant dragon's grip. Celia Kadan's guardian dragon of the Jipo family must be very determined. Finally, looking down at the battlefield, Jin's eyes became more bitter than ever. Did we fail? Down in that devastated corner of the battlefield, Jin's body lies there. His body is covered with scars from the battle, and his face is now hidden by his hair as he turns his head to the side. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in Jin's endless darkness, waking him up and leaving him confused about what happened next. You must be wondering when everything started to go wrong. Maybe you shouldn't have ended everything with Muron's death? Was the last image of that guy dying the one that appeared in the flow happening before him? Or perhaps the right choice was to let those from here run away? Neither of those options are correct. Maybe you shouldn't have helped them from the beginning. The image of the people at the temple gathering there, preparing for the prayer ceremony, also appears. Aren't those feelings of regret flooding your mind right now? Lion's face becomes more sorrowful than ever. Your soul bows in thought, Jine's trembling arm clenched tightly. Every word you speak is sincere and helpless in your body. That is the path I have chosen. I do not regret it. What makes me so angry is the disappointment in myself, and it affects everything around me. A feeling of rage and helplessness engulfs you. Even though I am dead, I am still weak and powerless. Because of me, everyone else, because I am too fragile and foolish, your emotions and restraint finally burst out. His whole body trembles as he admits it, as if his own efforts and haste are causing everything he does to go astray. I understand, so don't forget those feelings. Those words made Jin feel extremely confused, and he was staring wide-eyed at those things. Suddenly, a hand appeared with fingers and nails longer than those of ordinary people. That snap of the fingers caused Jin's emotions to stagnate, bringing everything back to reality. A massive white light radiated, unlike the destructive glow from the war cannon of the Jipo clan. This light is brighter and more dazzling than any other, pulling Jin into a strange space. And at this moment, Jin still doesn't understand anything. It is a peaceful land. Everything is lush and there are giant rocks like floating islands in the sky. This is an indescribable feeling that envelops Jin's mind. I am clam. Suddenly a sound echoed in your mind, grabbing your attention as you try to use all your brain power to keep up with such sounds. The one who sealed themselves within the mirror with Sodet's help stands before him, taking the form of a woman. Her face is covered by an ancient mask connected to a long, flowing cloak that reaches the ground, her body glowing with a gentle, radiant blue light. That appearance is of a giant god, making Jin feel as small as a fish in the ocean. I am waiting for you. The toy chosen by Soed radiates a powerful aura in front of Jin, making the small people facing her feel compelled to marvel. Wait, Jin's face became confused as he looked at the god. What do you mean by that? The 1,000-year contract holder floating in their subconscious faces a strange god before them, but still understands their own agreements. Jin can't help but wonder there isn't much time left, confronting the god in front of him. Jin's expression when facing the god shows no fear, only a certain suspicion about the things he doesn't know. After today, you probably realize the path you must take, and the pain of those you cannot protect, clenching your fists in anger as you question. I really can't find the words. If everything is over, what is the point anymore? Let all my anger and frustration be unleashed on the god. Jin feels like he's just a joke. It all means nothing. Nothing at all. The god replied, "Keep talking." For a moment outside, the god's power and face shone brighter than ever, blinding them back to reality. Startled, Jin opened his eyes to find himself in the middle of the battlefield, his hands still on his stomach. He gasped as if he could feel every cell in his body, then quickly sat up. Gasp! Gasp! Damn it, how many times have I woken up like this today? I placed my hand on my forehead. Jin is adjusting to his body and feeling it again, one hand resting on his thigh in a relaxed pose after a tiring day. Wait, I just woke up, and now his gaze has become determined. He realizes that he has returned to the present. Did you just wake up? A voice from behind Jin caught his attention as he looked up at the figure approaching in front of him. Jin couldn't believe his eyes. Cirrus, who had been thought dead, was now standing right in front of him. From that shocked expression of yours, I guess you value your life a lot. Cirrus stands in front of Jin with no wounds on his body. Her face broke into a gentle smile, as if nothing had happened on the battlefield so far. Cirrus Jin suddenly asked, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Hey. That guy suddenly behind Jin, with a hand gathering dark power raised. That kid wants to kill him. A blow like the sky coming down directly behind Jin snapped him back to reality, and he asked, "Why are you lying there unconscious like that? I thought you were dead." Merkin angrily widened his eyes and questioned Jin, his face more furious than ever. Veins appeared on his arm as he clenched his fist tightly. Jin turned to look at the man behind him with a surprised expression. Murakan, I thought you were attacked. With his innocent face, Jin turned to Murakan and asked Kadun, "Why did you suddenly mention that bastard?" Really? Murakan felt bitter when Jin mentioned Kadun Channel in front of him. And who was attacked? That guy should have stepped back the moment he met my gaze. Murakan questions Jin about what he just said, the dragon raising his fist high in front of Jin. You finally woke up, the sound of Talaris echoes. She is slowly approaching Jin using a fan to cover her mouth. Talaris speaks frankly, I honestly don't know what you're thinking to do this, but who would have expected? You would actually cause a god to descend to the mortal realm. At this moment, Jin felt confused and turned to ask Taris, what do you mean by that? Did you do it unconsciously? The saintess has possessed her body, standing around Gin. The three of them are listening to Murakan explain their current situation. All three, Murakan, Talaris, and Cirrus, are standing around Jin, pointing up at the sky where the spaceship is flying, smoking, and seems to be out of control, hovering in the air. Murakan is explaining about the god who descended to help them cause this, and it's not just an ordinary god. He said that on the ship, the members of the JP clan are lying on the ground, all clutching their necks and unconscious. As soon as they descended, they wiped out everyone. Murakan explains, I don't know what he did, but those white knights are just lying there now. Blood is flowing from their noses and strange blue veins are appearing on their faces as they lie there. In front of the worshippers at the shrine, a familiar figure stands before the locals as they bow to her. That figure is Lausa, but her aura doesn't actually belong to her, and also this powerful and overwhelming magic. I don't know who they are, but I don't think this is a weak god, but I can't remember anything. Jin looked at the people inside the barrier and said, Hey! A voice echoed from behind, catching Lausa's body and the woman's attention as someone called her, still maintaining her original appearance and an unreadable calm demeanor. This kid is awake now. Start explaining. Regarding what you are about to do, the god inhabiting her body makes her demeanor better than ever. Her eyes are not those of a mortal, but contain an endless source of power. There is a blue gem on her forehead. Are you not? The saintess spoke hurriedly with doubt in her voice, asking, Yes, my name is Clam. She placed her hand on her chest and made a sound unlike those of the beings below, a sound only Dark Lords and the oldest gods could produce. Thanks to the sacrifice of these children, I can descend to the mortal realm, the deity said softly. Changes had already appeared on Lausa's body, revealing features that only the deity's descent could fully describe. Lausa's eyes and hair turn icy white and grow longer, while Jin's black eyes reveal the pain and death you experience today, standing before Jin. The deity continued with what she needed to say after their previous encounter within Jin's subconscious, and the image of failure he saw earlier. Consider this a small lesson, along with what you seek today. So are those things just illusions? Jin concludes, standing firm with his doubts. Murakan couldn't help but be curious about what happened to Jin. Despite facing a god, his attitude showed no sign of fear. Now I see. Are you messing with our kid? If you're going to be late, don't act all high and mighty. Answer quickly. Why did you do this? What do you want from our kid? I mean this kid. Murakan glared at the god and questioned the woman in front of him. Suddenly, a relic born from the pure green power of the goddess appeared in the deity's hand. I am waiting for the owner of this. It's an artifact that shocks even someone like Jin when faced with it. He widened his eyes and examined it. Is that a mirror? I am the origin and source of magic, but I could not withstand that power and almost destroyed the world. Holding the artifact shaped like a mirror in my hand. It is exactly the same as the artifact that the guardian dragon of Casimir's daughter sketched and gave to you, and the god in front of you is explaining about that god, the origin of the power, and their creation. At that moment, Sed helped me. Hearing the god mention this, Tara smiled with rare interest. She wondered if Sod had sealed me and my power into this mirror. The god's explanation was different from the sincere appearance of that deity. Murakan was suspicious of her explanation. I have never heard of a dark magic deity. Look here. In the next moment, a dark energy from the relic radiates out. It begins to spill out and surround the artifact that the god brought, Sedet's seal. It is an seal made of dark energy, but it is very weak now. Muraka looked at the seal and reassessed the condition of the artifact. So, you need someone who can maintain this seal? He crossed his arms and made a conclusion. There is an infinite source of magic in this mirror, and it is me. The true form of the god appears within the sealing mirror. It's not as large as her true form when touching Jin's soul, only the size of the treasured mirror. If this magic escapes, the world will be erased. The god explained the consequences of that seal. To prevent it from happening, I asked Sods to seal me, and the children have protected me for thousands of years. The ritual participants stood up and looked towards their god with reverence. Do you know what they endured to protect you? Shouldn't he have let the strong ones protect him? Murkan is angry because the consequences she brought have caused the people of Kolin to suffer exploitation and imprisonment by those from the Jipo family. Kolin was very different back then. Now no one can defeat them, the god explained, but after I was sealed, my blessing couldn't reach them. Thanks to you, I can finally put an end to everything now. The 1,000-year contract mentioned by thee is what the god referred to about Jane after revealing the truths to him. Earlier, even he and everyone around, including Murakhan and Talaris, were astonished by the statements from the god in front of them. The contract holder, Cirrus, is still wide-eyed in amazement at Jine's background. Talaris falls into deep thought. He also has a contract with Sed? Even though he's standing in front, Jine can still feel Terrace's smile gradually losing its humanity. The power of the artifact begins to fade, giving way to the next heir of the contract with the King of Shadows. Take it, Jine Don Khan the Black, and bring the ancient mirror towards Jine. On the artifact, Jin's silhouette is clearly visible through it. The mysterious and inexplicable aura still remains on the familiar yet strange face, holding and observing the artifact. Jin watches it as he listens to the deity's final explanation about the artifact he is seeking. The power to protect the world. You possess the strength of Sodet. There is a source of energy flowing into Jin's body from this artifact, filling the air with its immense power and covering Jin's hand. Just holding it causes the magic power to pour into my body, but every time the magic escapes from the mirror, the seal weakens. Jin quietly wonders if the Jipo family was so reckless as to use this kind of object in their past life. I guess I have to protect this seal instead of the Colon family, as I have confirmed. Jin turned to confirm the stance of the god. It was a duty that the Colon family could not fulfill. The god did not object to Jin's opinions. I am not only requesting the preservation of Sodet's seal. An additional piece of information about the seal caught Jin's attention because it was a gift Sed left for you. Hearing this, Danon was more and more surprised as he held the ancient mirror in his hand. Jine's face showed shock at the weight and influence of an artifact with the power to destroy the world, now closely connected to himself. Is this seal Sod's gift? The ancient mirror emits a strange, familiar power. Even Jin also realized this. This is the Sedet artifact he created with all his power during his strongest era. It's not just about compressing the aura. The words of the ancient god reveal more and more secrets, surprising everyone there. Even Murakhan started to look at that relic with a contemplative gaze. This could be considered a part of the Sed. Of course this will be very useful, but Jin looked down at the relic and felt everything was strange, yet also surprisingly light and tiring. The Holy Maiden said she would summon Sedet for me. Jine made promises and vows to the ancient god. Her face showed surprise when she heard those words from Jine himself. She fell into a moment of contemplation, considering the feasibility of this matter. It seems like this child hurriedly made that promise at the last moment. He never responds to the summoning words. Even if it's the black dragon next to you, so what? How can you? I will apologize to him on your behalf. On understanding the whole situation and Jin's expectations, the god expressed a profound perspective to those in front of him. For her, understanding of this world and the nature of the gods has gone beyond human comprehension. It's okay. She doesn't expect anything in return either. Jane gazed into the distance and told the god that whether she could do it or not didn't matter. The fate and what had happened to him were already more than enough as a gift from the ancient god. I am very grateful to her. Hearing those words from Jin's mouth, the expression on the god's face continued to fall into deep thought. Forgive it, but how does that child know? How does it know you're living a second life while lost in your thoughts? The deity felt both confused and empathetic about what had happened that led Laosa to make such a suggestion. And how did you get this second life? She asked, turning her gaze toward Jane. The god also couldn't understand why her thoughts had become so confused. Jin was still holding the antique mirror as if studying it. Looking at her hand, the deity felt that her ability to intervene was coming to an end. Our time is almost up. With what little time remains, the goddess finally bid farewell to the one who helped her fight against the Jipal family. Those who have condemned the natives' lives to hell. With her sincere words, her power is gradually dissolving throughout that god's entire body. I have passed on everything, so I am leaving now. Your decision is behind the god. The tears of the natives involuntarily fall down their cheeks, as all their suppressed emotions over thousands of years finally find a place to pour out their deepest feelings. The suffering of those children has ended. That is why my final words, the power of the god when intervening in this world, has been exhausted. I am very grateful to you, Sodarid's child, our savior. Now I will enter the mirror. The sound still lingers, but the figure of the god has vanished into the air, leaving Jin and those behind in astonishment and blessing your journey on the earth. That battlefield no longer bears the shadow of the god. Only the young master of the Black Clan and the local people along with others remain on the surface. It's only after surviving that you realize it. A voice came from a woman, helping everyone break free from the silence, causing Jine to turn toward the speaker. A god is grateful to a human. Truly rare, it's Talar Laris. She still marvels at how a god before her can show emotions like ordinary people do. A faint smile appears on her face as everything gradually approaches its end. Are you ready to go? They won't stay like this forever. In the sky, the drifting flying ship is burning. We don't know when rescue will arrive. Merkin and the others there listen and agree with Taris's suggestion. All right, I will lead the way. Jin nodded in agreement with her suggestion given the current situation. So let's get out of here. That ship is slowly drifting away from where they are, giving them more time before the JP family members arrive to investigate what happened during the battle. I understand now. The ancient god's soul link is floating within its domain's consciousness, seeking out and conversing with the god about what has happened. So that's why you didn't answer. Will you continue to live in the mirror? Lao Sa's face now looks liberated, his calm expression as he talks with the deity. I am sorry. The ancient god replied, I can only save everyone by borrowing your body. Your sacrifice has saved them, not only you but all the children too. It must be painful. Lao Sa's face suddenly showed surprise at what the ancient god said. Contrary to the displeasure and anger the god expected, Lao Sa's face now made him more inscrutable than ever. I have burdened you all too much, thank you. Lhasa bowed respectfully before the towering yet remorseful figure of the god, whose face like a burst balloon after years of built-up gratitude from the people who worship him, saying thank you for finally hearing our prayers and listening to my words. Lhasa bowed respectfully and said, your hair is short and hanging over your face, and because you saved us, the face of the god at this moment cannot understand the feelings of the people who have served him for what seems like an endless amount of time. Please don't apologize. Lhasa lowered her face, tears streaming down uncontrollably, along with a satisfied smile, because finally her efforts to endure and pray had paid off, and she could meet the deity at last. No one is at fault in this matter. Hearing that, the god felt his heart seem small compared to the vast and generous heart of the woman before him, feeling truly relieved. Looking up at the sky, the god finally let go of all his worries and sorrows about the mistakes of the past that affected the people here. That's why I am even more grateful to you for completing this mission. But in the end, the god's pride could not withstand the sincerity of his heart. The deity expressed his thoughts to his child. I simply looked up at the sky as Lhasa gazed at his god and spoke from the heart. Say everything before the god combines his power and disappears from the surroundings. I just hope people won't only remember our suffering. Yeah, Jin Ranchang Den looks up at the sky. The god silently thanks the strangers for what they bring to the worshippers. This strong determination is connected to you, so I suggest you create a world. The thoughts of the god still lingered there. The sky was filled with the glow of the setting sun over a peaceful land where that pain no longer existed. Standing before me and reporter Dino, they are preparing to leave this place. They say it has been over 10,000 years. Tick bitterly recounts everything that happened in the past up to the present situation. Our race has been defeated since ancient times. Because we couldn't grow any further, we quickly became a weak nation and fell into slavery under the Jipo clan. In the past, members of the Jipo family came and invaded this land, turning the people here into slaves. Then if the Jipo family gets the mirror, our sacrifices will have been in vain, thanks to Jine's intervention and protection of those people from the oppression of the Jipo clan. Luckily, the mirror is finally in his hands. At this moment, Tick's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She instinctively raised her hand to wipe away her tears. No, the reason I can still be alive and stand here is all thanks to you, colonists. If those crazy Jipo guys get the mirror, the world will turn into a battlefield to eliminate the sorcerers. Jin politely responds to them before leaving. I will arrange accommodations for everyone in the Hill Pester Alliance. At this point, Jin shared some information that made Tika's eyes widen in shock. Huh? Hill Pester? Dino stood nearby, curious about what Jin was saying. Jin, the Black House's sanctuary isn't sponsored by the main house, right? You don't have to do that because we don't need it. Knowing how heavy what Jin told them is, Dino refused Jin's decision to help him and the local people living here. This is a letter from Lady Luna Candon. Just show this when you get there, and they will help you. Thank you, I can feel your sincerity, and it seems there's no way to refuse that. Dino said something more poetic. If you're truly grateful, then go ahead and badmouth the Jipo family on as many pages as you can. Jin waved his hand, turned around, and prepared to leave. But Dino turned back and asked, will the Jipo house stay quiet? They will definitely intensify their cover-up, even if I do it myself. Are you the only one who hates Jipo? Jin understands what Dino is saying and his worries about Jipo's house. Dino Jagun, you are the trigger. When they read your article, those harmed by Jipo's house will gather together. Jin turns to look at Dino, his gaze sharpening for a moment. You will become a good journalist. Stay confident. Jin looked at Dino as he continued to gaze thoughtfully at Jane with a complex emotion. In another place, a hand opens the wooden door in front of me. Now I can finally greet properly. Thank you for your help, Lord Talaris. Entering that room, the first thing Jine did was to bow respectfully and thank Talaris and Cirrus. It's nothing. She politely responded to Jane's sincere thanks, but I still worry because I have the Ice Palace and the Jipo House turned into enemies. That is Jin's thought, fearing that his request to her might become the spark for the tense confrontation among the Ice Clan under Terrace's control. No. Now Kiak will have to be more careful around the Palace Gang. She responded to Jin with a nonchalant attitude, because he didn't expect an ancient deity to descend to the mortal realm. He probably thinks I've become stronger. The door is closed. Jin let out a relieved sigh. That's a relief. And I didn't help you just for fun. I was asked to do so. No need to thank me. Sitting at her dressing table in the room, Terrace looked towards Jane with a relaxed mood. Unlike her calm demeanor, the favor and help Jin received were much greater than that Jin continued to bow to Terrace. Do you want any compensation? Like a reward or something? Should I ask that kid to be Sodz's contractee and a demon sword or something? A sly smile appeared on her lips as her eyes narrowed in an inscrutable expression. Jin's eyes seemed to suggest that he would take full responsibility if she asked for too high a price, especially if it involved his future obligations. I think he would say something like that too. How much should I take? She places the fan on her lips. Her elegant contemplative expression appeared before Jin. Maybe I should just let it go this time. Suddenly, she burst into laughter and spread open the fan in her hand to hide her entire face. The sparkle in her eyes showed as if she had just returned from a trip somewhere, not from a confrontation with the strongest force from the Jippo family, because I also obtained some important information. Girl, you want that too, don't you? Tara said with a teasing smile, glancing at Cirrus as if she understood what was going on in her mind. Why are you asking me that? Did he really let it go? Thank you, Lord Guildmaster. Once again. Jin bowed his head before the woman named Talaris. The space gate was summoned right beside their group. It's time for Talaris and Cirrus to leave. So, we will go now. We've been outside for too long. Raise your fan high. Talaris pretends to be satisfied, smiling as he looks at Jin before returning to his castle. Jin scolds him sternly. The sound calling from Ceres catches Jine's attention as he looks up. Next time we meet, settle the score. This time, let's decide, because neither of us owes the other anything. It's fair. You're just a kid going through puberty. Even when you speak honestly, you can't say it properly. Ah, Mom, why have you been like this since yesterday? Cirrus shouted her final words to Jine. They finally stepped through the teleportation gate. Jin's face showed helplessness as he thought about what those two had said. Then we're leaving now. Farewell. In another part of the world, a red flame flickers among the firewood on the battlefield, with a bowl of food placed on top and a severed bull-headed monster hanging from a rock. A man in the shadows, using the flesh of monsters here to embody his brutality and strength. Sitting by the fire, Ken Kanan is enjoying a moment of rest. Go. It's been a while since I last saw Ken. A voice sounded from behind, catching his attention and making him instinctively turn his head back. Why did you suddenly come here? A familiar figure approached, confidently walking in high heels towards the homeowner Kanan. There are still ice marks on the ground where she walked. It's Talar Laris. I'll be direct. Your youngest child fanned herself with the fan in her hand, wearing a rare smile as she talked with Kendan Kanan about the story she had just faced. Do you want to let him marry my daughter? She asked with a smile. In the room, Luna's gentle voice echoed in her ear as she happily chatted while holding the letter. I see, so these are the events that have taken place. It seems the youngest has caused some more interesting trouble again. In the room outside, her nursemaid, Tika and Dino's backs are visible. The two of you followed Jin's advice and came to seek refuge with Luna. Luna paused for a moment, looked at the two people in front of her, and then spoke. So, the youngest is still healthy, right? Dino and Tik were a bit surprised, but Dini quickly realized and responded. Yes, it was a fierce battle, but after arriving at Tikan, he fully recovered before we left. That's a relief. Luna slowly folded the letter. Well then, let's get to the main point. Your name is T, right? What abilities do you have? T was a bit startled, her voice trembling. Sorry about that. Luna softly added that she couldn't keep providing them with shelter and food like this. Even if they are refugees, Tika was a bit confused. Luna noticed her confusion and turned to the nurse to instruct, Nani, find them some suitable jobs. Integrating with the local people will help them settle down sooner. The nanny bows respectfully. Yes, miss, leave this matter to me, Taimun. Luna looked back at the two people in front of her and said, I think that would be better. Is that okay? T is cheerful, with a slightly more confident tone. Yes, thank you for giving us this opportunity. Luna continued to look at Dino and called out to him. And he said his name was Dino, right? He hurriedly clutches his hat and responds, yes, sir. She smiled and said, if you need anything, just tell me. I will support you in every way I can. but you must achieve the results that the youngest requested. Dino paused for a moment without replying and then looked up with determination, his fist clenched firmly as a sign of resolve. Please don't worry, I will not disappoint his expectations. A month after the incident at Colon, the whole world is talking about the massacre of the local people of Colon, including the fact that anonymous travelers punished the Jippo family. The perpetrators of the massacre and the opposing forces to the Jippo family, including the Kanan family, quickly spread rumors. Although the Jippo family declared that this was an act solely by Muron Jippo, a part of check was discovered at the scene, showing that the Jippo family was deeply involved in this incident. The factions of Hufester are furious while the Lutero Magic Federation is desperately covering it up. The Emperor of Empire B unilaterally declared the Jippo family innocent, causing public outrage to gradually subside, and as a result, the Kanan family, who revealed this situation, gained reputation among the people, while B received support from the Jippo family. The image of the Jippo family began to deteriorate as they lost their honor and status. As a result, Jippo remained silent for a while from the death of the second commander until the Colon massacre. This is truly a huge shock for all of us, both young Master Jin and Miss Luna. I thought that everyone in the Kanden family was a warrior and crazy about swords, but I was wrong, Dino muttered as the door gently opened and a voice interjected. And another surprise is Dino staring in amazement at the flood of test results pouring down. Tika leans on her hand happily. Do you see anything? They are all money and support letters sent to us. Dino was also a bit surprised. Oh my god, all of this? T has changed a bit. Her face looks full of vitality. She slowly expressed herself after being abandoned for hundreds of years. Now many people are paying attention to us. Instead of just complaining, we are now secretly praying for Tio Jiain. Until the unknown adventurer can be revealed as Tio Jiain, someday he will become a flag bearer, elevating the Kanan family's status and soon burying the Jippo family at Black Sea. Khan walks the path Ken has paved towards him. As he walks, he silently thinks to himself, is this the third time now? I hope Sir Khmer's writing skills have improved. Khan suddenly stopped in his tracks, eyes wide with amazement as a towering glacier appeared before him, surrounded by thick dust and smoke. Khan opened his mouth in shock, doubtingly asking, ice? Below the ice mountain, Talaris stands facing Ken. Oh dear, my hand was quicker than my mind again. Why are you looking at me like that? Stop fooling around and answer me. Talar Laris, are you bothering others just because of marriage? Talar smirked and said, is that a new teasing technique? I'm not here just to cling to you like before. Her sharp eyes shift their focus elsewhere. Talaris gestures and a sharp beam of light shoots forward. Oh my god, you are Chiron's person. Ken? Khan still hasn't drawn his sword from its sheath, and the energy from his last attack still lingers around him. Ka emphasized his name, saying, it's Khan. Talar casually replied, it has been a while, hasn't it? The swirling aura around Ken dissipates as he raises his hand towards Khan. Khan, you're here at last? Don't worry about her, give it to me, he replied politely. Yes, master. Khan hands the letter to Ken with both hands. Kieran glanced at the brief report in the letter from Casimir to Ken Kanan, detailing the massacre at Colon. Jin Kanan and Murkan personally killed Muron Jippo. He spoke calmly. So it says that the boy beheaded Muron Jippo? Khan reports the situation afterwards. Not long ago, someone stepped forward to help the Colon people who were massacred by the Jippo family, with reports saying a nameless adventurer punished the Jippo family and rescued the villagers. During the rescue, the owner of the 7th Demon Magic Tower, Muron Jippo, was killed, and she, along with the White Knight Order, confirmed they were attacked. At the same time, the young master was also nearby. Mr. Kieran frowned. Check, but the youngest son isn't that strong. He turned to look at the woman in front of him. Was it her who made the move? Talaris. Terrace raised his fan and smiled. Don't look at me like that, I've received a request from someone named Casimir, I think. Yes, but the letter didn't mention anything about you. Casimir, how dare that little brat keep information from me? Talar was surprised. What, are you going to scold him? Ken's voice lowered. He needs to be warned. Talar interjected. I don't think that's a good idea. Instead, reward him. Ken hesitated briefly. Praise. What? Casimir. He has clearly defined who he is loyal to. He is not loyal to you, but to Jin Kanan. Ken remained silent, pondering for a moment, then let out a soft sigh. Ken uses his aura to eliminate the step of rest. All right, I understand now. I almost put the youngest in a difficult position, so consider this one debt settled. Talaris happily waved his hand towards Ken. A debt? Fine. So what do you plan to do about the debt from your youngest son? Ken clearly decided to confront him about it, but it seems Talaris doesn't want to let him go. How ridiculous. Anyway, I've said everything I needed to. I'm leaving now. Ken silently watches Talaris as the teleportation gate opens. Talaris turned his head, pondering what I said earlier. Your youngest son and my daughter are a perfect match. Talaris smiles knowingly as John suddenly shudders somewhere else. He turned around cautiously. What's going on? Jai set the teacup down on the table and asked anxiously, What's wrong? The young master replied softly, No, I just get used. Casimir raised his teacup opposite, showing a surprised expression. Is that so, young master? I also often get used like that. Since returning from Cologne, is it because everyone is growing too fast or something? Jiaowai tilted his head in confusion. Thanks to Track Kwang, your magic power has increased, perhaps as a side effect of it. Jin forced a smile. Haha, maybe so. He silently thought to himself that he had gained a lot from the Kun incident. 6-star swordsmanship, 5-star stealth, and 7-star magic power. Becoming a 7-star mage is only possible with Track Kwang, but I can't go further because it might weaken the seal. Jin quietly looked at the energy source in his hand as Casimir's butler entered. Young master, I have a report that someone wants to meet with you. They say they are an intelligence gatherer for you. Casimir turned away and ordered him to leave. Ha ha ha, just make up an excuse and send him away. The butler hesitated before speaking. I was about to do the same, but he said he knew the location of one of the 7 Colors' secret bases. Casimir asked seriously, Is he a former member of the 7 Colors? The butler explained I checked, and including the 7 Colors, this is his first time at Tan. So he knows our secret? That bastard. Where is he? The butler replied, I asked him to wait at the entrance. Jin glanced curiously at you from the window. Did he know a secret of the 7 Colors? Who would be surprised when they see something for the first time? Huh. Carmia next to Jine chuckled awkwardly. Haha. I let the young master see a funny scene. I didn't expect us to be discovered by someone even the 7 Colors guards don't know about. Jine is still watching the person being blocked by the guards below. That person is still whispering to Casimir. Truly clever. He looks like a rogue missile. Jin has recognized the person downstairs, shivering and trembling. That bastard stabbed me in the back countless times. When I think back to that moment, I wanted to strangle him. But because he has a son, I spared his life. Jin leans against the wall, lost in thought, his gaze cast downward with July beside him. Jin guesses that he's probably got some trouble now. Casimir stands before R, her lips pressed tight as she kneels straight on the ground. I don't know him at all. Tell me, how do you know our location? Z asked seriously, with a hint of hatred in his eyes. I am Z. I run an intelligence agency in Akin. Casimir was surprised. Akin, you are the one testing Z using people. That's right. I am the one who gathered information from them. Because Kin wanted to prevent their tyranny, we planned to destroy them from within. That's right. Casimir pondered that it was probably something the young Master Jine did before coming here. He looked at Jine behind him and nodded slightly as if confirming his thoughts. That's correct, Casimir said seriously. Answer my question. How do you know our location? Your fate will be decided based on your answer. He trembled, but still tried to keep the information secret. For an intelligence agent, confidentiality is the most important. If you haven't accepted me yet, I can't say anything. Lord Casimir. Casimir laughed. Ha ha. Are you angry and speaking harshly? How dare you act so indifferent here? I won't let you rest until you reveal everything, Z shouted, cutting off Casimir. There's more. He leaned forward with both hands and spoke. The rainbow-colored interrogator is questioning me. I know the information about the Spiderfoot IU. I want to know. A gentle voice suddenly interrupts Casimir's interrogation from behind. He quickly spoke up. No, young master. He will just lie. Z turned around in surprise, wondering silently in his mind. Young master, isn't Casimir the commander of Tan Outpost? But why is he afraid of that guy? It seems Z doesn't recognize Jin at all. Jin softly speaks. It's been a while since we met Z. What are you doing here without my gift? You? He cried out loudly. The con artist. Z hurriedly turned back to look at Casimir, his voice full of anger. Lord Casimir, this bastard is a con artist. He's the one who impersonated Veridin Zipo. Don't trust him. Tan will become the second testing. Casimir grabbed the hilt of his sword and said coldly, You're crazy. He angrily drew his sword and said, How dare you? Suddenly Murakhan burst through the door, startling Casimir and making him freeze. Hey, Microbe, why don't I see you calling for ice cream? I told you to buy it, didn't I? Murakhan is angry. Casimir looks confused. Huh. Well, I'm currently interrogating about that. Murakhan wondered. Huh? What the heck? Murakhan bowed and faced him. Wait a minute. You're the one who poisoned the juice, right? Why are you here? Z stared in horror at Murakhan's fierce face. Is he the crazy guy from before? Why is he here? Wait, he just talked nonsense with Casimir and about what happened in Ikin. This crazy one is a subordinate of that bastard, so the highest ranking person here is Z. He glances at Jin and July calmly leaning against the wall, then suddenly slams his head down to the ground. Oh my, sir. Z kept smashing his head against Jin's. I was truly foolish not to realize who you are. All right, Z is this kind of person. Jin calmly orders. No problem. Let's get to the main point. Everything about the spider-footed owl is urgent. His real name is Tan Marius, a former cadet of the Kanan family. The black-clad cadet, Jin asked suspiciously. He turned to whisper to Julie, Marius, the familiar name. She also whispered, Taman Marius, the young master, the nurse of the young lady. That is her family name? July looked serious. Jin's eyes widened in surprise. He arrived from the spider's lair in the Delki Kingdom, part of the Hugh Fester Power Alliance. As a commoner, he passed the Black Cadet exam. Z solemnly revealed the information he had, blood streaming down his face. His name at that time was Takan Marius. That was Alu's real name, but it has been erased. Jin called Julie in a tone that seemed to confirm whether the doubts just raised were correct or not. July nodded slowly from behind. Yes, that's right, young master. The nurse from Day also came from the Day Kingdom. Jin, after hearing this, bowed his head, his hair covering half his face, making it impossible to see his emotions. At this moment, he calmly asked him when he took the test. Z bowed his head and answered. In 1776, 20 years ago, Casimir suddenly drew his sword and pressed it against Z's neck. He coldly said, 20 years ago, the Kingdom of Day was plunged into civil war, and the people had already evacuated due to the conflict, so how could he have taken the test? Casimir shouted, Are you lying? Z nervously explained, No, is Al really? Over here. July turned to Jin and shared his suspicion. Young master, if that's true, then perhaps someone from the Black Can clan helped him. D frowned thoughtfully. Those in the Black Can family could be either pure-blooded or supporting nannies. The Black Clan maids not only raise the children, but their power also increases depending on the status of the child they serve. And 20 years ago was when everyone recognized Lunadan Kanan as the temporary head. At that time, the head maid would have great power. If they are truly related, then the previous generation's enemies would be against me. Maybe Luna's silhouette appears in Jin's mind. He quickly dismisses the thought. No, Taimun might have acted alone, so why is that? Deanna looked at Jay and asked, Have you confirmed the information yet? Jay firmly shouted, I swear on my life I've been to Delgi to confirm it. Jin said, All right, then lead the way. Z looked at you in surprise. Jin, serious, crossed his arms and slowly emphasized, We are going to wear the talisman now. Dien silently vowed to herself that she would uncover their conspiracy on her own. The Kingdom of Deokai is allied with the Hugh Fester Power Coalition. Shouts of insults rang out, You useless bastard! The man with the pierced head was kicked in the face, crying out in pain. I told you so, didn't I? It will happen if you don't meet the deadline. The man above holds a money bag in one hand and a shining gold coin in the other. Warning. The man below spoke up. Don't do that. I do this to support my daughter. If you keep doing this, I will report you to the authorities. What? Report? Have you forgotten? I have powerful black-backed protection at home. Wait a moment. The girl with pink hair is sitting leisurely on a porch. If you keep going, won't that get a little troublesome? Gab. The man Gabo suddenly turned his head to look at the girl. So why are you here? Wait, that means he's nearby too. Gabo froze, blood pouring from his eyes and nose. He clutched his chest and vomited a stream of red liquid, the thug hurriedly covering his mouth in panic. Gabo's agonized screams echoed intermittently through the quiet night as the thug stared in horror at the blood splattering all over him. A white-haired masked man appears beside the thug. He mocks him, saying it's pathetic to be helped by his mother and still live such a reckless life. The bald man trembled and begged for mercy. Only then did the white-haired man glance at him. I will give you all my money. Please spare me. I won't say a word. My daughter is waiting for me at home. Please. The bald man bowed tremblingly. On the other side, they replied to the heavens, We are not like those bastards. He hesitated in front of the bald man. Sorry, but we don't need money. The bald man was confused. Huh? So what do you need me to do? Sorry about that. The white-haired guy is still sitting there. A stream of green energy shoots through the chubby guy's neck. Red liquid splashes into the air. The attacker is the purple-haired girl who says, I don't hate you. You're just unlucky. On the ground, the face of the headless man still had his eyes wide open. Everything was because of that person. In the darkness, the moonlight shining from above clearly revealed the faces of the two assassins, who stood coldly under the moon, watching the scene with satisfaction. Marius is a very common surname on the continent, but in the Delki Kingdom, only a special organization uses it. The Moon Sacrifice Orphanage may look like an ordinary orphanage from the outside, but it is where the Daoki royal family trains orphans to become assassins or spies. It is said that those children are allowed to grow close to each other. Then they will be forced to kill one another, and the survivors will become assassins. But later, that place was shut down because the Prince of Pheo won the civil war. Jin listened thoughtfully to the information Casimir had uncovered. 10 of those children were released and became free citizens. Except for Alu, who is dead, the other 9 live as citizens of Delki. Casimir's face hardens. He hands the stack of papers in his hand to Jin. This is their address. Jay nods in response. Then let's head straight to Delki Kai. He silently looked at the information he received, thinking that it could be a clue about the image and the cursed bastard who cursed him. I will definitely catch you, Jin silently vows. Goodbye, Lord Jine Grey and Lord Zay. Wishing you a safe journey. The Kingdom of Dio at the teleportation gate. Jin and Z step outside together. The closest person is Gaber Marius. He's a thug from a place called Nentara. It'll take quite a bit of time to get there. Let's find an inn first. Z looks up at Jine and quickly replies, No. We will go to the western area where 3 people live and then look for a guest house. John frowns and places his hand on the sword hilt. The sound of knocking echoed repeatedly. Z kept knocking and shouting loudly. Hello, is anyone home? Jin quietly glances around. Z scratches his head. Is no one here? Jane's eyes focus on a certain direction where a crowd is gathered around a point, noisily discussing. Jin curiously stepped closer. He was amazed. Below, the police are gathered at the crime scene. On the ground, 2 fresh bodies are still holding onto the railing tightly. They are the 2 men who were murdered last night. Dian observes silently, using dark magic to commit the crime with magic and hue fester. That's gone, a man next to him shouted. That damn Gabo, I saw him showing off his skills just a few days ago. Jin immediately asked, Did you just say Gabo? The man turned to look at you. Huh? Are you his friend? Jin immediately denied. No, I was just surprised that you recognized who he was when you saw that battered corpse. The dead man also owed Gaber money. How sad. Jane propped his chin and thought if they used poison, the original target would be Gaber, and then they would kill the witness with magic. Strange, if they wanted to kill someone with poison, they would have to wait until he was alone. Why are they in such a hurry? Wait, slow down. Jin is startled to realize something is wrong. He loudly calls Z. He looks confused. You're singing? What's going on? You quickly ask who would be that regretful. Z immediately looked at the paper in his hand. It was Weatherway Marius from about 2 hours ago. Jin frowns. We will be there within an hour. His instincts tell him he has a very bad feeling. A man with a shaved head has already passed away. He stared in horror at the scene before him. He moved his gaze to the sharp thorn on the corpse, suspecting it might be poison. He hasn't been dead long, his skin color and posture still unchanged, indicating a self-adjusting poison. Jin concludes it's the same person. Rhett is stunned, so someone is trying to kill all the survivors from the moon sacrifice. Jine turned around, and at this moment, quickly, we have to hurry. Z hurriedly replied. Yes, when Z and John moved to another location, they were faced with another corpse. Jin silently observes the situation ahead, and the 2 quickly rush to the next point. Jin's steps come to a halt. When they stopped, all that was left before them was the remnants of a battle. Jin frowned. Looking at the deep cut on the floor, Jin silently analyzes. This is 8th level wind magic, Hellwind, growing more intense. Turning to Jine, only the 2 of them remain. Sir, if this continues, it will be very difficult to catch that person, and we will become suspects since we are present at every scene. What if he suggests informing the guards? Zin immediately retorted. No, if we report it, we will also be investigated, and it will be too late. Jin sighed deeply, his talisman face grim, a deadly glint in his eyes. Jin coldly declared, Even if they are apprentice mages, how dare they look down on me on the territory of the black civilians, those bastards, I will catch them at all costs. As night falls, a voice echoes in the space. Let's see what happens next. Are you finally here? There's only one name left on the list that isn't crossed out in red. The purple-haired girl spoke. Turns out it's more boring than I thought. She placed her hand on the white-haired man's shoulder. You guys were trained like us too, right? Why are they so weak? The white-haired man shows a tired face and says, Not everyone is trained the same way. We are the chosen ones, so of course we have to be different from those defective products. Varys gently pushed the man forward. The white-haired man stopped and calmly said, All right, both of you stop in front of a house and let's end this. Their eyes gleamed with a sinister, murderous intent as cuts overlapped on the wooden door. A loud explosion echoed, shattering the door into pieces. The 2 assassins stepped through the dust and smoke, the white-haired one frowning. Thud. Oh my. The room ahead is lit by moonlight through the window, but there's no one here. Surprisingly, outside the yin forest, Jess and a madman are rushing away. Someone shouted loudly, "Hey, hey!" The man behind looked panicked. "Are all the moon sacrifice people dead?" Jin hurriedly replied, "Yes. Someone is surpassing us and killing them all." The man holding a child in his arms frowned anxiously. "Their order of killing starts from the space gate and moves outward, so we are always one step behind them. That's why we have no other choice. She arrived at your location, the farthest away, so she could still save your daughter too." The little girl clings to her father's shoulder in fear. The man behind speaks. "I'm sorry, but this might be all for nothing." Jin turned around. "Huh? Although we are older, we have survived very harsh training. Only 2 people could kill us so easily. Varys and Kanujan are on a completely different level. Isn't it just 10 survivors?" The other person quickly responded, "No. This man is the last person on Jen Marius Hoare's list among the 12 survivors from the moon sacrifice and the 2 chasing us. They are monsters trained by that person." A loud explosion sounded right behind Jen. Jin instinctively turned around, a furious voice shouting loudly, "Jen Marius." Jen hugs her little child and falls backward. A pair of slender legs steps forward. "Wow, I thought they were completely hidden." "Ren, how did you know we were coming to visit you?" Ren gritted his teeth as he looked at the approaching person. "Since when have you been so fast?" Verisur, whose hand had just cast a spell, smiled kindly. "Kujan is behind her," Jen screams. "Varys Kujan, why are you 2 doing this?" Kujan frowned coldly, his eyes tired. "Sorry, but there's no time to explain. We've been up since early morning?" A streak of blue lightning flashes through, striking straight down where Kujan is standing. Both quickly dodge. "Huh? Why is there lightning all of a sudden?" Kujan also exclaimed in surprise. "A mage? Are you saying your names are Varys and Kujan? I'm still curious who's ruining my plans. Nice to meet you." Jin's eyes turn cold as he says, "I will take the time to find out who gave the order you are causing trouble on the Black Land." Jin observes the 2 in front of him, thinking, they don't even bother hiding their identities and look to be no more than 30. That girl is at least an 8th level mage, not from the Jippo clan, so who could she be? She wondered, "Do you still have a bodyguard?" "How does Ren know that?" Kujan calmly replied, "How would that fool know? I think that bodyguard is the one who knows. So what? Then now I will turn him into meat and send his bodyguard after cutting off his limbs." Kujan frowned and warned, "Be careful. I don't think he's an ordinary person." "Yeah, are you being careful, Kujan? You're always so cautious." She stepped forward, creating a magical vortex. "No one is interested in you." Then she suddenly launched her attack at Jai. He quickly raised his hand. A magic formation appears to block the attack, and she is stunned and furious. "Huh? Did he block it? What's wrong? Am I too exhausted now?" Jane frowned. 4th level magic. The wind sword. She said she's been using magic since dawn, so now she's saving her mana? He glanced at Kujan. The real problem is that guy. The one who uses poison is probably him. Kujin grabs the hilt of the sword, takes a deep breath, and Yen looks at the black sword emitting his toxic aura with surprise. "A sword? I thought he was just an assassin, but it turns out he's a swordsman, a poison user," drawing his sword from its sheath and coldly staring at Jin. Jin shouted loudly for Z. He was stunned. "Huh? You order him to run away. Go." "Huh? Do I have it? Wait a moment." "No. How could I do that? How can I leave you behind?" A swift gust of wind passes by. Jin quickly grabs his sword. He raises it to block Kujan's attack while Rhett fears and steps back. Jay clenched his teeth and looked at the white-haired man in front of him, silently assessing. "Damn it. This guy is at least level 8. Kujia frowned at Jin. "A demon swordsman? Hey, guard, it seems like your life is worth more than that guy over there. Why didn't you hand him over to me and run away?" Jin looked at him coldly. "My life is more valuable, but I also have a greater responsibility." Jane skillfully defends against Kwan's continuous attacks. You shout loudly, "Z, go quickly." Z is stubborn. "No, not even in death." Jen is angry. "Don't say those confusing things. Run away." Z quickly grabbed Ren and pulled him up. "All right, if you're still alive, see you again then." He pulls Ren and runs away quickly. "Oh my god, I can't watch anymore. I'm about to cry." She concentrates her magic and looks at Z. "You think you can run away? Hold him back." "Kujan, you kill them and come back immediately." Dien quickly jumps to block, focusing magic to create a sphere in one hand, while raising his sword with the other. "Sorry, but shouldn't you take your punishment before leaving?" He smiled eerily, unable to react in time, just staring blankly at Jin as Kujan, panicked, widened his eyes, and a blinding white light immediately enveloped both of them. Kujan, in a moment of panic, couldn't see what was before his eyes, and Jin swiftly swung his sword at Kujan with a strike. He could feel the pain, the deadly sword in his hand trembling. Jin frowned cautiously, watching him. Kujan couldn't see, still trying to swing his sword towards Jin. "You quickly jumped back to dodge. What the hell is this?" I didn't see anything. Kujin, where are you? Damn it, Kujin. Her eyes are bloodshot as she frantically calls out her teammate's name. Kujin, trembling, calls out hesitantly. Ku suddenly erupts in a frenzy of magic, unleashing a massive surge of energy as she screams in anger, and a powerful blue aura envelops Kujin Jin standing opposite her. How dare you do that to Kujan? You damn bastard, I will kill you. She suddenly adopts a fierce expression and screams loudly. Kujan suddenly calls out Varys' name. Then she finally stopped and turned to look at him. Kujan, exhausted, said, "Calm down. I'm just recovering. Stay calm. We've pushed ourselves too hard today. If we're not careful, we'll overload our mana." She replied softly, "I understand." Jin stood to the side, pursing his lips, just as I thought. They won't be taken down easily. Kujan reached into his shirt and rummaged for something, then took out a vial of strange green liquid, which looked like poison. A terrible smell wafted up, and Dai quickly covered his nose with his hand. "What is that? Is this disgusting aura from him poison?" Kujan tilts his head back and drinks the poison from the vial. "I've heard of that before. Some people boost their resistance with poison, using poison to fight poison." Kujan's wounds emit a toxic smoke, but they seem to be healing, and bleeding has stopped. Jane continued to observe, knowing that although it would shorten their lifespan, they would gain power worth the cost. The empty vial was thrown to the ground, Quan said. "A demon sword master, using both sword and magic at the same time. You're more troublesome than I thought," Jin replied. "So now, you're also enhancing your sword with poison? I've never seen that kind of magic before." Kujan clenched his sword in his hand. "I have many questions for you, but I must prioritize the mission." His gaze has regained clarity. Kujan half closed his eyes and looked at Jin. "I will give up capturing you alive." He stepped back to gain momentum and quickly vanished with a flash. Jin widened his eyes as a toxic aura filled the air, while Kujan behind him raised his sword high. Jin turned around and saw Kujan's eyes flashing with murderous intent approaching him. Jin gritted his teeth and raised his sword to block his attack. Jin suddenly realized something. He jumped back to dodge Varys' magic. As she rushed forward, she raised the gem in her hand ahead, revealing a formation. Wind magic beams shot toward Jin. Jin swiftly glides through, moving rhythmically to dodge each attack. He senses keenly, quickly glances, then charges forward with his sword. Jin grits his teeth and raises his sword to block. Kujan frowns, muttering to himself, "What the hell is this bastard?" His swordsmanship level is only at the 6th rank, but his movements are faster than usual, so he's definitely much more skilled. Jin smirked dangerously, thinking he should deal with the mage first, then turn around to focus his green power. Huh? What? Blue flames cannot be. This is a stream of blue fire rapidly rushing toward Varys. The flames engulf her. She screams in pain. "Kai?" Kujan panicked and turned around shouting. Jin raised his sword in front of him and spoke calmly. "You're so distracted. You really are a brother who knows how to love his sister." A black vortex quickly spirals into the space around Yin and Quan, causing him to look around. "It's so dark, what's going on?" Kujan is confused. A black spear rushes quickly through the air. As Jin dodges, a beautiful red scar erupts from his body. The sword in Jin's hand is enveloped by a stream of black demonic energy. His legs are bent on the ground, a scar is carved into his chest, his shirt is torn, and a thought flashes through his mind. A source of energy that is neither magic nor aura, a kind of energy I have never seen before. He gasped for breath and said, "You are a demon swordsman, supported by the Fire Lotus Phoenix. I've met a really tough opponent, but I'm curious." Jin turned his head to look at him. Jia softly said, "I wonder if poison works on a bastard like you." A purple scar appeared on Yin's neck, and there was a small cut below his waist. "This is death." Jin collapsed to the ground, with Varys lying unconscious nearby, and Quan still kneeling on the ground. Jin propped himself up, struggling to breathe, blood continuously pouring from his mouth and nose. He clenched his teeth, telling himself to stay calm or he would die. Jin clenched his sword hilt and struggled to stand up, clutching his left chest. Kujan also gripped his sword tightly and glanced behind him. Both quickly got to their feet and staggered toward the boat when a loud voice shouted behind them. "Found you." A foot encased in iron steps forward. "Prince, I've found them." A squad of archers advances, and the silent leader raises his hand to command. The archers prepare to shoot. The man called the prince shouts, "Follow me, knights," he ordered. "I am the 3rd Prince of Delki. Laka Delki. Everyone put down your weapons." Jin turned to look at the regiment, silently wondering if Z had called them here. Jin grits his teeth as a voice echoes in his ear saying, "Remember this well, I will come back to find you again. Don't think you'll live in safety, you bastard." Frowning in warning, then quickly jumping onto the boat to escape. Laika shouted, "Don't hide them. Chase after them. We must catch them." The soldiers quickly chased after Jine, who was struggling to breathe, and Lai Sa pointed at him and shouted, "Hey, who are you? Are you with them?" Lai Sa placed his hand on Jine's shoulder as he was gradually losing consciousness. He fell down, and Lai Sa quickly grabbed his hand, shouting, "Where is Mistress Lu? We need to treat him quickly." Jin looked around with difficulty. "Damn it, I can't pass out now. Darkness is closing in." Jin sat up in panic, staring blankly ahead while Lai Sa sat on a chair watching him and slowly said, "So you're awake. This is my mansion. Since your identity hasn't been confirmed, I brought you here," he explained. Jin furrows his brow and asks, "How long have I been unconscious?" Lai Ka responds, 3 hours. Luckily, you haven't died yet. The poison in your body is so strong it could kill an 8th-star swordsman." Lai Ka calmly looks at Jin. "However, if you are someone from the Black Dan Khan family, then it's different." Jin silently glances at the man beside him. Lai Ka gently sweat a drop, thinking it turns out he really is Jin of the Black Clan. Luckily, he saw him at the ball. Jin asked, "What happened to the other two?" Lai Na calmly replied, "Even though he has a very serious wound on his chest, they still managed to escape from my knights. How could you let a monster like him get injured?" He frowned as he looked at Jin thoughtfully, sure that back then he was a 5-star swordsman, and even now he could only reach 6 stars. He must have had someone's support to be able to injure that guy. Jin casually said, "I want to thank you first. It's okay. Saving a Black House family member in Hugh Fester is just a matter of course, even if you're a reserve of luck." Jine's eyes become serious. "Have you informed the city hall about this yet?" Lika asked softly. "If I did that, you would already be dead. As soon as they brought you here, the powerful people ordered the soldiers to start destroying Delki. Surprised, do they come from Tien too?" Jin politely said, "I have caused you trouble?" Laka smiled. "Ha ha, not at all, but can I ask you for a favor?" He looked at Jin seriously and said, "Please go ahead." Laka placed both hands on his thighs and leaned slightly forward. "When you become a lucky star, please send more guards to Delki, and I want to take back a portion of the gold mine shares owned by the Black Van Can family." Jin paused for a moment before suddenly speaking. "It seems you think my life is worth nothing." Line slightly pursed his lips in caution. Dean confirmed, "I will send twice as many guards here and all the shares of that gold mine." "Is it really that much?" "Is that even possible?" Jin reassured him. "Please don't worry. In the future, there will be nothing I can't do at Fester." Lucca pondered silently. What does he mean by that? Even with a stroke of luck, there's no way he would hold that much power, unless he wants to become the head of the family. He looked at Jin, smiling with a mysterious expression, and the quiet space was shattered by loud screams. "Young master, everyone!" Julie suddenly rushed over. "You've only been causing trouble in the colony for a short time, and I already have to worry." Moroccan clenched his fist in anger. "Did you fight a 8-star mage and a knight? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Jin raised his hand in a remorseful gesture. "Sorry, everyone, I won't do that again," Jane thought to herself. No wonder the prince didn't inform the city lord about wearing the crown. Not to mention Casimir, but Lady Kwai can't as well. Luckily, the situation is still under control. Casimir forced a smile. "Everyone, calm down. Kuikano is just crossing her arms without any emotion." If you're still okay, that's great. Oh my, he's really back." Z rushed forward with a swollen face, tears of pain streaming down as he ran. Jin was a bit surprised. "Z, what's wrong with you?" Z pointed at Murakan. "I told him what happened, but he didn't believe me and even hit me." Murakan just slightly twitched his ear. Casimir pushed aside Jay's swollen face and asked, "Jane, do you know what happened to Marius?" "Yes. No matter how many times we interrogate him, he still says he won't talk until you get there." Jin nodded. "I understand. I will go see him." Jen Marius sat on the chair looking down. "I'm risking my life for you and your daughter, so I won't beat around the bush. Tell me, who taught you, both Kujan and Varys?" Jen bites her lip, tremblingly. The first cycle of John Candon, Luna Candon's nanny. Jin was stunned as Jen shouted loudly, "Taman Marius, that person is our mother." Somewhere else, Varys and Kujan kneel on the ground before a familiar figure. She speaks. "I have nothing more to say. You not only failed, but also revealed your identities to a demon swordmaster." Kujan lowered his head without saying a word. Varys kneels on the floor trembling as Moon coldly looks down. "Both of you really want to die, huh?" Taman Marius, Luna's foster mother, standing before the two cold-blooded assassins, orders them to get out of her sight. "From today on, our relationship is over." "Huh? Miss Taimun, what do you mean? Are you saying you will kick us out?" She answered sternly. "Yes, you have committed a serious mistake, haven't you?" Taimun lowered her gaze, showing no mercy as she looked at the two in front of her. She kept crying and begging Taimun, "Please don't, Mom, please don't send us away. We won't make mistakes again. There won't be a next time. Please don't kick us out, I beg you." She kicked her head away with her knee. Taimun turned his back decisively. Don't look for me anymore. Varys, held in Kujan's arms, keeps crying out and calling. Mom, please stay calm and speak, I hope. Taimon tilted his head to look at him. Kujan bows his head, wishing her good health. She remains silent as the wooden door gently opens. Taimon stepped out of the wooden house, slowly walking along the road, lost in thought. That demon swordsman must be Gin's young master. That dark energy is exactly what I heard from him. He probably already found a clue about me and will soon come to find me with the young lady. Even if they know the truth, it doesn't matter. The young lady can't kill me. What's more important now is the information about young Master Gin. He has dark energy and uses magic, but he doesn't know about this. Timon smiled. Even the hounds are not completely useless. In the warehouse, still gently holding Varys and crying silently, he returned to Jin's side. Jen looked at him and asked, Do you meet Tan? Jin frowned. Takan, you mean Alu Spiderleg. I already killed him. Are you surprised? Ta or Alu Spider once led a mafia organization. And before I killed him, he called the one who ordered him to kill me that person. Was it the Star Commander? Ren silently clasped his hands in front of him. 15 years ago, Tai Khan said this when leaving the Aokai. Taimon, your mother had an agreement with someone high-ranking in the Black Dan clan. And if there is any mistake, my brothers and I will be in danger, so we have to be careful. Jin asked curiously. Did you hear exactly what that transaction was? No, Jin coldly asked again. A black badge is Tan's superior. Jin stands up. I have to go now. Casimir wondered. Where are you going? The gloomy boy turned to meet Luna, who gently placed her teacup on the table and asked if she was comfortable here. Tika bowed happily, feeling very comfortable. Thank you, Luna, for your concern. Lately, everyone has found a job, but finally we Collins are living like real people, Luna said happily. If the youngest sibling hears this, they would be very happy. Luna seemed to sense something. She turned to look outside. In the rain, Jin stood still in front of the iron gate. Luna was amazed. It was her little sibling. Luna sat facing Jin, laughing loudly as if she had just heard a funny story. Some kind of fanciful humor. Ha ha ha. She trained orphaned children to become assassins and even ordered them to curse you. Luna wiped tears from her eyes from laughing too much. Little brother, that's your grandma's breast. Why would she do that to you? Jin sadly bowed his head and held his wrist, while Luna kept laughing and talking. Ha ha ha. That must be fake news. She's traveling, so come visit again next time. Jin gently calls out, Miss, I'm sorry. Luna angrily slams the table. Luna loses her temper and shouts. Don't apologize as if that's the truth. How could she do this? It's probably the plot of someone else. Maybe that orphaned kid I saved was lying. And if she really is involved, Luna clenched her jaw, then there must be a reason for it. Yeah, you shouldn't just sit here. You need to go confirm it yourself. Jin looked at her in surprise. Let's go to the nursemaid's place. Luna turned around and urged you. Taimon sat upright on the chair, calmly waiting there. She closed her eyes and thought, Varys Kujan, because you revealed your identities, that person will deal with you. It's okay. They are just ordinary hounds. I just need to raise them again. But how does the young master know this information? Did that wizard make a mistake? Otherwise, why would that be? Feeling puzzled inside, footsteps echoed behind. Taimun turned his head to look. As the door just opened, she quickly spoke up. You have arrived. The young lady and young Master Jine both enter. Luna immediately speaks up. I'll be direct. Varys Marius, Kujan Marius, do you know them? Taimon pauses for a moment. What is the reason you secretly raised assassins? Why are they provoking Jine? Please hear me out. That wasn't my order. I was just as surprised to learn my hunter was involved with the young Master Jin. That's why I'm sitting here waiting for you. Luna clenched her fists. Do you think you can be forgiven just by making that excuse? When she secretly raised an assassin without my permission, Luna tearfully questioned him. Taimun gently said, Please hand me over to the family court. I will tell everything there. Luna was stunned and exclaimed, Are you running away? How could you? She is no longer the person everyone knew. Taimun also briefly shows a look of horror. Luna's voice trembles slightly. Her current actions are incomprehensible. Can she explain herself clearly? Taimun clenched her skirt to hide her trembling hand. Miss, I apologize for hiding this from you, but the reason I keep my subordinates is to survive. She bowed her head. Luna was a little surprised by this answer. What do you mean? Taimun continued. Don't you know how many enemies you have within the family? And that's why we have to face danger every day. Luna looked at her with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? Who dares to harm my people? Taimun quickly replied. Just as I thought, the young lady has no idea that the servants in the estate are replaced in less than a year, right? Do you know why? And the other guards and servants as well. Has anyone ever wondered why no one stays longer than a year, some only a month? Luna stared blankly at Taimun. She shouted, They were all killed by your siblings, the ones you cherish most. Luna was left speechless as a silent suffocation crept into her heart. Luna, trembling with disbelief at what she just heard, shouted, "Don't deceive me." She questioned Tai Mun. If it's true, then why didn't she say anything to me? Before that question, she was silent for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, "I don't know, because I understand very well what kind of person you are." Luna, upon hearing this, shouted, "That's ridiculous." Suddenly, Tai Mun's question stunned Luna. "Even if I tell you, would you be able to harm your own siblings?" "Miss, perhaps you should just give them a few light punishments. Isn't it because you gave up the fight for the head of the family to avoid harming your siblings?" Seeing the serious expression in front of her, Luna realized this was no longer the Tai Mun she knew. She thought to herself, "The nanny? The nanny?" She no longer wants to compete for the head of the Black Clan position. At this point, she could no longer hold back her tears. Tai Mun continued, saying, "The moment you abandon your duty is also the moment your subordinates are seen as prey," with a tone full of resentment. Tai Mun remembered the past, 35 years ago, holding a crying baby in her arms, the wails echoing everywhere. She thought to herself, this was the first time I truly felt what real power was in that dilapidated orphanage. I was destined to be a loyal dog for the nobility, recognized by the Condon family as a talented nurse for their household, and finally I get to live as a human instead of an animal. She gently rocked the baby in her arms and muttered, "My fate is truly unfortunate, but my firstborn child of the Van Canden family is so lucky." Tai Mun wondered to herself, do I envy it? Of course not. On the contrary, I feel grateful to you for giving me this power. Suddenly, a warm light shone onto Tai Mun's face. She heard a cry and looked up. Seeing the adorable face before her, Tai Mun sighed. What a small, warm talent. She recalled the image of children who had been exposed to weapons from a very young age. The children born after her are her rivals, but that has never been an issue because the master has said that Lady Luna possesses talent greater than anyone else. Luna happily ran over to share her achievements with Tai Mun. "Nanny, I fought all the members of the beginner class one-on-one and won every time. Raswa and Jantia even teamed up against me, but I still won." She praised me after hearing that. "That's impressive. Keep trying your best, young lady." Suddenly, Luna's words made her straighten up, but I don't like fighting. Although I am indeed good at fighting, seeing Luna stammer, Tai Mun thought I used to worry about the young lady's innocence, but then I gradually realized that my worries were pointless. As Luna grew older, her personality completely changed, and she became increasingly difficult. "Don't appear before me again, Ratsua, or don't blame me. Go away, you're ruining my appetite." Luna became a cold person, enduring the contempt of the dark family siblings, licking my feet for the rest of her life. That would suit you better. Tai Mun recalled that as time went on, when she turned 13, I no longer saw any of her innocence from before, only dignity remained, and time kept passing. Until one day when she found Luna in the rain, she told her, "I feel exhausted. Now mother and father, all the siblings and everyone in the family, now I just want to stop. I don't want to become the head of this family." Tai Mun quickly reminded her after hearing that, "No, young lady, if you want to become the head of the family, you have no other choice. Then I don't need it anymore." Her response left her stunned, standing blankly in place and exclaiming, "Miss!" Luna continued, "Because of the family, but having to kill a family member is not an acceptable answer. I must achieve something to both help the family and avoid killing a clan member." By now the rain had stopped and the light began to reflect, revealing tears on her face as Luna became determined. "I will become the sword that protects this family." Tai Mun recalled that moment, thinking back to when she was 19 as the princess's adolescence was coming to an end, and also marking the end of my revenge. Yes, the sacrifices and suffering I have endured for 12 years. I originally planned to make the young lady the head of the family and use her to help me get revenge. However, she is a whale from mythology, while I am just a hungry fisherman, only able to watch. After hearing those words, she knelt down and then solemnly vowed, "I will follow you, miss." She thought to herself that she had a new dream that day. Seeing her actions, Luna also felt moved. "Nanny, thank you for supporting me, but Tai Mun's face isn't happy at all. Maybe she also knows, and my dream has been shattered." And not long after, her siblings realized that she had changed. They began to hunt. The inhumane and crazy things they did are even hard for someone like me, who has carried out countless assassination missions to endure. Seeing Vigo and June happily chatting about what they just did, Tai Mun could only stand in the corner, clenched fists, unable for the young lady to find out about this. If not, she will blame herself for it. I am her guardian. I must handle this myself. But how can I do that? Yes, I will raise loyal dogs just like I had to go through. I will select a few useful orphaned children, but in the end, her fate still gets caught. A voice echoes, Ti Moon. Marius, guide and top assassin of the Moon sect. Right now she is being captured by someone who is threatening her. The other person demands, "I will get straight to the point, I want your obedience and loyalty. If you agree, I will give you everything you want," but of course she refused, "Just kill me." Seeing that she wouldn't listen, the other person stood up and said, "Let me finish. You always smile, but I know very well what feelings lie behind that smile." The person continued to ask, "Taemun, isn't it true that you want to be free? Aren't you disgusted by that clueless princess? Come to me, and I will give you true freedom." After hearing the offer, she thought to herself, that day, the fisherman kept gazing at the giant whale until finally hearing the sound of salvation. If the young lady were to hear about this, what kind of expression would she have? Feeling guilty, Taemun turned back and said, "I'm sorry, miss. I hoped that even if I died, you wouldn't find out about this." Luna's emotions were very chaotic right now. Taemun continued, "I secretly trained the soldiers and had them point their swords at the young Master Jin. Even if I didn't give direct orders, that was still a crime deserving death." At this moment, the main door is gradually opening, and a few armored figures are slowly stepping inside. Taemun continues, "I need to pay for this mistake. So I reported everything to the main house. Sure enough, a group of people is now approaching them. Jin was shocked when he saw them, thinking to himself, a family knight executing someone? Taemun, you really are one step ahead. Taemun looked at the execution knights and said to the two of them, "See you at the trial." Seeing her walking away step by step, Yin asked, "It seems she has someone backing her." Tan Marius, "I don't know who they are, but to have enough power to save her at the family court, there aren't many people." Taemun turned back and said, "You're saying there's no one else. I only have Lady Luna. And even if she is executed, I will just see it as unfortunate. You are revealing too much for someone who is about to die. With a sacrificial pawn like her, do you think someone who likes to do whatever they want would actually step in to save her?" Taemun straightened up after hearing this and then said, "If you don't want to say anything more, I'll take my leave now." Jin also chose not to say anything more and remained silent. Taemun began to follow the executioners. She thought to herself, "Indeed, he can go so far not just because of luck. Yes, that person probably abandoned me, but with the information about you that I hold, the young master can save my life." While she was thinking that if she used this information to negotiate, maybe... Taemun Marius's voice caught her attention, and he sent her a message. He said 3 words, "Well done," then began to draw his weapon. Before Taemun could react, he lunged his weapon directly at her. However, at this moment, someone intervened, leaving the other knights confused. Luna's voice rang out, "How dare a single knight tasked with escorting a prisoner like you try to kill my maid?" She is now extremely angry, radiating a terrifying aura around her. "You bastards, it seems you've forgotten who I am." Jane watched the scene and thought, this was bound to happen. The execution knights of the family wouldn't oppose her. They're just her subordinates disguised as knights. At this moment, the execution knights only wanted to deal with Taemun. Jin continued to think, but threats are useless. They are the death soldiers. They draw their weapons and then rushed straight toward Taemun. Jin thinks that even if they have to die, they will still drag Taemun along. He also decided to take action, jumping up and quickly cutting off the arm of an execution knight, then swiftly glanced behind and swung his sword at the knight's neck. Immediately, his head was cut off. However, the other knights continued to target Tai, as Luna's sword spun rapidly in the air before flying straight at the executioner knights. They were immediately cut in half. This bloody scene even shocked someone like Taemun, a former top assassin. Suddenly, her eyes widened because a knight appeared out of nowhere in front of Taemun, wielding a weapon ready to attack her, but a hand quickly pressed against his forehead. That was Luna's hand. She only needed one punch to knock him down, but after that blow, the knight still seemed unaffected. He tightly gripped his weapon and stabbed it into Luna's body, but somehow the knight was stunned into speechless shock. What? Maybe because the hand holding the weapon that stabbed Luna was caught by her. Immediately after, she tore that arm apart with force. Taemun, witnessing the scene, trembled uncontrollably and fell to his knees. Jin glanced at her and then said, "I was right. Taemun Marius, your master, never intended to save you." Taemun also confirms that now. Luna's side, she was squeezing the knight's neck tightly while threatening him. "If you want to die whole, answer my question." But her face showed clear panic. When she reached out to remove the knight's mask, he was already no longer breathing. A strange liquid is oozing from his mouth. Dian said, "It's poison. He committed suicide before you could interrogate him." After learning this, Luna angrily threw the knight's mask aside and shouted, "This damn bastard!" Zin approached Taemun and said, "Things have turned out like this. You should stop pretending to be deaf and mute. Tell me everything." Taemun began to grow tense. Nanny, I trusted you enough to let you investigate the people targeting Jine, but how could you deceive me like this? How could you do this to me? Why, maid? Suddenly blood started to flow from Taimun's mouth. She chuckled softly and then said, I knew this would happen a long time ago, but I guess I am really old now. I never thought I would fall for such an obvious assassination attempt. It seems that while she was distracted, the executioner knight managed to stab her with his weapon, causing her to be poisoned. Luna was so shocked that her eyes widened. She hurriedly ran to support Taimon, shouting, Nanny, at this point the poison has spread throughout the body. She was about to say something little miss, but then she vomited a mouthful of blood. Luna saw this and immediately stopped her, saying, No, don't speak anymore, the poison will spread throughout the body. Taimon's face gradually turned pale. She tried to muster her remaining strength and muttered, This poison is the toxin Kujin gave me. What a cruel twist of fate. It's already too late now, Taimon thought to herself. That's right. Is this what people usually call karma? Luna couldn't bear to see the nanny who had been with her since childhood about to die. She screams, No, maid, no, this is not what I want, please, maid. Of course everyone fears death coming for them, and Taimon is no different. She thought to herself that she didn't want to die. She wanted to beg for the princess's forgiveness. Taimon's body was filled with exhaustion as she thought to herself that to stay alive, she just wanted to remain by the young lady's side a little longer. She recalled the moment when she shook hands with a stranger and wondered when everything had started to go wrong. Ah, that moment when what appears in my mind isn't the lady but hatred. That's when everything started to go wrong. So at least in this last moment of my life, I must do it for the lady. Thinking of this, a faint smile began to form on her lips. Taimon, with her remaining strength, tried to speak. Please listen carefully to what I am about to say, but Luna did not agree. Stop talking, maid. More blood will be shed. Taimon began to speak. Even if I say it now, this guilt cannot be washed away, but I still have to tell you both. 15 years ago, the wizard who cast the curse on the young master was KTN. Hearing this, Jin's eyes showed clear surprise. Taimon continued, He is quite well known, so you will find him soon, and the person who gave me this poison is Luna, who immediately spoke up to stop him. Nanny, I understand now. Stop. But as death approaches, I fear that if I don't speak, this secret will be buried forever. Taimon decided to tell Jine that you ordered me to harm the young master Yua Kanen, the second in line to inherit the Kanen family, young master Joshua. Hearing this, Jin could no longer hide his anger. Taimon shouted, He knows full well about the young master's power and the contract. As she was speaking, she suddenly exclaimed, Ha! And then spat out a mouthful of blood. Luna, sitting nearby, saw this and shouted, Maid Taimun, endure the pain and continue speaking. I am sorry, young lady, for harming you. I should have told you earlier. Even if I understand and say that everything I do is for you, it's just an excuse. She said this, while trembling and muttering, Please. The images of her deciding to follow Luna, the moment she stopped her, and Luna's childhood memories all appeared in Taimun's mind as her voice continued to echo. Please. The image of Luna's birth appears when she was still a small child lying in her hands. At that moment, she held Luna like her own child. Just recalling those images already made Taimun feel truly happy. And now that Luna has grown up, she still sees her as a child in her eyes. Taimun advises, Don't remember this humble servant anymore. With that, Taimun's hand resting on Luna's cheek, as if exhausted, began to fall. Luna immediately grasped her hand tightly, holding Taimun, who was taking her last breath, in her arms, her body trembling uncontrollably. Luna cried out, Mom, after all these years together, you must have seen this woman as your mother, somewhere out there right now. A cigarette is stubbed out and a voice echoes. Then, Ken Black stands by the window, looks outside, and sighs. Taman Marius is probably dead by now. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. Lord Joshua, Timon's hunting dog, has come to see you. Varys and Kanujin have now come to meet Joshua. He thought for a moment and then said, Bring them in. The other replied, Yes. After they explained everything, Ratsua asked, Taimon has driven you away. Yes. Ratsua asked, Why are you all looking for me? Suddenly, Varys's hand on the ground started trembling uncontrollably. She shouted, Ratsua, whatever you say, we will do. She pleads, Please give her mother's heart back. Without her, we are nothing. Please, your majesty. Kanujin, sitting beside, reminded him. Varys, that's enough, but she keeps crying out, Lord Jos, please help us, we will do anything you want. At this moment, Joshua suddenly stood up, approaching the two of them and saying, Kanujin and Varys. Unfortunately, I can't help you anymore. He placed his hand on Varys's cheek. In her astonished gaze, Ratsua continued, It seems you haven't heard anything yet. You say Taimon was in such a rush to send you away? It's not because she didn't love you, but because she wanted to save you. He began recounting how she was murdered by an anonymous demon swordsman. Ratsua looked sad and then shouted. Taimon said she was in danger and asked for my help. I sent 5 knights to rescue her, but they all died together with Taimon. Hearing that, the 2 people lowered their heads in sorrow. Kujan asked, "Who is that demon swordsman?" Meanwhile, hatred is boiling inside Varys. She mutters, "I will kill you, kill you, kill you." Ratsua continued, "He has a contract with Sadet. That's all the information we have. Where is he from or who does he work for?" Kujan widened his eyes and shouted, "I will find out and use my life to avenge my mother." Ratsua looked disappointed, sitting down as he said, "I understand how you feel, but now is not the time. Soon he will target you too. You have to seize that moment. Can you trust me and wait? Because I also have a debt to pay him." Kujan, hearing that, could only decide to wait. The 2 of them bowed and exclaimed, "Thank you, Jua. Leave it to us." But I couldn't help but notice Joshua was wearing a strange smile. He glanced at them but said nothing, thinking to himself that there's no blood relation, and yet he still seeks revenge for her. How ridiculous. She raised these hounds very well. "Thank you, Yun, and I also have to thank my younger uncle for killing Taimon and for giving me this gift." At this moment, someone hurriedly ran over and shouted, "Sir Rhoda, may I deliver urgent news?" Rhoda immediately agreed. "Let's go." The other guy whispered something into Ratsua's ear. "Really?" Kujian asked curiously. "Is there something wrong, Lord Ratsua?" "You all go back now. I will arrange a place for you. Stay there until I give the order." Kujan was about to help. We could help you, but he refused. "It's nothing serious, just a family matter." An explosion suddenly erupts outside in the yard. Jua's knights are knocked back one after another, and one of them speaks up. "What is going on?" "The first cycle." "Even if you are the first cycle, Luna still orders you to shut up and answer my question." "Where is she now?" At this moment, anger is clearly visible on her face. The other guy still tries to stop Luna. He shouted, "Stay back. You are violating the family rules." "Family law? Don't ever say that in front of me again." Seeing her actions, the others quickly drew their weapons. Luna shouted loudly, "This is the order of the first cycle. You do your part, and I will do mine." But Jua's subordinates still follow the rules as usual. They raised their swords in front of them, their legs starting to move as they swiftly charged toward Luna. A surge of power emanated from her body, blocking the blades just as they were about to touch her. Luna glanced at one of them, and he immediately felt her aura. Then they all were pushed back, falling to the ground, one after another. At this moment, the rain also began to fall. Luna asks, "Are you done?" She draws her weapon and reminds them. "Then step aside. I'm losing patience." At this moment, a familiar voice caught Luna's attention. "You're here." Ratsua stepped towards Ratsua and said, "Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Are you in such a hurry? Your sister's expression is really gloomy, isn't it?" At this moment, he's walking with a group of knights in shining armor. Luna looked at that scene with contempt and said, "You are truly pathetic, Zua, so scared of me that you have to hide behind those black knights." She asked directly, "How did you know I would target your life?" Hearing that, Ratsua immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha, don't talk to me in such a scary way." He still pretends to ask about her, saying, "I guess you've had a bad experience. If you're okay, let me know, and I'll listen." "I am family." As soon as she said that, Luna glared directly at Ratrua. Ratzua saw her grip her weapon tightly and thought to himself, "Yeah, that's right, sister. The brother you want to kill is standing right here. Don't hesitate to swing your sword because the family will stand with you." While Ratsua smugly smiles, Luna lets out a sigh. Sigh. She starts putting away her weapons and says, "Little brother, it's a pity. I didn't come here to kill you. I came to give you one last warning. When that child comes back, you won't be able to fight anymore." But Jotsua just laughed at that. Luna turned back, her terrifying gaze warning him. "If I were you, I'd run away now because if not, you'll regret not dying today." After saying that, she quietly walks away, and Rosua sighs. "Ha, it's so sad. The strong sister of old can only talk like that now." On Luna's side, she said as she walked away, "Just like when we were kids." Ratsua was startled to hear that. He quickly turned to look at Luna. Watching her figure gradually disappear, Rosua thought to himself, "Just keep your distance, sister. Now I'll leave you alone because of the Jipo. But when everything is over and Black Cane becomes mine, I will be the one to end you first," Ratsua thought in a state of anger. Jin also stood outside ready to support Luna, but when he saw her make that decision, he could only comply. He asked, "Are you still okay?" "Elder sister." Luna turned back and replied, "Yes, I'm fine." She thanks Jin, saying that your advice helped her hold back her emotions. Jin responds, "If she loses her composure, Ratsua will use that as an excuse to control her." Yes, just as you said, he keeps provoking while hiding behind the Black Knight Order. Jin then remembered the Black Knights. Among the many knights in the family, only the top 10 elite knights were allowed to participate. The Black Knight Order only follows the orders of the Lord and Lady, but now they are siding with the enemy. He's also starting to get a headache, damn it. I don't know how he convinced their father, but it's clear that the Black Knights have sided with him now. At this moment, the two are standing in front of a hastily built tomb of Taimon. Jin exclaimed, "What a terrifying poison! I never expected even corpses to melt away." Luna wiped her tears and said, "I couldn't even properly bury the maid. I can't believe those close to her had to endure this poison too. So it's understandable that she betrayed the person who always valued her." Suddenly she shouted, "No, it's not like that. It's all my fault. If you knew how to make her feel at ease, this never would have happened in the first place." Jin could only remain silent after hearing that. He remembers Taimun's image and thinks that even if she betrayed, she is still truly family to her. But in the end, her younger brother has now become an irreconcilable enemy. Now I wonder who can comfort Luna's heart. As I was thinking, Luna spoke up. "I've hated the fighting among brothers since I was young. No, I'm afraid I fear the feelings of hatred and hostility among blood relatives from the past. I fear that my siblings and I will relive that history again." At this point, she could no longer hold back her tears. Yes, that's why she became the sword to protect the family, and thanks to her, none of us have to die anymore. Yes, I thought I had already done that, but how foolish I was. Now you understand that all this time you were just running away because you were afraid to fight, and this is the price you pay for that cowardice. From now on, there will be no more swords to protect the family. Jin shouted in panic upon hearing that. Second sister Luna drew her weapon and slammed it into the ground. Luna coldly declares that if anyone else dares to target me, she will behead them. And if I want, she will destroy anything that stands in my way. Suddenly, she drops to her knees. "From this moment on, your sister's sword is mine." Jin stood still, speechless, as he watched this scene unfold. Luna feels heavy-hearted, blaming herself and thinking that if Taimun and Joshua had been more composed, this never would have happened. "So from now on, I will support Jin wholeheartedly. Even if I have to turn my back on all my other siblings, this is the price of my cowardice." After a moment of thought, Jin decided to kneel down. He planted his sword into the ground and said, "I will stand by your side. I will stop anyone who tries to harm you, and even if I have to kill my own siblings, I will not hesitate to do so. Do you remember? No matter what you do or become, I will always support you." Luna was moved by his actions and thought to herself, "Jin, my youngest brother." Then she remembered her past. She also said something similar to Jin, "No matter what you want to do or become, I will always support you." Back in the present, Jin placed his hand on Luna's shoulder. He held his sister tightly and said, "When you return as a star, it will also be the moment I protect you because we are family." And at this moment, she could no longer hold back her tears. "Yes, this arrogant little brother is my family. I will do whatever it takes to help him become the head of the family." Over in Murakhan, he's so furious his hair stands up and his eyes glow. What? They invited a wizard to cast a curse? That little brat is really something. No matter how many years pass, this has been an unprecedented event since the Tama era. Julie exclaimed upon hearing that. I'm still not over the shock. As the young sorcerer was speaking, he saw Yin approaching and hurriedly explained, "Please forgive me. I spoke out of turn in front of you." Young Master Murkan saw her confusion and called out, "Calm down, Raoban. If you don't release your anger, it will only get worse. Repeat after me, you idiot." July could only repeat after the little dog, then she started making extremely unpleasant sounds. "Damn it, this surprises Murkan," he exclaimed. "Bant Rao!" After finishing, July happily said, "That was really refreshing." Jin sighed as he listened. July started to adjust his tone and asked, "Is a hem more important than him that you still want to hurt him?" There are many reasons for the missing answer, but the most important is that even though he knows I made a contract, he still remains so calm. "That's right. He even broke the rules of Lei Wu Tai to harm you, but he hasn't done anything within the main house," Jin said. "We will find out the reason soon." He thought to himself that if his assumption was correct, then he was targeting his contract. Murkan frowned in confusion as he saw him look. Jin continued to think that considering what happened with En and the possibility of stealing a contract with the gods of the Jipo family, but even Ju couldn't be that close to the Jipo family. So there must be another way to steal a contract, right? While he was thinking, the high-ranking mage Casimir entered with a stack of papers and said, "Jin, I have found the location of the person you requested." Jin took the papers from his hand and asked, "Is it done?" Yes, he is a fairly well-known mage and is currently retired in Mentador, located in the eastern part of the continent. Since joining the Advanced Magic Academy in Jipo, he has always used the alias Aman. It is said that he is currently researching some kind of magic. Jin listened quietly, then called out Julie, Murkan, and Lord Casimir. "I have a request." Jin burns all the documents with fire, then asks the three of them, "Please don't try to find me in the next 3 months." The scene shifts to a restaurant where a man is sitting in a corner, enjoying his drink. At this moment, a person holding a staff entered the restaurant. quickly drawing everyone's attention. The person holding the staff wearing a hooded cloak looked very mysterious. He stepped inside and stopped in front of the seated man, then asked, "Excuse me, are you a man?" The man looked up and asked, "Who are you?" The stick-wielding man replied, "I am an ambitious wizard named Hill, currently on my way to enroll at the prestigious Mentador Magic Academy. But I heard that there is a very noble wise man here, so I came to pay my respects." A man muttered, "So a ambitious wizard, huh?" At this moment, he realized that the people inside the shop were paying attention to them. A man immediately slammed the table and shouted, "What are you looking at?" "Huh?" "The bugs are gone." He reached out, summoning a stream of energy and threatening them. "Disappear now, before I send you all into the void." The others all ran away after hearing that, leaving only the two of them inside the shop, him and the man with the staff. "All right, who are you?" "That body belongs to someone who has spent their entire life training with weapons, and within this disgusting form resides a fundamental 7-star magic." A man laughs and says, "An ambitious wizard? Ha ha, it seems you underestimate me too much. Reveal your identity, or I will make this body unable to use magic ever again." The guy who couldn't hide it then said, "Then I will reintroduce myself." He took off his hood and shouted, "I am Hister, the last survivor of the Hister family." Han stood up angrily, slammed the table, and yelled, "What did you just say?" "Hister. You come from the Hister family, the only family that can be compared to the Jipple family in magic, right?" "You're lying. They were all slaughtered by the JP house." Seeing that Amon didn't believe him, he took out a book and said, "Please look here." Before he died, the mercenary leader who raised me from childhood as an orphan revealed my origins to me and handed me this magic book. The author of the book is Sujil Heister. Hearing this, Amon reached out to snatch the book. "Hurry up and let me see it, but Hillwell has taken it back." He said, "I can show you, but you cannot touch it." He spoke seriously to Amon. "I swore that no one could touch it without my permission. If you want to touch it, you have to kill me first." Hearing that, a man shouted, "Ha! Fine. Then you turn it over yourself. Hurry up." Hill placed the book on the table and slowly turned each page. A man, upon seeing the contents recorded inside, exclaimed, "This magic book, this spellbook really belongs to the Ater family. I've been searching for clues about them my whole life, so I will definitely recognize it. I need to examine it more closely. Have you decided where to spend the night yet?" A man offered to take me with him and promised to treat me well. Then he led Hillwell to a place and said, "This is where I conduct my research. No one knows about this place, and it is heavily guarded. So now you'll tell me, how is it that someone with the Hister name has managed to survive until now?" W sadly lowered his head and began to tell his story. "I was raised by a small mercenary soldier named Grey Cat under the guise of an orphan. Although I have been wielding a sword since I was young, I have no talent for it. But when it comes to magic, I understood immediately. It was as if I had known everything from the start. After learning about the family legend from the final will of the clan leader, Amon immediately recognized the Hater family's magic ledger, which could even threaten the Jipo family, masters of manipulating history. With that, he could explain the sudden appearance of this achievement. As he thought about it, he smiled slyly. Hill continued, "But since then, the Jipo family has been hunting me, so I decided to enroll in the Magic Academy and hide my identity." A man said, "Even 3 years ago, the Jipo clan wouldn't have returned to something that could cause trouble, especially considering a member of the Oter family with a bounty of at least 10 million gold coins." Hearing that, Well rubbed his hands and muttered, 10 million. Suddenly he said, "Choose now, or live like this forever, constantly hunted, or become my disciple and be recorded in the annals." Then he raised his hand and a source of energy appeared in the palm of his hand. The man continued, "My real name is Kid Han. I am known as Kid Han the Rebel." Upon hearing that, Hillwell immediately stood up and shouted, "Is it true? Is it really you, Kid Han Fan Lu?" "Oh ho, you know me? Before a milk-scented kid like you was born, my name had already been known far and wide. How could I not know? The story of Lord Kid Dan becoming a 9-star without the help of the Jipo clan is a legendary tale. I heard that you even fought them and showed a bold attitude when teaching the Jipple soldiers a lesson." Kid Han then said, Yeah, it's me. No need to praise me further." He made a proposal, saying, "If you become my disciple, I will pass on my forbidden magic that I named myself, and by following me, you will leave your mark in history." He stroked his beard and asked, "So now choose, will you become my disciple?" Hister Kit Don thought to himself that the rare Hister magic family, a long time ago, he accidentally discovered their traces, and from then on he had been chasing after them his whole life. It was as if he had been enchanted by them, but at some point the trail was cut off, and just when he was about to give up everything. Hill Haster appears before me. With his magic book, I can develop my reverse magic even further. And if I pass on my perfected magic to Hill, no, to my disciple, then my legacy will live on. Of course, Schwell didn't refuse. He accepted his request. Kid Han decided to pass his magic on to Well. Hill began to try controlling that magic of Kid Han's. Seeing that he could control it, Kid praised him. Well done, I think we can move on to the advanced feedback system. Hill exclaimed. Thank you, sir. It's all thanks to your teaching. Master Kid Han suggested, Hey, Hill. Well, can you show me Heister's magic book one more time? He withdrew the magic from his hand and replied, No, I can't. Kid Han, hearing that, asked irritably, Why is that? He replied, As you said, it's because of your personal trust. But before he could finish, Kid Han slammed his staff into the ground. He shouted, If I wanted to forcefully take that book from you along with your trust, it would be easier than eating porridge. Even so, I still respect that belief of yours. Bring it here at once. But when he saw Howell looking at him with a strange expression, Kid Han shouted, Sorry, I just misspoke. Forget what I just said. That kind of response isn't the right way to handle it. Then let's do this. Master, let's share our trust with each other. Kid Han looked confused. How can there be trust? He continued. You should also entrust something as precious as your life to an animal. Give me the reversal book. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaidan's face showed clear surprise. Hillwell was about to say, So I would have been cut off by him too, but you have to wait. The Eternal Treasury is in Van Keela Castle. Currently, the reflection book is kept there, so I have to go get it myself, understand? Hell nodded and replied, Yes, master. Kaidan advised, while waiting, to study the advanced reversal system. He became anxious, hurriedly opened the door and ran out of the room, thinking to himself that the reflection flow book is the essence of my magic, which I had planned to pass on when I leave this world. But then, what does it matter if I had seen Heister's magic before? Hister's magic. If only I had it, I could have surpassed the JPO family. He stepped out of the room and called out, Then wait here. Well, I will be back soon. As soon as he closed the door, Kid thought to himself that he could be remembered forever if he had it, but he didn't notice. At this moment, Hillwell had a strange smile. After some time, Kid finally returned. He called out to Well. Well turned around and saw him, then exclaimed, Master, you're here. He asked, Have you learned the advanced reverse magic system? Hill replied, Yes. This power feels so natural, as if I've always known it, then confidently demonstrated the magic I've learned to him. Kid Han thought, That's right, this child is a genius. He took out the book and said, Well done, this is what you wanted. Kit Dat handed the book to Huel and said, Now Huel took it with both hands and exclaimed, Yes, master, I will bring it right away. After receiving the book, he happily said, Oh, it will take time to decode, but that's not important. Well, you can read the reversal book as much as you like. Well replied, I am not yet at the level to understand the profound meaning of your words. Master, I am satisfied to have your trust in giving it to me. Han just wanted to focus on studying the content of the book and said, Well, if you want to, you should ask him. Since you've started learning the advanced reverse system, we should begin comprehensive practical training with living creatures. What do you think, Hillwell? Do you want to try with insects? Well, after hearing that, he wondered, So you mean this insect that the counterflow can resist opponents who are not humans? But his words made him shiver. Oh, well, I wasn't talking about that. I was referring to the insects living in that town that look like us. When I was young, I also used them for real-life training. They are a bunch of trash that can't use magic, but their shells all look the same. Why, suddenly, Hillwell had an idea. If that's the case, Master, I have a request. He suggested that before training, please use a direct counterattack on me. Wouldn't it be more effective to feel it directly on your own body in a real situation? After hearing his suggestion, Kaidat burst into laughter. Ha, I'm very proud of you. If we rush to kill them, the knights from the capital will come rushing here. Then watch carefully. What I am showing you is the counterattack delay. With this magic power, he can steal magic from his opponent and activate the Fan Lu. Then he begins casting a spell, creating a sphere of energy in his hand before throwing it at Hillwell. Kaidat instructs you now, I will absorb your magic, so focus on sensing it. Suddenly he wondered why the rebound magic wasn't working. Seeing that he remained still with no reaction, but my magic was gradually being absorbed. Only then did he realize that Ewell's magical power had already caused him to break through the 9th level. No, this isn't that level. His power is even greater. Higher than 9 stars, his eyes began to show signs of worry. But before he could do anything, Kaidat was already suffering internal injuries and vomited a mouthful of blood. Kid Dat sat slumped on the ground, muttering, Impossible? How could that be? At this moment, Hillwell finally explained, shouting, Master, look at this, then took out an object from his pocket. Howell held that item in front of Kid Da and explained it. Is a relic called Trak Kwang, containing an endless amount of magic. With it, even if you are attacked by the backlash, you will remain safe. Actually, if they had the chance, the JP family would have abused it and brought much suffering to this world, and to me as well. Then Hillwell put his hand into his shirt pocket, took out a liquid, and poured it over his head. His hair gradually changed color. He continued, I also plan to spend the rest of my life in suffering because of him. The guy threw his glasses to the ground and shouted, Do you remember the child you cursed at Levu Dai 15 years ago? He reached out and took Len out, then introduced himself. I am Jinkan Den. I have returned from hell to kill you today. Keaton saw Jane trembling and muttering, You can't be like that. I even need to confirm with my mercenaries if it's really true. Jane replied, Yes, because that's the story of the surviving Hister. Right after that, he kicked his face with his foot, a gentle enough force to knock him down. Jin shouted, It's been 44 years, Kidan. No matter how much he struggled, Jine still coldly cursed at him. After enduring all contempt and humiliation, even overcoming death, it took 44 years for me to get here. Don't regret too much or you'll do something foolish. The reverse magic book you've dedicated your whole life to, I will use it very well. You won't regret this, will you? He asks. The reverse magic is said to have been created by you. In reality, it belongs to the H family, right? Kid was shocked and shouted, Why? How do you know? Seeing his confirmation, he immediately said, I will make the whole world know that this is Heister's magic, so all of his achievements will disappear. Keep hoping for more, he will only end up disappointed. Kit Dad is still deluded. He shouted, No, this can't be happening. I will be remembered forever. At that moment, Jine pushed harder with his legs, and all that could be heard was Kid's desperate scream. And then, blood splattered everywhere. Kid's once celebrated life ended in a simple way. Jane stands before his body, muttering, The request and curse you made are the beginning of everything. You should be grateful that I let you go in peace. But suddenly Jin drew his weapon and slashed across the wall, leaving the words, You win, not in peace, Jin Grey, meaning you won't die peacefully. Jin Grey then created a fireball and ruthlessly burned everything here. He thought to himself that you will not succeed. Rosua confidently stepped out of the basement, leaving a fire behind. Jin thought to himself, Just wait. This is where everything begins. Now, his eyes are filled with nothing but rage. The scene shifts back to Jine's mansion. I don't know how long it's been, but Jane still hasn't returned. Julie is hanging clothes outside and sighs in frustration. Ha! This has caught Murakan's attention as he turns into the cat lying nearby. Julie mutters, Young master, you've been looking for the wizard cadet for 3 months now, and he still hasn't returned. Has it been that long already? That kid is really cold-hearted, Murakan exclaimed after becoming my disciple. He said he would wait for the right moment to defeat me, but sometimes I think he's really cunning. Suddenly, July lifted Murakan up and sighed. I feel uneasy every day. I don't know if the young master can handle him. As she said this, she suddenly burst into tears. Does he always make me worry about everything? Does he know how much I worry every time he does that? Lord Murakan. Murakan didn't know what to do, only able to offer comfort. Don't worry, Bondao. When the 7-colored rainbow finds out about this, they'll realize that Kasat trusts Jin deeply. Jin will probably outsmart him then, so there won't be any problem. That old man will follow Jin's advice faithfully. Don't worry, Bondao. Suddenly someone appeared behind them, and a familiar voice rang out, as if I had already made old man Kai fall for me. They heard the voice and turned their eyes in that direction. Recognizing Jin, they exclaimed happily, Little young master. July was so happy she pushed Murakan aside, startling him as he exclaimed, I am so glad you're back and looking healthy. Yes, I am back. Julie and Lord Muraka as well. At this moment, he was just thrown to the ground, crying out in pain. Jin takes the spellbook he retrieved from Kadat and holds it out to Murakan, saying, This is the magic book I got from him. Help me translate it. The scene shifts to the Vakanen family sword garden. At this moment, everyone is gathered in the dining room to share a meal together, and Rachu is leisurely enjoying his meal. Next to him is a stack of papers with many notes. Jang Gray, the main suspect, who killed KH. Who are you, really? Why did you kill KH? And what reason do you have for living in hiding? Unfortunately, the essence of the rebellious magic is believed to be stored in the eternal treasury in the holy kingdom of Vanilla. Suddenly, Haytona's voice rang out. Jin Gray, you're definitely the lucky one among the youngest. Hey, Tona, the older brothers and sisters are right here. But Haytona continued, Don't tell me that's really the youngest brother. John Gray is a common name. And upon hearing this, Tona started to panic and whispered nervously to him. This little brother is also very talented, but Kadat is a 9-star wizard, so that can't be true, so please stop. Miu overheard their conversation, got angry and slammed the table, startling the two guys, while Anne, sitting beside, just calmly wiped her mouth after finishing her meal, and Miu exclaimed, Tch, these stupid younger brothers. They haven't even met a 9-star wizard yet and are talking nonsense. Who would believe that in just a few months they will become a legend? and Anne, sitting nearby, softly said, "What's wrong, Miu? I think your nonsense is quite adorable. So adorable that I want to kill them." Mary also spoke up now. "Everyone be quiet, you're interrupting the meal." Anne wondered, "Hey, sis, are we not allowed to talk about these things anymore?" But only Mary's eyes lit up as she threatened her, "You were told to be quiet." Anne keeps arguing, "Why didn't you tell Tuna and her brother to be quiet when they spoke, but waited until I did?" Deaf, as you take a bite of the meat, reminds her, "That's enough, Miu. If you keep talking, I will..." The argument only stopped when there was a round of applause from the turtle's guts. The noisy space suddenly became quiet. Rot clasped his hands together and said, "That's enough. It's been a long time since we all ate together. Don't get angry. And you also think our youngest might have killed Kathon." Hearing that, Miu exclaimed, "What?" She asked confusedly. "Even you, the eldest brother, also dismissively replied? Of course the youngest can't do it alone. If that child named Iona helps him, it might actually be possible." As soon as she spoke, Mary glanced in his direction, and even those who had been sitting quietly for a while found themselves intrigued by this. At this point, DF couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and slammed his hand down on the table. "That's enough, big brother," DF asked. "Are you just wary of young Jine, and you're dragging Iona into this too?" "I'm really tired of these schemes," Mary also added. "Big brother, can you take responsibility for what you said about Yona helping the youngest?" Seeing their reactions, Rot Swa immediately laughed and said, "It's just a guess, so there's no need to take responsibility. A 9-star mage has died, but the cause of his death has not been revealed. This is something very difficult for anyone to do, unless it was caused by the Void." He recounted that the Vodon Society is currently the world's top assassin organization, and it's been a while since Iona joined the organization on a secret order. That's what I think. The youngest son wanted to attract everyone's attention, so he made a deal with Vodon, and Ia, who felt abandoned by the family, helped Jine to bring the youngest son to his side. Mary's anger was evident on her face as she immediately retorted, "So you've been hoping for something bad to happen to Yona for a long time, but now you're openly saying it. Why would she suddenly be involved with the youngest brother?" Suddenly, Myung agreed, saying, "I also agree if Iona really helped the youngest brother, then the missions he did as a cadet would make more sense. That damn Iona is still in the anonymous society, but I'm also curious about what she thinks of the family." Miu was speaking when Mary suddenly punched her for daring to interrupt the adults' conversation. Anne, sitting nearby, was stunned and called out to sister when she saw Miu pushed against the wall, but Mary still wouldn't let go of Miu. She grabbed Miu's face with one hand while the other raised to punch again, but was stopped by Deefus nearby. "Be careful, Mary. The more you react like this, the more things will unfold exactly as I predicted." Mary was now very angry, but could only grit her teeth and shout loudly, "Ha ha ha, damn it." Vancha on the side felt frustrated and continued eating. "Of course, the 7th cycle is me. I can't oppose the 2nd cycle, but I shout as loudly as I can so everyone can hear. Everyone remember this clearly. If we hurt Iona, Father won't stand by and watch." Roxua listened without saying a word, only smiling, while Anne checked on Miu, who could only grit her teeth and could not do anything else. At this moment, Defus's voice caught Yua's attention. "Sometimes you should speak more frankly, big brother. If you're afraid of Yona, just defeat her and make her your subordinate. Don't use threats to manipulate them like today anymore. That's not how our black-clad guardians do things, so listen up and follow the request." Then you should draw your sword." Defers. Vantia also found this interesting, Defus exclaimed after hearing it. "Ha." He turned to look at Jantia and asked, "Why do you have to do that?" At this moment, the atmosphere inside the room has become extremely tense, and Tona and High Tona are now trembling with fear. They silently thought to themselves, "Little brother, we miss you so much." The scene shifts to the evening in a certain room, as Dante's voice echoes. A 9-star mage has been murdered and the name Jean Grey was left at the scene. If it's Jean Grey, then it must be him. Veridon, standing nearby, asked, "You see it that way too, right?" "So then, Dante, could you spare some time for me?" Dante asked back. "Is now a good time?" Veridon replied, "No, not now. Tomorrow or later would be fine." He put on a delighted expression and suggested, "Let's go meet Jine." Dante was surprised to hear that. "Oh, do you have a plan?" Dante whispered. "Of course. Listen, my plan is that after hearing this, Dante will feel excited." "Oh, that's a good plan. Hee, right? Then let's start tomorrow." Their conversation was overheard by a servant inside the room who immediately reported to Codename Ras. Dante and Veridine Jipo were talking in the banquet hall. There is a report that the relationship between the Jipo and Han families is not very good. But with this news, we have confirmed that the Jipo family is involved in Kidat Han's death, and Veridine has provided information to Dante. Perhaps the JP family is more concerned about their allies and is cutting ties with families that don't share their views. Whether Kita's Han is an example or not doesn't really matter. This will be a good reason to stop the Jipo family's actions. Let's leak the appropriate information to the press. The servant nodded and replied, "Yes, I understand." After he left, C-Name Roos leaned back in his chair and thought that those damn JPO guys were acting very recklessly, unlike usual, as if someone was controlling them. He sighed. I don't know who they are, but keeping up with them won't be easy. Meanwhile, over by Jin, Julia was clutching Jin's leg and shouting, "Don't go, Jin! Stay and play with Julia!" Katmia saw this and tried to stop her. "Julia, the young lady is very busy. Please understand him." "Julia." Julie couldn't hold back her tears either. "Young master, I am truly sad to be your servant. You haven't even had a proper rest. Who would have thought we have to leave immediately?" She wondered. Does the young master have to go to the village of the anonymous Samu organization? "Why would you go to such a dangerous place?" Jin replied. "I need to get something, and there's someone I want to see." Hearing that, July was surprised. "Do you know someone living in Samu?" Suddenly she remembered something and exclaimed, "Ah, Lady Iona." At that moment, on a mountain peak, Yona was muttering to herself, her mood shifting after reading the paper beside her. "I heard that after becoming a miracle, a member was recognized by their father and left the family to train, but what the youngest did is truly astonishing. I want to know how strong she really is. I wonder if she's come to Samu." Suddenly she raised her hand high and shouted, "I want to play with her." At this moment, a clear expression of delight appeared on her face. On Jine's side, Lucia jumped into Casimir's arms and said, "Young master, when you leave, I won't be here either." Jin looked confused and asked what was going on. Casimir hesitated and stammered, "Ah, I left my stuff at B." Hearing that, Jin thought to himself, "Father let him go for that reason. All right, safe travels." He opened the door and stepped inside, saying, "Kid, I've finished what you needed." Jin turned around and said, "Ah, Murakhan, thank you for your effort." Murakhan takes the book he took from Kidas and asks you to come here so he can write on your back. The two of you enter a room and a blinding light appears. After a while, Murakhan had written the words on Jine's back. "Good. With this, you will be able to use Kasat's magic." Jin turned back and told him it felt like he had just received a powerful weapon in an instant. "Great, I'll try it out now." That sphere gathers a large amount of dark energy, and the surrounding space is also enveloped by that power. Murakhan looked at the sphere of energy in amazement. Oh, it worked. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Jin, Jane, young master." At this moment, Jin also remembers that the people around could be drawn into that power. Jane turned around and shouted, "Lady Anya, I think inside my head." "Oh no, has she been caught up in it?" Jin asked worriedly. "Are you okay, Miss Anya?" Anya nervously raised her trembling hand and said, "That was really close. I almost got into trouble." Not only was she not afraid, but she also felt excited. Ania suggests, "I'm fine, please try again." Before he can remind her, Quicantel steps forward and lands a hard hit on Ania, making her cry out. Jine could only force a nervous smile and say, "You're here, Miss Quanto." Quantel coldly replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, Murakhan stood behind, smiling with amusement. Kwai Canelo carried Enya on his shoulder and said, "Looks like Enya, she's been bothering you. She's quite lively in the morning." Jin said, "It's my fault. When she wakes up, I will go and apologize." But Quanto said, "I don't think so. She likes it that way. She was curious. Moreover, I heard you're planning to go to Samu, Jin. You must be sure she already knows." Quantal approached Jin and said, "Actually, Samu is a land that trains assassins for the Void Society. Travelers cannot move freely because they might be assassinated. Right now, you can fend off the attacks of the young cadets, but the longer you stay in Samu, the stronger your enemies will become. In the end, the most brutal and powerful killers will target individuals." From her words, Jin imagined a sharp sickle pressed against his neck. Jane shouted, "I understand now. I never knew about this before." Quicanello continued, "I can't guarantee you or even your sister will survive against the true assassins of the Void Society." So, while talking, she reached back to find something. Quicanello handed him a red bag and said, "Take this." Dai took the bag, opened it, and saw something shining brightly and asked, "So this is the treasure of the Voidless Society?" She advised, "If you're ambushed and can't fight back, show them this and you'll survive." Dai was very grateful for this and said, "Thank you, Miss Quaicanto. I don't know how to repay you." Quant paused for a moment, then said, "If you do well, my contract holder will be more comfortable. When you return, help that NM with training." Jin immediately agreed. Fine. With the additional treasure equipped, Jin is now full of confidence. Well then, I'll be going. At this moment, Jin is on his way to Saemil. It is currently the 4th of May, 1796. He is sitting in a carriage driven by a man, taking the opportunity to rest. After a while, they arrive. In front of them is a city gate, guarded by 2 men. This is Sam, the southern gate city of assassins. After arriving, Jin also got off the carriage. He was stopped by one of the guards who asked him to stay put and said he couldn't enter without a secret society badge. Jane then put his hand into his shirt pocket, took out a token, and handed it to him. After checking, the man said, "So, the token is here? So, what is your purpose for coming here?" Jane replied, "I just want to learn from the experience." The man replied, "Yeah, you'll definitely gain a lot of experience. It's a hard-earned lesson. Now go inside. When you leave here, you'll get your token back." Jin fell silent for a moment, then spoke. "I have something to ask," the man wondered. "What is it?" Jin asked straightforwardly. "Since the traveler arrived here, do they also have to follow the rules of the Nameless Society?" The man stammered. As they were talking, the man driving the carriage behind suddenly disappeared. Soon after, he was seen gripping a sharp knife, deliberately attacking Gin. But this trick didn't trouble him at all. He simply tilted his head to avoid it. Before the man could understand what was happening, Jin's hand shot out, lightly striking his face, causing him to lose all strength and kneel on the ground, immediately falling unconscious. Jin glanced at the man lying on the ground and asked, "Looks like you already have murderous intent towards me, huh?" He sincerely advised, "The whole way here, your murderous intent was obvious. You're not talented at being an assassin. Change your profession." Then he turned to the gatekeeper and asked, "Do you also intend to attack me?" He replied, "We learn assassination. Not martial arts. I never fight head-on with anyone." Hearing that, he took off his hood and said, "I see." Samu's door gradually opened, revealing an inner scene of a white fortress with stairs stacked high, and he wondered in his mind, is the color symbolizing the Void's emblem white? Because they are confident they will never leave a trace of blood, even if they wear pure white clothes. He begins to walk around among a crowd all dressed in white, only he is the one wearing a black cloak. Jin thought he could see the people in front of him, but he couldn't sense any murderous intent from them. This place is more beautiful than I imagined, but it also gives me the creeps. In a city as clean and quiet as this, anyone could be a killer. The young cadets will improve their strength after long periods of training. If I can stay alive here, I could live in that towering anonymous building over there. Everyone would see each other as rivals, and every day they would slaughter one another to reach a new level. He begins to analyze. So even at the inn, there's a risk of being assassinated. I don't want to go through the trouble like I did during the clan competition. A question appeared in his mind. What should I choose now? After some thought, he finally stepped inside a hotel where the bearded man was the owner. He looked at his outfit and then assessed it. How strange. Is he asking if you want to rent a room? Jin replied. Yes, he asked further. Are you planning to fight the anonymous cadet at Samu where assassination is allowed? He replies. Exactly, the man wondered. Then why didn't you come to the inn? He said, removing his hood. I don't want to entertain uninvited guests at night. That's very rude. He looked at the man's amused expression as he chuckled to himself, thinking silently, you can't survive here. Surely he thinks so. The man didn't say much, then turned around and said, Go in. I won't take any money because you'll pay with your life, deliberately emphasizing it once more. Seeing that he had no intention of retreating, the bearded man invited him in and said, The room is upstairs. Don't worry, I won't attack you inside. Jin sat on the bed, muttering, Is there a trap? Huh. Holding the sword, he thought to himself, At least I can rest comfortably now. I need to come up with a plan. Suddenly, a loud pop sounded, startling Jin. He immediately stepped back from the bed, still gripping his sword tightly. Jin thought to himself, The sound of applause? I couldn't feel anything at all. While he was confused, a shadow on the ceiling silently watched his every move, eyes sharp and fixed on him. The surprise identity has been revealed. It's Iona. She thought to herself she almost got caught. I saw the kid who looked like the youngest wandering around the city, so I just followed him to see what was going on. But when I got a closer look, I was super excited. It really is the youngest. After realizing he is my brother, Iona became extremely excited. And Jin is still very confused, sitting on the bed in a daze, wondering if he's mistaken. Clearly, there was applause on the roof, but her sensitivity caused her to hallucinate. Iona is now hanging from the ceiling. Seeing Jin's expression, she judged that the boy was very alert, which was understandable since this is Samu, the place of the unknown society, so caution is justified. Suddenly she realized something and quickly jumped down to sit beside Jin. It seems he also sensed someone sitting beside him. He quickly turned to check, but there was no one in front of him. Iona thought to herself, Oh my God, did this kid just sense my presence? Seeing her sibling confused, Iona felt even more amused. It seems the boy's third eye has already been partially opened, and he's reached this level at such a young age. I'm truly proud. As his sister, I can't pass up this opportunity to test myself. When he turned to check the side, Iona had disappeared. She happily thought, I should have a little fun with her. No, I need to train the little guy to be kind. The girl blushed and thought, little brother, wait a bit, your sister will play with you. Oh no, help me become stronger. 4 days later, when Jane faced the bearded man, he simply told him to leave. Jane wondered, do you need me to pay for the room? The man replied, I already told you since you arrived. Jane was confused, so why did you suddenly chase me away? The man replied, it's simple, I give up on trying to assassinate you. I admit I lost. He explained that when he saw you use the void card to come here, he thought you were the heir of a famous martial arts family, a talented young person, but he never expected you to be this strong. I can't find any flaw in you. I admit I'm not on your level. You really are quite a strange person. This is the first time I've seen someone like you here. Jin listened silently after his comment, thinking to himself that over the past 4 days he had been gathering clues, only cautious because of that inexplicable presence. So, that's why he said he couldn't find any flaws in me, because I haven't gone anywhere or done anything else. The bearded man placed his hand on the table and said, my inability to assassinate the traveling guest here is a major flaw. I have another promotion test coming up, and since I gave up, I want you to go instead. He crossed his arms, looked at him with admiration, and continued, but lately, I haven't made any progress. Thanks to you, I've learned something new. As he spoke, the man slammed his hand against the door behind him. So I will give you some advice. When facing assassins, treat them like mages or con artists, always stay alert. The moment you leave this house, they are the kind of people you'll have to face. Good luck. Feeling the sincerity of his advice, Jin also responded with thanks. Goodbye. Then he approached, took the door handle, still wondering in his mind. A piece of advice? Why? Is there something? It's very mysterious here. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw numerous traps set on the ground. Jin wondered, a trap? Who could have set it? Suddenly he realized something. Jin remembered the warning from the bearded man that when fighting assassins, you should treat them as sorcerers or con artists. At this moment, he also realized that the assassin was hiding above his head. The assassin used a spear gun to shoot a dart at him. He immediately drew his weapon and knocked away the dart. The assassin, seeing the attempt failed, cursed and then disappeared. Jin shouted, think again, and immediately chased after him. As he jumped onto the roof, he saw 3 assassins waiting for him. One of them yanked the strings in his hand, causing the traps on the ground to be instantly triggered. They are rushing towards Jin at lightning speed. He wonders if the ground traps have already been triggered. He started to draw his sword and swung it to clear the traps. Then suddenly he realized something. The traps had somehow wrapped around Jin's sword. The assassins, holding their blades, then said, that sword is useless now, it's over. Then he charged straight at Jin, but Jin smoothly swung his sword, knocking out the 2 assassins' teeth. Then the 2 of them were knocked back. The remaining assassin, seeing this, exclaimed in shock. What? He begins to tremble in fear of Jin's power. Wait, I surrender. But his pleas still couldn't save him from the attack. The bearded man standing inside the house suddenly had the ceiling collapse. He saw the traps and the debris on the ground and asked, what is this? At this point, Jin had successfully knocked out 3 assassins. Take it, I'm not the type to owe others. Hearing that, he muttered, strange. Looking at the high-ranking assassins defeated by Jin, the man sighed. I never thought you would bring high-level cadets to this point, yet I, an ordinary person, am still deluding myself. As he was speaking, Jin sheathed his sword, turned toward the door and said, goodbye, this time I'm really leaving. Just as he stepped out the door, a sharp iron arrow flew straight at him. He immediately broke it, wondering if it was a trap or an arrow. I don't know who did this, but it's really lame. Suddenly he realized something, countless arrows flying straight at him. Jin could only jump onto the roof to dodge, thinking to himself, damn it, I have no idea how many people are aiming at me. The situation is too unpredictable. At this point, instead of running away, I should find a higher place to track down the enemy. As I was thinking, 4 assassins appeared, surrounding Jin, one of them armed with a weapon to attack him. He quickly used his cloak to block their view, then took the opportunity to fight back against the assassins. Soon, he had taken them all down. But he still couldn't rest. As soon as Jin touched the ground, he had to keep running, or those arrows would pierce him. Jin thought to himself, damn, how many of them are there? While he struggled with the relentless attacks from the assassins, Iona sat on a tall building, watching the situation unfold. She giggled. He. Iona praised. As expected, the youngest sibling of ours? This kid adapts to the situation faster than I thought. Spending 4 days testing his abilities was definitely worth it. Seeing my sibling struggling in the fight, Iona muttered to herself, hang in there a bit, little one. If you don't joke around like this for a week, your spiritual eye will fully open. But if you're weaker than I thought and die halfway through, I'll be really sad. Well, dying during training is just a common thing after all. And she said this with an amused smile. Stay alive, little sister. While your sister is excited, you have to run for your life from the pursuing assassins. I don't know how much time has passed, but the poisoned arrows are now scattered across the ground. The assassins chasing Jin have also been defeated. Jin stands in a corner, looking at the chaos he caused. He clenches his fist on one side of his shirt, then throws it aside, a few drops of blood falling to the ground. Jin thought to himself, they are very organized, all the young warriors are acting under one person's command. He muttered to himself, no matter who that bastard is, I will find out and give him a beating. But he had no idea that his sister, the mastermind, was hiding behind him, when suddenly a rustling sound caught his attention. Jin saw a piece of paper floating in the air. He reached out and caught it. After reading the information on it, John muttered, it seems everything is going more smoothly than I expected. Seeing the words tonight, let's play again on the paper, John exclaimed. You can mobilize the entire assassin group like this. I thought it had to be the top assassin of the Void Society, but it turns out to be Yona's sister. John clenched the paper in his hand and thought to himself, that's even better. Now I have an excuse to ask for what I want after enduring all this frustration, like the antidote wine, or even to dare ask for more. He continued to think, there are too many poisons in this world that I cannot handle, even with the innate poison resistance of the Cannon family. So, what I need is the antidote wine. This is a divine medicine only the best assassins of the Void Guild pass around. Those who drink it will almost be immune to all poisons. The youngest of the top assassins in Vodan is Yona. She also has it. She was born with an immune body, so she doesn't need to drink this wine. So she was tricked by Anne into giving her the antidote wine. Of course, Anne would be on her side. My past life was the same, so I have to seize it before it becomes the enemy's resource. Taking what is useful and weakening the enemy for the future is what I need to do. Returning to the present, Yen starts moving again, not resting for a single moment, he thinks. But to do that, I have to get through Yona's pranks. Jin frowned, his face showing clear focus. After 2 days of playing and challenges with Yona, suddenly something sped towards Jin at the speed of light. That is a weapon attached to the chain. Jin has detected its presence. He immediately used the hilt of his sword to cut off that sharp blade, then took advantage of the situation to wrap multiple loops of the chain around the sword's hilt, before forcefully stabbing it into the ground. Jin grabs the chain with one hand, turns to the side, and pulls sharply. The assassin controlling the chain immediately reveals himself with a look of surprise. Jin uses all his strength to pull, forcing the assassin to crash down onto the ground. The dust begins to settle, revealing the assassin emerging from behind the smoke. Hearing that, Dai immediately grabbed his weapon, and before his bewildered face, he kicked him hard, sending him flying back into a sturdy wall, muttering, "Ugh!" and "Jin, put away your weapon." He looked up again to check on the assassin, who was now unconscious while Jin surveyed the surroundings. At this moment, he noticed a small door. Jin silently pondered for a moment, then relaxed his guard and called out, "Hey, stop hiding. Come out. You two don't look like Vodan's cadets. Are you outsiders like me? I'm a bit excited after being chased for 2 days, so it's best to reveal my face while I still speak kindly." They then stepped out one after another, and those were Veridin and Dane. After hearing his threat, they both nervously stuck their heads out. "Hey, Jin. Hello? What's wrong with you two? What are you doing here?" Veridin hurriedly explained. "What are you so cold for? Do you know how hard we've been looking for you?" Danta also added, "I even had to use black funds to get the anonymous badge." They started complaining. "Hoo-hoo, you heartless bastard, Jane Grey. That's right, that's right." Jane had no choice but to accept their presence. He asked, "Tell me, what are you two here for?" "I just wanted to see you, because I missed the knights fighting on the battlefield." "All right, fine, let's just go with that. So what are you two doing here?" Hearing that, Veridin started to stammer. "That." Dante avoided eye contact and said, "We spent all our money to quickly get the anonymous badge, so now we have to." Seeing their luggage beside them, Dai thought to himself, those two spoiled kids from a famous family must be reckless, and he exclaimed, "Fine, I'll treat you both because you came to find me. Is that true? But I have one request." As he was speaking, a shockwave appeared on the wall nearby. The assassin from earlier also woke up. Jin continued, "What will you do to deserve that money?" Dante immediately understood the problem and quickly grabbed his weapon. That's how it is. As he drew his weapon, a tremendous surge of power shot straight into the sky. Jin was stunned by this, and the assassin was instantly defeated. A dark aura appeared around Dante's body. He asked, "Is this enough?" The loud commotion caused by Dante quickly drew Yona's attention. Her eyes showed clear surprise. Iona muttered to herself, What's wrong with these kids? At this moment, a voice sounded from behind, drawing her attention. What's wrong, Iona? Iona turned around and was delighted to see someone she knew and exclaimed, Owl Lord. This man is the 85th unnamed king of the Owl, and he is giving instructions. Listen here, Iona, even if it's you, we can't allow any more disturbances. Before he could finish speaking, she shouted, That's not important right now. Where are you, Mr. Owl? I was having fun playing with my younger sibling, but some bastard showed up out of nowhere and disturbed me. Hearing that, Mr. Cat wondered, What? Who dares to disturb our Iona? She pointed to Jine's group and said, Over there. Mr. Kumeo turned around and asked, Who dares? But his eyes widened in shock as he thought to himself, The one in front is Iona's younger brother, and those following him are the next heirs of the Jipo and Hien families. Iona decided to handle this herself and shouted, I will settle this myself, then started to jump down, but Mr. Owl stopped her. Wait, if you go, they'll die. Iona's eyes were full of murderous intent as she shouted, I was planning to do the same. The Cat Lord shouted, No. Iona started to struggle. Why not? This is the first time the youngest member of the family has come to see me, but those guys disturbed us, and I haven't even had a proper talk with the youngest yet. Mr. Cat suggests if you want to kill them that badly, then maybe this is better. Iona, let's play a game. Iona turned around and asked, A game? The Owl Lord raises 2 fingers and says, Yes, a game where their lives are at stake, lasting from tonight until dawn, 3 times in total. Send out a real assassin, not a young soldier. If they die, you win. If they survive, you ooze. Huh? So, doesn't that mean the chances of the youngest dying with them also increase? If possible, I don't want the youngest to die. We've had a lot of fun playing with her these past 2 days. She's very kind. Suddenly, I started to feel guilty inside. Mr. Cat says, Then there's no other choice. You have to watch those 3 play together. Iona has no choice but to agree. Honestly, fine, let's play. As she spoke, she stomped off in frustration. But no matter what happens, the cat owl must not interfere. I will also be the one to choose the assassin, he replied. Yeah, you don't need to worry, but did you know how many houses in Samu had collapsed yesterday? Iona nonchalantly turned back and said, I don't know. The cat yowled. That's all because you sent the young general to play with your younger brother, so remember to write a review letter. He hadn't finished speaking when she left, only saying, I am very busy. Seeing her go, the Cat Lord also let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, Phew, at least I stopped Iona from going alone, or our anonymous organization's fate could have been in danger. If those 3 kids die, I'll be doomed with those 3 clans. He muttered to himself, Then I should act quickly. At this moment, the sun had also begun to rise. After a tiring night of fighting, they finally got to rest. As soon as they lay down, Veridon and Dante fell into a deep sleep. Jin sat beside them and thought to himself that as soon as he heard they wouldn't be attacked in the morning, they fell asleep immediately. He looked at them and thought, Dane, your body is still weak, but your swordsmanship has become sharper. After learning the secret technique of the Two-Face clan, he must have leveled up. But as for that damn Veridon, I still have no idea what he's thinking. That damn genius from a distant past who was unreachable in my previous life has come to find me for no reason at all, and even said he would buy me food. Jin started to feel overwhelmed by them. He sighed, Well, maybe he'll really die here. Jin thought to himself, How can I both make use of and protect them in the future? Iona will start sending stronger assassins. How should I prepare? Just as I was thinking, a pair of legs appeared in front of Jin. He looked up and realized it was the Owl Lord. Seeing the powerful aura emanating from him, Jin silently thought that he felt no sign of his approach. Is he the best assassin of Void King? No, besides Iona, the other assassins have no reason to challenge me. If that's the case, then adjust your voice a little, Jin said, the youngest son of the Don-Can Black family. Greetings to the 85th Voidless King. After hearing that, he commented that, You don't seem afraid at all. This courage will serve you well. Lord Chijo is old and possesses a precious gem, but you've recognized me and still refuse to adjust your stance. That's a bit too much. Jin calmly replied, I fear you will take my life, so I have to act brave, because the Don-Can Black family does not bow before death. Hearing that, he immediately shouted, Just a useless kid. Jin wondered why he was here. A king coming here meant he decided to ask directly. What reason would a king have to come here himself? Is it because of something related to Iona? After hearing this, Lord Cat remained silent, and suddenly his voice started to change. Even Lord Ken here has to speak carefully, so how dare a lowly scoundrel like you mention Iona? A heavy aura emanates from Lord Q Mio's body, making Jin feel suffocated. He quickly grabbed his neck and shouted, "So Lord Kumail keeps asking, that brat you caused this mess and still act arrogant just because you have backing?" At this point, Jin felt extremely frustrated, wondering why he reacted so fiercely just because he mentioned Yona. Seeing that he was about to collapse, he waved his hand and the oppressive aura began to fade. Jin finally could breathe again and exclaimed, "Ugh," he said through gritted teeth. "Even if I tear you apart right now, I can't quell my anger. But if I leave Lord Ken alive, I will let you go this time." Jin then smiled. He thought that the first time he mentioned his father's name was to defend himself, and that even if he made a mistake, he would have a reason to be spared at least once. He adjusted his tone and shouted, "Please forgive me. I am still too naive and dare to say such harsh words. I am willing to accept any punishment. Kumeo ngevai kung kong lam ko anua. Ong dando, but dao tutoy ne. Nung sat suthuk thu mang matna trang sen ham den nengoy. I don't care what happens to you, but those two must not die, so listen carefully and follow my instructions." Jin wondered. So instead of a cadet, they send real assassins to punish me? Kumeo explains, this is a game, Yona's game, with the goal of killing those two guys. Hearing that, Jin immediately reacts. Is he planning to interfere with Yona's game? But why does it have to be so complicated? He started to consider a possibility. Could it be that even the Void King himself might not be able to stop Yona? What does Yona mean to the Void King? No, to the entire Void Society. The owl explains the rules. The assassins will attack you a total of 3 times. You 3 must go together and find the center of the cathedral. If you do, you'll at least have a chance to survive for 1 day. Furthermore, once it is morning 2 days later, do everything you can to make those 2 leave the fortress. Jin, hearing this, asked, "So you mean I should stay alone?" Before this question, he remained silent without answering. Jin continued, "Do my life be in danger?" Kumeo asked again, "Do you want to receive a reward?" Jin straightforwardly set the condition, "Give me the poison wine." Kumeo frowns in annoyance after hearing that. "You're crazy. Even if Lord Ken requests it himself, it still can't be done." Jin begins to change the terms. If that's the case, then fine, it's equivalent to your life being on the line. He advised, "But remember you must save the 2 future masters over there." Jin replied, "I will definitely keep my promise." Suddenly, the cat-like figure reminded you, "I will give you one last piece of advice. If we want, we can kill anyone in this world. But do you know why we don't use this power recklessly? Because the more powerful the weapon, the more terrifying it becomes in the hands of someone. And if used carelessly, they could become an even bigger problem for yourself. If you already know, why mention Iona?" Suddenly he realized something. He thought to himself, could it be that this bastard doesn't know about my relationship with Iona? Did he really just want to ask if I came here because of Iona? I lost my temper again and accidentally threatened a kid. How embarrassing. Realizing I overreacted, the cat begins to adjust his tone. "Ahem, all right then. Your answer was very good, so I'll see you in 3 days. Then he disappeared. After he left, Jin thought to himself, he's run away. Now he turned to look at the 2 of them. Seeing that they were sleeping soundly, Jin didn't want to wake them up and thought to himself, I need to get them back home. I'm sorry, but I have no reason to follow your orders, you fox. Jin smiled mysteriously, as if he was about to carry out some plan. As the sun began to set, Jin woke up his 2 friends. The 3 of them started their escape. As they run, Jin keeps looking back and warns them, listen up from today on, we will be targeted by real assassins, not just cadets. You 2 need to focus, Dante wondered. Jin, even if our opponents are strong, we haven't seen who they are. Why are we in such a hurry? Veridon agreed. That's right, it's only just getting a little darker, Jin replied. When I fought the young general, I could sense their presence as soon as the sun set. And as soon as it got dark, a spear was thrown at me, but right now I can't feel anything at all. In front of Jine is a silence, he thinks to himself. Actually, it's not that I can't feel anything at all. I can't sense their presence, but I can tell something is approaching us. It feels like being hunted by a predator. I can feel a gaze watching my every move. Jin gradually becomes worried. He silently thought that he knew there was a difference between a strategist and an assassin, but this was a whole different level. On Yona's side, she was sitting on the owl's shoulder, observing them. After witnessing her younger brother's actions, she also praised him. As expected from the youngest, he acted right away. Mr. Owl spoke up and Iona wondered, So, you sent a high-level assassin first? Are you really planning to kill your own brother? Iona innocently replied, Huh? Of course not. You must be joking. Her younger brother is quite quick-witted, so he's running away now, but when they start attacking, he'll die before he has a chance to do anything. He thought to himself that if that happened, the 2 behind him would also die. But her next words surprised him. That won't happen. The youngest sibling's 3rd eye is already half open. He exclaimed, What do you mean? Is he really so young and already has a spiritual eye? Iona glared at them and said, "It may look like he's just moving on instinct, but that's not really the case. I'm sure she has sensed something, even just a little. Over the past few days, her mind's eye has started to open. Therefore, her strength is also different from before. Her confidence comes from having seen that in Yai. The Cat King also saw this and agreed. You're right." Iona blushed and looked at her sibling with admiration, then exclaimed, "I am so proud." The Owl Lord watched this scene in silence. He thought to himself, this was the first time he saw Yona react like this. He turned to look at Jine with curiosity. Is his name Jine? Maybe I should also have some expectations for him. At this moment, Jine seemed to sense something very dangerous. He immediately froze and shouted loudly to stop. Just then a powerful lightning strike hit in front of them. Just one more step and the three of them would have turned into mummies. Then a strange cloud of smoke appeared. Jine also sensed the danger and quickly turned around to rush toward the other two. Veridan, confused, shouted, "Hey, Jine! What are you doing right now? A sharp object is rushing straight at us from the smoke." Then countless such objects continued to be fired everywhere, leaving many scratches wherever they touched. If it weren't for Jine, those two might have died. A foot appeared from the smoke, and an assassin with a weapon charged to attack. But he noticed it, and with just a glance, the assassin was terrified by his killing intent. And of course, his surprise attack was nullified by him. The assassin was stunned by this and wondered, can he really sense my presence? At this moment, a magic circle is targeting the assassin, and in the next second he is frozen by the spell. That move was performed by Veridan. Dante stood beside him, praising. "You did well, Veridan." Veradine proudly exclaimed. "All right, now that this guy is taken care of," Jine interrupted. "We don't have much time. Veridan's ice magic can't hold the assassin for long." The wounds started to appear, and then he completely broke free from that state. Veridan was stunned and exclaimed upon seeing this. "Huh." The assassin starts drawing his poison needle and throws it directly at the three of them. Jay immediately swung his sword to knock it away and shouted, "If we stay out here too long, the ambushing assassins will arrive. We don't have time to fight them one by one." Dan T seemed to realize the problem and yelled, "I understand." Then he shouted, "Run quickly to our target location." And as he was fleeing, Veridan turned back and laughed in the face of the assassins. He. The Anonymous Guild isn't as strong as they say. You call yourselves assassins, but still can't catch me. He only had the strength to tease those guys because Dante was carrying him on his back. He certainly couldn't run away and mock the assassins at the same time. Jin suddenly felt that something was strange. Strange. Why are they keeping their distance instead of chasing right behind us? Don't tell me they're just thinking. Then suddenly something sharp pierces up from the ground, straight at Jin's mouth. He immediately leans back to avoid the deadly attack, then grips his sword tightly and strikes powerful blows at the assassin. Suddenly, an assassin emerges from the ground, followed by several others appearing one after another. The three of them were surrounded by assassins. Maybe Veridan provoked them, so they all came here to give the three a beating. Jay saw the scene and turned to Veridan, shouting loudly, "Veridan!" Veridan looked confused and exclaimed, "I didn't expect things to turn out like this, but what Jay mentioned isn't about that." He shouted, "Stop talking nonsense and get ready. Use your strongest magic now." He laughed loudly, then jumped down from Dante's shoulder. "All right, help me buy 10 more minutes. I need to focus to prepare this magic." Veridan smiled confidently, calling it the technique of annihilation of 10,000 fires, the ultimate. Veridan summons a giant magic circle in the sky. A blazing yellow light erupts. 2 layers of protective spells appear, with a raging fire in the middle swirling together. A assassin shivers slightly at the sight of the spell. The magic is terrifying. We're in trouble. Jin stared in amazement at the powerful magic flow, thinking to himself, the destruction of all fires. Did he really learn it? The previous head of the JPO clan, who was awarded the title of Queen of Magic 200 years ago, was the only one to use that spell once in his life. A voice calling out pulled him out of his thoughts. "Jin, help me." An assassin with a knife charged at Veradine, and as the strike was swung down, Jin quickly ran over to block it. Jin looked at the assassin in front of him, suspiciously. "Is there only one person?" No way. So the others are watching from another direction. A group of assassins has surrounded Dante. The boy calmly grabs his banana sword. Jin shouted, "Dante!" The boy slightly bent forward, a faint blue light flickering behind him. The secret technique of 2 spaces. A stream of blue aura spreading into the air, causing the assassin to flicker with fear. The Dragon King's sword, armored with a long sword. Around Dante, an egg-shaped barrier formed with swirling vortexes on the outside knocking away the assassins. Their weapons shattered, cuts passing through their flesh as they cried out in pain. The assassin facing Jin was also distracted by his teammate's cry. While he was careless, Jin quickly swung his sword, breaking his sickle-shaped blade in two. He glanced at Dante, deep in thought, wondering if he had ever seen that sword technique before. Did he use mana to create it? A secret technique that can both defend and counterattack. The energy around Dante gradually dissipates, and the boy grips the sword with both hands. The assassins outside are holding their weapons tightly, waiting. Jin silently admits that since our last encounter, he must have trained very hard. Dante sneered with a smirk as Veridon's formation on this side still blazed fiercely. He raised his staff to control the power. Jin looked at Veridon's back, silently admiring him. Not only Dante, but Veridon has also become much stronger. At his age, can he really control such a large amount of mana? Can he use the legendary secret technique passed down through the ages? Veridon held his head high and smiled brightly. Jin. A hesitant voice suddenly sounded, causing Jane to stop in his tracks. Veridon's face shows confusion. Sorry about that, I think I messed things up. The powerful barrier above him dissolves, leaving only faint streaks of light and dust. Veridon stupidly smiled, standing there like a fool. Jin was a bit surprised, and before he could react, the assassins also looked stunned. Dante turned to look at the dull yellow smoke above his head. Jin signaled to Dante. Run fast, shout out. I'll hold the assassins back, so grab Veridon and run. Dante, the boy quickly hugged Veridon. Stay safe. Veridon's voice echoed in Jin's ear. I'm sorry, Jin. It's been a while since I used it, so I probably made a mistake. I made a mistake. I can feel my mana overloads coming soon. Dante said irritably. Just shut up and stop bleeding everywhere. Jin shouted. Dante, don't stop. Keep running to the place. I told you. The kid replied. I got it. An assassin nervously shouted, We can't let them escape. Even if it means dying, we have to catch them. If we let them escape tonight, Iona will personally train us. Hearing that, the others shivered in fear. The moon hangs high and full in the sky, and the rustling sounds echo through the silent night. Iona tilts her head in curiosity. What's wrong? Void King crossed his arms and looked at her. Sir Cat, I ask you, what's going on? Did you help them? The unknown king silently looked at her. Iona angrily stared at him, questioning. Is that right? Her eyes flickered with a deadly glint. Strange indeed. How did they know to come to the safe zone? Below, 3 members of Jine's group lean against the wall, exhausted. The center of Samu, where the unique traits and families of the nameless assassins reside. Dante leaned against the wall, glancing back with a smirk. Yes, it's true. The assassins have stopped attacking us. The boy sheathed his sword and looked at the group of assassins gathered far away, too afraid to step in. The assassins clenched their fists tightly. Unless there is an invading enemy or a similar emergency, the assassins of Void Name will always follow the tradition and not use weapons there no matter what happens. Veridon sat on the ground, looked up at Jin, and cheerfully asked, Hey Jin, how did you find out about this? This is a test. Jin displays a contemplative expression. Something like that, it's unreasonable. If no one leaks the information to them, how could they possibly know about that place? Iona still pointed suspicion at Void King, who just smiled in response. What are you talking about? That's not true. He changed the subject. Anyway, you have finished writing the review paper about the sabotage. Iona lowered her head and chuckled softly. Hey, you're lying blatantly. You are the one who broke your promise first, right? Vodan King remained silent. So Iona pulled her collar up to her nose. Now it's my turn to act. Her eyes flashed with madness as Iona's cloak and hair billowed in the wind. The Owl Strike, Vodan's king, organized the deadliest assassin against him. Iona is even more precious than a daughter. She possesses extraordinary talent that no assassin can match. People have given her many nicknames, such as the one born to be an assassin and a god of death. Few who have witnessed what lies dormant within her body have said so. A blade soaked in chaos. As I said, I will fight them myself. You broke your promise, so you are not allowed to interfere. Vodan King is powerless. I understand, he sighed softly. Now I have no other options left. I can't stop the girl anymore. I can only hope that Jin Kanan can help the next heir of Hyan and Jipo leave this place. Look, Mr. Owl, the sky is turning dark. It's time for the 2 of you to go with the youngest. I have to die. Will you come with me? Void King is still lost in thought about Jine. He's very smart, so he'll just follow my orders. Because he also understands how serious the situation is. I feel guilty that he has to face Iona, but has no other choice. He replied, yes, let's go. Maybe Iona will go easy. She cares about her little brother. And from the very beginning, I could have prevented all of this from happening if he had listened to me. Iona and the Void King are standing on the roof of a building. Nightfall gradually descended, swallowing the city of Vodan. Through the window, Vodan Vuong was momentarily stunned. In the room, Dante and Veridon are sleeping soundly, with Veridon holding an empty bottle. Jin stood there silently. Void King felt a surge of frustration rising inside him. Why are they still sleeping? Yona happily said. Hey, it's perfect that they all gathered together like this. I can kill them easily. Vodan Vuong was startled and stepped in to stop him. Wait a moment, Iona, hold on. How dare those bastards talk and laugh with my younger sibling right in front of me? I haven't even had a chance to speak with them, and I will kill. Iona suddenly froze when she saw Jane put his hand into his shirt pocket. Huh. She suddenly turned around and shouted, Mr. Cat, don't interfere in this anymore. He was stunned. Huh? She shouted, pointing at Jine's group. Don't pretend you don't know. Its light is shining through the window. The thing that the youngest is holding in his hand. Jean raised something shimmering. It's the claw of the silver dragon. Yes, this is what Lady Kwai Cantel gave you before departure. Jin frowned, feeling anxious. Why aren't they reacting to this? If everything is happening as I suspect, the assassins should have spoken up after seeing this. Since when have Yona and the unknown king been in the room? Jin glanced behind him, secretly thinking that no matter how many times he experienced this, he still felt uneasy. We are standing together, but I can't feel anything. The two of them have arrived. Jin spoke up. It's been a while, my dear sister. You look at the sister pouting and rubbing her cheek, and I am very honored to meet you for the first time. Your Majesty, Void King 85, be silent. I knew he was smart. The nameless king quickly spoke up. That's right, you're quite perceptive, yet you still recognized me. Cuff, it seems you knew we would come here. You gave your friend sleeping pills? He looks at Veridon and Dante sleeping peacefully. JOH quickly replied yes, because it's not good for them to know too much. Void King frowned. Then I will ask you directly, where did you get the silver dragon's claw from? Jin smiled. A silver dragon I know from my travels gave it to me as a gift. Vodan Vuong continued. I see you holding it up and waiting like that, so it seems you know how to use it. If you show this to Vodan's assassin, you can survive no matter the situation. Iona snapped angrily. Yes, because our motto is that there is no one in this world we cannot kill. Vodan Vuong called her name sternly, like a father warning his child not to say something hurtful. Iona looked at her resentfully, and he could only helplessly rub his forehead. Ha! That's right. If you give it to us, we can ensure your safety, Jin said softly before handing it over. There's something I want to ask you first. Vodan Vuong looked at him and asked, what's going on? I wonder why the ones chasing me are real assassins and not just cadets. Iona suddenly opened her eyes. Could it be that Sister Yona doesn't trust me because I am from the Black Clan? Hearing Jine speak, she looked at him in confusion. No, sister. Before she could finish speaking, the nameless king clasped his hands in front of her. Stop, let me explain. He silently cursed Jine. That bastard really is unbelievable. I told him not to let Yona know I had helped him, but what I said was a reasonable explanation. Actually, Iona and I made a bet. I bet that your friend could survive. And Yona, on the other hand, I won the bet thanks to you. The King of the Void remained silent, thinking. And the fact that I didn't tell you about this isn't for your benefit, he added. So from now on, no assassins will be following you anymore. And all of Void King's assassins, including me and Iona, will not harm you three. He pointed at Jin. We will keep this promise for the next 10 years. And as long as your family does not attack us, this decision will not be revoked. Jin was stunned. 10 years. He silently rejoiced. I have eliminated a major variable, so I don't need to worry about the Void Shadow organization attempting to assassinate me while fighting against the others. Void Shadow King added, and also, since you now possess the Silver Dragon's Claw, I will reward you. Jin politely bows and says, thank you. We will discuss the reward you want later, for now. He places his hand on Jane's shoulder. Clearly the two sisters have a lot to talk about. Since you arrived in Samu, this is the first time the two of you have met. Jin gently squeezed Yona's hand, who looked confused in front of him. Feel free to chat as much as you like. And then she spoke. The unknown king then disappeared. Iona finally spoke up. Well, she hesitated and rubbed her palms together. Yona shyly lowered her head in front of John and spoke. Hello, little sister. Your youngest sister. Another temporary alliance of the Black House seems to be close to the next generation of the Jippel and Hyen families. Even Jua might not have foreseen this. A group of black-clad figures gather and whisper. They seem to be Joshua Kanan's Dark Knights. One of them speaks up. That's right, and there are even more good news. There must be some connection between Iona and the temporary event. If we've been discovered, more evidence will soon surface. Another person replied. The level of assassin targeting the temporary fate is increasing. We don't know the exact reason, but it seems to be a form of intense training. The master warned that the temporary cycle must not die. Everyone pay close attention to this. Dongthan replied, yes, sir. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow outside had quietly overheard the entire conversation. A few vials of medicine have burned out and fallen onto the cold ground. Return to Jin and Yona. She cheerfully started a conversation. Well, little one, I don't want to control you. That's right. Jin crossed his arms and looked at Yona seriously. She tried to explain. I actually want to help you become stronger. Ah, the cold one spoke up. So you sent out dozens of assassins then? Yona curled up. That's not it. She turned to look at the two people sleeping soundly. Oh, right. Now that I think about it, who are they? Jin replied calmly. Veridin Zippo and Dante Two-Faced. Iona notices something interesting. I see, so a member of the Kanan family is close to the Jaipo and Two Sides clans. You're truly one of a kind. Are you only regretful for not being able to kill those two? Iona puts her finger to her lips, thinking. Probably so. But the claws of the silver dragon are more important, so Jin casually cuts her off. So it seems you will tell the family that I am close to them. Iona panicked. Why would I do that? If I tell them about this, you might get hurt or even die. Isn't that your true intention? Hearing Jin's words, Iona put on a face of deep hurt from being misunderstood. No, that's not what I meant, Jin added. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have sent those assassins. Jin looks serious and asks again, why did you do that? Iona screams, I just wanted to play with you. Jin frowns, so you see me as just a toy. Iona's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as she bent forward and shouted loudly. No, that's not it. Jin looked at her in surprise. Look, sister, Iona trembled. No, that's not how it is, Iona sobbed, wiping her tears away. Jin was a bit stunned, unsure what this reaction meant. Does she really think she's just joking with me? Jane gently asks, are you crying? But why? Yona choked out, I don't know. Tears just keep falling on their own. Meanwhile, Veridin gently yawned and twirled his ear. Aren't you the best assassin? Surely you were trained to control your emotions. Iona sobbed. I never learned that. When you first arrived in the Void, our mother said you were so skilled at killing that you didn't need to learn it. Jin was a bit curious. So you had already killed someone before coming to Vodan? Remember when she was sent here, she was only 12 years old. Iona rubbed her red eyes and replied. She must have been about 8 years old at that time. There was a cousin in Loa Vu Dai who kept bothering me, so I killed him. After that, the governess in charge of my education disappeared. Although at home and in Loa Vu Dai she had her older siblings, she was forbidden from eating or living together under the identity of a juvenile soldier. So during that time she thought that killing her cousin was wrong and that she was being punished. But that's not the case. Here, my task is to kill people. Jin pursed her lips in thought. Her innate assassin talent and her father's reason for driving everyone around Iona away might have been to prevent younger children from losing their lives. Iona suddenly burst into a silly laugh. He. She happily smiled warmly, but it's also really lucky that she gets to talk to you like this. Even if she gets sent somewhere else, she doesn't care. But deep down she's sad because she won't see her siblings again. He. Iona gently rubbed Jin's eye as she pondered. Just as I suspected, my sister is not normal at all. It seems she doesn't feel any guilt about killing, but that doesn't mean she has no emotions. At that moment, perhaps this was the only choice the father had to protect his other children. But abandoning his daughter like this, is it really the right thing to do? Jin clenched his fist tightly. Yona looked at him innocently, then softly spoke. Little sister, are you angry with me too? What do you mean by unfair? Jin explains, ever since I was young, I have been treated like a killing tool. Aya, with her hands behind her back, asks again. So is that bad? Jin replied. That's right. Yona stared in surprise at him, then tiptoed and reached out to ruffle Jin's hair. Ah, I see now. So you haven't killed anyone yet. When you fight, I always feel like you're trying not to kill anyone. You were born like this, what can you do? You speak as if it's just something fate has already decided. Jin was stunned. So you say you were born this way? Are you the one who made a pact with the gods? Yona denies it. That's not true. So what is it that you truly hold? You don't need to know. Iona slowly clasped her hands behind her back and looked at him. You have your own secrets too, don't you? She sensed the energy flowing through Jin. He wondered in amazement. Does she know about my hidden weapon? Iona spoke. Let me give you a hint. I am very cautious about the power you have. To be more precise, something inside me is feeling afraid of you. Since the first time I saw you, something inside me has been crying out to kill you. Inside Iona is a mysterious energy, like thousands of hidden demons clawing and wanting to devour everything. You make me feel very confused, as if I like you so much that I'm suppressing my instincts. So I hope you like me too, Jin said indifferently. We have no memories to create a sisterly bond between us. Hung Iona happily. In that case, I'll threaten you. You have to love me or I will kill her. What if I do that? JH quickly replied. Usually, the more we try to stay apart, the farther we become. Or maybe Iona looks up at Jin. Please, give me the antidote for all poisons. After all, that's the only reason my siblings came to see you. She slightly leans forward. Isn't it also because you came here to see me for that? You don't need that, so take it. And Jin interrupted her. I don't want it. Even if you take the antidote for me, my answer won't change. Aya shouted in anger. What do you want me to do? What do I need to do for us to become closer to our family? Jin suddenly said, the moon in Sam is very bright. Let's go for a walk because through conversations like this, we can build a bond as sisters. Iona felt as if a sparkling light was shining through her soul, and Jin's hand reached out in front of her. Iona placed her hand on Jin's and softly replied, yes. Jin quietly contemplates, I need time to sort out my thoughts. This sister of mine who is both pitiful and careless, how should I treat her? The bright blue roses under the moonlight, their petals gently fluttering in the wind, like a cool sensation flowing deep into Iona's soul. At this moment, a flower blooms brightly within her. The moonlight shining from above illuminates the entire sky and casts its glow over the buildings of the nameless city. Jin and Yona walk together, and the entire city feels deserted as if only the two sisters are there. Jin wondered why there was no one here. Yona explains, yeah, because now is the time for us to play together. So they are under curfew. She points into the distance. Over there, that's the place you like. Do you want to go see it? Actually, guests aren't allowed to go there. Dian replied softly, all right, we're almost there. Just need to climb up. What's up there? I'm feeling a bit dizzy now, Aya said happily. Oh, you think I would push you down? Why would I do something so pointless? Even if you fall from such a height, you won't die. That's enough. Above, like a land separated from the nameless city, tall trees sway as the wind blows through. Under the moonlight, the blue roses glow with a beautiful phosphorescence. A gentle breeze brushes past, causing the petals to dance in the air, creating a truly poetic scene. Jin looked confused. Is this a blue rose? Iona happily explained to her curious younger sister. That's right, they're usually considered weeds, but when they absorb moonlight, they look so beautiful. I love them the most. Iona bends down to the rose bushes. Whether trampled on or regularly watered, they can still survive. And even if they die, new flowers will soon grow right there, here. 2 flowers are presented before Jin, with Yona's face filled with happiness. A gift for you. Jin drifted into his thoughts. This isn't the first time I've received a blue rose as a gift. I've received them a few times in this life too, and I had forgotten that in a past life, someone sometimes left blue roses in my room. 2 flowers on the same branch, even on days when I was tortured by my siblings. Yona shyly speaks up. I hope these flowers will make you happier. You not only survived, but also opened your spiritual eyes. Jin is still lost in his own memories. And on the day I was expelled from the sword garden, when I was in trouble, they were in my cloak pocket. Did she already reach out and take the flowers that were connected to me? You happily exclaimed. They look really beautiful up close. Iona tilted her head. You feel the same way? I only give them to the people I like. He. Hey sis, have you been well lately? Iona was momentarily stunned by Jane's question, who cheerfully said, please share with me those conversations we can't share with others. Iona was stunned, her sparkling eyes looking at her younger brother as a strong wind blew through, scattering flower petals across the space. Yes, and then their conversation began. Did you intend to kill the nameless king? Yes. Probably when I was 14, I was scolded very harshly by the Lord and had to write a reflection paper in my room. Then I tried 2 more times and failed each time. Jin interjected to show interest. Did you do that because he scolded you? Iona sat on the grass, swinging her legs, and replied, yes, I failed back then, but if I try now, I might succeed. Jin praises the assassin's rebellion against the king. No wonder she's your sister. Iona is also curious about Jin's story. Hey, who is it that the golden dragon has given its claws to? Are you too close? He nodded. Yes, I did. Iona exclaimed innocently, I will kill that dragon. I will pluck out all its claws to use, Jin replied helplessly. Please treat my friends well. They could become your friends too. I was just joking. You're really not afraid of me. Jane looked at Yona with confusion, then lowered her head. Except for Dad and the cat, this is the first time you've spoken so comfortably with someone else, Jin said happily. I think you'd be better suited to run a flower shop than be an assassin. I was a bit surprised. A flower shop owner? You should consider learning about different flowers from now on. If you open a flower shop in my territory, I'll visit often. Iona was excited. That's not a bad idea at all. Jin stood up with his hands on his hips. Of course you can't kill your customers. He turned around. Now I'm going to meet the nameless king. Iona looked expressionless, but kept tapping her foot. Where are you going? If I go, she'll kill me. Jin feels helpless. That's enough. Iona suddenly clapped her hands together. Oh, right. I have a mission today, too, Jin asked in surprise. What? The wind suddenly surged, lifting my whole body into the air. She smiled at him and said, "Then let's leave here first. Take your time. See you later." With that, Iona suddenly fell off the cliff. Jin quietly bows his head to her. He takes a deep breath, a happy expression on his face. "You're here. It seems you've finished your conversation with Yona. And you also know that I am waiting for you." He bowed his head. "Yes, I apologize for being late. I have prepared everything you requested before we start the game." He put on the bone mask and then turned to look at Jin. "Although you didn't follow my instructions, both future heirs are still alive, and I received a claw from the silver dragon. Everything went smoothly, so I followed your request," Jin said mockingly. "I didn't expect you to be so fond of showing off," Vodan Vuong said sharply. "Sometimes you go too far. Just because you're close to Yona doesn't mean you can be arrogant." Jin shows an expression of fearlessness and daring. "I might be a bit rude because I also want to become close to you. Because I believe that you and I both want the same thing. At least for 5 years, I can delay Lady Yona's return to the family for that long." Void King seems to have been a little shaken by what you said. "I will come up with an excuse." Vo Dan Vong wondered, "Can someone like you, with such a temporary fate, really do this? Can you take responsibility for what you just said?" Dian looked straight into his eyes. "Of course." Vo Dan Vuong frowned. "And what's the reason?" Jin paused for a moment and slowly said, "She is very suitable to be a flower shop owner." Void King suddenly froze, but he also knew that someone with such overwhelming emotions as hers was not suited to be a killer. She's simply more talented at killing than others. Instead of being exploited by the family when she returns, I want her to be with people who can understand her. And I think that after she stops being an assassin, she would be better suited to run a flower shop. In Jine's mind, Iona would be a happy girl surrounded by beautiful flowers, not a serial killer. I want her to be happy. Jane's words awakened the Nameless King. He remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Fine. You've disappointed me twice now. Surely this time you've finished planning. What do you want?" He guessed that Jin would always have conditions for exchange. "Be honest, just this once, I want to receive your help when I need it." Jin places his hand on his chest as Jean Grey, not Jin Dan Kanan. "I bow respectfully to King Vodan, and I will also leave Samil. I will take Dante and Verdun with me, so from today on we will no longer cause you any trouble." Void King, think about it. Hung quickly disappeared from sight. A week later, in Beihai, Casimir was being led by Khan to meet Qi. He looked around, thinking to himself, "This is Anhai. It's chaotic, but the area around here is strangely clean. Did someone clean up this area?" Khan stopped and said, "We're here." In front of Casimir are 3 figures gathered together. What's going on here?" Chiang-Him looks at Casimir with a serious gaze. Talaris also glances at him and asks, "Why is the man who is already married here?" Casimir forced a nervous smile, realizing he's doomed. Talaris raised her folding fan to cover her face, glancing around with a frown. Casimir and the Nameless King. If they start talking about the young couple's marriage now, it would be very awkward. The Nameless King also thought to himself silently, "The Lord of the Ice Palace and the Sword Demon. If they bring up Jin and Iona now, it will be very difficult." Casimir thought anxiously. "Lord Talar Laris is probably here to discuss a marriage proposal, but who is that person?" Qi asked aloud. Sit down, Casimir. I'm sorry for calling you here, but welcoming you so casually. Talaris, the one who showed up uninvited at this gate, isn't here to hunt demons. It's you and Vodan Vuong. That's a cat's move. A cat's move by Vodan. Has young Master Jine encountered some trouble? Wait, Jin has only been in Samu for a short time. What exactly has happened in this brief period? Vodan King spoke, saying, "Looks like you already had a prior appointment." Qi didn't respond. Instead, he looked at Casimir and said, "I called you here to have a drink, but we have to wait until these old friends leave first. I hope you understand." "Sorry, how do you expect me to understand?" "I don't find it bothersome at all, sir." Qi suddenly remembered and asked, "That's right, is the youngest still healthy?" Casimir reports that when I arrived, young Master Jine had already left for Samu, claiming it was for training to prepare for potential assassination and poisoning threats. Taylor, frowning in thought, why does that kid only go to dangerous places? If he keeps wandering around like that and gets killed, what will my daughter do? Vodan Vuong interjected. "I came to see you about something related to him that I need to discuss, but this isn't something to talk about in front of the Ice Palace Lord and the Sword Demon." Cheeto casually said, "Just tell him. The Ice Palace Lord is one of the few people I consider a close friend, and the Sword Demon is very discreet, so there won't be any problem." "All right, sir." In a moment, Chi Johan's laughter will echo. "Ha! The claws of the silver dragon? Interesting. It's not surprising you didn't expect it. So what request did you follow from the youngest one then?" "He asked me to erase all records of his visit to Samil." Vodan Vuong recounted Jin's words clearly. Specifically, except for the residents of the Little Prince's kingdom, the surviving soldiers, and Vodon's assassins. He said he didn't want anyone to remember Jain Gray or Jain Kanan at all. Elsewhere, a group of soldiers was suddenly ambushed, with swords piercing through their armor and painful screams echoing repeatedly. One by one, they fell. No one saw the attacker. A few survivors were screaming. Where are they attacking from? Don't panic, they're just assassins. Everyone stay in formation. A man speaking was cut off and shouted. Captain. Vodon, aren't you afraid of retribution from the Black Ink clan? I don't know why you're doing this, but the head of our Black Ink clan. He kept rambling without paying attention. Then a killer appeared, sword at his neck. A swift strike severed his head, and a pair of bandaged legs stood on the ground, watching the scene before him. The shadow of Vodon's assassins flickering on the buildings. We have killed all the guards chasing the temporary event. It seems that the youngest of the lucky ones noticed our presence and asked for this. Is he worried that I will make him take responsibility for them? She asked Vodon Vuong, who replied, It's a bit embarrassing, but that's how it is. We didn't just kill 1 or 2 guards. Chi stroked his chin and said, Ha ha, I see. That little brat saw the purge, huh? Don't worry, if that's the case, killing hundreds of people won't be an issue. The nameless king nodded. Thank you for easing my junior's concerns. Does he take pride in himself, I wonder? But Lord Chizan, I still have one more thing to say. Chai was startled when he heard Vodon Vuong's voice and looked up at the man in front of him. What's going on? Void King takes out a piece of paper and hands it to Chijan. Please read this note. When leaving Samu, the temporary fate left it behind. This matter really cannot be revealed to the Ice Palace Lord or the Sword Demon. Chido quietly reads the note, raises an eyebrow, noting it's at Jin's place, then glances at Veridin and Dante still sleeping soundly before speaking. These two are truly sleeping as if dead. I put on a doubtful look at myself. I just came here to get the sword before meeting the unknown king. Did I use the wrong amount of medicine? Jin sighed. Whatever, just rest for now. As soon as the two of them arrived here, they had already been working hard, so, of course, they would feel tired. Jin reached into his shirt pocket, then suddenly paused. Hung! You pull out a piece of paper and a bottle of medicine. Jin opens the paper in surprise. Hello, Jin, my youngest sister. This is the poison wine. If you drink it and fully open your third eye, no assassin can kill you alone. Even I would find it difficult. When that day comes, I won't be able to give you such a surprise anymore. It's a pity. All right then. See you later. Remember to take care of your health and happy birthday to you. Your beloved sister. He was stunned. My birthday? That's right, isn't it? I had forgotten while I was here. Jin glanced at the writing on the paper a few more times. A different feeling about Iona seeped into his mind. Happy birthday, my dear sister, the one I love hiding. Although it's still a bit early, Jin gently picks up the pen, but I will also give you a gift, sister. He quietly stood there writing something, and that was the letter Lord Vo Dan Vuong gave to Chijan. Send to the nameless king. Yona has already given me the poison wine, so secretly negotiate with my father. Because it is an item of equivalent value, this is enough to request a delay in Yona's return to her family. Although this approach isn't very honorable, I have kept my promise this time, so I hope Lord Vo Dan Vuong will also keep his promise to me. Shido speaks seriously. Is this really true? Yes, sir, Vo Dan Vuong replied quickly. If Yona really wants to run away, even I would have a hard time finding her, and I also accidentally discovered that I had been robbed. Besides what was written on that piece of paper, he also surprised me a few times. Chijan's hearty laughter interrupted Vo Dan Vuong's words. Ha ha, can a naive kid like that really fool you? Don't tell me you were the one who planned this to keep Iona here. Void King was helpless. I wish everything were just like that. Kazmia was also a bit surprised by the amount of information she had just heard. I am in a very good mood, and I say I am also involved in this matter. I will officially send you an invitation, so come visit the Sword Garden soon and we will discuss this further. Yes, sir. Kaya, I also want to hear the news you brought. Kazmir also quickly reported when it was his turn. Yes, this news is about the death of the Grand Mage Kaidan some time ago. I want to inform you that this was caused by young Master Jean's deception. Vo Dan Vuong and Talaris appeared momentarily surprised. I understand, he said, gripping the wine bottle tightly and then slammed it onto the ground. Now then, those who came uninvited should leave. I want to have a drink with the sword demon. Vo Dan Vuong stands up with his hands on his hips, then the junior goes ahead. Talar Laris was annoyed that he was asked to leave before he could say anything. Can I stay? I already know everything. Chi, don't interrupt her, you should also leave. Talar was briefly startled. Come on now. She threatened that she would spread rumors about the power your son is using. Jin replied sternly. Stop talking nonsense and go back quickly. Meanwhile, Jin also shouted the same words his father had said in front of the two of them. Veridin and Dante both refused to comply. Jane is helpless. My God, do you two even know what tiredness is? Viridin angrily said finding him was already difficult enough. After finding him, they will torture him even more. If he has a conscience, he should stay with us for a few more days. Dandu immediately agreed. That's right. Jin helplessly sighs and hugs himself. Do whatever you want. Both shout happily, Jiahoo! In the noisy atmosphere of the tavern, at Jane's group's table, he asked curiously, Aren't you two supposed to be heirs of your family? Is this the time to waste? Why are you two just hanging around here? Viridin shouted. That's exactly why. He waved his hand wildly and angrily said, Once I become the head of the family, I'll be so busy we won't see each other anymore. Plus my family and yours will keep fighting each other. That's it. Jin is completely helpless against the man in front of him. Why don't you worry about becoming the head of the family first? Viridin rushed over and hugged him, still rambling on. What is there to worry about? My position is so secure that no matter what I do, I will still become the head of the family. And Dante here is personally supported by his grandfather, who is also the head of the two-family clan. Dante blushed and hugged his glass of wine in response. That's right, Jin sighed. But unfortunately, it's not like the two of you. I'm very busy, Viridin interjected. Oh, right. Wasn't it a few months ago that you killed Kid? Jin denies it. Who could know for sure? I told you I am not the culprit. Viridin, angry, confronts him. Why are you drawing such a clear line between us now? Jin irritably replied, Have you ever thought that you're being too nosy? Viridin refused to give up and shouted, So how long do you plan to keep being so malicious? Dante remained silent and kept drinking, then suddenly spoke up. When you become the main character, we won't be able to see each other often anymore, right? Jin and Viridin stop arguing and look toward you. Dante lowered his head to look at the glass in his hand, just as Viridin said, Once we become the hosts, we won't be able to meet anymore, especially you. Viridin interjected. So, before that, we just need to have fun together to the fullest. Dante looked surprised at the person who was putting his arm around him. Viridin explained again, To be a lucky star, you need a reputation, right? If you already said you didn't kill Kita, then forget it. But let's go around together now. Viridin enthusiastically raises his fist. We will help you build your reputation. The two quickly turn to each other, united by a common ideal. Oh, maybe we should go help others. I hear that. Let's team up to catch some notorious villains. Jin looked confused, like the Mummy Kings or the crazy Jack Lowe in western Vermont and the remnants of the Dark Magic Society or the H-doomed knights destroying Vanilla. Although, that's very far from here. Oh right, and there's also the Hokam tribe. Jin quietly sighs, raises his glass to drink, and calmly says, You want the three of us to go on an adventure? Stop talking nonsense. Viridin happily slams the table, but he completely misinterprets it. That's a good idea. Let's go on an adventure together. Jin froze, Viridin full of energy, raising his glass towards Jin. We are friends, so let's go together. Jin looked down at his reflection in the water in his glass. You chuckle, so silly. Jin is startled, wide-eyed. When did you fall asleep in bed? You look up at the ceiling, still dazed for a moment. Uh-huh. When did I fall asleep? Thinking back to that moment, we must have been forced by Viridin to drink and party. At that time, Dante and Viridin were clearly drunk and were sent out through the teleportation gate. Please send both of them to Vermont. Dante still groggily said, Let's go on an adventure together. Viridin seems to be more alert. Oh, I don't want to go home. Then I threw both of them into the teleportation gate, and I only remember until I returned to Tan. Jin clutching his head in panic. What just happened? And why does my body feel so strangely comfortable? Ah, young Master Jin, you finally woke up. Where did Ania come from? Rubbing his eyes, Jin looked amazed. Ania asked softly, How do you feel? Did you absorb the entire antidote to the deadly poison? Jin looked confused. The antidote. You have recalled a few images. So, Jin asked En, after taking the antidote, Did I faint? Yes, that's right. Wow, I thought you were dead, Ania said with an excited expression. After you fainted, your body would turn dark every few minutes and then return to normal, but even this side of you is really cool. Suddenly, Quicanello entered the room, startling Ania. She looked at Jin and spoke. Finally, you have woken up, Jin warns Candle. I asked Quicanello again, How long have I been unconscious? Canello happily said, You slept for 5 days straight. Usually after taking the antidote to 10,000 poisons, you need at least a month. But it seems thanks to your family's dark blue bloodline's natural constitution, you woke up earlier. Jin smiled. Luckily, I woke up early. Quicanello casually said, Just consider yourself resting for a few more days. Jin looked at the 2 blue roses on the table and asked about the recent days. Did anything happen while I was asleep? Quantle recounted slowly. Not much, just that Lord Casimir returned shortly after leaving. Oh, July is also away for a bit, Enya interjected, saying there was an urgent summons from the family, so she used the teleportation gate to the Black family estate early this morning. Jin was a bit surprised. The family? Enya reassured him that she would be back soon, so there probably isn't anything serious. All right, I'll go tell everyone that you've woken up. Enya happily turned to leave the room. In the room, a basin filled with a strange purple liquid constantly bubbling like a poison crafted by witches. Jin frowned at the object before him and asked Murakhan, who was grinning beside him. So you want me to drink this? Quan Tuel sighed, looking helpless. Murakhan still kept his smile, gesturing with his hand saying, This isn't anything strange, just consider it a toast for your recovery, so drink up quickly. Jin sighed softly and picked up the potion bowl. Huh. Jin quickly drank what Murakhan handed him, and he cheerfully exclaimed, Oh, Jin wants to vomit. Oh, what is this? Murakhan put on an expectant look. How do you feel now? Jin places his hand on his stomach. It feels a little warm, but that's all. Hey, what was that just now? Murakhan smugly crossed his arms and said casually, It's just a little poison I told that bastard to buy from the black market. It's a deadly poison. Anyone below the 7th star level would die instantly after just one sip. Jin snapped angrily. What did you make the recently awakened person drink? Kwai Khan pushed in from one side. That idiot Murakhan's plan was stupid, but it also helped clarify one thing. The antidote for all poisons has been fully absorbed by you. Congratulations, there is no longer any toxin in this world that can kill you instantly. Dian was momentarily stunned when he heard her speak, and Kwai Khan reminded him to stay alert. That's right, it's time for you to keep your promise, Jin replied. Yes, I promised to help Enya train in exchange for your claws, right? Quan explains Enya's situation. That's right, Enya's working hard on her training, but I only help her in theory, so she lacks practical experience. Kanel bowed his head, knowing that one day she would need to defeat her opponent, but for now, Enya lacks enough experience to prepare for that. Jin looked up at her and asked casually, Do we really have to make Enya do this? Quant felt a bit uncomfortable. What are you talking about? Jin Khan, seriously? Everyone here is your ally. That means in the future, when you fight your siblings, we will stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Even then, do you still think Enya doesn't need to fight? Jin smiled to himself. It sounds like she's scolding me, but maybe she's also talking to Enya. Enya is outside listening to the whole conversation, her voice still echoing in my ears. Enya needs to become stronger so you can call her a companion. Jin reassures her. Don't worry, I've already decided on my next destination. Enya outside also flinched slightly. I was thinking of improving my reverse flow magic by fighting a mage, so bringing her along is also fine. Enya suddenly burst in, her eyes shining brightly. Oh wow, going out alone with young Master Jine. She put on a face, lost in love. Isn't this just a date? Kanel helplessly said, I won't tell you to act with a bit of dignity, so please don't go too far. Meanwhile, in the garden, a voice rang out. I just heard something quite interesting happening in Samu. If you have anything to explain, say it. That's all. Mr. Chi Johan stands in the room facing his son with a serious expression, then remains silent without answering. Chiz Johan's voice echoes steadily. I will ask you again. Because of you, Yona had to delay returning to her family. In the room, Vo Dan Vuong and July stand solemnly in a corner as Chi, removing his armor, speaks with a commanding voice. Do you have anything to say? Shua still stands there in silence. He bowed his head. I only acted for the benefit of the family. Mr. Chi-Jon places his armored hand on the table, then angrily turns and punches Rot Rua in the face. His voice full of threat. What are you doing? Rot Sua's face is filled with utter shock. Chi frowns, his face serious, standing straight up. Razwa's hand rests on the table as he turns around. Rot Sua straightens up as he was at the beginning. Chi raises his fist again, aiming it at Sua's face. This time he kept throwing powerful punches one after another. Ratsua silently endured each blow from his father. Vodan Vuong and July stand silently to one side. July covers her mouth, her fist clenched tightly. Shido looked at his son and said seriously, Remove the black gold armor. You're no longer worthy to wear it. Ratsua lowered his head and slowly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a layer of black scales underneath. The armor was quickly thrown onto the table, a black suit made of layered scales like dragon skin. Chi continued to scold. This second miracle of the family was even defeated by the youngest, who was only a reserve, and I had surely warned you and all the others. Rot Shua still remained silent, bowing his head like a well-behaved child listening to scolding. Chijo raised an eyebrow, his eyes flashing with displeasure. What did I say? Ratsua hesitated to speak. Yona, don't touch Yona. Chizan steps forward and punches Ratsua in the stomach, forcing him to bite his lip to hold back a scream. Rot Xua collapsed to the ground. The unknown king silently observed the scene before him, thinking to himself, I didn't expect this meeting to be because of Xua. The clan leader has punished him too harshly. This is the warning that Lord Chizjohan is giving me. If something similar happens to Iona again, no matter if it's the heir or myself, everyone involved will not escape punishment. Chi lightly said, I know you don't intend to oppose my orders, so the armor your mother gave you 17 years ago remains intact. That cowardice is what you have done. Chiju's brow furrowed as he warned, remember my words. If there comes a day when I have to train you in the Shadow Sea, I will strip away your special fate. Dua bowed his head to the ground, his emotions unreadable. He then stood up with a hand supporting himself, quickly guiding his dark knights away. Outside, Mary's figure was faintly visible, leaning against the wall. As Jua's group passed by, she smirked sarcastically, a chuckle echoing in her ear. Rot Sua, furious, gritted his teeth, his face now only reflecting the ugliness of his hatred. In the room, Chizjohan called out, Yes, sir. I asked Han, my youngest, if he handled things well in that assassin village. He just left Samu not long ago, having taken the poison-immune elixir he obtained there, and is now resting. Mr. Chijo slowly puts his armor back on, pondering for a moment before speaking, startling Julie. Take this. The man raised his black gold armor towards Julie and recounted everything that had happened today with it. That is why I called you here. I will tell him everything for the sake of the Black Demon, for the sake of the young master. After hearing everything, Jin's face showed a hint of surprise. Was the unknown king also there? Wait. More importantly, is the father punishing Ratsua himself? July excitedly raised his fist high. The final punch was a hook. Yes, it was very fierce. But it's also really satisfying. Unbelievable, isn't it? Young Master Ratsua will have to reflect for a while, and you have received the black gold armor. Young Master Jin silently gazes at the armor before him, lost in thought. 30 years ago, the legendary blacksmith Paikol Minch crafted this unparalleled armor as a trophy brought back by Uncle Z after his victory over the 5th demon tower of the Jipo clan. That is a test, July asked again, puzzled. A test? Jin tilted his chin and explained Chizon's intention. My father wants me to be different from Joshua. As a backup, I need to return to my armor, which was almost destroyed fighting powerful opponents. Furthermore, I am sure it was also a warning to you as well. Don't use Iona to negotiate with me anymore. If my father is not satisfied, he can do anything that even your lord cannot stop. This is also something that I and all other special beings must pay attention to. I guess I'm also on my father's warning list, and Julie gasped, covering her mouth. Oh my God. It turns out everything the clan leader does is intentional. Jin bowed his head in thought. But why did he have to go this far? Is it because he feels guilty for his innocent daughter? He suddenly remembered when he was in Samil, Iona told him, everyone has their own secrets, right? Could it be that Yona still has more to say? Julie suddenly remembered as Jin's thoughts crossed her mind. I heard that you have decided on your next destination. Jin clasped his hands and slowly said, Yes, I plan to go somewhere with magic. I want to eliminate the rebels of the Dark Magic Association. Julie was stunned. The Dark Magic Association, a group thought to have been defeated and completely destroyed 200 years ago. Yes, even though it has few members left, that guild still exists. Anya will help us. This is a good opportunity for me to test the new reverse magic I just learned, but that area is in the southern part of Bond. Ha ha, this place brings back old memories. A man with a thick beard spoke up. Enya is in disguise, putting on an excited face. She never thought she would return to Bent one day. What do we do now? Jin suddenly reaches out his hand in front of Enya. Then he pulled her into an alley while she was still stunned. Enya leaned her back against the wall. Jane, standing opposite her with his hand on his hip, made her panic and keep rambling. Hey, are you the young master? Why are you suddenly here? Jin speaks softly. Have you forgotten why we came here? Anya looked puzzled. Yes. Jane softly said, Remember not to use my real name. I understand. Enya's face flushed red. She hesitated and replied, So yes. When Yan let go, Anaya knelt down on the ground. Her whole body was now as limp as a noodle. Enya's face was flushed red, and she was even bleeding from her nose. Jin puzzledly calls Enya and the Dark Magic Association a group of mutants and terrifying magical creatures, an organization that reached its peak 200 years ago. True to its name, this organization worships magic from the dark world. During their peak of power, their influence spread across the entire continent, causing everyone to fall into fear. The one who disbanded this organization was Run Zaipo. For the first and only time, that woman used the destructive ultimate fire magic to kill the leader of the Dark Magic Society. Ron Jipo was the one who previously made a pact with Sed. In a past life, Sod wanted Jean to follow in her footsteps. he once told Jean. After you become stronger, go meet the wizard Run. But only when you can overcome the challenge she left behind. Cough, cough. The sound beside his ear snapped Jin out of his thoughts. No, brother. Enia said the remnants of the Dark Magic Association are all bad people. After hearing the rumors, it seems they are kidnapping children, making one wonder if this place is truly safe. Perhaps the reason everyone here looks so grim is because of them. Jin spoke up. Actually, it's probably because of those nobles. Enia hesitated. What do you mean? Jin slowly explains that living in the capital, you probably know that no country has better security than B. Although they can quickly deal with crimes, they deliberately overlook organized crimes. Why is that? Because both criminals and victims want to exploit the aristocrats' way of thinking. That's why I think Bond didn't wipe out the Dark Magic Society to give the Academy's mages a chance to act, Aya said, surprised. So, the Academy means it's on its way here? Jay replied indifferently. That might be the case, but those old men are known for being lazy, so it will be a while before one of them suddenly shouts to interrupt Jean and Enha's conversation. That is the Academy's wizard. The Academy's wizard is here, the nobles have arrived. The magnificent carriage sped along the main road. The wheels stopped and a foot slowly stepped down. The mages stand in a neat line as the crowd cheerfully shouts, "The mages, at last the capital has sent mages again." Dee looks at the crowd, thinking to herself, they act faster than I expected. I must stay as far away from them as possible. The voices of the villagers still echoed in my ears. They came to eliminate the bastards from the Dark Magic Association. They're finished, hooray. A stern-faced, emotionless wizard looked at the young mages. Everyone from the Academy was extremely arrogant. If I get involved with them like in my previous life, everything will become complicated. Some are smug, some are cold, and others look lazy. The people around are still celebrating. Long live the Academy. Jin slowly speaks. They will all die. Enia looked at him confusedly. Jin glanced at her. They cannot eliminate the Dark Magic Association. Enya's voice echoes. Wow, no way. We can't afford to eat such expensive dishes. This dish, almost all my friends are as wealthy as I am, Jin said shyly. But I'm not rich. Jin slowly brings a piece of meat to his mouth and gently says, if you choose one of the central banks of Takan, the Tai Long Bank in the land of Lu, and the Eternal Vanilla Treasury, open a personal bank account and I'll give you some pocket money. Enia tears up with gratitude. Thank you, sir. Deep inside, she was silently screaming, young Master Jine is so cool. She suddenly wondered, but then asked, so what did the words you said earlier mean? Jin shelled his sword and turned to look at her. Enia continued that all the cadets from the Academy would die. Jin quickly replied that the words above mean that all those cadets are still too young and fragile. Enia chews a piece of fish and interjects. But those mages have been trained at a high level, so they are all probably 4th-star mages, and dealing with the remnants won't be a problem. Jin looked at her and explained, that's exactly why. The bastards from the Dark Magic Association are all experienced people who have lived wicked lives. While those cadets have no real combat experience, according to the Rainbow investigation, the guild currently has about 50 members with an average level of 4th rank. Furthermore, we see about 30 cadets, and even with high-level mages on both sides, the Dark Magic Association still has a significant advantage. An unpleasant voice interrupts their conversation. Ugh, I'm so pissed off. Jin glanced at the young mages who just entered. A cocky, pink-haired one said, I lost all my appetite listening to this lord's praise. The chubby guy chuckled, hee. Seeing him rub his hands and beg like that, plus that pig-like face, it's truly perfect. The only steady one seems to be the blue-haired guy who just stays silent. All three sat down. The pink-haired guy shouted loudly, whatever, the seniors said the food here is very good. Hey, boss, Jin thought. Just one look and he could tell they were cadets from the Academy. Jin whispered, let's go, Austin. Attracting their attention isn't a good thing. The other side remained silent, and he called Enya again, confused. Austin. Enya bows her head, her face showing fear. Fragments of past memories flashed through her mind. The days she was bullied at the Academy, and the bullies were the 3 guys who just entered Austin. Jin's call brings Enya back to reality. He bows his head anxiously. Austin, could it be them? Enya hesitated. Missing you? No, brother. He is the one who bullied me back in the Academy. Jine frowned. Those bastards. Then, there are even more reasons why we shouldn't attract their attention. A voice called out, and the blue-haired guy looked at Jine and asked, Who are you? He irritably demanded. Why are you looking at us like that? You two don't seem like servants. Answer me quickly. Why are you suspicious of us? Don't tell me you're a member of the Dark Magic Guild. Jin silently glanced at trembling Enya and replied indifferently, Why do you want to know? The fat guy quickly covered his mouth, laughing out loud. The bald green-haired guy stood up. Ha! Ordinary citizen, how dare you? Fine, I admit I was rude. I will ask more politely. He raises his staff towards Jin. Who are you affiliated with? Why are you acting so slow? Answer properly, or I will take both of you out of here for interrogation. Dien looked at the pointed stone with frustration, and the innkeeper hurried over to intervene. Please, everyone, calm down. They told me they are just travelers. Instead of fighting inside, please go outside. The blue-haired guy punches the owner in the stomach. How dare you interrupt me? It seems the Southern Territory doesn't know how to treat nobles. Jin silently looked at the owner of the inn suffering on the ground. He clenched his sword tightly as the voice of the blue-haired man echoed. Today, I will punish these rustic fools once again. Jin clenched his fist and delivered an uppercut to his opponent's chin. His two friends stood up angrily. Hey, what are you doing? Jin turned around. Huh, the pink-haired guy shouted. Don't just stand there. Are you planning to run? Jin closed the door, leaving the other two stunned. The boy coldly spoke. Bond's special task force assembled a team of 3. The chubby guy was startled, shouting in a serious tone. The cadet stood at attention, and Jun radiated a dangerous aura that made the whole group cautious. What is the responsible department? What is Lord Jin saying? A man grits his teeth and shouts, You with pink hair. What nonsense are you talking about? The 3-star squad's special operations unit? How dare this crazy guy pretend to be them? Jin sighed and raised his hand to summon magic. 2 streams of magic hit the 2 people in front of him, causing their eyes to widen in shock. The pink-haired man felt the pain of the magic spreading through his body but couldn't make a sound. They collapse, letting out faint cries of pain. The pink-haired one clutching his neck, coughing up blood, pleads, Help me. Jin was surprised and thought, If that's all the magic you used, how did you fail? Just a small sign of rebellion, and you overreacted. These useless fools are bullying Ania again? Dai looked at Ania helping the innkeeper and coldly said, Stand up if you keep overreacting like this. I will take you to the interrogation room. You not only disturb innocent civilians, but also ruin the work of the special department. What if this news reaches your family and the academy? The blue-haired boy, trembling with fear, turned around and begged, Please give us a chance to make amends. I will do anything you want, so please don't tell our family, Jin said casually. Atone for your sins? Very well, I will assign you a task. What is the mission? We have been assigned to monitor the Dark Magic Association's destruction process. Because of a mistake, I have no choice but to seek your help to complete the mission. I will disguise myself as one of your attendants and observe the situation from your side. The 3 of them panicked, staring at Jin with wide eyes. He coldly demanded, Answer me quickly. They hurriedly responded, Yes, sir. Jane turns away from them. Okay, now organize your belongings and head back to the base. The blue-haired man kneels on the ground and speaks. Yes, sir, Jin calls in. She was startled and replied, What is it? Jin approached her, leaned in, and his gentle voice whispered into her ear. How was my performance? Jin smiled and pointed behind him. Go on, it's your turn now, Lady Enia. Enia blushed, her eyes shining as she looked at him. She nodded and shouted loudly, making the 3 guys tremble. These bastards still haven't come to their senses, she snapped, raising her fist to threaten. Hurry up and check it out, we're busy, they shouted in fear. Sorry, please apologize to the shop owner here and clean everything up. We apologize to you. Dien looked at the scene before him, holding his sword and laughing. He handed the money bag to the innkeeper and asked, Is this enough now? The owner was moved to tears. Yes, sir, I haven't had any customers today. 5 days later, on October 22nd, 1796, they all shouted in unison. Yes, my lord. At the edge of a forest, young mages gather, led by an elderly mage with gray hair. His staff was completely different from those of the other cadets. He spoke. Now we will begin the comprehensive extermination mission. The apprentices must understand and follow the orders of the leading wizard of each team. That's all there is to it, a few of them whispering among themselves. Hey, I heard they have a 7-star mage. Is that okay? They're just remnants of a fallen organization. That's right. If anything happens, Lord Un will step in. The blue-haired guy glances cautiously behind Jane, who stands to the side, thinking. There are nearly 50 enemies hiding in the forest, but they still seem too relaxed. This situation doesn't look good at all. We haven't found any traces yet. The members of the Dark Magic Association are probably very confident. As usual, we should send scouts to assess the enemy's strength. Someone shouted, We've been ambushed. A brain creature appeared in front of everyone, wearing a collar, and the whole group shouted. The leader of the mage team, called Un, shouted to not panic. Team 1 used magic to attack Team 2, quickly raising shields, and as spells flew toward him, the brainless one fell down. Tan stroked his chin and hummed, So they have tamed these brainless ones. They are too weak. The young recruits cheered. Is that all? Maybe this dark magic guild isn't a big problem. Tuin said, We will rest here for a bit. Jin was stunned, thinking, Is he crazy? Are we going to rest here? Jin whispered into the blue-haired guy's ear. The cadet Chip told him that we can't stay here. This place is vulnerable to ambushes. He trembled. Should I tell him? Jin lowered his voice ominously. The father's interrogation room. Chip shouted in fear. Sir Oon! Oon simply replied indifferently after hearing Chip. Stop talking nonsense. If you're worried, you can set up a protective barrier and rest. Chip looks dejected as he reports to Jin that he doesn't agree anymore. Jin senses something is wrong. It's obvious that those weak-minded fools are only meant to make them lower their guard, but he chose such a vast and open place to rest. Even a failed mage couldn't keep track of everything. Chip looked at Jin in surprise. Lord Oon. Suspicious? Jin warned. Don't talk so politely to your subordinates or I'll kill you. The pink-haired guy turned and said, and then I remembered I saw Lord Oon eating meat this morning. Chip wondered. Eating meat isn't a big deal. The pink-haired man spoke. He is a vegetarian. Jin frowned. The place in front of us is supposedly their main base. All cadets must be ready to set up protective barriers at any moment before entering. Oon turned to another person and ordered, Captain, wait here with teams 4 and 5, then join the others and follow us. An responds seriously. Understood. The whole group was led into a cave by Oon, and the young soldiers were chatting. I heard there are about 50 of them, but they built such a large place. Are they planning to set up a magic tower or something? Maybe they are hiding some secret weapons in the cave. Whatever it is, Lord Oon will handle it all. That's why he's here. Suddenly, the wall beside explodes, and a surprised orange-haired man stammers. A hawk suddenly rushes out from behind the wall. The hawk-like man raises his hand to crush a young soldier. Everyone is panicking and ambushing. Lord Oon, what should we do now? Please give us your instructions. Oon remained silent, but the dangerous one spoke up. What are you all doing? Just stay silent and become our test subjects. Behind Oon, there is a group of black-clad people and brainwashed henchmen, while the young soldiers look terrified. Otis smiled happily, surrounded by screams. Ha. Run quickly, he is giving orders to the fools. Catch them all and kill them. Ania hurriedly turned to In. Let's go now. The people from the academy are really stupid. They don't even recognize their own teacher anymore. No, it's the abilities of the illusionist that are truly astonishing. He froze as he saw the blue light flare up. A giant blue vortex appeared above Oten's head. He was panicked. What is this? It can't be like this, could it be? Zin, prepare to evacuate In. From now on, the situation will be a bit difficult. He warned to stay close to me while Tun, still in shock from what he saw, shouted, What? No way. Could it be? That is Kid H's backlash. The blue magic vortex continues to spread powerfully, as if the fools are being drawn into that energy. Chip looked back in amazement. Dien stood calmly there, his entire body radiating with powerful magical energy. Jin grasped the hilt of his sword, lifting it high as a powerful beam of light flashed forth. The reflective orb above continued to operate. Jin swings his sword forward, swallowing several enemies with his power. He looks intrigued and speaks. Oh, there are still a few who can withstand it. It seems your levels are at the 8th star. Oon struggles to stand on the ground. Another head chopper spits blood, looking toward Jing. Oon suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. The bully gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, Are you Kid Han's disciple? How can you use the reverse flow? Jin replied. You recognize the reverse flow. You have some eyesight after all. The arrogant thug shouted, You only feel proud because you ambushed us. Don't underestimate me. I've realized you only have a failed spirit. My name is Ron. You must have heard my name before. I am not someone a worthless failure like you can judge. He angrily channels his energy, his power enveloping the stones. Jin silently thinks he's gone too far. You smile and say, I have indeed heard of your half-brother Kai, who is skilled in earth magic. This artificial cave is probably also your work. That's truly impressive, he said with a smug tone. Ha, you figured it out? There are 9 mages like me in the Dark Magic Guild. Even if you are lucky enough to escape, my allies will chase you for the rest of your life. But I am a generous person, and since you have talent, I will give you a chance. Join the Dark Magic Guild. He snaps his fingers. It seems you're so surprised you can't even speak. If you submit to me now, you'll soon become an important figure in the guild. What is our panicking about as the sphere above suddenly changes color, with blackish-green smoke enveloping the reflected energy inside? Then came his piercing scream. Enia spoke. He seems to be a pretty strong wizard, but seeing him on the verge of death and still shouting like this, Ron painfully senses the chaotic energy mixed with other energies to boost the power of the vortex. He looked up at that dark energy. Don't tell me you are both Kid Han's disciple and Aura the mage who made a pact with said J. Quickly, he slammed his ice-wrapped sword into his head. R slams his face into the ground. Jin casually says, You are only an 8-star mage in name only. Behind him, strange noises sound. Jin turns his head to look, and the fools have woken up. Oh my god, the zombies are already here, Jin shouted. Be careful, Austin. A green slash cuts through the heads of the two idiots. They fall down, their heads separated from their bodies. Jin calls Enya, Austin. She holds the staff emitting green energy in her hand and asks, Are you okay? Jin turns to look at her running over and replies, I'm fine. Enya breathes a sigh of relief. Phew, their brains suddenly started working, so I was startled. Jin smiled at her, thinking to himself, well, she's doing better than I thought. Enya looked seriously at Jin. What should we do now, sir? Jin was still lost in admiration. Maybe this was the first time she saw something like this, but instead of panicking, she handled the situation very well. Suddenly he heard a sound beside his ear, a tremor that shocked both of them as an earthquake shook the cave. The massive claws stomped on the ground and a voice rang out. Oh, what's going on here? Everything's a mess now. A giant wolfman approaches Jin, opening his mouth in anger. Damn it, even Ro is losing now? This is truly crazy. That legendary brat, did you cause all of this? Both of them looked up at the white wolf. Enya trembled. Hey, brother, Jin thought to himself. Looks like today, Enya has to go through surprise after surprise. The wolf screams, its sharp teeth flashing constantly. Ha, even though you're just a mage, your eyes are sharp too. Shouldn't you show a little fear? Jin put on a teasing expression. After hearing your name, I'll decide whether to be afraid or not. It's the one from the White Wolf tribe. A giant stone hammer crashes down onto the ground. The wolf, with its neck arched and paws clasped together, howled, Excellent. You're completely different from those I killed at the cave entrance. I like you now. He points at Jin. My name is Gontep Halbep. If you've heard my name, then you must fight me. But first, I'll give you a chance to survive. Jin sneered. If you're going to say the same words as that guy, then forget it. Enough already. The wolf interrupted. Join Kinsalo. Jin was slightly surprised, looked up at him, and wondered. Kinsalo, isn't this the hideout of the Dark Magic Association? The White Wolf explained. Well, how should I put it? The Dark Magic Association is a small branch of Kinsalo. Kinsalo only accepts knights, so mages are part of the Dark Magic Association. Jin frowned and thought again that the White Wolf tribe members he met when he was a cadet were also members of Kinsalo. Is there some connection between the White Wolf tribe and Kinsalo? The wolfman stroked his chin, hidden in his soft fur, and said, So I told you, to join the Dark Magic Society under Kinsalo's command. You've already killed Jay, so I'll let you hold a higher position. It seems Kinsalo is really short on members. You can just let others hold high positions, but if you want to turn this world upside down, no matter how many people you have, it won't be enough. But since you've invited me to a high position, we can negotiate a bit. Enya was stunned, lost in thought. Then young Master Jin continued speaking. But what should I do now? Jin said coldly. I can't serve under someone weaker than me. The white wolf grits his teeth, grabs his hammer handle, and strikes fiercely at Jin. The boy raises his hand to cast a spell in defense. The white wolf looked at Jin's magical barrier and said, I understand now. I won't hold back anymore, wizard. The white wolf pushed with all his might, and Jin's magic shield shattered into pieces. The white wolf shouts, How much longer do you plan to hide behind that shield? Show me your strength, wizard. En summons fire magic, a whirl of magic erupts. The white wolf directly reaches out and grabs her fire magic. A blue vortex appears. Enya raises her magic staff high. The light of wind magic slashes toward the white wolf. He bites through the magic stream with his sharp teeth. The white wolf glares at En. Your ability is pathetic. Just like your ability to hide, I'm not interested in you. That girl, I will kill you later, so don't interfere. White wolf growled. Step out from behind that shield and prove yourself. A slash cuts through his leg, and the wolf is surprised as the red liquid flies before his eyes, the sharp blade gleaming with light as he lunges forward. The white wolf is slightly taken aback. Is that a sword? Isn't that a staff? Ah, I see now. So it's a demon sword. I won't kill you. I want to bring you before the leader, Jin said playfully. Don't get too careless and rush in. That white wolf, it's been a long time since I fought someone from the white wolf tribe, so I want to enjoy the fight. Each swift attack rained down on the wolf, Jin landing on the ground, his sword flashing sparks, then swinging a beautiful strike toward the charging white wolf. He stared at Jin in shock, then suddenly caught sight of your sword sheath, his eyes widening in amazement. So that's how it is, you're still hiding a lot of tricks. The aura I sense from you is only from the 7 stars, but the strength and fighting spirit within that small body of yours surpasses it by far. Among humans, there are those who reach this level. Black Van Khan family, you carry the bloodline of the Doan Khanen family. Jin smiled dangerously, and the wolf shouted, Now at least you have to reveal your name. That black can man bet our family name on this battle, Jin replied softly. The one from the White Wolf tribe, I am Jin Dan Kandan. A flash of white light appeared before Jane, and the White Wolf swung its hammer down where Jin was standing. The boy jumped back to dodge. The wolf's name howls again, his eyes filled with hostility. From now on, my Gontep Halep will risk the honor of the entire clan to face Jin Kanan. You will be reborn as nourishment for Javi's soul. He turns around and swings another hammer at Jin. You will fight for your honor. Even after wielding your sword tens of thousands of times, Jin stands still, raising his sword and slicing through everything, just like the first time you raised your sword and the last. Darkness envelops, and on the blade reflects the image of a strike rushing toward the White Wolf. A surge of red waves crashes, and a loud noise echoes through the cave as the White Wolf's hammer falls. Jin softly says, "If I spare your life, will you tell me about Kinzello?" Ha ha. It seems you don't know the laws of the White Wolf clan. A traitor has no honor. Jin repeats his words. The laws of the White Wolf clan, so it turns out they are more precious than your life. The White Wolf howled. In the White Wolf tribe, there are no cowards. Why did you insult the warrior who fought you? Jin warned him. Jin silently looked at him, gripping his spear, and replied, "Fine. From now on, if I meet someone from your tribe, I will behave properly." White Wolf's eyes flickered with surprise, so Jin coldly pointed his sword at his face, dark magic enveloping him. Jin's cold voice rang out, "I hope you understand my rude actions this time." "I will remember you, Gopal." White Wolf was stunned for a moment. Then he grinned. "I will also remember you when I return to Javi." The White Wolf howled into the sky, awaiting Yin's judgment. He called out to the boy one last time, with no trace of hatred in his voice. Jin's black cloak sways as he passes by him. Gep lies in a pool of blood, a long sand scar across his body. Jin looks at him emotionlessly. "Hey, brother." Jin turned his head to look at her. "Hey, Austin, are you scared?" She hugs her staff to Jane's sword sheath and looks at you with admiration in her sparkling eyes. "That's amazing. I really respect you a lot. It's not really a big deal." Jin silently thought that he didn't know how much stronger the Baklang tribe members were, but he was definitely more powerful than the one he faced when he was still a cadet. Still, the previous battle wasn't too difficult. "You know, this is the first time you've seen so many people die, isn't it?" Anya bowed her head. "Yes, I actually felt a bit dizzy, but I think this experience has once again made me realize what kind of people my companions are and what I need to do to not become a burden to everyone." Jin gently reassures Anya, "If you still feel hesitant, you can continue not to fight." Someone coughs softly. "Sir Supervisor, please save me. I will never harm the people again." Jin tremblingly said, then turned his head and replied, "Chip, so you're still alive." Jin glanced at Anya and suddenly moved, footsteps echoing as a shadow covered Chip. "Baskin? Chip, do you remember me? Who are you? How could she be you?" Anya interrupted him. "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago, you know that, right? Isn't that so? Remember this, Chip Paskin, you saved Jin Grey." "Ah, Anya. The great future mage is the one who made the pact with the god of time." "On." Anya turns around. "And furthermore, I will not only help trash like you." Anya's words made Jin momentarily stunned. "From now on, I will continue to help my precious companions who have once reached out to help me." Anya declared passionately, her eyes full of determination. A stream of cold water suddenly poured over someone, causing Roll to stir faintly from the chill. He gaped in shock, shouting, "What is this?" Roll drifted into a memory. "I remember that after getting past the trash from the academy, I tricked them into the line." Ron widened his eyes, suddenly recalling the important point. Ron frantically shouted in confusion, not noticing that the person sitting in front of him was not Jin. "Are you a disciple of Kid Han? It seems there's been some misunderstanding. Kid Han is also part of our group." "Why did you ambush us?" the other person asked, sharpening their nails. "Ambush." Ron looked terrified as he gazed at the person before him. The tall figure spoke, "I thought you were quite capable. So you're just a worthless trash who likes to kill, hiding out in a weak, small country? Someone who wants to use the Academy's cadets as test subjects shouldn't be saying such things." Alicia coldly eyes him, the serial killer of Hu Maddo Becker. Maddo sneered, "I don't know how you figured out my identity, but you're making a big mistake. If you lay a finger on me, the association won't stand for it." Alicia grabbed his face, raised the nail file high with a terrifying look, and said sharply, "You talk too much. Just answer my question slowly and carefully." While experiencing the pain of those you have killed, a scream echoes from the room. In another part of the castle, rumored to be the headquarters of the Dark Magic Guild in Orium Kazmir, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Murican." Jin and Quikentel also looked a bit surprised. Murican shouted, Isn't that Vanello's capital? Alicia replied. Yes, it's the old capital from about 500 years ago. While you were asleep, the Holy Kingdom of Vankala changed its capital. Murakhan was stunned. Huh? Why is that? What happened? Quio replied, they were invaded by the demon race, Niu. What? Quio recounts. Since the founding of the nation, Vanilla has preserved a sacred relic of the demon race for generations. That invasion was to reclaim Jito's eye. Around that time, the Kandin and Jipo families sent knights and mages to support Vankela. It was the only battle where the Kandin and Jipo houses fought together. The victory belongs to Vanilla. The demon race was driven out, but there is no way to rebuild the land that was destroyed, where the mountains were leveled and the sky was torn apart. So after that, Vanilla moved the capital away, while Orium remained a land of monsters. Jin silently thought that Leon Jipo's legacy he was searching for was also there, the secret book that destroys the all-consuming fire of the Queen of Magic. Jin frowned. Things are getting complicated now. How could they have taken control of that land? Jin asked. When did they establish their headquarters there? Probably 50 years ago. And the Dark Magic Association should no longer be called a remnant. We have confirmed 3 9-star mages among their ranks. Alicia slowly reports, listing each name. The Archmage of B. Fenheg Academy, leader of the Lalista clan Susan Lalista, the Great Wizard of Anzu Chukan. Mia frowned and said, That's crazy. I didn't expect so many 9-star mages to gather there. If the Dark Magic Association has become so powerful, we won't be able to do anything to Kinzalo, their mastermind. I connect all the dots now. I understand why my family, Jipple and Bond, only watched as Kinzalo committed crimes in the past life. There are too many well-known people involved, so we can't afford to provoke them. Alicia clenched her fists, and although it seemed hard to believe, it looks like Kinzalo has a shapeshifter. Someone who transformed Matto Becker into Onan Melson, named Buva Gaston Digniemgi. Finally, he mentioned him. Wait, Buva Gaston Casimir, isn't that the name that appeared when you asked me to investigate Bisco Evelino? Jin nodded in agreement. Murakhan interjected. Are you sure that's a complete transformation and not just a disguise? He's not changing himself but someone else, right? Quanteo was amazed. This was the first time I had heard of a person capable of changing their appearance. I thought transforming was a blessing, reserved only for our kind of dragons. Alicia glanced. Even that Matober name doesn't know the details after drinking the sedative and waking up. When he woke up, his appearance had already changed. Jin interrupted and remembered that when I was young, on the day I left Le Vudai, there was a period when Jippo's fanatic followers transformed into guards and targeted me. Murakhan interjected. Oh, and Jin suddenly stood up and said, I think we should go meet Buvagaston ourselves. Casimir asked again. You want to go alone? Jin cheerfully replied, Don't worry, I plan to bring someone with me. Please send the Rainbow Seven to investigate the relationship between the White Wolf clan and Canelo, Lord Casimir. Casimir nodded in agreement. I understand. A week later at the Haijian family estate, the Academy recently arrived in the southern region to wipe out the remnants of the Dark Magic Association. Danta stands beside a man. A report rings out in the room. Almost 20 cadets have died. John Haijian, the head of the Haijian family, sits solemnly on his chair. The red-haired man bows his head. 2 6-star mages and 1 7-star mage have died. John Haijian is shocked. Oh no, did their plan fail? And that's not all. According to the testimony of the surviving cadets, the 2 mysterious guards in disguise were Jin Gray and Austin Gray. They claimed that it was they who defeated the Dark Magic Society. Dante was amazed. It seems the older person than Jin Gray used magic, while the younger one than Austin Gray wielded a sword. Dante assumed a strange appearance. So the reason you came to see us is John Haijian speaking up. The red-haired man nods and signals his subordinates. A spear is brought forward in front of the Haijian family. John looks at the stone in the box, frowning. Danta widens his eyes at what's inside the container. Your red-haired voice echoes again. This seems to be a fragment of a weapon used by the White Wolf tribe. If you look at the cross-section, you can see it's from a high-level swordsman. Young master, please step aside. Can you tell anything? A loud laugh echoes. Ha ha ha. Dante laughs loudly, leaving the red-haired guy a bit confused. He speaks up. Sir. John glanced at Dante and spoke on his behalf. Indeed, Dante's swordsmanship is very advanced and incredibly talented, but he can't create such clean cuts. It seems only the 8-star knights can do that. Dante also responded, Yes, you heard it too. I haven't reached that level yet. Your trip here was in vain. The red-haired man bowed respectfully. I understand now. Thank you for your cooperation. We will take our leave now. Danda silently smiled, thinking to herself, Jin, you've become so strong already. Now I have something new to discuss with Veridin. The red-haired man turned around, still lost in thought. Oten Gray is short in stature, speaks loudly, and uses advanced swordsmanship. He is estimated to be between 10 and early 20s. The only person who can perfectly split the twin hammers of the White Wolf tribe at this age is Dan Te Hai Jian, who is hiding his abilities. He bowed his head and gave the order to monitor Dant Two Gates' family outside. Yes, on October 30th, 1796, the teleportation gate of the Kingdom of Kon. A notification sounds, the teleportation gate will open soon. Please wait at your designated spot. A girl with orange hair approached Jin and asked, "Could you please put your bag somewhere else?" He looked up at her. Jin lifted her suitcase and the girl turned around and sat down. Jin looked at the book in his hand, thinking, I heard Bouva Gaston's workshop is located in the Duke's territory. I've wanted to find that guy for a long time, but I had no reason. It's only fair. Investigating the Dark Magic Guild gave me the perfect opportunity. The girl beside her, wearing sunglasses, gently propped her hand and tilted her head to look at Jin. She smiled softly, silently watching him, her shimmering orange hair glowing under the light. In the darkness, Jin stands under the tree, looking towards the distant lights. Is that Bouva's workshop? I arrived late because I had to stop by other workshops to avoid suspicion from Kinselo. According to the other workshop owners, he is the most talented among the sculpting geniuses. Isn't he just a shape-shifting mage? Inside the workshop, a muscular man statue is being sculpted, with a dazzling golden light making the statue look more lifelike. Under the slab of stone, there is an artistic inscription that means explosion. Ugh. He frowned in annoyance and raised his hand to gather magic power. A talented sculptor, huh? Should I blow it away? Jin hit the door with his hand. You keep pounding hard on the door. Bava opens it and shouts, "Stop, stop, you bastard." He suddenly froze when he saw the person in front of him. Huh? Jin is angry. Jin quickly greeted him. It's been a while since they last met, Bouva Gaston. I didn't get a chance to say more before a handful of salt was thrown into his face. Bouva shouted in surprise. Hey, how dare you come here? Jin stepped back and calmly said, "Spreading salt on others is impolite." Today I am here just as a guest, Bouva shouted angrily. I don't deal with people like you. You can forget about me as a guest. Didn't I save you before? Is this how you treat your benefactor? Bouva was again stunned. Huh? If my siblings heard the ridiculous thing you were about to say at the party, you would have been killed on the spot, Jin explained. But luckily it was me, so you managed to escape. Bouva clenched his fist and charged forward, silencing him. Jin immediately punched him in the face. Bouvang fell hard, hitting the door. Jane's voice softly echoed in his ear. I'm being kind, you know. Vico suddenly appeared and shouted, Bouva, is everything okay out there? He paused when he saw the person in front of him, and both called out to young Master Jane together. Bisco. Bisco glanced at him. What brought you here? Young Master Jane? Isn't it true that you're currently a reserve candidate? Bouva is holding on to Bisco's leg. Lord Bisco? And kill him. He insulted me too many times at the party and now he's causing trouble here again. Bisco frowned, glancing at the one clinging to his leg in anger. This filthy pig is obviously the case. Jin spoke softly. Sorry, Bouva. I don't know what happened, but young Master Jine is not someone who would do that without a reason. Bouva shouted, Why? I did attack him first, but he deserved it, Jin interjected. Ha. I will apologize. I came to ask you to make a bust of my father, but now you've put me in a difficult position. I see, a half-body statue, right? Bisco looked at you suspiciously, but strangely, you apologized just for that reason. You are completely different from the young Master Yon I know. You're here for a different purpose, aren't you? Jane thought to himself, Damn it, you're really straightforward. Yes, actually I came with an unclean intention. The person I want to meet is not Bouva. But you, Bisco. Bisco was stunned. Me? Don't tell me you're planning to fight me under the pretense of a reserve event. Jin was amazed inside. Oh, he knew right away. You look embarrassed, but that's how it is. I can't visit the Ibriano family without an invitation given my current status, so I came to see Bouva, who is with you now. You're quite rude, young Master Jin. Jin spoke, but a sudden sword strike made Jine stop in his tracks. Bisco turned around and said, If you can't react to such a surprise attack, how can you face me? Leave now. Jin looked at the person in front with a cold gaze, thinking that what just happened was really dangerous and that I almost counterattacked. You understand, right? Well, I'm leaving. Bouva runs to the door and shouts at the black-clad man. Do you think having the Black House name means you get everything? Know your place. If you keep being arrogant, you'll be killed before you even become a legend. Jin angrily drew his sword. Young Master Jin Bisco shouted. The sword pressed lightly against Bouva's neck leaves a faint cut on his skin. Jin bows his head coldly and says, Bisco, I admit I am rude and arrogant, but insulting that blacksmith is a different matter. Would you stand by and watch the name Ibriano be insulted in front of you? Jin's terrifying face glances at BVA. Bisco hesitated to answer when Jin interrupted him. I won't. Then I have no choice but to stop you. Young Master Jin, Jin replied indifferently. Do it, Bisco shouted. Young Master Jin, you might die. Jin was furious and shouted, even if I die, I will protect the name that warns the lamp. Bisco clenched his teeth and thought, he's not joking, damn it. I should have stopped Boo's reckless mouth, and I really want to kill this pig right now, but to get the job done, I need his abilities. Bisco lowered his voice and said, I'll count to 3, Buva, and during that time put down your gun and apologize. 1, 2. Why should I? What did I do? Bisco grits his teeth in anger and angrily orders, kneel down, Buva. For the first time, he felt Bisco's anger. Buva quickly kneels down. I apologize. Jin calmly said, if it weren't for Bisco, you would have died after apologizing. That's the price you pay for insulting the name Kanan. Bisco, helplessly ruffling his hair and sighing, said, it's okay. Your actions are not wrong. Young Master, please leave now and say goodbye to Young Master Jin. Jane turned and walked away, while Buva still knelt on the ground, grinding his teeth in anger, wondering why he even came here. That bastard Buva. Bisco, with a cold face, called out his name and silently looked at that terrifying face, only daring to nod in obedience. Oh, I see. Bisco frowns. Phew. Go inside. There are still many things I need to say. Yes, the leader has declared the alliance with the Zippo House will be severed, so the remaining part of the ancient civilization we received from the Zippo House will also be halved. From now on, collecting the remaining parts of the God of Death will be more difficult. Bisco sat across from Buva and said casually, but according to the terms of the alliance break, we will get back part of the product we gave to the Zippo House. Buva wiped the blood from his neck and shouted, the compass. We have to get the compass back. With it, we will be able to find the living gods and use them as materials. Bisco looked at him seriously and replied, all right, I understand. We will definitely get them back. Suddenly, Bisco tensed up and immediately stood up, throwing open the window. Bisco looked around cautiously as Buva asked in confusion, what's wrong? He frowns and replies, nothing. He thought to himself, it seems it was just his imagination. He coldly said, let's end our conversation here. Under the moonlight, Jin's silhouette quietly crosses the forest, something moving extremely fast approaching Jin. The orange hair flashes like lightning rushing toward Jin. He quickly raised his sword to block. The other person looked a bit surprised, and she stepped back. Jin bowed his head and slowly said, even though there's no one in this forest, there's no need to cause such a commotion, right, sis? Love? It seems everything went smoothly with my request, right? It was hard to pretend not to know you, little one. She put on her glasses and smiled happily. Under the moonlight in Samu, Iona sat on the rooftop railing, enjoying the breeze when the unknown king suddenly called her. Iona, here is a letter for you. Iona quickly snatched it, her face bright with excitement. Jin, she turned her head eagerly. In the next few days, I will go out. The nameless king sighs helplessly. Are you planning to go just like that? If Lord Chio sees you with your brother, he will be dead. So he slipped a wig onto her head and told her to stay hidden, to be careful on her way. Yona, I need information about a sculptor named Bouvagaston because I plan to meet another artist. Whether he's muttering to himself or talking to someone else, you can eavesdrop on his information. No. Kinslow has ended the alliance with the Jipo family. Truly impressive, sister. In such a short time, you've gathered more information than the Kanan family's special documents. With this news, I will find out what they are planning to do. Thank you, sis. Jin happily bows his head, sincerely thanking Iona. Iona suddenly spoke gloomily, but that fat bastard butted in. You mean Buva? Yeah, it's him. It seems he's the same kind of person as you, Yona said coldly. What does it mean that Jin is curious about the same kind of person? Iona shook her head. I can't tell you about that yet. I have my own secrets too. Your secret? Are you talking about this? You summoned the dark magic. Iona falls into a different space, a crimson aura enveloping the area, as whispers and shouts fill the air. Kill, kill, kill. Iona stands there with bloodstained clothes. She kneels beside a motionless person and embraces them, but Iona screams no. Jin frowned as he looked at the energy emanating from Iona, silently wondering if her reaction to the aura was due to the terrifying killing intent. Iona trembling as she held her hands. Please don't use that power in front of me again, no matter what happens in the future. Jin hesitated. Yes, I'm sorry. Yona looked up and asked, why did I show it to you? I thought you would keep hiding it until you became truly lucky. You've never had a reason to trust me, and I am not the kind of sister you can rely on. Jin gently bowed his head and said, I also thought that way. I had planned to hide this power until you gave me that blue rose. Yona was amazed. For me, the blue rose is a flower that brought me great comfort during difficult times, and also a symbol of trust. That's enough for me. So from now on, I won't hide anything from you. Yona felt as if a cool breeze carrying rose petals was blowing into her soul. Yona was worried, but if her sister reacted like before, Jin reassured her, "Don't worry, I will become so strong that no matter what we do, you won't be able to kill me." Jin smiled. You're showing off again. Then I will play with you now." The warning look and words of Chiz-Jo Han appeared in Jin's mind. "Never take advantage of Yona again," Jin hesitantly stammered. Then Iona got a bit excited. "Let's go out and have fun." "You just say that?" Because Black Sea John raises his voice. "What have they been doing over the past 2 days?" Khan reports by bowing his head. "It seems like she was just playing around." Cheeto frowned. "Does the youngest have any requests or need Iona's help?" Ka answers seriously. "According to the guard's confirmation, no sir, the clan leader has directly warned him so he wouldn't dare do something like that. Chi hinted that the boy doesn't know what fear is. He almost fabricated murders several times, and even Luna keeps her distance from him." He smiled. "The youngest is truly interesting." Khan held up a piece of paper towards Ji-zon. "And here is another, a letter from Casimia." He took it and read the report inside. The youngest defeated Goldtep Halep, a warrior of the Hapalb White Wolf tribe. It's been a while since I heard that name." Khan wondered. "Do you know that person?" "Yes. The leader of Halep, a White Wolf tribe, once challenged me. He's a formidable enemy I won't forget. When fighting me, he lasted for 5 hours. The Hapalep warriors all possess abilities beyond those of ordinary Baklang tribesmen. For the youngest, this victory means quite a lot." He looked at the words in Casimia's letter and seemed to be muttering something about Gontep's young twin hammers. "I think it's just his habit," she frowned. "It's not just a habit. It matches exactly what is recorded. The spell, sword, and hidden weapons. The light sword. These secret techniques haven't been used for over 1,000 years. That is also the sword technique of Lord Tema, the first head of the clan." Chi grabbed the sword, secretly wondering if that boy had truly become a demon swordsman even stronger than himself. "I want to fight that kid once at Casimir's mansion." Casimir, resting his chin on his hand, said, "It's already astonishing that the JP and Canelo clans are allies, but you're saying the reason this alliance ended is because the demon god stone possessed by Andre Jipo was broken?" A series of images flashed by, Luna's long white hair and the shattered demon god stone. Jan nodded faintly. "Yes, that's right, and the one who made the replica of the demon god stone is Buva. He used the material remnants of dead gods and ancient civilization ruins, along with a special ability called sculpture, to create dangerous relics or transform others." Alicia frowned at Jin, puzzled, and asked, "That is the core of Kinselo?" He quickly replied, "Yes, that's right." Murakan was lost in thought. "Are the relics of the dead gods similar to Numerus's tears or blood?" "Now I understand." Murakan turns to look at Jin. "Hey kid, there's actually something I haven't told you yet. I once visited Duke Kurano's domain to help the young soldiers on your side, right?" "That's correct. At that moment, a giant of the earth buried for 2,000 years reappeared, and I secretly dealt with him. I still don't understand why a buried giant appeared there, but now I think it was probably the work of this Buva guy." Jin looked at Murakan in surprise, and Quisel interjected, "It seems he has some connection to Win the sculptor god." I was quite surprised to hear about the sculptor god Win. "This is the first time I've heard of him." Murakan frowned and said that god has disappeared from the flow of history, so of course you wouldn't know. Quantal explained, Win is the existence that contributed the most when the gods created the primordial stone, but as time passed and the stone was destroyed, he also lost his status as a god and became human. Murakan continued, "The golem Win created to protect the tomb of the exiled gods is the giant of the burial mound, but we have already destroyed all the giants of the burial mound." Casimir raised the issue. "Are you saying that Buvagaston made a pact with that dead god?" Kanto placed his hand on his chin and denied it, saying there's no way to explain what has happened. And in a serious tone, he added that among the relics he created, there seems to be an object that can find the person who made a pact with a god. Murakan shouted, "What are you talking about? Unless the contract's power is directly revealed, no one can know about the contract." Alicia opened her eyes wide in surprise. "Don't tell me you found Urea just so Jin would cut her off." "That's right. It seems they call that thing a compass. Luckily, it looks like its function isn't fully developed yet because they kidnapped Long Lachi instead of Urea." Quantel crossed his arms and said, "I understand. They will definitely use the compass to find the contract signer first and then use the demon godstone to absorb them." Jin clasped his hands together, looking serious. "And that is also why we must get that compass. In June, the Jipo family will return the compass to Kinselo." He emphasized that this period is our chance. We must get the compass. Alicia asked her to take Uria and Ania to the Ice Palace. Casimir rubbed his hands and asked, "What do you want to do?" Jin said seriously, Until the Jipo family returns the compass, they will try to find as many contract users as possible to investigate the case. To be safe, we should go somewhere secure first, Casimir said seriously. He's right. Holding 3 non-affiliated contract users is very dangerous for any army larger than Tian. Canelo crossed his arms and decided we should leave before Laban finds us. He agreed with her, saying he would ask the archers to protect us. So Jin proposed a plan. Let's meet again at Bell's Tai Enclave in March. Then we will infiltrate the pirates' territory where they trade. Casimir asked, "Where will you be during that time?" Jane Murakan sat next to Jin and said, "This kid has to take a different path." Casimir doubted. "Is there anywhere safer than the Ice Palace?" He looked at him with a triumphant smile. Of course. The safest place in the world. A few hours ago, someone asked, "Kid, you're heading to the royal land, right? I was just about to take you there." Murakan, in his black cat form, said. Jin asked confusedly, "The royal land?" "The royal family. Isn't that the legendary clan that defeated all beast tribes?" As she spoke, she patted Murakan on the back and he looked pleased. "That's right, Bearded Cake." She looked a little worried, but they've been in decline for 5,000 years. "How can I go to a land that has already fallen into ruin?" he asked with a skeptical look. "Does that place even exist?" Muraka jumps onto the table. It still exists somewhere in the Michara Desert, the territory of beastmen. Unless you are a 1,000-year-old contract holder, no one can go there. Even a god in that form cannot. You've been talking so much, but Jain still can't understand. Ask Murakan to explain it to me. Explain it in a way I can understand, he said with sharp eyes full of meaning. Just understand that there is a pact between Cadet and the royal family. That land was born solely for the Dankanen swordsmen. Jin was surprised to hear about his family, a place that anyone who wants to become a true swordsman must visit. He advised him to go there. The southern border of the Doan Kingdom, where heavy snow covers everything in white, is home to many dangerous beasts. This is the border between the Beastman territory and the place where I completed my first mission as a cadet. To reach the Micha Desert, I have to go over this mountain. Under the pine tree, Jain is moving slowly forward, but of course, risking climbing the mountain could get him into trouble. A white wolf appears, its sharp teeth bared, holding a weapon in its paw. Suddenly, he thinks of someone. Even though I have no real connection with them, should I ask for their help? They are kind, but their instinct to avoid predators is only second to the cat people. He follows the path to the person he needs to find, surrounded by trees and snow-covered bushes. From afar, something was lurking and watching him approach. It was the Watervai tribe. One of the herd spoke up. "Were you the one from earlier?" Poor thing. Since a group of 3 passed by earlier and asked around, you guys look like wanderers. A person with a sympathetic expression. "Poor thing. Eat this." "Here you go," Jain said. "Humans." One raises a hand to ask, "Huh? Are you hungry again?" He denied it wasn't him. Jin, with a cheerful face, holds a big fish in one hand and a bag in the other. "This time I came to return the fish from before." Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent. Jain also remained still. The blue-tailed creatures slowly approach him and easily take the fish from his hand. They excitedly toss the fish into the air. Wow, so beautiful. When he saw them receiving the gift, Jin finally spoke. "Is there a way only you guys can use to get there?" After hearing him, one of the larger creatures led him and asked curiously, "The Miha Desert, where is that? Do you know?" In a passage resembling a cave, various glowing stones of different sizes appear around him. Jin looked down at the creature beside him. "I've heard about it before. I was planning to check it out. If you go there, you'll lose your life. But I won't go." Hearing the warning, he said, "Thank you for your concern, but I can't keep sneaking around forever." It also responded, "Let's go, soon a vast place will appear." As they said, the 2 of them had already arrived after just a short walk. Jin, seeing this, immediately exclaimed, "You're right, are you digging?" "No, it's the Meow People Island." In front of them, a waterfall was flowing continuously, its surface reflecting on the rocks like a string of sparkling gems. They approached, and it pointed to the waterfall, saying, "Take water, and after crossing the market, you'll reach the desert." He also looked up at her hand, then took the water bottle to fill it. After filling their bottles, they continued on without stopping. They continued walking into a vast area filled with numerous caves, each glowing with a shining sphere, passing by sleeping mice along the way. "Is this the Dust Gold clan? Is this the first time I've met them?" "Where did a mouse come from looking worried?" "Hey, what are you doing?" The cold mouse scolded. "Why did you bring something like that? We agreed that only we would take this path. You're breaking the rules. Why did you promise?" "You're just trying to keep your promise, right? Don't you see that's wrong?" "I know this is your first time, but he's confused and doesn't know how to explain." Zin stands outside watching them talk, secretly thinking how adorable they look. He helplessly holds up the glowing gold coin and says, "Trust me, buddy. It was him who gave it. Take it. He will go to the desert, little one." The little one holds the glowing gold coin, eyes shining, never taking his eyes off the coin. Wow, I believe in him. Oh my God, you should have told me earlier. Chupchut excitedly climbs the stairs, cheerfully saying, I didn't realize a distinguished guest was coming. I'll escort you. Does this door lead outside? The green creature beside him asked. Yes, if you open the door, you'll reach the grocery store. Outside is Yucca Market. They looked at the mouse, bowing to invite him in. The Dust Clan will guide him, but they're hesitant, so be it. It waved its hand. They are very trustworthy, honest, not lying. Then it turned and walked away, not forgetting to say goodbye. I'll see you off here. Goodbye then, he also responded. Thank you for everything. Before we part ways, can I ask your name? It turned around and replied, I am the Dark Flame. Jin continued, the Dark Fire of the Water Clan. I am the Dark Fire. I cut you off. You don't need to say anything. I already know Yinkanden used the Black Cloak to mediate before. I've seen it. You truly are the leader. Jin looked up to praise you. That's impressive. You won't tell anyone, right? You also raise your hand to your chest. Don't worry, the Dark Fire keeps its mouth shut, so I do the same and put my hand on my chest. All right, next time we meet, it will be the Black Cloak, and I will repay you. The dark flames fade away as the two wave goodbye. Jane also turned back to open the door and enter, where a mouse was standing on the table, happily welcoming him. Welcome. Are you here to the Micha Desert? Then I can guide you. I can go alone. Thanks for opening the door. After saying that, he flicked a gold coin to it. The mouse's eyes light up. Oh. As he stepped out the door, the mouse bowed and loudly said, Come again next time. Jin walked away, wrapping his scarf around his head, eyes only for what was ahead. Are the trustworthy members of the tribe really that reliable? Entering the market, a delivery animal appears. Come in, Yucca Market, Yucca, everything you need, the tall customer over there. Please come in and take a look. Suddenly, he noticed the person leaning against the wall in the distance. Jin approached him and said, I am going to the Micha Desert and need a reliable guide. He looked at him with cold eyes. Oh, did you find it? The big black dog looked at Jin without saying a word. Under the blazing sun, they reached their destination, the entrance to the great Micha Desert. The two of them paused amidst only sand and more sand. Jin turned to hold the dog's paw. Thanks, it smiled excitedly. Thanks to you, I arrived safely and quickly. They also said their goodbyes. He turns forward and begins to think about the land of the royal family where the sword light is passed down through generations. If I die here, my body won't be found. Walking across the vast desert, he keeps going, his footprints leaving the ground behind. Under the deadly heat and blinding sunlight, Jin kept walking without stopping, thinking about the Demon Desert, the vast desert surrounding the center of the monster land. Long ago, somewhere in this mysterious underground world, there were countless treasures, civilizations, and resources. It was once a place explorers always wanted to conquer. But even the native monsters cannot find this underground world and pass through the great desert to seek death in the farthest reaches of the continent. Moreover, no one has ever survived after stepping onto this desert. Zin with a serious face, the image here shows the person holding the mysterious sword. 5,000 years ago, they were a legendary race that maintained peace for monsters during the Golden Age. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What? Jin remembered the moment he and Murkan were talking, his face showing a hint of surprise. They disappeared in just one night. He replied, they are very arrogant. Murkan added, they do not believe in the power of the gods, so they were wrong to challenge the saints. You've seen the power of the demon stone before, right? Jin's face looks quite tense. Yes, a fake primordial stone is just as powerful, manifesting as a tornado with lightning like a black hole swallowing everything. Its power was created by a god. At this moment, a group of fearless fighters boarded the ship to battle, so powerful they could wipe them out in a single day. Jin was stunned and couldn't believe what he had just heard. Impossible, Moroccan continued, but not all gods turned their backs on them. There was one god who pitied them. Julie said, he is Sadet. Moroccan nuzzled into her feet happily. Exactly. Strawberry cake, you really know your stuff. Don't neglect your duties. He looked towards Yen Thought. Sword saved a few people from the Myung Kwang clan and made a pact with them. I don't know what that pact was, but besides them, you can't learn how to use the image sword from anyone else. He continued, Taimama also learned from them. Jin's face suddenly changed when he mentioned that name. Taimadan Khanun appears as a man holding his sword. Although he was the first leader of the Khanun people, very few records about him remain because the Jipo tribe erased all traces of Ta. He was the founder of the clan and the greatest hero, but he doesn't even have a grave in the swordsmanship garden. But if I meet the Ungkwang tribe walking through the deadly hot desert, I think I might hear stories about the first clan leader. A day has passed, now night has fallen, and I rest beneath a giant skeleton with a fire burning beside me to keep warm. Because the desert is very cold at night, he continues his journey. 2 days have passed. In the morning, he walks under the scorching sun of the harsh desert, and at night, he sits to eat the rations he brought. I can feel the desert's atmosphere throughout my body. He's facing a sandstorm right now, but that still doesn't stop him. With a grim expression, he thought to himself that fighting a strong opponent might be easier. Going through this desert alone takes a lot of courage. Here, it's just me and nature, and I am fighting with myself. Although the journey is tough, I keep moving forward. 1 month after December 1st, 1796, a bag appeared for him to carry food and water. Now it has become an empty bag, looking quite old as if he had discarded it a long time ago. Jane thought he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a while, and in the vast desert with no trees, only human or animal bones, his figure appeared faintly and hazily. Finally, I realized that death here is also natural. Jane, with his tired eyes, looks back and thinks that his footprints are disappearing too, and he can't go back anymore. He must endure. I've never felt this hopeless before. You carry your tired body forward, but little do you know, 2 pairs of eyes are watching your back, and they are pleased. Finally, I've found you. As soon as those 2 finished speaking, Jin was startled and turned around. You have no idea how much I wanted to meet you. Thanks to you, our time at the main hall has been incredibly boring. Jin sensed something was wrong, gripping his sword tightly. After the sandstorm cleared, it revealed they were Donara Kanan, the black-haired one, and Tonaran Kanan, the white-haired one, both with arrogant expressions, sneering at him with contempt. It's been a while since I last saw my youngest sibling. I was a bit surprised to see them. Tona brothers, am I seeing illusions? Just as the 2 Tona finish speaking, Tona rushes straight at Jin. He sweeps his sword across the sand and taunts, "Show me your skills." He pulls his sword out of the sand and attacks fiercely, but he quickly blocks with his own sword. Due to the difference in strength, he is at a disadvantage. Tona's large sword overwhelms him, so he quickly thinks this strike is too heavy. Suddenly, another sword flew toward him, catching him off guard with its appearance, and a voice asked, "You're surprised, aren't you?" Jin's eyes widened in shock at the sword of Tona rushing straight at him. He quickly looked up and dodged its attack. I thought to myself, my instincts can sense that if I don't block or avoid it, I will definitely be cut. He laughs dangerously as if this was all planned by those 2 guys. They've been waiting for you to tire out. It's been a long time since we last met, but it has to be like this? Jin took the chance to run away, not forgetting to say, "Your brothers let those 2 watch each other before they started chasing you. Both of them are in cahoots." It's been a long time since we last met, little brother. Tona's sword, like a snake, extends out towards whatever is in its path. He glanced back and saw his sword's tip, thinking to himself, "Why aren't you happy that they're so fast?" Tona's sword struck Jin, but luckily he managed to block it with his own sword. Taking advantage of Yin's distraction, Tona appeared behind him, sword ready to strike from behind. "Hehehe, I'm here." He sensed danger, glanced back, and quickly drew his sword to strike from behind. Jin swiftly lowered himself to the sand with one hand, sword in the other to block. He was attacked by 2 guys at once, so he had to dodge and defend at the same time. Seeing that, he thought, they coordinate very well, compensating for each other's weaknesses, but Jin thrust his sword deep into the sand. That's all. As if he knew something, he slashed Tona's shoulder, making him scream, "Ah, ah, 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 ah." My brothers suddenly brandished Tona's extending sword to ambush from behind, and Jin swung his sword to block the attack. He quickly swung his sword, but none of his moves were powerful. Just as he finished thinking, Jin brought his sword down, forcing the pale-haired guy to follow suit. "Hey." Tona looked at him, surprised and worried, then suddenly memories of those 2 bullying him flashed through his mind. Were they really that strong back then? They still hold his head despite his pain. Damn it, even though these 2 are weak, I still have to kneel before them. Remembering, he got furious, his fist clenched, thinking he always wanted to take down both of them. He punched hard at Tona's face, causing an explosion that shook the desert. After the dust settled, one was wounded, and the other had collapsed. They both froze in shock when they saw him standing in front of them, a surge of thoughts rushing through his mind. But why 2? To move closer to him, calling the youngest. Both of them are trembling. Tona speaks up first. "Wait, I'm sorry." Both 2 and the other are bleeding from their noses, with faces crooked, but he's pleading. "Let us go this time. Forgive us." Jin wondered to himself, am I hesitating? He remembers the past when they all ran towards him. From afar, Tona or Tona's younger sibling asks about him. "Are you okay? Why are you doing this? Dad said he would forgive you." In his mind, he wondered if he hoped this relationship would be different from his past life. He glanced at them, and although there was madness in his eyes, it didn't diminish his contempt for them, but he had to cut them down. As he shook off his thoughts, he raised his sword, enveloped in his energy, and the two guys were only more frightened by his actions. Because he raised his sword skyward, pointing it at the two of them, Tona lost his temper and shouted. "Oh, you bastard! Tona's no less," he shouted. "How can you think I'm our brother? Damn it!" Ignoring what those two said, he still swung his sword. "I carry the family name. I must set an example." In the vast, deserted desert with no one around, as the evening sun sets, we can hear someone muttering somewhere. "Disappear, disappear," is Yine. His face was expressionless and lifeless. Disappear. His mouth, wrinkled from dehydration, makes him wonder why he looks at them without moving while thinking. Why aren't they disappearing? Jin just sat there waiting for his two brothers to vanish. It's been a day, and my brothers still haven't disappeared. He looked at them grimly. Maybe they are not my brothers. He made a big pile of rising sand with his hand, then stuck Dona's sword into the sand he had prepared. It's an illusion, yes. Jin made a grave for his two brothers. After finishing, he left without looking back. Suddenly, a strange foot appeared, emanating deadly aura. The man standing in front of their grave said, "Yes, killing your own flesh and blood is very painful. But how many of your brothers and sisters would suffer as you do now if you didn't do it?" His finger lightly touched Dona's sword, and suddenly the sword shattered. The other man asked, "You made a very wise decision by choosing a child like that, Lord, so it's truly strange to have a killing aura rising in the desert." Night has fallen, and Jin's silhouette sits alone against a rock, surrounded entirely by scorpions. He sat in silence, but they wouldn't leave him alone. They approached him then. One scorpion stings his leg with its tail, piercing through his shoe. Jin can feel him glance down at it with tired eyes. He grabbed it with his hand, making it panic, then held it up to his mouth to bite. "I think if it weren't for the detoxifying wine, eating this would be very dangerous. I wonder if Yona is okay." He looks up at the starry sky. It reminds him of our brothers. Currently, my other siblings appear, along with images of Tona and young Daytona. Then it cuts back to the present, and suddenly he starts choking. Cough, cough, cough. I think the worst tasting thing in the world is gone. I took out my water bag to drink, but there's not a single drop left. Tired eyes looked at it, then John finally threw it away and kept walking. There's really nothing there. Today is December 11th, 1796. Under the deadly sun, Jin keeps walking on. I wonder how long has passed as Jin Lu trudged forward with heavy steps. I don't know, I just keep walking and walking, but I don't even remember why I'm here anymore. He kneels in the sand, lost in thought. Have I come all this way just to kill my own brothers and sisters? Where did anyone come from? That guy is fully covered, holding a scepter in one hand and a water bag in the other. That guy held out the water bag in front of Jine, and he instinctively clenched his fist around him before pressing the knife to his neck. Not a single unnecessary move. Who are you asking about? Underneath the thick layer of armor is shoulder-length orange hair. She gently says, "The first time we met, you also greeted me with a knife, and you haven't changed at all." He was suddenly surprised, thinking to himself that this voice couldn't be possible. She just took off her hat and said, "Of course, your skills back then were nothing compared to now." Now standing before him is a woman with shoulder-length orange hair, wearing a gentle smile. Jin is confused. "Master Valoria." She smiles happily. "Hello, my disciple." Valoria and Esther, the only heirs of the Her family, are a Star 9 mage and my master in my previous life. She was the first to tell me, the dumbest member of the Blackstone Can family, that I had talent. She was the one who helped me keep on living. She is my savior and a trustworthy companion. The first time I met my master was when I was wandering around after being expelled by the Don Khan family. I stood frozen in shock. But that was all there was to my past life. I've never met her in this life. How come you only notice now? She glanced at Dai in surprise when she saw the lush greenery amidst the harsh desert. When did I get here? He sighed and said, "No, it's not. My master's appearance now resembles the last time I saw her in my previous life. She is 2 years younger than me, so this doesn't make sense." Jine said tiredly, "Valoria knows Sifu. I think Sifu is the second illusion I saw." She also replied calmly, "Yeah, it seems so." Valoria handed him the water bag, but he immediately refused. "No, master. If I want to drink that water, I need to fight someone." "That's right. Are you planning to fight me in that state?" As soon as he finished speaking, he snatched the water bag, and his first strike was enough to kill her. John, with a body covered in wounds and his own exhaustion, wondered why it had to be him and not someone else. "Is there really no other way?" she replied. "You should know better than anyone else. You have become stronger after reincarnation. Your will is even stronger than mine, my disciple. So, drink up. You should be ready to fight me." She began to cast her magic. "What are you to me?" Jin asked as he opened the water bottle. She gently replied, "You are my only disciple, and I hope you will not disappoint me." You must have realized something, turning pale. If it really is him, would he also say something like that? If it really is her, she would love you even more than this, she says with a compassionate tone. Maybe she would even kiss your cheek. Hearing myself say that, I really don't feel very comfortable. As he finished speaking, he drank water until his thirst was satisfied. Her expression changed and her eyes grew cold. Then don't ask any more, defeat me and move forward. You can use anything you want. The dark energy sword interrupted her, and he forcefully stabbed the sword into the sand, wiping the remaining water from his mouth. You don't need a sword. Seeing your confidence, I advise you that you've become more arrogant since the last time we met, and you'll regret it. He bowed his head, frowning, and you'll regret even more if you use a sword to defeat him. You are the one who taught me all the magic. After saying that, magic appeared in his hand, and it will continue to be so. Father, I really like this daring trait of yours. You should prepare yourself. The lightning is increasing, my disciple. The sky has turned dark since morning, and the lightning is striking down in one direction. Jin stared in shock at the lightning aiming at him and quickly dodged aside. A tree resembling a fork, surrounded by lightning, chased Jin, forcing him to keep moving. He ran while thinking, is it the thunder spear? She really wants to kill me. He raised his hand to form a shield. I have fought my master over 100 times. The lightning strikes the shield, making a loud noise, but it has never been able to defeat it. Her attack is very powerful, and although he has a shield, he still gets pushed back. Still, there has never been a time when my master truly wanted to kill me. Not allowing him to stop, she continues to attack towards him. Lucky you managed to dodge in time. She praised you for avoiding the attack well. You're good at dodging. He looks at you with a serious gaze and thinks, each spear contains the power of the 7 stars magic. But with the current amount of mana the master has, he won't be able to keep using them. Valoria guessed his thoughts. Look at that look in your eyes. It seems you finally decided to fight seriously, huh? You're analyzing how much mana I have left, my disciple. Between the two, their strength is truly different. Valoria has prepared countless lightning spears, while Jin still stands still, doing nothing. She said, this is your last chance. Pick up the sword, or you'll really die. He cast a spell and said, whether you live or die, we'll only know after this battle is over. Master. Valoria with cold eyes. Reverse magic, it seems you have found a new master. She wondered as lightning appeared in her hand, ready for the next attack. You say I am your only master? But is that all you can do? Jin said without a hint of fear. I have nothing more to say to you. Inside, he thought she was deliberately saying those words to hurt him. That's right, she's exactly that kind of person. Once she decides to kill someone, she won't hold back any means. I believe you won't be disappointed. But deep down, he thought that the only way was to buy time with the heavenly reversal flow. He looked at her with a determined gaze, refusing to give up, and would fight using the methods he had been taught. I have to hold on, he told himself. As she finished her sentence, she said, I am really looking forward to it. Her hand swings toward Jin, and he swiftly dodges Valoria's attack. I need 3 minutes to complete the heavenly reversal. Of course, my master will be several steps ahead of me. She pointed her finger at him, and lightning spears shot steadily toward him. Jane runs as fast as she can to dodge everything, but you are also my disciple. Jin quickly turns around and looks toward her. Master will launch the next attack. At this moment, just as he thought, she stabbed her staff into the ground, and a fire magic circle appeared beneath her feet. From there, chains emerged, quickly moving forward. One of his legs is bound by chains. He is stunned and thinks, could the magic circle extend all the way here? The chains pull him down to the ground and tighten around him. She couldn't possibly have enough mana to cast such a large magic circle. Now his limbs are all restrained. He is surprised that she can cast and maintain all 5 spears. The chains surrounding Jin radiate heat like lava, causing him to scream in pain. Hey. Meanwhile, he realized something. It turns out that among those 5 spears, only some actually contained mana. The lightning spears flying with thunder head straight for the spot where he is bound, and there is surely only one. Suddenly, something streaks through the air, with beautiful blue feathers fluttering, making Valoria exclaim, wow! In front of him is the eagle bird, with sharp claws that break the chains and block his way. She was a bit surprised, that's it. She didn't hesitate to send the lightning spears flying toward him, but with his current condition, I wonder how much longer he can hold on. He remained still, kneeling on one knee, head bowed in thought. That's right, with the remaining mana I can't hold out much longer, but I just need a little more. The bird spreads its wings and flies higher as Valoria raises her staff. She smiles eerily as the chain catches and binds the wings of the Tisha. The bird is chained at the neck, unable to move its legs. Then a lightning spear struck from behind, causing the bird to cry out in pain. It vanished, leaving feathers in the air. He sends his regards to the bird. Thank you. His clenched fist held something that was glowing, and a tornado appeared above Valoria's head. She looked up in surprise, suddenly spitting out blood and softly saying, "You probably know that mana backlash only happens to those who are not skilled at controlling mana." "What are you hiding?" Disciple Jin's face darkened as he replied, "I have nothing to hide. I have already lost. I can't do anything more." As he approached Valoria, he said, "Just think about it. Even now, I am using a huge amount of mana. How can I withstand the heavenly reversal surge and still use multiple types of magic like a master? My bare feet step onto the blazing lava." "You're right. No one else can do this, but don't come any closer. You're definitely still hiding something." The chains begin to merge with the lightning spear. "Do you know? I have never lied to you before. Even with my feet badly burned, I still try to move forward." She is threatening him. "Stop it. If you take one more step, I will have to use all my strength to attack. Right now, in front of us are the dragons created from the earlier fusion." She casts a spell. Jin shakily raises his hands forward, his voice weak. "Valoria, I want to see you one last time," Valoria screams. "I told you to stop." As he dodged the lightning spears flying toward him, he thought to himself, "Just one chance." Then he bowed his head and continued to dodge her attacks. The celestial mirror sphere was just a tool, revealing a giant dragon's head in front of him, its body shrouded in darkness, roaring with blood-red eyes, sharp teeth bared, glowing amidst fierce red lightning. Under the dragon, a blue lightning vortex swirls, and to find the real spear, the heads of the lightning spears, shaped like dragons, fly straight toward him. Jin kneels on one knee, with one hand wearing a mask and the other rummaging for something, then rushes forward while dodging the lightning spears aiming at him. Although he dodged carefully, he still got hit. Part of the mask near his ear was damaged. A blazing stream of energy like erupting lava explodes. Red lightning intertwines with flashing blue currents. From somewhere in the sky, a fierce beast appears before our eyes. It charges down and roars. Below it, Valoria is controlling it. She suddenly strikes the staff down with a mysterious expression. Following her master's command, the beast rushes straight toward where Jin is standing. He was not scared, but drew a dagger surrounded by dark green and blue magic. He suddenly raised the dagger. From afar, the knife was shot straight at Valoria as the target. A look of panic appeared clearly on Valoria's face. Deep down, he began to wonder why he said he wouldn't use Bradamante. It was because of this final attack. "I copied my master's method of deceiving the opponent and making them let their guard down at all costs." That knife shot straight into Valoria's body. Blood gushed from her body as she gradually collapsed to the ground. Jin gritted his teeth and said, "The way to show respect to that person." "Master, amid the devastating explosion in the desert, the sandstorm obscures everything. Only the shadows of two people are visible. One person is lying down. The other is kneeling on one knee on the sand. Valeria is lying on the sand, blood flowing from her mouth, her hand on her chest. So that's why you didn't use a sword from the beginning." Jin knelt on one knee, resting his hand on the sand, and said, "I understand you very well." She looked down at him softly and said, "I am proud now that you are stronger, my beloved disciple." As she finished, Jin opened his eyes in shock. Valeria gradually disappeared, and a blue mist emanated from him. He immediately remembered and realized that ever since his power returned, he had sensed it all along. It was just an illusion. In his previous life, she and the magic appeared as the silhouette of the girl with orange hair flowing in the wind. Everything he had. Valeria gently reached out her hand. I was very serious in that final move, the scene where I threw the spear towards her, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to win. He thought through gritted teeth, tears streaming down his face. That's why I hurt 1,000 times more. Jin clutches his chest tightly, tears streaming down as he mourns having killed his only master with his own hands, sitting there crying over his actions while Valeria gradually disappears into the air. After regaining his composure, night had fallen and shooting stars streaked across the sky. Jin glanced down and looked around in surprise at the various swords stuck in the sand, each with a different shape. He wondered, is this just another illusion? Not far from there, a figure stood with a blinding light behind him. The beam of light made him uncomfortable, so he held his sword to cover one eye while the other tried to see who it was. Suddenly, he was startled as he looked at the person in front of him holding a sword, and he thought with confusion, "Dad? No, that's not my father. He's standing still but emanating a killing aura that makes me cry out this terrible pressure." He extends a finger, creating a small sphere that pulls everything toward it. Jane covers his face with his hand, bowing his head as if some pressure is weighing him down, his expression showing a hint of panic. He opened his eyes wide, showing his worry. He is too strong, suddenly feeling something in his mouth. Seeing it, his mouth opens wide as blood pours out fiercely. feeling like he's just a tiny creature before a god. He is enormous, with eyes that look at him like a king. Is he trying to make him kneel? Under his sword, I am incredibly small. If I was going to do that, I should have tried to stand up from the beginning so he wouldn't have come here. You are just a human, like me. He supported himself with one hand until he reached that place. Despite the pressure from him, I still insist on standing up. I just need to keep moving forward. Keep moving forward. He looks at him with cold eyes, sword in hand, ready to defeat him. His eyes light up. This is his purpose. He smiles softly, and the girl looks somewhat surprised. She touched the surface like water, with him on the other side. She rushed forward and asked, "Did you just smile?" Her hand reaching out to touch him was in vain as she lunged forward and passed through him gently. She looked at him in silence and then spoke. "No, I am sure you just smiled." Misa placed her hand on her chest and said with a sad tone, "I haven't seen that smile in 1,000 years. I had longed to see it so much." Looking from above, I saw Jean struggling to get up. Why? Why are you smiling at that kid?" He walks forward, muttering nonstop, "I will cut him down. I will cut him down." He opens his eyes wide. "I will cut him down." That child, yes. I also think that child is worth looking forward to. She crossed her arms, her determination incredibly strong. She recalled the memory and said, when he personally killed his own brother, even if he was killing his master, he was sad but never hesitated. Returning to the present, she raised her hand to praise him. He's impressive. The guy next to him lifts his sword high. Don't test him anymore. He thrusts his sword deep into the sand, unleashing a powerful wave of demonic energy. Jane stood there enduring, crying out in pain. "What are you doing, Your Majesty?" She asked in panic. "Are you planning to kill him?" Then he spoke. "The test is over." It made her open her eyes in surprise, and he smiled again with a mysterious grin. Misa nearby said, "Wow, you suddenly noticed something." Your eyes glanced in that direction. A foot stepped through the barrier. It's Jin. He's moving his body through as well. "I understand now. You think he's like that person, right? Oh, I'll keep watching the kid who made you smile." His face remains unchanged. Let's see how far he can develop. His hand forms a magic sphere, and the swords embedded in the ground suddenly move, turning in one direction. He raises his hand to command them. Thousands of swords fly toward Jin, their sharp blades piercing through his skin, layer by layer, causing him to bleed and cry out in pain. "I won't stop here." He grips his sword, channels his magic into it, and says, "I will come there to defeat you." His body is covered with blades embedded in him as he steps forward toward him. "Even if it means killing my brothers and my master," he said loudly, "everyone would do the same. That is my will." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sharp sword towards him. Zin holds the sword with both hands pointing to the sky, as a mysterious energy of dark blue light combined with lightning and shadows creates an aura of mystique. Forgiveness allows the first and last swings to be exactly the same, even after 10,000 times. His face is covered with blue veins, shouting loudly, "I am a person who keeps the light shining, no matter what stands in my way." Even if he screams, the face of that now ghost remains calm. I will still destroy it. As he finished speaking, Jin swung his sword with overwhelming force from above, creating a blazing wave of blue light. He struck down with incredible power, carving a long, deep gash that extended far away, slicing through the ground. After the strike, he was stunned, a thought rushing through his mind. Did he disappear before I could hit him? He gritted his teeth in anger, as suddenly a few cracking sounds echoed, sharp shards of teeth along with blood bursting out from his mouth. John immediately thought, "Ah, I kneel on the sandy ground, ready to strike you down." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Wrong. Think carefully. The reason you're here caught my attention." Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Am I here for that reason? The previous voice resumed. "Hey kid, head to the royal territory." Did I realize something? Oh, I came to the royal court and learned aura swordsmanship. He looked around and saw no one, wondering in his mind where that sound was coming from. Is it also an illusion? I remember Murakami telling me when the third illusion ends, unleash your dark energy. If you do that, you will meet the royal family. Now I realize, I just remembered that during the fight with the Daytona and Haytona brothers, the illusion of the battle with my master appeared 3 times, culminating in the fight between me and the ghost, now. He stood still, pondering that when crossing the desert, he lost his composure. Since the third illusion had ended, I must unleash the dark energy. He stands still, relaxing his body. Will he meet the royal family? The starry sky has a mysterious feeling. Amidst the vast desert, his thoughts emerge. It's been a while, but nothing has happened yet. It's just a legend. Yeah. No, there's no way Murakami would give me false information. Could the voice I heard earlier really be an illusion? He glances back cautiously and stops walking. He looks around, the wind blowing unusually. It's coming from somewhere nearby. His sword emitted a deep shadow, forming a straight line of dark blue light connecting the sky and the ground. A lightning bolt struck down, revealing a figure in bright white clothes with wide eyes full of surprise, then fading into a joyful expression. Oh, Sodet's contract holder really doesn't disappoint me. His thumb points toward Jing. You have passed. He startled you and you looked confused. What? He looked down at you. Honestly, I don't know what Sedet is thinking, but the only condition for recognition is to show a fighting spirit until the end. But you went even further. You cut through Sod's barrier. He chuckled, ruffling your hair. That's really surprising. He spoke up. His eyes widened as he shouted in anger. Are you playing with me? He swung his sword towards him, but he quickly raised his knife to block. I like this the most. He happily said, You are completely different from the humans in my memory. My name is Tannel. I've been waiting for you for 1,000 years. Sodet's child. Yin's cold gaze melts away as he continues speaking. Welcome. A fierce storm suddenly appears around the two of them, heading towards La Prarosa. As he finished speaking, a magnificent castle suddenly appeared, surrounded by various large and small houses. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. A thought crossed his mind. This is the territory of the royal family. Tano, holding a beautifully decorated bottle in his hand, smiled and said, La Rosa. This city is considered a dark zone by humans. You've worked hard to get here. Jin noticed the bottle and eagerly took a sip, but after a gulp, he suddenly spat it out and shouted, What the hell is this? This is the wine. He laughed loudly when he saw that. Ha ha, how about that? Feeling more alert now, right? That is crystal clear liquor made from refined diamonds. It helps you recover your spirit and strength. I can feel my body starting to change. That's right, it's like a weight has been lifted from my mind. You should recover your energy before meeting your brothers. Winking at him, he asked confusedly, Brothers? He entered the city with him, and countless thoughts flooded his mind. The city and its inhabitants have such a high standard of living that no one would believe it was built thousands of years ago. I understand now why so many adventurers are searching for this land. The shining golden castles caught Jin's eye. The magnificent golden buildings and every door adorned with gems, Hung asked. They seem to be gems that shine like the ones on your chest and the decorations on the doors. What kind of gems are they? He paid attention to his words and honestly replied, They are not just decorations but also our hearts. He placed his hand on his chest. If the host were still alive, the gem embedded there would shine. He glanced around. A heart? Now I remember, even though we've gone quite a distance, I haven't seen anyone from the royal family except Tan Theo, and no gems are shining. Jin looked at him and asked, How many royal families live here? He pondered for a long time before replying, Who 77 includes the war god and the 12 dual kings. You're telling me there are only a few, the war god and the 12 dual kings? Tan Theo chuckled smugly. They are the ones who will pass on the aura sword to you as Sodet's contract holders. Everyone is waiting for you. The sword of aura appears in his mind as a sword with a shimmering purple gem embedded in the middle. It's finally here. This is the temple of the war god, where aura's sword will be passed on to you. In front of the two of you is a gigantic golden castle. As the name suggests, it symbolizes the god of war. Suddenly, the castle began to shake abnormally. He is stunned, thinking to himself that the energy is immense and the pressure is like when he faced the hour of death. If he doesn't overcome the 3 illusions, he won't be able to move. If I were to give you one piece of advice before you go in, it would be to speak carefully with your brothers. Unlike said, they don't care about you. The door gradually opens and someone speaks loudly before anything else. He's here. The giant with a long beard is laughing loudly. Huh, you look cute, huh? Another guy appears, teasing with a playful tone. How old are you? Have you eaten yet? What is your favorite food? What do you think of La Rosa? He rushed to your rescue, pushing those two away and shouted, Ha ha, my brother, come on, we're doomed. How many times have I told you not to? A girl appears and kicks everything away, her excited face saying, Where? Over there? Oh, it's you? You startled me. She laughed loudly and said, Our disciple has arrived. It's been 1,000 years since the demons left. 1,000 years now. She firmly placed both hands on his shoulders. When she lifts him onto her shoulder, he thinks, Oh, she's so strong. With an excited expression, she says loudly, You can't go meet the war god with this dirty body. Who will bathe the second disciple in history? He was stunned to hear her say that. What? Who needs you? I can do it myself. A few people volunteered to step forward. Everyone looked excited and raised their hands enthusiastically, shouting, Let me do it for me. Give me a chance. She came up with an idea. Use the hammer and sickle to decide. The last person standing will be the winner. The sound of their voices echoes throughout the village as the Bua Bao game continues. The draw of the hammer and bag. Somewhere, a person is leaning against a tree trunk, head bowed. Inside the headscarf, an orange hair is revealed. The eyes begin to well up. Gradually, tears rolled down her cheeks. She decided to take off her hat, lean against the tree trunk, and gaze into the distant horizon. In a spacious, well-lit room with a hint of warmth rising from it. That is Jain. He is soaking in the bathtub, hand on his face, feeling exhausted. He recalls Burr laughing loudly and saying, "Can a person really keep themselves clean? It's hard to believe, but I'll choose to trust you this time. You have to wash out even the tiniest grains of sand from your ears." He wondered which era their perception of humans was still stuck in. He rubbed his nose, sighed, and said, "Almost got caught myself." "So now, 1,000 years after your era," his face grew serious. "People back then really wouldn't know what bathing is." He crossed his arms and looked up at the ceiling. "But are all the people in the royal family that tall and strong?" He remembered how they welcomed him when he arrived, their bodies blessed by the gods. No wonder they are called the warrior race. After finishing his bath, he stepped out in his new outfit as someone praised him. "Well done. You cleaned yourself thoroughly, and our traditional attire suits you very well." Jane started to think, never expecting that one day he would be praised for knowing how to bathe himself. Tan, stroking his chin, said, "You won't need the clothes you wore before anymore, so we burned them all. So now I will meet the War God and the Dual King, the ones who will pass on the Aura Sword to me." Tan turned his back and smiled. "All right, now we're heading to the temple. The brothers of the Dual Kings you met earlier are also waiting there. You can't bring weapons inside, so remember to give them to your brothers. They will keep them for you." The two of them began to step inside the castle, and he glanced at the gem embedded in Tan's chest before pondering. Tan's heart. Now, when he was with others in the royal family before, it didn't shine this brightly. Are they approaching the sparkling goldstone? Is it because of the influence of the war god inside the temple? They stand in front of the glowing gem's door, then turn to talk to him. Once he enters the temple, he can only answer what he's asked. The war god's brothers only need to say the word to send you back. Remember to be careful with your words and actions. This time it's real. Jin placed his hand on his waist, sighed, and said, "You keep saying that. All right, just open the door." Suddenly the door opens, revealing large figures inside and a throne with someone sitting on it. "This is the source of the energy I felt outside the God of War's temple." His face became much more serious, and the number 12 appeared in his mind. He began to look around at everyone, including the fierce girl, the 7th-ranked Queen Bearzer. The uncle with a thick beard confronts King Gamoon. The girl with hair covering half her face stands for the 9th King Bara, and the boy blindfolded is the 3rd King Palam. The young man with long, flowing hair, Lumora, the 2nd-ranked king, sneers disdainfully at the 1st-ranked King Bantirok, along with the other kings. 10th King Kai, 11th King Nata, 12th King Tito, 6th King Do, 5th King Boras, and 4th King Linfa Chien Than. He looked up at the chair where a petite girl was sitting, thinking to himself. She seemed smaller than other royalty, but her presence completely overshadowed the 12 warlords. Her eyes are sharp, and Jin looks back with an equally intense gaze. Yes, this is the true heir of the Aura Sword. That's strange. It caught my attention. She looked at him and said, "Your appearance is completely different from Ma, but your energy is very similar to his." Bantir spoke. "It must be so. His energy is similar to Ma's." Lumora followed along, but she didn't know if he could become a greater warrior than him. Nada began to speak. "It's hard to find a warrior who can satisfy us like the demon does now." "Maybe we shouldn't expect too much," Bell said, "but after all, only he managed to get here in 1,000 years, so that means he is a suitable vessel." Jin's face darkened as he pondered. Was that the Dual King I saw earlier? Is she helping me? I really appreciate it, but it seems most of them only see me as a shadow now, which is understandable, but I have no intention of letting myself be treated as a replacement. He remained silent and said nothing. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Does no one see that I am too focused on my ancestors? My name is not the heir, but Jin Kanan." Ku shouted angrily. "That rude brat is not allowed to speak unless asked by the war god's brothers." Suddenly, a hand gestured to stop and said enough. He immediately fell silent and said no more. She spoke up. "Yes, you are, Jin Kanan. We have talked too much about the past and forgotten that there is a new heir here." She introduced herself, saying her name was Ban. "We don't use formal titles like humans do, so just call me Ban. But until everyone in the royal family accepts you and their contemptuous eyes look your way, only then can you become one of us." He glanced around, pretending to understand. "I understand, but in my mind I think differently. Just by looking at their faces, I know they will never accept me. But those who have already shown their attitude are easy to deal with. The problem is he looks at each person, the fighting kings whose emotions he cannot read. He looks at Ban and the war god as well. She announces to everyone that the succession ceremony will begin tomorrow. Hold this sword tightly. You are not allowed to use your own here before that. Instead, use this sword. She throws the sword toward him. He watches it spin through the air. The sword of the war god? He grabbed the sword, a thought flashing through his mind. The sword used by the war god looks so ordinary. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Is it absorbing my dark energy? The shadows within me are being drawn into the sword. You say it's called the spirit blade, so you've probably never experienced the feeling of your dark energy being pulled out of your body, right? He looks at her with a discomforted expression. This feeling is truly strange. The more I try to make it stop, the more fiercely it absorbs my dark energy. She looked down at him and said, Your ancestor's ghost has passed the test of the air-stealing sword quite quickly. You can do it too, right? Just like when you confidently declared your name. He forced himself to say, I will show you the results soon. This is trouble. Order everyone to leave. That's enough for today. Everyone go back. At this moment, Bear stayed to speak further. Lord War God, I think it is still too early for the second heir to face the sword of seizing chi. Gaman asked why she thought so. Burr, with a serious face, said that only after mastering the initial step of the aura sword could the demon overcome the stolen energy sword. And by that time he was over 20 years old. Gamoon interrupted her. That's enough, Beller. I understand why you want to protect the first heir to appear after 1,000 years. But do you think the war god doesn't know that? This is disgraceful. Burr, but you interrupted. It's been 1,000 years since the demon passed away. Berzer, pay attention. She continued, Time has stopped in this land, but outside the world it's not the same. We are heirs with the duty to pass down the aura sword. The two of them stood there in silence. Our task is also to check whether the bloodline of the Black Clan has become stronger than 1,000 years ago. The next day, someone asked how he was doing. Did you sleep well? Jane warns him. He looks with tired eyes, a thought rising in his mind. Because my spiritual energy was drained, I couldn't sleep at all last night. Tormented by the soul sword, I'm so exhausted, with no spiritual energy left in my body. A man with a large build, broad shoulders, and a muscular body like a stone. His stern face is covered with a thick, dense black beard, like a dense forest branch, covering his chin and jawline, making him look even more majestic and mysterious. He introduced himself saying, I am king of the 8 swords, Gaman. I will be the first to teach you. He suddenly remembered him. Oh, you're the one I met at the gate, he said. Yes. I heard you've been bathing yourself alone. It seems a lot of time has passed. You look very clean. Although you don't look so great right now, Jin pouted in silence. Gaman tilted his head, crossed his arms, and said, Before we start training, I need to confirm one thing. I still haven't acknowledged you. He took his silence as his answer. Chop this sword 10,000 times. Next to him is a huge sword stabbing into the ground. Can you chop this sword 10,000 times? He shouted, Show me. If you can't do it, you won't learn anything from me. He smirked, hearing his counting from afar. His body was drenched in sweat as his arms kept swinging. Seeing his hands soaked with sweat, veins bulge on his hand as he grips the sword tightly, drawn in by Jine's counting. The two others passing by also paid attention. Hey, that guy nudged and said. Everyone ran outside to check what was going on. Some others asked, Is that true? This is the 8th time, one guy said. No way. The others trust you. It seems like he really can do this, Jin shouted. The curse from my past life as a useless swordsman has been lifted. And now, in this life, I am reborn into a swordsmanship family. I recall the memory of a voice speaking up. Use the eyes of your mind to see. Close your eyes and focus on something. For those who rely on their sword skills, Luna stands before him saying that achieving the mind's eye is more important than anything else, and that he must never open his eyes. Under Luna's guidance, he grips his sword and swings it down onto a raw iron sphere. This is the pure steel training that every Black Blood family member must go through. It is a training to ensure that every strike is as precise as the first. Now he raises his sword high with a determined look in his eyes, and that is the spirit of the Black Clan passed down from the first clan leader. He swings his sword down and shouts a loud cry, thinking to himself that for him this is just an ordinary test. If your goal was to scare me, you are mistaken. The 8-sword King Gamoon. He was surprised by his endurance and thought to himself, I didn't expect you to actually do this even among the Black Clan. Very few can do it perfectly. I never considered this possibility. Everyone in the stands cheered and shouted, That's how it was. You're so fast. As expected, you're the successor after a year. Gaman, are you there? Why are you saying nothing at all? He stroked his beard. Ha. That's great. Not only do you swing your sword with the same force, but I didn't expect you to finish so quickly. Dai looked at him and said, No, what I want to hear isn't such half-hearted praise. So what do you want me to say? Gamoon glanced at the audience, thousands of eyes staring at him, then turned to look at him with his arms crossed. Fine. I admit you will learn from Ta Moon, one of the 8 Sword Kings of the Ming King clan. You are ready to learn the secrets of the Soul Sword. Everyone in the audience is shouting loudly. Wonderful, truly magnificent. The 8 Sword King truly lives up to its reputation. He blushed with embarrassment as everyone continued cheering for him. 8 Sword King? 8 Sword King. He turned back and waved everyone away. All right, everyone step back. We will start the official training session now. Gamoon tightly grips the sword beside him, lifts it up and points it forward. Now we begin serious training. Jin asked curiously, is this a sparring match? Haha, you really overestimate yourself. Sparring can only happen when both sides are at the same level. With a serious face, how much of a gap is there between you and me? He smirked and said, How much? You can't even lift my sword. As he finished speaking, he pointed his sword at him, stabbing it straight into his massive blade, sparks flying. He lowered his sword, his eyes shining as he asked, What are you doing? I simply wanted to test it since you said I couldn't lift your sword, but that's not the case. He was annoyed, pointing at his own sword. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, no matter how many times you slash, my sword won't budge. He laughed out loud and said, Oh, so that's what you mean. I don't know why, but I feel like something's off. In his mind, he thought to himself, You truly are an interesting person. Gamoon pointed his large sword and ordered him. All right, this time use all your strength to strike my sword. I understand. Got it. He quickly rushes toward the sword and strikes it with great force. Suddenly, he stopped in surprise. He wondered what he was thinking, feeling like he was chopping into a wall. His expression changed, not just because of the strength, but because he was proud. I told you, you can't lift my sword. Jin remained determined. I'll try one more time. Gamoon smiled and said, Feel free. He raised his sword high, but his spiritual energy couldn't focus into sword aura. He poured all his strength into it, knowing this was a technique impossible to use in actual combat. While the enemy is focused, can you wait? He swung his sword down forcefully, causing an explosion, and a massive foot stomped onto the tiled floor, veins bulging on his arm. He gritted his teeth and looked ahead, but the impact threw him back and he retreated. He supported himself with his hand. Blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. So the gap in strength really is that huge? What exactly are you, standing tall before me? Suddenly he thought, the pain felt like his hand was about to tear apart. Hasn't it been 1,000 years? Is this power at an 8-star level? I already rated it as 7 stars, he smiled mysteriously. Is it thanks to the unique power of the Black Clan and the achievement after crossing the Great Desert? Impressive. Even if your spiritual energy is stolen, reaching this level is impressive. But I can't let King Gammon praise you in battle just yet. He clenched his sword and ordered you, Jin Black Can. I will give you a week to deliver a strike so powerful it makes the great sword shake. You will not just tell me how to do it? The 3 illusions already explained it clearly. The belief that nothing in this world is impossible. Jin listens to every word he says and transforms that belief into spiritual energy, which is the focus of this training session. So that's how it is. How long did it take for my ancestors to succeed? His words made him laugh before he said, in 2 days, his face showed some changes. After 3 days of frantic training, his strength kept growing. Suddenly, something sharp flew toward him from nowhere. He held it tightly with one hand. Through the thick smoke, only his back could be seen. As the smoke cleared, he counted 760. Old Gamoon could only remain silent, his massive sword now bearing a hole in its blade. Although he said this sword wasn't damaged, it now has a truly astonishing hole. You hold the sharp thing he threw at you. I lost 1 more day compared to the demon hour. If I had focused a bit more, I could have succeeded yesterday. Hearing him speak, I was worried and thought that a week was fast, so I planned to take a month, but I never expected to finish in just 3 days. Of course, compared to the demon hour, it's still slow. But if the demon hour used the sacred flame spirit sword in training, could he finish in 3 days? Or not? Jin said. It's a pity, no need to tell Jin, but this is truly an extraordinary achievement. It is truly as the divine warrior said. He recalls Ban's words. We need to confirm whether Black Ink Can is stronger than he was 1,000 years ago. That is our mission. Has Black Can Dan become stronger than he was 1,000 years ago? Maybe there's not much more to teach him. Returning to the present, he opened his mouth and laughed loudly before saying, Second Air, Jin Black Can, you finally move me. He asked suspiciously, So now you admit me? He pointed to his chest. That's right. Even those powers that kept their distance from you before will open their hearts because they can't help but feel the pure and powerful soul of a warrior. Jin closed his eyes and smiled, feeling truly happy. He shyly blushed and stroked his beard. And there's something I want to ask of you. A request, perhaps? Can I be the first to taste the achievement you have made? You're hard to understand. Tasting achievement? He is talking about that, he chuckled. Answer me. Jin helplessly said, even though he didn't understand what it was, he just asked the Lord to do as he wished. Thank you, then I'll take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the shard of the sword from his hand. He opened his mouth and directly put it inside, closing his eyes to feel it, chewing as he did. He stared blankly at him, thinking to himself, "Are you chewing on a piece of sword?" After finishing, he laughed loudly. Truly, truly, this flavor suits Rabasa very well. He continued to wonder, what's wrong with Lord Jiang? A loud shout rang out. Jin, stay calm, well done. The next training session will be held tomorrow night, under a mysterious purple sky. He leans on the nearby pillar, lost in thought. I was so focused on training that I didn't get a good look. Raprasa's night is truly beautiful. He glanced around the surroundings. How can this place exist within the space-time continuum? This land is prepared only for the legendary swordsmen of the Canon people. Those who have made pacts with Shred and me, the inheritor after 1,000 years. Am I worthy of this position? Suddenly someone approached and said, Jin, why are you blaming yourself? The first training session seemed really tough, huh? Tan Theo, Chang Sogi Kokan, Tsung Tamontoi, Hiditoi Fia'an. Not bad? I heard you've been training for 3 days straight without sleeping. I replied to him, honestly, it hurts so much I could die, and if I had more strength, it would be easier. Tan Theo offers a piece of cake, but it's a lesson you need to get through. Eat this. He was surprised. You didn't have alcohol like last time, did you? I have my doubts. Tan explained that last time he only had alcohol, but this time it was a traditional cake of theirs called kato. He tosses a piece of cake into his mouth. Although not as powerful as the gem, it restores vitality and also helps strengthen the bones. Jin believed him and put the cake in his mouth. Oh, then, just take a bite. His eyes changed when he looked at it. This cake is also delicious and really helps with recovery. Raprasa has so many strange things. I should only bring a little of this cake when I return. Fine. Hey, so how does the ranking of the warlords work? Does a lower number mean a stronger one? He replied, no, the number in front simply indicates their order of becoming a war king. He continued, the rule is that aside from the 2 war gods, there is no hierarchy. Even when using honorifics as a sign of respect, even the war kings are on the same level as warriors like us. Jin looked surprised and said, that's quite surprising. This is a pretty egalitarian system. Suddenly, a strange hand placed on his shoulder, and he said, that's right. Unlike humans or other beastmen, we've never fought each other with swords, so there's no need for complicated hierarchies. What's going on? Who are you? Do you get scared easily? Jin warned himself. In his mind, he thought quickly, and he smiled as he said, that's a good feeling of tension. He pointed to his chest and introduced himself. I am War King Boris. Jin then remembered and said, ah, you are the person I met at the entrance with King Gamoon. He thumbs up and praises him. That's right, your memory is good. Suddenly, he notices something strange and huffs. He rushed toward him like the wind, squeezing his mouth shut with one hand and placing the other on his chin. Why did you lose a molar? He pinched his mouth open wide. Jin thought quickly that he was right in front of him, but he couldn't react in time. Jin pushed Baras's hand away from his mouth and said, it's broken. He immediately became curious. Why is that? Jane also didn't hide it and recounted what happened. While taking the final test before coming here, I poured all my strength into slashing your illusion. But before my sword could reach it, the illusion disappeared. So in my anger, I clenched my teeth so hard they broke. He covered his mouth with his hand. Boris happily laughs. Father, you really are crazy. You may look that way, but you're not cowardly at all. The teeth of the Van Can family are probably even tougher than monsters. Looks like you'll need a new tooth. You're hard to understand. A new tooth? He took a tooth out of his mouth, still with blood on the root. Look, he's showing off in front of you. These are the teeth our royal family takes great pride in. We can crush iron, stone, and even diamonds. I stared at him in surprise and continued, well, of course our bite force has to be strong enough, but if it were you, it would be possible. Now I will trim it a bit and fit it into your missing molar gap. Boris's blood flows like a stream as he laughs and points at Jine. Do you find that exciting? Making him and Tan panic. He froze, and thoughts flashed through his mind. This guy's really crazy. Baras already sped off, leaving me to go do my thing. This made both of them stand there in shock. Jinbi said, after seeing the scene where Wang Hai's broken sword was caught, I realized that royal teeth are very strong, but was he planning to just stab his tooth into my bamboo? Has this happened before, or is this the first time? Tantheo is also powerless. No, this is the first time. The next morning, he entered the city step by step. Suddenly, he looked down at the floor and pondered. I didn't notice yesterday, but I can't even imagine how solid the floor here really is. He drew his sword. How hard could it really be? Then he swung it down, and it didn't crack at all, only leaving a scratch. Just as I thought, this isn't ordinary stone. Maybe it's as hard as the 1,000-year-old iron used to forge the Bradamanti sword and black armor. He glanced over, noticing the scar was deeper and larger. How intense must the training here have been to leave so many sword marks on the floor? Suddenly he saw something, and among them was a very special mark. The largest sword mark covering the entire training ground, a crack even bigger than the previous ones. This sword mark definitely came from afar. Gamoon approached slowly, laughing loudly. Ha ha. We've been using this training ground since yesterday, but you're only noticing the sword marks now? I'm very pleased. That means you've been focusing more on your training. He said, that sword mark was left by your ancestors. He replied without any surprise. I see. So if you learn the first technique of sword aura, you can do the same. And from now on, you will start learning it. But I am not sure if you will be able to leave such a large sword mark. He held out his large sword forward. Jin glanced at him. Does he think I can't do it? He laughs provocatively. That's right. With a serious expression, he said, I will definitely surpass him. What is the first move of the A sword? Gamoon drew his sword. All right, we will start right now. The first step of the A family sword is called soul severing. I don't quite understand. Tramhan? He continued. That's right. Tramhan is both the beginning and the end of the old sword cloak. Instead of explaining, let him see for himself to understand better. So don't be too surprised, just observe carefully. But first he asked him, what do you think? The sword covered in dark blue magic looks mysterious. Jin fell silent, then interrupted. What does he mean? He pointed at his sword. I can use throwing weapons too. Isn't it amazing? Look at this. It looks really impressive. Is that right? Jin closed his eyes and sighed. Gamin, didn't you just say I would learn the first level of aura swordsmanship? How can a swordsmanship teacher not know about hidden weapons? Of course I know you also received power from Ses. Hurry up, Gamoon. Show me the soul severing. He said sadly. Fine. You're even colder than the hour of death. I will show you very clearly. His face started to tense up. He thrust his huge sword forward, startling him. The sword was drawn in one swift motion. He swung his sword straight down, the blade hitting the floor as if touching water. Then the surface became still. Jin's hair stood on end, the soul cutter. As soon as he finished speaking, darkness split into two. His sword tip gradually touches the ground, causing a few cracks to form. Before long, it becomes a large, extending fissure, and the tiled floor echoes. He raises his hand to block in front of his face. So this is the soul-cutting technique after all? This sword move is quite similar to Sister Luna's Blood Moon. Its destructive power might be weaker. He looked at the crack in front of him, but it was much faster and required less stamina. He opened his eyes wide, wishing he could use the soul severance technique continuously. Gamoon stood there with a determined look, but any martial artist below the 7th level of the spirit realm wouldn't stand a chance. I have to learn it. Gamin resting his sword on his shoulder, smiling smugly as the dark aura around him gradually dissipates. So what? How did you feel after seeing the first soul sword move? Ding Hien replied seriously. I was very surprised. Fast, grand, and powerful. He chuckled twice with satisfaction and said, yes, what I just showed you is only about 50% of my strength, so even the soul sword is just a part of what remains that the demon left behind. Jin looked at Gamin darkly and asked, have you ever heard that Tram Lin is the beginning and the end of Kiem Lin? If so, is leaving behind a soul sword the limit of Kiem Lin? Gamin explains if you only master Tram Lin, then yes, but when reaching the peak of the martial art called Sword Spirit, Tram Lin is no longer just swordsmanship, but becomes power. Jin furrowed his brow. Say it again. Power? Gamin interrupted. Why is the name of the first stage called Soul Slaughter? You know, Tram Lin means it cannot be avoided or blocked. He shouted loudly. That means even if the opponent has absolute power, if their will is weaker than yours, you can take their life at any moment. Jin was stunned when he heard Gamin speak, hesitating. Indeed, it can truly be called power. Where should I start to perform the spirit severance? Gamoon raised his sword. To perform the spirit severing, you must first feel the sensation of the spiritual energy and the sword becoming one. Jin silently ponders. Does the feeling of spiritual energy and the sword merging really exist? Suddenly, he recalled his previous sword swings. Jin raised his hand to his chin and softly said, I feel like I've become familiar with this. Gamin frowned and looked at you. What did you say? Jin continued explaining, the feeling when spiritual energy and the sword merge as one. If it weren't for the sword absorbing spiritual energy, I think I could imitate it in a similar way. Gamoon was somewhat interested in Jin's words. Oh, really? Try explaining it to me. The first time I felt that way was when I fought Moranjipo as he used the soul curse of the Demon King to open the gate to hell. Something like a curse appeared in my mind. Even if you swing your sword thousands of times, the result remains the same. Focus all your will into the sword and strike. Then when I swung the hammer of the White Wolf tribe called Gontep Halep, and even when I cut the illusion of Lord the Geoma in the Micha Desert, I could feel the unity of spiritual energy and the sword, along with Gamun's belief in his strike. Yes, that's the feeling. As expected, because Dankanden often faced fierce battles, he seems to have accidentally achieved the mastery of the first soul sword technique. He raised his finger to his chin, muttering a chant to change his belief in the strike. Gamun happily raised his sword. That's right, let me show you again. Jin, are you confused? He closed his eyes and muttered to himself, I will cut it. I can cut it. Spiritual energy surrounds the sword. After completing his focus, Gamun opened his eyes wide. A massive surge of power engulfed the surrounding space, and a slash was swung down, causing the ground to tremble as a long cut appeared. The surrounding power around Gamun erupts high into the sky as spiritual energy and dust gradually dissipate, revealing a deep, long cut embedded in the ground. And compared to the other two cuts, it is truly a bit longer. Gamun showed a surprised expression, clenched his fist, and raised it in celebration. Oh, the power is even greater than before. Now I finally understand. Gamun raised his sword high, chuckling softly, while Jane sighed and looked at the man in front of him. Aren't you the one supposed to teach me? It seems everything has been turned upside down. Gamun, confused, turns around. He rubbed his temple and said it must just be a feeling. Dian Xian looks disappointed at the person in front of him. Gamun, you just said it earlier. Now I understand. Everyone can clearly see that you just realized something. Jin frowned. Actually, I'm more accustomed to using the Ming King sword, so I rarely use the spirit sword. Because using spiritual energy and sword spirit is too ineffective for me, Jin coldly pointed out. What do you mean by that? Are you my master? Gamun waved his hand to defend himself. If I am stronger, wouldn't that also be good for my disciple? So, don't be too angry. Focus on overcoming the spirit-absorbing sword. Once you get past that, you'll easily master the first move of the sword spirit. Then we will start training immediately with the Sa Tu Vuong Brotherhood. Jin sighed helplessly and said irritably, I feel like I am at a disadvantage, so show me the King of Swords you mentioned that you are familiar with. Gamun looked serious, and he did not allow anyone to interrupt him. Why not? Gamun slowly said, because you are not yet one of us, and anyway the Sword of Light can only be wielded with our pure hearts, so even if you see it, it won't do you any good. Who said I would use it? I'm just curious to see it. You secretly think that the reason I want to see the Sword Saint King is actually different. The night before, Tan Theo gave you some advice. After finishing training with the Sa Tu Vuong brothers, I will start daily sparring matches with ordinary warriors. Earlier, it would be best to persuade Brother Gammon to let me see the Swordmaster at least once. Jin turned to look at him. If you only show me, Tan Theo. Tan Theo, with a nonchalant expression, said, Don't make things difficult for me. If the brothers find out I showed you the Swordmaster King, I will get into a lot of trouble. Only the brothers of the Sa Tu Vuong won't have a problem after this. Right. I was waiting for the right opportunity, but it seems that opportunity has already arrived. Jin calmly raised his hand. If you do not show me the Sword King, I will spread the word that you are not qualified to be my master, and I have already learned the first move of the Sword Spirit. Gamun shouted angrily, Do you dare threaten me? Gamun of the Warlord family, right? Jin frowned seriously. Yes, it's a threat. What are you planning to do? Gamun, heir of the Sword Spirit. No, just once is enough. Gamun points to the lighted heart in front of his chest and says, Good. I will show you the most basic of the Sword King. First, we must control the flow of energy within the body. Suddenly, Boris appeared, holding up the crafted tooth. Look, Jin, I've adjusted it to suit you. Jin was stunned. Boris, he thought to himself. It's always at this moment. Jin, you're going to love it. Boris smiled, holding up the gleaming gold-edged tooth in front of Jin. How am I supposed to use it? Before Jin could finish speaking, Boris grabbed his face. Just by looking at you, I'll understand. It will be over soon. Jin thought to himself, I really need to learn from Boris how to move better. Boris holds up the tooth to find the right spot to attach it. All right, let's see. Jin hesitated, pondering whether it was okay to accept something that was once someone else's tooth, even if it had been carefully crafted. Boris quickly found the spot and attached the tooth. Done. Something's not right. The tooth emits a bright golden spiritual energy that makes Jin feel strange. A stream of power emanates from the tooth, connecting to the nerve fibers that lead straight to Jin's brain, revealing a series of images of Bora. Every movement of swinging the sword to attack, or even the defensive and offensive techniques passing overhead, Jin opened his eyes wide. A deep golden light drew in. changing the color of his eyes. A type of magic that transfers memories. I have heard of this inherited magic from my master in a past life. That kind of inherited magic is an impossible field for modern mages. If it were memory erasure magic, then maybe it would be possible. In the Hodher family's ancestral land, there is a memory transfer device, but it is only an exclusive item created by our ancestors. Jin was amazed. Now I have the information about the sword of the Bright King in my mind. It turns out that the Bright King's sword is not just a simple sword technique, but encompasses all the martial arts used by the Bright King's lineage. Lord Boras, what magic did you put on the fang you gave me? Boras smiled mysteriously and replied, It's a secret. But it's not magic. Jin frowned. If it's not magic, then what is it? Gaman explained, the power you humans call magic is indeed like that, but we have no concept of wizards like other races. Instead, those who know how to control mana become blacksmiths like the brothers of Lord Bora. Jin exclaimed in surprise. Boras is a blacksmith? Gam continued explaining. Yes, in the history of the Minvuang lineage, the brothers of Otu Vuong were the greatest blacksmiths. In the past, all the brothers lined up to receive items from them, Boras interrupted. That's right. It was like that back then. That was before our time stopped. After time stopped flowing, peace arrived, and there was nothing left to do. Jin stood between the two loud, large men, making his head spin. Gaman burst out laughing. That's right. Maybe that's why my body keeps itching. I don't know what he did with the fang, but judging by Jin's amazement, it seems he's only just now showing off his skills after a long time. Boras placed a hand on Gamun's shoulder and replied, That's right. Gamun also gave Boras a light punch in the stomach. The two of them looked like old friends catching up and joking around. Jane stood silently, thinking that this was magic beyond all imagination. The magic civilization from 500,000 years ago still far surpasses the magic of the current world. They could challenge the gods not only because of their legendary feats. Jane bowed his head and spoke. Thank you for the gift, Boras. I will use it well. Boras smiled and said, If you accept it, you have to give something in return, right? Since I gave you this tooth, you must give me your second victory. Jin was a little surprised. I don't know what achievement I will gain, but I will try. Boras excitedly shouted, Handsome man, let's start training right now. May 20th, 1797. A month has passed. During that time, I learned how to cut spirits from Gamun of the Fan clan, and how to use my body more efficiently from Boras of the Odo clan, including how to lighten my body, control my strength, and create power beyond limits. The martial arts of the Min Vuong lineage that Boras taught me are both wild and mystical. During training, I achieved an incredible feat, forming an energy heart similar to the Min Vuong lineage's aura field, even if only halfway, and then a golden light enveloped the sword in his hand. Jin, the Min Wang, bowed and swung a straight sword, but it only lightly blew away the dust, leaving no cut on the floor. Boras shouted, Well, that's a shame. Jin looked at the sword in his hand and replied, It's not easy. Of course, it's strange to succeed on the first try. He stepped forward, pointed at Jin, and it was truly amazing that it could work. Jin, you have formed a gem-like heart like ours using Ozia power and are trying to wield the king's sword. Even Ma couldn't have thought of this, which makes everything even more exciting. Jin glanced at Boras and silently pondered. Maybe Ma hasn't received the memory from the king yet. If I didn't have the memory from the fang, I probably wouldn't have thought to try doing this, Boras advised. But Jin, what you're doing now needs to be kept secret. If your brothers haven't acknowledged that they've seen you use the Mingwang sword, there will be opposition. Yes, I understand. I think to myself, once I practice, I won't need to hide it anymore. Creating a field shaped from O's A is something anyone who reaches that level can do. The question is whether it can function like the heart of the Min Vuong lineage. The Min Vuong lineage was born with the light heart from Ozea, so they can freely use Ozea power. According to human standards, all members of the Min Vuong lineage are at least level 9 or higher. Gaman exclaimed in surprise, Is it finished? Boras pointed at Jin. I was going to call him after he finished the soul sword test, but seeing Jin train, I think there's no need to wait. Gam frowned slightly. Really? He thought to himself. It seems he wants to quickly achieve Jin's accomplishments. Jin turned to Gaman and asked, What will I learn from the Satu Vuong brothers? He quickly explained, From the Satu Vuong brothers, you will learn the second part of the spirit sword. Following the first part, I have already taught you. Jin still kept a calm expression and replied, The second part of the spirit sword, I'm really curious. Boras raised his neck and said, Oh, and also, the Satu Vuong brothers cannot speak? Jin tilted his head slightly, unable to say anything. Gaman interjected, Brothers of the O2 King, don't let Jin misunderstand. You need to explain clearly. The Satu Vuong brothers are not unable to speak. They are practicing silence techniques. We don't know the reason either, but it's been quite a while since Rafflerose's time stopped, Jay replied faintly. I understand the silence technique. I wonder how he will teach me the second part, of the soul sword. Boris suddenly pointed behind Gamoon. Oh, he's coming over there? A foot slowly approaches. Jin observes the approaching person, and thinks to himself that the king is the one who showed no emotion during the legendary battle. Gamoon is easy to get along with. Boris has been friendly with me from the start, so he's approachable. But you glance at the person coming, and that doesn't seem easy. My pleasure to meet you. I am Jin Dankanen. A few gusts of wind brushed past Jin's face. Cuts in the ground formed writing. Jin widened his eyes, inspecting. That's too fast. Even Boris is the same. It's hard to follow with the eye. Linfa, is that his name? Gamoon looked surprised. Satu King brothers, isn't this the language of the continent? The noise suddenly rang in King Satu Linfa's ears. I wonder what he's been doing cooped up in his room lately. Turns out he's been preparing for the second heir. Linfa's hand trembled slightly, a powerful force rushing behind Jin and striking someone. Jane's eyes widened in shock. Since when? Standing silently in front of Linfa, holding his sword in his hand. The cloak billows in the wind amid the thick dust and smoke, as 1,000 questions flash through Jane's mind. But why is that? Linfa's face was hidden, only his eyes remaining, devoid of any emotion. Gamoon sat on the ground, exhausted and wounded, gasping in the thick dust and smoke, clutching his sword tightly. Gamoon quickly rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Brothers fighting for the king." Gamoon rushes forward, drawing a circle, and Linfa quickly jumps up. While Gamoon is still stunned, with no one in front of him, Linfa descends from above. Boris also bent down and rushed forward, kicking Linfa's sword with his foot. The sword streaked through the air, stabbing straight into the ground. Boris grabbed Linfa's leg and forcefully threw him down onto the ground. A deafening explosion echoed as Jin stared in horror at the scene unfolding before his eyes. Is this really a battle at the king level? A foot steps out from the dust and smoke. Linfa stands facing Boris as he lands. Boris quickly speaks up. Are the two crown princes really going to fight each other? Lina nodded. Boris continues to judge. Be patient when looking at the face of the winner. Linfa shook his head. Boris once again defended Gamoon. The mouth of the battle king is just troublemaker. It's nothing serious. Linfa remained silent, showing his thoughts, which made Gam hesitant to interfere. I just said I was wrong. Linfa put away his sword. Boris Vagamoon, on his shoulder, turned and walked away, saying back, Our business is done for now. I leave the fight to the fighters of the Battle King. Keep the Battle King alive and I'll come to visit again. All right. Just like that, the warrior race will become brutal again in no time. I watch the two figures leave and think to myself, but anyway, what's so shameful about learning a few words of the continent's language? Is it okay for brothers to fight like this? Jane's mind flashed an image and she muttered, It looks so similar, doesn't it? Jin silently thought of his sister as he looked at Linfa. He pondered that he would have to treat them like big sister Yona. A strand of hair on Yona's head moved slightly as she blinked and called out, Little sister? The small blue monster from the Waterfin tribe beside her also blinked and called out, Helia. Iona happily hugs the little monster. I guess I didn't hear it wrong. Back to Jin, training with the Death Duel King Linfa has begun. Jin swings his sword more accurately, and I am the only one training him. I didn't ask the King of Combat about the Sword Spirit's second form, so I wasn't taught. Maybe that's why. Just like the first time Big Sister Yona did it, Jin glanced at Linfa sitting above, watching him. He treats me like a new interesting toy. Whenever I focus on channeling my energy, he suddenly appears, demonstrating the two-step sword spirit before disappearing again. Or when I unleash the cutting spirit, he looks at me with an unpleased expression, occasionally swinging his great sword to strike. Each time I endure the pain as if my body is being crushed, the Blood Battle King smiles contentedly. I don't know if he's satisfied with his attack or finds it interesting that I can take a hit well. If I hadn't realized his true intentions, my head would probably have been cut off 5 times already, but I have never once asked him why he does that. People like Iona and my sister have to satisfy their curiosity first before approaching me, because I don't want to pay attention to it. Linfa turned silently to look at Jin. 10 days later, the sound of swords slicing through the air echoed continuously. It's not because I wasn't curious. A question reappears on the ground. Jin continues, Can you tell me the reason for the silence restriction earlier? Linfa hesitated slightly before remaining silent. Jin patiently continued, I've heard that you haven't spoken for a long time. Not even your brothers know why, but in recent days I've seen you still communicating with me. So, can this be called silent training? Linfa's eyes changed, and he frowned slightly. I think that practicing forbidden speech must have a clear purpose, and completely cut off communication with others so that those who observe can see it as a proper example. Gam and Boris are watching them from afar. His voice still echoes evenly through the space. If not, what you are doing is merely silencing speech and cannot be called forbidden speech training. Boris looked interested and said, "Oh, it seems Jen was right after all." Boris mumbled while munching popcorn and agreed. "It does sound reasonable." Jin stood facing Linfa and calmly said, "Are you asking why I didn't ask about the sword spirit's quadratic formula? I don't want to learn anything from someone who only has the appearance. That's why I didn't ask, and I'm not curious." Linfa's eyes widened, showing that this statement truly shook him. Jin reached out to explain. "If you are the true heir of the sword spirit, instead of pointless training no one knows about, dedicate yourself fully to teaching as Gam and Boris did for me." Linfa stood silently, watching Jin think. The two people far away were still excitedly gossiping. Gamoon, with popcorn bits on his mouth, said, "I didn't expect Jin to dare speak directly to the Battle King." Boris stuffed popcorn into his mouth anxiously. "Is this going to be okay?" Jin bows respectfully below. "If my actions were too much, I hope you will forgive me. You turn around, so I'll excuse myself to continue training." Suddenly, Linfa speaks up, "Don't do that." The cloak has been pulled down to fully reveal Linfa's face. That's not it. The popcorn bag fell to the ground with a thud. Gamoon and Boris shouted in shock. "Brother fighting against the king, Brother Linfa, I will sincerely teach you and show you something wonderful." Linfa raised his sword, his face full of seriousness. The spiritual energy surrounds the sword, emanating an aura that steps into the air. The strikes, filled with pressure, seem to fall into the atmosphere, while Linfa's spins give a sense of lightness as if he's dancing on the surface of a lake. Linfa slightly bows his head, closes his eyes to feel, spiritual energy dispersing like petals falling onto the lake's surface. His technique is like a gentle dance, with petals fluttering in the wind. Jin remained silent, observing. He silently thought that Gamon's sword strike was completely different. Each swing of the sword infused with spiritual energy reflects like a mirror. A dual attack only the twin swordsman can perform. Whether from left to right or from bottom to top, the result remains the same. The great sword made of spiritual energy and the great sword that Linfa is continuously swinging intersect. Jinju looks at the petals formed from spiritual energy. This is the second spiritual sword technique. Like a foot lightly touching the surface of a lake, causing a gentle ripple, yet the sword's path remains sharp and dangerous. Everything blends together, gradually forming a deep, powerful whirlpool waiting to swallow anyone who falls in. Gamon walks over and applauds, as expected. Linfa, the king of duel, always uses this move. Boris also exclaimed with joy, "It's surprising to witness the second move of the spiritual sword of the deadly duel brothers after so long." Linfa stopped his move and asked Jin how he felt when he saw the second sword technique of the spirit sword. Jin praised him very comfortably. "That was amazing, both powerful and spectacular. It seems I haven't shown my true strength before." Linfa looked a bit shy, glanced at an undefined point, and replied, "That's right." Gamon asked nervously, "Is that okay, Brother Linfa?" Linfa gently bows his head, sighs softly, and says, "Don't worry, brother. Let's not make a big deal out of it." Gamon happily turned to Boris and said, "If so, I should inform the other brothers." He agreed, "Yes, so that before the successor leaves, they can talk with Linfa." "We couldn't say a word when the demon hour was there, so let me call the brothers over." Two long clouds of smoke disappeared into the distance beyond Jin and Linfa's sight. Gaojin looked confused when he heard Linfa mention it. "What?" Linfa explained slowly. "The name of the second move you just saw is Gakuai," Jin interjected with a compliment. "A very fitting name, quite surprising. A sword formed from intersecting spiritual energy like a pair of scissors. This is a technique I have never thought of or seen before." Linfa lowered his head and asked, "Can you imitate it?" Jin closed his eyes and sighed softly. Such a technique is not easy to imitate after just one look. He raises his sword. This sword also has a problem. It continuously absorbs spiritual energy, causing Lin Keim's first move to remain stuck. Linfa reached out and touched the cloth. The sword not only absorbed spiritual energy, but also helped to restore the flow of spiritual energy. Dian slightly raised his eyebrows, focused. "Reconnecting the spiritual energy?" "Cow," Linfa replied. "That's right, I don't know if you understand, but think of this sword as a sheath. Just like drawing a sword from its sheath, you will draw the spiritual energy from this absorbed sword. If you have previously used spiritual energy recklessly, then during this process of passing through the sword, you will be able to use spiritual energy more effectively. I believe you can do it. Overcome this absorbing sword, and when you take up your sword again, you'll be able to control the spiritual energy more freely." Both fell into silence. Jin quietly watched Linfa pointing at him. Jin laughed. Sakdao King Linfa, unlike Gamoon, is very talented at explaining things. You are well suited to the role of a master, so why did you choose to practice the forbidden language? As you said, it's not training, it's a punishment for me, Jin asked in surprise. A punishment? You haven't told your brothers, so there must be a reason why you can't tell them. Linfa remained silent for a moment, and Jin continued. You must have endured a lot, alone and in solitude for a long time. Even though I am not your brother, if you feel comfortable, tell me your story. Linfa felt as if a warm breeze was blowing into his heart as the evening sky gradually changed color after the red and yellow clouds revealed the faint outline of stars. Several voices echoed in the space. So that's how it is. You warned not to challenge the gods, but no one listened. Jin and Linfa sat by the lake, chatting. Jin glanced at Linfa, secretly blaming himself for the downfall of the Ming royal family. Was it his arrogance for not stopping his brothers, or his own innocence? No. Perhaps that's just the thought of someone from the Ming royal family. Thanks to you, my punishment ended surprisingly easily. Jin smiled softly and asked, Do you regret it? No, I feel relieved. He glanced at you and said, Thank you. You seem to have a power that moves others. Jin also stood up happily and said, I'll take that as a compliment. In the distance, footsteps were approaching, a crowd rushing over with faces full of joy and emotion. Brother Linfa, the Iron Duel King. Everyone cheered. Finally, your silence ban is lifted. What happened? I thought you couldn't speak anymore. Jin stood aside, watching this reunion and thinking to himself, Saint Duel King Linfa. Usually, when someone doesn't listen to you, others tend to blame them. I think from now on, it will be easier for you to get along. Jin grabs his sword, a shadow lurking behind him. Jin glances toward the call. Boris leaned on his hip and cheerfully said, Because you got Linfa's brother to speak up, I will take the credit as promised. Jin responded. The second achievement, although the other brothers don't know, Boris, you knew, right? Boris asked suspiciously. What are you talking about? Jin straightforwardly said, The reason the Battle King is under a ban on speech and that it is not a member of the Ming royal family, but I who will be the one to speak for the Battle King. Boris smiled in response. After finishing the lesson, Linfa helped me a lot, not only guiding me through the spirit-absorbing sword following the first move of the sword spirit, but also teaching me how to perform its second move. In less than 2 weeks, I had learned how to execute it. Of course, I only learned the method, not yet mastered it completely, so it's natural that I keep practicing tirelessly. Mastery of sword spirit is only a matter of time. In the distance, a mysterious girl glances toward Yin practicing. May 1797, I've now mastered the spirit absorption sword, so you should return my sword, right? A sword is presented before Jin. Jin exchanged the two swords. You're saying I won't need to use my sword here anymore, right? Tantheo nodded and replied, But from today on, you will need it. After finishing training with the Battle King brothers, you will start sparring with the regular brothers. Jin sheathed his sword and asked again, That's right, from today, isn't it? Tantheo nodded. Yes, everyone will gather this afternoon to watch the match. I think the first Battle King team is choosing their first opponent now. Jin eagerly awaited their response. Is this finally the match against the Ming King clan? Since the first day I arrived here, I've really wanted to fight them once and for all. Tantheo bowed his head and said, I think it's still a bit early for me. Jin looked up at Tantheo. It seems you are sure I will lose, right? Are ordinary warriors on par with the White Wolf clan? Tantheo chuckled. What is the White Wolf clan anyway? They are far beyond the average level of the Red Lake Lord, and the One Strike King brothers don't like you, so they will probably choose a tough opponent for you. Jin was stunned. That's right, the Minvuang clan by human standards mostly have 9 stars or higher, so no opponent is easy. Tantheo continued, But I will still cheer for you. You've followed my advice, right? Jin asked slowly. What advice? Tantheo twirled his sword. I told you to at least check out the Minvuang sword once. Jin nodded. All right, I've seen it. I think to myself, of course, only from the memories I received from Boris, but I will see it firsthand in this battle. Go and rest in the waiting room now. Jin watched the departing figure and lightly replied, I understand, Tantheo. Time quickly passed, and Jin was sitting, cleaning his sword when Gamoon and Boris approached from afar. Boris cheerfully greets you. Jin, are you ready yet? He turned his head and replied, You're here already? There's nothing to prepare. Jin stands up and sheaths his sword. When the opponent is chosen, I just need to fight. Gammon replied, All right, you're strong enough now. He turned to Boris and said, He's truly amazing, so incredible that you can't believe he's just a human boy, so don't be discouraged, it's okay. Boris sighed, I'm just worried. Jin seems to be the type of person who would be deeply hurt by a major failure, and Lena also gets involved. People who always succeed tend to be like that. Boris pats Jin on the shoulder, but Jin also needs to learn how to get back up after failure. Jin waved dismissively at Boris, looking proud. Why is everyone like this? Tan said I would lose. Now everyone looks at me as if I've already lost. Boris bowed his head and replied, "We just worried you would become like Ma now." Jin looked up in shock. "Now Ma?" "That's right," Gamoon recounted. Gior Ma has never lost a match outside, but at La Rosa he keeps failing. Dee asked seriously during the first match with Ma, "What was Gio Ma's level compared to me?" Linfa casually replied, "He's a bit stronger than you now, but he hasn't been able to beat an ordinary warrior for a long time." Boris also intervened. Even after the first match, Gioma stopped eating for a long time. He fell into complete depression. "I think you're similar to Gioma in that regard." Jane smiled to himself, thinking that it was just a complete misunderstanding. Losing once isn't a big deal. Unlike Gorama, I've experienced many failures before coming here, even in my previous life. Jin smiled and said, "Then don't worry, I won't be like the ghost now." The three people in front of him looked surprised. On the arena, paper fireworks fly. The host shouts loudly, "After 1,000 years, this is the first match. How could there be no bets? Brothers, how much have you all wagered?" The person in the stands shouted loudly, "I bet within 10 moves." "Me too. I am the same." "Come on, place your bets. Let's see how many moves it takes for the undefeated warrior to finish the match." Jin clenched his sword tightly, assessing. As expected, a tribe that likes to take risks. A foot appears and someone cheers. The Saku brothers are in the fight now. Everyone cheered and called out the long-haired man's name. "Saku, Saku, Saku." Saku stands facing Jin and asks, "Are you ready, the undefeated warrior?" Jin grabs the banana sword. "No need to be ready, just if you can, attack me with the true intention to kill me." Saku frowned, cursed, and smiled. "You'd lose focus if you see this as just a fight. You'd think no matter how hard you hit, you won't die. Right?" The sword sheath lands softly. "Anyway, I have to admit your confidence." He frowned, his eyes dangerous. "But it's too much. Nothing in this world is more annoying than a human who doesn't know humility. You will soon whisper as the faint light of your heart emits a soft golden aura." He spoke up, admitting there are other things to acknowledge. The golden spiritual energy envelops the sword. Saku looked in amazement at the scene before him. "Is that the Minvuang sword?" With the bearing of a deity, he faced his opponent seriously. Saku shouted, "Who taught you the Minvuang swordsmanship?" Jin clenched his sword and charged forward, calmly replying, "It doesn't matter who taught me." A flash of light appeared, and Jin's voice echoed before Saku's stunned eyes. "I only know that your swords are truly amazing." While Jin rushes forward, Saku stands there in shock, unable to believe his eyes. No way. The Mingwang sword technique can't be learned and used just like that. Yes, the Mingwang sword technique is a skill only the Mingwang clan can wield. Even though I have created the mind light, that's not enough to use the Mingwang sword technique, but I have discovered from my memories that the most important thing to activate the Mingwang sword technique is the attribute that can trigger the mind light. I believe that the fang we received from Baras is the key to that, and every day after training I repeat and train relentlessly without giving up. The only thing I can do is just that. An explosive shock erupts on the arena floor, smoke billowing into the sky. Gaman, Linfa, and Boras watch from afar, seeming to wait eagerly. The remaining kings silently observe what is unfolding. Saku stands tall, catching Jin's sword, and coldly asks, "A person using Ming King swordsmanship?" He shouted, "You brothers of the Orc tribe." Boris was startled. "What? Are your special fusion skills still intact below?" Saku shouts loudly. "Of course." Saku bowed his head, and the light from his luminous heart also emanated. He gently replied, "I understand." Saku exhaled deeply, focusing his consciousness on his power. He looked at Jin with a dangerous gaze, causing Jin to shiver slightly. Saku lowered himself, then suddenly raised his head and shouted loudly. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupts from Saku, who snarls, "I will make you pay for recklessly using the Mingwang swordsmanship, undefeated warrior." Saku exudes a deadly, dangerous aura. Jin bows his head cautiously. A magic circle appears behind him with his sword, bursting into blue flames, but it immediately shatters. Jin looks up at the fragments in amazement. "Can't we call Master Test here? Or is it because this is a space created by Lord Zed that we can't enter?" Saku suddenly closed in on Jin as he was dazed, seeming to struggle. When Jin reacted, he had already jumped up. Jin pulls back his sword and spins around to strike. Saku smirks fiercely as the two swords clash. He leans forward to gather energy, and Jin is immediately knocked back. He steps back, braces himself on the ground, and looks at the enemy with determined eyes. Both immediately charged at each other, sparks flying as they clashed in a blur of lightning-fast combat, too quick to see clearly. Saku swung his sword at Jin from above, and he raised both hands to block the blade in front of him. Jin gritted his teeth, defending against each strike, secretly analyzing. Speed is speed, but it can't pierce the shield, so there's no opening. Saku continues to wildly swing his sword, so Jin points his index finger forward, secretly aiming at a weakness that humans can never master. A powerful force hits Saku directly in the face, Jin's finger touching his eyeball. Huh, what is this? Jin grit his teeth as he saw his finger shattered. Saku sneered triumphantly. Oh, we also have eyes as tough as hearts. You didn't know. The boy lowered his head, lost in thought. It's no coincidence that I am the strongest race. Before our extinction, how many like this were there? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Did they all exist? Saku smiled, his eyes flashing like a hellish war god. If you've finished activating it, I'll show you something interesting. Jay raises his sword cautiously, but it can't stay upright. Saku rushes forward, knocking his sword aside. So, finding it hard to keep the sword straight? This is called normal suppression, a technique that creates a pulling force on the sword, preventing the opponent from controlling it as they wish. Saku's fist strikes before Jin can react, and he quickly raises a hand to block Saku's blade in front of him. He punched hard into the ground, but Jin managed to roll away and dodge. Jin gritted his teeth, knowing that getting too close would make it impossible to use his sword accurately, so he had to keep his distance. Saku glared at Jin with a sneer. Jin dashed forward to keep his distance from Saku, closing in on him. Jin worried. Too fast, but I have to create an opening to unleash the first technique of the spirit sword. You must be more determined and go further. Dien suddenly stops, turns around, raises his sword high, dark energy surrounds the blade, activating the #1 spirit sword technique. Soul Seaver. Saku closes in on Jin, causing him to hesitate. His sword blocked Jin's attack. Do you think I will give you time to use the ultimate move of the spirit sword? He swung his hand, causing both swords to be thrown far away. Saku grabbed Jin's shirt, grinding his teeth in shock. Saku's fist was just inches away in front of him. Jin was knocked back and spat out a mouthful of blood. If you want to experience the Min King sword, then when you raise your hand high, you must fully embrace the martial arts of the Min King sword. He forcefully stomps Jin's foot into the ground. Before Jin can react, Saku unleashes a flurry of punches on him. He raised both hands high, his fierce eyes charging forward, while Saku's smug face looked at Jin helplessly, accepting all his attacks. Saku kicks his leg. Jin is sent flying and hovers in the air. A loud explosion erupts as Saku throws him down. Jin lands on his back. The ground around him explodes. A hand grabs his neck and a sword shoots toward him from afar. Saku grabs the sword tightly and says, I promised I would cripple you. Next time we fight, I hope you'll be more humble. Jin looks at him emotionlessly, a faint smile on his lips, his feet floating in the air, his consciousness completely gone. In the sea of consciousness, Jin felt like he was sinking into a water tank, voices echoing in his ears. All right, O2 brother, while healing the air, pass my blood to him. But, brother dual god, humans can't handle the blood of a dual god. A small mistake and they'll die. Jin's eyes fluttered open. What is this sound? The other person spoke. This child is different. Boris scratched his head. Well, if the dual god brother has said so much, I have no right to refuse. Then proceed with the transfusion. Boris inserted the IV into the other person's arm, and the red blood flowed through. Pray that Jin can endure. The blood vessels in his body are moving, and every nerve cell is being infused with a strange energy that stimulates his brain. A tremendous source of power floods into Jin's body. While Jin remains unconscious, he can still hear everyone's conversation. Jane couldn't hear Sadet's voice. Something was wrong. If Jin couldn't withstand the blood and died, as the War Brothers said. Yes, perhaps the death of this child could lead to the complete destruction of our race, but even if you die, Jane sees himself standing amidst the waves, a giant figure behind him speaking, that is also our destiny. The wave rises high, heading toward Jin. He turns his head to look at the voice and at you. The wave drags Jin to the bottom of the sea, and that voice echoes again, saying, It will all end. Jin stares in shock, eyes wide open as the image appears. That is the 10,000 poison pill. If you drink it and awaken your divine eye to the limit, no assassin can kill you. It's also a challenge for me. Even gifts like this are no longer something I can give. It's really a pity. Anyway, see you again. Jin, take care of your health. Jin clenched his teeth, silently shouting in his mind. Who dares to decide my fate? I still have many things to do and many things to protect. All of Jin's nerves and blood vessels light up, as the energy from the person who transfused blood into him spreads throughout. My fate, the shining heart within Jin's chest, will glow brightly and be decided by me. And then Jin's heart of light became a complete and whole heart. On May 16, 1797, Jin opened his eyes in panic, wondering if he had truly overcome it. It seems like about a month has passed. I sit up and look at my legs under the blanket. Time has gone by so fast I must return in May. If it weren't for the 10,000 poison wine, I probably would never have woken up again. But what is this? This light and sensation feel like they are full of power. Drine gazes in amazement at the shimmering object on his chest, the heart of the Min King clan filled with curiosity. No way, what is this? Does receiving blood from the war god mean owning the heart of the Min King clan? Are you awake, the successor? A voice called out from behind. Jin turned around and lowered his head with a sigh. Warrior god, I don't know what to say. Boris gave me his fang, and now you want me to have a heart made from your blood? You didn't even ask for my opinion? That person, confused, asked, Do you want to refuse? Jin looked up and said, Do I have the right to do that? At least warn me beforehand about the additional heart. You knew I was still conscious before you transfused the blood. The war god turned away and replied, If you're unhappy about it, I apologize. I didn't mean for you to apologize, I'm just surprised that the heart suddenly appeared. I will try to understand that I have entered into a pact with the god, who is also called the war god, right? The war god opened the window and spoke, I thought you would be angry and question me. Dai solemnly replied, If you are my enemy, I might have done so, but possessing this heart doesn't mean I have become your brother, right? Some members of the Min King clan may have feelings for me, but those like Saku who dislike me will surely oppose it fiercely. The other person looked at the small bird perched on her hand and smiled. She didn't turn to look at him. Maybe so, JH quickly spoke up, so let me ask a question. You lower your head and ask, If I didn't have your help, would I be accepted by everyone here? The war god glances at Yin's clenched hand and softly says, If the answer is yes, then do you intend to destroy this heart? Isn't this the power you didn't earn yourself? Jin looked up at the person in front of him. You see through everything, but this heart is still something I earned. Even if I don't want to, if I didn't meet your standards, I wouldn't have received your blood. I only see this as a way to pass on my legacy, the war god wondered. Then why are you planning to destroy it? Jin replied coldly. Because what I have gained, I can do as I please. If this is truly your kindness, I would never consider destroying it. Because it is not entirely mine, the war god explained. Even without my blood, you can still be recognized by your brothers. Jin stands up, touching the light-hearted heart in front of his chest. So, I will make the most of it. And one more thing, this May, I must return, because I have something important to finish. After that, I will be able to come back here. Can we adjust the training speed? The war god turns around and lets the sparrow fly away. She asked again, about 2 months left, right? All right, in the morning you'll train with the Seven Kings Barizer, and in the afternoon you'll spar with the others, Sao. The sparrow flies in the wind, its feathers drifting through the air like falling petals, and so, 49 days pass. As expected, some members of the Min Vuong clan showed hostility towards me because I possess Kwang Tam. But since it was the war god's choice and not my own, the opposition soon subsided, and Jane once again stepped onto the arena. The Min Vuong clan is truly powerful. I wish I could close the gap between us as soon as I gained their attention. I fought Saku 49 times and lost all 49, but every time I failed, instead of giving up, I just wanted to train and fight again soon. The more I fought, the more I realized my perspective was changing every second. After 10 battles with Saku, I thought he was as strong as Luna. After 20 fights, I began to doubt my previous belief that she was as strong as Luna. At this point, Jin's body was covered with stitches from body sewing. By the 30th time, I completely denied it. When I reached the 40th, I believed I could at least cut off one of Saku's arms. The destination is starting to come into view, and my skills have improved remarkably, so I always look forward to sparring matches with Saku. Even so, I always had Boris heal my severed limbs. At some point, the members of the Min Vuong clan stopped mentioning the Ghost King's name in front of me. The cheers roar from the stands as he steps out. Jin, you have to win today. He needs to let Saku taste defeat. Keep going, keep going. Jin stepped forward and mockingly said, Why do you look like you've just swallowed something today? Are you tired of fighting me? Saku smiled. It's not that. It's just that through daily training matches, I've developed feelings for you and I feel more and more hesitant to strike you. Jin drew his sword from the sheath and channeled his spiritual energy. How many times do I have to tell you, facing me with half-hearted feelings won't help anything? Get serious. I understand how you feel. All right, Saku sighed. Fine. A shout echoed in the ears of the war god, who had given his blood to Jin. Brother, war god. She shifted her gaze to the person who called her. Is something wrong? The fallen brother slowly said, I hear the fake heir is about to leave La Rosa. It's time to accept that the heir is a brother, and give everyone a chance to spar. Brother Saku has been holding on to him alone for too long. Another person also spoke up. Yes, true brothers who truly care about the heir only watch from afar. Let's give other brothers a chance too. She paused for a moment before speaking. Then we need everyone's agreement. The war god shouted loudly in declaration. Everyone listen up. The heir will leave here in about 2 weeks. To give him a chance to spar with everyone before then, we should accept Jen as a brother right here. What do you all think? If any brother objects, speak up. Suddenly, everything went silent, and no one responded. A tall Min King silently thought that, although he didn't want to admit it, he had helped Gamoon grasp the first stage of the Spirit Sword Soul Seal. Boris gave him his own fang, a historic event for the Min Gvuang clan, and it's clear that he also completed the forbidden language cultivation of Lin Pa. Even though the war god acknowledged him, he remained humble. Even when his limbs were cut off every day, he never gave up and persisted to the end. And even after failing again and again, he has never given up hope. Von Turk remained silent, his heavy footsteps pounding into the ground. I, Von Tirok, the top duelist, acknowledge Jin Kanan as our brother. Van Tirok smiles. Boris was stunned. This is Boris reaching out to Gaman to signal. Both of them look at each other and smile before stomping their feet on the ground. Neither the 8 War King nor the 5 War King recognize Jindan Kanden as our brother. Next, Saku and Tan smile as they part ways. I part ways with La Rosa's gatekeeper, and Saku and I, lightning fast, do not recognize Jin Kanan as our brother. Jin stood confused in the noisy arena as he heard each person acknowledge him. He smiled softly. The war god approaches, her golden spiritual energy enveloping the entire arena. She declares, with all the brothers in agreement, we hereby proclaim. From this moment on, Jin channels the golden light from the heart of the Min King. The war god raises both hands toward the sun, clasping them together, and declares, the war god announces, you are officially our brother. The sacred spiritual flames burst around the arena as Jin, wiping sweat from his brow, stands in the ring, looking up at the excited crowd in the stands. Since becoming a member of the Min Vuong clan, everything has progressed very quickly. The brothers who want to compete with me still have to wait their turn to determine the order. Once the order was set, battles kept coming day and night, and Jin was beaten repeatedly, non-stop from morning to noon, evening, and into the early morning, with fights against each warrior of the Min Vuong clan happening continuously. In my final fight with Saku, I wanted to give him a proper punch, but just as I barely grazed him, he shouted that he had lost, which felt like mockery. Frustrated, but given I was defeated by all the members of the Min Vuong clan, fighting Saku was pointless. I calmed down and ended everything. Jin helped Saku to his feet. There are only 9 days left now. I decided to wait until next time to fight the warlords and focus on training more. In the end, the 64 battles with the Min Vuong warriors also came to an end. As night falls over the Min Vuong Kingdom castle, everyone happily gathers together, raising their glasses to Yin. Brother, well done. Have a drink. Jin frowns. Isn't this the first day's gem wine? I won't drink it. It's too strong. He lets go of your hand and persuades you, hey, don't be like that. Try it. This time it's a different flavor. Does it taste like meat? He looked at the glass in his hand in silence. Jin tilts his head back to drink and is surprised to realize this is a different kind of wine with a gentle sweetness, but rich flavor. Right, Boris? Jin was a bit surprised and marveled. It's amazing how the heart's light makes a difference. Saku happily put his arm around him. So why not have another drink with me? Jin handed him the cup to pour the wine. Let's go for it, Sao. Both of them gulped down the wine and cheered happily. Everyone eagerly joined in, pouring wine into a large bowl. Jin, my brother, is here too, and so am I. Jin quickly scooped up Bat-2 and drank eagerly. Everyone lifted him high and welcomed him with joy. The party continued with lively chatter and laughter when Lin Pa suddenly fainted and collapsed to the floor. Jin closed the door, his face flushed. He whispered to himself, feeling tired too. A figure appears before him, Belle. Jin wondered and called out. When he couldn't see her, he realized she was outside. What is she doing? Come closer. Belle is excited. Jin, it seems you're very happy. I'm just looking at the sky. Although this place was recreated by Sodet, it looks exactly like where I used to live. The sky above shines with a beautiful purple aurora, stretching endlessly in a vast line. Jin gazes at the scene before him and speaks. Is that so? Does she ever wonder about the outside world? I came from outside, but no one asked me. Burr casually crossed his arms and said, that was when our time stopped. Everyone knows we can never return to that world. Jin asked in wonder. So isn't that even more intriguing then? Burr smiled faintly. Maybe so, but what's the use of desiring what can't be achieved? Since reminiscing means there will be no more brothers? I love there anymore, Jin whispered. I'm sorry I was really thoughtless. Belazar waved his hand and said, it's nothing, just that a brother once mentioned it. What is Jin Yinger? Burr smiled, thinking that the outside world had gone through more than half a millennium and might have developed some kind of magic or device to free us. Jin let out a small sound, thinking to herself that, as far as she knew, there was still no way, which was understandable. Even the Fire Realm, home of the immortal phoenix familiar to humans, has no way to connect to the mortal world except by summoning the phoenix. Most magic related to other worlds falls under the dark magic category and is strictly prohibited by the guild. Maybe there will be no magic developed in the future that can help us escape. Dee seriously asked, "Is there no way for you guys to get out on your own?" "When the siblings came to pick me up, didn't they appear outside?" Burr explained. "That's only when a successor appears near the Great Desert." So she reached out to Jine, asking if he could look into how we might return to the outside world if it's not too much trouble. Dingyim replied seriously, "I will definitely find a way for everyone to escape if I leave here." The next day, sunlight shone on the castle in the realm of the Bright King. Jin wiped his sword and thought, "The mission to retake the compass is coming soon. I have to seize this opportunity. Yona managing to steal the treasure from Booba's workshop is a rare omen. I must succeed this time." Dingyim frowned and muttered, "You seem quite worried, Brother Zin. Is there a problem?" Behind, the voice of the war god sounded. Jine turned around and replied, "Sir Ban, I also planned to meet you to discuss the important matter we mentioned." The war god asked, "Is it the matter you said you had to return for that month?" Jin nodded and replied, "Yes, I need to go back to complete a mission with my teammates, but I am not sure if my strength is enough." The war god said seriously, "Hearing you say that, it's quite funny. Do you know who you fought alongside here?" Jay quickly replied, "I know they are divine-level warriors. I wouldn't be worried if I were like them, but I have never defeated anyone. My injuries are not the worst, but I worry about my teammates, including those weaker than me." Bankat Ngong says, "It seems you still don't fully understand yourself, huh? You are the only one who can save us. So your wavering also means the wavering of the entire Minvong clan." Jin silently looked at her, his eyes shining with a glimmer. The war god hands Jin a sword. "Take this. I am here to give you this sword." Jin looked in amazement at the sword radiating with immense power in his hand. "This sword is the Storm Thunder Syek Moon sword, my sword. Blacksmith Boris has reforged it so you can use it," he explained slowly. The war god turns to look at Jin and extends his hand seriously. "Spend the remaining time training with me directly." A surge of spiritual energy is pouring out around her. Jin is startled. "Fight you? But I haven't finished training with my fellow Battle Kings yet." "Stop interrupting him. Didn't you say there wasn't much time left?" "I will relay this to the Battle Kings." She calmly said, "I will help you stay strong, ease your worries, and train so you can see yourself clearly. Before me? Just draw your sword when you feel you won't die." Jin clenched his sword tightly, ready to draw the black blade. At first I didn't understand the meaning of that statement, but when facing the war god in the arena, I understood immediately. Just standing still, the power emanating from him made Jin feel tiny before a god towering 1,000 meters. At the moment I drew my sword, I immediately understood that I would die. The image of my body being cut apart flashed through Jin's mind. Jay looked straight ahead with a serious expression, having considered every possible way to avoid death. Hundreds of thoughts raced through Jane's mind, but he immediately dismissed them. No way. There must be a moment I can draw my sword. I'm doomed. Why? Why can't I find any flaw? All my illusions shatter into tiny pieces. It wasn't until the 5th day that Jin clenched his teeth and charged with the sword, giving me the chance to draw the black iron chainsword. The blue light from the sword shines brightly and coldly. An explosion erupts. Over the course of 5 days, I died 90,000 times. Massive explosions erupted. It only creates a single opportunity to attack. A thick fog envelops the training area as the war god gently takes Yin's sword. She praised, "Your technique is quite good. You could have used it from the start, so why hesitate?" Jin smiled softly, sweat pouring down like a stream. "I drew my sword because I felt I might not die this time. It seems that's still not enough." Ba replied gently, "Don't despair. Before time stops, not many can beat us even once. 5 days ago, you could have used this move to fight alongside me. Your strength was enough, but because you didn't understand your own abilities, you lost your confidence. So you had to endure thousands of failures because of that." Jin Duang looked at her as if realizing something, then exhaled heavily. Believing in myself, I smile. This fight was to remind me of that. I saw through the illusion of the hour of darkness, but I forgot. The war god looked straight into Yun's eyes. "Yes, worry causes us to lose ourselves. If in the end I can't realize I can't draw the Crimson Demon, I plan to take back the sword." Jin clenched his fist. "Now no matter how many times I try, I can only share one move with you. Speak up, because you confirmed that it was possible." "Nah." In the remaining 4 days, I learned a sword technique of the war god from the technical division that only the owner of the divine sword, Shichman, from the Minvong clan, could master. Diane happily puts the sword back into its sheath. Now there's only the reunion with my comrades left. The war god also spoke casually. That's right, I hope next time we meet I can share techniques with you. The brothers are waiting for you in front of the king's arena. Just greet them and then come back. Jin bows politely. Lord War God, thank you. Two hands touch Jin's face as the war god's voice echoes. Lift your head, brother. Between us, there is no calculation of gratitude or resentment. She often reminds us that the brothers will remember the achievements you have made here and will be waiting. Safe travels, my brother. Jin gazed in wonder as a light shone through to his very soul. Jin laughed. Yes, on May 17th, 1797, everyone gathered in front of the Minvung Palace. The sparkling rays from the heart of the bright king shine during the farewell. After greeting all the brothers, I leave La Feroza with a promise to meet again. Strangely, except for the Min Vuong clan, I can bring other materials into the outside world. I also brought teeth, definitely thanks to the new outfit and cloak Boris prepared, along with plenty of wine and bread. I returned to the old path and crossed the Macha Desert. Whether it was thanks to the training in La Feroza like a dream or the precious heart, I didn't feel tired despite the harsh sun. Just 3 days after leaving La Fossa, I reached the exit where I parted ways with my guide. On May 25th, under the night sky, Jin saw a distant light. The small monsters of the Watertail tribe pointed at Jin. Oh, human, you've crossed the great desert? Hakoa, what a coincidence. Are you doing well? Why are you all here? Hakoa replied. The deal is done. The Gumseon tribe is in the west. I will return to Yucca. Really? They are gathering. Seeing Jin speak, I wonder if he's still alive. Humans are truly lucky. Everyone has worried, fallen in love, and suffered. You've overcome it, right? Jin said slowly. It's over now. I can't put it into words. But it was truly a valuable experience. Luckily, we're heading the same way, or maybe we're just heading back and chatting along the way. Huh? Hakoa shakes his short little hand. No, I'm going straight to Yucca. Yucca, is that not allowed? Hakoa and Jin talked a few days ago, saying that the Crimson Tiger clan is dangerous and returning through Maya, while Maya wanders around the market. The rest of the group huddles and whispers, and Jin asks curiously, how long will it take for the Crimson Tiger clan to return? It will take 3 to 4 days. Receiving the answer, Jin replied casually, no, if that's the case, it will be too late. I have urgent matters. Is there no secret path for you guys here? Hakoa replied in confusion. No, then just go this way. Be careful, they might cause trouble and kill you. Don't worry, Hakoa, I will handle it. Hakoa anxiously looked at Jin as the quiet night wind whispered around them. Huh, this is serious now. What should humans do? If we pay, we'll be fine. But what about you? Maybe not. Jin reassured him, I will follow behind. You go in first, okay? See you later. Blackfire sat on the vehicle, staring blankly at Jin. It worries me secretly. Please be careful, human. Oh, the merfolk tribe, you really have a thick layer of trust. All right, just go ahead and pass through, Zin said coldly with a fierce look in his eyes. While I was still speaking kindly, return everything stolen from the beastfolk tribe so far. The tiger gritted his teeth and said, what is this? What kind of aura is this human giving off? It's too dangerous. They growled and grunted, then a tiger charged from behind with a sudden attack. Jin silently thought that if he didn't kill him now, it would be truly dangerous. He warned in a stern voice, get out. The frightened tiger looked at Jin's overwhelming aura and struggled to breathe as his comrade collapsed before his eyes, and the other tiger desperately begged for mercy. Oh my God, please spare me. Dian kicked the unconscious tiger and said casually, if you don't get out of here before I count to 3, you all will die. 1, 2. The aura emanating from Jin is terrifying to the extreme. The tiger immediately carried his teammate and ran for his life. I'll go right now. Here are the 2 fish, the ones you struggled to catch. Blackfire rejoiced. Thank you, human. It looked up at Jin. Rest for 1 more day, then go. The Fire Tribe Watertail humans are having a feast. Jin refuses. Sorry, I have urgent business to attend to and must leave now. You've recovered the belongings and money as instructed. Please return them to their rightful owners. Be careful. See you next time. Hakoa speaks, and the teammates immediately raise their skewers of chicken. Well, let's eat and then go. Grill and eat right away. Jin was a bit surprised and thought for a moment, then said, that's perfect, I'm a little hungry too. Hey Hoa, do you know if there are any dyes at the Yucca Yucca market? It wondered, and suddenly asked about the dye. Jin explained, I need to disguise myself to go somewhere. It replied, then use the Kim Tuyen tribe's disguise instead, it's better. The dye is ready. After eating, the Kim Tuyen tribe's mouse happily spoke up. Oh, you're back safe. That's a relief. I heard you needed to disguise yourself, right? Then let me first introduce the dye. Saying that, it held up a board, its eyes shining brightly. The price starts from this level. It may seem expensive, but our dyeing technique is completely different from other races. We use natural extracts from countless plants and flowers, which not only provide a variety of colors, but also have an alluring fragrance. Once you've tried it, you'll definitely want to use it forever, Heihuo angrily objects. Come on, don't exaggerate. My friend a human defeated the Red Tiger tribe. He's just pointing to the items Jane recovered from the tigers. Look here, I've recovered everything the Red Tiger tribe stole from the Beastman tribe. Mouse immediately interrupted, shaking the head of the Black Fire. Why didn't you say anything to me, Black Fire? Let me explain this much. Are you trying to turn me into someone who only cares about money? Is it enough that only you know? Jin wondered. Why does this scene feel so familiar to me? The sound of the mouse still echoed in my ears. I was almost turned into a greedy merchant exploiting my benefactor. Blackfire collapsed and said, Come on, that's enough, I get it. The glittering claw steps forward and bows respectfully. So it turns out the benefactor defeated the Red Tiger tribe. Thank you, Yuka traders. Yuka will definitely be very happy. She gestures towards her house and says, It's completely free. Please, benefactor, come here. We will perfectly disguise you with the special transformation magic of the Kim Dien tribe. On the late afternoon of the last day of May 1797, on Bado's southern island, the blonde-haired young man slowly approached, and looking at his two swords, it was Jin in disguise. He looked around, thinking to himself, This place hasn't changed at all. Jin moved through the gloomy city filled with drug-addicted mercenaries and homeless people. Most of them are those who lost everything after participating in the arena. In contrast, the northern part of this island is a completely different place, a hidden spot for wealthy young and old aristocrats to secretly gamble, where Laban will return tomorrow. I wonder if everyone has arrived safely on the island, yet Jin Dan can in his special disguise from the Kim Tuan tribe. Someone in the distance is laughing. He. Jane looked at the person in front of him and thought to himself, he must also be crazy from fighting in the arena. Jin glanced at the man who had come beside him and shoved something into Hein's hand. Oh my God, please give me a coin. Heh. Jin frowned, thinking, what the hell is that? You drop a few coins for him and he responds, huh? You will be blessed. Dian watched Jess leave, silently thinking that the setting was perfect, and recruiting him was the right decision. In my previous life, I really was unlucky in a narrow alley. The letter simply said, It's been a long time since we last met. A wooden plank nailed under the bed in room 203 at the Bird's Nest Inn. Bird's Nest Inn. Someone speaks up. We're out of rooms, find another place. Jin speaks. It's been a long time. He looked at you silently and then handed you a key, slowly saying, Go to room 203. In room 203, Dian looked at the letter and the box on the floor, thinking to himself that they were well hidden and wondering what the current situation was. Jin knelt on the floor and opened the letter. Sir, it's been a while. The others have arrived earlier and settled in different inns. Kinzalo and Jipo seem to still be unaware of anything. This is the confirmed information so far. Kinzalo has a great mage, Chu Connor of Anzu, along with 5 predicted 8th-star mages. Additionally, 3 White Wolf tribe warriors at captain level launched a raid. There also seem to be quite a few assassins, sharpshooters, and other talented individuals. Jipo's side has no specific information yet, but they are likely to reveal themselves on the day of the plan. However, it is possible that Jipo's experts are also in disguise and hiding here like Kinzalo. The plan will still be carried out at 10:00 p.m. on June 1st at the casino inside the large mansion in the north of the island. Bring the ticket in the red wooden box with this letter and then escape to the predetermined location after completing the mission. The locations of the inns where the allies are hiding are written on the back of the note. Additionally, with the approval of Lord Casimir and Lord Murison, Lady Siri of the Ice Castle will join this plan. With experience in reconnaissance, assassination, and guerrilla tactics, she will be a valuable addition. I will return to Tikan after delivering the letter to him. I will pass on your regards to Miss Julie. Good luck. Jin pondered silently. A level 9 Grand Mage, 5 level 8 mages, and 3 White Wolf tribal warriors as team leaders launching a surprise attack. Jipo's side will definitely bring a matching team. Tomorrow night is the dirty game of these pirates. Jin looked up, wondering if it would turn into a battlefield among the stars. The spinning lottery wheel lands on number 17, and the girl holding the black cat proudly speaks up. Oh dear, what should I do? I won again, young master. The group across the table watches the betting scene and whispers. The one-eyed man smiles. Are you all right, young master? It seems you've lost about 1,000 gold coins. The assistant beside her muttered as she took notes. The chances, the odds, the probability are all wrong. Jin sat grim-faced opposite his disguised group. On June 1st, 1979, at the Silver Shell in the large villa on the northern island, a somber atmosphere enveloped everything. The enchanting glow from the grand buildings illuminated everywhere. Look, upstairs the women holding glasses of wine are staring down, their eyes fixed on a young man entering through the main door. Oh my, I've never seen a young master so handsome before. a blushing girl said, her eyes fixed on the young man who just entered. Who is he? Should I try to approach him? Around many conversations about the handsome guy in the expensive black outfit, with 2 swords at his side and stunning blonde hair, echoed. The guy quickly became the center of attention at the party. I really want to go out with him tonight. That's right. Just looking at him makes you crave it. I've never seen his face before. He's lit up this gloomy casino. A lively-looking girl approaches the young man with a mischievous smile, wearing sunglasses and a pair of silver earrings. Ceres, I am Zelia. The girl holding a cat in her hand gradually reveals her figure in front of the young man. She dressed in black like Jane, mysterious and captivating. If it weren't for Murkan, Jane almost wouldn't have recognized her. The cat in the girl's hand glances at Jin in disguise and signals confirmation to him. Pleased to meet you, Jin bows politely and responds with a graceful and discreet gesture. Although it doesn't match Buff's makeup artistry, Bang Kung's disguise skills are also impressive. Would you like to try playing with the marbles first if this is your first time here? This is the most popular game here. The girl approaches smiling, introducing herself and starting a conversation with the young man. Murkan lies on the Ceres' hand, acting just like a real cat so no one around notices him. Thank you, but I want to explore a bit more before deciding. Jin responded in a distant tone so no one would suspect their connection. Although pretending to be strangers, they skillfully exchanged necessary information among the crowd at the casino in a blatant yet discreet manner, enough to hide their unusual link from others. So it means the other allies are at the roulette table. John confirms. You're very careful. All right, let me introduce you to another game first. Ceres smiled calmly and continued discussing with Jine about the key locations in the area. Are you familiar with dice games and gambling? Go check out that left corner. On the left are Jippel and the Kinslow members in disguise. Hidden in their words, they subtly indicated the location of the participants in this exchange to ensure they had all the information and eliminated any variables that could affect the mission. If you're playing and thinking of me, come to the dice table. Take a look around and then come back. All right, I'll go. Get ready to leave. Ceres instructs Jine to scout around and familiarize himself with the physical layout and the characters present in the casino. It's almost evening. Don't be late. Make sure you're prepared so no one suspects. Hurry up and go. Turning back, Ceres rarely smiles. The backless outfit makes her beauty and mystique in this disguise even more stunning. Ha ha, I understand now, young lady. Jin forced a smile as he watched Ceres leave. According to Jess's intel, Kinslow's people are disguised and waiting at the dice table, with participants rolling the dice and wearing sinister smiles. Kinslow didn't say anything, but Jippo had also prepared meticulously. Jine's eyes suddenly grew colder than ever. Even with his face turned away, his eyes remained focused on the area where Jippo's group was gathered. Those arrogant, famous figures were disguising themselves as gamblers again. Many people from various factions are blending into the casino where the underground exchange is taking place, all to ensure everything proceeds as planned, just as expected, with only the top players involved. On the other side, the White Wolf tribe members are disguised as rival groups, but their distinctive traits still can't escape the keen eyes of seasoned experts. Suddenly, a White Wolf member sensed a strange aura. His instincts warned him that he was being scrutinized, making him feel uneasy. Suddenly, he kicks the wine glass off the table, spilling everything everywhere. Hey you, come here. He stepped behind Jine, who was disguised as a handsome young master, but his murderous intent was unmistakable. His eyes gleamed like a beast, a hunter. The Bailang clan member's eyes immediately turned back, alert but not revealing any hostility. Come on then. The White Wolf clan member points his finger at Jine, signaling him to come closer. Could he have sensed the aura of the Min Vuong clan? I thought I had hidden it completely. Jine thought to himself. The Bak Lang's face looks very serious, revealing claws and wounds on his body. Oh my God, isn't this a member of the Bak Lang tribe? Jin pretended to be happy, acting as if he had a good relationship with this tribe and was surprised to meet them here. Then, Jine approached and touched his fur. I've long wished to speak with someone from the White Wolf clan. Wow, as rumored, your fur is truly magnificent. He appeared very friendly, easing the suspicion of the White Wolf. Let go of his hand. Are you just a fool? I thought there was a dangerous smell. The White Wolf grinned, his eyes flashing with hostility, but the suspicion in his heart was gradually fading. He felt very uncomfortable with someone approaching so closely. Oh, I must have offended you unintentionally, I apologize, but is there something you need from me? It's nothing, I was mistaken. You can go. He waved his hand and turned away, as if he didn't want to invite trouble from the man in front of him. Have a nice day. Jin bowed his head and said, almost caused trouble just now. Jin silently thought, his eyes flashing with a cold glint as the dark aura within him involuntarily escaped. This mission must eliminate all the beastmen. We've wandered enough, time to head back. On the ceiling, the light from the chandeliers combined with the patterns makes the space look hazy. Another victory, huh? Just looking at it makes you happy. The sound of lewd gossip everywhere. Miss Jellia was happily enjoying herself when suddenly Ceres felt as if someone was calling her. Instinctively, she turned her head and asked, "Young master, you've arrived. Did you come back because you missed me?" Then Ceres put away her playful demeanor and returned to her usual serious and mysterious appearance. She hugged the cat in her arms and stood up to greet the young master approaching her table. Looking back, I only mentioned my name before. She gently strokes her chin with her hand, giving a flirtatious look. "Did you also tell me your name?" Krine's sharp eyes are not just on Ceres, but are now focused on Murakhan, who is frowning and spitting out a piece of paper from his mouth. "The goods will be exchanged at the second-floor card table in the central area at 10 p.m. "That cute little cat," Jin said, using the pressure of Murakhan's cheek to make the dragon swallow the message paper he was holding in his mouth. "My name is Ben, miss," Jin said, taking Ceres's hand and gently kissing it, showing the manners of a courteous young master and returning the courtesy of the person who invited him. "Come here, young Master Ben, and join everyone here until evening." Jin suddenly realized that the perfect disguise that could blend into this place came from an organization with incredible skills in disguise. Are they all masked by star-shaped ice masks? Not bad, he thought. Standing before him was a middle-aged man with a thick mustache, a cruel-looking blindfold, and an iron claw in his hand, a signature symbol of the clown. Next to her is a girl who looks like a journalist. Knight Casmer, the blindfolded man, is smiling warmly as he looks in his direction. Enya, a girl who looks like a journalist, is diligently taking notes and calculating something in her notebook. Alyssa is the burly man with a wide-brimmed hat standing behind the other two. Then place your bets. Ceres is now holding a silver chip, smiling gently at Jine. The marbles start rolling on the spinning top, spinning rapidly from one square to another. Oh no, what should I do? A marble lands in the black square numbered 17. The woman's smile brightened more than ever as she waved her hand, and the chips she had won were pushed forward in front of Ceres. "I've won again, young master." Everyone around is gathered at their table, chatting excitedly. "Young master, are you okay? It seems you've lost even thousands of gold coins." Cat Mia taunts with a smirk, her smile full of mockery. Jin's face darkens more than ever. His eyes turned pale. On the battlefield, he was a brave knight, but at the chessboard, he was no different from an inexperienced novice. "It's a bit embarrassing to end like this and then go back. Maybe we should switch to a different game." His eyes turn cold, as if he's planning to move around the casino to observe the situation instead of sitting still and waiting for the exchange. "Oh, are you more confident with a different game? All right, then this time the young master can choose the game." Ceres confidently smiled and politely agreed with Jin. "Let's play cards," Jin said, his eyes still maintaining their usual coldness. "If it's a game, the young lady won't be able to beat me. Place the cards on the second floor, please. Follow me." Ceres, holding the cat, stood up and looked up at Jin. Everyone around was curious to watch their fun. "Ha ha ha, this is intense, isn't it? We can't miss this show. Come on, everyone, let's go. We'll keep having fun here. See you later." Cat Mia smiled brightly and looked at them, as if he and the others still didn't want to leave the first floor. Isn't there a way to have one big feast? Enya silently thought, engrossed in calculating mathematical formulas or something similar, feeling disappointed that she couldn't find a way to win more money. Her mood darkened. "Fine, I'll be back before 10 o'clock. Remember to prepare the next game. Be ready to start the plan before 10 o'clock. The series reminds them to prepare for the next plan. On the clock, the hour hand continues to move second by second, counting down to the moment of Jin's group's exchange and actions. "Hey, young master, are you okay?" On the upper floor, many voices of mockery and gossip about Jane are heard. "It seems you've lost again. The cards in your hand are leading you to defeat." Jane's hands trembled involuntarily as he looked at his cards. "Damn it, I lost. I can't beat the young lady." Jin bowed his head to the table, admitting defeat in the challenge series. Looks like I lost everything, huh? Oh, how sad." Everyone around was both criticizing and sympathizing. It was a mistake to challenge the famous Lady Zelia without knowing anything. "Roughly, young master, I also find this boring." "Then be careful on your way back." "Let's go too." "Yes, let's go." Ceres glided past Jine, walking slowly as if teasing him. "Don't worry too much. After today, everything will be fine." The two of them look at each other, full of deadly intent. In another corner of the casino, the disguised members of the Jippo clan have also risen, ready for the upcoming exchange. The moment has arrived. Checking the watch on his wrist, the final seconds of the transaction have begun. This opportunity won't come again. We must succeed. On the other side, members of the two remaining factions are working together and moving toward the secure exchange zone. In the pocket of a trader from the JP family, an item is being taken out to be exchanged. Here it is, and Jine's gaze is sharper than ever. His attention was entirely focused on the traders. The compass, a pendant with a gold chain, features a maze pattern and a 1,000-year-old inverted game symbol. From now on, a surge of dark energy begins to gather in Jine's palm. The plan to reclaim the compass is underway. He took a heavy step forward, charged like an arrow shooting toward them, a dark energy sphere swirling in his hand. The battle begins. 10 minutes ago, a burly man approached the watch dealer with 2 guards, causing a commotion as he passed by. His presence has caught Jin's group's attention. Passing by them, Jin pretends to be an ordinary participant at the casino and avoids suspicion. Have you arrived? It must have been difficult for you to travel such a long way. The JP family side has a white-haired wizard with an aristocratic appearance, adjusting his glasses with his hand. The JPO representative, JPO, has a hostile look on his face as people approach him. Ignoring greetings, he asks, "Why is it so noisy?" The man, showing a look of disgust, clasped his hands behind his back and asked the Canelo representative, "Isn't every casino like this? The absolute ruler of the Andu Plains on the northern continent Chu? Don't worry and sit down." The guy named Kak remains calm and explains the situation to him. "You're getting old, so everything seems bothersome. But isn't this the thief your side planted?" That guy is still cautious and keeps a difficult attitude, mocking someone from the Jip family. He slumped into the chair. What is he saying? "Master Chu, this has nothing to do with us. We're just gamblers. If we wanted to recover the item, we wouldn't need to cause all this trouble. Just not returning it would be enough." Kai's name also looks unfriendly as he stares at the man in front of him, his mouth curling up, making the other person very uncomfortable. "Stop showing off." Chukan sat up straight with a serious expression and asked Kak seriously, "Even you have to be careful, which is why you staged this act, right? If we return it officially, won't that make Dan Konden suspicious? If we don't, we will reveal the information to Cannon and Bond." Their faces are displeased, but he doesn't feel those words hurt him. His eyes remain as indifferent as when he first met Chukan. "You speak so cleverly, I will respond." However, his gaze was filled with murderous intent as he looked at Chukan D. The ones who broke the alliance agreement earlier didn't even apologize. "You're really shameless. It's hard to tell what your father is plotting." Chukan looked at his face as if it hadn't changed at all since he arrived here. He doesn't care if that attitude causes hostility with the Jipo family. If there's a chance, try asking him personally. "But I'm not sure you have the guts to confront my father." He clearly shows contempt for Chukan. "That's really adorable. It's time now, take out the item." Holding the watch in his hand, he told them as the time for the deal arrived. It was time. Looking at the watch on his wrist, the final seconds of the transaction had come. This opportunity won't come again. We must succeed. The remaining forces of both sides are connecting and moving toward the secure zone for the transaction. In the pocket of a trader from the Jipo clan, the item they were exchanging suddenly appeared. At this moment, Jine's gaze was sharper than ever. His attention was focused on the traders. The compass, a gold pendant with a maze design and a 1,000-year-old inverted game symbol. From now on, a concentrated dark energy gathers in Jin's palm, the plan to reclaim the compass. He took a heavy step forward and charged up, rushing like an arrow towards them with a sphere in his hand. It officially begins. In the next moment, both Aki and Chukaner feel a source of light coming from one direction. It appears suddenly and spectacularly, so much so that even the strong ones there cannot ignore the presence of that unexpected burst of power. As soon as I see the compass, I will use ancient light magic. A few days earlier, Jin was sitting with his teammates explaining their next move during a strategic planning meeting. Ancient light magic, isn't it just a flash of light? What can it do just by emitting light? Murakakan growled, showing confusion as to why Jin made such a choice, aiming to block their view because the opponent was a mage. Is that correct? Young Master Jin Kazmiya places his hand on his chin, contemplating before reaching his conclusion. That's right, a 9th-level mage will definitely appear at the scene of the exchange. They are all protected by defensive magic, which even 8th-level mages and warriors will find hard to break through. Jin's suggestion to solve the problem is seen as a wise decision by everyone. If we attack directly and trigger the defensive magic, we risk being counterattacked before we can get the compass. This is the only way. Jin's face now appears more serious than ever as he faces them. After the flare explodes, no one can see anything for 10 seconds. During those 10 seconds, we must get the compass. The power in Jin's hand flashes brightly, illuminating the entire area. 10. In the first 9 seconds, Jin's allies rushed forward in panic, quickly taking down the Jipo clan members. Jin turned around and charged at Chukan To. 7 of Lord Chu's men and 6 Jipo clan members, temporarily blinded, stand around the two talking, shouting to protect them. What are you trying to do? Damn it, 5 Jippo clan, you really dare. Bong tightly grips the watch on her wrist. Chukan also falls into the chaos of the scene before her. Among the three in the light, Jin rushes forward as if unaffected by the magic light he himself created. He quickly reached out with one hand as if trying to grab the artifact in front of him. One of the 2 protective spells had just been cast, and Jin had already reached Chukan's corpse. Ah, ha! A crashing sound caused a huge explosion from upstairs. Those below are unaware of what's happening upstairs and start to panic. Jin looks up at the explosion. Both Jin and Muraka realized things were quickly falling into chaos and out of control from the very start of the mission. What's going on? He rushed like an arrow upstairs. Sis stopped at the opposite staircase, just in time to see everything. Amidst the thick dust, a flash of light streaks through the smoke, rushing straight toward Ceres. The compass appears, flying rapidly in her direction. It's a success. Her eyes sparkled as she reached out to grab the artifact. Seeing her teammates waiting downstairs, Ceres raised her arm and removed one earring, then threw it down with all her strength to the first floor. A loud crashing sound comes from downstairs. Aha, terror. Enya, through the thick smoke, sensed someone placing something behind her back, but her mission was to hide the artifact quickly so she could get it to a safe place without being detected, while ambushing and killing any suspicious intruders at the entrance. A quickly dispatched force appears to disperse the chaos, wielding large swords and blocking all exits of the casino. Although it was not part of the plan, this was enough to cause chaos. Ceres and Nia's mission was to protect the relic and get it out safely. They are alert and blending into the smoke as Jippo Ceres activates his magic, gathering a huge source of power and charging at the guards. Alatia, bear. She charged forward to attack the surrounding enemies to clear the way for their escape, and shouted a rallying cry for Jippo. Down below, Casimir also swung his sword to strike at them. The dust and smoke blend into the air, spreading everywhere. Damn it, those who regained their sight are starting to act to take control of the situation. Jin sits in a corner, preparing for his next move. Where are they? They searched desperately, nearly failing if it weren't for the Royal Minvong's standard move. Jin rushed in, swung his sword at the compass, and snatched it from Chukan's big hand. The item was taken. Chukan finally realizes the problem, covering his nose with his hand as if trying to breathe. The top priority is to recover the item. As an experienced elder, he makes a wise decision for his subordinates. Soon they will fully regain their sight. At this moment, Jin stands up straight and sheaths his sword, then places his arm over Minthan Vuong's sword. I should finish before that happens. Gripping the hilt tightly, the lightning power from the sword erupts outward, enveloping Jin's arm. Jippo, do you dare to do this? Chukan raised his hand to tighten the collars of the die, his face now showing panic. Lord Chukan, this isn't us. Look over there, there's lightning. Lightning? He shouted loudly, looking behind Chukan with a terrified expression. Is that lightning? What? Hearing the warnings, Chukan instinctively closed one eye and also felt a surge of power emerging right behind him. At this moment, a clawed foot hurriedly steps forward. Are you all right, Lord Chu? 3 members of the White Wolf tribe, each wielding their distinctive weapons, rush towards Chukan at lightning speed. There, the White Wolf's eyes suddenly widened as he looked toward the source of power ahead, which was the aura of that fool. Jin's strength erupted, and Jin put on the dark mask. The Storm Thunder Sword unleashes the power of lightning from the blade in all directions. Jin stands tall on the second floor, placing his hand on his sword like a war god. Jin draws his sword from its sheath, and the surrounding air seems to tear apart like thunderbolts. Ming King's sword awakens, and Jin raises his sword to the sky, summoning a thunderous power from above, descending upon the place where the lightning sword resides. Everything in the casino collapsed. A large hole was torn in the ceiling, letting the moonlight shine through. Fragments of stone scattered everywhere. On the ceiling, Jin still stands firm amidst the wreckage. The residual thunder energy still lingers around him. Wake up, you fools. There's only one opponent. The leader of the White Wolf tribe stands up and roars to calm his followers. State your name, human. My instincts tell me I must fight an honorable duel with you. The White Wolf leader roared, revealing sharp teeth and claws, with murderous intent in his eyes that betrayed his savage instincts. Jin's every step toward the Baklang leader carries the power of thunder. The sparks of electricity flickered rapidly beneath his shoes. That instinct, a deadly aura enveloping the Baklang leader. The dense aura is so overwhelming that it even suppresses the savage instinct to kill, causing the Baklang to tremble in fear. Shouldn't I have told you to run away? Jin steps in front of him. Lightning strikes the darkness surrounding his body, creating an aura that even the strongest fear. The 3 White Wolf members can all feel that deadly aura. It envelops their bodies and clearly distinguishes who is the prey and who is the hunter. Even though this is the first time feeling this aura, I am certain that every cell in the White Wolves' bodies is gradually becoming afraid of the pressure Jin brings. This fear is surely etched deep in their blood. The dazzling lightning power reappears around Jin, revealing the hunter's fear. As a predator, the White Wolves had never known this kind of power. His eyes widened as he stared at that strength. The ultimate skill of the Ming King sword. Jin raises his sword as a massive bolt of lightning gathers in the sky, forming a sword ready to strike down the enemy. The fear of death. He swung his sword, unleashing its power to cut through fear and death of the White Wolves as that force sped toward them like lightning. This is not something that can be blocked by any hammer. The White Wolf leader looked panicked as he gazed at that wave of power and its wielder. Duroka dodges aside, growling a warning to the other White Wolves behind him as he turns to assess the situation. He was horrified, staring in shock as Duroka and the other White Wolves melted into smoke from Jin's attack. This isn't reality. The leader refuses to accept what he saw with his own eyes. This can't be real, this can't be real. He bowed his head, terror clearly etched in his mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. A flash of light caught his attention. Chukan. The White Wolf looked up at Chukan, trying to see if the situation was still under control, his face becoming blank and fearful. In that thick fog, the White Wolf noticed Jin rushing straight toward Chukan, the distance between them closing rapidly. I will fulfill my duty as a White Wolf warrior. Clenching his jaw, the Baklang tried to suppress his fear and act like a true member of his tribe. In the thick smoke, Jin's approach toward Chukan was getting faster and faster. Suddenly, something was off about the movements in the smoke, a large object rushing toward Jin. A high-speed attack descends from above, targeting the direction Jin is moving at lightning speed. Jin uses his Ming King fist sword technique to counter this rapid assault. The clash of the two weapons caused the ground beneath Jin to crack open, and the shockwave from the collision sent the White Wolf flying backward. The White Wolf is sitting on the ground, trying to lessen the impact from the collision, causing him to tremble. The warrior's hammer? What kind of monster is this, after all? The hammer in his hand can't withstand the power of Jin's sword, which is gradually cracking. Baklang felt extremely amazed by that. After reacting to the attack, the other Baklang and Chukan also began to regain their sight, starting to observe their surroundings. Suddenly, he widened his eyes as he watched a figure rushing rapidly toward him, like an arrow. Jin holding a shining sword that radiated an aura. Around the sword, sparks of electricity begin to gather. Chukan, watch out, it's dangerous. The White Wolf charges forward, shouting loudly to warn Chukaner to get ready. In an instant, Jin leapt towards them. There was no longer any sign of him on the ground. Jin leaps into the air, gripping his sword tightly and aiming it at the large Chukan, as a high-level protective magic is quickly cast to shield the man named Chukan, while the Baklang wielding his massive hammer roars and charges at Jin. He poured all his remaining strength into the giant hammer and swung a powerful blow at the energy coming from Jin's sword. In the next moment, the giant hammer in Baklang's hand shattered into pieces. Be careful, Chukan. After failing and absorbing all the power from Jin's sword, Baklang still desperately warns the man in front of him. Although his life was also nearing its end, the attack power from Jin pierced through Baklang and shot straight into the protective barrier built by Chukaner's guardians. He is desperately fighting against the enormous damage from Jin. No way my defensive magic is breaking. Struggling to maintain the defensive magic, Chukanre bitterly realizes that the opponent's power exceeds his own capabilities, facing an almost unstoppable spell that he must respond to with a force beyond the ordinary. And Chukan's magic gradually begins to break apart. Could he have reached the 9th level? This is a dangerous individual, focusing all their strength on magical defense. The patterns on the barrier glow brighter and brighter, as if charging up energy to counter the power from the mysterious man. Feeling that his magic was nearing its limit, Chukan extended his arm, blowing away the remaining fragments of magic from their clash. Faced with the chaos, Chukan couldn't help but doubt the identity of the person standing before him. If using the 10,000 ice, it could be Talaris from the Ice Palace. If using the Overlord Sword or the Heart Sword, it might be the Black Knight of Danan or Luna. He frowned and looked at Jin, but what he used was lightning. As far as I know, no clan uses lightning. Jin still stands before him, majestic and emanating the breath of a powerful being, daring to disturb and interfere in the affairs of the mighty. The Ter family used to be an exception, but they have been extinct for a long time. Could this be the complete version of the demon creature that V's group is testing? Doubts about Jin's origins flooded Chukan's mind, with each image and name mentioned seeming to rule out any connection to Jin. I really can't understand this. Chukan gritted his teeth and frowned as he looked at the demon swordmaster in front of him. Why did you do all of this? Reveal your identity and where you come from. Standing before someone who caused all this, Chukan remained unfazed as he faced him. Do you want to know? She stopped and faced Chukan, showing suspicion at his question. It's been a long time since I felt this uncomfortable. Although I really want to rush forward and tear the man apart, Chukan's anger has been well controlled. The opponent knows me, but I don't know the opponent. A demon swordmaster? He keeps making assumptions about Jine. Whether I am a demon swordmaster or something else, it doesn't matter because today all of you will die. Jin's murderous aura is clearly visible, along with the lightning power surrounding his body, as if it has been accumulated for a long time and is just waiting to explode. This guy is just showing off. I don't know where you got that information, but return what you stole or you won't die easily. Chukan's face, pushed to the limit, started to look impatient. His aura spreads throughout the surrounding air as he gathers a sphere of light in his hand, ready to confront the man in front of him. A round of applause interrupts the tense confrontation between the two of them. I like your fearless courage to step forward. Kakjip steps forward, standing in front of Chukan, appearing calm and intrigued, while Chukan still shows a puzzled expression at the actions of the ancient light magic, the Thunder Demon Swordmaster. Moreover, you have defeated the White Wolf Warrior at captain level and forces of level 7 and above. He calmly praises the man opposite, truly an incredible powerhouse. What are you doing? Chukan glared in the direction of Kak while he was trying to appear friendly and establish a connection with Jine. Let me introduce myself as Kak Jip, the owner of the 4 Demon Towers of Jipo. He raised his hand to his shoulder, showing a polite attitude towards the person in front of him. For him, the origin of the other person mattered less than the abilities they demonstrated. I'll be honest, whatever you want, I guarantee I can give you even more. He adjusted his glasses with a serious expression. Become a member of Jipo. Standing before him, hearing these words, Jin's mind falls into deep contemplation. The JP witnesses everything, and Chukan's veins bulge on his face. He can no longer accept the actions of the JPO right before his eyes. This bastard! As if venting all his anger, he shouted loudly in front of the two of them. Please don't shout so loudly, Lord Chukan. Calm down a bit. Isn't the compass already in his hands? They still maintain an indifferent attitude as they look toward Chukan, their faces showing annoyance at how he overreacts. Killing him to silence him seems reasonable. But look around, honestly, I don't think I have the ability to deal with him. Instead, reconciling and bringing him to our side would be more beneficial. Standing in front of the bodies of the White Wolf Tribe warriors, they confidently declare their decision and thoughts to Chukan. What nonsense are you talking about? Chukan's mood is still unsettled after those words. He feels like that goes against his way of doing things. If you're uncomfortable, why not try to recruit him to your side of Kinzilo Chukan? They looked at Chukan with mocking and contemptuous smiles. How ridiculous. Jin broke the silence between them by speaking up. Jipo, once full of pride, now suggested recruiting without using force. Your sword has never been lowered, always alert to everything around you. That means there's no white light sea spaceship nearby, right? Jin reveals his thoughts because if there were a giant warship equipped with weapons, it would be a serious problem. What? How do you know about CCK? Everyone is surprised and wide-eyed at Jin's secret information that only the Jipple family members know. Now take a closer look at your helmet. Suddenly, I feel a sense of familiarity from the man in front of me. I remember now that you killed Miyazan. Euron was burned to ash by your power, and half of her was destroyed. In that memory, the flying ship from before was set ablaze and lost control due to the intervention of an ancient god at Cologne, and the testimony of Midor Elner Jin appeared through the words of the wizard who faced Talaris, and luckily survived along with the white light mages at Cologne. That appearance is you, becoming extremely alert and quickly pulling out a staff from your hand, ready to destroy the enemy right in front of you. Why did you come to Cologne at that time? How much do you really know about the energy sources around you that turned your staff into an ice staff? He swiftly raised his staff high and almost immediately performed a spell, causing the moisture in the air to condense into sharp shards of ice. All of it comes together like a sky full of ice, aiming at Jin, unwilling to let him escape their attack. I have no reason to tell you anything. Standing there watching, Ain raised his thunder sword in front of him and condensed the destructive power on the blade. Chukan, now is the time for you to choose. Jin turns around and makes a proposal to Chukan. Laban is no longer here, and your allies, including the White Wolf clan, are all dead, so you must be in a difficult situation. If you're not a fool, you should understand what I am implying. What are you up to now? Die already. He angrily slams his staff down, and the icy shards suspended in the air all rush straight at Jin. Jin slowly raises his sword to the sky, his eyes fixed on the sharp ice shards falling gradually. As the King's sword unleashes thunder power, and Dian activates the Sword King technique, lightly slashing the ground, unleashing a torrent of lightning from the darkened sky below. A giant lightning bolt strikes down, shattering all the frozen ice fragments in midair into tiny water vapor, posing no threat to Jin. In the next moment, Jin rushes backward at a speed impossible to see with the naked eye. I didn't expect a magic tower owner to be this weak, or are you caught off guard? They froze in confusion, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The staff in his hand had been split in two, and blood spattering from the wound on his arm left them unable to react to the current situation. The staff in their hands was sliced neatly along Jin's sword path, and finally, the pain overwhelmed them, causing them to scream out loud. The shards of ice that formed the staff also shattered. His entire staff fell to the ground, broken. Huh. The others looked at Jin with disbelief. Don't be too hopeless. He turned back to the fallen figures on the ground and said, if you activate the runes, you'll only get yourself into trouble. Jin approaches with a sword on his shoulder and a dark mask, making him look like a death warrior from hell. Is that true? Shu then walks past him, and Jin turns his attention to the representative of the absolute ruler of Andu Plain. You have eased my worries a bit. If the run word is activated, reinforcements from the magic tower will arrive, and both Kanden and B will smell you. Understanding Jane's intentions, Chusan seemed able to interpret what he had just said. Do you truly see into my mind? From the perspective of those involved, his responsibility and reputation remain intact when it comes to the issues he will have to bear. However, you are still just an inexperienced fool. Standing among them, Chukan still wasn't sure if Jin could handle all the consequences of his actions. His staff was merely a last resort for protection. Without it, he can still use magic. Those actions are not convincing enough to make him fully side with Yin. As the master of Jippo's magic tower, you have underestimated him too much. Kais raised his hand to his shoulder, angrily saying, you bastard! I will make you pay for mocking me. Struggle in the eternal flames. They gather their strength, a look of unwillingness and determination to see Loi Jin perish with them appearing in his eyes. A blue flame engulfs Jin's entire body, and wings cover his front, revealing sharp claws. At this point, their eyes go from one surprise to another, showing disbelief at what they are witnessing. Chukan also gapes and is amazed by what he sees. His eyes from the beginning to the end, even when facing Jin's power, never showed surprise, but at this moment he simply cannot hide his astonishment. The ruler of the blue flames and the true master of the fire element stands tall in the grand hall with the gentle blue glow of Tet enveloping the sky between them. Tet is flying behind Jin, seemingly lending him extra strength to face the enemies ahead, a being wielding a strange thunder sword and sharp intelligence. And now even that is gone. Chukan no longer feels astonished. His emotions have shifted from amazement to fear. Sweat is streaming down Chukan's forehead. Who exactly is he? Sitting on the ground, clutching his shoulder, he clearly couldn't believe that the person in front of him possessed such power. Lord Chukan, are you just going to stand there and watch? He felt he had no choice but to team up with Chukan, so he opened his mouth to warn him. Suddenly, a force struck him from behind, piercing through his shoulder and making him scream in pain. The attack force made him collapse to the ground, his face hitting the floor. The attacking man remained still, waiting for the power in his hand to dissipate. Chukan. Why? He tenses his body to lessen the pain from the wound Chukan caused, turning his head back as the veins on his face become more prominent. It's no wonder our alliance ended the moment the compass disappeared. At this point, Chukan's aura also continued to surge without restraint. His eyes lit up with anger. Weren't you about to strike me from behind just now? He gave that as a reason, without any hesitation towards those from the Jippo clan. I am simply returning what you have done. Chukan became frantic after hearing those words come out of Chukan's mouth, unable to understand why his situation was getting worse and worse. Cooperation indeed went smoothly. Interrupting Kok's speech, Jin stepped forward and kicked him hard from behind, causing him pain and leaving him speechless. Truly, the leader of the Andu Plains is remarkably sharp. They all fell face down on the ground. The man was so heavily impacted that he lost consciousness and became unconscious. Only a mutually beneficial situation. Chukan approached them and helped him up. He knows that only by suppressing CC can he maintain his position in the Andu Plains. Truly a seasoned man, not wasting his years. Maybe your squad leader would prefer capturing you more than the compass. Jin is walking step by step toward Chukan. He held his sword, but the lightning aura from the Demon King's sword had disappeared. Knowing even the existence of your squad leader truly makes you no ordinary person. As he said, retrieving the lost compass was a complete failure. We lost all 3 members of the White Wolf clan and 8 high-ranking members of level 8. We must at least capture some artifacts to keep our face in front of the squad leader. Looking at the man in front of him, Chukon gazed at him with a contemplative expression. Anyway, Booba's other goods are already loaded onto the ship at the port. This was just an unforeseen accident. Compared to Jipo, who lost everything, we are still lucky. They will understand. Once they see the consequences and how everything is arranged, everything will be fine. Under control, Chukon secretly feels satisfied with his current situation. Leave the future matters to the squad leader. Chukon slings his bag over his shoulder and prepares to leave. When he hears the report, he will definitely try to sway that guy. I have gathered enough information to track him down later. Chukon reflects. Little one, our task ends here. See you next time. Blending into the thick smoke, Chukon leads them away. Kid, I saw everything. Suddenly, a cat rushes straight to Murakan's place. Just how powerful have you become? He transformed into a human form and leapt onto Jine, hugging him. I'm so moved I almost want to cry. If Strawberry Pie saw this, she would probably be crying. Murakan's joyful expression as he pats Jane's head shows how proud he is of what he achieved on this trip. It must be Murakan. He endured quite a bit of hardship in his cat form and helped a lot. What about the compass? Jin also looked excited, asking about the others who participated with him in this plan. A fan of yours protected it carefully and got it off the island safely. All right. Murakan turned to Jine with a bright smile, a joyful expression on his face. The half-year of effort hasn't been in vain. What about Ceres, Lord Casimir, and Elisa? Didn't we agree to gather once everything was over? Just like Murakan's cheerful mood right now, a rare smile appeared on Jine's face. Actually, the situation is a bit unfavorable. Murakan scratched his head and looked down while talking to Jane. What do you mean? Was anyone hurt? Jin begins to feel uneasy and realizes something has happened. His smile disappears and is replaced by a serious expression. No, the 3 of them are distracting the other forces. At this point, Murakan frowned and looked at Jin. What do you mean by other forces? Jin wondered. Look over there. Through the window, Murakan points his finger toward the sea. A few ships appeared on the sea, and Jine's gaze sharpened in surprise at the scene before him. It was indeed the Black Watch, the Bond Special Forces. On the ship, there are large men wearing cloaks that cover their faces as if they don't want to reveal anything, along with warships from Bellato's vassals. On the other side, a convoy with a distinctive appearance is approaching. This is truly madness. Jin felt that nothing could be more unbelievable. In the arena, a gloomy atmosphere envelops the battlefield. In the sky, crows flying create an eerily dark and chilling scene. Captain. A hurried voice followed by the sound of running footsteps. The captain was sitting cross-legged in his chair, dozing off when the noisy sounds around him woke him up. Captain. Something major has happened. He fumed, gruffly opening his eyes and shouting, What's all this noise about? The vassal fleet of the barons is coming in groups, one after another. A careless soldier rushes into the room, reporting the situation on his patrol area with a panicked face. What? Not letting the situation ruin his image and plans, Seamoss crossed his arms and began to think of a way to handle it. The muscular build and tattoos make Seamoss even more worthy of the title of the Lord of the Southern Islands. Is our moment to carry out the plan finally here? It's not panic on his face, but a smile, as if he's been waiting for this moment for a long time. He can't hide his excitement. All the ships carrying the noble descendants have left safely. Now no one is allowed to leave the island. The announcement sounds echo across the Allied ships as they surround the island, and the situation spirals out of control with external forces arriving. We have received information that illegal forces are gathering on the island. Find evidence or the mastermind before Bellato's fleet arrives. A knight raises his sword to his chest and orders those present to quickly take their positions along with the external forces to seize the island. Clearly, he is a knight of the Kanan people. Yes, judging by their quick reactions, it seems the news has already leaked and they are waiting nearby for the chaos at the casino to intervene. Inside the room where the commotion is happening, Jin and Murakan are analyzing and reorganizing the current situation, the causes of the chaos, and the influence of other forces. Luckily, Enia managed to get the compass and retreat safely, so they won't know the contents of the deal. Now, we just need to withdraw without revealing our identities. From the high floor, through the broken window, Jin and Murakan are watching the situation below, where the encircling forces are trying to capture the remaining survivors of the deal. There are only 3 black-armored knights attacking. But we must protect the ship no matter what. The ship is our life and soul, better to die than fall into their hands. Below, the situation is spiraling out of control as a group of thugs raises their swords to fight back and regain control before the people from Kanan arrive. They shout to spread the chaos along with others, creating an even more tumultuous situation. Do you think you can win against the Kanan Night Guards? Through the glass window, Jin and Murakan are watching the events unfold outside the island. Jine, are you safe? Suddenly, the door to the room where they were was opened, and 3 people entered, Cirrus Casimir and his wife. All 3 of them are safe, and nothing seems to have happened to them. Ceres, everyone arrived just in time. Seeing their teammates, both Jin and Murakun showed expressions of joy as they were planning a plan to escape from this island. From the look of things, everyone can understand that the escape route has been blocked. At this moment, Jin approaches the 3 of them calmly to inform and explain the situation. But there is a way. What if we move to the other port before the fleet surrounds the island? Kaya suggested an idea to help them escape in this situation. I agree, let's move out immediately and not waste a second. Jin stepped past the 3 of them, quickly opened the door, and moved outside to observe the situation. Suddenly, a burst of magical energy erupted from a nearby boat. The magic was not as powerful as the strength of each individual in their group, but it was enough to cause heavy damage to the ships hit by the attack, rendering them unable to escape. The magic was cast to attack the ship's hull, causing a massive explosion that made the flames spread rapidly across the vessel. In just a moment, the attacked ships were engulfed in flames, and those on board who couldn't retreat met the same fate. The attacks grew more frequent and intense, and those enemies were like ants being swept away by the shock waves from the assaults. But they are destroying the entire ships. Realizing their plan, Murakun hurriedly looked at the destroyed vessels. They can't get out of here. All escape routes have been cut off. They plan to destroy all the ships so no one can leave the island, Jin said with a glare, revealing their enemy's scheme. In this case, even the other port won't be accessible. Alicia Beer offers her explanation and analysis of their current escape situation. No matter how fast, it will still take at least 30 minutes. Before that, the port and the ships will all be destroyed. There's no other choice. You have to fly away with me. We agreed on this final plan. Murakun doesn't want unnecessary confrontations. The Dragon Lord is trying to come up with the best options to get everyone out of here quickly. But if you reveal your true form, even if you escape, all forces will still hunt you down. His face shows a rare look of regret. But we have no other choice. Murakun concentrates his dark power, preparing to transform into a dragon. Behind him, a sea of black energy and endless dark power surges. A black aura gathered at his feet, forming a circle that surrounded and prepared to embrace him. But suddenly, a voice cut through. Wait, you can't transform now. Realizing someone was stopping him, Murakun instinctively looked toward the source of the voice. What? What are you talking about? You low-level fool? Murakun turned to question Casimir why he was preventing him from transforming. Murakun's face shows anger as he looks up at the sky. The entire island is covered by Bamen's great interconnected barrier. The ships at sea are emitting beams of light straight into the sky, forming small squares connected together into a barrier that covers the entire island where they are standing. The Great Interconnected Barrier. What is it? The one looking up at the sky, Murakun gazes with a puzzled expression at the glowing barrier above. This is a type of magic barrier developed by the mages of the Bengard to counter dragons or flying monsters. Casimir Anton explained to Murakun that when the barrier detects a flying creature, it will shoot out thousands of red beams of light. Alicia Burr also seems to understand the barrier cast over the sky. She continued after Casimir. Haklong, even if you can withstand the barrier, we cannot. Young Master Jin, give up on the sky route, damn it. Jin now shows a bitter expression, admitting that their planned path has turned to dust, and now they must find a new solution, which is the pirates who just now were eager to protect the ship. Jin's gaze suddenly catches a small corner of the chaos happening on the island. A small group of pirates are plotting and exchanging information. Where is the ship, and why are they here? It's quite suspicious. As they retreat into a place that shows no sign of leading to the sea, Jin notices a spot that completely escapes the attention of the others. Everyone with determination, Jin made a bold decision that went against his usual style. Follow me. They have disappeared, following the trail of the sneaky pirates. They stop at a deserted corner. All traces of the pirates seem to have vanished, as if they had never been here. It seems they crawled into this well. Let's go down too. Looking at a well in the corner, both John and Casimir agree that there is a secret passage without water beneath it, making it convenient to create an escape tunnel off the island. Stepping down into that water well, the water here feels more like an underground tunnel than a well. A long passage appears before them, and there is a tunnel inside. The deeper we go into the tunnel, the wider the path becomes, illuminated by torches along the way. These pirates don't know what it is, but they are definitely prepared for something below. Jin paused to think for a moment and then shared his guess. Let's keep moving. At a gathering point at the end of the road, many people are gathered into a large group, chaotic and noisy. Just how many people are there? A sound drew the attention of the guards here. They curiously turned to look at the source of the voice. no wonder they're gathering to plot. Emerging from a large tunnel, they appeared before the pirates, discussing their plans. It seems they anticipated this would happen. Who is the last one to arrive? We've been followed. A heavily tattooed pirate raises his sword and shouts a warning. Luckily, there aren't many of them, Captain. What should we do now? First, let's eliminate them all. Those pirates advanced toward Jin's group and drew their weapons. Suddenly, a loud sound interrupted the scene. Silence. That voice sounds familiar. Com slowly stepped out from another corridor, trying to recall if that voice belonged to someone he knew. He quickly walks toward the group, causing the commotion. Very familiar. Jin smirked defiantly as he faced CMOS. Their group had no reason to fear the pirates from the southern island. You're the captain, right? That's correct. That voice, Jin Gray. I finally meet you, you bastard. You bastard. The CM's name shouted in fury as if he had finally met his lifelong enemy. His eyes showed intense anger towards the people standing in front of him. Jin Gray, who is that? Jin flicked his hand and brushed it through his hair. You're trying to deny it, but your face shows a mocking smile. Do you think I would forget this voice? Thanks to you, I am still drowning in debt. Anna. CMOS still shows his bitterness, blaming Jine for causing today's events. He clenches his fist in front of him, directed at Jine. Jane Gray. Wasn't he the champion last year? The past flashes before the pirate's eyes. He points his sword at Jine damn aristocrats to hell. Is that the guy who caused the captain to go into debt? The pirate's expression shifts from confidence to panic. That's right, his win rate is 3-1. Yet Bharat and Jipo bet 100,000 gold, and that devil kept coming to collect his debt without missing a single time. People like him really don't bother hiding it anymore. Hearing this, Jin, who had been so calm, suddenly burst out laughing. I won't say much, CM. You probably know the situation outside as well, Jin said, with a dissatisfied look, clearly visible on his face. Jin has left him drowning in debt to the noble from the Jipo family, yet now he comes here hoping to cooperate with CMOS to escape the island quickly. The fleet of the small nation Balado is surrounding and destroying every ship. How do you plan to escape? At this point, Jine's eyes suddenly lose all traces of amusement. You better get serious and get straight to the point. Shut up, do you think I will help you? Attack, attack, kill them all, and we will escape. CM orders his men to start acting and seems to have no intention of compromising with them. Suddenly, a lightning-fast punch flew toward CMOS's face, leaving him unable to react to the surprise attack. Cough. Cosmos collapsed onto the ground. The one who threw that punch was Jine. However, his face doesn't seem to be seriously confronting CMOS. His eyes are indifferent, as if he's just showing those present the gap in strength between them and the pirates. Captain, the pirates close to CMOS gape in amazement. They don't have enough courage and confidence to face Jine's group. Why are they so aggressive? Who said I have to guide you for free? This is a deal. Cosmos. Jine approached CM, grabbing his collar and pulling him to sit up, his pirate hat falling off to reveal a shiny bald head with no hair. If you help us escape here, I'll pay off your debt and give you a bonus too. Not bad, right? Jin whispered into CMOS's ear. This is what he would use to persuade the pirates to help the group escape safely without revealing their identities. Do you think I will believe that? Dream on. Even though one punch could take me down, CTM is a pirate and won't give in easily. You can kill us right after we escape this island. That won't happen. I swear, on my honor and my family, that I am Jin Candon. The Black Can family always keeps its word once it speaks. Then he whispers into CMOS's ear. Jin is convincing him with benefits and promises of his family's honor. Ran Candon is not Palmik, but you. At this moment, CMOS finally realizes the identity of the man in front of him. That's right. Back is Dante Hiron. Do you think it's a coincidence that I and Dante Hiron met at your arena? I've been wondering all along why JP supports the Black Rattan. Now I understand. Saving Dante Hiron makes sense. And if it's the Black Ruler, then it must be trustworthy. At this point, he finally realizes. All right, I accept that proposal. CMOS turned to his subordinate, who was helped to stand more easily. Follow me. This is a good deal. Having grasped the lifeline, helping this group brought him great benefit. At the deepest point of the corridor, a giant ship was docked in a small lake inside the large cavern. This is our secret weapon, the soul of our team. This is the 7th Order ship. We will use it to escape from here. Standing beside Jine, CM keeps bragging about this ship. He stood with his arms crossed next to Jin, looking proud. So, how are we supposed to escape from here? Jin gazed in awe at the giant ship in front of him, resting his chin on his hand as he thought about how to help everyone escape from here. He couldn't move at all. Jin sighed, inspecting everything around the ship. The cave is full of rocks with a large hole above. In the next moment, Jin's body was pulled down by gravity, and everyone's calm expressions turned to panic as everything around them changed rapidly. Hey Godmos, are you sure this is going to work? Hold on to the ship, Jine's face now more terrible than ever. He frantically shouted to CMOS, "Captain, trust me." Everyone in Jine's group screamed in terror. Even Casimir and his wife couldn't keep their composure. You damn thing, Murakin is no exception either. In the form of a cat, he bares his fangs and claws, shouting loudly but unable to move at all. Jin sighs and surveys everything around the ship. There, in the cave filled with rocks and a large hole above, CMOS smiled confidently and mysteriously as he looked at Jine's group. He gestures for them to follow him. Just go up and you'll see. Hey, be careful, hurry up and load the goods. We're about to set sail, move quickly. The atmosphere on the ship is becoming more and more lively. Captain Jin, can you really trust these pirates? Standing next to Jin, Casimir's expression grew more complicated than ever. He felt as if he had just been deceived. With this situation, he's not sure they can set sail, let alone escape from here. The water isn't enough to lift the ship, and how could they possibly float the ship up from this deep basement? On the large ship, cargo is increasingly being filled by pirates, and the water beneath the ship is so low that you can see the rocks protruding from the surface. They definitely have a way we haven't thought of. They have to survive too. First, let's get on the ship with everyone. Although Jine somewhat agrees with Casimir's opinion, he chooses to trust these pirates. The captain is ready. Good. CMOS signals to his subordinates with a raised hand, a smug smile on his face. Are you really okay? Jine asked as she stood beside him. Don't worry, just watch. Detonate now. CM signals the henchmen to start the escape. Yes, Captain. One of them lights a torch and sets fire to the fuse connected to the pre-prepared explosives. As the fuse burns down, the end of the fuse connected to the explosives on the rocks above becomes visible. Then, a deafening explosion echoed across the cliff. Amidst the chaos, Jine's group couldn't help but be stunned. A giant surge of seawater suddenly appeared. Only then did Jine realize the situation and why this ship was able to start. Is water rushing out from there? Water is pouring out from the explosion on the rock, and a giant wave is slowly lifting the ship at a visible speed. Hold on tight, CMOS loudly warns everyone on the ship as the water approaches the spot where the ship is anchored. Jin couldn't help but marvel at the enormous size of the wave. In the next second, Jine's entire body seemed to be pulled down by gravity. Everyone's calm faces disappeared, replaced by visible panic as everything around them changed rapidly. The ship gradually slipped along the current, leaving the giant cave as if a carp was swimming upstream through a raging torrent. Hey CM, are you sure this is okay? Hold on tight. Jane's face looks worse than ever right now. The panicked boy shouted to CMOS, "The one steering the ship, trust me." Everyone in Yin's group screamed in horror. Even Casimir and his wife couldn't keep a calm face. Hey, you damn bastard. Murakin is no exception. In the form of a cat, he bares his fangs and claws, shouting loudly, "Wonderful." Unlike Jine's group, all the pirates feel excited and want to enjoy this moment every second. A look of joy is evident on their faces as the ship, drifting with the current, swiftly maneuvers right and then left, skillfully avoiding the rocks and moving forward. A beam of light appears before them, leading to a slope on a rocky outcrop on the island. Truly the feeling of creating a ship of order. A look of the usual excitement of pirates crossing rough seas and conquering the ocean appears on Ziamos's face as it flies into the seventh orderly ship. Escaping that path is not the water surface, but the open sky. Cutting through the other ships, it appeared grandly like a spaceship soaring over the sea, gliding past the knights from the Black Guard in their astonishment. Flying into the sky with an unsatisfied expression, CMOS smiled happily as they passed over the sky where the ships were stationed. The presence of this pirate ship could not be ignored. Flying is not safe there. Don't worry, this isn't flying, so the Empire's magic won't affect us. As I predicted, CMOS tries to reassure Jin that this won't happen to them. See? Now the ship is falling. Hold on tight. Passing through the barrier in the sky, the ship gradually descends, slows down, and then starts to fall. In the next moment, their massive ship plunged into the water, splashing up a huge column of water into the sky as the pirates fled. The last of the knights finally regained their senses and understood the situation ahead, beginning to take action. Don't just stand there, turn the ship around immediately, a commander shouted loudly to command the troops. Out at sea, not only vassal states, but even the Imperial fleet cannot catch up with them, CMOS proudly told everyone on the ship. That confidence is why people say pirates are the masters of the sea. The sails are fully unfurled, ready for a spectacular escape. It's not for nothing that I'm called the Pirate King. In just a moment, their ship broke through the barrier created by the darkness. See you again. The skies lit up with a fireworks rain shot by them, featuring the image of the Pirate King CMOS as a celebration of victory and a reaffirmation of their position On the ocean. June 18, 1797, the free city of Tan. Seagulls are soaring in the sky. The ships are gradually arriving at the port. Young Master Enya and Julie run out of the mansion to welcome Jin back. Julie, is everything okay? Jin asked about the current situation in front of the two of them. I'm glad you're back safely. Anne, you've been through a lot too, and what about Laban? Jin gives a gentle smile to Anne. You've taken good care of yourself. That figure of Jin is deeply imprinted in Anne's mind. Come in quickly, I will show you to him. Although she couldn't hide her mischievous smile, the girl still gave a thumbs up to Jane, assuring him everything was fine. It was a very dangerous smile. While waiting for the prince, I tried to study how it works. In a spacious room, the windows were decorated with red cloth. Like other relics, it can be activated simply by channeling mana into it. Holding the relic in her hand, Enya explained to Jin how it works. Jin channels his magic power into the compass, causing the eye symbol in the center to suddenly glow as enough magic has accumulated. That source of magic radiates in all directions. A great power flows out from the compass. At this moment, the light from the entire compass illuminates the room, and a three-dimensional space map appears before them. On that map, the red dots appear everywhere. Could it be that all these red dots are the signers of the contract? Casimir suddenly widened his eyes in surprise as he realized the number of those lithium dots and felt shocked by their quantity. It seems so. Casimir's group is mostly concentrated in Jippel and B. Holding a compass in hand, Jin makes his observation. Through his analysis, he also identifies the key locations with the highest concentration of people. But why are there no red dots at Tan? Murakhan asked aloud, puzzled. It's not unreasonable for you to make that observation. There are 3 contract signers gathered here, and I tested and found that for some reason, the position of the contract signers in Tikon is always hidden. Only Prince Jin was never detected even before coming to Tan. At this point, Enya places her hand on the glass and begins to share her reasoning, showing that she is a capable person. That's obvious. Jin made a contract with the God of Darkness. Murakhan quietly explains the reason to Enya, while she keeps a joyful and excited smile. Truly amazing. It truly is the peak. Even Laban cannot detect Lord Jin. Jin doesn't say much, but even Enya and Yuria remain undetected. It seems there is something special about Tikon. Quantel, sitting nearby, shares his insights. Her face was serious. Could it be due to the source of magic power? Jin, with a doubtful expression, had already guessed that this would happen. While Murakhan still doesn't believe what he's saying and wonders if he means that mirror. Indeed, that is the mirror with the sealing attribute of both the demon god Clam and Sed. Quant agrees with Jin's point of view. Enya continued, grateful that Tan was safe thanks to young Master Jin's kindness. Truly touching. Enya's face always looks happy when facing Jin. Anyway, now I feel at ease because once the compass is in our hands, there's no need to worry about a surprise attack from the enemy. Sitting to one side, Casimir smiled, feeling reassured and summarizing the advantages they gained on this trip. Have you read today's newspaper yet? You have now become a famous figure. Z quickly opened the door and stepped in afterward. He couldn't hide his joy on his face and hurriedly said, Here, everyone, 1 copy each. Holding the newspaper in her hand, Enia's emotions erupted as she saw Jin's information on the front page. The mysterious character appeared on the pirate island belonging to the vassal state of Balado. A mysterious character wearing a black magic hat appeared and wiped out the pirates. The event was featured on the front page of the newspapers. According to witnesses, this person is named Ben, a young man with golden hair and a mesmerizing face. He uses lightning powers and is believed to be the new Storm God's contract signer. If he truly is the Storm contract signer, this will be the first time in 288 years that a Storm contract signer has appeared. With the emergence of a new star stirring the entire continent, his next move is drawing attention. A contract with Fio? That's so ridiculous. Holding the report in his hand, Murakhan showed a look of disgust as he looked at what was written. The media always talks nonsense like this, but it's good for us. Casimir explained, So what? Ha ha, kid, you're a rising star. Murakhan joked with Jin about being featured on the news. I think Lan's rumors are inevitable, but this one is a bit embarrassing. Jin humbly replied, Enya is engrossed in the newspaper, holding on to images of major events related to Jin, acting like a devoted fan of her idol. Huh. Looking around the map, Jin's eyes suddenly focus on a point. Wait a minute. It seems there's also a person who signed a contract at Hoofester. Jin's words make Julie confused, and she looks up to observe the map with everyone. What? That's right, we can't see the exact location, but it points somewhere in Hester. On the map, in a familiar land, a single red dot indicates at least one person has signed a contract. At a large mansion, dark clouds gather everywhere. Black magic hats and lightning power fill the sky. Those things appeared on the front page of a newspaper. What do you all think? Sitting at his desk, Rasua cast a deadly look at his subordinates. I think it's possible that he's Sodet's contract signer we're after. Kujin stands in front of Joshua, expressing his opinion. Or maybe, as the newspaper wrote, he's the one who signed Fai's contract, and this kid is just a fake. Vezet smiled as he looked at the white-haired boy slumped down on the ground next to him, his face showing a complex expression. Around him, a storm of lightning energy was swirling. The white-haired boy and Vei stared at each other with murderous intent, neither willing to back down. Enough, making the boy terrified. Yulian, can you take down the 3 captains of the White Wolf clan in the blink of an eye? He pulled out his sword and asked seriously. No, it's impossible. The white-haired boy lowered his head, showing helplessness while Vzet smirked with a mocking smile. In that case, Du's gaze grew more sinister. He placed his hand on his chin as if he had prepared in advance. Maybe it's time for you to boost your power. Yulin became frightened as Jua's tone grew more and more terrifying. Black, huh? Shizan Kanan drew his sword from the head of the monster he was facing. After dealing with the creature in front of him, Shizan picked up the letter sent by Casimir. I heard there's a lot of talk about that Bayman guy outside. Have you heard anything? Yes, he's mentioned in the family meeting. Khan the guard replied. I heard he killed 3 White Wolf clan captains on an island of the vassal state Balado. It might be the one who made a contract with the Thunder God Fell. Khan is reporting on the outside world and recent events. If they find out it's our youngest, everyone will be stunned. What? Guardian Khan was surprised by the words spoken by Chijo Dan Khan Den. He widened his eyes, kept this secret, and did something to prevent the knights from paying too much attention to it. The order was given by the head of the family to prevent the situation from becoming too prominent, Tuan Khan replied. Casimir, he didn't write down why the youngest didn't come to the island, right? So in the end, was that person his, not mine? Reading the letter in his hand, Shizan pondered his thoughts. A report caught Chizjan's attention. Unable to contain his joy, Chizan burst into laughter. You seem to be in a good mood, Master. Khan's bodyguard looked puzzled by the Master's attitude. You won't be able to help but laugh when you read this part. Dear Lord Chizjo, last night Jain said something while drinking. Now I can spar with my father. This is truly an incredible miracle. Demon Sword, it seems he's finally gone crazy. Khan showed his murderous intent and anger upon reading the report. Even if the young master really said that, Khan, have you ever heard of the Min Vuong clan? What? The Min King clan? Khan looked confused by what the master was saying. Isn't that the mysterious monster race that was defeated and banished from the world 500,000 years ago? He also has some knowledge about these people. That's right, it seems the youngest has encountered the Min Vuong clan through a challenge assigned by Sos. Among them, he mentioned a war god. According to him, Jin said that his strength is on par with mine. The person Jin mentioned is the war god of the Min Vuong realm. Since he fought that person one-on-one, the boy thinks he can do the same to me. That was the moment Jain drew his sword from its sheath and pointed it at the Ming King of Gods. Perhaps the young master still lacks experience in martial arts, which is why he said that. Ka comments, should we invite him back to Black Sea? No need, I'm just curious this time. Chi rested his chin on his hand, thinking, feeling that finally the boy has grown up. Will the boy finally take responsibility for his words? Send a letter to the Anti-Mountains? Yes, I understand, Khan replied. On May 21, 1797, the free city of Tan, Sir Casimir, in the office of Jain's supporters, they gather around to discuss. An old woman said she wants to help us. You should meet her directly because she seems unusual. He went in and reported to those there about an upcoming meeting with a mysterious woman. What do you mean by not normal? Casimir asked. Well, she brought a large sailboat filled with gold here. What? Where is she? Lead the way. Feeling that something is not right, Casimir stood up with a worried expression. Suddenly, a surge of aura floods in, making the time dragon Kwai Cantle sense an indescribable threat. What is this? This uncomfortable feeling clearly resembles what I experienced near the Anti-Mountains, Jain wondered. The Anti-Mountains? That's right. About 40 years ago, Quantel explained, a massacre of the dragons near the Anti-Mountains took place. An elderly woman with shoulder-length hair, covered in wounds and scars from countless battles, all caused by just one person. Did that really happen? So the dragons never dared to come near the Anti-Mountains again? Murakhan hurriedly confirmed the truth. Who could have done such a thing? Vanessa O. Sen Kwai Canel said sternly, then stepped down from the carriage in high heels and approached Jain. The smell of dragon blood still lingers around the mansion. She wears a long dress that touches the ground, exuding an aura that rivals the top figures and the ruler of this continent. She is known as the Terror of the Anti-Mountains. Please come in. Madam, I am Casimir Anfrin, leader of Rainbow Tai. Both of us warmly welcome the woman sent here for a meeting with Jain. This is my wife, Alicia. It's a pleasure to meet you, madam. After introducing himself, Casimir introduces the person next to the second most powerful person on the island, only below her husband. Sorry for arriving unannounced. I am Vanessa Onan. Your lady is truly very beautiful. A red aura emanates from her, making those around her feel suffocated. Thank you. As she also sensed this power, Alicia felt bewildered by the current situation. Yes, this is the aura. Standing above and looking down at the strange woman, Quickteo shivered involuntarily. Although it had been a long time, this was still the nightmare of the Anti-Mountains. It turns out she is still alive. Vanessa Ann shifts her focus to the upper floor of the Casimir estate. Could she sense the dragons around here? Is she here to target us? Is that gold money crossing over to the afterlife? Standing beside Vanessa, Murakami shows no hesitation, ready to face that woman if the worst comes to worst. No, if that were the case, she would have attacked long ago. I've never heard of her killing anyone herself, not even during her peak. Quanto, standing beside, calmly explains more about the woman in front of him. Want to try a fierce fight, besides demons? Is there really a person who can defeat a dragon? Murakami strides away in the opposite direction, appearing excited by that woman. Murakami, you should forget your peak days. With your current strength, even if you die and come back to life, you can't beat Vanessa in. She looked at Murakami and gave a serious piece of advice. Only a fight can reveal who wins and who loses, right, little one? Murakami turned to Jane and said, when are you going to stop talking nonsense? Just listen for a bit, but I agree more with the dragon's opinion. Kid, even you are the same. Wait until I recover my strength, and then see if you dare to speak a word. Murakami shouted angrily in front of Jin. Ignoring that, Jin became more curious about why she was here. Maybe she's the one my father sent to test my strength. Could it be that Lord Mir told my father about the one-strike duel on the pirate ship? Jin's eyes grew cold, contemplating more. Those things could bring you more than just trouble in the future. Sir Jin, please follow me to the garden. Mrs. Nessa Onsen, our guest, is looking for you. Z enters still cheerful to deliver the news. If that's true, then it's really troublesome, Jin thought. This is a tart decorated with figs, green grapes, and walnuts, in a lush garden shaded by a dome where everyone can enjoy light tea and chat. Casimir and Jane are politely entertaining the woman. I heard that recently people have been lining up outside the bakery to get this, hoping it suits her taste. On the table, sunlight shines down, making the dish even more romantic and beautiful. Holding a spoon, Vanessa enjoys the meal while sparking a conversation for everyone to join in. Thanks to a generous sponsorship, we can enjoy this rare dish with eyes. We can only thank her for her kindness. Don't be too distant. As long as it benefits Rainbow Tie, I will be satisfied. Casimir expressed his gratitude and received a polite response from the woman. By the way, Mr. Casimir, could you let Jine and me have a private conversation? Oh, of course. Finally, the woman revealed her purpose for coming here. She wanted a private conversation with Jin. Please, feel free. Casimir bows and takes his leave from both of them. Thanks, Vanessa replied. Lord Chijohan sent me a letter asking me to meet with you once. Vanessa straightforwardly gets to the main reason for her presence here today. As I expected, Jine still maintains a polite and courteous attitude towards the woman in front of him. So she was truly sent by my father. Even though she's hiding her power, I can still sense her extraordinary aura. Why have I never heard of someone like her? Someone so strong. The world is vast, Jine, isn't it? That's why there are people like you, right? Swordsmanship, magic, and even spiritual energy. She fully understands the strength and achievements Jine has attained. It seems my father trusted her a lot. He has told her everything. Mr. Chijon trusts me enough to entrust his life to me. At this point, she raised her teacup in front of Jine's astonishment. Then that rumor is true. The dragon calls her the terror of the Anti-Mountains. With a calm expression as Jine spoke of her title, her smile seemed to suggest it was just a minor title not worth mentioning in her life. The terror of the Anti-Mountains, huh? I remember the time I was called the Black Knight, when she was fully armored and wielding a black sword in her hand. More than just an ordinary nickname, in her prime, she was the strongest Black Knight ever. When someone becomes a Black Knight of the Canon family, they erase their existence and dedicate themselves fully to serving the family. The family acknowledged their contributions as a glorious achievement, even changing their name at the family temple. In the history of the Canon family, the previous Black Knight was the strongest Black Knight. Those who assist the Black Knights and wear the black armor are the strongest people in this world. Lady Vanessa Ain is one of them. You, holding the Dankan Black family's backup weapon, request an audience to pay homage with the family's great sword. Jine steps back and kneels to pay respect to the woman in front of him. It seems you also know a bit of etiquette. Vanessa smiled and said to Jine when she saw his unexpected action. Pick up your weapon. On the way here earlier, I saw a very beautiful island, so I will punish you there. The woman maintained her cold expression as before, but the deadly aura she emitted was still intense. On a small C-shaped island, seagulls soared in the sky. A small boat with 2 oars and a cargo of food and supplies was there. On the port side, gentle waves softly lap against the shore, causing the boat to sway with each pulse of the surf. The punishment is a duel with her. Jane stands before Vanessa with his arm resting on Mintan Vuong's sword, his gaze fixed on the woman ahead with unwavering determination. Jin knows that if he doesn't show everything he has, failure against this woman is an unavoidable reality. So, what's your plan? Have you thought of your crime on the way here? Facing Jin, the woman also shows no sign of being intimidated by what Jin says. Her sword is just a regular knight's iron sword. Her hair is blown by the sea wind, making her appearance seem more imposing than the man standing opposite her. I don't know, Jin replied honestly. I like your straightforwardness, but it seems I will punish you for it. Vanessa explains to Jin the reason she is here, offering her observations about the man in front of them as they clarify the situation. Before starting a battle they believe is a punishment from the Black Van clan for him. Do you really think you can hit Chiz Johan just once? Vanessa smiled as she looked at Jane. Her eyes clearly showed reproach for what Jin had said. Knowing that CM had spoken to his father about it, Jin closed his eyes and sank into his thoughts, a hint of unspoken regret on his face, and said, "The way to prove your innocence is very simple." At this point, Vanessa drew her sword, discarded its sheath, and looked at Jin with excitement. Show me your strength and take responsibility for the arrogant words you spat out, so she is truly testing her skills. Jin frowns, his eyes becoming sharper. Don't tell me that the condition is for me to defeat her. Jin places both hands on his sword, preparing for the test the Black Knight has in store for him. I don't even think that's possible, no matter what or how. It's impossible. If your sword touches me or my clothes, she bursts out laughing at what Jin just said. It seems Jin still doesn't understand what kind of person she is to make such a reckless judgment. Her smile grew more confident. In the next moment, Jin charged forward, his sword blazing with a bolt of lightning. His aura clearly shows when he faces this woman. As the sword is drawn, all the lightning converges on the tip of the blade. In an instant, the lightning-charged tip of the sword rushes toward the woman. I will acknowledge you. Before she could finish her sentence, Vanessa sensed Jin's urgency to reach her as quickly as possible, and it was a direct attack, as if she didn't see Jin as a threat. Her face remained calm as she raised her sword straight up to the sky to destroy Jin's attack. The recoil from the impacts caused Jin to be pushed backward. After landing on the ground from the first attack, the lightning energy on Jin's body gathered again, ready for the next counterattack. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Jin used all his strength to leap towards Vanessa. So you can recall your sword yourself. Was it the Min King's sword you used earlier? Vanessa calmly glances at Jin rushing from behind as Jin's Min Vuong's sword swiftly strikes toward Vanessa's neck. It's very interesting. I'm very curious about your dark energy and magic. It seems like your father told her everything. Jin was quick, but Vanessa's speed in the confrontation was even faster than Jin's. All attempts to approach and attack her become meaningless. It seems she can deflect all of Jin's attacks aimed at Vanessa. I didn't expect she also knew about the King of the Sword. Didn't I tell you, he wholeheartedly trusts me? Vanessa calmly responded by swinging her sword to deflect all of Jin's attacks, her face showing difficulty, and it seemed impossible to break through her dense sword barrier. I know this isn't easy, but I didn't expect her to be able to handle Trakwang Minvuong's sword so easily. The battle is growing more intense, with Jin's sword constantly striking at Vanessa while she stands still, defending against Jin's relentless onslaught. The Min Vuong sword is a sword technique capable of controlling lightning, a unique power that only the pure-blood Black Dragon lineage can wield. As she counterattacked, Vanessa also reflected on Jin's strength while facing her. For her, fighting back with a relaxed mindset is no problem at all, this illusion magic included. As she deflected those attacks, it was as if she knew everything happening on the battlefield. Above her, a black energy sphere split into 3 and attacked from above. It narrows her field of vision and makes it difficult to control. While frantically attacking Vanna, Jin gathers a stream of dark energy in his palm. He knows how to fight. Vanessa rarely smiled arrogantly. Her eyes focus on analyzing the man's fighting style and his powers very well. A powerful attack pierced through her defenses targeting her side, but she managed to dodge just in time. Following that, several more strikes came through, but she also blocked them with her gloves. Jin's continuous attacks make Vanessa instinctively step back. What will he show me next? Vanessa thought, jumping back as if to escape Jin's relentless assault, while Jin charged forward at the same time as the woman leapt backward. Jin quickly gathers a source of energy in his hand, shining so brightly that Vanessa cannot ignore the existence of that type of magic. Light magic, I've never seen this type of magic before. Her expression became wary as that power was attacked and dazzled her. It's quite interesting. The next second, her mind sank into endless darkness. She couldn't see anything. At this moment, seizing the opportunity to attack, Jine tightly grips his sword and swiftly strikes Vanessa while she is still struggling to adapt to that power. He can easily defeat most of the 9-star knights and smile confidently. Her assessment is entirely justified by what Jine has done in front of her. Jine rushes forward, seizing every opportunity to attack Vanessa, his face showing how desperately he's trying to land even a single hit. While she simply relied on her experience and instincts to comfortably dodge all of Jine's attacks, now I understand why. As Jin's attack whizzes past, Vanessa turns to counterattack and throws a punch aimed at Jine's side, causing his face to worsen as he takes the hit. She still likes him that much. With just one punch, Vanessa sent Jine flying into the air. Falling to the ground, Jin tries to plant his sword to stay in place, but Duchen knocks Jin away. Jin struggles to stand up, feeling as if he has internal injuries. Jane spits out a mouthful of blood. You said you were 17 earlier, right? I can't believe you're this talented at your age. So talented that I can compare you to Luna when she was your age. Standing in front of Jine, Vanessa maintained her calm demeanor from the beginning as Jin stood up and continued the fight. Did Luna ever hit her father when she was 17? Jin gasped for breath as he struggled to wipe the blood from his mouth with his own hand. No, but he managed to do that when he turned 18. Vanessa calmly explains, so this test is also to compare myself with Luna. If I can't prove my skills to Mrs. Vanessa, I will have to prepare myself to lose an arm. Jin looked at Vanessa with a determined gaze. Thinking this isn't the first time I've lost an arm or a leg, Jine steadies himself. The power of lightning and his stone gather increasingly densely around his body. I just need to prove myself to Vanessa, Jin thinks. Seeing those scenes, Vanessa's lips curl into an unpredictable smile. If that is your trump card, dozens of lightning swords appear around Jine and Vanessa, densely filling the air where they stand, and you must use it carefully. Vanessa casts a glance at the streams of power surrounding her. Please take a moment to admire this. Jin is holding the Than Min Vuong sword in his hand. Dozens of lightning swords around him seem connected to the sword in Jine's hand, and his face now shows no sign of difficulty like before, only calmness. The battle god technique of the four swords begins to deploy its sword moves. The sword in his hand is lowered and pointed toward the ground, with the wolf and the tip of the sword touching the earth first. That power is like sharp blades stabbing straight into a block of tofu. The sharpness of the sword becomes clearer and clearer. In the next moment, lightning swords from the sky plunge into the ground, each one creating a circle behind where it lands. I still have many things I want to show her. Confident in my strength, Jin's smile grew even brighter. The lightning spears sink into the ground, connected by a lightning bolt that strikes back down, unleashing its power across the entire area where they stand. The area affected by the land is enormous, spreading across a wide stretch of ground, sending lightning force down to the earth. Standing and watching the swords slowly pierce the ground, Vanessa focused on Jin's purpose in casting such a spell. This feeling was more like magic than swordsmanship. Her face showed disgust as she looked down at the ground, expecting to witness the techniques of those who once ruled the world 5,000 years ago. But it turned out to be just a trick, like the magic tricks wizards often use. If that's all there is, it's truly disappointing. A lightning sword beneath her feet suddenly glows brighter than the other lightning swords, and in the next moment, a force of power descends upon her from above the sky. A bolt of lightning strikes that spot at incredible speed. Next to her, Vanessa watches the powers Jine displays before her. He's quite entertaining, isn't he? A smile appeared on her face. It seems she finally showed a hint of interest in Jine's power, but compared to what the warrior gods have displayed, this force is nothing special. Jine rushes forward at a dizzying speed, and an ancient martial art is unleashed in the next moment. Test suddenly appears beside Jine and charges to attack the woman in front of him, but it still needs to be clearly shown. His speed keeps increasing as he approaches Vanessa, so fast that Tess's blue flame attacks can't keep up with Jin and are left behind. In the next moment, lightning swords seem to activate simultaneously at Vanessa's feet. Even if they are dark knights, when avoiding this attack, Jine would take advantage of the momentum to fly up into the sky facing Vanessa, with dozens of lightning bolts rushing swiftly towards her, and at the same time as Jine ascends, they would all attack simultaneously, surely revealing a weakness. Approaching her face, TCH appears. Behind the fiery phoenix, dozens of lightning bolts are right there, but Vanessa remains calm and everything is still under control. You think I will dodge? She looked up at Jin, her eyes becoming sharper. Her eyes do not show hostility, but shine with a determined look. Jin's face appears surprised by Vanessa's unpredictable attitude. Your lightning power is intriguing me. Vanessa concentrates her energy into her sword. The power and dominance she exudes are on a different level. Are you planning to block all these attacks? Jin's eyes show surprise at her lady's decision as Vanessa's sword is swung out. All of Jin's attacks are torn apart, and she seems like a war god piercing through the storm of assaults. Following that relentless barrage, Tech unleashes a destructive blue flame straight at Vanessa. Using her strength, Vanessa swings her sword to cut through the entire fire. Her sword aura tears through the flames Tech unleashed and rushes straight toward Daija's position. From within that fire, Jin's figure slowly appeared before her, ready to strike as a swordsman and unleash all his power. Above the sky, Jin's sword is surrounded by dark energy as he leans forward, channeling all his focus and strength into the blade, much to Vanessa's surprise. Sen also knows how to use his head. If I had known, I would have brought a better sword. Vanessa smiled as she watched the scene unfold, her eyes wide with amazement at what Jin had achieved in their battle. Jin's eyes seem to merge with the endless darkness within him. The hero Jin unleashes all his dark power and attack towards Vanessa. As expected, Vanessa also raised her sword towards Jin at the same time, and in the next moment, the clash of two enormous powers erupted. Above their battlefield, a giant sphere of light like a bomb formed from the collision, as Jin's dark power gradually dissipated into the air. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed as Vanessa's sword broke apart into pieces, and at the same time, Jin escaped from the collision, leaving Vanessa standing firm with the remnants of Jin's dark power still etched in the sky above. Jin, exhausted, kneels on the ground, one hand planting his sword into the earth while the other supports his entire weight. Well done. Your father said you must be punished. Standing proudly after the battle, Vanessa smiled contentedly at Jin. But with this result, I guess I have no choice but to reward you. Suddenly, a small wound appeared on her face, stretching across her features. After the battle on the beach, the two of them lit a fire. You're quite skilled at drinking this deadly liquor. Vanessa turned to chat with Jin while they enjoyed the barrel of wine in front of them, said to be deadly poison. You're too kind. Jin wiped the wine stain from his mouth and modestly replied to Vanessa, I still have a long way to go compared to her. May I ask you something? Sitting opposite the woman in front of me, Jin straightforwardly expressed his curiosity. So how did you meet the master? This question caught Vanessa's attention. It's not about her family background or strength, but a question about herself. It's been a long time. She set the wine barrel down at her feet, her face gradually relaxing as she began to recount. It's a long story, but I will tell you. Vanessa's eyes gradually become more complicated as she faces Jin's question. I am an orphaned child, living with my only younger brother. Time rewinds to the past, and those images appear in Vanessa's mind until one day a horde of fire dragons attacked the village, trampling the villagers and brutally killing my brother. A giant fire dragon wanders through the flames it created, burning everyone living in that place. Desperate for revenge, I traveled across the Anti-Mountains where the fire dragons lived. I killed every dragon in the Anti-Mountains, but I still couldn't find the one who murdered my brother. I stayed there. If the dragon comes, I will kill the dragon. If humans come, I will kill them. That brutal past comes back in Vanessa's story. I was gradually losing my mind. No, I actually had already gone insane. I have killed over 100 dragons, but that fire dragon never appeared. 15 years have passed like that. Vanessa's face falls into deep thought as she continues to tell the story. Then Chizon came to me and, in front of Vanessa, warned the current master, drawing his sword to face Vanessa with overwhelming power. He was the first person to defeat me in 15 years. Vanessa knelt before Chizon, admitting her weakness. After defeating me, he led me to where the fire dragon was imprisoned. It turns out it is the bloodline of Kadun, the fire dragon of Jipo. Kadun was also there to protect his lineage. The two fire guardian dragons of the Jeeple clan, with their fierce appearance, radiated an overwhelming heat that only ancient dragons could possess. Chizon held Kadun back so I could focus entirely on fighting the fire dragon. Meanwhile, Cotton was seriously wounded by Chizjohan's sword and forced to retreat. Thanks to that, I was able to defeat the fire dragon. From Vanessa's story, everything seemed difficult and like a battle beyond Jin's understanding of the powerful beings clashing in the world. Afterwards, I became Sir Chizon's knight. Vanessa in knight armor appears gloomy and powerful, so that's how it is. It's all in the past now. Jin calmly replied to the woman in front of him, but claiming to give a reward while rambling so much. Vanessa took out an old map from her pocket and handed it to Jin. Lord Chizjon entrusted it to me and said that if any of his descendants are worthy, I will give it to them. Such a precious thing, I am very grateful. Holding the map in his hand, Jin politely smiled at Vanessa and began examining it. But this map was of the Black Sea. On the map, a marked place makes it seem mysterious. Black Sea, perhaps? I heard that it's a place where monsters spill out like a flood, and no country dares to map it. Even Jipo wouldn't consider doing so. Jane wondered with Vanessa and shared her opinions. Looking at that map, Jane couldn't help but feel curious about its origin. But Condon has succeeded. This is also a top-secret mission for Lord Chizon and me. Use this map to overcome the new challenge, still wearing a gentle smile. If it's a new challenge, there must be something in this marked red area. Yes, just eliminate the creature there. Looking at the map, Jine finally realizes the reason behind the symbol on it. I heard it's a creature that the wizard Helurum once raised. In that area, a bright eye appeared in the dark and mystical space. The plants there also looked more unusual compared to other plants on the continent. On the peak of Mount Ante at an entrance to a large cave, the bones of a dragon are wrapped around a house at the foot of the mountain, forming a path towards the cave. Vanessa notices the door in that room, which seems to be slightly open. You're getting better at scaring people, aren't you? Sending an unexpected letter is one thing. Vanessa stepped closer to the man, her face showing complete indifference and helplessness. On her face is a bandage from the wound Jine caused during the last battle on the deserted island. This time, she even came personally without warning. So, how has the youngest been doing lately? Sitting casually at the table, Chijodan Khan shows a nonchalant attitude when hearing Vanessa's question. It seems he's really getting old if he's this impatient. Vanessa smirked sarcastically and walked over to the chair directly opposite, then sat down. Surely they've been talking long enough now? Seeing the bruise on your face, I understand everything now. Cheeto smirked with satisfaction. All right, I've given him the map already. I didn't think you would actually give it away. Didn't you already anticipate that this would happen? Who would have known, but anyway, if you gave the map to the youngest, does that mean you've completely given up hope on Luna? Sitting in front of Vanessa, Chizon honestly expressed the long-standing concern that Yuhu, I, and all the Dark Knights once placed our hopes in Luna. If we had cared a little more, Luna wouldn't have given up her position as head of the family. Then we could have entrusted the family affairs to her and just focused on our own work. At this point, Chizjon's eyes turned colder than ever, and he glared at Vanessa. I'm just making sure Jine doesn't follow Luna's footsteps. In response to the baseless accusations, Vanessa calmly explained her personal purpose for this meeting. Rasua seemed to be closely watching Jine and was also preparing everything. Vanessa said seriously, clearly stating what she knew about the family secrets. If it truly needed protection, I wouldn't have bothered to care. If it can't control the family on its own, don't expect it to fight back against enemies. Chi makes a confident judgment. But what if Jin also becomes a second Luna? At this point, Vanessa's face becomes serious. Isn't that the reason you handed the map to him? Chi looks at her with a sharp gaze. In the sky, the map Vanessa provided is being checked by Jine. We have arrived. After checking the surroundings, Jin responded. Yes, in his dragon form, Moroccan is flying with Jun through the sky toward the marked location on the map. May 15th, 1797. This is the Black Sea, an area where malevolent energy radiates from the chaotic creatures born here. Morocca is like a divine dragon soaring through the vast ocean. That pillar marked on the map is flying close to the ground. Morocca saw the strange markers and said, No, that's not a pillar, kid. That's the nest of the flying monster species. Around that pillar, thousands of flying monsters gather like an army of ants defending their nest, with sinister appearances, sharp claws and beaks, and threatening eyes. Suddenly, they all turned their attention to Murugan and flew up to attack. You're quite bold. Murugan raised his head, gathering a flame of dark power in his mouth. Immediately after, a massive fire energy rushes down towards Kochia's nest, burning everything in its path. All the monsters are engulfed in the blue flames, shattered rocks flying everywhere, and the battlefield seems to vanish. Murukan, it looks like you've regained quite a bit of your strength. Jin stared in amazement. It's nothing compared to your rapid growth. Murukan narrowed his eyes. It seems he's doing quite well. Jin sneered, but his recovery was still too slow. He needed to find a way to regain his strength faster, just like he had found the right spot. Murukan flaps his wings and gradually lands on the ground where they are descending, his dragon legs crushing the surrounding rocks as he steps down. We can only fly this far. Jin jumps down from Murukan's head to the ground below. Murukan's giant body is comparable to Kazmir's mansion. Those poisonous clouds could melt even dragon scales. Looking up at the sky, it seems like the thick purple-black clouds are blocking out the sunlight. Do they just touch the toxic clouds without any problem? Jin wondered aloud about the monsters flying and swirling in the sky that they had just fought, saying that the monsters in the Black Sea are born with poison in their blood. So consider all creatures here to be toxic. Murukan transforms back into his human form, the surrounding dark energy gathering around him. On the rock ledge they are passing, a luminous flower is blooming. Father, you're quite something to go all the way here to draw this map. Even dragons are wary of this place. On the path they walk, more and more strange plants emit a special light. They are walking past one side of the rock to head toward the location marked on the map. That's right. I don't know what he did in such a dangerous place while holding the map in his hand. Jin was observing the situation while trying to find the shortest path to their destination. It's strange that they have to kill the monster Helurum raised. Murakhan frowned and looked towards Jin as he voiced his questions. Getting involved with that woman is just bad luck. Do you know Helurum? As if she had discovered something, Jane turned to ask Murakhan, knowing full well that 1,000 years ago she was already famous for being the one loved and pampered by all evil and vengeful spirits. Murakhan frowns and explains that all the textbooks record that every disaster in history was caused by Helurum. Is that really true? Jin asked a question even he couldn't explain. His face was filled with curiosity about Murakhan. Yes, he appears human, but in reality she is a half-demon with a lifespan equal to that of a demon. And she herself is a curse. Helurum is described in great detail, her body also radiating dark power, but unlike Jin, her strength is much more evil and treacherous. When Helurum awakens, even the gods dare not choose her as their successor, lightly. When the Beast King, despite all the curses, risked everything to stay by Helurum's side, I really have to admire him. Even though you and I are immune to curses, it's best not to get involved. Murakhan turned to Jin with a more cautious look than ever. Those who anger Helurum never end well. At this point, a wolf's paw suddenly appeared in front of them. This is the first time I've heard you show fear of revenge. Did I ever say I was afraid? The next monsters are giving a terrifying look at the two people standing on the cliff talking to each other. I only said that if it involves Helurum, bad luck will follow forever, so it's better to be careful. All right, I get it. But what puzzles me most is that during that time, all the monsters here finally revealed themselves. It wasn't just one, but a whole pack of wolves. They have green horns on their heads and are glaring with the hungry eyes of beasts at the two of them. My father and the Black Knight know the location of this monster, but chose not to kill it, only marking it on the map. Jane smiled and put the map in her pocket. I don't know either. Murakhan's face grew more uncomfortable as he watched Jin's attitude. At that moment, the monsters began to charge forward, rushing toward the two of them. As planned, Jin suddenly drew his sword, and dozens of horned wolves charged recklessly toward the two of them. They open their jaws and sharp claws rush toward Jin from behind. Suddenly Jin spins around and all his swords slash through at a speed invisible to the naked eye. On those rocks, streaks of blood from the beast splattered onto a nearby high ledge. The next moment, the blood began to smolder and slowly corrode the rock. Look, didn't I say earlier that the blood of the dark sea monster also contains poison? Murakhan points at the blood-stained rock slowly melting away. But I didn't expect the situation to be this serious. They crossed the forest, pushed through the thorny bushes, and finally arrived at the place they were searching for. This is the spot marked on the map. Jin holds the map in his hand and surveys the surroundings. Murakhan, wait here. This is a challenge meant for me. All right, but are you sure you'll be okay going in there? It's all just sharp thorns. Muraka looked at the place they were heading with confidence and said, I'll be fine. I'm going now. Stepping onto the path surrounded by thorns on both sides, it gradually narrows and darkens. After a few steps, the thorny bushes begin to close in as if trapping the prey inside forever. Inside, there is a completely different feeling from the outside. Glowing butterflies gradually appear everywhere. They carry a mysterious and dangerous aura, both gentle and deadly, as a coil of thorns slowly rolls closer from the distance. Why is the thorny vine so big? Trine looked at the thorny bush and wondered. His arm instinctively reached for the sword, as if to prepare for anything that might happen. Suddenly, a paw appeared from the thorny bush. Then, a pair of cat ears slowly appeared. The silhouette of a giant cat pounced on the thorny bush as if it was playing with its toy. Jane widened his eyes as he saw a giant spiritual beast appear right in front of him, in this deadly mystical thorn forest, and before him a soft, fluffy ball was holding a spiky sphere. Jane slightly leans back to observe the scene before her as mysterious purple butterflies flutter around the vast, thorny forest. And in front of Jine, the soft, fluffy ball and the thorny sphere facing each other are 10 times larger. It gazes blankly and looks down at Jin. Jin also stared at it in surprise, wondering if this was the demon creature he had to defeat. It looked more like a spirit than a demon. Jin looked straight into its big round eyes. Pretty cute, huh? You cheerfully speak out. Hello there, little one. The cotton puff in its wary eyes widened as it swiftly jumped onto the tall thorns, looking up. Are you running away? With a body as big as a mountain, why are you afraid of me? Is this really a monster? Jine stepped forward and touched the spiky ball. He pauses for a moment, then tries to chase after it. Thinking, he jumps in the direction the cotton ball just ran, while the trash spear looks around, searching. It's gone now. Suddenly, sounds echoed, and Jin's eyes lit up with surprise. The spiky round balls roll down to Jin, each flying at incredible speed. Jin watches, swinging powerful sword strikes. Jin split the thorn balls in half when suddenly something rushed quickly toward him. Jin looked on in amazement, unable to react in time. A loud collision echoes as Jin is struck, grimacing in pain. The shape of the cotton ball spins in the air, with concentric circles of air rushing toward the thorny sphere, pushing it with great force. The cotton ball lands on the ground with a mischievous expression on its face. Seeing Jin lying inside the broken thorn ball, it happily shoots away. It started off badly. Jin propped himself up on his hands, with blood-stained sharp thorns behind him. His cloak was torn to shreds. Jin pondered, "This guy isn't fleeing, he's just making the most of his territory. I can't give up halfway." At first I was worried about how to defeat such an adorable creature, but I was overthinking it. Jin's hand summoned fire magic, and a fierce blaze erupted. You tell yourself to let it come out on its own. Jade Fire Flame. The flames swirl forward with Jin's hand movement, raging fiercely and burning through the thorny forest ahead. Cotton Ball stands to the side, wagging its tail and pounding the ground in anger. It shows its adorable angry face as it looks at the fire with the thorny trees, which burn easily, causing the flames to spread quickly. Jin yells from the side, "You better crawl out now before I burn down the whole forest." His mangosteen foot stomps on the charred branch, making a cracking sound. The cotton puff steps forward from behind Yin. He looks at it indifferently. "You're showing your face now?" Jin drew his crimson sword and smiled at it. "Then let's fight seriously." The cotton ball droops its ears, its eyes shining with an innocent look. It let out a whining sound. Guguin straightforwardly called it out, "Don't pretend to be pitiful." Bunny's face immediately droops and it raises its front paws, standing upright in front of Jin. He speaks, seeming to finally want to fight seriously now, huh? The cotton ball's eyes glow with a hypnotic stare as it looks at Jin, catching him off guard and immediately striking. The painful memories of victory and suffering in his past life flood back into Jin's mind, with images of despair and the moment of his death unfolding one after another. The cotton ball seizes the opportunity to raise its claws toward Jin, let out a cry, and then quickly stomps its foot down. The dark red blood rises into the air as Jin's body is thrown in another direction. Jin turned around, his face now composed. He looked at the cotton ball and said, "I really hate illusions. These half-baked mental magic tricks won't work on me." Rebirth. It was once said that some high-level demon species possessed this ability, but this time Jin stepped back to gain momentum. He focused the spiritual energy from the heart of the Min King into the crimson moon sword in his hand. Jane focused on the fluffy ball, silently thinking, "Let's see how you reincarnate when I finish you off with a single strike." The fluffy ball still looked dazed, with an innocent face gazing at Jin. It looked up at the stream of spiritual energy flying above, its soft feet raising its sharp claws. The cotton ball activated its combat mode, swiping at the streaks of spiritual energy, continuously meowing without noticing the spiritual drill aimed at it from afar. Meo Meo, the cotton ball let out a surprised cry as it saw the approaching drill, crying out in pain. Meo Meo, the cotton ball, chose Jin's move. It was electrocuted from the inside, revealing the gruesome bones. Jin drew the Bradamante sword, channeling his dark power toward the distant cotton ball. The #1 hero of Stone Soul Slayer, Jin swung a sword and split the cotton ball into two halves. He frowned at the situation before him and softly said, "Rest in peace." The cotton ball's body glowed with a strange purple light as the tissues connected together, and Jin widened his eyes in amazement. No way. No matter how powerful the regeneration ability is, it's impossible to reattach a torn body. What was Dad thinking when he told me to defeat something like this? Jin watched as the cotton ball body gradually reconnected before his eyes. He saw a creature that could not die, its cotton body coming back together, its eyes shining with a dangerous light. "Dad, why did you tell me to defeat something that can't die like this?" "As far as I know, even the creatures called the King of the North Sea can't have such regenerative abilities." Jin silently observes the cotton ball in front of him and assesses. Even beings like the Onta dragons, such as Quick Intel, who possess absolute recovery abilities through time reversal, have their limits. Maybe this isn't about power or abilities at all. The purple cloud ahead looks like an approaching storm. Rain begins to fall on Jai. He takes the banana sword and looks at the cotton ball, saying softly, "You're not reborn, but cursed." The cotton ball shivers in the rain, lifts its leg to its face, and Jine continues speaking. "The witch Halurim, your master, placed an immortal curse on you, so you can't die, right?" Jin frowned as the cotton ball lay down sadly, tears welling up in its eyes. It cried out a few times, and Jin's gaze showed no more hostility. He looked at it with a sense of sympathy. Have you been abandoned here for a long time? You seem to have lost all fighting spirit. Jin softly speaks. This forest has already burned down. Where will you go now? The cotton ball droops its ears, tears welling up, and Jin looks at it. Sorry, I am here to complete the challenge assigned by my father. The black-clad descendants cannot defy the Lord's orders. Bong's ears twitch slightly as it listens to Jay, then it sits up straight and lets out a sound as if asking something, while continuing to call as if chatting with Jean. Meow, meow. I'm sorry, but I don't understand cat language. Bong turned around and glanced at Jane, meowing. Do you understand now? Are you telling me to follow you? It led Jane into a cave, shaking itself to shake off the rain. Jin looked at the cave and asked, Is this your home? The cotton ball let out a sound in response. Ningao, far inside the cave, there is a jar emitting a golden glow. Jane looks at the light in front of him. This is a wine bottle of the King of Singers, with a shimmering blue bottle standing out on the grass. So, this is the reward my father prepared for this challenge. The bottle cap is opened, and the cotton ball moves its face close to Jin. You look up at it. Are you curious about this? This is a type of wine brewed by the descendants of the fairy race. When you drink it, the message the owner wants to convey will echo in your mind like a song. Jin tilted his head back and drank from the bottle, silently guessing that my father left me a message inside it. In the space, Chizon's silhouette appeared. Your fate has been sealed. Luna appears, and only waiting remains. Luna and the cotton ball are arranged to meet. When Luna Dankanden, Chizon Dankanden's daughter, arrives, that will be the moment you meet her. Dai, as the messages echo in your mind, you realize that your father originally left this for Luna. The cotton ball looks confused and calls out to Jin, asking, You also want to try? Jin touches the bottle to its tongue, a melody plays, and a message quickly appears in its mind. Follow the one from the black rank and lineage who has come for you. On a tree branch, Murakhan in cat form is sleeping soundly. A voice calls out, Murakhan! He opens his eyes and looks down. Huh? Murakhan was startled as he looked at the large cat on the ground. What's going on? I thought you'd take a long time. He jumped to the ground and said casually, So the monster was Zuri, after all. Jin lifts the cotton ball's chin and asks Murakhan, Is this kid Suri? How do you know Suri? Little Cotton happily exclaimed. Meow, meow, Murakhan quickly explains. How could I not know? Haluram's blood jade cat Suri is very famous. A foot quickly approaches Murakhan. Murakhan is embraced by Suri but still tries to speak. This isn't a monster but a blood jade spirit beast. Let me go, okay? The king beast's thorn crown was given to Helarum because she couldn't ride a horse. He feels helpless as the happy cat nuzzles his head. It seems like it's been lonely for a long time. Jen asked Murakhan casually, Why is it called the blood jade feline? He shouted desperately, Do you really never seen its blood jade? I thought it had accepted you as its new master and was obediently following you. Murakhan rested his hand on his soft fur and irritably shouted, Let me go, you fool, Jin muttered. The blood jade puffball Suri seemed to react to what Jin said, immediately twitching its ears. Suri released Murakhan, who bowed and spat out a red gem. Jin picked up the gem. What is this? Murakhan immediately replied, Yes, when you channel mana into this blood gem, you will become its master. Zin immediately followed suit, focusing his magic into the gem, which quickly absorbed it and began to glow. The serious-looking cotton puff senses the source of magic and gradually dissolves as the red flow near Suri flows back into the gem in Jin's hand. Murakhan raised his head and said, It's done. Now that you possess the blood gem, you can summon Suri at any time. Try channeling your magic into the blood gem again. Huh, or am I seeing things? Why does it look smaller than before? Suri in front of Jin has shrunk compared to its original size. The blood tiger jade will change size depending on its owner. When it has no owner, it will be as big as a house. But once the contract is signed, it usually shrinks. It seems like it has accepted you as its master. Suri quickly ran over and nuzzled Jin, happily making a few cheerful sounds. Meow, meow. Jin happily hugs its head in return, making it look much cuter. All right, from now on, stay with me. You're now Suri the Black Guardian. I'm counting on you. Suri happily lifts both legs and shouts, Mayo, the island of Than Hai, island number 32. In the sky, dark clouds gather. Lightning strikes continuously, and the island in the middle of the sea endures fierce waves. It looks like some ruins with an ancient carved pillar nearby and a hand hanging in midair, suspended in the sky. The young man with white hair opens his eyes wide, tears welling up, his face showing utter despair, while a figure in the distance watches the hanging youth from behind. The distant wall lights up as if drawing in the lightning from the sky, and a powerful bolt strikes down. a scream echoing through the silent space. Boom! The lightning struck the white-haired youth directly. Rutsuwa raised his eyes, smiling with satisfaction as he looked at the scene before him. His plans are beginning to unfold. Outside Tien Castle, lively chatter echoes, the Chungguo of the Black Sea expedition. Ayan reached into his shirt pocket to rummage through it. That's right. I also want everyone to see. Enia's axe howls. Surely you brought back something magnificent. A rare weapon, for example. Jine holds up the blood ruby in his hand and channels his power into it. Everyone looked in amazement at the creature that appeared before them. Quanteo exclaimed in surprise, "This is Halurum's little red jade kitten." Suri the fluffy ball appears before my eyes, her soft pink paws swaying, and a hesitant exclamation escapes. So cute, so adorable. Julie and Enya hug each other and scream, their eyes filled with awe as they look at Suri. Jin turns to Kikant and responds, "Yeah, at first I thought it was a monster, but according to Murkan, this is a spirit beast. That feels so smooth." Quant crossed his arms and replied, "That's right. About 2,000 years ago, it was a famous spirit beast. Back then, it wasn't very common, but if there's a connection to the demon race, you could still encounter it." Murkan also used to keep a small red jade cat. Jin looked at Murkan in amazement. "You used to keep a little red jade cat? No wonder you understand the contract so well. Why didn't you say anything?" Murkan frowned. "What's the point of saying anything? It's already lived 100 years, crossing the rainbow long ago." Quanteo interjected, probably too difficult to say it out loud because he cares for him so much. The image of Murak playing happily with his pet cat with a tuft of grass appears. Quanteo continues, "Actually, Murakan's current cat form when transforming is based on the small jade-red kitten he used to raise." Murakan, with a serious face, rubs his eyes and Jin looks surprised. "What is this, Murakan? Turns out you're also a sentimental person?" It turns out Murak was wiping his tears as he remembered his pet. Kwaikano half closed his eyes in seriousness. "Anyway, I thought the little red jade cat had gone extinct after the decline of the demon race." Jin looked at the adorable fluff ball playing around and replied, "Suri has been cursed to be immortal, unable to die even if it wants to. Maybe that's why it is still alive." Kano raises his chin irritably. Of course, witches are the type to love casting evil curses. Maybe one of the disasters Halurum caused was to cast the immortal curse on Suri as well. Jin exclaimed in shock. "What do you mean by that?" Kukanel turns his head with a serious expression. "To create the immortal curse, at least 1 million people must be used as catalysts." Dian's face shows a flicker of fear. Murakan interjected. "Moreover, the fact that the curse is still in effect proves that Halurum is still alive somewhere. If he's still alive, why did he abandon Suri at Black Sea?" The cotton puff is playing and also paying attention to the conversation of the three outside, even canceling the contract. It turns around with a sad face. Jin shouts, "Murakan, Murakan," confused. "Oh, sorry, I misspoke again." Jin patted the cotton ball comfortingly and said, "I found the divine stone left by Father at Suri's residence. I don't know why, but it seems Father discovered Suri was abandoned, so he prepared it for Luna to take away." Murakan happily said, "But in the end, you and Suri were the ones who passed the test and brought her back, so doesn't that mean you are recognized as the heir?" Jin gently stroked Sue's soft fur and said softly, "Who would have thought that Father always loved Luna so much, but after she gave up the throne, he completely changed?" Dai said, "Seriously, I could be abandoned like that at any moment. Jin warned you, from now on, I officially banish you from the family." Dien remembered the day he was expelled from the family in his past life. Chizon's cold voice echoed, "Seeing that you have also tried, I will not kill you." "Young master?" A call pulled Jin out of his reverie. July gently stroked Suri and spoke. "I won't speculate on the master's intentions, but it seems he has never truly disliked Lady Luna's gentle nature." Jin paused in surprise at Julie's words as she gently stroked Sui's fur. "This child has been cursed to become an immortal, hasn't he? According to the original plan, it was supposed to be Luna who would pass the test. But if so, how is she supposed to subdue this child?" Julie gently smiled. "Maybe the master wants the heir to be someone who can tenderly care for this child who can never die." Suri the cotton ball comfortably enjoys the roughness, showing a face that seems to agree with Julie's words. She continues, "Just like the young master would do, right?" Jin stroked Suri and said, "It could be possible." Cotton ball enjoyed the caress of his hands and let out a few sounds. Meow inside the room. Casimir sits facing Jine, reporting that recently La Ban has detected some unusual signs, so I came to report to the young master. He asked seriously, "What is going on?" Katmia pointed to the current location on Laban's illusion. A person who made a contract has been repeatedly traveling through the Hupster Federation's Thon Tuok archipelago. The That Sak Tuok team has searched the entire archipelago and pinpointed their exact location. Where is he? Casimir pointed to a location on the map. This is island number 32. According to the investigation, it belongs to a family, one of Jua's trusted guards. Jane silently observes the point on the map as Casimir, with a serious expression, speaks. Considering that the guard is a trusted confidant of Jua, this island can essentially be considered his. Jin slightly furrows his brow as he looks up. Joshua, is he hiding a contract-bound person on the deserted island? I have to go there myself to check. The bright spot on the map glows with a dangerous red. The waves crash violently against the cliffs and a lightning strike hits the sea, forming two huge waves blocking the boat. What the hell is this? The weather really is acting up again? Kaija said emotionlessly. The waters around the Thon Tuok archipelago are always like this, with storms coming and going, strong currents, frequent lightning causing fires, so this is not a suitable place for humans to live. Jane turned his head to look around, the seawater splashing in the air before falling down. He said, "Surely the guildmaster had a reason for hiding the contract signer in a place like this." He lowered his head and sighed, patting Murkan's back. "Are you okay? Why is there a drunken dragon like this?" Murkan said irritably. "I don't know, maybe it's a side effect of regaining my power. By the way, if I meet someone who has made a contract, what do you think I should do?" Jin coldly replied, "It depends on his attitude." Casimir pointed to a small island in the distance, surrounded by lightning. "We have arrived. This is island number 32 of the Thon Tuok archipelago. But the sea is too rough. Continuing would be very dangerous," Murakan said hesitantly. "Kid, take out the furball. It can get us across there." Jin was quite surprised. "Can Suri swim?" Murakan wipes his chin and smiles. "Sure. It can cross these waters as easily as a walk in the park." Jin quickly summoned Suri and asked, "Su, can you take us to that island?" It cheerfully caught Murakan, who was seasick, and shouted, "Meow, meow!" Jin grabbed a tuft of Suri's fur, and it quickly leapt away. A loud boom echoed beneath the sea. "Suri happily swims on the raging sea," Jin exclaims in amazement. "Even though it's the sea, it still moves incredibly fast." Murakan shouted, I told you to hold on tight." Suri rushed toward the island, water droplets flicking off her legs. "So the contract signer is here." Jin took the blood gem and called Suri, "Go inside, and don't get caught up in the battle." "Little one of your swords is vibrating." Jin quickly grabs the sword. "Yeah, why is this happening?" You draw the sword and see special characters appearing along the blade. "This is a pattern." Murakan frowned. "Have I seen this carving pattern somewhere before? Are they following the stars? No, it's a bit different." Jin hesitates and says, "Shipmoon is resonating with something. Moving on its own, with its blade pointed toward a certain spot on the island. A lightning bolt strikes the distant mountain peak." Jin frowns and coldly says, "There is something on the other side." Jin and Murakan go deeper into the island. Jin pushes aside the leaves and looks ahead. That's Murakan looking surprised. "What is it? Is this the tomb of a god? The tomb of a god?" "Yes, it's the tomb of the thunder god Gram." Jin frowns as he thinks seriously in front of the shining golden characters on the tomb door. Thunder god Gram and his brotherhood share the same bloodline. Siege Moon is called the Storm Lightning Sword. For what reason? Because it contains the aura of the thunder god Gram. So Sigmund was given to him by Gram? No. That is the sword that sealed away its power after killing Gram. The words of the war god flashed through Jin's mind. You look at the door before you, thinking how unexpectedly you've encountered the greatness of the Minvong royal family here. Murakan sighs in admiration, knowing it's already over, but never expected to find it here. Jin frowned. But why did Jua hide a contract mage here? A green arrow of magic aimed somewhere, and a flash of green light lit up in the distance ahead of Jin and Murakan. A streak of light rushes toward the two of them, followed by a green wind magic attack. Murakan and Jin exchange a worried glance. Jin draws his sword to block the arrow tip. Murakan also casts a spell to defend against the wind magic. Jin thought to himself as he looked at the two shadowy figures behind the smoke, each made of lightning energy, sword energy with poison, and wind magic. A voice spoke up. "I didn't expect to meet you here. You have no idea how long we've been waiting for this moment." As expected, they are Ton Marius's hounds. After the wet nurse died, did Joshua bring them back? Jin looked at Kazun and Ziet in front of him, and then glanced at the newcomer who had just landed. Jin said to Murakan, "That one is the contract bearer." He quickly replied, "Yes, kid. Look at how he uses lightning energy. He is the brother of the thunder god and the storm god's contract holder." The white-haired boy, who was blinded during the previous ritual, coldly looked at Jin's group. Vizid shouted. Julian aimed at the human in front, the dragon guardian behind. A lightning bolt streaks like a flash. Julian Duong draws his bow forward as VZ's shout rings out. "Where are you aiming? Is it Sonner's contract holder?" Murkan smiles a terrifying smile. Just past his prime, yet he dares to rush forward like that. Murkan crouched into a fighting stance and shouted, "Hurry up and deal with those guys, and let me teach that one a lesson." Julian aimed his bow at Murkan, then released the arrow, which shot straight toward him. Before the arrow could reach him, Murkan leapt toward Julian. "Are you so reckless to rush in as a contract user against a dragon? I will teach you a proper lesson." Murkan grabs Julian's head and slams it straight into the ground. He gapes with his mouth open, lying still on the ground. Mura mocks him, just a small fry who dares to charge in. Julian remains still as several blue sparks appear around him, Kazun charging forward with his sword, eyes filled with hatred. "The enemy of my mother, today I will tear you apart to soothe her vengeful soul." Jin coldly caught Kazun's sword and said, "Josua told you I killed Taimuan Sao. And you believe that nonsense?" Kazun loses his mind, ignoring Jin's words and grinding his teeth in silence. Jin frowned and looked at him coldly. "It's funny. The ones who killed her are assassins disguised as canon knights, and on their swords there are traces of your poison." Jin pushed Kazun away and said firmly, "Listen carefully. Kazunu Akanen is my older brother." Kazun's eyes widened in shock. "Could you be Jin Rankan Den?" "That's right." He rushes forward, shouting, "Shut up and stay silent." She punched at Jin, but he quickly dodged. Jin calmly said, "You're being deceived by Rot Jua." Vzet lost her mind and shouted, "Nimnikun, don't listen to him, he's just lying. He's only talking nonsense to survive." She attacks towards Jin, who quickly turns to dodge. Jin swings his sword at Vzet as he shouts, "Rutsua has cursed Tai Moon to curse me." He killed Tai Moon to silence him out of fear that the truth would be exposed. Vez let out a pained cry as he was struck by Jin's attack. He continued, saying, "Moreover, he knows I am a demon swordmaster and a contract bearer of Sine. If there was nothing to fear, he would have told the truth about me." Zet stepped back, supporting himself on the ground. Kun trembled with rage and shouted. "No way," Jin said softly. "If you don't want to believe, I don't need to explain anymore. You just want to believe that I am a murderer because of guilt for not protecting my mother. Maybe you don't have enough courage to face the evil enemy. You're really pathetic." Vez gritted his teeth in fury. "Shut up!" she yelled, crazily channeling her magic, a powerful wind magic forming a column of air that enveloped Vzet. A powerful blue lightning bolt strikes down where VZ is, and Kazun screams in panic. Vzet Rin glanced at the scene before him, doubting whether Fet's lightning slash wasn't supposed to be their ally. "Kid, we're in a bit of trouble here." Jin turned to look at him. "What's going on?" Murken hesitated. "I only hit him a little and he already turned into a statue. What do you mean by transformation?" "You've seen a similar situation before, haven't you? When the god descends into the second body of the saintess to destroy her, just like back then, Phi follows as he descends into his body. Jin is stunned as a pillar of light descends onto Julian's body in the sky. A majestic voice suddenly echoes, startling Jin. "Fet Theo, you damned brother, how dare you appear right in my tomb again?" Jin was amazed. This is the remnants of Gram. "I don't know what happened among the gods, but this sword is furious." The sword in Jin's hand trembles fiercely. "If this keeps going, everyone will be in danger," Jin shouted. "Kazun Marius chooses to go. Do you want to die uselessly here or run away? If you truly want revenge, you must survive first." Kazun catches VZ, glances at Jin, grits his teeth, and runs away with VZ. The vermilion sword blazes with a strong golden light. "What's going on, kid?" "Are you also going crazy?" Jin replied. "No, that's Gam's fury towards Theo. Is there any way to stop him?" "I'll do my best to hit him. Hurry up and say it." Maraka looks at Julian and speaks. "Since this is not the complete form, there's still a chance to do something, but I need time to gather spiritual energy. Can you hold on meanwhile?" Jin crouches into a fighting stance. "I have to try." Maraka channels his energy, concentrates his power, and shouts, "Get ready to go." "Kid, the space gate is about to open." Amidst the streaks of light in the sky, a faint image gradually appears, a blue armor wrapping around Julian's body. The storm god appears before him, eyes dangerous as he looks around. Sensing his older brother's foolish strength, he clenches his fist and points a finger at Jinny. "Is that you?" Phi looked down at him with an arrogant gaze. Jin frowned and thought to himself, even though he's not fully developed, he's still a godly figure. Just looking at him makes it hard to breathe, but compared to my father or the divine brothers, he's nothing. I have enough strength to handle this. Jin's foot subtly moves, drawing his bow towards Jin, anger flashing in his eyes. "Where do you think you're running to?" The arrow shot like lightning toward Jin. Jin quickly jumps to dodge. In the sky, Fifi's spell symbols appear. He raises his bow towards Jin. As he releases, dozens of arrows shot out, following the spell. Jin quickly spun around to dodge each arrow. An arrow whistled past just inches away, nearly hitting Jin. He tilted his body but still got an arrow straight into his chest. Jin gritted his teeth in pain as a huge wave of energy shot straight at him, causing a massive explosion and a triumphant smile. It's just a little bug. I don't know how you got that sword, but don't think you have the same strength as the big brother. The black gold armor shattered into pieces and fell to the ground, revealing a true Ming Vuong. Faithio froze as he saw the light from Ming Vuong's heart and the Shichmun sword shining brightly through the smoke, his eyes wide with amazement. That is the sword of the Ming King. The Ming King's heart shines brightly within Jin's chest. Jin held the sword forward and slowly said, "This sword was given to me directly by the one who killed your brother. Have you ever heard of this name?" The war god Banfa looked on in shock, denying what he just heard. "No way, that's a trick." Dien leapt up, clutching the chain sword high with both hands. "Then you must understand this power too, so stop hovering up there and come down to fight." Dien swung his sword in a long, straight arc towards Phao, while Theo looked on in amazement at the overwhelming power, the strike extending all the way to the boat out at sea. Kazun turned his head. Could it be that the monster we encountered in Delki is actually him? He suddenly remembered what Jin said. "Listen carefully. That person is my older brother. He cursed me with the Taimon curse, but out of fear of the truth being revealed, he killed Taimun to silence him." Kazun glanced at the massive golden light reaching from the ground to the sky behind him. "If that's true, Viz and I know what to do. Die. Die." Jin bowed and embraced the sword radiating immense power. Jin was stunned, thinking that the power of the evil spirit had spiraled out of control. Maybe I can win without Murakhan? Die. The golden aura surrounds the statue, swallowing him whole. Phytheo shouted in anger. "Drum, drum, drum, how dare someone like you insult me? Just because your attack had some effect, you think you're proud?" Phytheo lands on the ground. He turns around and draws his bow. "You insects, pay the price for your arrogance." The blue phoenix feather fluttered in the wind, swaying with the breeze. Tek soared powerfully through the sky, trembling with surprise. "Teek, why are you here?" Teek said seriously. "A cowardly god is truly despicable to leave." Tech spews a swirl of blue fire toward Phao, engulfing him in flames. He stared in horror as the flames engulfed him, blazing fiercely. Dai seized the opportunity to slash past him, a streak of white light flashing through the obscured space. Jin thought to himself that the true body of Lord Tek was in the fire realm, and just a gentle breath could wipe out the gods of this world. He turned to let Tek leave, for even the most proud gods must tremble. Jin has retracted his power. Once the body is gone, the one maintaining that power is just a human being. "I admit it." Phythe's voice rang out, causing Jin to be stunned. "You're quite an interesting little bug." Phytheo's blurry body flickers in the blue flames as he blows away the surrounding fire. "But I am the demon god, and even if torn into 100 pieces, I will still be immortal." The part of my body cut by Jin gradually heals, mockingly. "How could an ordinary human like you possibly understand?" Dee grits his teeth and looks at Phythe. "This is beyond expectation. I didn't expect another person like Sai to appear." Phythe raises his hand to the sky, summoning a massive formation. "What's wrong? Are you disappointed? Come here and keep fighting an immortal god." A giant arrow emerges from the sky, the bow floating above targeting Jin directly. A voice echoes. "Ha! What kind of immortality is this?" A black light spreads out and a black tornado engulfs Phytheo. "Your brother is rotting in his grave. Where is the immortality?" Phytheo turns around in confusion to look at the source of the sound, the black shadow blocking the light where he stands. "Now it's my turn to play with you." Murakhan has transformed into a giant dragon, looking down at Phao from above. He was startled to see the enormous dragon before him. "You little brat of the transformed beast." Murakhan gives a dangerous smile as he looks at the tiny figure before him. While Phai was still stunned by the black demonic magic enveloping him, Murakhan mocked him and said, "Standing in front of the grave of your brother, are you talking about immortality?" This is Murakhan's spiritual energy release. Jin gazes in awe at the giant dragon before him. "You fell into a memory. Fine, I will show you a little about what releasing spiritual energy really is." Yeah, back then, little Jin was playing with a magic flame in his hand. Spiritual energy ultimately originates from darkness. All darkness in this world is born from Sonar's wind, making Sonar the master of all darkness and you the only one who has made a pact with Sana. In other words, the shadow slips through every corner of the room. The voice echoes again. "You too can become the master of all darkness." Murakhan's face appears. This is the true release of spiritual energy. Jin, still surprised, thinks to himself, so this isn't even half of his real power yet. So how powerful was Murakhan at his peak? Murakhan lowered his head to Phytheo and said, I will play with you a little now. That's Fetel's avatar, Fathi shouts in anger. How dare you? He raised his hand towards Murakan, a creature of sun, and dared to do so. Fetel suddenly froze. What? He hesitated as his move seemed to burst like a bubble upon touching Murakan. Why? Why not? It's impossible? Murakan's massive foot lands beside him, causing him to stagger. Is it just because he can't use even a tiny bit of divine power that he's panicking? Murakan smiles with amusement. You've lost all dignity. You once said that even if you were torn to pieces, you wouldn't die, right? So you've never actually been hit by spiritual energy before? Murakan raises his sharp claws towards Feth. I'll show you what it really means to be hit by spiritual energy. Fet Theo stammered in panic. Get away, don't come near. The two cuts flashed before Fet Theo's eyes, and his shadow on the ground revealed identical cuts. Fet cried out in pain as his limbs were severed, arrogantly muttering, "Haha, just need to be reborn." A quick slash of sand suddenly cut through him, causing him to halt. What is this? Before his limbs could reconnect, Phytheo's body was torn into two parts. Phytheo desperately shouted, "Stop!" But the cuts continued to slash into his body. "Stop, your body needs to keep healing. Stop it." Fet screamed, but Murakan didn't stop. Murakan casually said, "Oh my, it's really tough as frying." The hand covered in countless cuts from the shield on the ground. Murakan speaks. So, how does it feel to be hit by spiritual energy? You don't know what just hit you? You're so confused, right? Don't do that. Even though I am only a shadow of Lin in a transformed form, I am still a god, Murakan interjected. Yeah, I know. You're a god, so you're immortal, Fi said, tightening his grip. I will be a storm in name if you let me retreat. I will. Murakan coldly moved his face closer to Theo. You were so arrogant just now you're begging a creature of the gods for your life? I told you to keep your dignity and not scream in despair. Thousands of intertwined cuts flash in the dark space. After a moment, Murakan spoke. So boring, John cut in. That was tough, Murakan. Is he dead now? A small light flickers in the dark space, surrounded by spreading magical traces. Murakan speaks, he won't die, but he will have to endure endless repeated pain until he falls into madness and his incarnation is dissolved. The figure in front of him, with a pained expression, emits light from his chest as the wounds spread across his body. Murakan speaks, Fetal's soul is expelled, Julian's body gradually recovers. He will return to being an ordinary contract signer. When Murakan finished speaking, Duyan's body was fully restored. The blue light completely escaped from his body. The surrounding darkness gradually dissipates, revealing the sky's light. The scenery on the island reappears, returning to its original form. The dark clouds disperse, returning the warm light that illuminates the entire island. Julian collapses unconscious on the ground. Murakan reverts to his human form and speaks. It's been a long time since I fought seriously. Jin bowed his head to look at Julian. Murakan patted his back. The transformation has been completely reversed. Kid, at least for the next week, he won't wake up. Oh no, my back hurts so much. Jin reaches out to check Julian. All right, still alive and well. Now I just need to check if Kujan and VZ are still alive. Suddenly, Murakan collapsed to the ground. Jin was startled and turned around. Murakan thumbs up and says, I'm fine, I'm okay, I just pushed myself too hard so my body can't keep up. Jin looked down at Murakan with a smile and said, You're exhausted, aren't you? You don't look okay at all, Mura shouted angrily. I said I'm fine. I'll rest here for a while. Now take out the fur ball. Jin helplessly said, All right, rest here. Jin summoned Suri, who hugged Murakan and licked his face before collapsing. Murakan screams, canceling the fur ball. How can I rest like this? Then stop licking. Jin softly says, I will go find Kujan and Vzet and come back. Suri presses down on Murakan's body, licking his hair, and he desperately reaches out to Jin. Darn it, just go away. Jin calls out loudly for Kujan and Vez. Jin stands silently on the cliff. Have they already left the island? Jin glanced down at the sea. There was a boat, but it was too small to belong to those two. The sound startled Jin, who turned around cautiously. Suri from Murakan shouted warningly, glaring at the person in front of her with a harsh voice. The one behind you is Julian and the little kid's guardian dragon? The youngest kid is even here? Rot rubs his chin. I don't have a habit of killing the lowly creatures that are your masters. Suri shouted in anger. Jin suddenly appeared, blocking her way. The cotton ball froze. Jin frowned as he looked at Jua. What are you doing here? Jot said coldly. I'm the one who wants to ask now, kid. Tammat Chot Shua glances over at Julian. What is a novice swordsman like you doing here? Jin thought grimly. Was that Rot Sua on the boat earlier? It doesn't look like anyone was with him based on the size. It's been a while since we last met. I have a lot to talk to you about. Jin interrupted. We've already faced each other before. Don't pretend to be innocent. I didn't expect to be exposed like this. Ratsuo asked in surprise. What? Just like you know my secret, I also know all the nasty tricks you've played on me. Ratsuo smirked. Huh, seems like you're pretty bitter, huh? It's not that I don't understand, but that attitude doesn't suit you very well. I received the message you left in Kindred Han's laboratory. A pretty impressive message. The news has spread everywhere, but no power has realized that Jin Gray is actually you. Jin took the sword and said, Back then, Rua, you should have killed me, right when you cursed me. Jin drew his sword, and a dark power surged forth. If you had killed me then, this defeat wouldn't have happened today. Jin points his sword at Ratsuo, his eyes cold and challenging. Ratsuo simply smiles calmly, a dangerous grin. Is that spiritual energy? That power was supposed to be mine. Ratsuo chuckled softly. Jin frowned and looked at him. You're really delusional. He bowed his head. If you want to try stealing it, go ahead. The dark power erupted, and Jin charged forward. Shouldn't you have brought a few knights when welcoming Sister Luna? Going alone isn't your style. You swung your sword at Jua, but he disappeared quickly. Ratsuo, standing above, drew his sword and said loudly, You are mistaken. Just because you have the power of Shred, do you think you can face me? Jotsua's sword flashes brightly, and Jin looks at it in amazement. The silver sword is not the one you always carry that you favor. Ratsuo swings his bright sword straight at Jin, who quickly jumps away to dodge. Ratsuo lands on the ground like a blazing missile. He grabs the sword stuck in the ground and teleports to Jin's side. Ratsuo swings his sword, and Jin quickly blocks it. He casually said, Kid, do you think I always use tricks and keep you close because I'm weak? Josua's face showed a cold expression as he kept swinging his sword at Jin. Is it because I can't become an absolute martial artist like my big sister? Ruosuo raised his sword high and swung it down. No, that's completely wrong. If I want to, I can catch up to my big sister any time. Each strike of Ratsuo's sword slammed down with such force that the ground shattered. He watched Jin grit his teeth as he endured, cuts marking his body. Ratsuo secretly smiled inside. Knights are still just knights. Ratsuo, like a mad war god, swung his sword and said, Do you know, kid? In a world you've never experienced what lurks in the shadows, he struck Jin's sword with a powerful blow, causing Jin to bleed, yet Ratsuo continued to speak. Even with your father there, why do you still hesitate? Why? Even though I disappointed my father, he still didn't abandon me, and even if he's dissatisfied with me, I can't avoid it. I have to accept it. Yen gritted his teeth and glared at Joa, saying, The one who is always more alert to enemies in the sword garden than anyone else is me. Rutsuo brandished his sword, a red aura enveloping the blade. He turned with a dangerous smile, dark energy surrounding him. The two swords clashed, powerful energies collided, a bright flash shot into the sky. The two magical sources merged, a loud explosion echoed, and below, the ground cracked open, two figures hidden in the smoke. Jane wore a cold expression and thought to himself, It's not that I underestimated Ratsuo, but as the heir, he still has shortcomings. Without elder sister Luna, there wouldn't be such gossip now. Ratsuo smugly ruffled his hair and smiled at Jin. Was that a spirit sword technique just now? Not too bad. Cotton Ball suddenly rushed over to Jin's side, shouting alertly at Joshua. Jin reached out to pat its head. It's okay, Suri. Protect Murakhan. Ratsuo suddenly burst out laughing. What a touching scene. Do you really think I would kidnap that helpless black dragon just to confront you? He turned to look at Murakhan, and Jin interrupted him. You are exactly the kind of person who would do that. Ratsuo burst into laughter. Aha, now I understand. The reason you're acting so arrogantly, kid, is because you're sure I can't kill you. Because if you die, I can't steal the contract. Dai grimaced, thinking that as he expected, he knew there was a way to transfer the contract like Jippo and Kinzalo had done. Joshua tilted his chin and said, You've deduced that far. I must commend you, but it changes nothing. Today you will become someone who can never wield a sword again. For the black punishment, it's even worse than death. Jin bowed his head, his expression unreadable. Punishment? That's right, the black warning mark. I am sure you can't kill me. But that doesn't mean you'll spare my life, Jin. Jin clenched his sword, magic flowing out. Because my reinforcements are coming soon. A black hole appears above Jin, absorbing his dark magic, as Ratsuo looks at Jin with suspicion. What are you up to now? He charged forward, swinging his sword behind him, and his magic energy and strike headed straight for Jin. Jua's attack was also pulled into the black hole, and everything was sucked in. Ratsuo stared in amazement at what was happening before his eyes as the sword energy was being sucked back in. Jin's thoughts echoed. I told you, you should have killed me when you had the chance. Is that your special hero move? He still stands there, raising his sword towards the black hole, summoning a black sword of light. A door appears behind Jine. He leans forward and delivers a straight slash. A flash of white light, the door behind Jine opens slightly and a faint figure gradually appears. Rot Sua is stunned. You used the spirit sword to summon it? A tall figure appears behind Jine. He bows and waits. Summoning the black sword, no one knows who will appear. I was worried that if it's not the dual king, what then? But it seems to be unnecessary worry. The giant sword is planted into the ground and a familiar voice echoes. It's been a while, Jin, brother. Jin turns his head and smiles, sorry for the sudden summon. Gamin, brother, Gamin cheerfully replies, no need for formalities among brothers. The source of spiritual energy erupts powerfully behind Gamun. He smiles and says, I can help with that. Jin coldly replied, kill the one in front of me. Ratsua fell silent, clenching his fists. Gamin smiles with interest, slings his sword over his shoulder, and looks towards Joshua. I am Gamun, the 8th Battle King of the great Ming King clan. Having accepted my brother's request, my duty is to eliminate his enemies. If you have anything to say, say it now. The dark power spreads fiercely through the space, as Ratsua bows his head coldly and draws his sword aura. A soul of a race that perished 5,000 years ago? I don't know what tricks you've played, but draw your sword because I will kill you and punish my brother. Gamin still wears a smile, pretending to be a warrior despite not being one. Ratsua raises his sword, gritting his teeth, and says, you are not related to the kid, and yet pretending to be a brother. He widened his eyes, seemingly out of words. Gamun's sword flashed past, and his towering figure suddenly appeared behind Rhoda, saying, let you rest, my brother's enemy. Ratsua clenched his teeth and turned his head with Gamun's face close to him, when suddenly Gamun's tall figure appeared behind Ratsua. I consider you speechless, hopeless. Now, he swung his sword down, unleashing a great surge of power, and the ground tore apart like it was being ripped open. Ratsua spat blood and raised his sword to block Gamun's attack. Gamun happily opened his mouth to smile. It seems we can have a little fun now. Ratsua gritted his teeth, trembling, using all his strength to block Gamun's sword, then quickly broke free and leapt up shouting. Silence. A mere ghost dares to insult me? I will make you regret coming here. Ratsua leapt forward, leaving only empty space where he stood. Ratsua quickly strikes at Gamun. The swift sword moves flash by, and Gamun suddenly speaks. I had hoped that today the black can would be worth the wait after meeting Jin. Jaws looked at him in fear, Gamun standing there unharmed. But you are truly pathetic. With the blood of the black can, you're not even worthy of wielding this sword. Each broken sword floats in the air as Ratsua glances at his sword, now missing a part. While he is still stunned, the blade slices toward his face. A loud explosion echoed, and Ratsua managed to retreat just in time. He gritted his teeth, eyes wide with fury, and said, a cursed soul like you. His thoughts hadn't fully formed before everything suddenly went dark in front of him. Amidst the thick smoke, Gamun smiled and charged forward, his fist bursting with energy. Gamun's terrifying face appeared like a death god as he delivered his punch, shattering the ground into pieces. Ratsua chose to block the punch, blood pouring out wildly from his mouth. Jua's tiny body was motionless as Gamun grabbed him, threw him into the air, and he floated suspended in midair. The Demon King's sword was ready. Gamun pointed his sword straight up, Ratsua holding the sword above, trembling as he commanded, while the falling figure was pulled down, the broken tip of the sword being sucked into Gamun's blade. He was thrown back by him, and Gamun forcefully threw him to the ground. When Gamun charged, he pulled Jua's hand to make him stand up along with the sword. Gamun throws a punch directly at Joshua's face, the force causing the ground around them to crack as Joshua is sent flying away. A spiritual energy light surrounds Gamun's sword as he raises it high, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Jin frowned, thinking it's over, but from the wreckage in the distance, the sword energy of Ratrua erupted. He stands up, his face crazed, with overwhelming power surrounding him. Ratsua rises, unleashing a force that stirs a violent storm around him. Jin lowered his head to shield his eyes from the blinding light in front of him, frowning as he thought, is he going to use his ultimate technique now? It's too late. Joshua Gamun still calmly speaks, truly an impressive amount of aura, surpassing what is usually seen in someone like you. Impressed only by a human, but that's all. Ratsua silently stands amidst the powerful aura as the wounds gradually spread across his body. Jin's eyes widened in shock as a powerful column of energy erupted in the sky, swirling around Lord Zua. Zin shouted to Gamun, we have to run away from here as far as possible. That is the only self-destruct technique of the Kanan people. Not only this island, but the surrounding areas will also be wiped out. The powerful energy source before us looks like a giant wave column dominating the entire sky. Jin continued, "If I had a spirit beast with me, we might be able to escape somehow." Gamoon cut in, "I am an summoned entity, a mere spirit covered in spiritual energy, with no real body, and the memories I have here will fade. Tell me everything when we meet again." "I'll be fine at LaFaro's," Jin bowed and replied. "Got it," Gamoon shouted. "Go quickly and stay on my path." Only Jay swiftly rides onto Siru, grabs Murakan, and escapes the scene. Rot's body cracks and shatters within the aura column. He mutters to himself, "Jin, my brother, survive if you can." His blazing red eyes are also beginning to crack. The final act of the black-clad people. A powerful light erupts, burning through the entire space. A burst of yellow light also erupts from the body, and a huge explosion echoes, leveling the ground. Jin turns his head as the mausoleum gate gradually collapses. Gamoon grits his teeth as an explosion erupts around him, a shockwave spreading out. Saru runs forward with all her might, Gamoon holding his sword up front, the dark spirit energy blocking his path. The powerful dark energy enveloped Joshua's explosive air column, preventing it from spreading. The remaining red energy was drawn into the sky, while the rest was held back by Gamoon's spiritual energy. Gamoon smiled and said, "I will wait at La Rosa, my brother." As Jin moved away, the island burst into a dazzling light, illuminating the sky and the Thanhai Sea. Jin silently gazes at the blue sky and the peaceful sea, with only a whirlpool remaining in the center. He worriedly said, "Gamoon Rot Rua is dead. Maybe because I never thought he would die so senselessly, I still can't believe it." On October 0, 1797, the night promotion ceremony in the center of the Saran Kingdom. In the photo, Roswa stands there, with the name Joshua clearly visible below. Rosua is still alive. Jin angrily crumples the newspaper in his hand. At the Black Council Castle, in the dark room, a trembling man sits on a chair, gritting his teeth in pain, his hand clenched tightly into the stone chair, bleeding, as a voice suddenly echoes. "With the one who will become the master of the black people, yet he is so shaken in the basement." The dark power spread strongly through the dark room. A step forward, and that voice spoke again. Perhaps this cannot be avoided. A shadowy figure appeared, and that power emanated from this mysterious person. The one on the throne sneered, "Are you here to manipulate me?" "Haha, of course." A black-haired girl appears first, smirking mockingly. "She is Haluram. You wasted the clone I created for you, and now you're here trembling because of the consequences. Why can't I just laugh at you?" The woman's fierce face. She stands there mocking like a death god of evil. "There's no way to kill the Min King tribe that the youngest son summoned," Ratsua said coldly. Helaram laughed loudly and said, "Foolish one. The Min Vuong clan are those trapped in a dead world. From the beginning, they never belonged to this world." Ratsua bit his lip in anger, his face covered in sweat from the allergic pain. Helaram lifts Ju's face and whispers into his ear, "All the things you've done are a waste of the clones I created." She turned around, holding her head. "Honestly, I don't understand why the prophecy only points to you anymore. If it were your eldest or youngest sister, it would have been much easier." The treacherous woman glared at the Chatsua. He gritted his teeth as he listened to her words. "Or perhaps if your father, the target of the original prophecy, had not challenged fate and achieved salvation, how wonderful it would have been if he had met me earlier. If that had happened, I wouldn't have had to help a fool like you." Ratsua angrily crushed the corner of the stone bench. Haluram glanced and said, "You still managed to do one thing well. You discovered that your younger sibling can summon the Min King clan and Suri, and you found out the child's location. It's really annoying that he has taken over Suri." She reached out and stroked Joshua's face. Haluram sat on Joshua's lap and whispered, "Everything will eventually come back to you. The child of the prophecy, I will create a new clone for you." Ratsua frowned and looked at Haluram. "How much do you need this time?" she said with a big smile, reaching out to Joshua. "The ingredients you gave me last time were more than enough." Turning back to Jine, he clenched the newspaper tightly in his hand. "Surely 4 days ago Sua was already dead. The article isn't wrong, right?" Casimir replied slowly. "It is true that the nightly induction ceremony took place in the Suan Kingdom, so there's no way a fake image could be published in the nationwide newspaper." Julie said, "Could it be that the shapeshifter from BVA Gaston is responsible?" Jine immediately denied, "No. Julie's ultimate skill is real. That power is enough to destroy the Lamdiu archipelago, and only a true blacksmith can unleash it." We can't look serious. "So maybe the ritual is a fake after all?" Jin replied, "I need to check Fatel's fake contract first. When that kid wakes up, I might be able to get some information." In the cell, Julian remains tied up and unconscious as Marikan shouts loudly, Really? It's driving me crazy. I missed everything because I overslept." Kusin follows up with a stern question. "What will happen if you can't restore the Min royal bloodline?" You may have been the strongest dragon 1,000 years ago, but now you're just a sickly creature. Face reality. If you keep clinging to the past, you'll truly perish. Got it, got it. Qui-Can Sirius says, don't talk nonsense. About the meeting with Mia, maybe she has a way to restore the original power. Murakhan silently scratches his head, avoiding Qui-Cantel's gaze. Jin was confused. Who is Misha? Qui-Cantel pointed to Murakhan, his sister. Murakhan hesitated but said nothing. Suddenly, he stood up and left, speaking irritably. Shut up, I would never call her sister. The door slammed shut, and Jin remained deep in thought. It seems their relationship isn't good. It looks like Mia mistreated Murakhan a lot when he was young. Quanto's first act after becoming stronger was to take revenge on his sister. Jin wondered if, in that case, she would help Murakhan. Quant raises his hand to his chin, contemplating. Misha is also a black dragon. Can she really kill the guardian dragon that must be protected for 1,000 years? If I go with him, she won't be that angry. She and I were originally close. In the night sky, a shadow of a dragon was soaring. Murakhan is gone. Quant pats his chest. It seems that idiot went alone. Julie runs over and holds the piece of paper. Young master, Lord Murakhan left a letter in my room. She hands the letter to Jin. Jin frowns as he reads the hidden message behind the beard. I have decided on a short but difficult journey. I wish I could discuss it with you, but it's a decision only I can bear. I hope you won't suffer when I'm gone. I still remember the day I woke up from that boring sleep and met you and the little boy. When I return safely, I hope we can go on a trip as we promised. Both of us, Jine, tear up the letter and speak. Did you two promise to go on a trip together? Julie hesitated. No, we never promised. What does he mean? Murakhan Qui-Kano looked serious as he gazed outside. Under the night sky, in a certain town, a shadowy figure was sneaking through the darkness. He stops in front of a door, slowly opens it, and steps inside. The door swings open to reveal a chaotic mess. He narrowed his eyes and spoke. The product. The person in the room lowered their face and asked, the money first, a bag of money thrown onto the table, does the effect match what was promised? This is a deadly poison that no one can detect. The man took it and asked in surprise, where did you find this? The man grits his teeth. The deal's over. Get lost. All right, all right. The poison seller opens the door, steps inside, and looks at the trembling person on the bed. Vzet do leilangdo, chudong vet thuongkudo, tan figaira, kujan nigoi thup suong batluk. Please try to hold on a little longer. Tears stream down his face. You are the last family I have left. The door opens slightly, and Casimir's voice echoes. Young Master Jin, we have found out where Kujan Marius is. Jin replied casually. Where is he? The kingdom's banner. Jin gently stands by the window, turns his head, and a piece of paper is handed to him. After Swinzan's inauguration, a report was sent indicating that Delki's mercenaries had circulated deadly poison at an extremely low price. When our team arrived and identified the toxin, it was found to be highly toxic and currently unregistered anywhere. Jin frowned. It's him! Casimir also furrowed his brow. It is also confirmed that the kingdom of Delki is Marius's homeland. We must head immediately to the kingdom of Deokai. Jin's group gathers in front of Kujan's uncle's house, where the mercenaries are believed to have bought the poison. Jin pushes the door open. Kujan Marius. He sat silently in front of the three people. Kujan opened his eyes slightly and whispered. Jin's expression darkens. Jin is surprised. You knew I would come. Seeing you expose yourself in such a terrible place, it seems you hoped I would find you first and end it. Am I wrong to say that? He bowed his head. You're right. Please help me. A violent cough echoes through the room and a mouthful of fresh blood is expelled. Jin's group silently watches VZ in pain, lying on the bed. I understand now. You revealed your location because you couldn't save VZ. This is the final stage of her mana reflux phenomenon. Her body has been too badly damaged, and I can't guarantee she'll recover. Kujan suddenly kneels down. Please save her. He knelt and shouted, not begging to save her. VZ is the only family I have left. Please, Kujan still kneels on the ground. Please, I will do anything you ask. I will atone for my sins for the rest of my life. So please. Jin glanced at Kuch-chan and said casually, get up. You will only be accepted after proving your worth. And this is not something I can fix just because you beg me. Blood keeps pouring from VZ's mouth. VZ cannot be saved unless you are a saint of Von Ka's level, but only a few healers can cure the damage caused by mana reflux at Hill Pester Organization. And there's no guarantee I can get her to see them without Joshua finding out. Kujan said desperately. No, Casimir said. We will take her down to Tan first and hire a healer to treat her. Then we will arrange some kind of deal with Von Kila's saints. Alicia grabs the button and pops it open. Then time is of the essence. Let's get moving. I will secure her body. Alicia quickly acted. I don't know how long she can hold on. This is a race against time. Jin nodded and said, I understand, let's go. Alicia carried Vizette away, while Kujan, still stunned and kneeling on the ground, hadn't reacted yet. And Jin turned his head. Kujuan? I will try to get her there, but if a battle breaks out between us and Yua's men, we might have to leave VZ behind. Do you understand? Kujian bowed his head, tears streaming down his face. Yes. The whole group quickly rushed down the alley. Jin frowned as he looked to the side to check. Her condition is critical. If we don't act quickly, her organs will shut down and she will die. Casimir turned his head. I see the teleportation gate now. There are too many eyes here. Will it be okay? Jin turned to look at the figure lurking in the distance. As expected, it won't be easy. We are being followed. Someone is behind us. Jin glanced around, then the 2 or 3 of them turned to Kujan and spoke. Kujan, it's time for me to test your skills. Can you eliminate them all? Kujan nods. I can do it, Jin gently assured. You must not attract attention. Kujan replied. Let me handle it, Kaya asked suspiciously. Can he really assassinate someone in broad daylight on the main street without anyone noticing? That's probably something only high-level anonymous assassins can do. Dien calmly said. He had to do it. It was the only way for him to survive. The black-clad man looked blankly at the deserted alley. He glanced around anxiously, thinking, damn it, I lost him. I have to go back now. He didn't notice a cloud of poison gas enveloping the area. The tailing man froze. Kujan slowly explained, this is the neurotoxic venom of the western desert death spider, which causes instant petrification and even stops the heart, leading to death by heart attack. The injured man groaned in pain on the ground, while Kujan held the poison vial in his hand, sinisterly looking at the man below and thinking that this was a poison ineffective against martial artists of the 6th spirit level or higher. Fortunately, they are not the Black Knight's knights, just trash. Returning to Jine's group, the suspicious figures remained still, waiting for them to pass. A man carrying a bag of bread and a bottle of wine walks slowly forward. The pigeons at his feet remain still, watching the bread bag, as he snaps his fingers. The pigeon on the ground was hit on the head by a falling object and fainted. The flock of pigeons panicked and flew away, distracting the man who didn't notice the shadow behind him. What's going on with the pigeons? Jin smirked, thinking. He's starting now. He angrily raises the bottle, the kid snaps his fingers and something clings to the bread. A hand grabs the loaf and shoves it into the man's mouth. The poison touching his lips will immediately block his airway, causing death by choking on food. Kujan quickly puts something into the bottle in his hand. Finally, Kujan appears in front of the man reading the newspaper. You splash alcohol in his face, and he falls into the water behind him. Are you struggling with severe dizziness? The man sinks into the water, looking at Kujan standing there in silence. He desperately raises his hand. Kujan threw the bottle of alcohol into the lake. The cause of death was alcohol poisoning. Kujan, emotionless, watched him as the drowning man completely stopped moving, with no trace left, while those around shouted in panic. Someone has died. Amidst the chaos, Kujan quietly leaves. At Tikin, Casimir's residence, everyone gathered in the room. The doctor finished examining VZ and assured that her life is no longer in danger, so she should rest and recover fully. However, she has only just passed the critical stage. If she doesn't receive further treatment from the Saints of Vankila, she won't be able to use mana anymore. Kujan bowed his head, tears still glistening in his eyes. Thank you so much. Jaynat turned and replied, I kept my promise. Now it's your turn. Julian seems to have woken up in Tan's prison cell. He was bound all over with magic and chains, unable to move. Footsteps came from the door and a voice echoed. Sorry for being so harsh earlier, but I don't know when you'll lose control again. Julian slowly opened his heavy eyes and looked up at the approaching person. The one who made a contract with Fo Theo Jin slowly stepped in, followed by Kujan. Julian's eyes widened in shock. Kujan, don't tell me you betrayed Lord Rotua, Kujan said coldly. It is Rat Sua who betrayed us. When you became his embodiment, you almost lost your life at his hands. So forget that pathetic loyalty. It's not loyalty, it's fear. Quan let out a sigh of relief as Julian suddenly burst out in anger. Eat your fill. Kujan furrowed his brow and spoke. If you want to live, cooperate. The only reason you're still alive now is thanks to young Master Jin. Julian bowed his head and lowered his voice in doubt. Young Master Jin tugged at his sleeve and spoke in a cold tone. Yes, he is the younger brother of that trash you serve, and also the one who signed the contract with Jindan Kanan. Julian stared in shock at Jin, thinking to himself, that black-clad man is the one your lord has always mentioned. Jin takes the banana sword and slowly says, You felt this power once before, right? He draws the Bradamanti sword, and dark energy immediately spreads out. Julian's eyes widen in fear as the energy approaches him. He trembles, clenches his teeth, and closes his eyes tightly. but Jine only used his power to break Julian's chains. Julian cautiously leaned on the wooden bed in the cell. Jane stands before him coldly and says, "From now on, speak honestly, or your life will end right here." Julian is stunned, feeling a chill down his spine. "So, you're saying that meeting me at the Blue Tortoise Islands was just a coincidence and you only went there to strengthen your power?" Julian bowed his head and replied, "Yes," Jin interrupted. "I was surprised you found a way to strengthen Fatal's authority with Graham's grave. But why did you increase your own power?" Julian hesitated. "That's because I am a substitute." "A replacement?" Dian looked surprised at the person in front of him. Julian slowly explained that Lord Jua had been planning to steal Sodet's contract for a long time. "In case something happens to you, he planned to take my contract instead of Sodet, so he needs to ensure I have the strength worthy of it." Jin's eyes were cold and sharp. "That bastard, how does he plan to transfer the contract?" "And I am sure Ruswa self-destructed and died at the Thantuk archipelago. That power is real." "So, how is he still alive and acting as if nothing happened?" Jin looked at Julian with no emotion, clearly having used a strange and concerning trick. "Do you know anything about this?" Julian frowned. "If I tell you everything I know, will you protect me?" Jin frowned. "If it's valuable information, then definitely." Julian honestly recounts what he knows. There is a woman called Fairy Chai who almost entirely influences Lord Jua's decisions. She was the one who told him that Gam's tomb was located in the Thantuak archipelago, and that it could be used to enhance my power. Ratsua's self-destruction in the Thantuak archipelago was probably a clone she created. Jin was startled. "Do you know how she replicated Ratsua?" Julian bowed his head. "I don't know the details. I only know it requires many people, as if she's using executed prisoners from the Hu Fester Alliance." Jin's eyes flickered with anger as he calmly said, "Why didn't you escape from Jua if he was going to take your contract? Is your family being held hostage?" "My bodyguard is being held captive. I have no family left. Not only my family, but my entire village has been slaughtered by the Chat." Julian's eyes fill with sorrow. "I must look so pathetic, just following the enemy's orders instead of avenging them. That's why Vzich also mocked me. But if I lose the guardian dragon, my miserable life will have no meaning anymore." Kujan stood aside, lost in thought. "Because they are all people with similar fates." Julian holds his head, tears beginning to fall. "Please help me regain the Long Guardian." Jane slowly propped his hand on his knee and stood up, replying, "I can't accept that request right now because you're a prisoner. However, if you belong entirely to me, I will give you that chance." Julian's eyes widened slightly. "One day, take it back yourself." Jane's words seemed to give Julian a glimmer of hope. "Until then, I will treat you with whatever humanity I have left, and I hope you won't disappoint me." Julian still sat there. Stunned, she fell into her own world. In Tan's garden, everyone began discussing the clues Julian had provided. "So, she is the one who stole the contract and used humans to clone humans?" Jin crossed his arms and replied, "Do you have any guesses about that person?" Kwaikan glanced at Jine. "A demon. And if that is a demon king-level entity, it wouldn't be impossible. Or maybe it's the witch Halurim." She propped her chin and looked away. "Yes, it's no surprise that everything stems from her, whether it's human cloning or transferring contracts." Jin clasped his hands in front of him, deep in thought. This might not just be about Ratsua, it could be connected to someone deeply tied to the family. Casimir spoke seriously. "I think so too. With someone as strong as Yua by his side, I doubt the core members of the Dark family are completely unaware. Whether they are turning a blind eye or actively supporting Ratrua, that's something we need to find out." Canelo speaks seriously. "If it's the latter, I wonder what the demon would think now, seeing his children like this." Dai frowning, his eyes determined. "This is not something I should recklessly get involved in before becoming the one in charge. I feel like I might trigger a counterattack beyond my ability. It doesn't seem like the right time to use up the 5 years my father gave me. I will have to plan the family affairs a bit earlier than expected." Suddenly, Red Hot Hoang ran in, interrupting the conversation among the three. "Sir, there's an urgent matter. News from Stilo. A fire dragon and a giant black monster in the shape of a dragon just had a fierce battle. It seems to be Lord Murakan." All three are stunned. Joe H. quickly asks again, "What did you say?" The scene shifts to a vast space engulfed in flames, with the fire dragon facing Murakan in its dragon form. Both of them glare at each other in anger. The fire dragon tilts its head back, gathering fire in its mouth before unleashing a powerful blast of flame toward Murakan. Murakan instinctively dodges backward. The green-haired girl looks on in panic at the chaos before her. "No way. What is happening?" Murakan grits his teeth in anger, growling fiercely as flames engulf the surrounding space, making it impossible to see clearly. Suri's graceful feet dash forward at lightning speed. Jin's group rides a fluffy cloud through the jungle, rushing to find Murakan. Quant blames himself and says, I shouldn't have left Murakan alone. Jin turned to comfort her. Stay calm. Quant is following, now certain that Murakan is still alive. As his contracted partner, I haven't sensed anything unusual yet, Quaikan said seriously. That's right, if he's facing Khadun, he probably won't kill Murakan. If he kills him, no one will tell him who says will make his next contract with. Instead, he might have drugged him or torn his wings and imprisoned him, and he will use Murakan to find your contract partner of Sodet. Jin silently glanced at Quaikaneo. Suri stopped beside a high cliff and shouted loudly. In front of Jin is a sky ablaze, with dust swirling in the air. The entire city appears to have been suddenly attacked, engulfed in fierce flames everywhere, and the sky is obscured by thick smoke rising from the fire. Quaikanelo frowned, saying, I am sure that is Khadun's fire. No fire dragon could produce such intense flames except him. Kujan also frowned, due to the smoke, and spoke. Although the fire from the fire dragon has been burning all day, no reports have been written about it. It seems Jippo is controlling the situation, and a cold glint flashes in Jin's eyes. All right, we need to get into the city. 2 guards are standing watch at the entrance. Jin observes the situation and says, This is not good. What do you mean? Quan asked, confused. This area belongs to the Duchy of Sun, but instead of soldiers from the Duchy, holy knights from Bent-Kalar are guarding it, and they've sealed all the entrances. It seems they don't want any witnesses left. Jin pursed her lips and thought, the holy nation of Bank-Kila has sealed off the area instead of helping to restore the city or save the civilians? It's strange. They never took sides in the past, but now they are helping the Jippo family. While Jin was still lost in thought, Quicantel stepped out of hiding. Our first priority is to check Murakan's condition. Jin panicked. Miss Quicantel, we will lead the way. Quicantel did not turn around and replied, Just the 2 of you, then watch and learn. I will open the door without anyone noticing. She clenched her fists and stepped closer to the 2 guards. They quickly spoke up to stop her. Stop! This place is off limits. At this moment, Quaicanteo keeps her head bowed, her body trembling strangely, her expression unclear. The guard continued to warn, If you come any closer, I can't guarantee your safety. Suddenly, Quaican bent down, and in an instant, she vanished from her current position. A powerful punch hits the guard's armor, shattering his chest plate and knocking him back. Who are you? Before the other guy could react, Quicantel's foot was already within a fist's reach of his head. Her powerful kick causes the light outside to be visible through the guard's iron helmet. She raises her hand to summon a magic circle, and the door gently breaks into floating pieces. Quanta raises her hand, and the floating pieces of wood circle around her. Jin stares in amazement as Kujan slowly steps inside. He looked at the floating pieces of wood in the air. After they entered, Quaicanel turned his hand, and the pieces of wood reassembled into the original door shape, with no scratches. Kujan glanced in amazement as he restored a broken door without leaving a trace or making a sound. So, this is the power of the Time Dragon. The whole group clenched their fists, staring at the scene before them. Corpses of the townspeople piled up like a mountain. Canelo quietly stood there and said, It's terrifying. Jin also agreed with her. That's right, it looks like hell. A voice echoed in Jin's ear, O good citizen of Stilo. In an area, the surviving villagers gather together, and above the wooden planks a person raises both hands and shouts loudly. In the land outside the city, the fire dragon is still fighting the monster, but beloved citizens, the messengers of heaven have arrived, so do not be afraid, and do not despair. That hateful monster who killed our parents and siblings will soon be destroyed by Fire Dragon. The villager's eyes turned to the man, shining with a hollow, soulless stare. He continued, saying, Pray for the Holy Spirit, to bless Fire Dragon. Jin stood to the side, observing, and spoke. Prophecy. Kujan asked curiously, What is a prophecy? Do you see those eyes? The saints claim it's holy power, but in reality, it's a form of mind control magic. It is useless against those with strong will, but ordinary people who are in shock like this can be easily deceived. The current Holy King Makan considers the prophecy to be heresy and strictly bans the saints from using it. Quaican frowned angrily as he watched them blame Murakan for the massacre caused by Kazun. It seems Murakan still hasn't been captured. Jin looked towards the villagers and the mysterious figures. I agree. She appeals to Canelo. If he gets caught, they won't cause this kind of chaos. He secretly wondered why they had to go this far to defy the Holy King. We need to find out why they are helping the Jip family. A hooded figure approaches the man on the wooden platform and whispers something into his ear. The man then uses a hypnotic spell to shout, Everyone! A group of villains just infiltrated the city. If you see anything suspicious, report it to our envoy immediately. Jin's group immediately turned around and said, "We should run now, but unfortunately someone saw us and shouted. Over there, the suspicious individuals are over there." The controlled citizens rush forward quickly, surround them, and don't let them escape. Quan quickly pulls out a blue orb, raises it high, and throws it down, enveloping the Jane group in thick smoke to block the villagers' view. When the smoke clears, one person shouts out loud, "They're gone." The angry man ordered, "Find them. We must eliminate the evil intruders." The bugle call echoed throughout the fortress. Jin's group charged into the sea of flames. The shining armor appears, blocking Jin's group's path. The holy knights emerge and say, "Di Jiao, put down your weapons and surrender." Dian quickly drew her crimson sword and charged forward. The knights were startled by the blinding light before them, as spiritual energy enveloped us and a powerful lightning bolt struck down. The only sounds left in the surrounding space are the screams of the knights, with one quickly using a shield to stay safe. Kujan pulls out 3 vials of poison, saying, "I will handle the last one." Suddenly, the other person shouts, "Wait, please!" The knight inside the shield spoke. "I am different from them. I have never pointed my sword at those who are not heretics. And you are connected to the black dragon who stopped the fire dragon from going berserk?" "Huh. I'm right, aren't I?" Jin was a bit surprised and lowered his voice, asking, "Do you know where the black dragon is? Who are you?" The knight slowly removes his iron helmet. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lord Merkin asked me to protect you until Jin Kanan comes looking for you. My long blue hair flows in the wind. I am a knight of the Dawn Council defending the doctrine. My name is Jani Salome. Jani warns that the holy knights will arrive because of the noise just now. Quickly hide behind the building." As the other holy knights arrived, only Jian's figure kneeling on the ground and the fallen knights remained. The leading man solemnly called her name. "Jani Salome? What happened?" Jani lowered her face and choked back tears. "I'm sorry, those bastards got away." "I confirm they turned into that alley and are heading toward Zone 1. Quickly pursue them." "John Salome, your comrades fell one after another, yet you didn't even bother to draw your sword. That pathetic faith led to this outcome. Then you still dare to call yourself a knight of the Dawn Society, the protector of the wind? I will accept any punishment without a word of complaint." The man frowned at Jani and asked, "Do you really think they can protect you forever?" "The heretics are right in front of us," Jani shouted in frustration. "How can you be sure they are heretics? Aren't they just infiltrators now?" The 5 generals sighed and said with her words and actions, "I can no longer tell who the true heretic is." "Second-class knight Johnny Salome, you are now under disciplinary supervision. Effective immediately, stand still and surrender your weapons and armor." He turned and shouted loudly. The 3 of them regrouped in Area 1 after evacuating the wounded, while the others followed the path clearly. The group of knights behind replied in unison. The knights mocked Jani for being truly jealous. She was only put under disciplinary supervision after arguing and causing trouble in front of the general? "Just go and submit your transfer request early. Stop tarnishing the Dawn Society." Jani grits her teeth in anger. Jin watched what was happening and fell into thought. No wonder Jani Salome looked familiar. Now I remember, the adopted daughter of Saint Kingmian. In my past life, I read some old articles about her. Despite being the daughter of the Holy King, she lived recklessly, drowning in alcohol to the point that even the people of the Holy Nation criticized her. But this time I can see the light of life in Jani Salome's eyes. A pair of resilient eyes. Jani's voice echoes in Jin's ear. "Retreat immediately after training, then we will move to Zone 1. She steps beside you. If you still have a chance to act, I will lead you to Murikan. Follow me." Johnny turns around, the flames still raging over the buildings in Stilo, and a hand pulls up the stone door. Johnny opens a basement door, then turns to Jin. "He's down here. This place is discreet, no one will find it." "Jani Salome, why are you helping us?" Jani bowed her head. "Before being a holy knight of the Dawn Society, I was a citizen of the Holy Kingdom of Vankela and a bearer of the teachings of the benevolent Aula. Therefore, I must not be blind, not sow confusion, not hide evil beneath the guise of good, and not become corrupt by colluding with the powerful. I have seen it. Kadun the fire dragon, the evil entity we must hunt. Turns out Murakan is trying to prevent it from burning the entire city. Kwaikan looks serious, Murakan. Is he injured?" Johnny doesn't turn around and answers. "He's in danger. I tried to heal him with holy magic, but it didn't work." Johnny opens the door and steps into the room. In the distance, Murakan has transformed into a cat lying within a magical barrier. Everyone anxiously calls his name. Murakan. Around Murakan, a chaotic flow of dark spiritual energy was spreading out. Johnny continued speaking, saying that before he transformed into this form, he told Jinkin the Black would come looking for him. Jin lifts Murakan, biting his lip in anger. Quicanello gently strokes Murakan the cat and says he didn't want to turn into this. He instinctively shifted into the most suitable state for survival after suffering a fatal wound. Only dragons with extraordinary power can do that. Quantel looks at him worriedly. This fool may have lost his former power, but luckily he still retains some defensive ability. Jin Sohae urgently calls out Murakun Kontil and quickly stands up. First, let's get out of here and heal him. If he misses this chance, he might never return to his true form. Gianni pointed in a direction. There is a secret tunnel leading out of the city over there. Hurry and run. The whole group quickly leaves, Jin holding Murakun in his arms. Gianni Salome, if it weren't for your holy power, he would have been in danger. I, Jin Kanin, swear on the honor of both Sodet and Kanin to repay this kindness at all costs. Gianni placed her hand on her chest and said with a determined look, I am only acting according to my faith. I will pray for Murakan's safety, Jin replied gently. Thank you. Elsewhere, a dragon's foot crashes down onto the rocks, turning them into molten lava as a furious roar echoes. Damn it, who would have thought I'd lose right in front of you? The furious dragon keeps pounding the rock in front of it, its magic setting the surrounding space ablaze. A long-haired man sitting on a chair holding a glowing orb. Kazun, it's been a long time since I saw you in such a pathetic state. After hearing that, Kadun became even more frantic, shouting that it was not just a failure but something he could never forgive himself for. The man looked up at Kazun, speaking gracefully, but while searching for Misa, meeting you was also an unexpected bonus, he continued. If I catch Murakun, I could summon the one who made a contract with him. As long as I capture the one who signed the contract with Sadet, restoring the Demon God Stone will only be a matter of time. At least now the rumors about the Earth Dragons and B encountering Murakun are no longer just nonsense. We will find another opportunity to catch him. Didn't you say he's not as strong as he used to be? Kun interjected. That's not certain yet. He might regain his strength. The white-haired guy glanced at Kazun and asked, Do you think it's possible to restore the Dragon Heart without the Demon God Stone? Kazun replied, I've never encountered such a situation before, but the Black Dragon is different from ordinary dragons. He's probably wandering somewhere without a contract mage to restore his power. The white-haired guy tilts his head and leans on his hand, saying, I care more about the Saint King. He leads the entire Dawn Council of Dogmatic Guardians without saying a word. Surely he will appear again soon and cause more trouble. Every time I see that guy, I get tired. He tilted his head back and grinned cunningly. Maybe I should just kill him now. That guy Mikan has lived long enough. Besides, if he dies, he'll go to heaven, not hell, so it's not really a bad thing. Kadun lowered his head and said firmly, You're crazy. The white-haired man simply remained silent without replying. Sunlight streams through the window of the Tan Palace. Vizette sits motionless on the bed for a moment, the warm light embracing her. Vizi's tears kept falling as she read the letter in her hand. No supervision, and yet she was being helped so wholeheartedly. It seems what Kujan wrote is true. I feel so empty. What are we really doing? Julie happily stepped in. She's awake now. I brought some hot soup. Drink this. Your body is still not fully stable, so don't push yourself too hard, Julie said to Vizette as she approached. I'm fine, thank you. Although Mana hasn't recovered yet, my body is perfectly fine. I heard from Kujan that I owe him. Is there anything I can do to help? Julie was a bit surprised and asked again. Help? Are you really going to wear this kind of outfit? Julie happily said, Yeah, it suits you very well. Vaz replied skeptically, Oh, really? Julie turns around and advises, Stay here for a while. I will teach you how to clean. Vaz sadly lowers her gaze, recalling that this outfit and the gentle face of Taimon come to mind. She placed her hand on her chest, clenched it tightly, and muttered, Mother. Through the window, the power of darkness seeps in, gathering into an enchanting vortex, my foolish little sibling. A voice calling suddenly echoed in her ear, startling Vez. She made me go all this way. A black-haired girl appears, stepping out of the vortex and approaching VZ. Outside Tan Castle, Jin's group has returned. July quickly ran out to greet the three of them. Young master, you're here, she exclaimed in panic. Oh my God, what has happened to Mr. Murakun? Yes, it's me, Kujan. Kujan rushed to hold her tightly. Luckily, she finally woke up. I thought I had lost you forever. Vzet reached out to hold Kujan, trembling inside, jokingly saying, Huh, so you can cry too? I'm fine. Dian looked at the two people and said softly, Vzet, I'm glad you've recovered. The two of them have let go of each other. Vzet slightly leans forward and says, I've read Kanujan's letter. It's all thanks to him. Kujan bows his head 90 degrees, serious, thank you. Kujan felt something was strange, glanced at Vzet, and reached out to touch her chin. But what about this wound? Vzet hesitated before replying. It was caused by a guest. Julie interjected. I was about to tell you that your sister Murakun suddenly appeared, which caused Vzet to panic quite a bit. I took her to the temporary lounge and the body beside her trembled with each heartbeat. The lounge? Kanujan suddenly rushed in, causing VZ to panic and shout, "Kujan, wait a moment." Kujan roared and charged straight at the figure in the living room. I can't forgive this. She dared to touch VZ? Kujan loses control and charges at Misa with his sword, but she punches him, causing him to tumble through the air. Jin and Kwai Kantel appear, and Vuz hurriedly kneels on the ground, confused. "Kujan, I told you it would only be a moment," Misa smirks. "It's been from the great desert of the demon realm until now, hasn't it? The one who keeps the 1,000-year pact?" The demon exudes an aura of majesty, glancing at Jin with deep, calm yellow eyes. Crack! The piece of cake in her hand was bitten and broken. Misa happily chewed the cake. "Oh wow, this is really good, isn't it?" a voice interrupted. "That's right, it was Lachi who did it," Misa wondered, and Lachijian explained slowly. "Uria's guardian, little Uria, happily smiles." Misa bowed her head and looked at the small girl playing. So it was her, the one who made a contract with Amin. The innocent girl smiles at Misa. Jin watches the woman playing with Uya, secretly thinking that during the desert he only caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure, but it turned out to be Lady Misa, and knowing she saw everything makes me feel quite embarrassed. Jin asked curiously, "But how do you know to come here?" Misa glanced at him, sat down, and raised her hand. "That fool Murakan is already in the palm of my hand. I cast a tracking spell on him since he was a child. This is not an ordinary tracking spell. No matter where he is in the world, I always know exactly where he is and what he's doing. Yet that fool still hasn't realized it." Jin looked momentarily confused. Kwai Kan sighed. "Miss Misa, how could anyone understand that? Really? Something more like an ability than magic? Well, I might as well show you firsthand. I'll let you see something quite interesting." Misa casts a spell and places her hand on the wooden table in front of her, her hand sinking into the surface as if there is a vast space within. Misa softly said, "The fool only knows how to fight with shadowy air, but I am far beyond that." She raised her hand, holding a black substance. Misa gently blows on the compound, causing it to spread throughout the room and form a magical starry galaxy. Uria happily reaches out to touch it, while Jin is slightly startled. The dark magic gently touches someone's shoulder. Misa slowly explains, "If I just bury my shadow like this, I will always know where they are, and I can even do this." The power of darkness gradually approaches Jin's shadow. It gently touches him, a hand resting on Jin's shoulder, and a voice identical to his speaks. "You look tired. Why not take a rest for a bit and let me play your role instead?" Jin was momentarily stunned as someone who looked exactly like him appeared behind him. Jin startled and stood up, turning to see the figure behind him, whose face was identical to his and was smirking. Jin widened his eyes in horror, thinking this was the power of darkness. Misa stands facing Jane and says, "A rare experience. I'm sure facing yourself without a mirror. See you again." Darkness. After saying that, she quickly transformed into a cloud of black smoke. Misa turned back to her seat, her face full of confidence. "How does it feel to witness a phenomenon beyond the natural order?" Jin calmly replies, "I never expected that shadow energy could reach this level. It's truly shocking to think that another version of me is out there acting." Misa leans on her hand, watching Jane's back with a smirk. She silently thought, "That's right. Shadow energy is an extremely dangerous power for mortals. I won't let you follow the same path as the demon now. From now on, don't worry about such powers anymore." "Jin, I will always be watching you," Misa said with a knowing look. Yuria suddenly grabbed Misa's sleeve and said, "You are not that kind of person." Misa looked at her in surprise. "I thought you could even read my mind now." The one who makes a vow with the eye, so you have seen something already." Could she see the image of the ghost in Jin? Could Jin actually be the reincarnated ghost? No, it can't be. Could it be that thousands of thoughts raced through Misa's mind and she saw Sadet, but I can't jump to conclusions. However, if the reason Sadet has remained silent all this time is because he was avoiding contact with the contract holder, then everything can be explained. Kaya looked at her daughter with curiosity. "Yuria, what do you mean by saying he's not that kind of person? Anyway, you really aren't that kind of person." Looking back, she called me sir the very first time I met Yuria. Misa places her hand on Yuria's head and speaks. Sometimes going out and talking to others isn't so bad, but then she reaches for Murakan beside her, wondering if it's really necessary to turn him back to his original form. "Maybe it's better if you just keep loving him like this without changing anything." Misa looked at the cat Murakan in her hand. "Being a cat is also quite cute, isn't it?" Jin placed his hand on his chest, bowed. "Murakan definitely wouldn't want to be like that. I kindly ask that you return him to his original form." Misa glanced and smiled, saying, "I'm just joking. Can I have an empty room? Even if you hear screams or any commotion during the treatment, just ignore it and wait outside." Murakan seems to still have some awareness, shivering slightly. In the quiet night at Taiken, the lit room's scream suddenly startles Suri outside. Quanteo sits silently on Suri. It's been 3 days now. Jin spoke impatiently. During those 3 days, the screams never stopped even once. Is it really okay? Kanel quietly lowered his head and replied, Lady Misa didn't tell you, but she's not only healing Murakhan but also trying to restore his former power. Even if he fails, his life won't be in danger, but he might lose the remaining strength he has left. A strong wind blows, scattering the leaves across the yard. She asked what the success rate was. A 50-50 chance isn't too bad. Still, you should prepare yourself for the worst-case scenario. Kwai Kanel anxiously looked at Jin, and then turned his head to look at the brightly lit window. Jin tightly clenched the leaf in his hand, quietly praying and softly calling out Murakan. Memories of Murakan flood through his mind from the moment they met to their adventures together, sharing many joyful moments side by side. The morning sunlight streams through the window as the room where Misa is treating Murakan suddenly opens. Jin stands below, paying close attention. Misa leans against the window frame, catching her breath exhaustedly. She softly said, "It's a failure." Quanteo and Jin stared in horror. Jin shouted loudly, "Murakan!" A shadow flashes past Misa at the window, and Murakan lands on the ground like a lightning bolt. He tilted his head back and let out a wild, crazy laugh. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding power radiates out, shaking the entire space. A water stain appears on the roof, and the glass windows quickly crack under the pressure. Murakan bowed his head and shouted with exhilaration, "Yes, this is the power, this feeling, this body is real." Murakan clenched his fists. While he was busy celebrating with both hands raised, Misa charged and kicked him in the butt. She delivered a series of slaps to Murakan's face and said, "You can't handle your body, so I can only restore about 40% of your former strength." Idiot, that was a failure. That failure. Do you dare leave me with a failed result? Murakan shouted, holding his face. Hey, you intentionally only restored 40% of my power, right? You're afraid that if I recover fully, I'll be stronger than you. Misa angrily kicks Murakan away. What a ridiculous excuse. She flies over again and kicks Murakan hard in the back. After all the effort she put in to save your life. What? Do you think I was deliberately holding back? How many times do I have to tell you? Your body can't take it anymore. Jin's group of stone-turned people watch the scene before their eyes, speechless. Misa kicks Murakan to the ground, pulls his hands behind his back, and threatens him. If you keep causing trouble like this, you really will die this time. Murakan cried out in pain and reluctantly surrendered. Fine, fine. Jin approaches from behind, smiling gently. Thank you for everything, Lady Misa. Misa waved her hand and turned to look at him. Well then. Everyone has been patient enough. Now I'll be on my way. Jin was surprised. So fast? Are you leaving already? Misa's foot is still on Murakan's back as she says, I really have more work to do, unlike that fool. Murakan grits his teeth in anger. Jin was confused. I feel so guilty we only received her help and haven't been able to repay her. Misa cheerfully said, It's okay. As cadets representative, it's my duty. Now my shadow is attached to you so we can meet again any time. Oh, and Jin, come to Orium soon. Jin looked puzzled. What is there in Orium? Misa slowly said. You will find a special magic book there. It is the relic left by Ranjipo. Jin fell into deep thought, realizing that the final form of the Black Heavenly Destruction Prison. So Lady Misa also knows about it. Jin quickly spoke up. But with Oterum Co. now being the headquarters of the Dark Magic Guild, with my current strength, wouldn't it be too difficult? I know I was planning to wait until you became the flag bearer to give it to you, but it's too late now. This one has now regained Kaka's power. With him, you can handle it. Too late. Do you mean there are others also targeting that cursed book? Misa looked at Jin seriously. Yes, there is a wizard I've been watching recently who is targeting it, Jin wondered. Who is she? Arya. She has a destiny just as extraordinary as yours. Jin froze in place upon hearing that name, Arya. It was one of the many titles that my master Valeria used in her past lives. It means the one with the gray owl heart, a name she values just as much as her real name. I didn't expect she had targeted the Black Heaven Destruction Prison so early. Dai quickly asked Misa, what does it mean that I have a special destiny like yours? Misa crossed her arms and said, if you are someone chosen by the darkness, then Arya is someone chosen by history. If you have the chance to meet her, give her some encouragement. Overall, she is your ally. Jin clenched his fists tightly, lost in thought. His master had spent her entire life restoring the H family's magic. So she was chosen by history. Does that have anything to do with it? Misa, still stomping on Murakan, says, Hey Murakan, you should realize how lucky you are and support me properly. Got it? Murakan angrily shouted, I don't need your nagging. I'll do it anyway. Thanks a lot, you witch. Misa angrily kicks Murakan a few more times. Just die already. July immediately interjected. Ah, Miss Misa, before you leave, please accept this as a strawberry cake gift. Misa's eyes sparkled as she rushed to take the strawberry cake box from Julie. Thank you, sweetie. Jin chuckled and commented, That's what sisters are like? Yeah, Misa whispered to Julie. I will give you a piece of advice in return. Julie looked puzzled. Huh. Misa chuckled happily. You're exactly his type. If he tries anything shady, just cut him down for me. Murakhan crawled on the ground, angrily shouting, What are you saying to my strawberry cake? Kwai Kanto cheerfully responded, Miss Misa, please stop teasing her and have a safe journey. All right, Kwai Kanto, see you another time. Misa smiled at Kwai Kanteo, then she activated the teleportation gate and waved goodbye. Well, take care, everyone. Before leaving, she didn't forget to throw a stone at Murakhan lying on the ground. Misa just left. Murakhan instantly teleported to Julie's side, took her hand and said in a casual tone, Strawberry cake. Sorry for making you worry, I'm fine. Julie awkwardly smiled and replied, It seems so, I'm really glad. Jin stepped forward and pushed Murakhan's head gently. I'm glad you're back safe. Murakhan also regained some of his strength. He grimaced and let out a grunt. Murakhan turned to look at Jin and said, Everything is thanks to that holy night. If she hadn't helped, I wouldn't have survived. I was captured by Kadun and taken back to Jipo's laboratory. Jin casually replied, Johnny Salome is the name of that knight, the adopted daughter of King Von Kela, Holy Nation. Murakhan stroked his chin and looked at Suri, the princess of the royal family. I owe her a lot. I have to see her again soon, Jin interjected. Actually, while you were being treated, Casimir shared some information, Murakhan wondered. What information? Jin frowned, looking serious. During a blessing ceremony at the temple, Yan caused a commotion while drunk. I heard she even made a scene right in front of the king. Murakhan exclaimed in shock. What? Jin continued. She has now been arrested and is awaiting trial. Her life may be in danger. In the Holy Nation's detention room, Jay lies on the bed, holding a bottle in one hand. On the floor, empty bottles are scattered around. She trembles, sniffling and crying. Jay desperately calls for the cleaner.